a small martial arts school on a street in Pingjiang City. Inside the school courtyard, a man was practicing a set of Tai Chi under an old locust tree. He was originally a transmigrator who came to this fantasy world where monsters roamed and cultivators were revered, and he also awakened a system. But the system only taught him blacksmithing, painting, healing, and the ordinary martial arts from his previous life. He had already mastered these skills to the maximum level, and his weapons were piled up like mountains. In the fantasy world, martial arts are the weakest. Yifeng picked up a stack of martial arts manuals, preparing to set up a stall at the entrance. As soon as he left, countless divine weapons flew out from the backyard, each one imbued with sentience. However, he abandoned all these divine weapons, leaving them to gather dust in a corner, feeling deeply aggrieved. The Xian paper in the latrine also flew out, and the phantom images of mythical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes drawn on the paper appeared. The old locust tree nearby spoke up to stop them, and the courtyard returned to silence. As Yifeng walked to the door, he saw the continuous stream of streaks of light from cultivators on the horizon and remarked that there were more and more cultivators lately. The vendor next door told him that the Qingshenmen and the Xuanwuzong patriarch would make a life-or-death bet in half a month. Just then, two women entered through the door, one dressed in white with a cool and aloof air, and the other a lively and adorable little girl. Yifeng could tell at a glance that the two were cultivators. This was the first time cultivators had patronized his stall. The little girl, Yinluoli, was very curious about the martial arts manual and kept pestering her older sister, Luo Lanxue, to buy it for her. Luo Lanxue was troubled because her chances of winning against her master and the patriarch of the Xuanwu sect were extremely low. She left a gold coin and flew away with Yinluoli. Yifeng called out to them that he didn't have enough money, but they ignored him. Seeing this, he stopped arguing and simply accepted it as a gift for the little girl. Yinluoli held the martial arts manual with great affection and forcibly pulled Luo Lanxue to look at it. Luo Lanxue inadvertently glanced at the pattern in the martial arts manual and was instantly shocked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luo Lanxue stared in shock at the martial arts book in Yinluoli's hand. She had actually seen the legendary martial intent in a mortal's painting. This level of skill was beyond even her master, a martial spirit expert, and the martial intent in the book far surpassed the sect's inheritance. When Yinluoli saw her vomiting blood, she immediately asked with concern. Luo Lanxue eagerly took the martial arts book, but suddenly realized that her junior sister's cultivation level was abnormal. In just a short while, Yinluoli's martial arts skills skyrocketed from the first level to the 5th level. Such a terrifying improvement could only be due to this martial arts manual. Luo Lanxue opened the martial arts book and saw the 3 powerful characters, Tai Chi Chuan, which instantly pulled her into a vast and strange world. The little man in the book pushed her out with a palm strike, and she felt as if she were in a storm. She hurriedly closed the book and gasped for breath. She had actually broken through from the 9th level of martial arts master to the level of great martial arts master. This chasm is one that countless people cannot cross in their entire lives, but she crossed it in an instant. Luo Lanxue treasured it, as if she had found a precious gem, and held the martial arts book tightly. With a solemn expression, she instructed Yinluoli that this book must never be revealed to anyone. Luo Lanxue immediately took her back to the sect at top speed. At this moment, she finally understood that Yifeng, who seemed like an ordinary person, was actually a terrifyingly powerful hidden expert. Yifeng was tending to this small martial arts school when he got hungry. He got up and waved to the beef noodle stall across the street, and the waiter immediately responded. He lay back in the recliner, lamenting to himself that he ate takeout every day and didn't even have anyone to keep him company. He thought of Inger, who hadn't come for a long time. The girl was eager to join a sect, but she had no talent for cultivation. Before long, the waiter brought over the beef noodles. Yifeng tried to pay, but was refused. The waiter, remembering that Yifeng had previously saved his mother, insisted on giving him the meal for free. Yifeng Ping regularly helped neighbors and beggars, and was quite respected in the area. People nearby respectfully called him Master Yi. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, and a ragged young man was thrown out by the Green Mountain sect. The boy, 14 or 15 years old, with a resolute look in his eyes, knelt down and begged to be accepted into the sect, but was kicked away by the elder. The servant sighed and told Yifeng that the child had been repeatedly asking to join the sect for days, but had been rejected each time because he was not qualified enough. Yifeng knew all too well that the path of cultivation was cruel. Without talent, one could not make a single step. The young man coughed up blood and left with eyes full of resentment. He suddenly bent down and picked up a gold coin, hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Yifeng and returned it. Both Yifeng and the servant were surprised. Yifeng admitted that the gold coins were his, but then gave them to the boy. The boy was both surprised and delighted. He quickly bowed and thanked them, then ran off to buy noodles. Yifeng told the servant to give him extra noodles and to put the cost on his own tab. The boy was still not full after finishing one bowl, and just as he was hesitating, the servant brought him another full bowl. He looked at Yifeng, his eyes full of gratitude. Just as Yifeng was about to rest, the young man suddenly knelt before him. The young man introduced himself as Zhongqing and begged Yifeng to take him as his disciple, promising to serve him for life. Seeing that the child was resolute and of good character, Yifeng nodded in agreement. Zhongqing was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed to thank his teacher. Yifeng led Zhongqing into the inner room and, noticing that he was using a knife, took out a long, flowing sword. This was his most prized weapon. Zhongqing held the long sword with great affection, knelt respectfully, and loudly thanked his master for the gift. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, a peerless master leveled the Green Mountain behind Pingjiang City with a single sword strike and established a sect there, named the Green Mountain Sect. From then on, Qingshan Sect remained a sacred place of cultivation in the hearts of the people of Pingjiang City. Outside the magnificent hall, Luo Lanxue knelt down, begging to see the Qingshan Patriarch who was in seclusion. Luo Lanxue was worried about the duel between the Patriarch and the Patriarch of the Xuanwu Sect in half a month, and hurriedly claimed that there was a chance to break the deadlock. The Green Mountain ancestor was furious and refused to see her, ordering her to leave immediately. Luo Lanxue pleaded repeatedly, and the ancestor finally relented, saying that if what she said was untrue, he would show no mercy. The palace doors swung open with a bang, and Luo Lanxue, holding the martial arts manual, respectfully entered. She explained to the Patriarch. This book was written by a peerless master who disguised himself as an ordinary person. The Green Mountain ancestor believed that he couldn't possibly be unaware of such a master in Pingjiang City. Luo Lanxue earnestly requested the ancestor to look through the book, reminding him to adjust his mindset and guard against any backlash. The ancestor impatiently opened the martial arts manual. His body trembled, his face filled with shock, as he was immersed in the overwhelming martial intent contained within the martial arts manual. Seeing this, Luo Lanxue became even more certain that the young man was a peerless master. Suddenly, the Green Mountain ancestor burst into laughter, his aura surging. Countless spiritual energies converged upon him, and he broke through on the spot. On the other side, Yifeng lay on a recliner in the martial arts gym. He looked at Zhongqing, who was practicing horse stance, and saw that although he was tired, he was still persevering. Yifeng sighed that Zhongqing was a promising talent, but he was helpless because he only had a martial arts training system and couldn't help with cultivation. He told Zhongqing to rest and go across the street to buy 2 bowls of beef noodles, emphasizing the importance of balancing work and rest. Zhongqing responded and ran towards the noodle stall in the rain, gazing absently in the direction of Qingshan Gate while waiting. Yifeng saw this and knew that Zhongqing was still obsessed with cultivation and only stayed to repay him. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he was just a mortal and powerless to help Zhongqing enter the Green Mountain Sect. It took the Green Mountain ancestor a whole day to break through from the martial spirit realm to the martial king realm, a level that is already top tier in the cultivation world of Nansha. Luo Lanxue knelt down to congratulate him, and the Green Mountain ancestor quickly helped her up, saying that she was a great contributor to the Green Mountain Sect. He eagerly inquired about the details of that mortal senior, and Luo Lanxue described in detail his youthful appearance and master-like demeanor. Upon learning that his senior ran a small martial arts school and sold many martial arts books, the Green Mountain ancestor was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. He concluded that the senior was a super old monster disguised as a young man, and initially guessed that his cultivation had reached the martial emperor realm. Luo Lanxue was shocked, knowing that martial emperors were extremely rare in the cultivation world, comparable to the founding ancestor of the Green Mountain Sect. The Green Mountain ancestor decided to personally descend the mountain to pay respects to his senior, and asked Luo Lanxue to accompany him. Luo Lanxue looked troubled, realizing she had probably offended her senior. She had been disrespectful at the martial arts stall that day, only paying a single gold coin for a book. The Green Mountain ancestor's face turned ashen. Although he hated her recklessness, he knew she hadn't done it intentionally. Luo Lanxue was filled with remorse and thankful that her senior hadn't pursued the matter at the time. She implored the Green Mountain ancestor to go alone, fearing that she might anger the senior again and implicate the sect. Old ancestor Qing Shan shook his head, saying that the senior already knew her identity, and avoiding the question would only make him seem guilty. He believed that the senior was broad-minded, and that as long as Luo Lanxue sincerely apologized, she would not hold it against the junior. Then, the Green Mountain ancestor grabbed Luo Lanxue, and the two transformed into two streaks of light, rushing towards Pingjiang City. Yifeng instructed Zhongqing to practice his boxing diligently, then took his wine gourd and went out to buy wine. Passers-by greeted him respectfully, and Yifeng responded with a smile and a fist salute. A woman from the cosmetic shop upstairs beckoned him to have a drink, but Yifeng awkwardly declined, making a few jokes with a smile instead. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the street. A vendor said there was a silly dog, and everyone rushed to chase after it. Yifeng told the vendor to keep some dog meat to go with his drinks if he caught it. The dog, being chased and beaten by the crowd, running around in all directions, was actually a down-on-his-luck devouring wolf. Seeing that Yifeng was alone, the demon wolf used its last bit of demonic power, its forehead mark flashing, and charged towards Yifeng. Yifeng assumed a stance and unleashed a Shaolin kick, colliding violently with the demon wolf. The demon wolf's demonic power instantly dissipated, and it immediately fainted. Seeing this, everyone praised Yifeng for his skill and gave him the dog. After thanking him, Yifeng grabbed the wolf's hind leg and continued to fetch wine. A moment later, Ancestor Qing Shan and Luo Lanxue arrived at the entrance of the martial arts school. Luo Lanxue pointed to the school and told her master, "This is where the senior is." When the old master of Qing Shan looked up, he saw that the ordinary martial arts school signboard had the character Wu, martial arts, engraved on it. The moment his gaze fell upon the character Wu, martial arts, he trembled as if a giant fist was slamming into him. The Green Mountain ancestor retreated repeatedly, and when he looked again, the character Wu, martial arts, had returned to its normal appearance. Luo Lanxue quickly stepped forward to inquire, but the Green Mountain ancestor, though trying to appear calm, could not hide his lingering fear. He told Luo Lanxue that the character Wu contained powerful martial intent, and that he had underestimated his senior. Ancestor Qing Shan took a deep breath and solemnly told Luo Lanxue that he suspected the senior was at the martial sect realm, above the martial emperor realm. He is now the king of martial arts, yet he was deterred by the mere word martial. The emperor of martial arts would never have such power. Luo Lanxue dared not imagine the terror of a martial grandmaster, and was even more worried that her senior would hold her accountable for her previous disrespect. The old ancestor of Qing Shan comforted her, saying that the senior would most likely not hold a grudge against the junior, and worrying would be useless if he really wanted to pursue the matter. The two nervously entered the martial arts hall, only to find the front hall empty. The Green Mountain ancestor told Luo Lanxue to calm down, and sat on the steps to wait for his senior to return. Luo Lanxue suddenly realized what was going on, and disregarding her long dress, she squatted down on the steps to wait with them. Soon after, Yifeng returned leisurely, carrying a wine jug and wild dog on his back. The Green Mountain ancestor's gaze fell upon Yifeng, but he couldn't detect the slightest trace of cultivation aura. Yifeng also saw the two of them, ignoring the Green Mountain ancestor, and his expression darkened slightly when he saw Luo Lanxue. Luo Lanxue quickly stepped forward to sincerely apologize, and old ancestor Qing Shan also took the opportunity to lie and say that he had brought his niece to pay for the books. Yifeng assumed the old man was Luo Lanxue's uncle, and upon seeing them come to apologize, he demanded 9 gold coins as compensation. Lorangsu had no gold coins on her. The Green Mountain ancestor searched her entire body and only found 3. Seeing this, Yifeng said he could give them to her next time. The two rummaged through their storage bags for a long time and finally managed to collect 9 gold coins, which they handed to Yifeng. Yifeng's goodwill towards them increased greatly, and he invited them into the house for a meal. Old ancestor Qing Shan happily agreed, and Yifeng casually remarked that he had just killed a wild dog, which could be served with wine. The gazes of old ancestor Qing Shan and Luo Lanxue fell on the wild dog, and the next second, old ancestor Qing Shan's body suddenly trembled. Ancestor Qing Shan recognized it at a glance as the legendary Devouring Sky Demon Wolf. The Devouring Sky Demon Wolf was a king of the demon race, with formidable power, yet the senior had used it as a drinking companion. He leaned close to Luo Lanxue's ear to explain, and Luo Lanxue covered her mouth in shock. The two looked at each other, completely stunned. Following Yifeng into the martial arts hall, it felt like stepping into another world, instantly changing one's state of mind. The walls on both sides of the martial arts hall are adorned with 18 martial arts diagrams, each corresponding to one of the 18 weapons, and each diagram embodies the vast principles of martial arts. The Green Mountain Ancestor and Luo Lanxue were instantly immersed in it, as if they were in a battlefield, and almost lost themselves in the martial arts' artistic conception. Yifeng's call jolted the two awake, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, filled with lingering fear and gratitude. Yifeng invited the two to sit down and poured them 2 cups of tea. The two were flattered and accepted the tea respectfully with both hands. When the Green Mountain Ancestor inquired about Yifeng's name and learned that it was Yifeng, he immediately addressed him respectfully as Master Yi. Yifeng waved his hand modestly, saying that he was just running a martial arts school to make a living and had no other desires. The Green Mountain Ancestor felt deeply ashamed, realizing that his own state of mind, which had returned to simplicity, was far inferior to Yifeng's. Yifeng sighed inwardly, complaining about his useless system, resigned to his fate of guarding the martial arts school every day. He planned to deal with the wild dogs as a snack, but old Ancestor Qingshan quickly stopped him, asking only for a simple home-cooked meal. Yifeng nodded and dragged the dog towards the back room, where he used to forge iron. Ancestor Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He dared not eat the devouring demon wolf, for fear of implicating the Qingshan sect. At this moment, Zhongqing came out from the side hall and respectfully reported to Yifeng that he had finished practicing his boxing. Old Ancestor Qingshan and Luo Lanxue were shocked, not expecting that this senior already had a disciple, and they looked at Zhongqing anxiously. Old Ancestor Qingshan and Luo Lanxue wished they could see right through Zhongqing. Zhongqing greeted them in a simple and honest manner, then got up and went to the back hall to help Yifeng. After Zhongqing left, Luo Lanxue asked in a low voice why she couldn't see anything special about Zhongqing. Ancestor Qingshan frowned and shook his head, frankly admitting that Zhongqing's meridians were blocked and he had no talent whatsoever, and that he himself could not see through him. Luo Lanxue was puzzled as to why the senior would accept such a disciple, and the Green Mountain Ancestor quickly reprimanded her for speaking rudely. He deduced that Zhongqing must have extraordinary abilities, but they lacked the vision to see the secrets behind them. At this moment, Yifeng walked out with a smile, apologetically saying that he was going to buy groceries and cook, and asked the two to wait a moment. He bought some home-cooked food and went into the kitchen, whereupon old Ancestor Qingshan took Luo Lanxue to help. Passing through the front hall, you enter a small courtyard filled with flowers and plants, and several wooden dummy figures, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The old Ancestor of Qingshan sighed, saying that although his own sect seemed to be a sacred place, it could not compare to the refined and otherworldly atmosphere of this place. The two entered the kitchen and saw Yifeng squatting on a stool picking green beans, which made them feel even more admiring. The Green Mountain Ancestor was impressed by Yifeng's hands-on approach, and Luo Lanxue also gained some insight, which elevated her mindset. They offered to help. Luo Lanxue picked up the chili peppers to wash them, while Qingshan Laozu offered to help chop the vegetables. Yifeng pointed to the kitchen knife beside the cupboard. Old Ancestor Qingshan walked over, but suddenly froze in place, his whole body trembling. His gaze was fixed on the seemingly ordinary kitchen knife. This knife contained the power of the heavenly Tao that only he, having just advanced to the martial king realm, could grasp. The Green Mountain Ancestor was deeply shocked, guessing that the kitchen knife might be an emperor-grade treasure. Yifeng reminded him that it was indeed this knife, and the Green Mountain Ancestor nodded hurriedly. He picked up the kitchen knife with trembling hands, feeling its immense weight and secretly marveling at its astonishing power. Old Ancestor Qingshan gripped the cleaver, his hand trembling uncontrollably. He hadn't even finished chopping the green beans after half an incense stick's time. Seeing this, Yifeng remarked that the cleaver was unusable and suggested replacing it. The Green Mountain Ancestor was secretly amazed at how high his senior's standards were for kitchen knives. The treasure he had longed for was, in his senior's eyes, not even good enough to cut vegetables. He quickly praised the kitchen knife, saying it was very useful and that he also wanted to own one. Yifeng sighed inwardly. It seemed this old man was truly poor. Before long, Yifeng prepared 3 dishes and a soup and served them on the table. The old Ancestor of Qingshan and Luo Lanxue were immediately impressed after tasting them. The two had never eaten such delicious food before. Yifeng was quite confident in his cooking skills, which he had honed over the years by constantly improving the meals. After the group had eaten and drunk their fill, the wild dog, in the back room, gradually regained consciousness. It was Ao Qing, the son of the devouring demon emperor, who had been injured by villains. Ao Qing was filled with hatred for Yifeng and was determined to take revenge after recovering. But when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that all the weapons scattered around him were spirit-grade weapons. What shocked him even more was that these spirit-grade weapons were defective. How terrifying must the person who could create such defective products be? Ao Qing, barely able to muster the strength, got up to explore, accidentally stumbling into the front hall. The moment he stepped inside, he was enveloped by an immense pressure, and the martial arts diagrams on the walls transformed into weapons that shot towards him. Ao Qing was terrified and ran away, frantically rushing into another room. He found Yifeng there too, but the next second, he recognized the person sitting with Yifeng. The old ancestor of Green Mountain sincerely praised Yifeng's cooking, his heart filled with satisfaction. It was a great honor for him to cook and dine with Senior Yifeng. He rose and respectfully poured wine for Yifeng, then drank it all in one gulp, toasting Yifeng in return. Luo Lanxue also quickly raised her glass, respectfully apologizing and thanking him. Yifeng readily accepted their toasts, smiling and saying there was no need to be polite, thus resolving the previous misunderstanding. Ao Qing, who was hiding at the door, could tell from the mark on the forehead that the Green Mountain ancestor was a martial king, comparable to a demon king of the demon clan. He also discovered that Luo Lanxue was a grand martial master, exceptionally talented. Why would two experts be so respectful to a mere mortal? He suddenly looked at Yifeng and instantly realized. The spirit-grade remnant weapon in the back hall and the martial arts diagrams in the front hall must have been Yifeng's work. Ao Qing recalled how easily he had been defeated and finally realized that Yifeng was a peerless master disguised as an ordinary person. He remembered his father saying that human masters often pretend to be weak to take advantage of others, and he became increasingly uneasy. This powerful figure's strength is probably comparable to his father, the devouring demon emperor. His previous attempt to take revenge was simply overestimating himself. But he couldn't understand why the big shot wanted to capture him, without harming or killing him. Yifeng felt that the Green Mountain ancestor was worth befriending, so he invited the two of them to come again next time. He also said that next time he would skin that dog and make dog meat hot pot to entertain them. Ancestor Qingshan was both excited and apprehensive. He was glad to see his senior again, but he was also afraid that eating the devouring sky wolf would offend the demon race. But with his senior's backing, the demon race dared not easily pursue the matter. Upon hearing the conversation, Ao Qing was instantly filled with despair. The powerful figure had captured him to make hot pot. He cowered on the ground, trembling with fear. He hadn't proven himself yet. He couldn't just die like this. Ao Qing made up his mind to beg Yifeng for mercy and try to live by behaving well. Half an hour later, the three of them had finished their meal and drinks. The old ancestor of Green Mountain tactfully got up and bid farewell to Yifeng. Yifeng instructed Zhong Qing to see the guests out. Zhong Qing nodded respectfully and escorted old ancestor Qingshan and Luo Lanxue to the door. The old master of Qingshan thanked them politely, and Zhong Qing conveyed his master's message, inviting the two to come often when they had time. After Zhong Qing returned, the Green Mountain ancestor was pleasantly surprised to find that his newly broken-through martial king realm had become incredibly stable. He felt that the trip was worthwhile, as it not only resolved the sect's crisis, but also greatly improved his state of mind. Luo Lanxue was completely relieved and admired Yifeng's magnanimity for not holding her previous offense against him. The Green Mountain ancestor gazed at Zhong Qing's retreating figure, still unable to see through him. The two transformed into streaks of light and returned to the Green Mountain sect. Zhong Qing returned to the martial arts school and took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Yifeng was very satisfied with this disciple. As soon as he stepped into the backyard, he saw the stray dog he had dragged back earlier staring at him. Yifeng was somewhat surprised that the dog was still alive. Just as he was wondering what was going on, the dog suddenly knelt down in front of him and kowtowed repeatedly. Yifeng was surprised that the dog was so intelligent and compassionate, and said that he would not hurt it. Ao Qing was overjoyed, relieved that he had begged for mercy and had at least saved his life. Yifeng lay back on the recliner, lifted its chin with his foot, and praised it. Ao Qing felt humiliated and angry, but could only endure it. Seeing that the dog was docile, Yifeng decided to keep it to guard the door, while Ao Qing wailed in despair. Afraid of being turned into hot pot, he could only nod in agreement with aggrieved resentment. Seeing that it was obedient, Yifeng named it Wankai. Ao Qing, the son of the dignified devouring sky demon wolf, was forced to be a watchdog. Yifeng turned and called to Zhongqing to bring the leftovers to feed it. Ao Qing's face turned ashen. He, the son of the devouring heaven demon emperor, actually wanted to eat the leftovers of mortals. He rampaged through the yard, but ultimately dared not resist and could only secretly vow never to touch the food. When Zhongqing saw that the dog refused to eat, she quickly told Yifeng. Yifeng assumed it was just shy and told Zhongqing to pour the food on the stone slab and that the dog would eat when it got hungry. Ao Qing looked at Yifeng with eyes full of hatred, but Yifeng just thought it looked like the husky from his previous life, and then hugged its head and rubbed it. After a hearty meal, Yifeng lay down on a recliner and took a nap. Ao Qing looked at him sleeping soundly, his heart filled with murderous intent, but in the end he dared not make a move. For the entire afternoon, Ao Qing pondered how to escape, but the 18 martial arts diagrams in the front hall intimidated him each time, forcing him to give up. With his stomach growling with hunger, Ao Qing looked at the leftover food on the ground, comforting himself that he was only eating it once and couldn't help but think it tasted pretty good. Just after finishing eating, Yifeng walked into the backyard, laughing and mocking his stubbornness. Ao Qing was so angry that he trembled all over, but dared not say anything. The next morning, Yifeng went to the backyard. Ao Qing bared his sharp teeth and glared at him, but Yifeng didn't care. He went into the back room to make a new kitchen knife. He found blacksmithing tiring, and suddenly glanced at Ao Qing beside him, revealing a smug smile, a smile that Ao Qing found chilling. Yifeng took Ao Qing's hand and walked to the blacksmith's furnace. He modified the bellows so that the dog could pull it, and then tied Ao Qing to it. With everything ready, Yifeng kicked Ao Qing in the butt, making it pull the bellows. Ao Qing roared with resentment in his heart, but forced by the threat, he could only move slowly and reluctantly, his hatred growing deeper and deeper. The bellows were pulled, and the furnace roared to life. Yifeng, holding fire tongs and a sledgehammer, smashed it down onto the red-hot iron block. Bang! The hammer fell, and Ao Qing, whose face was originally full of resentment, suddenly widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Ao Qing stared in disbelief as Yifeng's hammer slammed down, the faint sparks that flew up turning into starlight in his eyes. This is clearly the profound meaning of martial arts. Even though he is a demon, and his cultivation method is different from that of humans, he can still feel its mystery. The sparks landed on his body, as if he were receiving a martial arts baptism, and his injuries, which had not healed for half a year, were healed by 20%. Another hammer blow landed, sparks flew again, and Ao Qing felt refreshed, his injuries instantly healed by more than half. He looked at Yifeng, whose previously unremarkable figure appeared increasingly imposing in his eyes, as if radiating golden light. Ao Qing excitedly muttered to himself, finally understanding that his senior's capture and humiliation of him were all for the purpose of cultivating him and tempering his mind. He remembered his father always saying that he was arrogant and conceited and not fit for great things, and now he understood the good intentions of his predecessor. He was filled with regret and shame. He had been resentful of the senior who had sincerely nurtured him. He was truly ungrateful. Ao Qing's eyes hardened, and he quickened his pace, pulling the bellows as if he wanted to do more for his senior. Seeing the blazing fire, Yifeng praised Wankai, which excited Ao Qing even more, making him work even harder without feeling tired at all. Before long, the new cleaver was completed. Yifeng put the cleaver in water to cool it down. Ao Qing went over to take a look and immediately gasped. He couldn't discern the grade of the cleaver at all. He only knew that it was the highest grade divine weapon he had ever seen, far exceeding his understanding. Ao Qing was filled with excitement. He was able to witness the birth of the divine weapon and was even more convinced that he would achieve something by following his senior and make his father look at him with new eyes. Yifeng rolled his eyes at Wansai's excited expression, simply treating it as the husky of this world, with a wild and unruly nature. At this moment, Zhongqing entered the back hall and respectfully announced that guests had arrived in the outer hall. Yifeng nodded, playing with the kitchen knife he had just forged, as he walked towards the front hall. At the entrance to the front hall stood a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. She had delicate features and, despite her ordinary clothes, her outstanding beauty was undeniable. Inger. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The girl in front of him was none other than his childhood sweetheart, Peng Ying. He was pleasantly surprised to see her after not seeing her for several months. Peng Ying nodded. Come on in, have a seat. Yifeng smiled and reached out to take her hand. Never mind. Peng Ying gently pulled away from Yifeng's arm, her expression somewhat complicated. I just came to tell you some good news. I have successfully joined the Green Mountain sect and become an outer disciple. Really? Congratulations. Yifeng smiled, but he felt a little conflicted. Peng Ying saw through his thoughts and sighed. I know you don't want me to cultivate, but it has always been my dream. You should be happy for me to be able to enter the Green Mountain sect. I understand. Yifeng paused for a moment. Go and pursue your dreams. I'm leaving now, and I'm afraid I won't be coming back again. Peng Ying said firmly as she turned to leave. Yifeng wanted to say something, but couldn't speak. Her choice to cultivate meant that the distance between them would grow ever wider in the future. He caught up with Peng Ying. I wish you all the best, but uncle and aunt. I will take care of them. Peng Ying replied calmly. Yifeng nodded, took out a kitchen knife and handed it to her. Remember to bring this to your aunt. She asked me to make one for her last time. Peng Ying looked at the kitchen knife with a complicated expression. Just then, a voice came from behind. Inger, let's go. We have to go back to the sect. A young man in white robes walked over, carrying a long sword, and spoke gently to Peng Ying. Brother Wu Jia, wait a moment. Peng Ying turned around and whispered to Yifeng. This is my friend Yifeng. The young man didn't even look at Yifeng. He simply turned around and waited. Yifeng frowned. Who is he? Peng Ying sighed. I am of mediocre talent, and I was able to enter the Green Mountain sect only because of his help. I cannot let him down. She pushed the kitchen knife back to Yifeng, saying, keep this knife for yourself. After saying that, she turned around and quickly followed the young man in white robes, gradually disappearing from Yifeng's sight. Yifeng stood there, his heart filled with indescribable emotions. Inside the main hall of the Green Mountain sect, the atmosphere was unusually solemn. The Green Mountain Patriarch sat in the highest position, surrounded by numerous elders and their personal disciples. The news that just came in shocked everyone. The Green Mountain Ancestor had broken through to the Martial King realm, but the Black Tortoise Ancestor had already reached this realm 10 years ago. The situation in this duel suddenly became unpredictable. Let's all come up with an idea, said Zhu Yun, the sect leader of Qingshan's sect, in a deep voice. The hall was silent. Faced with such a huge disparity in strength, any scheme seemed pale and powerless. Just then, a young man in white robes walked in, carrying a sword. If Yifeng were here, he would definitely recognize him as the person who had appeared with Peng Ying earlier. Yu Wujia, what do you want to say? Zhu Yun asked. Reporting to the ancestor, since we cannot confront Ancestor Xuanwu head-on, why not choose to avoid battle? Yu Wujia suggested. Some of the higher-ups in the hall smiled bitterly. They knew the duel had been decided long ago, and there was no way to escape it. The two patriarchs had signed a pact decades ago, witnessed by the heavenly Tao. If either side backed down, they would be punished. Forget it, there's no use relying on you. Old Ancestor Qingshan snorted coldly, already having a plan in mind. If we can borrow Senior Yi's sword from the martial arts school down the mountain, Xuanwu might not be an insurmountable opponent. You may all step back, said the Green Mountain Ancestor, waving his hand. Ancestor, what is this? The crowd looked at each other, full of doubt. I already have a plan, said the Green Mountain Ancestor calmly. I will go and borrow a knife. If I succeed, Xuanwu will be nothing more than this. A knife? What knife? The crowd asked in confusion. I'll know once I get the knife, the Green Mountain Ancestor said impatiently. Despite their lingering doubts, they obeyed orders and retreated, eagerly awaiting the sword that the Green Mountain Ancestor had spoken of. Zhu Yun, come with me. The Green Mountain Ancestor suddenly called out to Zhu Yun and led him toward Pingjiang City. Uncle Master, why don't we just fly there? Zhu Yun asked, puzzled. Shut up, conceal your aura, and listen to my instructions. Old Ancestor Qingshan coldly replied. The two quickly arrived at the martial arts school. The old master of the Green Mountain pointed to the entrance with bright eyes and said, This is it. Uncle Master, this is just a rundown martial arts school. Why bother coming here in person? Zhu Yun asked, puzzled. Shut up, and remember, nothing related to cultivation is allowed later, said the Green Mountain Ancestor sternly. Mastery, old Ancestor Qingshan called out with a smile. Yifeng, who was reclining on the chair, put down his palm leaf fan, sat up, and said with a smile, So it's you. It is I. Ancestor Qingshan nodded respectfully. Zhu Yun watched this scene in astonishment. The usually imposing ancestor was so humble in front of a mortal, and he was filled with questions. Although he had questions in his mind, Yifeng didn't say much. Master E, this is my old ancestor. Qin Shan turned slightly to the side, preparing to introduce Zhu Yun. Yifeng waved his hand to interrupt. Uncle and nephew, right? As expected of a senior. Ancestor Qin Shan was full of admiration, thinking to himself that he had gone to great lengths, as Yifeng had seen through him at a glance. Yifeng smiled, thinking it was quite simple. The Green Mountain ancestor and Zhu Yun had a close relationship, and Zhu Yun was very respectful to him. They must be uncle and nephew. Perfect timing, you're here. I'm out of wine. Do you have any with you? Yifeng asked directly. After Peng Ying left, the wine in the house was all gone. Yes, of course. Old ancestor Qin Shan hurriedly agreed, but then realized that he had come in such a hurry that he hadn't brought any wine. His gaze shifted and landed on Zhu Yun. Uncle Yu. Zhu Yun's heart tightened, and he had a vague premonition of something bad. Take it out, said the Green Mountain ancestor, gesturing with his hand. Zhu Yun's face was bitter. Shengguo Dan only brewed 3 bottles a year, making it an extremely precious treasure to him. He wouldn't normally give it to anyone, but today he was going to give it to a mortal? Hurry up, old ancestor Qin Shan said impatiently, giving Zhu Yun a sharp rap on the head. Uncle Master, please give me some face. Zhu Yun covered his head, looking aggrieved. I am, after all, the sect master of the Green Mountain sect. What will happen to my dignity if someone sees this? What's a mere sect leader? You'd better stay put here obediently. Old ancestor Qin Shan shouted sternly, about to give Zhu Yun another sharp rap on the head. Zhu Yun quickly stepped back, looking at the Green Mountain ancestor with a wronged expression. Why aren't you taking it out yet? Old ancestor Qin Shan urged angrily. In the end, Zhu Yun reluctantly took out Shengguo Dan. Look at your stingy attitude. It's an honor for you to bring out this wine today. The Green Mountain ancestor scolded as he snatched the wine bottle, then smiled and said to Yifeng, Master E, this wine is SSO. I don't know if it suits your taste. Please make do with it. Yifeng chuckled, picked up his wine glass, and took a small sip. The wine is not bad, but it's lacking in flavor. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of Green Mountain nodded repeatedly. However, Zhu Yun almost lost his temper. This mortal was far too presumptuous. His Shengguo Dan was extremely precious. As the sect leader of the Green Mountain sect, he could only brew 3 bottles a year, and this mortal actually said the wine tasted bad? He truly couldn't understand why the Green Mountain ancestor was being so polite to this mortal. If the ancestor hadn't been there, he would have already turned this mortal into a meat patty. Disciple, bring 2 more stools, Yifeng said. Zhongqing quickly brought over 2 stools. Watching the sunset and enjoying the beautiful twilight scenery while having a small drink is quite a pleasure, Yifeng said with a smile. Yes. Old ancestor Qin Shan sat down beside him and sighed. The sunset was beautiful, but he couldn't feel the artistic conception that Yifeng was talking about. Zhu Yun snorted coldly from the side. If it weren't for the Green Mountain ancestor's sake, this mortal would have been dead long ago. They, the dignified Green Mountain sect master and ancestor, had graced this mortal with their presence. Yet this mortal hadn't invited them inside, but instead made them sit at the door? Who do they think they're looking down on? However, due to the presence of the Green Mountain ancestor, Zhu Yun could only stand there silently, without saying a word. He suddenly noticed the martial arts book spread out next to Yifeng, and subconsciously reached out to flip it over. Stop! Old ancestor Qin Shan grabbed Zhu Yun's hand. The Green Mountain ancestor knew that the martial arts manual in Yifeng's hands contained powerful martial intent, and was no ordinary object. Zhu Yun should not act rashly, otherwise, if he angered Yifeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who gave you permission to touch other people's things? Old ancestor Qin Shan shouted. Zhu Yun was puzzled. After all, he had just opened a book. Why was there such a big reaction? But he didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Yifeng smiled slightly. It's no big deal, go ahead and watch if you want. The Green Mountain ancestor finally breathed a sigh of relief and released Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun turned the page, and suddenly the 3 characters Vajra Fist enlarged dramatically, accompanied by overwhelming martial intent, transforming into a ferocious beast that pounced on him. What? Zhu Yun was shocked, and quickly used his cultivation to resist, but he was unable to stop the unstoppable force. Uft! Zhu Yun groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and panting heavily. Ancestor Green Mountain frowned. He had also seen the martial intent of the Vajra Fist when Zhu Yun flipped through the book. Fortunately, Zhu Yun's cultivation was profound. Otherwise, he would have been in such a sorry state. As for why Zhu Yun had come across this supremely powerful fist technique, Ancestor Green Mountain knew perfectly well that it must have been Yifeng's doing, a slight punishment. At this moment, Yifeng stood up and said with a smile, "It's getting a bit chilly, let's go inside and chat." "Uncle Master, what's going on?" Zhu Yun looked at Ancestor Qingshan with a face full of doubt. The Green Mountain Ancestor said in a deep voice, "You are usually so sensible. How come you are so clueless today? You almost died in that martial arts book. You almost killed me." "What happened?" Zhu Yun asked anxiously. "Do you really think this person in front of you is just an ordinary mortal?" Ancestor Green Mountain sneered. "He is a supreme being who has returned to simplicity and truth, and the martial arts manual is just proof of that. Your disrespect towards him is a lesson from his experience. Remember, be very careful in the future," said the Green Mountain Ancestor solemnly. Zhu Yun recalled the fear he had just experienced and was shocked to realize that he had almost lost his life. "But, Uncle Master, why would such a powerful being appear in Pingjiang City?" Zhu Yun was still puzzled. The old ancestor of the Green Mountain's gaze darkened, and he slowly said, "I guess he might have been playing around in the mortal world and happened to meet us. But it's also possible that he had some other purpose." "What is the purpose?" Zhu Yun asked, holding his breath. "Do you know what Pingjiang was like in ancient times, within a radius of 10,000 li?" asked the old ancestor of Qingshan. Zhu Yun shook his head. "Ancient texts say that Pingjiang is a land of immortals. Although it declined later, it has always been a strategic location fought over by military strategists since ancient times. This shows that Pingjiang is extraordinary," explained the old ancestor of Qingshan. "What does this have to do with the senior?" Zhu Yun asked, puzzled. The old ancestor of Qingshan sighed, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Pingjiang must be hiding some unknown secrets. Perhaps the senior used Pingjiang as a base and Nansha as a model to plan a grand scheme." As soon as the Green Mountain Ancestor finished speaking, Zhu Yun trembled. With Pingjiang as the base and Nansha as the model, chilled him to the bone. Just thinking about it was terrifying. And how could someone like Yifeng possibly appear in a small place like Pingjiang? If that's really the case, then wouldn't we be? Zhu Yun suddenly thought of something and asked in a panic. "That's right." Ancestor Qingshan did not deny it. "If that's really the case, we are all just pawns in this game. What should we do?" Zhu Yun asked anxiously. "Foolish." Old Ancestor Qingshan glared at Zhu Yun. "If you changed your mindset, you wouldn't have to worry." "What do you mean, Uncle Master?" "Becoming a pawn of our predecessors isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it's an opportunity for the Green Mountain sect," the Green Mountain Ancestor remarked. "Since 500 years ago, the Green Mountain sect has been gradually declining, and pessimistically speaking, it will be swallowed up by history sooner or later. Are you willing to accept that?" Zhu Yun's heart trembled at the words of the Green Mountain Ancestor. Although he was unwilling, he wondered if he could get what he wanted, as the ancestor said. "However, we cannot fathom the thoughts of our seniors, so we might as well take this opportunity to ask them for advice. Come on, come inside with me." The two entered the martial arts hall one after the other. As soon as Zhu Yun entered the front hall, he was immediately stunned by the 18 paintings, but fortunately, the old ancestor of Green Mountain stopped him. Zhu Yun was drenched in cold sweat, completely overwhelmed by the martial arts school owner's strength. He no longer cared about becoming a pawn. In fact, he began to see hope for the Green Mountain sect to return to its former glory. Where's Master Yi?" The two walked to the backyard, but did not see Yifeng anywhere. At this moment, Zhu Yun was so frightened that he almost jumped up, pointing at the locust tree and saying, "Uncle Master, look, it's a devouring sky demon wolf." The Green Mountain Ancestor glanced at the devouring demon wolf under the locust tree and said indifferently, "Is it necessary to make such a fuss? That's the devouring sky wolf." Zhu Yun exclaimed in surprise. Ancestor Qingshan glanced at him and said impatiently, "It's just a devouring sky wolf. Last time, you almost swallowed it like wine. It's nothing serious." Zhu Yun suddenly realized that the Green Mountain Ancestor was already used to all of this, and he felt like an outsider. "Sorry, I just cooked some rice. Please make yourself at home." At this moment, Yifeng came out of the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Upon seeing the kitchen knife, the Green Mountain Ancestor was immediately startled, his gaze fixed intently on the blade. Zhu Yun was still in shock from the devouring wolf when he saw the kitchen knife in Yifeng's hand, and his shock was almost beyond words. Hiss! His heart clenched, and he simply didn't know how to describe the feeling. The impact of the kitchen knife was even stronger than that of the devouring sky demon wolf. The two stared intently at the knife in Yifeng's hand. An old ancestor of the Green Mountain had a sudden thought in his mind. Could it be? As Yifeng approached step by step, the Green Mountain ancestor's breathing became rapid. Hee. Yifeng smiled faintly, reaching for a kitchen knife. Here you go. The Green Mountain ancestor was stunned, his blood rushing to his head, almost making it hard to breathe. His senior had already seen through his intentions and had given him the knife before even speaking. This kindness moved him deeply. Master Yi's great kindness is something Qing Shan will never forget. The old patriarch of Qing Shan took the kitchen knife with trembling hands and knelt down in excitement. Zhu Yun finally understood that the knife the Green Mountain ancestor had mentioned was the kitchen knife right in front of him. A sudden realization dawned on him. No wonder the Green Mountain ancestor remained calm and composed while the entire sect looked worried. He had been prepared all along. Zhu Yun also knelt down. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Yifeng hurriedly stepped forward to help the two up, but the Green Mountain ancestor and Zhu Yun stubbornly kowtowed several times before getting up. Sigh, it's just a kitchen knife, Yifeng sighed. He took out the knife because the Green Mountain ancestor had mentioned wanting a knife like this when they were cooking together. Yifeng understood the Green Mountain ancestor's longing for a good kitchen knife, which was why he was giving it to him. To Master Yi it's just a kitchen knife, but to me it's a godsend, said the Green Mountain ancestor excitedly. Yifeng sighed softly, understanding the Green Mountain ancestor's predicament. The Green Mountain ancestor carefully put away the knife, his heart filled with gratitude. This knife was not only his personal lifeline, but would also save the entire Green Mountain sect from peril. Master Yi, our Green Mountain sect will forever remember your kindness, said the Green Mountain ancestor with emotion. After expressing his gratitude, the Green Mountain ancestor took out a fiery red bead from his storage bag and handed it to Yifeng. The flame pearl. Zhu Yun exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that the Green Mountain ancestor would give away the Green Mountain sect's most prized treasure. Master Yi, please accept this. Ancestor Qing Shan respectfully held the flame pearl and pleaded. Yifeng picked up the flame bead, felt the high temperature it emitted, and smiled slightly. This thing is quite pleasing to the eye. I like it very much, so I'll accept it. Ancestor Qing Shan breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of helplessness on his face. He had hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to give away the flame pearl. Although Yifeng seemed indifferent, Ancestor Qing Shan knew that people of different statuses had vastly different perspectives. Master Yi, what are your plans? Could you please reveal a little? Old Ancestor Qing Shan asked meaningfully. Zhu Yun immediately came over, waiting for Yifeng's reply. What plans could I possibly have? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Right now, I can only try to make a living in this little world. It would be nice if I could take on a few apprentices. The Green Mountain ancestor was slightly disappointed. He had originally thought he could learn something about the future situation from Yifeng, but Yifeng's answer left him with nothing. Since that was the case, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, being able to borrow the knife was already enough. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hurriedly took their leave and quickly returned to the Green Mountain sect. Upon returning to the Green Mountain sect, the Green Mountain Patriarch hurriedly headed towards the inner hall, with Zhu Yun following closely behind, saying with a fawning expression, Uncle Master, could you let me see that knife? What do you want to do? Old Ancestor Qing Shan asked in a cold voice. Just one look, Zhu Yun pleaded cautiously. Humph. Old Ancestor Qing Shan snorted coldly and impatiently took out his knife. Whoosh. The blade flashed, carrying an unusual aura. Zhu Yun narrowed his eyes, trying to reach out and touch it, but the Green Mountain ancestor immediately withdrew his blade. All right, I've finished reading. I'm going into seclusion for a day. Inform the sect's higher-ups that there will be a meeting tomorrow. With that, Ancestor Green Mountain transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Zhu Yun stood there, her hand still hanging in the air, her face twitching. After muttering a curse under her breath, she hurried off to arrange the meeting. Dog, come here. Yifeng beckoned to Ao Qing from his position in the yard. Ao Qing wagged its tail and ran over. Yifeng started petting the dog, then stretched, took off his shirt, and revealed his smooth skin. Let's practice some boxing. If we don't move, our muscles and bones will fall apart. Yifeng said as he walked to the side and started practicing boxing. Immediately, he began to practice Shaolin boxing. His movements were fluid and graceful. Although he had no cultivation, his boxing skills were still powerful, creating a gust of wind and an imposing aura. Ao Qing watched in stunned silence. The entire space was filled with martial intent, and the simple moves conveyed a profound sense of power. Gradually, Ao Qing felt as if he had grasped something and broken through a level in his cultivation. But the more he looked, the less he understood, until the fist technique reached a fever pitch. He was almost overwhelmed by the martial intent and quickly closed his eyes. Yifeng stopped, wiped his sweat, and laughed. How was it? Isn't Master amazing? Ao Qing called out twice to indicate that he understood. Since that's the case, then I'll perform another set. Yifeng returned to meditation and began to practice his internal martial arts again. Ao Qing felt a sense of foreboding. Senior, you'd better watch out for me. The internal martial arts were unleashed. Ao Qing was completely stunned. He didn't dare to look at the moves, afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand them. After finishing his set of punches, Yifeng was drenched in sweat but felt completely refreshed. After taking a shower, he lay back down on the recliner, picked up the flame pearl given to him by the Green Mountain ancestor, and carefully studied it. Indeed, it's a fine work of art. Yifeng looked at the object and felt that it had no practical use. But he looked down at the fallen leaves on the ground and realized that summer had passed and autumn had quietly arrived. Autumn in this world is different from that in the previous one. Autumn here is already bitterly cold, and winter is even colder with snowflakes falling. For cultivators, this kind of weather is no problem, but for a mortal like him, it's enough to freeze him to death. This bead can be used as a stove when the temperature drops in a few days. It's clean and convenient. Yifeng smiled smugly to himself. The most important thing is to save money on charcoal. He stretched, got up and walked to the front hall, where he found Zhongqing sitting on the threshold, lost in thought. Yifeng glanced at Zhongqing and noticed that his gaze was fixed on the cultivators passing by in the distance. It seems this child has the ambition to cultivate. Yifeng sighed. Upon hearing the voice, Zhongqing quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Greetings, master." Yifeng waved his hand, walked towards Zhongqing with his hands behind his back, and sighed as he looked into the distance. "I know you have something on your mind." Zhongqing was slightly taken aback. Yifeng smiled and gestured for him to sit down. The autumn wind is blowing, and the streets are still bustling with people. Let's just sit here quietly and say nothing. You may not want to tell me, but anyway, your master won't stop you. If you want to go to the Green Mountain sect, you have a chance to try your luck every 10 days, Yifeng said. Zhongqing gritted her teeth and remained silent. Yifeng didn't say anything more. Seeing that there were fewer people on the street, he stood up and said, "It's time to cook." "Master," Zhongqing suddenly called out to Yifeng. Yifeng turned his head and looked at Zhongqing, whose face was pale in the autumn wind. "I have a grudge." Zhongqing's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "I have a blood feud." Yifeng remained silent. "My enemies are powerful, so powerful that I can't breathe." Zhongqing gripped the knife Yifeng had given him tightly, his voice trembling. "The elders of the Green Mountain sect, even our ancestor, are stronger than me." Yifeng's hand unconsciously tightened. "Only through cultivation might I have a sliver of hope." Zhongqing continued, her eyes red. After a long silence, Yifeng nodded, his eyes glistening with tears as he turned away. The world is a difficult place, and Zhongqing Yin is still young, bearing such a heavy burden. Yifeng is powerless to help him and is filled with resentment. Cultivation sects were too far removed from Zhongqing's life. Next day, inside the main hall of the Green Mountain sect, the Green Mountain ancestor sat at the head of the table, his expression excited, yet slightly embarrassed. After borrowing that peerless divine sword yesterday, he secluded himself for a whole day and indeed improved his combat power considerably. However, due to the profound nature of martial arts, he had not yet fully mastered it. During training, he accidentally damaged the Third Elder's palace, almost causing the death of the Third Elder's beloved disciple, Yu Wujia. Ahem, please don't mind if this is your first time handling this precious sword. The old ancestor of Green Mountain forced a smile and awkwardly comforted his master and disciples. It is truly an honor for our sect that our ancestor was able to obtain the treasured sword. This little accident is nothing to be surprised about. Despite saying this, the Third Elder was inwardly seething with anger. His palace was not easy to build, and he could plunder a lot of wealth from the Elder's privileges every year. This cleaver destroyed it. "My heart aches," he cursed inwardly. Yu Wujia was in an even worse state, his face as pale as paper, as if he were dead. What made him even more ashamed was that when he was pulled out of the ruins, his pants were ripped apart by the sword energy, becoming a new joke in the Green Mountain sect. Everyone who saw him would talk about his ridiculous incident. Nothing major happened at today's meeting. Ancestor Qingshan sat in the main seat, regaining his dignity. "I received guidance from a master and acquired a treasured sword, which greatly increased my combat power. Xuanwu is no match for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the Green Mountain sect changed, and the disciples were all excited about the achievements of the Green Mountain ancestor. May heaven bless our Green Mountain sect, the crowd cheered in unison. So everyone can rest assured, the Green Mountain ancestor announced loudly. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, the Grand Elder stepped forward and respectfully asked, Ancestor, may we witness the power of this treasured sword? Although reluctant, the Green Mountain ancestor nodded in agreement. All right, I'll show you. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light appeared on his blade, and the arena fell silent. The Green Mountain ancestor said smugly, Well, have you seen it? Ancestor. Everyone looked frustrated. Ancestor Qingshan's hand speed was too fast. The blade flashed, and they didn't see anything. All right, Third Elder, you two stay here, the rest of you may leave. Ancestor Qingshan waved his hand to signal. Everyone left unwillingly, leaving behind the Third Elder and Yu Wujia. Ancestor, what brings you to summon us? The Third Elder asked respectfully. I feel somewhat apologetic for damaging the palace and injuring my disciples. Since the sect has no compensation to offer, we'll make an exception and let you take another look at this sword, said the Green Mountain ancestor, sounding rather impatient. The Third Elder looked hesitant, but still nodded in agreement. The Green Mountain ancestor drew his treasured sword again, and in a brief moment, the blade was sheathed once more. The two were shocked. The knife was just an ordinary kitchen knife. However, the aura emanating from the knife still made them feel a powerful force. Yu Wujia secretly used a jade slip to record the image of the knife. The Green Mountain ancestor glanced at him, but said nothing. After leaving the main hall, Yu Wujia hurried towards the outer gate. Many disciples whispered and pointed at him along the way, but because of his status, no one dared to say anything. Nevertheless, his expression remained gloomy. Brother Wujia, I heard you were injured. How are you? Just then, Peng Ying came over and asked with concern. Since joining the Qingshan sect, Peng Ying's temperament and appearance have improved significantly, making her even more beautiful. My judgment was indeed excellent. Her looks are definitely among the top 10 in the Green Mountain sect. Yu Wujia thought to himself with pride, but on the surface he remained gentle. Don't worry, I'm fine. You look so pale, and you say you're fine? Peng Ying looked at him worriedly and said, What happened? Why did you get hurt? When the injury was mentioned, a hint of displeasure flashed across Yu Wujia's face as he recalled the fear brought by that knife wound. He suppressed his fear and said casually, My ancestor obtained the treasured sword, but the sword was so powerful that even he himself couldn't fully control it. As a result, he accidentally damaged my master's palace, which happened to injure me. Upon hearing this, Peng Ying's expression changed, and she asked worriedly, Then what are you going to do? Yu Wujia sighed. I used almost all my trump cards to barely withstand this blow, so being injured was to be expected. He looked at Peng Ying and said guiltily, I'm sorry, Inger, I made you worry. How could that be? You've already done a remarkable job by taking a blow from the ancestor, Peng Ying said, holding his hand tightly to comfort him. Unfortunately, I still got injured. Yu Wujia shook his head helplessly. You're really strong, the best, Peng Ying said earnestly. Yu Wujia chuckled and looked down at her, saying, Inger, you're so good. Before he finished speaking, he gently embraced her. After their intimate moment, Peng Ying asked curiously, Brother Wujia, what kind of sword is the ancestor's? How come even he couldn't control it? Yu Wujia narrowed his eyes and said seriously, This knife is indeed very powerful. Oh, Peng Ying raised an eyebrow. You'll see at a glance. Yu Wujia waved his hand lightly, and a jade slip appeared, unfolding a scene. In the scene, the Green Mountain ancestor takes out the peerless divine sword right in front of the Third Elder and Yu Wujia. Even just in the video, the powerful aura of the sword being drawn still startled Peng Ying, who opened her mouth wide and turned deathly pale instantly. Look, that's the knife. The moment in the frame, just as the knife was drawn, Yu Wujia shouted. This is a kitchen knife? Peng Ying asked in shock. Yes, a kitchen knife. Yu Wujia exclaimed. I don't know why that senior had such a mindset, but this knife is really powerful. With it, the duel between the Green Mountain ancestor and the Black Tortoise ancestor should be no problem. Peng Ying nodded absent-mindedly, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong, Inger? Is something on your mind? Yu Wujia asked gently. No, it's just that this knife looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before, Peng Ying said. Don't overthink it. It must be your imagination, Yu Wujia laughed. Even our ancestor treasures a sword of this caliber. How could you possibly have seen one before? Yes, you're right. Peng Ying nodded, realizing she was overthinking things. All right, I'll get you into the inner sect as soon as possible. Yu Wujia put his arm around Peng Ying's waist and said gently, but we'll have to wait a while to avoid people gossiping. Peng Ying gently twisted her waist and said gratefully, Thank you, Brother Wujia, you're so kind. Autumn is in full swing, fallen leaves cover the ground, and cold air is sweeping in. Yifeng put on more clothes and even laid a blanket on the recliner, but the cold still made him shiver. It's so cold, it could freeze a dog to death. He had a sudden inspiration and made a stove out of sheet metal, put the flame bead inside, and used the reflected heat to warm his whole body. An otherworldly version of a mini sun, the only one of its kind in the world, and it doesn't even consume electricity. Yifeng smiled, his gaze sweeping across the street, and he saw a down-on-his-luck little figure walking over with his head down. Well, Yifeng sighed. Zhongqing probably lacked the aptitude to enter the Green Mountain sect. Greetings, master. Yifeng nodded and smiled. It's cold. Sit down and warm yourself by the fire. It's all right, master. I'll go practice a couple more sets of boxing, and while I'm at it, I'll cook the rice and pick the vegetables. I'll wait for you to come and cook, Zhongqing said softly, and then walked towards the inner hall. Yifeng sighed. As temperatures plummeted, business began to slow down. Looks like I need to start preparing my next plan. Yifeng petted the dog beside him, walked to the desk, and picked up a pen. The story of Supreme Treasure and Fairy Zixia gradually took shape. Every winter, he writes novels to improve his life. Although his previous novel, Dream of the Red Chamber, didn't receive much attention, this year he decided to write Zixia Fairy and Supreme Treasure, a love story that touched him deeply. The Pingjiang City Chamber of Commerce had helped him before, and he decided to use their channels to print and sell the book. The brush tip landed on the rice paper, and the words were slowly filled in. Cough, cough. A cough suddenly came from outside the door. Yifeng put down his pen, walked outside, and saw an old man wearing a straw raincoat. The old man had a sharp face and a crisscrossing scar next to his hooked nose. His name was Old Wu. He was an old friend of Yifeng's. Although he always stood outside the door in a daze whenever he came, Yifeng was used to it. Brother, it's been a long time. After a long while, Old Wu finally snapped out of his daze and greeted Yifeng. Brother Wu, it's been a long time, Yifeng replied with a smile. Haha, I admire you, buddy. Wu laughed and said, We're the same kind of people, but Brother Yi, you've taken it to an even higher level. Well, Yifeng was stunned for a moment, not understanding why. However, since Old Wu was used to gossiping, Yifeng didn't care and said with a smile, It's cold outside. Would you like to come in and sit down? Old Wu nodded and walked towards Yifeng, but instead of entering the martial arts school, he sat on the steps at the entrance. Yifeng knew what he wanted to say and quickly said, Yes, you're right. Peeping into other people's caves is a big taboo for us. We don't need to be so formal between us. Yifeng's lips twitched slightly, completely ignoring Old Wu's remarks. At first, he guessed that Old Man Wu might be a reclusive master, but as he got to know him better, Yifeng quickly dismissed the idea. What reclusive master would look like that? If he were truly a master, wouldn't he be aloof and observing from afar? Yifeng simply felt that Old Wu must have had a dream of cultivation in his youth, and as he grew older, he still retained that chinibyu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, spirit that he couldn't shake off. He could understand young people having chinibyu, but it was truly rare to see someone of Old Wu's age still maintaining this kind of drive. Regardless, Yifeng didn't mind. As long as there was chess to play, time passed by like this. So, Yifeng went inside and brought out a small table and a self-made chess set. As a native of Yanhuang, how could Yifeng not bring these traditional things to this other world? Chess became an important way for him to pass the time. Yifeng got to know Old Wu when he was teaching an elderly neighbor how to play chess. Old Wu happened to pass by and was captivated by the game. From then on, Old Wu would often visit him, not for anything else, but simply to play chess. Dripped down the eaves outside, while an old man and an old man sat at the table, engrossed in their chess game. One wore a white robe, the other a straw raincoat. Despite the gentle wind and rain, their gazes remained focused, fixed intently on the chessboard. To be honest, at first I thought we were about the same level, Old Wu said, glancing at Yifeng as he played chess. Yifeng chuckled but didn't respond. But later, I realized that I couldn't seem to see through you. Old Wu frowned, looking slightly puzzled. Of course you can't see through me. Yifeng's lips curled slightly, and the cannon in his hand quietly fell, a smug glint in his eyes. How could Old Man Wu possibly see through his plan? In just a few more steps, he would checkmate him. Old Wu frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. He began to doubt whether Yifeng was truly stronger than him. But he quickly dismissed the thought. The world was so vast, and cultivation methods were incredibly diverse. Yifeng might simply be practicing a method that was difficult for others to understand. Brother Yi, you're being a bit too complacent. Old Wu chuckled, capturing one of Yifeng's knights with his chess piece before retrieving it. Even if I can't see through you, I still think we're on the same level. That's not necessarily true. Yifeng remained confident. He had let Old Wu eat the horse precisely to give him an opportunity, because the next step would be to checkmate him. Yifeng's confident demeanor, Old Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He was truly unsure if Yifeng was stronger than him. If so, why had he never heard of Yifeng before? Surely there shouldn't be such a figure in the cultivation world? Yifeng put down the chess piece in his hand and stretched. Feeling a bit cold, he went inside and took out a small heater, placing it under the table. Old Wu's eyes widened suddenly, and his body trembled slightly. This is a flame orb? Call. Old Wu couldn't help but gasp, a deep meaning flashing in his eyes. He looked up at Yifeng, feeling a sense of Guncap, Gone 3 Kai 3, a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and reflection. The appearance of this flame pearl seemed to be a response to his doubts. I can easily pull out a flame orb, can you? Old Wu thought to himself. Yifeng noticed his gaze, smiled and nodded, displaying a calm demeanor, as if he had already easily won this chess game. Sure enough, when Old Wu saw this, he realized that the level of this competition was no longer just about winning or losing in chess. He lost the game, but more importantly, Yifeng's actions made him realize that the person in front of him was no ordinary person. Old Wu never expected that Yifeng would be able to produce the flame pearl. The value of this bead far exceeded his expectations. The flame pearl is just one of the 5 spirit pearls. When combined with the water spirit pearl, earth domain pearl, Vajra pearl, and wood breath pearl, it can form the great boundless pearl, which can help mortals instantly become saints. It is said that a powerful being in the North Sea has already collected 4 spirit pearls, only lacking this one flame pearl. However, if Yifeng were to use this flame pearl in his hand for trade, it could be exchanged for countless treasures of far greater value. But Yifeng did not do that. Why? With his level of cultivation, it's impossible that he didn't know the value of the flame pearl. That means Yifeng wasn't in a hurry to exchange it for other treasures, and even looked down on things that were several times more valuable than the flame pearl. I can't see through this person's cultivation level, and his scheming is beyond my expectations. Old Wu made his judgment. He understood that to gain the upper hand in this competition, he had to offer something of higher value. Yifeng was confident because he already had a plan in mind. But a sharp glint flashed in Old Wu's eyes as he secretly thought, "You seem to have underestimated me too." He suddenly reached out and waved his hand, and a rake with 7 teeth appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the rake, Yifeng's heart stirred, thinking that the old man had probably just returned from farming and brought it along. He didn't pay any attention, took the rake, and casually looked it over. Old Wu saw Yifeng examining him closely, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. "This is my treasured 7-toothed sacred rake. It looks ordinary, but it is an ancient relic, a divine artifact of the sacred grade. Although it is somewhat damaged, it can exert 1/10 of the power of a sacred item simply by activating it with primordial energy," he said smugly. "A sacred item, a legendary existence. Even if it is slightly damaged, its value is incomparable to that of the flame pearl." Yifeng's cultivation level was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this rake. Old Wu could already imagine the shocked look on Yifeng's face. "To be honest, I obtained this 7-toothed sacred rake by spending all my life savings and paying a huge price." He was eagerly anticipating Yifeng's reaction, certain that it would greatly shock Yifeng. Old Wu smiled broadly, anticipating Yifeng's surprised reaction, but Yifeng simply put down the rake in his hand. "There's something wrong with your rake." Yifeng shook his head and said calmly, "And it's not very good to use." Old Wu was stunned. The praise he had expected had turned into criticism, and he immediately flew into a rage. Seeing Yifeng casually belittle his prized sacred rake, his anger was about to explode. "What?" Old Wu roared in anger. "How dare you say such a thing about my precious rake?" Seeing this, Yifeng frowned, but didn't think much of it. After all, this was the cultivation world, and ordinary people cherish their tools. Especially for Old Man Wu, this rake was not only a tool, but also his livelihood. "Don't get excited." Yifeng waved his hand. But Old Wu ignored him, his anger blazing, almost ready to strike. Seeing this, Yifeng got up and went inside. "Fine, You look down on my seven-toothed holy rake. Then I'll see what you have that can compare to it. Old Wu muttered angrily, his face turning red. A few minutes later, Yifeng came out of the house, holding a brand new rake in his hand. The rake you're holding is too worn out. Throw it away, Yifeng said casually. This sentence nearly made Old Man Wu explode with anger. He was preparing to confront Yifeng, but he was instantly stunned. The rake in front of him was not an ordinary tool as he had imagined, but a brand new divine rake. He stared wide-eyed at it, examining it closely. The rake in his hand was spotless and radiated a sacred aura. What is this? Old Wu stammered, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his heart filled with indescribable shock. A divine rake of the highest quality? Old Wu muttered to himself, his eyes becoming complicated. After a long while, he finally recovered, took a deep breath, and gradually calmed down. It turned out that the rake in Yifeng's hand was actually a genuine divine weapon. Old Man Wu couldn't help but sigh deeply. This completely quelled his previous anger, and instead filled him with respect and fear for Yifeng. Even the unintentional display of skill by a true master made him feel inferior. Who exactly are you? Old Wu finally couldn't help but ask. Yifeng smiled lazily. Who do you think I am? He looked at Old Man Wu with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Old Wu nodded, seemingly understanding. He looked at Yifeng, his heart filled with admiration and curiosity. This seemingly ordinary young man possessed a sacred artifact and could even easily wield such a powerful weapon. I always thought we were on the same level, and I wanted to compete with you to see who was better. Old Wu slumped down helplessly. Now I realize that I can't see through you at all. Seeing his reaction, Yifeng chuckled and said, Hey bro, stop spacing out. Old Wu smiled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Alright, take it, keep it safe. Yifeng handed over the rake and said with a smile. Old Wu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up and stared intently at Yifeng. What? For me? Yifeng nodded, his gaze calm. Don't you want it? Old Wu was completely stunned. The sacred grade divine rake in front of him was given to him so easily. Old Wu's hand trembled slightly as he asked again. You mean, this is for me? Yes, here you go. Yifeng waved his hand casually, not caring at all. Old Wu gasped, seemingly in disbelief, and asked again, Really for me? It's just a rake, nothing serious. Yifeng replied calmly. Isn't it just a rake? Old Wu almost rolled his eyes, but then he realized that his impression of Yifeng had instantly improved. It turns out that beneath this seemingly young exterior lies a formidable old monster. Yifeng seemed to be speaking casually, but the fact that he gave away this sacred-grade weapon was no small matter. Old Wu hadn't expected Yifeng to give away such a treasure for free. After all, saint-grade divine weapons were rare, and only a handful of people could possess them. Of course, this rake isn't given to you for nothing, Yifeng added casually, but his words carried an air of undeniable authority. I'll give you a 50% discount. 50% off. Old Wu's body trembled violently. The 50% discount was enough to make his heart race. Even at a 50% discount, he simply couldn't afford it. He had spent almost all his savings to acquire that broken seven-toothed rake, but the 50% discount was far beyond his means. What should we do? This is a golden opportunity. Are we just going to let it slip away? Old Wu was extremely anxious, almost to the point of being unable to bear it. Seeing Old Wu's embarrassed look, Yifeng frowned. What's wrong? Don't you have enough money? Old Wu lowered his head, his face covered in sweat, and nodded bitterly. Yifeng sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart. The old man was even poorer than he had imagined. He couldn't even afford a 50% discount. Brother E, there's still one thing I haven't finished, Old Wu said in a low voice, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Once I finish it, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master and follow you. What do you say? His tone was full of tension and anticipation. Follow me. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but frown. Don't joke around. What use is it to me? I don't have time to train people. Old Wu's face instantly fell, but he was not discouraged. He still tentatively asked, How about this? You take the rake first, and we can slowly scrape together the money. Give it to me whenever you have it, okay? Yifeng pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, you can take the rake first, and we can raise the money slowly. I'm not in a hurry anyway. This was already his biggest concession. After all, it was just a rake, not enough to bankrupt him. Upon seeing this, Old Wu was overjoyed and moved to tears. He had thought he was destined to never have this divine rake, but he never expected Yifeng to be so generous. Mr. E, I will remember your kindness forever. You may never need me in your life, but I, Wu Yonghong, hereby swear that if you ever need me, I will do anything for you, even at the cost of my life." After saying that, old Wu stood up and bowed deeply to Yifeng respectfully. At that very moment, the clouds above Pingjiang City changed dramatically. 2 streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, and a mysterious contract mark quickly entered old man Wu's mind. A pledge of oath. Anyone who disobeys will be punished by heaven and suffer eternal damnation. All right, let's go." Yifeng waved his hand, looking somewhat impatient, and hurriedly saw old man Wu off. After seeing old man Wu off, Yifeng returned to his desk and continued to concentrate on writing Zixia Fairy and Supreme Treasure, staying indoors all day. As the autumn winds began to blow, the streets gradually emptied of people, but for Yifeng, the chilly autumn winds posed no problem. The warmth of the small sun made him feel comfortable even in the cold season. Zhong Qing remained taciturn, focusing on practicing boxing and doing housework every day. Guzi Ao Qing stayed quietly at Yifeng's feet, his injuries having healed. He occasionally observed Yifeng practicing boxing, and his strength gradually improved. That day, the Green Mountain ancestor came to visit, seemingly troubled. Yifeng, sensing this, comforted him with some inspirational quotes from his past life. Although unsure of the effect, the Green Mountain ancestor left with unwavering confidence. The next day, after finishing a set of Tai Chi, Yifeng stretched and planned to go out to buy some wine, only to find the streets unusually deserted. "What's going on?" Yifeng walked to the beef stall across the street and sat down, asking, "The disciples who usually cultivate are always strolling around the streets, so why is it so deserted today?" "Master, he probably doesn't know yet." The servant poured wine for Yifeng while looking into the distance and sighed. Today is the day of the duel between the Green Mountain ancestor and the Black Tortoise ancestor. Cultivators have all rushed to watch. The life or death battle between the 2 major sects is related to their future fate. Oh, Yifeng nodded. He wasn't interested in battles between cultivators, but he had indeed heard about this fight before. After eating 2 ounces of beef and drinking 2 ounces of strong liquor, he returned to the martial arts school to continue writing. Qingshan Gate and Xuanwu Sect lies a natural canyon, and in the center of the canyon stands a platform 1,000 feet high, called the Wind and Rain Platform. On the Wind and Rain Platform, the Green Mountain ancestor and the Black Tortoise ancestor faced off. The Green Mountain ancestor's gaze was like a knife, and his aura exploded. The Black Tortoise ancestor had white hair and a cold smile on his face. On both sides of the canyon, disciples from the Green Mountain sect and the Xuanwu sect gathered, their expressions solemn. "Qingshan, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come." Ancestor Xuanwu sneered. "Humph." Old ancestor Qingshan snorted coldly, without saying anything more. "Prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the Xuanwu ancestor suddenly unleashed his power, his figure flashing through the air like lightning, and a palm that tore through the air struck the Green Mountain ancestor. At this moment, the power of a martial king was fully revealed. Before the attack even arrived, the rocks beneath the feet of the Green Mountain ancestor began to crack and fissure, spreading like a spider web. Not to be outdone, the Green Mountain ancestor unleashed his own power, stomping his foot hard on the ground, which cracked open, and his figure flashed like lightning as he met the Black Tortoise ancestor's palm print head-on. Bang! A deafening roar shook the heavens, and the force of the shockwave erupted in all directions, forcing the nearby disciples to retreat one after another. The clash between 2 martial king-level experts was indeed awe-inspiring. Everyone stared intently at the sky, eager to know who would emerge victorious in this duel. Amidst the intense force, the figure of the Green Mountain ancestor was forced to retreat in a disheveled manner, falling hundreds of feet backward. The disciples of the Green Mountain sect instantly turned pale. Pang Ying clenched her hands tightly, her face pale, her eyes filled with worry. She had been a member of the Green Mountain sect for a long time and knew the significance of this battle. If the Green Mountain Patriarch were to lose, what would become of the Green Mountain sect's future? Meanwhile, on the Xuanwu Gate side, the disciples erupted in thunderous cheers. "Ha ha! Qingshan, you really are a piece of trash. This day next year will be your death anniversary." The laughter of the Xuanwu ancestor echoed in the air, full of mockery. The old ancestor of the Green Mountain's expression grew increasingly grim, clearly indicating a vast difference in skill between the 2. "Die!" Without hesitation, the Xuanwu ancestor charged into the air again, unleashing his inner energy and unleashing a devastating palm strike towards the Green Mountain ancestor once more. This palm strike was even more powerful and had a more ferocious momentum. If the Green Mountain ancestor continued to act as he had before, he would surely die. The palm print gradually enlarged, illuminating half the sky, but the Green Mountain ancestor remained motionless. Many outside cultivators who came to watch the battle shook their heads, guessing that the Green Mountain ancestor might have already admitted defeat and was preparing to give up the fight. The disciples of the Green Mountain sect, in particular, had ashen faces, as if they could already foresee the destruction of the Green Mountain sect. However, just as the palm print was less than 30 feet away from the Green Mountain ancestor, the Green Mountain ancestor suddenly revealed a cold smile. He slowly pulled out a kitchen knife from his pocket. Finally, it's my turn. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, stunned, and at a loss for words. A kitchen knife? Immediately, bursts of laughter erupted from the Xuanwu sect side. Haha, a kitchen knife, that's hilarious. The Green Mountain ancestor is actually holding a kitchen knife. Could the Green Mountain sect be that poor? The disciples of the Green Mountain sect looked grim. Although they had witnessed the power of the kitchen knife, they were not sure if they could put it into actual combat. Qingshan, you've really fallen, actually using a kitchen knife to fight me? Ancestor Xuanwu sneered, unleashing his palm strike. You'll know once you try. Old Ancestor Qingshan replied coldly, then slashed out with his cleaver without any fancy moves. Everyone shook their heads, feeling that this was undoubtedly like an egg hitting a rock. However, the next moment, the cleaver suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, instantly drawing out a blade of light that stretched for thousands of feet, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. A powerful aura spread out, and some viewers with weaker cultivation levels couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves. The Xuanwu ancestor was the first to feel the pressure. His sneer froze instantly, and his expression changed drastically. With a cleaver cleavage, the palm print of the Xuanwu ancestor was shattered, severing one of his arms. The intense pain and the force of the recoil sent the Xuanwu ancestor flying, screaming in agony. What? The entire arena fell into a deathly silence, followed by gasps of shock, and then the disciples of the Green Mountain sect erupted in unprecedented cheers. The power of this cleaver far exceeds everyone's imagination. Peng Ying stood in the crowd, her mouth agape. Although she had seen this kitchen knife in Yu Wuji's jade slip, the shock of seeing it with her own eyes caught her completely off guard, and it even felt somewhat familiar. Even the Green Mountain ancestor was shocked by his own strike, and laughed heartily. How can the Green Mountain sect's kitchen knife be so powerful? You despicable villain! How could you possess such a terrifying divine weapon? The Xuanwu ancestor shouted in a fit of rage. Put down your cleaver, and fight me fairly. Put down the cleaver? Old Ancestor Qingshan sneered. You wish. I'll take advantage of you just because you don't have one. So what? The cleaver in the hand of the Green Mountain ancestor drew another arc and slashed fiercely at the Black Tortoise ancestor. The Xuanwu ancestor's expression changed drastically. He dared not fight back and hurriedly turned to flee, running faster than anyone else. The two ancestors flew out of the wind and rain terrace in the blink of an eye and headed towards the sky above Pingjiang City. Bang! Swoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the cleaver slicing through the air was deafening, as if the entire sky trembled. The Xuanwu ancestor dodged and wept, utterly disheveled, and dared not retaliate. Immediately, the two flew away, far away from Pingjiang. Fuck your mother. Yifeng cursed inside the house, then went outside and looked at the fluctuations in the sky. He immediately realized that there were cultivators fighting. Which bastard is it? Can't you fight from a distance? Yifeng spat, and turned back to the martial arts gym. Once the commotion outside subsided, he sat down again and continued writing. Half a month later, Yifeng finally finished writing Zixia Fairy and Supreme Treasure, and got up to go to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. He was received by Mao Lin, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. As the president, Mao Lin naturally respected Yifeng. After all, Yifeng had once saved his life. Master Yi, please have some tea. Mao Lin greeted him with a smile. May I ask what brings you here, Master Yi? Yifeng raised an eyebrow and said somewhat awkwardly. It's not going to be printing those fairy tales again, is it? Master Yi, I can't help with printing those kinds of things, Mao Lin said softly, picking up his teacup. Although our Chamber of Commerce is not short of money, there is no profit in this kind of thing for us. All right. Yifeng sighed helplessly and was about to leave. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. She was wearing a long red satin dress and had a tall figure. She was Mao Lin's daughter, Mao Yuner. Yuna, can't you see I'm entertaining guests? Mao Lin said with a hint of reproach, but her eyes were full of doting affection. Father, I came to ask if it's possible to find the author of Dream of the Red Chamber. Mao Yuner said coquettishly. Yifeng, who was just about to get up and leave, paused slightly when he heard Mao Yuner mention Dream of the Red Chamber. It turns out she was also one of his readers. Given the current economic difficulties, perhaps there's still a chance for the printing of books to turn things around. Upon seeing this, Mao Lin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly coughed twice. Yuner, I told you I'm entertaining guests. You can go out first. Mao Yuner glanced at Yifeng, pouted, and retreated. Seeing her leave, Mao Lin smiled at Yifeng and said, Master Yi, to be honest, my daughter is indeed your reader. She used to read Dream of the Red Chamber so intently that she forgot to eat and sleep. He then changed the subject, saying, but it's not appropriate for her to spend all her time reading, especially as the jewel of my Chamber of Commerce, bearing great responsibilities. It's really not suitable for her to be so engrossed in romance novels. Yifeng nodded in understanding, but Mao Lin continued. That's why I'm not too keen on printing Supreme Treasure for you, and that's partly her reason. Once your book is published, she'll definitely become obsessed with it again, which is really not good. Yifeng didn't say anything after hearing this, and got up to leave. Wait, Mao Lin called out to him again. Yifeng turned around and saw Mao Lin walking over. He waved for a servant to come forward and bring over a jade plate with hundreds of gold coins neatly arranged on it. Yifeng was slightly puzzled. Mao Lin handed over the jade plate and explained, You just saw my daughter. She's been looking for you. Here are 100 gold coins. Please take them. Yifeng frowned, looked at the gold coins on the plate, and after a moment of silence, took out 10 coins and said softly, These are the money for the herbs last time. No need for the rest. After saying that, he turned and left, determined not to say another word. Feng encountered Mao Yuner at the door. He simply nodded politely to express his gratitude. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, the autumn wind was bleak, and Yifeng's steps were somewhat lonely. Life is tough in every way, so it seems I'll have to find another way to make money by publishing a book. Yifeng approached the martial arts school. He saw two familiar figures. Luo Lanxue and Yin Lili from the Qingshan sect were sitting on the steps of the school, waiting for something. The two women, one tall and one short, possessed extraordinary charm and attracted the attention of passers-by. Upon seeing Yifeng return, the two smiled and greeted him. Greetings, sir. Luo Lanxue bowed, her gaze somewhat hesitant to meet Yifeng's. Yin Lili looked at Yifeng with curiosity. She had heard her master and sister mention that he was an unparalleled master and that she should be respectful and courteous to him. It's two people. Yifeng nodded and asked with a smile, Why didn't Brother Qingshan come? My uncle is currently recuperating at home, so he sent the two of us to come and see you first. Luo Lanxue took out an exquisite fruit basket from her hand and said softly, These are fruits picked from the mountains. My uncle asked me to give them to you. You're too kind. Yifeng smiled as he took the fruit basket, opened it, and saw several crystal-clear fruits inside that looked very delicious. Seeing this, Luo Lanxue relaxed a little and smiled. Sir, where are you from? Me? Yifeng gave a wry smile. I had nothing to do, so I wrote a book to supplement my income, but I'm having trouble finding a place to publish it. Luo Lanxue was taken aback, then realized that Yifeng had always kept a low profile and was unwilling to reveal his identity, and then she understood the reason. She paused for a moment to think, then said, Sir, if you need any help, we can assist you. Oh. Yifeng's eyes lit up, looking somewhat surprised. Luo Lanxue explained, My father is the president of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. If you'd like, we can ask him for help. Yifeng's mood immediately improved. That's wonderful. My mind is clear. There's a glimmer of hope after a period of darkness. It seems there's still a chance for things to turn around. Chapter 32 Who exactly is this mystery? Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue was overjoyed. She was also very much looking forward to seeing what book Yifeng was writing, but she was sure it would be a bestseller. Beside her, Yin Lili also beamed with joy. She was young, but more astute than anyone else. If this unparalleled master's book were to be sold in her family's business association, it would be an incredible opportunity for them. After sitting for a short while, the three of them went directly to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. The person who received the three was Chairman Yin Xiong, who was tall and had a ruddy complexion. He was especially happy to see his beloved daughter return. Of course, he was also very polite to Lorangsu. After all, no matter what, Luo Lanxue is Yin Lili's senior sister and the most beloved disciple of the Green Mountain ancestor. Who is this gentleman? Yin Xiong asked Yifeng softly. This is Mr. Yi. Luo Lanxue quickly introduced them. and before Yin Xiong could speak, she directly invited Yi Feng to take the seat of honor. I've met Mr. Yi. Yin Xiong bowed slightly to Yi Feng, while his eyes flashed as he pulled Luo Lanxue aside. Niece, who exactly is this Mr. Yi? He asked Luo Lanxue in a low voice. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he had long since become a shrewd and calculating person. He had clearly seen the respect that Luo Lanxue showed to Yi Feng just now. What's even more peculiar is that his usually lively and mischievous daughter, Yin Luoli, was unusually well-behaved in his presence. This made him intrigued by the identity of this Mr. Yi. Luo Lanxue glanced at Yi Feng, who was tasting tea, as if asking a question. After a long while, seeing that Yi Feng showed no abnormality, she lowered her head and said to Yin Xiong in a very solemn voice, Uncle, I can't reveal too much about Mr. Yi's identity, but you must remember that even my master has to respectfully address him as Mr. Today may be a great opportunity for your Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, so you must make the most of it. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong's body trembled. I gasped in shock. He never doubted that Luo Lanxue was exaggerating. He could sense the solemnity in her tone. He hadn't expected that Luo Lanxue would bring him such a powerful figure, someone even the Green Mountain ancestor treated with utmost respect. That, as an ordinary businessman, he dared not think any further. But at least, he already knows what his next course of action should be. Bring the best pastries from the Chamber of Commerce. With a flick of his sleeve, Yin Xiong summoned a line of pretty maids who brought out plates of pastries, as if afraid of neglecting Yi Feng. After a brief conversation, Yi Feng directly stated his purpose. Publish a book. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong summoned the butler almost without hesitation. Please give your orders, sir. The butler said respectfully. From today onwards, our Chamber of Commerce will do everything in its power to help Mr. Yi publish his book. We must ensure that the layout, the handwriting, and the printing are all done to the best of our ability. If there is even the slightest mistake, I will hold you responsible, Yin Xiong ordered directly. Master, the Chamber of Commerce is currently focused on jewelry, gold and silver, and cultivator supplies. If we slack off, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce will seize our market share. Don't you think so? The steward said worriedly, looking up. I didn't know any of this. Why did you have to say so much? Yin Xiong suddenly flew into a rage and slapped the butler across the face, shouting, I told you to focus the Chamber of Commerce on Mr. Yi's book, and that's all you need to do. You don't need to say anything else. Yes. The butler was so frightened that he dared not say another word and hurriedly retreated, clutching his swollen face. President Yin, isn't this unnecessary? Your Chamber of Commerce should prioritize its original business. Yi Feng said, flattered. He only wanted to publish a book to earn some money for his family, but he never thought of using the Chamber of Commerce's resources to help him publish the book. What's the big deal? To be honest, I enjoy reading, and besides, our Chamber of Commerce has long planned to develop in this direction, Yin Xiong said with a smile, his words perfectly tactful. Luoli and Luo Lanxue, who were watching from the side, were stunned. Yin Luoli couldn't help but think to herself, how come I didn't know our family's Chamber of Commerce was going to develop in this direction? Chapter 33 An Unprecedented and Unparalleled Response. Yi Feng wanted to refuse, but he couldn't refuse Yin Xiong's insistence, so he had no choice but to accept. It seems that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce really does intend to develop in this direction. After leaving the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yi Feng returned to the martial arts school, feeling much more relaxed. With the full support of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, he should be able to make some money and no longer have to worry about this. Meanwhile, Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli returned to Qingshan sect and promptly reported the matter to the Qingshan Patriarch. Good job, well done. Ancestor Qingshan said with a face full of joy. It seems that our relationship with the senior is getting better and better. It's just a pity that the senior lent me the divine sword, but I was unable to kill Xuanwu with it. Yes. Luo Lanxue sighed slightly, but still asked in confusion, Master, that day you chased the Xuanwu ancestor for over 10,000 miles with your divine blade. Judging from the situation, he should have been killed by your blade by some reason. So how could he? Sai, our previous intelligence on Xuanwu was wrong. Ancestor Qingshan sighed. Only after truly fighting him did I realize that he had been a martial king for over 30 years, and coupled with my insufficient strength to fully control the divine blade. That's why he escaped this calamity. No wonder. Luo Lanxue nodded, her face still showing lingering fear. If it weren't for Mr. Yi's divine blade, she probably would have lost her master on the Wind and Rain Terrace that day. By the way, Schwer, Did you personally hand over that human crystal fruit to the senior? As if remembering something, Ancestor Qingshan quickly added. All 8 have been handed over to you, senior, Luo Lanxue said respectfully. That's good, that's good. Ancestor Qingshan nodded, then waved his hand, took out a jade box, and said, Shuer, there's another human crystal fruit here. Take it and share it with Luo Li. Master, how can this be? There are only 9 human crystal fruits in 1,000 years. You should enjoy such a precious thing yourself. Luo Lanxue hurriedly declined. It's all right. 1,000 years ago, I had the honor of tasting a petal with your grandmaster. Originally, all 9 were to be given to Senior Yi, but I thought of you too, so I specially took one out for you, said Ancestor Qingshan with a smile. Master, Luo Lanxue's eyes were filled with tears. Go down, I still need to go into seclusion. When I come out of seclusion, come with me to visit the senior one more time. After saying this, the Green Mountain ancestor closed his eyes. Yes, disciple takes his leave. Luo Lanxue then held the jade box in both hands and respectfully withdrew. Time passed quietly. It is already late autumn. Yifeng's book has been successfully published with the full support of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Martial Arts School. Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed, placing his hand on Zhongqing's forehead. Master, I'm fine. Zhongqing opened his eyes and said, You go and rest. I'll lie down for a while, and then I'll go cook. Still saying you're fine? Yifeng's face darkened, and he scolded. Look at how high your fever is, and look at how swollen your hands and feet are. Lie down properly, and don't move anywhere. Yifeng rarely gets angry, which made Zhongqing keep quiet. Seeing this, Yifeng sighed softly. It's just that he didn't pay enough attention to Zhongqing. The boy practiced boxing all day, which caused muscle strain, and his hands and feet were swollen beyond recognition. In addition, he caught a cold in the cold weather and looked extremely haggard. After covering Zhongqing with a blanket, Yifeng hurriedly went to the front hall, then picked up a bamboo basket and planned to go to the back mountain of Pingjiang City to gather some herbs for Zhongqing. Zhongqing for a short time and had even added some financial burden to him. Since Zhongqing arrived, Yifeng no longer needed to do any of the big or small chores himself. In his heart, this child had long been part of his family. Before leaving, Yifeng instructed the servant opposite to look after Zhongqing, since he didn't know how many days he would be gone. Then he took a sickle and walked into the mountains. Yifeng 3 whole days to reach the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, there aren't many wild animals in these mountains. We can usually eat wild fruits and rabbits, quench our thirst with mountain spring water, and gather medicinal herbs at the same time. Although it's tiring, the unique scenery in the mountains is a rare visual feast. Yifeng's stay in the mountains, a craze for reading his book had swept through Pingjiang City. A novel titled Supreme Treasure and Fairy Zixia suddenly appeared. The love-hate relationship between the 2 main characters in the book, which was full of twists and turns, resonated with countless people, so the first edition was sold out immediately. This wasn't just for ordinary people. Even most of the female disciples of the Green Mountain sect practically carried a copy. Sir, your book is indeed wonderful. I'm afraid only someone like you could write such a book. Luo Lanxue sat cross-legged atop the Qingshan Gate, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. Her graceful figure appeared and disappeared from afar, as beautiful as a celestial being. In just 2 days, Luo Lanxue finished reading the book. When she closed it, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, whether out of regret or reluctance for the story. Shuer. At this moment, a figure landed beside Luo Lanxue. He exuded an imposing aura and looked at Luo Lanxue with his hands behind his back. Greetings, Sect Master Senior Brother. The person who arrived was Zhu Yun from the Green Mountain sect. Luo Lanxue rose to pay her respects. Shuer, why has the sect been so neglectful lately? We can't even see any disciples practicing in the training grounds. Zhu Yun had just emerged from seclusion when he found the Green Mountain sect unusually quiet, completely devoid of its usual thriving atmosphere. As the sect leader, he was naturally unwilling to see this scene, and his face showed a hint of anger as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue gave a wry smile before saying, reporting to Senior Brother Sect Master, this is probably related to Mr. Yi's book. Mr. Yi's book? Zhu Yun was immediately startled and held out her hand, asking, do you have one? Luo Lanxue extended her jade-like hand. Zhu Yun took the book, held it solemnly in his hands, and asked, is this really written by Mr. Yi? Luo Lanxue nodded solemnly. Zhu Yun took an excited breath, and with a leap, he was already on the horizon. Senior Brother Yu? Lauren Snow shouted. I will be in seclusion for 2 days. Please handle the affairs of the sect. We can discuss anything else later. Zhu Yun's voice transmitted from the sky. Luo Lanxue was taken aback. Sect leader, didn't you just come out of seclusion? But the sky. There was no further response. Chapter 34, A Beauty Filled with Melancholy. Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Apart from the Chamber of Commerce's top executives, Mao Lin sat at the head of the table, his face frighteningly gloomy. President, please think of a solution quickly. At this moment, a high-ranking official finally couldn't sit still any longer and stepped forward, saying, as everyone knows, a city can only have one first-level Chamber of Commerce. And now we're right at the crucial juncture of Chamber of Commerce ranking. Yes, President. Another high-ranking official stepped forward and said, our competition with Baofeng Chamber of Commerce could have been evenly matched, and we were even better than Baofeng Chamber of Commerce in terms of market expansion for gold, silver, and cultivator items. But now, Baofeng Chamber of Commerce has relied on a single book, and this month's revenue is 20% higher than our Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. If this continues next month, we will have no choice but to hand over the title of this level of Chamber of Commerce. That's right. From now on, we'll have to follow the lead of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. They'll even have priority in setting prices and choosing markets. Someone else stepped forward and said. For a moment, everyone in the conference hall was filled with worry. This made Mao Lin, who was sitting at the head of the table, even more gloomy, and his hands gripped the chairs so tightly that they cracked. He originally thought that Yi Feng's lousy book was able to sell 2 copies entirely thanks to his help, but who would have thought that it would become a huge hit in the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce in the blink of an eye? Not only that, but the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce also increased its profits by 20% compared to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, thanks to this book. President, I heard before that the original author of this book came to see you? At this moment, a senior member asked Mao Lin. Mao Lin raised an eyebrow. It would have been better if this topic hadn't been brought up, because it almost gave him a heart attack. Yes, it was Yi Feng who came to him first, yet he handed over this path to wealth. This is even more painful than losing his wife. He immediately looked embarrassed, coughed twice, and then waved his hand and said, please calm down, everyone. What haven't we, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, encountered in our long history? I will take care of this matter. May I ask how the president plans to resolve this? Someone asked. Clearly, although Mao Lin is the president of the Chamber of Commerce, the chamber does not belong to him alone, and this matter has already aroused doubts among many people. I have some connections with that author. At worst, I'll go talk to him again and ask him to republish the article in my Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin said with a grim expression. Chairman, when they first approached our Chamber of Commerce for cooperation, we didn't want them. Now they're asking them to come back. Is it that easy? One of them asked. Upon hearing this, worry also appeared on the faces of the others. Hearing this, Mao Lin's face also turned ugly. However, things had come to this point, and even if it was difficult, he had to find a way to bring Yi Feng back. Otherwise, if the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce questioned him, he, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, would not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about that. I told you I still have some connections with him, and I will definitely bring him back. Don't worry. I hope so. Since Mao Lin had already said so, the members of the Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to believe him for the time being, and then the meeting adjourned. Behind Pingjiang City lies Mufa Mountain. At the very top of the outer perimeter, there is a courtyard, next to which is a 100-foot waterfall. The force of the waterfall condenses into a crystal-clear pool, and wisps of green smoke rise from the pool. There is also a garden. On the jade stone, a woman in white is playing a long zither, the music of which is so enchanting that it attracts birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. Miss, this is wonderful news. Just then, a maid ran over with a look of surprise on her face. Mao, didn't I tell you not to be impatient? The woman in white said to the approaching maid in a low voice, sounding annoyed. Miss, he's published a new book, Mao shouted, waving his arm and holding a book in his hand. He, the author of Dream of the Red Chamber? Upon hearing this, the woman in white hurriedly got up and went to greet Mao, saying, Come quickly, Mao, let me take a look. Miss, you say I'm impatient? Look at you. Aren't you even more impatient than me? Mao pouted her little red lips and said coquettishly, You dare to talk back? Quickly, prepare a seat and some tea for me. Also, don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. The woman in white hurriedly instructed her maid, Mao. With a cup of tea and a seat, the woman in white would spend the entire day reading, from morning till evening. By this time, She had already finished reading. He held the book for a long time, unable to recover, his eyes vacant, as if he was still caught up in the love between Supreme Treasure and the other person, unable to move on. If I had a chance to do it all over again, I would tell you, I love you. If I had to put a time limit on it, I would hope it would be 10,000 years. Sentences like this. What kind of person could write this? The woman in white murmured softly. Seeing this, Mau Mau pouted and said, Miss, look at you again. Last time, Dream of the Red Chamber made you forget to eat and sleep. This time, you're even more dazed. You little brat, how dare you talk back? The woman in white scolded softly, carefully holding the Supreme Treasure in her hands. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, A copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, a copy of Supreme Treasure. Mau Mau, tell me, this gentleman must be a very gentle person, right? What do you think he looks like? After saying that, her bright eyes sparkled, and her face became full of longing. I don't know either. Mau Mau shook his head in distress. Well, a soft sigh filled with melancholy. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The woman in white frowned. Mau Mau was also full of doubt. No one had ever been to this place before. Chapter 35 The Young Master's Poetry. Mau Mau, who is he? The woman in white asked. Is it a young man, or just an ordinary person? Mau Mau opened the door a crack, glanced outside, and then turned back to answer. Mortal. The woman in white frowned slightly, then spoke again. Ask him what he wants. They said they're asking for lodging. Miss, what do you think? Mau Mau looked at the woman in white with a questioning gaze. Let him in. Arrange a courtyard for him, and warn him not to run around at night, the woman in white instructed, then turned her attention back to her book without paying any more attention to him. Hey, come in. Mau Mau opened the door, and a young man carrying a bamboo basket and looking slightly tired walked in. It was Yifeng, who had gone into the mountains to collect medicinal herbs. He had brought his own tent, but unfortunately, it started to drizzle, and the mountain was cold, so Yifeng couldn't stay any longer. Fortunately, there was still a family living deep in the mountains. Thank you. Yifeng quickly thanked him before entering the gate. Yifeng stepped through the gate. He was captivated by the scene before him, especially the woman sitting beneath the waterfall who seemed so otherworldly. After a light rain in the empty mountains. As dusk falls, birds return to their nests in the late autumn. The screen in the quiet courtyard is 3,000 feet high. A beautiful woman leans against a rock, playing her zither. In this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but borrow an ancient poem from his previous life to praise it. Of course, to fit the occasion, he also pieced together and adapted it a bit. Otherwise, it would feel out of place. However, just as Yifeng finished reciting the poem, the woman who had been playing the zither without ever looking up suddenly turned her surprised gaze toward him. She hadn't expected that an ordinary man from the mountains could compose such a poem. After a light rain in the empty mountains, people return to their nests at dusk as autumn deepens. In the quiet courtyard, a silver screen stretches for 3,000 feet, and a beautiful woman leans against a rock, playing the zither. Unconsciously, she also began to hum softly. He looked at Yifeng with a serious gaze. On his body. Indeed, he has no cultivation whatsoever. Undoubtedly, they are mortals. Under the light drizzle, her blue robe was slightly damp, but she didn't look disheveled. On the contrary, she felt very clean. It has to be said that this mortal gave her a very comfortable feeling. This was also the first time that her traditional views on mortals had changed slightly. Ordinary people are not all like that. She thought to herself, as she put away her book with her delicate hands and said with her red lips, Your poem is excellent, sir. I thank you. You're too kind, young lady. Yifeng cupped his hands in greeting to her, then followed Mau Mau to her residence, where he finally got some rest. Are you settled in? The woman in white asked softly. I've settled, Miss In. Mau Mau walked back, then opened her mouth wide in surprise and exclaimed, Hey, miss, isn't what you wrote the poem he just wrote? The woman in white nodded slightly and used her delicate hand to write down the poem that Yifeng had just written. Hey, miss, you haven't fallen for this mortal, have you? You even wrote down his poem. Mau Mau exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? The woman rolled her eyes at Mau Mau and put down her pen with her delicate hand. I just think that his poem is really fitting for our place. I always felt that something was missing here, but with this poem, it's perfect. So after the ink dries, you decorate it and hang it up. Hee. Miss also said she wasn't interested in that mortal, and she even wanted to hang up his poems. Mau Mau mischievously covered his mouth and laughed. You little brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. The woman in white pretended to hit Mao Mao, while saying, "No matter how good a mortal is, he's still just a mortal, worlds apart from us. Besides, how could I possibly fall for someone based on just a poem?" "We'll see." Xianyin hesitated, then stopped speaking, only tightening her grip on the dream of the Red Chamber and the Book of Supreme Treasure. Chapter 36. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to think of my hometown. Yes, yes, yes. Even if Miss were to like someone, she would like the author of Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure, not this kind of ordinary person, Mao Mao said with a mischievous and meaningful look. "Shut up." The woman tapped Mao Mao's little head, her pretty face showing concern as she said, "But do you think he might also be immortal?" Mao Mao pondered with his little head down. "I don't think so. Look at the characters in Supreme Treasure. Although their cultivation methods are different from ours, they are still very powerful, aren't they? Even if they were to make it up, they would definitely need to have a certain understanding of cultivation to write such a book, right?" "Right." The woman looked at Mao Mao with admiration. She also thought so. Simple love novels might indeed be written by mortals, but Supreme Treasure is also a cultivation world. The characters in it are often hundreds of thousands of miles apart, and there are top-level treasures like the Moonlight Box. How could a mortal write such a world with their limited perspective? Mao Mao, starting today, you will do everything in your power to find this gentleman. I want to see him as soon as possible, the woman instructed softly. All right, miss, I know what you're thinking. I'll send the message right away." Mao Mao covered her mouth and chuckled before retreating. Inside the room, Yifeng changed his clothes and wiped himself down before feeling much more comfortable. Then, he took a wild rabbit from the bamboo basket and went to the open space in front of the house. After traveling all day without a meal, now that he was settled, he was determined to treat himself properly. The barbecue grill was set up immediately. Yifeng roasted a fragrant rabbit. It was oily but not greasy, and it emitted an even more enticing aroma after Yifeng sprinkled on the seasonings. Smells good. After smelling it, Yifeng wasn't in a hurry to eat it, since freshly roasted food is very likely to cause internal heat. Instead, he dug a small hole in the ground, took out a pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves from the bamboo basket, and buried it in the hole. Then, he forked up another grilled fish. Before long, the grilled fish was cooked through, the skin was grilled to a crisp, and looked very appetizing. Beggar's chicken was also unearthed, its aroma filling the air. Yifeng never skimped on his life. Even if he couldn't finish his food, he always made sure to eat to his heart's content. Another pot of good wine, that would be absolutely wonderful. Yifeng took out the wine gourd as well. Once everything was ready, Yifeng clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a chicken leg and a sip of wine, Yifeng was completely satisfied. Although it was late autumn, there were still many small animals in the mountains, and the sounds of chirping like cicadas could be heard. Many moths were also drawn to the flame. Yifeng looked up. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and after a few sips of wine, although I wasn't drunk, I felt a little tipsy. In my heart, I found myself thinking of my hometown from a past life. Those long-lost skyscrapers, the bustling city traffic, the addictive games like Honor of Kings and League of Legends, and his family, his brothers and friends from his past life. I raised my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to think of my hometown. Yifeng raised his cup to the moon, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. Young master, not only are your poems excellent, but you also seem to have a story to tell. Two beautiful figures appeared outside the courtyard, and a voice rang out. As the voice fell, the coldness hidden in the woman's eyes quietly dissipated. In fact, the two of them had been observing each other for a long time. This place, Mount Mufu, is of great importance. On the surface, the two women seem to enjoy peace and quiet, traveling and sightseeing. In reality, they are stationed here to prevent any accidents. For 2 years, no strangers had entered the area. Yifeng, a mere stranger, had caused such a commotion. Even though he was just a mortal, it had already attracted the attention of the two women. However, it seems now that they were overthinking things. So you are two young ladies. Please excuse my humble appearance. Yifeng quickly bowed and invited the two women to the fire, apologizing. I hope I haven't disturbed you. I originally intended to prepare these dishes and bring them to you. But since you're here, why don't you have some with us? The woman in white glanced at Yifeng. For some reason, she felt a different way about this ordinary young man. She had no interest in these mundane things like grains and vegetables, but she sat down as if possessed. Chapter 37. What a fine line. A slender, graceful lady is the object of a gentleman's affections. My name is Yifeng. May I ask your surnames, ladies? Yifeng asked politely. Bai Piapiao, this is my younger sister Mao Mao. The woman in white spoke softly. Greetings, Miss Bai, Miss Mao Mao. Come on, eat something. Yifeng nodded, then wrapped the meat in a lotus leaf, tore off 2 pieces, and handed them to Bai Piapiao and Mao Mao. Hey, this stuff is so greasy and looks so dirty, my lady won't eat it, Mao Mao said, frowning. Mao Mao, don't be rude. Bai Piapiao gently reprimanded, then looked apologetically at Yifeng and said, since it was made by young Master Yi himself, then Piapiao thanks you. After saying that, she took the chicken that Yifeng handed her with her delicate hands, but only tore off a small piece and put it into her cherry-like mouth. Clearly, she wasn't very interested in Yifeng's food. Tearing off a piece was merely out of politeness towards him. But when the delicious food was put into her mouth, Bai Piapiao's beautiful eyes, which had been calm, furrowed slightly. Young master, this food is absolutely delicious. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With her cultivation level, she should have long since transcended worldly concerns, but the crispy and tender chicken, with its perfect flavor and texture, whetted her appetite, and she couldn't resist tearing off another small piece. Oh, miss, is it really delicious? Mao Mao was somewhat incredulous. Because she knew Bai Piapiao better than anyone else, a person who had never had any appetite, she was shocked by such praise. So, I quickly tore off a small piece as well. Wow, this is really delicious. Mao Mao is a straightforward girl, and the moment the delicious food touched her tongue, her big eyes couldn't help but light up. Please excuse my poor attempt. Yifeng nodded calmly. The 2 women's behavior was not unexpected. In fact, it was exactly as he had anticipated. Most people in this world are busy with cultivation and making a living. Their food contains only simple seasonings and no salt or MSG. It's perfectly normal for them to have this reaction when they taste this food from the country featured on the show, A Bite of China, for the first time. Yifeng's calm demeanor made Bai Piapiao look at him with new respect. She rarely praised people. In the past, in her sect, countless outstanding disciples would feel flattered if they could get even a second glance from her. But this mortal man didn't think so at all. Is it an act? She was observing him. With a sincere expression, he ate his own food, drank his own wine, and was immersed in his own emotions. It wasn't installed. There was absolutely no affectation involved. Moreover, his gaze was pure, his words were not frivolous, and he didn't even glance at her beauty twice. This mortal is really quite interesting. Bai Piapiao sized up Yifeng, her red lips unconsciously curving upwards, and suddenly asked, what does young master think of me? Intelligent and kind-hearted, gentle and honest, Yifeng said with a smile. Bai Piapiao raised an eyebrow and said, you know that's not what I'm asking. Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, she is as beautiful as a fairy, and her beauty is enough to topple kingdoms. Bai Piapiao covered her mouth and laughed. Does the young master like it? As she asked the question, Bai Piapiao's pupils contracted slightly as she observed Yifeng. Like? Yifeng nodded honestly. Yifeng's answer surprised Bai Piapiao. His candidness was unexpected. She couldn't help but ask again, why? A fair maiden is the object of a gentleman's affections. Yifeng took a sip of wine and spoke frankly. What a beautiful saying. A fair maiden is the object of a gentleman's affections. Bai Piapiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, looking at this mortal with new respect. She asked again, but I just can't understand. What? Since you like me, why don't you give me a second glance? Bai Piapiao raised the corners of her mouth and asked, could it be that you were lying just now? Yifeng shook his head helplessly. That's just because I like her. The girl isn't mine. And there's one more thing. What? Do not look at what is improper. Young master, you have truly impressed me. Your insightful remarks are truly remarkable. Bai Piapiao couldn't help but stand up and bow slightly to Yifeng. I must say, I have learned a great deal from you today. Chapter 38. It's a pity he doesn't read books. You're too kind, young lady. Yifeng also stood up and nodded slightly. He readily accepted the frequent and witty compliments. 5,000 years of cultural heritage. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Although these sentences were not written by him, they can be considered a perk for him as a time traveler. It's very comfortable to be around you, young master, Bai Piapiao praised. Yifeng just smiled, and during the conversation, Bai Piapiao unknowingly finished tearing her chicken leg. Yifeng then tore off a few pieces of fish for her as a way of returning the compliment. Nearby, Mao Mao, his mouth covered in oil from eating, listened intently to the conversation between the two. This was the first time she had ever seen her young mistress praise someone like this. Judging from the poem you just recited, you must not be a local. Bai Piao asked again. Yes, and not yet. At this point, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Gazing at the bright moon, he thought of his hometown and took a long sip of wine. Really, young master is a man with a story. Yifeng's slightly disheveled profile, Bai Piao couldn't help but feel interested in this mortal. She asked softly, would you be willing to tell Piao your story, young master? I'm not willing, Yifeng replied directly. Well, Bai Piao twitched her lips. She had never been rejected before, but she didn't expect Yifeng to reject her so cleanly and decisively. This feeling of being rejected was really unpleasant. Yifeng simply gave her an apologetic look and didn't explain anything. His story goes back far, far away. That's another world, another civilization. Besides, this was his biggest secret, apart from that useless system. It was presumptuous of me, Piao. Please have a seat, young master. We won't disturb you any longer, Bai Piao said softly, then got up and left with Mao Mao. But as soon as she got up, she stopped again. He turned around and asked, by the way, is the young master reading a book? Book? I won't look. Yifeng shook his head apologetically. Oh, okay. Bai Piao nodded, her eyes showing dimness and disappointment for the first time when she looked at Yifeng. Although Yifeng is an ordinary person, she has rarely met such a person, and she would not even object to becoming a good confidant with him. I thought that Yifeng had also read those 2 books. Pity. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, and after several rounds of drinks, Yifeng leaned against the railing and stared blankly for a very long time. It's past midnight. Yifeng returned to his room, took out the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber that he had specially brought from the bamboo basket, placed it under the hard bedboard, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yifeng got up early, found Bai Piao and Mao Mao, and prepared to say goodbye. If you have nowhere to stay next time you go into the mountains, you can come here again. Bai Piao said this after much deliberation when she was saying goodbye. Thank you, Miss Piao. Yifeng nodded to the 2 women, slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, turned and left, embarking on his journey down the mountain. Miss, why did you still ask him to come? Mao Mao asked, puzzled. Bai Piao smiled. Yifeng is just an ordinary person. He poses no threat or influence to their plans. Moreover, Bai Piao sincerely admired his cultivation and knowledge. Although it seems like a fantasy to admire an ordinary person, it seems to be the case. Therefore, she did not reject the arrival of this mortal. Unfortunately, he didn't read books. Otherwise, we should have more in common. Okay, but it's good that he came. The fish last night was really delicious. Mao Mao smiled mischievously, drooling over the tasty food again. All right, hurry up and tidy up the room he stayed in. Bai Piao said irritably. Mao Mao stuck out his tongue and then obediently went to tidy up the room. But a moment later, she ran back, calling out, Miss, come and see. Chapter 39. It turns out that young master, he also reads this book. What's going on? Bai Piao stood up and frowned. Miss, come quick. That damned mortal stole your book. Mao Mao shouted. What? Bai Piao's face turned cold, and an imposing aura emanated from her body. Her lithe figure transformed into a blur, and she instantly arrived in front of the house. The door was pushed open. The 2 then walked towards the bedside. Sure enough, there was a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber on the bedside table. Seeing this, Bai Piao's pretty face grew even colder, and her aura carried a hint of killing intent, as if her most beloved treasure had been defiled. Wrong. But the next moment, she realized something was wrong. She leaped back to her boudoir, and when she returned, she was holding another copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. Oh, miss, 2 copies of Dream of the Red Chamber. What are these? When Mao Mao saw the Dream of the Red Chamber that Bai Piao was holding, his little mouth dropped open. We misunderstood, young master E. Bai Piao put away the coldness on her face, took the 2 copies of Dream of the Red Chamber in her hands, and compared them one by one, and immediately noticed that the 2 copies of Dream of the Red Chamber were different in terms of newness and age. It seems this copy of Dream of the Red Chamber was left behind by young master E. Bai Piao's tone was somewhat surprised. So young master, he also reads this book. But didn't he say he wasn't going to read last night? Mao Mao asked, puzzled. Bai Piao nodded, as she had the same question. She murmured softly. Perhaps, young master, he has some unspeakable difficulty. Oh, Mao Mao nodded. I never imagined that young master E, a mere mortal, would have so much in common with me. She gently stroked the 2 books, recalling the mortal man who had invited the moon with wine last night, and softly instructed. Mao Mao, keep young Master Yi's copy of Dream of the Red Chamber safe. Return it to him when he comes next time. Okay. Mao Mao quickly took the dream of the Red Chamber, then looked at Bai Piao and said, Miss, judging from your appearance, you haven't really developed feelings for that mortal last night, have you? Bai Piao shook her head and smiled bitterly. How could that be? Although he is talented, he is still not on par with the great authors who wrote Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure. I only have a lot in common with him. Besides, he is just an ordinary person. Oh, okay. Mao Mao nodded. She was also confused by her young mistress, so she quickly said, Then I'll send a message immediately and find the great master you mentioned as soon as possible. The mountain road was rugged. After 2 more days of bumpy travel in the mountains, Yifeng finally finished collecting the necessary herbs. Of course, besides what Zhongqing needed, Yifeng also collected a lot of other things, so overall, he had a very fruitful harvest. After several more days of travel, I finally made it back to the martial arts school. Zhongqing's condition did not improve. On the contrary, it became more serious. Yifeng, without taking a break, hurriedly prepared medicine for Zhongqing. After taking the medicine, Zhongqing's fever subsided considerably, and Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is Mr. Yi here? But just as I sat down, a shout came from outside the door. When Yifeng stepped out, he discovered that it was the steward from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. The steward was extremely respectful to Yifeng. Putting aside the respect shown to Yifeng by the president, Yin Xiong, and Luo Lanxue, the benefits that Yifeng's book would bring to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce alone were enough to warrant such respect. Oh, it's you guys. What's the matter? Yifeng asked, looking slightly tired. Mr. Yi, we've come to deliver your share of the book sales revenue, the butler said respectfully, then took out a Baofeng Chamber of Commerce exclusive card from his pocket and handed it to Yifeng. Sir, this contains 100,000 gold coins, your share of last month's earnings. We've kept it in our guild because we were worried you might have trouble storing it. You can use your VIP card to withdraw the money from our guild at any time. Of course, every month on this day, we will tally your monthly earnings, and every penny will be deposited into your account. Although he knew the two were there to discuss books, Yifeng was still taken aback when he heard the number and asked, How much did you say? 100,000. Hearing Yifeng's question, the butler nodded, but his heart skipped a beat. Is it because you think it's not enough, sir? However, he dared not say anything more, and quickly took his leave to report back to the Chamber of Commerce. After the butler left, Yifeng finally came to his senses and looked at the card in his hand in disbelief. He burst out laughing. He only wanted to supplement his family's income, but he never thought he would become a god by writing a book. Now he has 100,000 gold coins in his account, which will be enough for him to live on for many years. What's even more incredible is that this has only been a month. It's absolutely wonderful. He walked back to the martial arts school with a joyful expression, but as soon as he turned around, he heard a shout from behind. Master Yi. Looking back, I saw Mao Lin from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce walking towards me with 2 other people, all smiles. Chairman Mao. Yifeng frowned slightly, but still nodded politely. I wonder what business Chairman Mao has with me. Cough cough. Mao Lin coughed awkwardly twice, then smiled broadly and said, Master Yi, to be honest, I came here today to apologize for what happened last time. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 2 people behind him opened the box, revealing gleaming gold coins. A full 1,000 gold coins. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation, young Master Yi. Mao Lin waved his hand and laughed heartily, while looking at Yifeng meaningfully. He didn't believe that 1,000 gold coins couldn't impress Yifeng. That was an ordinary person's annual income. Is 10,000 gold coins a lot in Chapter 40? Yifeng frowned and looked at Mao Lin with a meaningful gaze. Oh, Mr. Yi, you're too kind. Seeing that Yifeng seemed to be frightened, Mao Lin puffed out his chest slightly and said, Although 1,000 gold coins is indeed a lot, you don't need to feel guilty. This is my apology to you. You can just accept it. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's meaningful expression deepened, and he cut to the chase, saying, President Mao, please get straight to the point. Ahem, then I'll just get straight to the point. After clearing his throat, Mao Lin said with a smile, Since the day you left, I've thought it over and over. Now is the era of cultural revival, which coincides with the development of my Chamber of Commerce. So I plan to continue to cooperate with you, Master Yi, and use the full strength of the Chamber of Commerce to help you publish your book. Yifeng's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately understood Mao Lin's purpose in coming. He probably realized that his supreme treasure could bring benefits to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Sure enough, he was a weasel coming to the door with ill intentions. That old swindler. Unable to resist, Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and asked leisurely, President Mao, you are mistaken. Your son told me personally that there was no profit in publishing books, so I think President Mao should prioritize the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. Mao Lin was embarrassed by Yifeng's words and quickly explained, Look, I did say the wrong thing that day, but Master Yi wouldn't take my nonsense to heart. I believe Master Yi is definitely not a petty person. No, I just take Chairman Mao's words to heart. Yifeng raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, Besides, I, Yifeng, am a petty person. You. Yifeng's words infuriated Mao Lin, who said with a livid face, What do you mean by this? Do you really think our Chamber of Commerce can't do without you? Let me tell you, if you don't cooperate with our Chamber of Commerce, how much money do you think your books will make? Since your esteemed Chamber of Commerce doesn't absolutely need me, that's even better. Yifeng sneered, turned around, and waved his hand, saying, Then please leave. No. Yifeng's words were so hurtful to Mao Lin that he wanted to provoke Yifeng, but he didn't expect Yifeng to be so unmoved and to put on a smile again and pull Yifeng away. What's going on, Chairman Mao? You're getting involved in this kind of thing? Yifeng asked coldly, tilting his head. Mao Lin released Yifeng with a grim expression, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Well then, just name your price. How can we resume our cooperation with the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce? Not interested. Yifeng refused outright. 2,000 gold coins? Yifeng remained silent. 3,000 gold coins? Yifeng remained silent. 10,000 gold coins. Finally, Mao Lin gritted his teeth and shouted out a large number. Chairman Mao, there's no going back. Yifeng was too lazy to argue with Mao Lin any longer and said directly, Besides, I, Yifeng, am a petty person. I still remember the humiliation you gave me that day, so please leave. Yes, I should have done wrong that day. I understand you hold a grudge against me. Mao Lin didn't expect Yifeng to be so unyielding. His face turned ashen as he said, But you don't have to be so stingy with money, do you? This is 10,000 gold coins, a whole 10,000 gold coins. That's more money than you could earn in 10 years. If this isn't enough, your appetite is a bit too big, isn't it? At this point, he narrowed his eyes and continued, Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself to death? Mao Lin's words made Yifeng laugh. He raised an eyebrow and countered, Is 10,000 gold coins a lot? You brat, how dare you talk like that? Mao Lin said angrily with a stern face, Don't even mention 10,000 gold coins. You might not even be able to come up with 500 gold coins. Is that so? Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth. Chapter 41 Remember to dress up nicely. That's all. Yifeng took out the card that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce steward had just given him. To be honest, in the past I might have bowed down for a mere 5 pecks of rice, but now, 10,000 gold coins are really nothing to me. As he spoke, Yifeng waved the card in front of Mao Lin's eyes. Snort. Mao Lin scoffed, but the next moment, his gaze fell on the card Yifeng was waving in his hand. Those unique colors and patterns? What? Mao Lin's expression changed drastically. As the president of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, how could he not recognize the exclusive deposit card of their arch-rival, the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce? These deposit cards are similar to those of their Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, but they are divided into different levels. He could tell at a glance that the savings card in Yifeng's hand was a high-level savings card from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, and possessing such a card meant that it contained at least 100,000 gold coins. In other words, Yifeng has at least 100,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Mao Lin felt as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. How will the hair grow? Seeing Mao Lin's frustrated expression, Yifeng narrowed his eyes and asked with a pure smile. You win, humph. Mao Lin's face turned ashen with anger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After snorting angrily, he shouted, Let's go. Watching Mao Lin slink away, Yifeng disdainfully put away the deposit card. It feels so good to slap someone in the face with money. Of course, Yifeng never intended to show off his wealth. He didn't even object to Mao Lin's refusal to send him books, as he understood the importance of the Chamber of Commerce's interests. However, his biggest mistake was belittling Yifeng's efforts, and even using 100 gold coins to humiliate him. Men, poverty is acceptable, but one must never be poor in spirit. Therefore, Yifeng naturally wouldn't give Mao Lin a friendly look when he came this time. Mao Lin returned to the Chamber of Commerce with a dark expression, only to be met by the entire chamber's top leadership. When they learned that Mao Lin had returned empty-handed, they were met with overwhelming pressure. President, didn't you say before that you would definitely bring that author back? Yes, Last month the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had already surpassed our profits by 20%. If this continues this month, not to mention the profits that this book will bring to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, its influence and reputation alone will crush our Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. If the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce wins the top spot in this Chamber of Commerce ranking, then you, Mao Lin, will be the center of my Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. One after another, rude voices came from above. Mao Lin was in a state of panic, but even as the president, he couldn't ignore their pressure. He could only force himself to say, "It's just one unsuccessful attempt. Whatever, I have a way to deal with it." After the meeting, Mao Lin returned home and sat at the head of the table with a furrowed brow. Finally, he shouted, "Someone, bring the young lady out here." A moment later, Mao Yuner, with her beautiful figure draped in a long red dress and bare feet, walked in and asked softly, "I wonder what business father has with me." "Ahem, Yuna." Upon seeing Mao Yuner arrive, Mao Lin put away his gloomy expression and said with a smile, "I have good news for you. The author of Dream of the Red Chamber has been found. By the way, I also want to tell you that the author of Supreme Treasure is the same person." "Real?" Mao Yuner's pretty face was startled, then filled with surprise. "Good." Mao Lin nodded, then asked, "Yuna, tell me, do you like this person?" Upon hearing this, Mao Yuner blushed and lowered her head, saying, "Father, although I have never met him, he is exceptionally talented in literature and has produced many masterpieces. I think he must be a kind, refined, and gentle gentleman." Seeing Mao Yuner praising Yifeng so much, Mao Lin's expression turned somewhat gloomy, but he quickly composed himself and said gently, "Yuner, whatever you like, I will support you. Besides, literature is indeed a fascinating thing. So if you have aspirations, just go for it without worry." "Thank you, father." Mao Yuner's pretty face flushed with excitement as she thought about how she would soon see the person she had been longing for. "All right, you can go now. I'll have someone give you his identity information and address later. Take some time to visit him," Mao Lin instructed. "Yes, father." Yuna takes her leave, Mao Yuna said softly. "Oh right." As Mao Yuner was leaving, Mao Lin couldn't help but shout again, "Kindness." Mao Yuner turned around. "Remember to dress up nicely, and your skirt is a bit too long. Scholars generally don't like this kind of thing." Chapter 42: The Actions of the Xuanwu Sect. In a dark and eerie hall, standing below were 2 rows of imposing, expressionless masters. A moment later, a middle-aged man with white hair walked in with a heavy aura. He was imposing without being angry, and the experts below him all lowered their heads the moment he came out. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Master." The white-haired man, expressionless, slowly took his seat on the throne at the head of the table, his imposing eyes surveying the crowd below. Everyone held their breath and bent even lower. After a long while, the white-haired man waved his hand, and everyone stood up with a sigh of relief. It was clear that he held absolute authority in this place. Unfortunately, his right sleeve is now empty. He was none other than Ning Xuanwu, the Xuanwu sect patriarch who had fought the Green Mountain Patriarch. And those who attacked him were all high-ranking members of the Xuanwu sect and Ning Xuanwu's personal disciples. Since Ning Xuanwu's defeat, the morale of the Xuanwu sect has been low, and now that they see him, they dare not say a word. A deathly silence. "How's the investigation going?" Finally, Ning Xuanwu's majestic gaze swept over them, and a hoarse voice came from his mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone remained silent. Seeing this, Ning Xuanwu became furious and shouted, "I ask you, how's the investigation going? Can anyone tell me where Lu Qingshan got that kitchen knife?" "Master, I've captured a direct disciple of the Green Mountain sect. Perhaps we can get a clue from him." At this moment, a woman with a hot figure, dressed provocatively, and wielding 2 swords stepped forward and said respectfully, "Yao Linger, Ning Xuanwu's personal disciple. Not only is she exceptionally talented and powerful in battle, but what makes her most unpredictable is her hot figure and beauty. Countless enemies who have fought against her have been captivated by her beauty, but once they let their guard down, they will be met with Yao Ling's deadly double blades." "Bring it up." Ning Xuanwu waved his hand. "Yes." Yao Linger darted out of the main hall like lightning, and when she reappeared, she was carrying a young man in white robes. "Let me go! Let me go!" the white-robed youth shouted arrogantly. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you arrest me? I am Yu Wujia, a direct disciple of the Green Mountain sect. If you don't let me go, you will suffer a devastating blow from the Green Mountain sect." Smack! Yao Linger slapped Yu Wujia across the face. You actually dared to hit me?" Yu Wujia was furious. He had never been hit by anyone before in his life, and this was an utter disgrace. But what awaited him was another palm strike from Yao Linger, which sent him flying backward to the ground. He felt even more humiliated and got up to fight back, only to find a white-haired man above him, looking at him coldly. "Who are you?" Yu Wujia shouted. "Ning Xuanwu." "What?" Yu Wujia was shocked. He never expected that the man in front of him was actually the Xuanwu ancestor. Wouldn't that mean he had been captured by the Xuanwu sect? "I ask you, where did Lu Qingshan get that knife?" the Xuanwu ancestor asked in a condescending, hoarse voice. "Why should I tell you?" Even though he knew it was Ning Xuanwu, Yu Wujia still shouted impolitely. Ning Xuanwu raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you? You're just a defeated opponent of my sect's ancestor. I advise you to release me immediately, or my ancestor will come with his divine blade and make you suffer eternal damnation," Yu Wujia threatened. "Very good." The Xuanwu ancestor spoke lightly. The next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and Yu Wujia, who was on the ground, was suddenly sucked into the air. "I'll ask you one more time, will you tell me or not?" the Xuanwu ancestor said hoarsely. "I won't tell," Yu Wujia said defiantly. The Xuanwu ancestor narrowed his eyes, and with a swift movement, grabbed Yu Wujia's neck. The powerful force immediately caused Yu Wujia's veins to bulge. At the same time, an immense pressure was also compressing Yu Wujia's body. I was wrong, I said." Feeling the approach of true death, Yu Wujia did not persist for a moment and immediately begged for mercy. Boom! With a flick of his hand, the Xuanwu ancestor sent Yu Wujia crashing heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately showed disdain. They thought he was a tough nut to crack, but he turned out to be a piece of trash softer than a persimmon. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Wujia coughed rapidly. Seeing that the Xuanwu ancestor was getting impatient, he quickly said, "I don't know if what I said is accurate or not, but I received information from my master that it was obtained from a master in Pingjiang City." "A master from Pingjiang City?" The Xuanwu ancestor's face darkened with anger. He stomped on Yu Wujia's chest and said in a deep voice, "What master is there in Pingjiang City?" Really, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Besides, my master said he runs a small martial arts school in Pingjiang City." "It's absolutely true," Yu Wujia shouted. "A small martial arts school?" Seeing that Yu Wujia didn't seem to be lying, the Xuanwu ancestor released him and returned to the head of the table, where he frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Wuchen, go to Pingjiang City and investigate." "Yes, master." A thin, sickly-looking young man emerged, then vanished down the mountain in a flash. Chapter 43 is truly disappointing. You, go back to Qingshan sect, and report back immediately if there is any news. The Xuanwu ancestor struck Yu Wujia in the chest with a palm. Yu Wujia opened his mouth in pain, and an ice cicada flew into his mouth before being thrown out. "Master, is it not appropriate to send senior brother Wuchen alone?" Yao Linger asked worriedly, looking at the frowning ancestor Xuanwu at the head of the table. "It's all right." Xuanwu ancestor waved his hand and said, "Aren't you afraid that senior brother Wuchen might be in danger?" Yao Linger asked, frowning. "Junior sister, don't worry." At this moment, a man in a long robe walked over and said, "I think that so-called expert from Pingjiang City is just a smokescreen put up by the Green Mountain sect. It would be best to let junior brother Wuchen deal with it." Yao Linger seemed to still have some worries, and looked at the Xuanwu ancestor. "There's no need to worry so much," said the Xuanwu ancestor. "Wuchen has my Jintian stone. Even if something unexpected happens, the Jintian stone can keep him safe. So we just need to wait for news from Wuchen in the sect." Upon hearing this, Yao Linger breathed a sigh of relief. With the heaven-shaking stone in hand, she really didn't need to worry anymore. It was one of the few treasures possessed by the Xuanwu ancestor. In less than half a day, Jing Wuchen had arrived in Pingjiang City. Although Pingjiang City is close to the immortal cultivation sects, it has more mortals, so there are many martial arts schools of all sizes in the city. However, this was not a problem for Jing Wuchen, and his solution was simple and direct. He went straight to their door. He walked out of a martial arts school, his sickly face carrying an air of malevolence and cold-bloodedness, while everyone in that school had been slaughtered. He then rushed to the next martial arts school. After killing dozens of people in the martial arts school, he trampled the school's owner under his feet and coldly said, "Tell me, what is your relationship with the Green Mountain sect?" I really have nothing to do with the Green Mountain sect, sir, please spare me." However, before he could finish speaking, a cold glint had already swept across his neck. This is so boring. The eerie face flickered with impatience. He licked the blood off the dagger, stomped on the martial arts school owner's head until it was smashed, and then continued on to the next martial arts school. And so, following the map of Pingjiang City, Jing Wuchen slaughtered his way through each martial arts school, leaving no one alive, regardless of age or gender. My disciple, I bought you some candy. You can mix it with your medicine. Yifeng walked back from outside with a beaming smile, carrying large and small bags. He was very attentive to this disciple. Thank you for your concern, master. Zhongqing was filled with gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears. Since he could remember, apart from his parents, only Yifeng had ever been truly kind to him, and he had secretly kept this kindness in his heart. Ouch! However, as soon as he entered, Yifeng tripped on the steps and almost fell to the ground. Is master all right? Zhongqing rushed over and helped Yifeng up. Damn it, this lousy design. Yifeng rolled his eyes at the steps. This wasn't the first time he'd tripped over them. The design was simply inhuman. You take one step at a time, it's too short. It makes you look like a woman taking tiny, shuffling steps. You try to take 2 steps at once, you'll strain your hips and feel even worse. Master, I'll get this step fixed tomorrow, Zhongqing said hurriedly, genuinely concerned for Yifeng and eager to do things for him. Good boy. Yifeng patted his head and said, You've only just recovered from your illness. We can talk about these things after you're fully recovered. Come on, let's go inside and take your medicine. Afterwards, the master and apprentice walked into the inner courtyard. After watching Zhongqing finish taking the medicine, Yifeng finally felt relieved and lay down on the recliner to warm himself by the small heater. He's been in a good mood lately. Zhongqing recovered from her illness. He has money now. It's pretty boring, and I feel like I've become a couch potato. Dog, come here. Yifeng waved to Ao Qing, and the dog wagged its tail and ran over, obediently lying at Yifeng's feet, letting Yifeng rub it. Street. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the leaves in disarray. A figure landed in front of the martial arts school. He raised his bony hand, looked at the map, and squinted, saying, The last few martial arts schools are getting smaller and smaller. It's really disappointing. As he spoke, he licked his lips and walked towards the martial arts school ahead. Something's not right with Chapter 44. This lousy martial arts school doesn't even have a name. I'm guessing it'll be another piece of junk. As he walked, Jing Wuchen looked around the martial arts school. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. My gaze fell on the single character on the plaque. Martial arts. He frowned, feeling that the plaque was hiding something, but after observing it for a long time, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but smile dismissively. With a casual wave of his hand, a burst of energy shot out, heading straight for the martial arts plaque. He lowered his hand without glancing back, and stepped directly into the martial arts hall. For it was just a broken plaque, and under his methods, there was no other outcome but to shatter it. However, he did not know that his energy not only failed to cause Wu Zibian any harm, but also left no trace. Upon entering the front hall, Wuchen immediately unleashed a palm strike, intending to destroy the hall first. However, when he unleashed his palm, which contained intense energy, it failed to cause the slightest disturbance. Instead, the 18 paintings hanging on both sides of the wall suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Without any hesitation, knives, spears, swords, halberds, all 18 kinds of weapons suddenly materialized above his head, carrying an aura of destruction as they enveloped him. Wuchen's already sickly complexion suddenly changed drastically. Under that oppressive aura, his face turned as white as paper. He realized that he had encountered a tremendous crisis. Gone was the frivolity of before. He dared not be careless in the slightest. Almost immediately, he took out the heaven-shaking stone that the Xuanwu ancestor had given him. The moment the heaven-shaking stone appeared, it immediately emitted a dazzling brilliance. But in just a moment, under the pressure of the 18 kinds of weapons, it became dim and lost its luster. What? Wuchen was shocked. He had no means of resisting, and could only watch helplessly as the 18 kinds of weapons descended upon him, getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, the 18 weapons clashed and passed each other. Jing Wuchen didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Only the heaven-shaking stone fell to the floor with a crack. What was that noise? Yifeng, who was about to fall asleep, was startled awake by the noise and sat up. Then, leading Zhongqing to the front hall, they found that the hall was empty except for a stone much larger than a brick. Wipe! Which rude bastard threw stones into my house? Yifeng cursed loudly, and upon closer inspection, he found that a section of the floor had been smashed and caved in. He was immediately heartbroken and chased after the person, but found no one there. "You rude bastard. I curse your son to be born without a butt." Unable to find the real culprit, Yifeng could only rant and complain. After finishing his rant, he instructed Zhong Qing, "Disciple, help me throw this broken rock away." "It is master." Zhong Qing struggled to lift the stone and walk outside. After taking only 2 steps, he seemed to remember something and said, "Master, the stone looks like a suitable size. How about I carry it to the doorway to fill in the steps?" Upon hearing Zhong Qing's words, Yifeng's eyes lit up. "You know what? It's true." Thinking of this, Yifeng nodded and instructed, "All right then, just leave it at the door. This rude bastard has actually benefited from our efforts." But this incident is also a running joke for Yifeng. He has always been approachable and has never made enemies with anyone. So why would someone throw such a large rock at his martial arts school? I can't figure it out. Since Zhong Qing had fully recovered, Yifeng spent the next few days teaching Zhong Qing new boxing techniques and didn't go out much. Xuanwu sect. Yao Linger arrived at the main hall and stood respectfully in front of Ning Xuanwu. "Master, senior brother Wuchen has been gone for so many days without any news. Something's not right," Yao Linger couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu frowned slightly. Logically speaking, so many days have passed, and Jing Wuchen should have received some news by now, but there hasn't been a single word, which is indeed quite unusual. "Wu Feng, go down the mountain and find Wu Chen to meet up with. Then come back and report to me." The Xuanwu ancestor looked at the cloaked man beside him and gave a deep order. "Yes, master." Jing Wufeng nodded respectfully, his cloak billowing behind him, and he vanished from the main hall in an instant. Chapter 45. How did you end up in a place like this? Jing Wufeng arrived in Pingjiang City. He then targeted martial arts schools as well, but all the schools he visited had already been completely wiped out. It was junior brother Wuchen's doing. If we keep checking each martial arts school one by one, we will be able to find the whereabouts of junior brother Wuchen. Jing Wufeng's pupils contracted slightly, his cloak fluttered behind him, and he vanished into thin air. His speed surpasses even that of Jing Wuchen, and he is unmatched in speed among his peers. Even if someone can detect his movements, they cannot see his true form. They can only see a cloak flashing by. Swift Cloak. Also one of Ning Xuanwu's most treasured possessions, it can greatly increase a person's movement speed and attack speed. It seems harmless, but it hides a deadly intent. With the help of this swift cloak, Jing Wufeng, as a junior, has a place in the entire Nanxia region. "Master, the people from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce have arrived and invited you to dinner." Zhong Qing said respectfully. "Okay, tell him to wait at the door. Change your clothes and come with me." Yifeng tidied himself up a bit, put on a white robe, and led Zhong Qing outside. Outside the door, the steward of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had already prepared a sedan chair, waiting for Yifeng. That's great treatment. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony and stepped directly into the sedan chair. Before setting off, he waved to Ao Qing at the door and shouted, "Wankai, guard the house for me. Especially if you encounter Xiao Xiao who throws stones, bite him to death." After giving their instructions, the group headed straight for the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. A group of high-ranking members of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, including In Xiong, were waiting respectfully. Of course, Luo Lanxue and In Luoli were also there. "President, I think it's necessary to adjust Mr. Yi's profit-sharing ratio." "Yes, I also think it's necessary. Right now, we're in the midst of Chamber of Commerce rating, and Mr. Yi is a timely help for us. Putting aside the profits, the influence and reputation he brings will greatly boost our Chamber of Commerce's score." At the head of the table, In Xiong took a sip of tea and said, "The steward also reported to me last time that Mr. Yi seemed unwilling about the share of 100,000 gold coins, so I also intend to increase Mr. Yi's share." "All right, then I propose," a senior executive said, "that, apart from the costs, our Chamber of Commerce should only take 10%, and the rest should all go to Mr. Yi." "Yes, I agree with this move. This may seem like a concession, but our Chamber of Commerce has gained reputation. After all, the rating is not just about profits, but also about reputation and influence," another senior executive said. As the two spoke, the others echoed their sentiments, which were basically the same. In Xiong looked at In Lili and Luo Lanxue, who were standing to the side. He appeared to be in charge of everything, but he knew in his heart that he had no real say in this matter. He had already learned from the snippets of conversation between In Lili and Luo Lanxue that this Mr. Yi was no ordinary person. It was highly likely that he was a peerless master hiding among mortals. He, a mere mortal, could not fathom the thoughts of such a wise person, so he could only seek the opinions of Yin Loli and Luo Lanqiu. This was why he invited the two women over. The two nodded, having no objections. Okay, it's decided then. Seeing that the two women had no objections, Yin Xiong made the decision directly. Outside the door, Yifeng had already arrived. Please come in, sir, the butler said respectfully. Polite. Yifeng lifted his long robe, stepped down from the sedan chair, and then led his little apprentice Zhong Qing toward the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, while the steward jogged ahead to report to the chairman. This Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is really big. Yifeng looked around with a sense of awe. In this front hall alone, there were countless waiters and a constant stream of customers purchasing goods. Beside him, Zhong Qing was also curiously looking around. Yifeng. Just then, a voice came and caught Yifeng's attention. Turning his head to look, Yifeng frowned slightly. Peng Ying, what are you doing in a place like this? When Peng Ying saw Yifeng again, her expression was somewhat complicated. Why can't I be in a place like this? Peng Ying's words were quite harsh, making Yifeng find them somewhat amusing. I didn't mean anything by it, Peng Ying explained. Well, it seems like there's nothing more to say between us. Inger, why is it this good for nothing again? At this moment, Yu Wujia, dressed in white and carrying a sword, came over. His face darkened as soon as he saw Yifeng, especially when he thought of Peng Ying beside him, who must have been slept with by Yifeng. He was filled with murderous intent and asked in a deep voice, Didn't you say that you had already severed ties with this good-for-nothing? Brother Wujia, let me explain. Peng Ying quickly grabbed Yu Wujia's arm and hurriedly explained, I just happened to run into him here. No need for explanations, just let me kill him. Yu Wujia's face turned cold, and he suddenly drew his long sword and swung it at Yifeng. Just then, Yin Xiong and his group rushed out to greet Yifeng and witnessed this scene. Chapter 46 Sir, I'm sorry to have startled you. What? Yu Wujia's actions certainly stirred up everyone's nerves. Luo Lanqiu and Yin Luoli, in particular, were on tenterhooks. They weren't worried about Yifeng having any accidents, since Wujia had the ability to help him. What they feared was that Yu Wujia would offend Yifeng, thereby incurring the wrath of the entire Qingshan sect. You must know that the Green Mountain ancestor was carefully maintaining his relationship with Yifeng, afraid of any negligence. If Yu Wujia were to strike him with his sword, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The Green Mountain sect may face annihilation. Stop. Almost simultaneously, Yin Luoli and Luo Lanqiu made their move. The two women, one in front and one behind, unleashed two powerful palm strikes towards Yu Wujia. Division. Upon seeing that it was two women, Yu Wujia was also taken aback. After all, according to seniority, the two women were much higher than him. However, before he could even address them, he was met with an attack from the two women. Bang bang. With two palm strikes, Yu Wujia was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Division. Yu Wujia got up and was about to speak, but he was met with another devastating attack from the two women. It's hard to imagine the anger in their hearts at this moment, and they are also afraid to consider the consequences of this matter. Putting aside everything else, if the Green Mountain ancestor finds out about this, it will probably cause a major earthquake in the Green Mountain sect. Just as he sat up, Yu Wujia was slapped away again, coughing up blood. Why are you attacking me? He looked completely puzzled. But as soon as she finished speaking, Luo Lanqiu stretched out her jade hand, and a green sleeve, like a long snake, was pulled out and wrapped around Wu Jie's neck, lifting him directly into the air. Green Mountain Palm. As he was in midair, Yin Luoli flipped her jade palm, and a powerful palm print struck Yu Wujia directly in the chest. Yu Wujia let out a scream as his chest suddenly caved in, and he fell heavily to the ground. This still did not quell the two women's anger. A 3-foot-long gust of wind was drawn from their sleeves and aimed directly at Wu Jie's neck. Beside her, Peng Ying's face turned pale with fright. She covered her red lips with her hands, not knowing what to do or why this was happening. A glint appeared in Yifeng's eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen a cultivator fight so closely. They were truly formidable. Especially this Luo Lanqiu. She seems quite capable. It's no wonder that old man from Qingshan sent her to cultivate, even though he had no food to eat. It has to be said that it was quite touching that the two women went to great lengths for him. Kneel down. The two women spoke in icy voices, leaving no doubt that they would take Yu Wujia's life in the next moment. What did I do wrong? Blood dripped from Yu Wujia's mouth, his eyes were glazed, and he looked at the two women with a weak breath. He asked them unwillingly. Although you two are of a higher generation than me, you can't bully people like this, can you? Still dare to be stubborn? Upon hearing this, the two women were furious. What else did he do wrong? His sword almost destroyed the Green Mountain sect. He still showed no remorse for such a grave mistake. The two women slapped Yu Wujia across the face, showing him no mercy whatsoever. In an instant, Yu Wujia was whipped so badly by the two women that his head was swollen like a pig's head, and he lay on the ground, barely alive. Seeing this, the two women quickly returned to Yifeng's side and said apologetically, "Sir, we are so sorry to have startled you." After saying that, the two women lowered their heads. Yin Xiong and the others standing nearby didn't dare to breathe loudly either. Who could have predicted that such an unexpected incident would occur? However, Peng Ying, who was standing nearby, was startled when she saw this scene. Chapter 47. You're not qualified. Why? 1,000 questions arose in her mind. Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli's identities. In front of the two women, she was just a nobody. Yet they treated Yifeng, a mere mortal, with such respect? It even seems that their attack on Wu Jia was also because of this man she had abandoned. Why is that? Peng Ying's mind was in turmoil, and a fog of confusion enveloped her, making it impossible for her to see or understand anything. I hope you will not take this matter to heart, sir. I will report this person to the sect and will definitely give you an explanation, Luo Lanxue said nervously, her head bowed. No problem, no problem. Yifeng waved and laughed. Although he was quite angry with Wu Jia, seeing his miserable state made him feel relieved for a moment. At the same time, he also greatly admired the Aoyama clan. This sect has a really good reputation. I had heard before that the Green Mountain sect has a rule against attacking mortals. I didn't really believe it before, but now it seems to be true. Under the careful guidance of the group, Yifeng was finally invited into the inner hall and allowed to take a seat. However, it's best to leave the matter of receiving Yifeng to Yin Xiong. Luo Lanxue and Yin Luoli have more important things to do. The two women walked out with icy expressions, their eyes flashing with murderous intent as they looked at Yu Wujia, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Senior sister, what should we do? Yin Luoli asked. He is, after all, the third elder's disciple. We cannot act rashly. We should report to our master after we return to the sect, and then make a decision, Luo Lanxue said coldly. Yin Luoli nodded, then turned her gaze to Peng Ying. Then what about her? Luo Lanxue's expression darkened, her gaze fixed on Peng Ying as she walked towards her. Luo Lanxue's imposing aura was far beyond Peng Ying's ability to withstand. He felt as if a heavy stone had been pressed against his chest, and he retreated with a deathly pale face. Name? Loring said coldly. Reporting to Lord Lauren, this is your disciple Peng Ying. Peng Ying's tongue was tied at this moment. He had never seen such an imposing manner from Lauren Shui before, and he quickly bowed. Why don't you kneel before me, you mere disciple? Luo Lanxue glanced at Peng Ying and said coldly. Peng Ying trembled, dared not question it, and knelt down directly, her head bowed, cold sweat pouring down her face, her heart filled with extreme unease. Report other information. Luo Lanxue raised her pretty face and said coldly. Disciple Peng Ying of the outer sect Xian Hall, under the management of Elder Fong of the outer sect, has only been a month since joining the Green Mountain sect, Peng Ying said without daring to conceal anything. Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue's cold eyes flickered slightly, and she exclaimed, Hand. Oh. Peng Ying was startled. Ignoring her, Luo Lanxue grabbed her arm and poured a surge of energy into it, her face turning icy cold. Your qualifications are far from sufficient to join my Green Mountain sect. Who on earth dared to let you join the Green Mountain sect without authorization? Luo Lanxue questioned in an icy voice. Peng Ying trembled, terrified and completely at a loss. From today onwards, you have been expelled from the Green Mountain sect. Luo Lanxue's expression was unwavering, her words like a judgment, striking Peng Ying's mind like a thunderbolt. Peng Ying's face suddenly turned deathly pale, becoming completely bloodless. My heart was filled with resentment. She had sacrificed countless things to join the Green Mountain sect, and now she was expelled with just a few words. How could she accept this? She couldn't help but shout hysterically. Why? Is it just because of that mortal, that Yifeng? Smack. Upon hearing Peng Ying address him so rudely as Sir, Luo Lanxue moved her hand, sending a powerful blast of energy directly into Peng Ying's face. I'm warning you, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and if you're not qualified to know something, you'd better have a sense of awe. Luo Lanxue gave her a cold look, and with a wave of her jade hand, The token hanging on Peng Ying's waist was shattered into dust. From this moment on, she was no longer a disciple of the Green Mountain sect. Not qualified? Watching Luo Lanshue's departing figure, Peng Ying slumped to the ground, clutched her swollen face, her body trembling, her expression filled with resentment, muttering, No, I must find out what happened. Chapter 48 The Loyal Dog. Woof woof woof. Ao Qing lay in the front hall, and whenever a stranger approached the door, it would bow its body and bare its teeth. He has now fully immersed himself in the role. Sometimes it even forgets that it is a devouring sky wolf, which shows how loyal it is to its duty. Now that he has been following Yifeng for a long time, he no longer feels any hostility towards the 18 paintings in the front hall. It was quite pleased with itself for this. This must be the recognition it received from that senior. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, and Ao Qing raised his head to find a cloaked man standing in front of the martial arts school. Ao Qing's pupils contracted, and he sat up straight. Because I sensed obvious hostility and pressure from this person. Jing Wufeng's sharp eye surveyed his surroundings. With a flick of his hand, a burst of energy spread out, causing Jing Wufeng to frown. Why can I sense junior brother Wu Chen's presence here, but not see him? And why wasn't this martial arts school massacred? It seems my junior brother is very likely here. His gaze narrowed slightly, his pupils locking onto the small martial arts school in front of him. Make way, don't block the way. Just then, a vendor pushing a cart passed by, and, seeing Jing Wufeng blocking the road, quickly called out to him. A fierce glint flashed in Jing Wufeng's eyes. With a flick of his cloak, the vendor screamed and vanished, leaving only a lone bus overturned on the ground. Hiss! Ao Qing was startled and knew he was no match for this man, so he quickly hid in the shadows. Blind mortals. Jing Wufeng muttered dismissively, then walked towards the martial arts hall, unaware that he was stepping on the Jintian stone, and stepped inside. Is something wrong? As soon as he entered, he sensed something eerie about the front hall, but he didn't change his expression. Instead, he moved his cloak to shield himself. Just a little trick, nothing special. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically, and the 18 weapon paintings suddenly emitted golden light, covering him with a devastating force. What? Sensing the destructive aura of those words, his expression changed drastically. He waved his cloak and transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the door. Even though he was very fast and managed to escape outside the door, he still couldn't escape his fate. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes, with only his cloak still floating in the air and a bone lying on the ground. Even this bone fragment was left behind only because Jing Wufeng cultivated some strange technique, and it mutated. Otherwise, not even a trace would remain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ao Qing witnessed the whole scene. His eyes popped out of his head, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. It is indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yifeng was still drinking with Yin Xiong and others. Yifeng is happy. Unexpectedly, the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce gave him another 100,000 gold coins today. After dealing with Peng Ying and Yu Wujia, Luo Lanxue, and the other two women stayed by Yifeng's side the whole time. Seeing that Yifeng did not take Yu Wujia's matter to heart, the two women sighed with admiration for their senior's magnanimity and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, after a satisfying meal, Yifeng took his little apprentice Zhongqing home. Instead of letting them take them home, they took Zhongqing to stroll around the bustling city. After all, now that they had money, why not splurge? Niece, is everything all right today? After Yifeng left, Yin Xiong asked Luo Lanxue with concern. This senior has always been magnanimous. Don't worry, even if something happens, our Green Mountain sect will handle it. Luo Lanxue comforted her softly. Yin Xiong nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, niece, Mr. Yi's books have been very popular lately, and quite a few people have been secretly inquiring about him, don't you think? Loranx's pupils contracted slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, The gentleman is publishing books simply to experience life, not for fame or fortune. Moreover, he prefers peace and quiet, so we must not let his news leak out. If he is disturbed, we will both be unforgivable. Yin Xiong gasped. I feel a bit scared afterwards. Indeed, quite a few people inquired about Yifeng, most of them out of admiration. He didn't think much of it at first, but now that Luo Lanxue had mentioned it, he realized it was true. Fortunately, the man's information was not leaked. Chapter 49, Where did you get this rag? Xuanwu sect. Yao Lingyer closed her eyes to cultivate, but she was always restless, feeling that something was about to happen. Thinking of this, she came to Ning Xuanwu and said respectfully, "Master, I feel that we have been a bit hasty this time." Ning Xuanwu, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, opened them and looked at Yao Linger. "Just say what you have to say." "Yes, master." Yao Linger frowned and said, "Our previous guess was that the expert in Pingjiang City was a smokescreen released by the Qingshan sect, so we directly sent Senior Brother Wuchen and his companion to investigate. But Senior Brother Wuchen and his companion are always straightforward. Given their personalities, they might just come knocking on our door. If that expert is truly using a smokescreen as we suspect, that's fine, but if..." At this point, Yao Linger looked at Ning Xuanwu. "Really?" Ning Xuanwu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He immediately realized the gravity of the situation. If what Yu Wujia said was true, and it wasn't a smokescreen by the Green Mountain sect, then Wuchen and Wufeng would come after them. Just imagine, someone capable of forging such a divine weapon must be no ordinary person. How could Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng possibly be a match for them? "So master, I think it would be better if I went down the mountain to investigate myself," Yao Linger said softly. "Go." Ning Xuanwu waved his hand, and after Yao Linger left, he wanted to continue his meditation, but when he remembered what Yao Linger had said, he became restless. Under the cover of night, at dawn, Yao Linger had already rushed back to Pingjiang City. Unlike Jing Wuchen and the other two, she went directly to the restaurant and grabbed someone at random to get the information. Recently, apart from a few small martial arts schools that remained, all other martial arts schools in Pingjiang City have been slaughtered and wiped out. After a moment's thought, Yao Linger realized that the problem lay with these few small martial arts schools. They were just a few small schools, and with her abilities, investigating them would be a piece of cake. Yifeng and Zhongqing spent the whole night having a great time outside. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the two of them leisurely returned to the martial arts school. "Wankai, Wankai, I brought you something delicious." Yifeng took out a package and tossed it to Ao Qing. Ao Qing ran over excitedly, but instead of thinking about eating, he was thinking about how to report yesterday's events to Yifeng. Yifeng was initially surprised to see that Ao Qing didn't seem interested in the food, but he quickly figured out the reason. There was a snow-white bone at the entrance. This dog must have stolen it from somewhere. You can tell by how cleanly it's gnawed all the meat off. In addition, Yifeng also found a tattered cloth on the floor of the front hall, which he guessed the dog had brought back from some burrow. Well, Yifeng didn't blame him. Having raised a husky in his previous life, he knew this was nothing. The fact that Wankai hadn't destroyed his house meant it was quite obedient. "All right, take this bone with you." Yifeng waved to Ao Qing and gave the order. Ao Qing's expression froze. Judging from Yifeng's expression, he seemed to think very little about this bone. That shouldn't be the case. After all, they've been attacked at their doorstep, so they should at least have some reaction, right? Did he already know about yesterday's events? Thinking of this, Ao Qing gave Yifeng a meaningful look. He found that the more he interacted with this person, the more unpredictable he became. At the same time, he wondered if the scene he witnessed yesterday was specially arranged by his senior. He hadn't forgotten the instructions Yifeng had given him before leaving. Thinking about this, Ao Qing felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of fear washing over him. If that was really the case, then it meant that this senior was giving him a warning. If you don't listen, you'll likely end up like this. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the bone with his mouth, preparing to dispose of it. Seeing that the dog was quite obedient, Yifeng nodded, picked up the rag from the ground, and called to Zhongqing. "Disciple, the house hasn't been cleaned in a long time. Take this rag and wipe the house down. Don't forget the pillars and the plaque outside the door." "Yes, master." Zhongqing respectfully did as instructed. At the same time, a graceful figure landed at the entrance of the martial arts school, taking in everything that had happened. Chapter 50. That guy at the martial arts school is going too far. Having witnessed all of this, Yao Linger was completely bewildered. Her eyes were red-rimmed. His steps were so heavy he could hardly lift them, accompanied by a deep sense of fear. She was absolutely certain that her two senior brothers were dead, and their remains could not even be recovered. The martial arts school in front of us may seem ordinary, but it hides a deadly trap. It's a place that devours people without spitting out the bones. Puff. Finally, overwhelmed by anger, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her slender hands bracing against the wall beside her, her alluring face deathly pale. Yifeng, who was directing Zhongqing to clean, happened to see this scene and hesitated for a moment before walking over to Yao Linger. "Girl, how are you?" Yifeng smiled gently and asked softly. He guessed that it was probably a girl from the neighborhood who had fallen ill. He figured he should help if he could. Yao Linger wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, suddenly looked up, and immediately saw Yifeng's face. Her face instantly paled, turning deathly white, and she took 2 steps back in fear. Although the face appeared ordinary, even bearing a gentle smile, she perceived a fearful face hidden behind that smile. She hadn't forgotten that it was this person who instructed the boy to use the swift cloak to wipe away the dust, and it was this person who used her brother Wu Feng's remains as pet food. The heaven-shaking stone used to fill the steps at the door was probably also this person's doing. Devil. This is how she defines Yifeng. Are you really alright? Why don't you come inside and sit for a while? Yifeng asked with concern. No need. Upon hearing Yifeng call her into the house, Yao Linger's pretty face changed drastically, filled with panic. Ignoring the severe damage caused by her anxiety, she dragged her heavy steps and hurriedly left. Now, all she wants is to escape this place, escape the sight of this human, and return to the Xuanwu sect as soon as possible to report what happened here to Ning Xuanwu. Do I look that scary? Seeing Yao Linger's hurried steps, Yifeng touched his face, completely bewildered. After leaving Yifeng, Yao Linger rushed back to Xuanwu sect almost without stopping. When she returned to Xuanwu sect, even with her cultivation level, she was nearly exhausted. The disciples of Xuanwu sect were extremely surprised to see Yao Linger in such an anxious and disheveled state. Normally, to them, Yao Linger was Ning Xuanwu's personal disciple, high and mighty, possessing both beauty and wisdom. They had never seen her so panicked and flustered. Yao Linger's return quickly reached the ears of the higher-ups, so when Yao Linger rushed back to the main hall, all the higher-ups, including Ning Xuanwu, were already sitting in the main hall waiting for her. What happened? Ning Xuanwu frowned, his gaze fixed on Yao Linger. Seeing Yao Linger's appearance, he had a bad feeling. Master, Senior Brother Wu Chen and Senior Brother Wu Fenghe. Yao Linger's eyes reddened, her alluring body trembled, and the fear in her eyes had not yet subsided. What's wrong with them? Ning Xuanwu's pupils contracted, and he asked in a deep voice. My 2 senior brothers have been killed by that person from the martial arts school. Yao Linger's voice trembled with grief and indignation. What? Upon hearing this, everyone from the Xuanwu sect, including Ning Xuanwu, had a drastic change in expression. Then how exactly did they die? Ning Xuanwu suppressed his anger, his voice hoarse as he asked, word by word. I want you to tell me every detail you know. I don't know. Yao Linger shook her head sadly, but I only know that Senior Brother Wu Chen's body was completely destroyed, and only Senior Brother Wu Feng, who cultivated the sect's divine skill, still has a bone left. As soon as Yao Linger's voice fell, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. It could be said that, apart from Yao Linger, Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng were the future hope of the Xuanwu sect. But now, when the 2 are put together, only a bone remains. This news was a huge blow to the Xuanwu sect. What's even more despicable is that even after Brother Wu Feng died, he was still humiliated. The only bone he left behind was used by that person as food for his pet. Yao Linger said, biting her red lips tightly. Her voice was full of hatred. Just thinking about the dog carrying the bone made her feel like she couldn't breathe. That was her senior brother who had grown up with her since childhood. Bang! Upon hearing this news, Ning Xuanwu was also unable to remain calm. He struck down with his palm, instantly shattering the stone table beside him. An overwhelming rage emanated from him. This is absolutely outrageous. The fact that his 2 most trusted disciples died so tragically, and were even used as pet food after their deaths, was an utter disgrace to Ning Xuanwu. This palm strike made everyone hold their breath. Then, what about my 2 treasures? Finally, Ning Xuanwu asked in a deep voice, and at this moment, only Ning Xuanwu's voice could be heard in the entire hall. Chapter 51 still wants to kill them all. Those 2 treasures. Ning Xuanwu's question made Yao Linger's face turn even uglier. She stammered. Those 2 treasures have already been. What happened? Ning Xuanwu's face darkened, and he questioned in a hoarse voice. Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, Yao Linger glanced at Ning Xuanwu, already guessing his furious expression. After taking a deep breath, she said heavily, I hope Master won't be angry. Your heaven-shaking stone has already been used by that villain to save face. What? Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu was indeed furious. He stood up, exuding a powerful aura, and stared at Yao Linger, asking each word clearly. You're saying that my heaven-shaking stone, the most precious treasure of my Xuanwu sect, was used by him to save face. Seeing her master's furious expression, Yao Linger felt distressed, but it was the truth. She had no choice but to nod and say, "Yes, master." Not only did he use the heaven-shaking stone to fill the steps, but the swift cloak also. At this point, everyone present tensed up. The focus is on Yao Linger. Ning Xuanwu trembled, his eyes shrinking to pinpoints. He even used the swift cloak as a rag to wipe away dust. Yao Linger lowered her head, and her voice almost stopped at the end of her sentence. Yao Linger finished speaking. Ning Xuanwu stood there stunned. His face, shifting between light and shadow, twitched involuntarily. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. The rage in his heart suddenly erupted from Ning Xuanwu at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Around him, a burst of energy suddenly exploded, producing a series of sonic booms, and countless objects were turned to dust. One disciple's body was never found. The remains of a disciple were used as food for a pet. The heaven-shaking stone was used to fill the steps, and the swift cloak was used as a rag. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. How ruthless? For a moment, even with Ning Xuanwu's cultivation level, he could not control his emotions. His whole body was trembling, and he hoarsely and hatefully recounted all of that person's crimes. If my disciple has truly offended me in any way, I can forgive him even if you cripple him. But why humiliate them like this after they've been reduced to ashes? He is going to use my Xuanwu sect's two most treasured artifacts to desecrate them like this. It's like he's rubbing my Xuanwu sect on the ground. This is intolerable. This is intolerable. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Xuanwu sect gleamed with hatred and became restless, wishing they could immediately go down the mountain and tear that man's flesh to shreds. Master, this person is even more despicable than that. At this moment, Yao Linger said hatefully, if I hadn't been careful and disguised myself before going, so that he wouldn't know that I was from the Xuanwu sect, I would probably have fallen into his clutches too. What? Are you still planning to wipe them all out? Ning Xuanwu's anger flared up even more. Pass down the order. All the experts of the Xuanwu sect will come down the mountain with me. I want to personally kill this villain to avenge Wuchen and Wufeng, and at the same time bring back the two great treasures of my Xuanwu sect. Ning Xuanwu waved his hand and immediately gave the order. Yes. The sound resounded throughout the entire hall. The entire Xuanwu sect was already consumed by hatred and rage. Ning Xuanwu's words at this moment ignited everyone's burning desire for revenge. Chapter 52 is incredibly disrespectful. With a command given, all the experts from the Xuanwu sect descended the mountain. Master, I don't think it's a good idea for us to rashly attack down the mountain like this. After arriving in Pingjiang City, Yao Linger said with a worried expression. What's wrong with that? Such a deep-seated grudge, shouldn't we avenge it? Ning Xuanwu said with a ferocious expression. Besides, my two most precious treasures are still in that person's hands. Should we just leave them to fend for themselves? No, master, you've misunderstood. Yao Linger quickly explained. We must avenge our grievances and retrieve the two great treasures. But what if they are prepared if we come here so aggressively? Senior brothers Wuchen and Wufeng are a cautionary tale. I think we should take a longer-term view. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu frowned. He had been blinded by hatred, and now that Yao Linger had reminded him, he realized it was true. By the way, didn't you have contact with him? Ning Xuanwu asked in a deep voice. So what exactly is his strength? Upon hearing this, Yao Linger frowned deeply. Her eyes flashed with solemnity as she looked at Ning Xuanwu with a serious gaze before saying, Master, this is why I reminded you to consider this carefully. His strength. At this point, Yao Linger took a deep breath and said solemnly, I can't see through it. Can't see through it? Ning Xuanwu frowned slightly. That's right. And it's not just that you can't see through him, but that you can't catch any trace of his aura. Yao Linger recalled the past, and said with a furrowed brow, if I hadn't seen him using the swift cloak as a rag and knew that my two senior brothers died at his hands, I probably would have thought he was immortal. Yao Linger's words made Ning Xuanwu frown even more. Looking back now, he realizes he overlooked a huge problem. Since Wufeng Wuchun could be easily reduced to ashes by him, it means that Yu Wu Jia was not lying that day, nor was it a smokescreen released by the Green Mountain sect. This suggests that the terrifying knife in Lu Qingshan's hand may indeed have been forged by this person. If that's the case, would it have been effective for the Xuanwu sect to attack? Is Ning Xuanwu a match for this person? The answer is obvious. The swords he forged could allow Lu Qingshan to chase and kill him for 3,000 miles. His true strength must be heaven-defying. In a short time, Ning Xuanwu began to have doubts and started to back out. However, when he thought about his two disciples, one whose body was completely destroyed and the other whose bones were used to feed dogs. He couldn't swallow his anger. Then listen to my orders. First, send a trusted assassin to scout ahead. Clearly, Ning Xuanwu was not a brainless person. After careful consideration, this decision was made. The weather is so nice today. In the courtyard, Yifeng lay on a deck chair, lazily basking in the sun, thoroughly enjoying himself. Master, the cleaning of the gym is finished. Is there anything else you need to tell me? This was the first time the martial arts gym had done such a thorough cleaning. Zhongqing worked hard for 2 days to get the cleaning done. Yifeng glanced at Zhongqing with satisfaction. This child is so obedient. That rag seems to be made of pretty good material. Don't waste it. Hang it outside to dry in the sun. You can keep it for later use. Yifeng instructed softly. Yes, master. Oh, right. The weather was quite humid the other day. Let's take down those 18 paintings in the front hall and air them out. But it's better to air them in the courtyard, in case they get blown away by the wind. Yifeng instructed softly. Although these paintings seemed useless and wouldn't be worth much money, they would still be nice to hang in the hall as decorations to embellish his martial arts school. Zhongqing obediently followed the instructions. First, the 18 paintings were taken down and hung out to dry in the yard. Then, the wall where the paintings were hung was wiped with a rag before the rag was hung out to dry in front of the martial arts school. Call. Call. At this moment, several figures flashed over and landed in the shadows. It was Ning Xuanwu and the people from the Xuanwu sect, with a pale-faced young man beside them. Clearly, the young man was the assassin they had chosen to scout out information from the martial arts school. Don't worry, if you can't come back, I will treat your family and friends the best. But if you can come back, I will promote you to a personal disciple, and you can choose any elder from among them to become your master. Ning Xuanwu patted the young man on the shoulder and instructed him. Master, look. Yao Linger's urgent voice came from the side. Following Yao Linger's directions, Ning Xuanwu immediately turned his gaze to the entrance of the martial arts school, and his expression suddenly changed. There. A rag was hanging there. It was filthy and twisted and knotted. Hiss! Swift cloak. Upon seeing this scene, Ning Xuanwu immediately exploded. Although he had heard Yao Linger mention it before, seeing his beloved treasure being used as a rag to dry in the sun made him furious. Provocative. A blatant provocation. They really don't respect people at all. You son of a bitch, I swear I will not rest until I kill you. In an instant, Ning Xuanwu unleashed a terrifying aura, stomped his foot on the ground, and was about to charge towards the martial arts school. Chapter 53, An Assessment Error. This is a mortal's tale. Calm down. Please calm down, master. Yao Linger's expression changed drastically, and she quickly stopped Ning Xuanwu. Why are you blocking my way? This person is going too far. He has no respect for my Xuanwu sect at all. Get out of my way. Ning Xuanwu shouted angrily, wishing he could rush in and raze the martial arts school to the ground. Master, please stay calm. Be careful, it might be a trap. Yao Linger said earnestly. He might have deliberately hung the swift cloak there to provoke our reaction, then set a trap. If Master falls for it. Ning Xuanwu looked at him. If Master falls for it, then he will truly fall into that villain's trap. It's very likely that the 2 senior brothers on that day also fell into the same trap. Seeing Ning Xuanwu's hesitation, Yao Linger continued to earnestly persuade him. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu suddenly realized what was happening. Isn't the intention behind this provocation quite obvious? It was beyond our control. A look of lingering fear appeared on his face. That was too hasty. He sighed, suppressing his anger as he looked at the assassins. Don't worry, I keep my word. Go ahead and do your best, Ning Xuanwu said. I'm entrusting this glorious yet arduous task of investigating the martial arts school to you. The young assassin gritted his teeth. Please rest assured, Sect Master, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Remember, you must never attract that person's attention, nor show any hostility. Your main task is to gather information. Yao Linger solemnly reminded her again. You must be extremely careful. The assassin nodded and, under the watchful eyes of Ning Xuanwu and the others, cautiously walked towards the martial arts school. He paused for a moment as he approached the door. The swift cloak was used as a rag and hung to dry right next to him. The heaven-shaking stone was right beneath his feet. Suppressing his nervousness, he let out a long sigh of relief and stepped over the heaven-shaking stone. That's a bit of a joke. Suddenly, he understood why the person inside had placed the heaven-shaking stone here to fill in the steps. The next step. We stepped into the front hall. It was unremarkable inside. Nothing special, just like any other martial arts school, and even inferior to other martial arts schools. There seemed to be no danger at all. Disciple, why did you take this plaque down as well? Yifeng asked Zhongqing while petting the dog in the courtyard. Master, I saw that there was a lot of dust on it, so I took it off to wipe it clean. However, there are still some water stains on it, so I will leave it here to dry for now. I will put it back on after it dries. Zhongqing replied softly. Not bad. Yifeng nodded approvingly. Zhongqing was much more meticulous than him and did everything very well. Is anyone home? Just then, a sound came from the front hall. Oh, have we had guests? The voice was unfamiliar, which surprised Yifeng. He hadn't had any business for a long time. He got up and went outside, noticing a young man about his age, and asked, Hello, is there anything I can help you with? When the assassin saw Yifeng, his heart trembled. Was this the person that senior sister Yao Linger was talking about? Sweat soaked his back. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and asked, Hello, could you tell me how to get to Xuanwu sect? Even the most cautious man can make mistakes, and he almost blurted out the name of the Xuanwu sect. It's over. He thought to himself, his face turning deathly pale, because saying those words meant his identity had been exposed. For a moment, his eyes narrowed to pinpoints as he nervously looked at Yifeng, even imagining the scenario of Yifeng slapping him to death. However, Yifeng made no move, and was even somewhat disappointed. Oh, so he was just asking for directions. I thought he was either buying something or coming to learn from a master. His martial arts school is such a failure. But being a helpful person, I didn't show it on my face and politely told him the general way. Yifeng's calm demeanor surprised the assassins. There was no response at all. I exposed such a huge flaw, and there was no reaction at all. He was a little confused. Looking at Yifeng, he seemed unremarkable, just like an ordinary mortal. Could this really be a master? It seems that the sect leader and the others guessed wrong. This is not a master at all, but an ordinary mortal. Thinking of this, he became bolder and said, It's quite deserted here. I'm afraid you don't have many apprentices, do you? After saying that, he looked at Yifeng with his eyes narrowed to pinpoints. It must be said that in order to be sent as a spy to investigate this place, he not only had enough courage, but also considerable cunning. Although he made a mistake by revealing a flaw earlier, it did not affect the performance of his cunning. His question was perfectly apt. His expression carried a hint of mockery. If he had truly misjudged the situation, and this person was indeed a master, he would definitely have shown some reaction, such as anger or displaying an intimidating aura. Similarly, he left himself a way out, because these words would prevent the other party from killing him outright. If there is no reaction, it means that this person is really not a master. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression became somewhat unnatural. But what this guy said is true. His shop is just so deserted that he has nothing to say about it. Really? Who was observing, Yifeng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This person made no move and didn't possess any of the qualities of a master. He immediately formed a conclusion in his mind. Yao Linger and Ning Xuanwu made a mistake in their assessment. This was just a mortal with no strength whatsoever. The deaths of senior brothers Wuchen and Wufing were probably also due to some misunderstanding. He boldly exchanged a few more pleasantries, then swaggered out without encountering any danger. This further confirmed his suspicions. He is quite proud of his profession. Chapter 54. These old men look really unpleasant. After seeing the young man off, I had just sat down in the courtyard when I heard a sound from outside the door again. Yifeng smiled helplessly. He knew who it was just by hearing the voice, and went outside to take a look. Really? Eccentric old man, Wu Yonghong, who loves playing chess, but is terrible at it. However, to Yifeng's surprise, it wasn't just old Wu who came. There were also 3 other old men around his age. After a quick glance at the 3 old men, Yifeng subconsciously curled his lip. What a ridiculously polite person he is. One of them was skin and bones, dark-skinned, and it was hard to tell if he had been malnourished since childhood or what. He probably weighed less than 60 pounds. His frail appearance made Yifeng afraid to touch him. If he stumbled and suddenly passed out, that would be a problem he couldn't afford to cause. The other one was a bit better looking, but his outfit was really hard to compliment. He was covered in what looked like chicken bones or something, and he even had a huge skull ring on his thumb. He looked like a completely different, non-mainstream person from another world. As for the last one, he doesn't seem to be a poor person. And 2 broken eggs being rubbed in his hands, he held his head high with an air of mystery. Although the outfit had a certain flair, the overall demeanor was still miles away from what was expected. Of course, guests are always welcome. Although these old men looked rather shabby, Yifeng wouldn't judge a book by its cover. What surprised Yifeng slightly was that these stuttering old men were acting all mysterious. He hadn't seen them when he saw the young man who asked for directions off, but they suddenly appeared. It was really strange. Mr. Yi. Wu Yonghong cupped his hands in greeting to Yifeng, clearly having changed his way of addressing Yifeng after the last incident. Long time no see. Come in and have a seat. Yifeng said with a smile and waved. Yes. Wu Yonghong nodded excitedly. He had been quite nervous, since he had brought 3 strangers without any prior notice and was afraid of upsetting Yifeng. But now it seemed that Yifeng was much more magnanimous than he had imagined. Come on. Please come in, sir. Please come in. Thinking of this, Old Man Wu hurriedly urged the other 3. However, the 3 did not move forward. Instead, they looked at Wu Yonghong with questioning eyes. When they arrived, Wu Yonghong boasted about how powerful Yifeng was, even saying he could easily wield a sacred-grade divine rake. So, they believed him to some extent, and came with a respectful attitude. But when I looked at it, that's not the case at all. The young man in front of me looks like just an ordinary person. Sai, how am I supposed to explain this to you? Wu Yonghong said anxiously. Don't say you can't see through his cultivation level. I can't either. Alright. Even if what you say is true, didn't you mention that he had a plaque imbued with martial intent? Where is the plaque? The emaciated old man asked again. This? Wu Yonghong looked somewhat embarrassed, and upon looking around, he indeed found the doorway empty. Well, maybe the gentleman just took it off temporarily. Let's not worry about that. Since the gentleman has invited us in, let's go in quickly. Wu Yonghong said anxiously. The 3 of them still hesitated to move forward. Who are these 3 people? If they are truly experts, that would be one thing. But if they are just ordinary people, what right do they have to be allowed to enter and sit down? You really are. Wu Yonghong angrily pointed at the 3 of them and said, We've known each other for so many years. Would I lie to you? If you really don't believe me, come in and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged a glance. Wu Yonghong certainly didn't seem to be lying, and the sacred rake in his hand was also undeniably real. Since we're already here, there's no harm in going in and taking a look. The 4 of them then headed towards the martial arts school. Chapter 55. We absolutely cannot let our seniors' good intentions go to waste. Wu Yonghong felt a little nervous. There's also some anticipation. After all, it was his first time entering Yifeng's cave, so he was very curious about what was inside. But as soon as he reached the door, he seemed to step on something and sense something, and Wu Yonghong's body suddenly trembled. Then he looked down. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seeing this, the elderly men accompanying him looked at him dismissively. It's just a broken rock, they thought. What's so interesting about it? When they saw it clearly, the group of people froze. Their mouths were agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. The stone under Wu Yonghong's feet looks like the Jintian stone. And judging from what I've seen here, it seems to be just used to fill in the steps. The 4 exchanged a glance and immediately gasped. Using a thunderous stone to fill the steps. What a grand gesture. Although they also possessed such treasures, the heaven-shaking stone was still a royal-grade treasure, which they usually kept carefully and even used as a trump card. However, this person used it to fill the steps. Just as the 4 were in shock, the old man with the abacus inadvertently saw something else, and his heart skipped a beat. Seeing this, the others also turned their attention to it. GAA. Several people's eyes nearly popped out. It is yet another imperial treasure. Swift cloak. But why is this swift cloak so disheveled and dirty, just hanging there like that? Seeing the old men walking slowly, Yifeng, who was in front, turned around and saw that the old men were staring at a rag, which was quite strange. Brothers, it's just a rag. What's so interesting about it? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Wipe. Rag. Yifeng's words nearly made their jaws drop in astonishment. The steps were filled with a stone that shook the heavens. A swift cloak serves as a rag. TSK. This is quite a gesture. Such a disregard for imperial treasures must belong to a martial saint. In an instant, a decision was made in the hearts of the 4. Knowing that Yifeng was a martial saint, the 3 old men brought by Wu Yonghong completely changed their attitude, becoming extremely respectful. At the same time, they glared at Wu Yonghong and complained, You old man Wu, why didn't you tell us beforehand? That's right, we almost offended this martial arts master just now. Humph. If our attitude just now angered the martial saint, we won't let you off the hook. You're all spouting nonsense. Wu Yonghong's face turned ashen with anger, and he said in a low, mournful voice, Did I say it or not? Did I say it on the way? I told you 1,000 times, but you just didn't believe me. Snort. The 3 old men snorted angrily and followed Yifeng with respectful and eager postures. Greetings, master. As soon as they entered the front hall, they saw Zhong Qing carrying a ladder and rehanging the 18 pictures of divine weapons that had been taken down earlier. At that moment, he had just finished hanging the last one and was walking down the stairs. My disciple, you've worked hard. We have guests. Could you please bring me a few stools? Yifeng gave the instructions in a soft voice. Yes, master. Zhong Qing obediently went inside to move a stool. Yifeng turned around and said with a smile, there are things drying inside, so it's a bit crowded. Let's sit in the front hall for a while. You're too kind, sir. The four old men nodded and finally stepped into the front hall. The 18 divine weapon illustrations instantly magnified in their eyes, an overwhelming martial intent and the power of the heavenly Tao, accompanied by a powerful pressure, enveloped the entire front hall. What? The four old men were stunned at the same time upon seeing this scene. In that instant, the overwhelming martial intent and power of the heavenly Tao allowed them to absorb immense benefits, and they discovered that their cultivation level, which had been stuck for hundreds of years, was actually loosening at this moment. Who exactly is this person? At this moment, even Wu Yonghong himself was stunned. Just now, he thought Yifeng was a martial saint, a level higher than him, a martial grandmaster. But now it seems he's more than just a martial saint. This, Emperor Wu? But even Emperor Wu didn't seem to have such a grand gesture. Could such a grand gesture be from some immortal martial artist from the upper world? Immortal. Call. A chill ran down my spine. This word was simply unattainable for them. The thought that Yifeng might be a celestial martial artist from the upper world made the four of them feel their blood boil. No wonder. No wonder he looks like an ordinary person. The four of them suddenly realized why they couldn't see through Yifeng's cultivation level. Please sit down. Yifeng brought the stools over and handed them to them, saying, please rest here for a moment while I get you some water. After saying that, Yifeng walked towards the backyard. Yifeng left. The four old men erupted in chaos. Martial intent, such powerful martial intent. I have never seen such powerful martial intent before. My realm, which has been stuck for hundreds of years, has loosened. Yes, I've also loosened up, and it's accompanied by the power of the heavenly Tao. A celestial warrior. He must be a celestial warrior. I never expected that I would be able to make contact with a celestial warrior. For a moment, the four of them were both excited and filled with tears. The overwhelming martial intent and power of the heavenly Tao contained in the mural brought them immense benefits. But after a short while, the four of them began to feel unwell. I feel like I can't hold on much longer, the old man with the abacus said first. This martial intent is too strong. I can only comprehend this much. If I sit here any longer, I'll suffer a chi deviation. Yes, I can't hold on any longer either, the thin old man said. It's such a pity, such a great opportunity, yet we can't take it all in. How about we sit outside? Old Wu said, his face also covered in sweat. As soon as he finished speaking, the old skeleton man picked up a stool and ran outside. Although the others looked reluctant, they knew they couldn't eat at all, so they quickly sat down on stools outside the door. Hey, why are you all outside? Yifeng brought out the water and asked in confusion. Looked at Yifeng with gratitude, but also with embarrassment. Knowing that this was an opportunity given to them by Yifeng, but unfortunately they were not capable enough and could not withstand it in such a short time. They could only explain with bitter faces. The scenery outside is beautiful. The scenery outside is beautiful. Yes, the scenery is beautiful. The others also kept smiling in agreement. All right. Yifeng nodded, understanding the old men's situation. After all, they were getting on in years, and it was understandable that they wanted to soak up some sun. After putting down the water, he said, let's play a couple of games of chess. You wait here, I'll go get it. Okay. The four nodded hurriedly. Just then, Zhong Qing came over carrying the dried plaque and took out a ladder to hang it up. Almost instantly, the four of them felt a powerful martial intent emanating from the plaque. Fortunately, the martial intent emanating from the plaque was not as strong as that from the front hall, so they were not overwhelmed. The four old men couldn't help but see stars. Full of gratitude. It seems that this senior knew they couldn't comprehend the martial intent of the front hall, so he specially hung up the plaque for them to study. What a kind offer. Such a great favor. We absolutely cannot let our seniors' good intentions go to waste. The four of them were moved to tears. They quickly moved the small bamboo stools into a row, sat obediently, and felt the martial spirit emanating from the plaque. Chapter 56, Outwitting Mortals. Inside a courtyard. This was a temporary stronghold for the Xuanwu sect after they arrived in Pingjiang City. In the hall, it was extremely quiet. Ning Xuanwu sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression. Yao Ling'er and the other high-ranking officials sat silently to the side, all waiting for news from the assassins they had sent out. Master, do you think he can successfully return? Finally, Yao Ling'er couldn't sit still any longer and stood up with her pretty brows furrowed to ask. Ning Xuanwu remained silent. But deep down, I was also uncertain. During the time the assassins went to gather information, he calmed down considerably and thought a lot. Although he was the master, he knew in his heart that his two disciples, Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng, were more talented than him, far surpassing him in his youth, and had now reached the martial spirit realm. Wu Ling. It is a force to be reckoned with in the entire Nansha Islands. With the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak at his disposal, as long as he doesn't encounter an old monster who has been a martial king for many years, he actually has a chance to escape. In other words, even if he personally took action, killing Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng would not be easy. However, in that person's hands, neither of them remained. In addition, the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak are royal-grade treasures, which even a martial king would consider extremely valuable. Why did that person disregard them so much? Was it simply to humiliate the Xuanwu sect? It's unlikely, considering these are two imperial-grade treasures. The most likely explanation is that the person genuinely didn't take the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak seriously. Considering these 2 points of logic, that person's strength is at least that of an old martial king who has broken through many years ago, more likely a martial emperor, or even a martial grandmaster or martial saint above the martial emperor level. But in either case, Ning Xuanwu wasn't very confident in facing the situation. Thinking about this, his face grew even more somber. At the same time, it is not believed that the assassin will be able to return safely. Upon seeing Ning Xuanwu's appearance, the hall fell silent once again, and everyone's faces were solemn. Clearly, Ning Xuanwu was able to figure this out, and so were everyone else. That assassin is most likely not coming back. However, just when everyone's morale was low, a servant came to reporting to the sect leader, Su Kuan has returned. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression froze, and they all got up and rushed outside. This news was a wonderful surprise for them. Sure enough, upon arriving at the door, they saw Su Kuan, who had been sent to act as a suicide squad member. At that moment, he had a smile on his lips and looked quite spirited. This line, that's truly perfect. Not only was there no danger whatsoever, but it also allowed him to achieve a remarkable leap in his career, becoming a direct disciple in one fell swoop. How's it going? Ning Xuanwu and the others rushed over anxiously and asked him questions. Reporting to the sect master and elders, I have not failed in my mission. Su Kuan said to everyone with a smile. I have found out that the person has no strength and is just an ordinary mortal. Oh, upon hearing this, everyone looked incredulous. The information they had gathered was vastly different from their guesses. You're not lying? Ning Xuanwu frowned, and a trace of oppressive aura enveloped Su Kuan. This disciple swears with his life that he is absolutely not lying, so there must be some misunderstanding about the deaths of senior brothers Jing Wuchen and Jing Wuchen. I even suspect that they are not dead yet. Under Ning Xuanwu's imposing presence, Su Kuan quickly raised his hand and said, then recounted everything that had happened at the martial arts school. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. It seems that things are indeed as Su Kuan said. A mere mortal, just a mere mortal. Ning Xuanwu clenched his fists tightly, and an aura of anger erupted from his body. He never imagined that after such a long battle of wits, their opponent would be just a lowly mortal. To him, this was a disgrace. Since that's the case, then I'll personally take action and slap him to death. I don't care if it's a trick by the Green Mountain sect or not. I'll make him turn to ashes. After a cold laugh, Ning Xuanwu leaped out with a face full of anger, heading towards the martial arts school. Seeing this, the others also rushed forward. Chapter 57 The Tragic Ning Xuanwu. Soon, led by Ning Xuanwu, they quickly arrived at a dark spot not far from the entrance of the small martial arts school. Snort. How dare this lowly mortal waste so much of my time? Watch how I turn him into a meat patty. Ning Xuanwu said angrily. Master, I think we should be careful. It would be best to verify whether the information Su Kuan obtained is accurate before we speak, Yao Ling'er said with a worried expression, her pretty brows furrowed. Snort. You, a mere mortal, dare to tell me to be careful? Ning Xuanwu said, his anger barely contained. Master, I feel like something's not right. And look. Yao Ling'er looked sharply at the martial arts school and said in a serious tone, this martial arts school is clearly under our surveillance. yet suddenly a few old men are sitting in front of it. Don't you find that strange? Humph. This is just an oversight on your part in monitoring, Ning Xuanwu said disdainfully. Besides, mortals have many relatives, and these old men are nothing more than the kind of second uncles and third great uncles. In my eyes, whether he is my second uncle or my third uncle, he is just a mortal, an ant-like existence. Ning Xuanwu snorted angrily, finding the existence of this martial arts school extremely offensive. He unleashed his aura, leaving a trail of afterimages in midair, and swept towards the martial arts school with immense power. In the blink of an eye, they were above the martial arts school. The four people, who were comprehending the martial intent on the plaque, suddenly opened their eyes when they sensed the fluctuation of energy coming from above. For sharp gazes shot towards Ning Xuanwu. Who on earth dared to attack this martial arts school? What's worse, they even disturbed their experience of martial arts. However, Ning Xuanwu, still furious, completely ignored the gazes of the four people. They're just four ordinary old men. Let them and this dilapidated martial arts school be completely wiped out. You ants die. With a cold laugh, he flipped his hand in midair, carrying a powerful aura, and a massive palm print followed. This action directly provoked Wu Yonghong and the other three into a fit of rage. The four of them suddenly stood up, and a vast and profound martial arts aura erupted from their bodies. The sheer force of the impact instantly made the entire sky feel oppressive. Martial arts. Martial sect. Ning Xuanwu, who was in midair, felt the four powerful auras, and his expression changed drastically. He started to stutter, and his eyes almost popped out. These four people sitting at the entrance of the martial arts school are actually four martial arts masters. He, a mere martial king, actually slapped four martial grandmasters with one palm. Isn't that just being stubborn? The next moment, he seemed to realize something again, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. That abacus, the heavenly secret disc, a top-grade treasure? Only one person possesses this treasure, and that is Li Mos, the deadly abacus. And that unique outfit with bones covering his entire body. This also suddenly reminded Ning Xuanwu of a character, a peerless madman who betrayed his sect, slaughtered the sect, and even polished the skulls of the sect's high-ranking members into handicrafts to wear on his body, Chu Shikuang. The other skinny guy seems to be Sun Zhuge, the legendary figure who suffered broken meridians as a child, but later cultivated evil arts to defy fate. The last one, holding a rake like a farmer, seems to be Wu Yonghong, who was cheated in a certain city, slaughtered the entire city in a fit of rage, and later disappeared without a trace. Upon recognizing these people, Ning Xuanwu felt like he was about to cry. These four madmen who had long since disappeared from public view actually arrived at the entrance of this martial arts school at the same time. What's going on? Damn it. Compared to these four, he, a mere martial king, was practically a little brother. When they were famous, Ning Xuanwu was still wearing open-crotch pants. Almost instantly, his previously brimming confidence vanished, leaving him looking like a wilted eggplant. Ignoring the backlash he was suffering, he forcibly withdrew his attack, not daring to look at the four people even once. He rolled in midair and then ran away. It must be said that Ning Xuanwu's series of movements were incredibly smooth, like flowing water. Stumbled through the air, sweating profusely, wanting nothing more than to escape the sight of these four men as quickly as possible. However, the next moment, his face changed drastically, and he felt a chill run down his spine. An inescapable aura enveloped him, locking him in place, and then pulling him back from a distance. Chapter 58 was a truly pathetic affair. Almost instantly, Ning Xuanwu was pulled back, and four meaningful gazes stared straight at him. Ning Xuanwu was extremely nervous. Cold sweat poured down my forehead, and my heart was pounding with anxiety. For many years, he hadn't felt this kind of fear. His treasure, the heaven-shaking stone, was right at his feet, and his swift cloak was lying to the side, within easy reach, yet he dared not look at it even once. Hee, greetings to the four seniors. May I ask what business you have with me? Under the gaze of the four, Ning Xuanwu felt his scalp tingle and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. It's not that we want anything from you, but you seem to have just said you were going to kill us? Wu Yonghong looked at him with a gloomy gaze and asked slowly. These sarcastic words made Ning Xuanwu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly explained, No, please calm down, seniors. How could I dare to attack you? I only wanted to take over this small martial arts school, but I didn't expect you to be sitting here cultivating. So please forgive me. After explaining, Ning Xuanwu breathed a sigh of relief. Although these four people have strange tempers, he is still a martial king, and he stopped in time. Now that he has explained things clearly, he shouldn't be made too difficult for him, right? However, to his surprise, the moment his voice fell, the four people stood up almost simultaneously, their powerful aura enveloping them. It also carried a strong killing intent. Ning Xuanwu suddenly perked up. Completely bewildered, what's going on? I've already explained everything. If you won't let me go, fine, but why are you showing such strong murderous intent instead? You're saying you want to destroy this martial arts school? Lemos squinted and asked in a hoarse voice, enunciating each word clearly. As he asked the question, he had already gathered his inner energy, ready to strike Ning Xuanwu at any moment. It's over. I said the wrong thing. Ning Xuanwu instantly understood. Seeing the attack that Lemos was preparing, he no longer cared about his status and snapped his fist with a crisp sound. He knelt on the ground with his legs straight. Sweating profusely, he said, "It's a misunderstanding, seniors. I was just joking, I was just passing by." Just passing by? Misunderstand. But you just said you wanted to film this martial arts school. The four old men looked down at Ning Xuanwu and said in icy voices, "If that's really the case, and he dares to offend you, we four will not hesitate to strike him on the head." "Senior, you misheard. You really misheard." Ning Xuanwu pleaded, covered in sweat. "I didn't mean to slap this martial arts school. I meant to slap the mosquitoes in this martial arts school." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together. Snap! He actually killed a mosquito. As if he'd seen a savior, he didn't care whether the four believed him or not, and exclaimed while holding the mosquito in his hand, "Senior, look, look, it really is a mosquito." The four men exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with cold laughter. They're not stupid. How could such a low-level lie possibly fool them? However, they did not take action against Ning Xuanwu, because this was, after all, the master's territory, and how to deal with him was up to the master. Seeing that the four people did not make a move, Ning Xuanwu breathed a sigh of relief. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the four people beside him remained. They didn't speak, and Ning Xuanwu dared not utter a word, so he could only lower his head and kneel on the ground. The autumn wind blew by, and his figure looked desolate. But inside, he was seething with anger. "Su Kuan, you bastards. When I return, I will wipe out your entire family." By this point, he understood that the owners of this martial arts school were these four people. Otherwise, why would they have shown such strong killing intent when he said he wanted to take over the school? As for Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng, they probably crossed the line with these four and were eliminated. As for the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak, although using them to fill the steps and as rags would be a waste for these four, it was still acceptable. It's all that damn Su Kuan's fault. If you hadn't brought back false information, how could I be in such a sorry state? If he had known it was these four people's martial arts school, he wouldn't have dared to come no matter what. Even if the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak were lost, he would have just swallowed his pride and kept quiet. In secret, Yao Linger and the others, who were observing the movements of the martial arts school, gaped wide-eyed and covered their red lips. Seeing their leader obediently kneeling on the ground with such a respectful demeanor, everyone felt a complex mix of emotions. But I also instantly realized that things weren't that simple. Although Ning Xuanwu had many thoughts in his mind, he dared not show them on his face, and continued to kneel and look expectantly at Wu Yonghong and the other three. "You are Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu sect, right?" Finally, Chu Quanshi glanced at Ning Xuanwu and asked. "It's my senior." Ning Xuanwu lowered his head and answered nervously. "Even if your Ning Jiutian hadn't died, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. I never expected that you, a junior." Chu Kuang sneered. Truly a student surpassing his master. These sarcastic words made Ning Xuanwu's face flush red, but he dared not refute them. "I don't know where the chess set is. I searched for a long time before I found it." Just then, Yifeng came out from the front hall and said with a slightly apologetic voice. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and his three companions suddenly stood up, bowed their heads respectfully, and said, "Greetings, sir." "Gentlemen, these four people are actually called sir?" Ning Xuanwu, who was kneeling on the ground, stared at Yifeng as he walked out, and suddenly opened his mouth wide. Chapter 59, Yifeng's Meaning. Why would the four great martial arts masters address this young man as sir, with such respect? Could it be that this martial arts school doesn't belong to Wu Yonghong and his three companions? The young man in front of us is the real mastermind. It was beyond our control. He remembered what Yao Linger had said. It was this young man who had ordered people to use the swift cloak as a rag, and it was this young man who had used Jing Wufeng's bones as food for the dogs. Upon thinking about this, Ning Xuanwu felt extremely incredulous. But even though he found it unbelievable, he felt that the answer was pretty close to the truth. Putting aside the level of respect Wu Yonghong and the other three showed to Yifeng, even as a martial king, he found it impossible to see through the strength of this young master before him. Just like an ordinary person. It may seem ordinary, but it is actually unfathomable. At this thought, he swallowed hard. Sir, he is here too. After greeting Yifeng, Wu Yonghong said respectfully, clearly wanting to report on Ning Xuanwu's matter. No need to say anything, I understand. Yifeng waved his hand and said with a smile. Sir, you are truly remarkable. We were the ones who spoke out of turn. Wu Yonghong and the other three exchanged glances and immediately bowed their heads respectfully. It seems that the master is indeed a master. Even though he is not here, he already knows everything about what is happening here. I won't say anything more. Yifeng smiled. Just as he stepped out the door, he overheard Chu Guangshi reprimanding the old man kneeling on the ground. What was with all this talk about seniors and juniors? They were probably the ones reprimanding the juniors. He's an old man. Seeing his junior being punished is understandable, but it's unclear what exactly this uncle did wrong. Ning Xuanwu, who was kneeling to the side, also opened his mouth wide, and at the same time, he was filled with regret. His eyes revealed a deep fear. He was now certain that the mysterious young man before him was an old monster even older than Wu Yonghong and the others. He had been blind to have come knocking on their door, unaware that the man knew everything. The thought of offending such a person sent chills down his spine, and his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Today, he's probably going to die here. It's all right, you guys handle it. Yifeng said nonchalantly. Even if it was right in front of his martial arts gym, it wouldn't affect him much. What should we do? Wu Yonghong and the other three were slightly surprised. They exchanged glances, not expecting Yifeng to hand Ning Xuanwu over to them directly. That makes sense, though. Emir King Wu is probably not worth your personal attention. But how should we handle this? The four of them looked at each other, unable to make up their minds, and could only turn their gaze to Yifeng. Why are you all staring at me? Yifeng asked, speechless. Ahem. Sir, we just wanted to ask, in your opinion, what should be done? Wu Yonghong asked nervously. Ning Xuanwu, whose face was deathly pale, also looked over. The usually dignified man from the Xuanwu sect had become pitiful, realizing that his life was entirely in Yifeng's hands. Ask me. Yifeng rubbed his nose. I'm speechless. Why are you asking me, an unrelated person, when you want to discipline your own juniors? Seeing the four old men's questioning expressions, Yifeng could only helplessly say, I don't have much to say, but what I mean is that since he made a mistake, he must bear the corresponding consequences. Of course, we can't deny the younger generation a chance. Whether he can grow up after being taught a lesson depends on his own fate. After saying that, Yifeng looked at the sky and thought it was about time to start cooking. After all, Zhongqing had been busy all day, so it was only natural for his master to help him out occasionally. Besides, they were disciplining the younger generation, and it wasn't appropriate for him to be there. After Yifeng left, Wu Yonghong and the other three pondered his words, then exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Obviously, the gentleman's meaning is already quite clear. Then, 4 pairs of gloomy eyes fell on Ning Xuanwu. Ning Xuanwu shuddered suddenly and broke out in a cold sweat. Take out the storage bag first. Wu Yonghong stretched out his palm and said in a deep voice. Senior, isn't this unnecessary? Ning Xuanwu said with a grim expression. Wu Yonghong's voice turned cold, and he narrowed his eyes as he said, Didn't you hear what the gentleman said just now? Okay, fine. Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out his storage bag. Inside, besides the last treasure he possessed, were the resources of the entire Xuanwu sect. The moment Wu Yonghong snatched the bag from Ning Xuanwu, his heart bled. Wu Yonghong opened the storage bag, nodded in satisfaction, handed it to Chu Guangshi, and then instructed, Take this first, and give it to the master later. After saying that, he looked at Ning Xuanwu and said in a deep voice, Get up first. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu stood up. Looking at the 4 people's expressions, he asked nervously, Then, seniors, may I leave now? After saying that, he lifted his legs, eager to leave this place. However, as soon as he took a step, a powerful pressure came at him again. Walk! Didn't you hear what the gentleman just said? Wu Yonghong asked angrily, glancing at the frail old man, Sun Zhuge, as he spoke. Seeing this, Sun Zhuge smiled coldly, waved his hand, and a black mist spread towards Ning Xuanwu. instantly enveloping his entire palm. This is my deadly poison. It will spread from my arm throughout my body in less than 3 days. What? A deadly poisonous creature? Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu's face turned ashen, and he stared at the black mist spreading across his arm as if he had seen something terrifying. You heard it yourself. This is the master's intention. He didn't intend to take your life directly. Of course, whether you can still stand as a human being depends on your fate. Get out. With a flick of his arm, Ning Xuanwu was sent flying backward. Chapter 60. I'll let you talk. His body crashed heavily to the ground, and Ning Xuanwu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he ignored his injuries and ran away in a flash. He was really afraid of being pulled back again. He just wanted to get as far away from this martial arts gym as possible. After all, the pressure exerted on him by these 4 old men was truly terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying one is that mysterious young man. Although he keeps a low profile, it is often this feeling of being unable to figure him out that is the most unbearable. And this trip, he really lost a lot of money. Leaving aside things like avenging Jing Wuchen and Jing Wufeng, and getting back the Jintian Stone and Swift Cloak, he almost lost his life. The key point is that all the resources of the Xuanwu sect were also taken away. What's most hateful is, he glanced at the black mist swirling around his right arm and felt a sudden urge to die. This arm was cut off by Lu Qingshan some time ago. Before coming to Pingjiang City, he used a secret technique of the sect, used a lot of resources, and even consumed a part of his lifespan to finally get the broken bone of this arm to regenerate. But who knew that after coming here and accomplishing nothing but killing a mosquito, I suffered such torment? The thought of it made his heart ache. But saving his life was the priority. Sun Zhuge's heavenly fiend poison was no ordinary thing. If he didn't cut off this arm, he would die suddenly in less than 3 days. After agonizing for most of the day, he finally gritted his teeth and, with a face full of resentment, chopped off his arm. Looking at the arm lying on the ground, Ning Xuanwu grew angrier and angrier. His body transformed into a blur as he rushed towards the direction where Yao Ling'er and the others were. Master! Metropolitan! The crowd rushed over, their faces filled with solemnity and complex emotions as they looked at Ning Xuanwu's missing arm. Where's Su Kuan? Ning Xuanwu roared in fury. Sect master, it's a misunderstanding. Su Kuan hid behind Yao Ling'er, trembling and full of resentment as he explained. Misunderstand? Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth, stretched out his arm, grabbed Su Kuan by the neck, and twisted it in his hand. Click! In a fit of extreme rage, Ning Xuanwu snapped Su Kuan's neck without a word and threw him to the ground. I made you misunderstand. I made you misunderstand. Seemingly not satisfied with killing Su Kuan, Ning Xuanwu stomped on Su Kuan's corpse again and again, crushing it into a pulp under his absolute strength. Seeing Ning Xuanwu's fury, Yao Ling'er and the others lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. That makes sense. Anyone would be in a similar situation, especially since Ning Xuanwu is usually the high and mighty sect leader of the Xuanwu sect. Sect master, what should we do next? After a long while, seeing that Ning Xuanwu's anger seemed to have subsided a little, an elder slightly raised his chin and asked, do you still want to continue seeking revenge? Upon hearing the word revenge, Ning Xuanwu's expression twitched, and his face turned so gloomy it seemed to ooze water. And what about the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak? Should we bring them back as well? The elder asked again. Seeing this, the others immediately cast pitying glances at him. That guy, that's really bringing up the very thing you shouldn't be talking about. Sure enough, Ning Xuanwu's anger, which had just subsided, surged back to his head, and he slapped the elder until he was smashed into a pulp. I'll teach you to talk nonsense. I'll teach you to talk nonsense. After slapping the elder to death, they proceeded to brutally mutilate his corpse before finally stopping. Chapter 61, trying every possible method to seduce him. A long time. The flames of anger on Ning Xuanwu's body subsided considerably. Master, please calm down. Seeing this, Yao Ling'er stepped forward and said, however, at this juncture, we really need to make plans for what's to come, master. Ning Xuanwu's face was gloomy, but he had no choice but to make plans for the future. After thinking it over, he looked up at Yao Ling'er and said softly, Ling'er, today is the most disastrous day in the history of my Xuanwu sect, so the future of the Xuanwu sect still depends on you. Rely on me? Yao Ling'er opened her surprised red lips. Ning Xuanwu nodded heavily, glancing helplessly in the direction of the martial arts school. Although he was unwilling, he didn't even have the courage to seek revenge in the face of such a peerless master. Seeing Ning Xuanwu like this, Yao Ling'er felt uneasy and couldn't help but ask, "Master, what exactly is in that martial arts school that would?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu's lips twitched, and he sighed before saying with lingering fear, "For martial grandmasters, one martial saint, or even a martial emperor." What? Despite guessing that the people from the martial arts school would be very strong, everyone still couldn't help but gasp when Ning Xuanwu revealed the truth. This small martial arts school actually has 4 martial grandmasters, and a martial saint, or even a martial emperor. No wonder. No wonder even someone as powerful as Ning Xuanwu suffered such a miserable fate. So, Yao Ling'er frowned and looked at Ning Xuanwu. "That's why I want you to stay in Pingjiang City," Ning Xuanwu said, his pupils constricting. "The foundation of my Xuanwu sect is here. Although we've been clashing with the Qingshan sect for over 1,000 years, we've at least managed to maintain a balance. But now, this balance has been broken." At this point, Ning Xuanwu's face showed deep worry, and then he said viciously, "That old swindler Lu Qingshan. I don't know what kind of tricks he used to get in touch with that young man in the martial arts school, and even obtained a peerless divine sword. Imagine if Lu Qingshan gets something good from these experts again. Do you think he would let us go, since we're like oil and water to him? If he benefits from being a master, will we still be his match?" It must be said that although Ning Xuanwu has a fiery temper, as the head of a sect, he usually thinks about things in a long-term way. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood the pros and cons. On the face, a deep sense of solemnity permeated the air. "So master wants me?" Yao Ling'er asked nervously. "Well," Ning Xuanwu sighed and said with a grim expression, "we can't get the heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak back, and we can't avenge ourselves today. Although I can't swallow this insult, we are powerless in the face of absolute strength. On the contrary, we should try our best to please and get close to that young man, at least to the same extent as Lu Qingshan." "Master, I understand what you mean," Yao Ling'er said worriedly. "But, putting aside what happened with senior brothers Wu Feng before, just today's incident has already created a grudge between us. How can we try to appease and get closer to him? So, that's why I want you to stay. Although you met him last time, it was after you had disguised yourself, and he has never seen your real appearance." At this point, Ning Xuanwu took a deep breath, looked solemnly at Yao Ling'er, and spoke each word clearly. "Therefore, I want you to do everything in your power to seduce him and become his woman." Chapter 62. This is the Master's Mercy. What? Yao Ling'er opened her red lips wide. To everyone's surprise, this was the reason Ning Xuanwu wanted her to stay. "I know this is very difficult for you," Ning Xuanwu said earnestly. "But this concerns the future of our Xuanwu sect. The entire lifeline of the Xuanwu sect is in your hands. Besides, if you really become his woman, it wouldn't be a bad thing for you. After all, he has at least the cultivation of a martial saint, and haven't you always admired the strong?" Yao Ling'er with a questioning gaze. Yao Ling'er bit her red lips tightly, pondering Ning Xuanwu's words. That makes sense. Regardless of whether he was a martial emperor or not, the title of martial saint alone was enough to make countless people submit. If it weren't for these events, that young man would probably be the object of Yao Ling'er's admiration and pursuit. If she were to truly become that young man's woman, then Yao Ling'er would undoubtedly rise in status, becoming a person of high standing, and the Xuanwu sect would naturally benefit as well. "Master, I don't mind, but would he really be interested in me?" Yao Ling'er's face showed a lack of confidence. If she were to win over a man in front of others, with her natural beauty and remarkable seductive skills, it would be a piece of cake for her. But a master whose minimum cultivation level is martial saint, what kind of woman wouldn't he want? Why would he take a fancy to Yao Ling'er? Ning Xuanwu also frowned. But there was no other way now, so he could only comfort her. "Ling'er, I believe in your abilities. Man proposes, God disposes. You can definitely do it." "Okay, fine." Yao Ling'er suddenly felt an immense weight on her shoulders. However, this mission was both dangerous and rewarding, which also ignited her fighting spirit and anticipation. Not long after, Ning Xuanwu and the others rushed back to Xuanwu sect. Yao Ling'er did not act rashly at the first opportunity, but instead sneaked into Pingjiang City to hide her cultivation and settled down. Inside a solemn hall, Ancestor Qingshan's face flashed with intense anger, and in his extreme rage, the veins on his arms bulged out. He had just come out of the pass when he heard Luo Lanxue report to him that Yu Wujia had been ungrateful and attacked the gentleman at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce last time. "Can we tolerate this? Third Elder, you must give me an explanation for this matter." The Green Mountain ancestor exuded a stern aura as he looked at an old man below him and said in a deep voice, "You Wujia, I will kill him. No, I will torture him to death by 1,000 cuts." Upon hearing what the Green Mountain ancestor said, the third elder's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt on the ground. "Sectmaster, please calm down. I beg you to give Wujia a chance. I'm willing to pay any price," the third elder said anxiously. "To be honest, Sectmaster, Wujia has another identity besides being my disciple. An illegitimate child, perhaps?" Qingshan said coldly. "So, Sectmaster, you already knew." The third elder lowered his head in embarrassment. "Humph, if he weren't your illegitimate son, would I still be here talking to you?" Old ancestor Qingshan said coldly. "Otherwise, you Wujia would be a dead dog by now. Thank you for your mercy, Sectmaster." The third elder kowtowed heavily to the ground, begging for mercy. "Please, Sectmaster, spare Wujia's life in consideration of my years of service to the sect. I am willing to bear Wujia's punishment for him." Having said that, his face hardened, and with a swift movement, an arm fell cleanly in front of the Green Mountain ancestor. Then, with a pale face, he looked at the Green Mountain ancestor and said sincerely, "If the ancestor feels it's not enough, I'm willing to lose another arm." Why would you do this?" Ancestor Qingshan appeared in a flash, and 2 bursts of energy landed on the third elder, helping him seal the bleeding meridians. "Please, Sectmaster, have mercy." The third elder continued to kowtow. "Oh well, never mind." The Green Mountain ancestor shook his head. Although the third elder had been embezzling some of his own money, he had indeed contributed a lot to the Green Mountain sect over the years. Now that things had come to this, if he still didn't show mercy, the third elder would probably die right in front of him. Moreover, his concern for Wujia was also related to the Green Mountain sect. Back then, when the Green Mountain sect went to war with another sect, the 3 elders fought for 3 days and were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although they were saved, the Yang sect was destroyed and had no power to continue its lineage. He only has one son, so he will definitely do everything in his power to protect him. "Thank you for your mercy, Sectmaster." The third elder kowtowed in gratitude. "This is not because I'm showing mercy, but because that gentleman didn't take this matter to heart," the Green Mountain ancestor said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, not only you, but the entire Green Mountain sect wouldn't be able to protect him. But I warn you, you'd better keep your men in line. Furthermore, now that you know the master's identity, you must not reveal a single word of it to anyone. If your disclosure disturbs his peaceful cultivation, then you will have to apologize to me yourself. It is the sect leader." The third elder quickly withdrew, and after a series of procedures, Yu Wujia was released. After being released, Yu Wujia, disregarding his still healing injuries, sent people to inquire about Peng Ying's whereabouts. Upon learning that Peng Ying had been directly expelled from the Green Mountain sect, his face darkened considerably. "I'm not reconciled. I finally managed to get her into the Green Mountain sect, but I haven't even handled her yet. No, I have to bring her back." Chapter 63: The Movement Inside the Door. Yifeng was bewildered in the wind. What is this all about? Wu Yonghong and the other 3 old men said they had something to do and left in a hurry, leaving a large pile of junk in front of his counter. What did he say? Part of it was what he had just instructed, and the other part was the money from the rake last time. "But if you're really going to give me money, why don't you just give me the money? What's with all this junk?" Yifeng was speechless. These dilapidated things are truly an eyesore. A pair of boots, which looked similar to rain boots, an umbrella, old and worn, covered with all sorts of scribbled patterns, and some other junk that I couldn't understand. That's enough. It's likely that old Wu really couldn't afford to pay the debt, but he felt bad about it, so he used all the junk in his house to pay it off. Fortunately, Yifeng is not short of money now. To be honest, the rain boots and umbrella were actually quite useful to him. When it rained, he could put on the rain boots, open the tattered umbrella, and go out to buy some drinks. It was quite a practical solution. Oh whoa, just then, the dog let out a howling sound. Yifeng glanced at it, but ignored it. But Ao Qin continued to howl incessantly. This was his instinct as a demon beast, especially when faced with something he feared. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on a small door behind Yifeng. He had been here for so long, but he had never really paid attention to this little door. He had never gone in himself, and he rarely saw Yifeng go in either. He had thought it was a storage room, but now he didn't think so. He always felt that something was hidden inside, because one could vaguely sense a deep and terrifying aura emanating from within. However, what reassured him somewhat was that Yifeng remained lying on the recliner as always, seemingly unconcerned about the aura emanating from the small door. But he was still curious. What was hidden inside? Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Yin Xiong specially sent someone to invite Luo Lanxue. Ahem, my niece. Pingjiang City is about to host its annual poetry competition, which will invite all the great poets and literary figures in the city. Your novel, Supreme Treasure, is such a hit, and I'm thinking of inviting you to attend as well. However, given your status, I'm unsure what to do. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Larangsu fell into deep thought. He then said, Sir, there are 2 reasons why you humbled yourself in Pingjiang City. While setting up a grand plan, you were also reflecting on the lives of ordinary people. As long as you don't disrupt the master's overall plan or affect his original intention to understand the life of mortals, there shouldn't be any problem. Not affecting your original intention of descending to the mortal realm is easy to resolve. When interacting with you, just approach everything from the perspective of a mortal, Yin Xiong said, frowning. But what exactly is the grand scheme you have set up, sir? Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue gave a wry smile and said softly, How could you and I possibly fathom the grand scheme that master has devised? In short, we should be cautious in everything we do. It's just a poetry competition, and the participants are all ordinary people. Since you are so inclined to invite master, then please do so directly. If master is willing, he will naturally attend. Yin Xiong nodded and said solemnly, Niece, I think I understand what you mean. After discussing with Luo Lanxue, Yin Xiong personally went to the martial arts school and delivered an invitation to Yifeng. Lying on the recliner, Yifeng looked at the invitation in his hand. So be it. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well go and take a look. He wanted to see whether the cultural knowledge of this other world was superior or whether his own 5,000 years of Chinese civilization was stronger. A poetry competition? In a courtyard, Yao Linger looked at the message in her hand, her pretty eyebrows slightly raised. Over the past few days, she has used various methods to roughly find out about the mysterious young man's daily life. She was convinced. This is a highly accomplished person who has stepped into the mortal world and gained profound insights into life. Since it's a poetry competition for ordinary people, this is a rare opportunity for her. Daughter, I have something to tell you today. In another luxurious courtyard, Mao Lin looked at his daughter Mao Yuner and said earnestly, Daughter, let me ask you, what do you really think of the author of Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure? Father, what do you mean by asking that? I can't help but blush, Mao Yuner said softly, her pretty face flushing as she spoke. To be honest, because of this book, Supreme Treasure, the Chamber of Commerce might lose its advantage in the competition for the title of #1 Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, I'm asking you to cultivate a good relationship with Yifeng, and even. At this point, Mao Lin's old face flushed red, and he really couldn't bring himself to say it. He never imagined that a simple country bumpkin would lead him to this point. Father, I understand what you mean, and I will work hard. Mao Lin's meaning was quite clear, but Mao Yuner didn't seem to have any other opinions about Mao Lin's idea. Chapter 64, Holding a Grudge. The annual poetry competition has finally begun on the banks of the Chuanxi River in Pingjiang City. Here, it brought together the most talented young people in Pingjiang City. Here, we do not judge people by their abilities or family backgrounds, but only by their literary talent. Of course, it is said to be an activity for mortals, but it is not only for mortals to participate. Cultivators can participate as well. However, even if you are a cultivator, if you do not have good literary cultivation, you will still be looked down upon. This is the spirit of a scholar. Yifeng, who received an invitation, also came to the poetry competition. During the conference, many people showed off their poems and literary talent, but none of them aroused Yifeng's interest. He grew up immersed in 5,000 years of culture, and he had long since understood countless poems and verses that have been passed down through the ages. These poems, which seemed to have endless charm on the surface but actually lacked any real meaning, simply did not attract his interest. Even the 300 Tang poems he memorized as a child were enough to crush these people. But, in the crowded throng, 2 pairs of eyes remained fixed on him. One of them is Yao Linger. The other one is Mao Yuner. Finally, Yao Linger took a deep breath and walked towards Yifeng. Oops! As soon as she got close to Yifeng, Yao Linger stumbled. However, Yifeng didn't even glance at her and walked right past her. And just like that, Yao Linger tripped and fell for nothing. Young lady, are you alright? Girl, how are you? Upon seeing the stunning beauty Yao Linger fall to the ground, countless scholars rushed over, some trying to help her up, others conveying their tender concern. Get out of here. Yao Ling'er's face darkened. These mortal ants are not worthy of even touching her. Why is he so blind to me? Is it really impossible for me to get his attention? A hint of worry unconsciously appeared in Yao Ling'er's eyes. Hello, sir. At that moment, Mao Yuner walked over to Yifeng, her face flushed, and greeted him. It's you. Yifeng had met Mao Yuner before, but his expression wasn't very pleasant. Upon seeing Mao Yuner, he was reminded of Mao Yuner's father, Mao Lin, and he had not forgotten the humiliation he had suffered at her hands. So Yifeng simply greeted her and brushed past her. For a moment, Mao Yuner was left alone, secretly heartbroken. You, a mere mortal, how could you possibly attract the master's attention? How laughable. Just then, Yao Ling'er walked up to Mao Yuner and said coldly, And who are you? Mao Yuner frowned, sensing an absolute danger emanating from this woman, especially her serpentine figure, which gave her a great sense of unease. I. Yao Ling'er sneered. I am someone you cannot reach. You are not worthy to even lay a finger on me. Yao Ling'er gave a mocking laugh, then stared at Yifeng's retreating figure and continued to follow. Mao Yuner gritted her teeth secretly. Although this woman's looks made her feel absolutely threatened, she thought to herself that she was definitely not bad either. Unable to resist, Mao Yuner, unwilling to admit defeat, also chased after Yifeng. Yifeng. As Yifeng was weaving through the crowd, admiring the poems written by various otherworldly writers, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head, and a complicated expression immediately appeared on his face. The person who called out to him was Peng Ying. I never expected to see you here. Peng Ying said coldly, her demeanor unlike before, and her tone seemed to be full of hatred. Yes, I didn't expect to see you here again. Yifeng felt rather complicated. He was not a heartless person, but he was not a saint either. Peng Ying left heartlessly that day. Although Yifeng was heartbroken, he also decisively crossed Peng Ying off his mind. He had long since lost all interest in this woman. Yifeng, I've already found out. Don't think that just because you wrote a good book and Luo Lanxue of the Green Mountain sect is protecting you. You can do anything. You need to understand that you are still just a mortal. Peng Ying mocked without any politeness. Although I was expelled from the Green Mountain sect, Brother Wu Jie has already written to me. It won't be long before I return to the Green Mountain sect. In my eyes, you are ultimately just a mortal, an ant. Peng Ying coldly mocked. She harbored resentment over what happened that day, especially after being expelled from the Green Mountain sect, which she found even more difficult to forgive. Chapter 65. Why is this happening? There's nothing to say between us. Yifeng didn't want to say another word to her, so he simply walked past her. Stop. You humiliated me so badly that day. Do you think you can just leave so easily? Peng Ying said coldly. So what do you want? Yifeng frowned. I don't want anything. Peng Ying said coldly and sarcastically. I just want to tell you that you will always be just a piece of trash living at the bottom of society, while I am a disciple of the Green Mountain sect, a cultivator. You will never be worthy of me. Yifeng and Peng Ying immediately attracted the attention of many people. No matter who you are, you can't live without gossip. You ant, you're only fit to guard your lousy martial arts school your whole life, living at the bottom of society, and no woman will even look at you. Peng Ying's words were scathing and cutting. All of this was her way of retaliating for the insults she had suffered at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce that day. Smack. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than a slap landed on her face. The person who hit her was Mao Yuner. Hearing Peng Ying humiliate the person she admired, she couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. You frog in a well. How dare you question my literary talent? Even if you are a cultivator, so what? Mao Yuner retorted without holding back. Who are you? After being slapped, Peng Ying became hysterical, staring at Mao Yuner with a hateful gaze. Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Yuner. Mao Yuner spoke frankly. What? It's actually Mao Yuner. I've heard that she is not only exceptionally talented in writing, but also the apple of the eye of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. As expected, seeing is believing. She truly has the bearing of a great person. But why would she stand up for this poor young man? Immediately, the young talents watching from the sidelines exclaimed in surprise and turned their gazes toward Mao Yuner. Clearly, Mao Yuner, as the apple of the eye of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, was already well known. Mao Yuner from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Peng Ying held her face and spoke in a gloomy voice. She couldn't understand why Mao Yuner would stand up for Yifeng, for her, the man who had been abandoned. So, she retorted unwillingly. So what if you're a member of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce? What business is it of yours between him and me? And what is your relationship with him? I have nothing to do with him. I'm just a fan of yours, Mr. Supreme Treasure, Mao Yuner said, not to be outdone. She then turned to Yifeng and said, Sir, with me here, no one will dare to say a bad word about you. Thank you. Yifeng nodded at him, his expression slightly complicated. He disliked the feeling of being watched like a spectacle. He wished he hadn't come. Fan. Mao Yuner's words stirred up unpleasant memories for Peng Ying. Another fan. Wasn't the reason Luo Lanxue expelled her from the sect that day because of Supreme Treasure? It's one thing for Lauren Shui, but it's another for Mao Yuner. Is a book written by a nobody really that appealing? It's just a lousy book, so why does it have such a big influence? Peng Ying couldn't understand it. Even if one writes the best book, it is still just a book written by an ordinary person, and there is a huge gap between it and that of a cultivator. I don't care who you are, this is between him and me. I'm warning you, get out of my way right now. Driven by absolute hatred, Peng Ying coldly threatened Mao Yuner. At the same time, she drew her longsword, revealing the aura of a 9th-level martial artist. So what if she's from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce? Although she's been expelled from the Qingshan sect, she can go back soon because of Yu Wujia. With the Qingshan sect backing her up, a mortal's Chamber of Commerce is nothing but an ant. Therefore, she was not afraid of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, she unabashedly used her cultivation aura to press towards Mao Yuner. In an instant, Mao Yuner's face turned deathly pale. Although she was the apple of the eye of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, she was still just a mortal and could not withstand the slightest pressure from a cultivator. The other talented young people who were watching were also overwhelmed by this aura and had to retreat one after another. They are, after all, just ordinary people. Smack. However, at that moment, another slap landed on Peng Ying's face, and then a woman with an exceptionally beautiful figure appeared in front of Peng Ying. Chapter 66, Peng Ying's highlight moment. The appearance of this figure immediately caused gasps of surprise from everyone present. Because the woman who made the move was also an absolute beauty, not inferior to Mao Yuner in any way, and the charm she exuded had captivated many people. More importantly, this one is even more ruthless than Mao Yuner. A bright red handprint quickly appeared on Peng Ying's oval face. In an instant, countless people cast strange glances at Yifeng. Everyone was speculating about who Yifeng was, that he could attract the help of these two women. The woman who came later was none other than. It was Yao Ling. The burning pain on her face almost made Peng Ying lose her mind. She never expected that she would be slapped again. What she couldn't understand even more was that the reason he hit her was this man she had abandoned, this good-for-nothing, this ant. With murderous intent blazing in his eyes, Peng Ying stared intently at Yao Linger and shouted hatefully, "And who are you?" "I am also a fan of yours." Yao Linger smiled, having already prepared her explanation, and spoke calmly. In the past 2 days in Pingjiang City, she had already found out the background of this mysterious young man. Although he was a peerless master, he never revealed his abilities. This is clearly the kind of old-fashioned person who returns to simplicity to experience life. According to her investigation, this person had experienced the life of an ordinary person to the extreme, personally handling everything from clothing, food, housing, and transportation to daily meals, interpersonal relationships, and so on, just like an ordinary person. Therefore, she understood that even though her cultivation level would be exposed at a glance in his eyes, she still had to pretend to be an ordinary person in order not to ruin his original intention of experiencing the life of an ordinary person, so as to get close to him. And the excuse of being a fan became her best excuse. Another fan? Peng Ying revealed a vicious expression, her chest heaving violently with anger. It's just a tattered book, so why does it make a good-for-nothing she dumped keep getting clung to by women? What she found even more unacceptable was that neither of these two women was inferior to her, whether in terms of background, appearance, or figure, they were far superior to her. Fortunately, neither of these two women possessed any cultivation. Since she had no cultivation, in Peng Ying's eyes she was just a piece of trash, a pretty but useless vase. What a bunch of fans. Since you two bitches want to meddle in my business, then you'll face destruction. Peng Ying coldly shouted, drawing her long sword, and revealing her cultivation level and aura. What? A cultivator? He's actually a cultivator? The onlookers were shocked by Peng Ying's unrestrained aura, only to realize that Peng Ying was actually a cultivator. He couldn't help but cast a look of awe at Peng Ying. Although this poetry competition does not judge people based on their strength or status, the truth is that cultivators can inspire awe in people everywhere. This man and two women are in big trouble now. Yes, I bet Mao Yin'er and the other two girls are regretting it too, since they actually slapped that female cultivator. What a pity for these two such beautiful women. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and many people cast pitying glances at Yifeng, Yao Linger, and the other two. The awe-inspiring actions and the murmurs of the crowd caused Peng Ying to raise her chin slightly, her face filled with arrogance. She enjoyed this sense of awe. I also enjoy the feeling of being feared by others. Now it's her turn to slowly humiliate these three, so she'll start with these two vile women. Thinking of this, she suddenly turned her gaze to Mao Yin'er and pressed her aura towards her. Mao Yin'er trembled with fright. As a weak woman, she had never experienced the pressure of a cultivator before. Her face immediately turned pale, and her pretty face became bloodless. What? Didn't you hit me pretty hard just now? Peng Ying said coldly. Why aren't you hitting me hard now? Mao Yin'er's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to say a word. I'm telling you to kneel down now. Peng Ying then threatened him. Mao Yin'er's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shook her head, finding this humiliation unbearable. Not kneeling. Peng Ying's face turned cold, and she drew her long sword, instantly pressing towards Mao Yin'er. As the long sword came hurtling towards her, Mao Yin'er cried out in a coquettish voice. Before the sword even reached her, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Peng Ying revealed a disdainful smile. An ant is just an ant. My sword hasn't even touched you yet. How can this be? Mao Yin'er's pretty body trembled, and she still dared not utter a single word, filled with fear of Peng Ying. Mao Yin'er's pitiful gaze gave Peng Ying an unprecedented pleasure. This was the status that cultivators should have, something that mortals and ants could not compare to. Suddenly, she then turned her icy gaze to Yao Linger, while simultaneously shifting the oppressive aura emanating from her towards Yao Linger. That woman's slap was even harder than Mao Yin'er's. She was determined to humiliate him severely. Chapter 67 What the hell are you? However, Yao Linger remained unmoved in the face of Peng Ying's oppressive aura, and even revealed a mocking look. Why are you alright? Peng Ying's expression changed, and she asked incredulously. For some reason, Yao Ling's calmness suddenly made her feel very uneasy. Could it be that there was a problem with her cultivation? However, no, she could strongly feel her own terrifying cultivation level. Why would I need something? Yao Linger raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Then why aren't you afraid of me? Peng Ying asked, slightly flustered. I'm a cultivator. Why aren't you, a mere mortal, afraid of me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? So what if you're a cultivator? Yao Linger said disdainfully. Then come and kill me. A blatant provocation. This made Peng Ying's face darken. Yao Linger's audacity made her increasingly uneasy, but the more she felt this way, the stronger her hatred for Yao Linger became. Because this challenged her authority as a cultivator. Go to hell. Enraged, Peng Ying raised his longsword and pointed it directly at Yao Linger without any fancy moves. This sudden scene caused the onlookers' expressions to change drastically, and they silently mourned for Yao Linger. Bite. Unexpectedly, accompanied by a trembling sound, the longsword in Peng Ying's hand flew out and fell into the river. What? Everyone immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Because they didn't even see what happened, Peng Ying's longsword had already fallen into the river. Peng Ying's face looked as if she had seen a ghost, staring at Yao Linger in fear. Others may not know, but she, as the person involved, knew perfectly well that Yao Linger had only flicked her finger lightly on her longsword, and the force transmitted was enough to make her lose her grip on the sword, causing it to slip from her hand. Even now, that force is making her arm numb. You. Looking at Yao Linger, Peng Ying's face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a step back. What do you mean, me? Yao Linger narrowed her eyes, taking a step closer to Peng Ying, and said in a low voice, where do you get the courage to be so arrogant, you mere 9th-level martial artist? As the voice faded, a pressure silently emanated from Yao Linger, enveloping Peng Ying. Peng Ying retreated in fear, especially as she felt the oppressive aura. Fear spread rapidly in her heart, and her previous arrogance vanished, leaving only deep dread. She couldn't understand why Yao Linger, a dignified cultivator, would show such respect to Yifeng, an ant, and even become his fan, addressing him as Mr. repeatedly. Do you think you, a mere 9th-level martial artist, deserve to be called a cultivator? At this moment, Yao Linger pressed relentlessly, her words piercing to the heart. Are you worthy? Peng Ying's face turned pale, and she remained silent. I'm asking you a question. Yao Linger pressed for an answer. As soon as the words fell, a slap landed on Peng Ying's face. You. What do you mean, you? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Peng Ying across the face again, then continued to press. Speak up. With such little cultivation, do you even deserve to be called a cultivator? No. Peng Ying stammered, her expression filled with resentment. What do you mean? Yao Ling'er continued to press for answers, and at the same time slapped her again. Instantly, Peng Ying's face turned bright red from the slap, swollen like a pig's, and tears of grievance streamed down her face. This scene left everyone, including Yifeng, speechless. This woman is way too hot. Seeing that Yao Ling'er was about to slap her again, Peng Ying said tearfully and unwillingly, No, I don't deserve it. Humph, then get lost. Yao Ling'er sneered disdainfully and slapped him again. With a coquettish cry, Peng Ying tumbled through the air before crashing heavily into the river. Without glancing at Peng Ying again, Yao Ling'er turned to look at Yifeng, her expression now exuding charm. Greetings, sir. She spoke gently, while giving Yifeng a slight bow. Thank you for your help, young lady. Yifeng replied softly. You're too kind, sir, Yao Ling'er said softly. I'm afraid you don't know who I am. I am. However, before she could finish speaking, Yifeng smiled and interrupted. There's no need for such trouble. We've already met before. Have you met before? Upon hearing this, Yao Ling'er trembled. He froze on the spot, unable to utter a single word. Could it be that he already knew his identity? Had he already seen through my disguise last time? Before she knew it, Yao Ling'er broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking of this, she quickly explained, Sir, I'm so sorry, I was like this before because... No need to say anything, it's no big deal. Yifeng waved and said with a smile that he had indeed seen Yao Ling'er earlier. After all, he had seen her pretend to fall in front of him. The reason I didn't help her was because I didn't know her. After all, if a beautiful stranger suddenly acted like this, there must be something fishy going on. But now it seems I misunderstood her. She was actually one of my fans. As a fan, it's not unreasonable for her to act a little feminine to attract his attention. So seeing her anxious and embarrassed look, Yifeng interrupted her at the right time. Women are generally more shy, so the best approach is to see through things but not say anything. But alas, my damned looks and talent. Hearing Yifeng say that, Yao Ling'er subconsciously wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. It turns out that they already knew my identity. What made her feel fortunate was that he seemed indifferent to his identity. Such a person's cunning was indeed hard to fathom. However, upon closer examination, the reason becomes clear. In his eyes, the Xuanwu sect was merely a minor sect, and he indeed did not take it to heart. However, it's best not to see through one's own motives, even if one has seen through one's own identity. Thinking of this, Yao Ling'er felt both shy and nervous. And thank you too, Miss Yuna. Yifeng said softly as he helped Mao Yuna to her feet. Thank you, sir. Feeling the strength in Yifeng's arm, Mao Yuna lowered her head and blushed. It's nothing. I should be thanking you. By the way, to show my gratitude, let me treat you two to dinner tonight. Yifeng said softly. Upon hearing this, the two women's faces lit up immediately, and they quickly agreed. This scene was the envy of everyone, drawing envious, jealous, and resentful glances. After this incident, Yifeng lost interest in the poetry competition. He glanced at Peng Ying, who was still in the river, with a complicated expression, and then he and the two women said goodbye and left. After Yifeng and the others left, a figure in white robes swiftly arrived and landed in the crowd. Wow, another cultivator. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly moved away, not expecting that another cultivator had arrived. The person who came was Yu Wujia, who had just come down the mountain. He had finally gotten out of the Qingshan Gate prison and couldn't wait to meet Peng Ying here. Inger, where are you? Yu Wujia shouted loudly. Brother Wujia, At that moment, Peng Ying, who had just come out of the river, had not yet tidied up when she ran into Yu Wujia. What's wrong with you? Yu Wujia's face darkened, and he quickly asked. Aye. As she spoke, tears streamed down Peng Ying's face. And what are you doing, holding your face like that? Yu Wujia asked again, frowning. Brother Wujia, I've been bullied, Peng Ying said pitifully. My face is injured. What? Who dares to be so bold? Inger, don't be afraid. I will help you get revenge. Let me see how badly your face is injured first. Yu Wujia approached Peng Ying with a gentle voice and said with concern. But I'm ugly now, and it will take a long time for me to recover. Brother Wujia, you won't dislike me, will you? Peng Ying asked nervously, her face full of hesitation. How could I, Inger, dislike you? Let me see you quickly, Yu Wujia said with concern. All right. After hesitating for a long time, Peng Ying finally lowered her hand, revealing her swollen face. Moment. Yu Wujia's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell are you? As he spoke, he kicked Peng Ying, sending her flying backward and crashing heavily into the river, splashing water everywhere. Chapter 68 Master, I think I understand. Kicking Peng Ying away, Yu Wujia ran away immediately. He wanted to cry but had no tears. So ugly, what the hell is this? Ah, help! Help! However, no one heard Peng Ying's cries for help. She had just been sucked into a whirlpool in the river. By the time someone noticed and looked over, Peng Ying had already been completely sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared. After returning from the banks of Chuanxi River, Yifeng went back to the martial arts school. As soon as he entered the backyard, he found Guzi lying on the ground, trembling. His fearful gaze was fixed on the small door behind Yifeng's recliner. Wang Kai, what's wrong with you lately? Yifeng rubbed his head and comforted him. A woo. Ao Qing made a series of shouts towards the small door. You wouldn't be? Yifeng stared at the dog with wide eyes. This situation was very similar to his husky's heat cycle in his previous life. Could it be that it wanted to? Thinking about this, Yifeng felt the resemblance growing stronger with each glance. Okay, I'll help you solve this problem another time when I have time, but I'll have to trouble you for now. After comforting Ao Qing, Yifeng got up and stretched, feeling rather bored, since it was still early before dinner. Disciple, I'm going to the brothel to play cards with those women. Keep an eye on the martial arts school for me. Yifeng said softly, also thinking of those young ladies in the brothel. It had been a long time since he had played cards with them. In the afternoon, they probably didn't have any business, so it would be good to find them to pass the time. Yes, master. Zhongqing nodded obediently, but couldn't help asking. By the way, master, what is Do Diju? Oh. Yifeng rubbed his head and laughed. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Master, I think I understand, because I often pass by there when I get you wine, and I often see those young ladies and those. At this point, Zhongqing became hesitant and nervous for a long time before stammering. So, master, when you go to the brothel to play cards, can you take me with you? After saying that, he looked embarrassed, and his whole face turned red. However, she was also filled with anticipation and subconsciously licked her lips, looking at Yifeng with longing eyes. What do you know? Yifeng smiled helplessly. He was the only one in the world to have this deck of cards, and he even made it himself. He also taught the women at the brothel how to play. Zhongqing had never even seen it, so how could he possibly understand it? Master, I truly understand. Zhongqing was eager to try. You really don't understand. Right now, you should focus on practicing your boxing. I'll teach you how to play Do Diju later. Yifeng patted his shoulder and comforted him gently before leisurely walking out. But I'm not young anymore. Zhongqing scratched his head in confusion, but since his master didn't want him to go, he could only suppress his excitement in his heart. A woo. In the courtyard, Ao Qing's voice still trembled as he spoke towards the small door. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Ao Qing lunged forward and crouched down in the front hall. He would rather face the 18 divine weapons than the fear emanating from the small door. Who knows what his owner has hidden inside? We can't afford to mess with them. I can hide. On the other hand, both Mao Yuner and Yao Linger took Yifeng's dinner invitation very seriously. Therefore, Yao Linger immediately used a jade slip to report the situation to Ning Xuanwu. Linger, I believe in you. Remember, tonight is a golden opportunity. Even if you have to resort to any means necessary, you must win him over. The future of the Xuanwu sect is in your hands. Message from Ning Xuanwu in the jade slip made Yao Linger feel a sense of heaviness, and she nodded solemnly. Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Listening to Mao Yuner's report, Mao Lin frowned and pondered deeply. Finally, after a long period of hesitation, he took out a jade bottle and placed it in front of Mao Yuner with a snap. Yuna, I hope you won't blame me. At this point, Mao Lin sighed deeply. In the past month, the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce has completely overwhelmed his Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce because of Supreme Treasure, so he is under pressure from the entire senior management of the Chamber of Commerce, making it hard for him to breathe. At this point, he has no choice but to resort to any means necessary. Thinking of this, he felt extremely regretful for what he had done back then. He had been blind to his own good and had ended up in this situation, even having to use his girl. So, father, what exactly is going on? Mao Yuner looked at the white jade bottle and bit her red lips tightly. Spring flowers scatter, Mao Lin said with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, Mao Yuner's pretty body trembled slightly. Although her face was full of complex emotions and resentment, when she thought of the gentleman's appearance and talent, A conflicting feeling of joy and anticipation arose in her heart. Chapter 69. Master went to the brothel to play cards. The front hall of the martial arts school. Zhongqing practiced his punches over and over again. Having studied with Yifeng for so long, he had learned quite a bit, and his punches were now accompanied by gusts of wind. Meanwhile, Ao Qing lay on the ground, watching with utter boredom. TSK. This little boy's punches are far inferior to his owners. However, considering you feed me every day, I'll let it go and not complain about you. Just then, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the martial arts school. Yao Linger, dressed up in a special way. Her beautiful features, alluring figure, and charming demeanor, along with the fragrance emanating from her, made the eyes of passers-by on the street pop out. But Yao Ling, it didn't even glance at these people. Her gaze was entirely fixed on the martial arts hall in front of her. She took a deep breath, her expression filled with tension. Phone beforehand. After all, there's also Mao Yuner, who's eyeing the market covetously. Although she didn't think much of Mao Yuner in terms of strength, and was even confident that she was just as beautiful, she was still unsure of herself. After all, she didn't know what kind of person Yifeng liked. So she came early, hoping to gain an advantage. Finally arriving at the door, she looked at the earth-shaking stone at her feet and the rags hanging to dry beside her. Her expression was complicated, but she dared not make any rash moves. She softly called out, "Is anyone home?" Upon hearing this, Zhongqing, who was practicing boxing inside the gym, quickly came out and respectfully asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, young man. I'm looking for Mr. E." That's how charming Yao Linger said it. "I'm sorry, master isn't here. Please come another day," Zhongqing said apologetically. "Not here." Yao Linger raised an eyebrow, biting her red lips, and then asked, "Can you tell me where your master went?" This? Zhongqing looked somewhat embarrassed. "Please just tell me, okay?" Yao Linger winked at Zhongqing and asked with a charming and flirtatious tone. Zhongqing's heart trembled. He had no resistance to Yao Linger's stunning beauty. His face flushed red, and he stammered for a long time before finally saying, "Master went to the Yihong courtyard to play cards with the young ladies." The Grandview Garden? Yao Linger's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she had heard some unbelievable news, and she quickly asked again, "Then, little brother, can you tell me, what exactly is playing Dodiju?" That's right. Zhongqing looked embarrassed and said awkwardly, "It's about that kind of thing between men and women." "Oh." Yao Linger nodded with deep feeling, and looked at Zhongqing with a smile, saying, "Little brother, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable. Thank you for today. I'll introduce you to someone another day." Zhongqing's face flushed red, but he said, We'll talk about this later. You should go back first. I still need to practice my boxing." Seeing Zhongqing's appearance, Yao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes. As the saying goes, like teacher, like student. "All right, I won't bother you anymore. You should go back to your martial arts practice." "I'll be going now," Yao Linger said softly. Zhongqing nodded and returned to the martial arts school. Seeing Zhongqing walk back to the martial arts hall, Yao Linger's red lips slightly curved upwards. Although she did not see Yifeng, she had now obtained important information. She was initially worried about what would happen if someone like Yifeng didn't get close to women. After all, someone at his level would likely have forgotten all these things. But now that we've received this news, it seems this gentleman, though outwardly refined, is not a respectable person at all. In that case, achieving her goal would be much easier for her. She left the martial arts gym with a heart full of joy, but after taking only 2 steps, she stopped and looked at the swift cloak hanging to the side. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and casually took the swift cloak into her hand. At the same time, Ao Qing, who was lying in the martial arts hall, cried out. Upon seeing this, Zhongqing frowned, picked up the long sword that Yifeng had given him, and rushed out. The moment he stepped outside, he witnessed Yao Linger stealing a sheep. "You dare to steal?" Zhongqing's face was filled with anger as she shouted, "I never expected you to be such a person, given how beautiful you are." Yao Linger's expression changed slightly, as she hadn't expected Zhongqing to see her. However, she remained calm and transformed into a charming and alluring woman, saying, "Little brother, how about I take this piece of cloth? I promise to introduce you to some beautiful ladies." "I told you to put the rag down," Zhongqing said sternly. "Although it's just a rag, I've seen through you, and I don't need you to introduce me to any more young ladies." "Young man, isn't this a bit boring?" Yao Linger continued to say with a smile. However, Zhongqing was not buying it at all. He drew his long sword, and his small body arced towards Yao Linger. Snort. You think someone with such mediocre skills is worthy to fight me? Yao Linger smiled disdainfully. But the next instant, an absolute pressure descended upon her head. What? This knife is... Chapter 70. He was actually knocked away by a dog? Such immense pressure? Is it a royal-grade product? No. The heaven-shaking stone and the swift cloak are both royal-grade treasures, but they are far inferior to this aura. Could it be a top-grade item? Even a sacred item? Yao Linger dared not imagine any further. All she knew was that this seemingly powerless strike carried an unparalleled pressure, causing her to involuntarily prostrate herself and kneel down. Click! The blade drew ever closer, and under its immense pressure, the stone slab beneath Yao Linger's feet shattered, yet Zhong Qing showed no sign of stopping. Stealing things from the martial arts school. He wouldn't show any mercy, not even for a rag. Because this is his warmest home. Without his master's permission, no one can damage the martial arts school or take anything from it. The fear in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and Yao Linger's face became paler and paler. Finally, under the threat of her life, she knelt down with a thud. I won't dare to do it again. I'll never dare to do it again. She immediately spoke up in a panic. Laugh. The long sword stopped half an inch above Yao Linger's head, but it still made her break out in a cold sweat. This was the first time in her life she had been so close to death. Of kneeling filled Yao Linger with immense resentment, yet her face betrayed a bitter smile and regret. Yes, since this boy is that person's disciple, I shouldn't have looked down on him in the first place. Thinking of this, he quickly offered up the swift cloak with both hands. I'm warning you, if you dare to steal anything from my martial arts school again, I won't hold back next time. Zhong Qing took the rag, glared fiercely at Yao Linger, and then turned to leave. Yao Linger with disdain. Snort. A mere martial spirit dares to act so wildly. Although this kid is a bit silly, he is still the master's disciple. How could a mere martial spirit dare to provoke him? Linger caught Ao Qing's disdainful gaze, which made her feel even more humiliated. Zhong Qing is one thing. After all, he is that person's disciple. But she couldn't stand being looked down upon by a dog, so she glared fiercely at the dog while Zhong Qing had already turned around. Oh, you little brat, you still won't accept this? Ao Qing immediately got angry. He was now his master's pet, after all. In his anger, the sun-shaped mark on his forehead lit up slightly, and a beam of light shone out. What? Yao Linger's expression changed drastically, and she unleashed her cultivation power, using all of it to defend against the attack. But she couldn't withstand the beam of light at all, and it crashed down on her chest with devastating force. Uft! Yao Linger was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood, her eyes flashing with intense disbelief. She, Yao Linger, was actually knocked away by a dog again? How could this be? How is this possible? Wrong. Something's wrong with this dog. It seems to be the legendary devouring sky wolf. Call. She gasped sharply. Just how unfathomable is this martial arts school? Leaving aside the person who said it himself, and the 4 great martial arts masters of that day, now there is a disciple wielding a sacred artifact, and a devouring sky wolf being treated like a dog. She was filled with regret. She should never have impulsively tried to steal the swift cloak. One wrong step can lead to eternal regret. It seems that she has no choice but to carry out her plan to the end tonight. Only by succeeding can she resolve these issues. The banquet finally began. Yifeng made the reservation first as agreed, and now that he had money, he naturally chose a place that was not fussy, but one of the best restaurants in Pingjiang City. Here, there are small bridges and flowing water and fireworks to watch at night. Considering the help the 2 women had given him today, it wasn't unreasonable to bring them to this place to express his gratitude. After all, girls like this kind of vibe. After settling on the location, Yifeng sat on a bench in the front hall of the restaurant and waited for the 2 women. Just then, a young man carrying a paper fan walked over. Judging from his appearance, he was a handsome gentleman. He smiled and said, "Brother, could you move aside a bit?" Yifeng nodded and moved to the side. After the young man sat down, he greeted him with a smile. "Thanks, brother. By the way, are you here to eat too?" "Right." It was clear that this was a very outgoing guy, so Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony and smiled and nodded. "Judging from your appearance, are you waiting for a young lady?" the young man said with a smile. "Well," Yifeng rubbed his nose and nodded. "Fate." The young man cupped his hands in greeting and whispered, "My name is Wang Xian, and I am also waiting for you, young lady." At this point, he began to talk on, saying, "You have no idea, brother, it wasn't easy for me to get this girl to come here for a meal. I pursued her for 3 whole months before she agreed to come. but thinking about her beauty, it was worth it. Wang Xian finished speaking. A graceful woman in a long dress walked in. Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Wang Xian quickly called out, and at the same time pulled Yifeng and whispered, "Brother, this is the girl I told you about, Rue Xiaoyu." "Hello, Miss Rue." Yifeng nodded with a smile. "Hello." Rue Xiaoyu also nodded to Yifeng in greeting. "Hey buddy, wanna grab something to eat?" Wang Xian said with a smile, leaning closer to Yifeng and lowering his voice. "See? I wasn't exaggerating, was I?" As he spoke, Wang Xian's small eyes were full of arrogance. "You certainly have a good eye, but I still have to wait for someone." Yifeng praised her, saying that Rue Xiaoyu was indeed very beautiful and had the air of a well-bred lady. "Okay, you stay here, I'm going now." Wang Xian gave Yifeng a smug look, and just as he was about to leave with Rue Xiaoyu, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the restaurant. Then, a woman in a long dress, with a beautiful figure, who was clearly the apple of her eye, walked in. Mao Yuner. Following closely behind, Yao Linger, with her fiery figure and slightly upturned red lips, also walked in. Yao Linger. The appearance of the two women immediately drew the attention of countless people. A woman stood tall and graceful, with an ethereal air. The woman was incredibly charming and attracted everyone's attention. Who was leaving, also stared wide-eyed, even momentarily ignoring Rue Xiaoyu. Chapter 71. Sir, shall we play Do Diju tonight? Holy crap, look. Wang Xian stopped in his tracks, looking at the two women with a drooling expression. He nudged Yifeng with his elbow and whispered, "Dude, these two are the real gems. If I could have even one of them, I'd die happy." Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately rolled his eyes at Wang Xian. Is this guy a player? Even though he had a good one by his side, he was still thinking about others. Luckily, Rue Xiaoyu didn't hear him. Sigh, but we can only dream about those beauties. I wonder who's so lucky to have dinner with them. Although Wang Xian was envious, he also knew his place and patted Yifeng's shoulder with a disappointed look. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the two women walked straight towards him. Gentlemen. The two women spoke at the same time. A gentle touch. A place full of charm. This scene made everyone's hearts itch with anticipation. A sour smell permeated the entire restaurant. Of course, the most unbelievable thing was Wang Xian next to him. His mouth was wide open, big enough to hold an egg, and he looked at Yifeng with a shocked gaze. Hiss. Dude, I never knew you were so awesome. Wang Xian looked at Yifeng meaningfully, gave him a thumbs up, and his gaze was full of admiration. Yifeng smiled and glanced at him, then said to the two women, "Let's go, let's eat first." After saying goodbye to Wang Xian, Yifeng arrived at the reserved table amidst envious glances from everyone. This was the best spot, chosen to express his gratitude. Eye-catching and outstanding. Soon, plates of delicious dishes were served. "Sir, please have this." Mao Yuner picked up a piece of meat and gave it to Yifeng. Yao Linger's expression changed, and she also picked up a bite of food and put it into Yifeng's bowl, saying, not wanting to be outdone, "Sir, eat mine." Mao Yuner frowned slightly, leaned closer to Yifeng, and actually picked up a piece of food and fed it to him herself. There's no need for that. Yifeng awkwardly declined, but unable to refuse such hospitality, he had no choice but to open his mouth. Yao Linger's face turned frosty as she glared at Mao Yuner with a sinister look. However, she dared not make any rash moves in front of Yifeng and secretly began to compete with him. If she, Yao Linger, were to be outdone by a mortal woman, she would have no face to meet Ning Xuanwu. "Sir, you must be tired from walking here. Let me massage your shoulders." As she spoke, she put down her chopsticks, propped herself up with her charming figure, and came behind Yifeng, placing her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaging them. "Grass. Dry. Eat your mother's ass. I'm being fed dog food while I'm eating a meal." Upon witnessing this scene, numerous male diners slammed down their chopsticks and stormed out of the restaurant in anger. Wang Xian, sitting in the other seat, was also staring wide-eyed. Damn, what a talent. Compared to this guy, Wang Xian was nothing, and looking at Rue Xiaoyu next to him, he didn't find her appealing at all. Have you all had enough? Yifeng wasn't stupid. He could see the subtle rivalry between the two women. At first, he could tolerate it, but the two women went too far, which made his voice tinged with anger. Of course, it wasn't that he was steely, but rather that the way these two women were vying for dominance was too deliberate, which made Yifeng quite uncomfortable. Yifeng's words startled the two women. He obediently returned to his seat and dared not utter another word. "Please don't take offense, I didn't mean to talk about you." Seeing the two women's reaction, Yifeng offered another word of comfort before continuing to eat. The winner yet. With the situation at a stalemate, Yao Linger's eyes hardened slightly, and she raised her red lips. Since that's the case, she can't worry about all that anymore. He simply and directly called out, "Sir." Yifeng raised his head and looked at her. "Shall we play Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, together tonight?" Yao Linger moved her beautiful eyes slightly, looking at Yifeng with great charm and asking, and even she blushed as she spoke. Chapter 72 still needs props? Do Diju. Yifeng looked at Yao Linger in surprise and asked, "Have you ever played Landlord before?" After all, there's no Do Diju, a card game, in this other world. The few who know how to play it are all taught by him. No, I've definitely never played Landlord before. Even if I were to play Landlord with you, it would definitely be my first time, Yao Linger said, her pretty face flushing red as she lowered her head. Oh, Yifeng nodded. Perhaps Yao Linger had heard others mention Do Diju, a card game, but he didn't take it to heart. He said, "If you want to play Do Diju, I'll play with you. Just tell me the time." Upon hearing this, Yao Linger's beautiful eyes lit up. To her utter surprise, Yifeng agreed so readily, and she couldn't help but feel a little smug about her looks. However, isn't it a bit inappropriate to play Do Diju during the day? Yao Linger said with a charming air. If we're going to play, shouldn't Linger stay up all night with you, sir? Yifeng agreed. She became much bolder. Under the table, a jade-like foot gently lifted up and intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Yifeng's thigh. Yifeng's face was covered in black soot. This guy actually wants to stay up all night. However, it's understandable. In his previous life, when Do Diju, a popular card game, was all the rage, he also played it all night long, losing tens of millions of happy beans and not sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. Fine, if you want it to last all night, then it'll last all night, Yifeng said nonchalantly. Yes, sir. Then Linger will definitely keep you happy tonight. The seductive red lips of the demon Linger moved slightly, her heart filled with joy and surprise. She hadn't expected that this task would be completed so easily. But, at this moment, Yifeng picked up a mouthful of food, swallowed it, put down his chopsticks, and said, "If we're really going to play cards, what's the point if it's just the 2 of us? It definitely needs to be 3 people. So Miss Yunner, why don't you join us too?" Yao Linger was feeling smug about achieving her goal. She suddenly opened her red lips. "Sir, you want to play Do Diju, a card game, with 3 people?" She looked at Yifeng in surprise. Of course, since it's Do Diju, there need to be at least 3 people. Yifeng said with a smile. Of course, if there are enough people, 4 people can also play. Well, so this is what you like, sir. Li, amazing. Yao Linger's face was pale, and she said with a hint of shock. What's so great about this? It's just standard procedure, Yifeng said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yao Linger's lips twitched. She felt a little resentful that Mao Yunner had also gotten the chance to play cards with her because of this. But since Yifeng had made such a request, how could she dare to say anything? Alright, you guys eat first. I'll go get a room and send a waiter back to my house to get the props I need for playing Do Diju, a card game. Yifeng put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked towards the counter. Yifeng's words made Yao Linger choke. We actually need props? This guy is truly something else. His taste is just unique. For a moment, she felt a chill run down her spine, but then she realized that Mao Yunner was also playing Do Diju, which was actually a good thing for her. Without hesitation, she turned her gaze to Mao Yunner and said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, let's get straight to the point. You approached Mr. Mao with ulterior motives, didn't you?" Mao Yunner's expression changed slightly, but she remained silent. It's fine if you don't say, but I don't care what your intentions are. Since the master has already said so, tonight you'll both join him in playing the landlord game. Yao Linger stared intently at Mao Yunner and said, word by word, "Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Mao Yunner immediately understood the meaning behind the words. As the jewel of the Chamber of Commerce, she may appear delicate, but she is not necessarily a naive and innocent fool. If I'm not mistaken, that's what Do Diju means. Mao Yunner retorted sharply. So, for now, let's put aside our differences and each do our own thing. You can understand it that way, Yao Linger said, raising her red lips at the same time. Chapter 73 right there on the table. The 2 women, unusually, stood on the same side. As Yifeng left, Yao Linger waved her hand, and a streak of light disappeared. Mao Yunner took the opportunity to leave, and also placed a note behind the flower pot. A little while later, a man passed by the flower pot, picked up the note intentionally or unintentionally, and then quietly disappeared. Ha ha ha. Qing Shan, You old scoundrel. I don't care what underhanded tricks you use to gain that person's trust, but from tonight onwards, my Xuanwu sect is no longer afraid. Inside the main hall of the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu looked at the jade slip in his hand and let out a joyful laugh. Sectmaster, what makes you so excited? The elders at the bottom asked a question. Linger has lived up to expectations at the foot of the mountain and has already captured that person. Ning Xuanwu clenched his fist and said with a face full of joy, after tonight, Linger will be that person's woman. With this status, Lingworth's methods can quickly resolve the previous conflicts and bring unexpected benefits to my Xuanwu sect. Real. That's great. In an instant, everyone in the Xuanwu sect was filled with joy and excitement. The rise of the Xuanwu sect. It's right in front of me. Good. In the conference hall of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin, whose face was originally gloomy, suddenly stood up after receiving a message from his subordinate. President, what's making you so excited? Exactly. If there's anything exciting going on, let's take care of the Chamber of Commerce matters first. That's right. The influence that book is having on the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is growing. If you can't come up with a solution, we'll have to discuss replacing you as president. Many high-ranking members of the Chamber of Commerce expressed their dissatisfaction with Mao Lin and his associates, driven by self-interest. Snort. Replace me? Let's see who dares to replace me. He's just a nobody, Yifeng. What's so serious about him? At the head of the table, Mao Lin waved the note in his hand with high spirits and solemnly said, now that things have come to this, I will not hide it from you anymore. My daughter and Yifeng are about to get engaged. From now on, he will have to respectfully call me father-in-law when he sees me. What? Is this really true? Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Chamber of Commerce all showed expressions of shock. Would I lie about my daughter's lifelong happiness? Mao Lin snorted angrily, his eyes filled with smugness. I see, that's great. Yes, Chairman, we misspoke just now. Now that he has become your son-in-law, it goes without saying that he will serve our Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce in the future. That's right, President. You're so calm. Why didn't you tell us about this good news sooner? You made us worry for so long for nothing. Listening to the flattery of this group of people, Mao Lin stood with his hands behind his back, subconsciously tilting his chin up, full of enjoyment. After the banquet, Yifeng led the two women directly to the top-tier room in the restaurant. Hiss! Awesome! Outside, Wang Xian, who had been watching Yifeng closely, gasped, his eyes filled with envy. Upon entering the room, both women blushed slightly, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation as they prepared to play cards with one other person. Bring it on. Yifeng sat on the table and said with a smile. Sir, it's on the table? Mao Yun'er asked with her red lips slightly parted, glancing at Yao Linger as she spoke. Yao Linger's face was also filled with shyness. It was right on the table. But since Yifeng had given such an order, they naturally dared not have any objections. They all moved closer to Yifeng's table, their faces flushing more and more, and even their necks became a little hot. After all, it was the first time for both Yao Linger and Mao Yun'er to play Dodiju, let alone 3 people playing it together at the table. Just thinking about it makes me blush. Let's begin. Finally, Yifeng took the playing cards out of his pocket and slammed them on the table. Chapter 74 Different Thoughts. What is this, sir? The two women cast questioning glances at them. Let's play Dodiju. This is Dodiju? Otherwise what? The two women trembled slightly. He suddenly froze on the spot, a look of utter disbelief spreading across his face. After realizing what had happened, she was so embarrassed that her lips twitched. She finally understood that the two women had misunderstood the meaning of Dodiju, a card game. What to do? Mao Yun'er winked at Yao Linger. After all, the two of them were now in a situation where their fates were intertwined. Let's play. Landlord with you first, sir. Yao Linger was filled with complicated emotions. She gritted her teeth and said that she would have to find another opportunity to deal with other things. After all, there were already 3 people in one room, so there would always be a chance. Yifeng quickly taught the two girls the rules of Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game. Is everything all right? Yifeng asked. No problem. The two women were filled with complex emotions, but could only nod their heads. However, it's no fun just to fight like this without some betting. Yifeng stroked his chin and said, how about this? We each put up an item as a bet, and at the end, we'll see who has the most points. Of course, a little gambling is fun, but excessive gambling is harmful to your health. As he spoke, Yifeng slammed a dagger on the table. So the stakes should have some value, but not too much. I'll take this dagger. It's my favorite. However, When Yifeng slammed his dagger on the table, Yao Linger's eyes widened in surprise. This is the thing that's supposed to have some value, but isn't too expensive. Yao Linger gasped. She couldn't identify the exact quality of the dagger, but she knew it was at least a Saint-grade item. This immediately made her drool. However, she was troubled when she realized that she had nothing of that caliber that could compare to it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally took out the twin swords that Ning Xuanwu had given her, which were of the same level as the Zhentian stone, from her storage ring. Of course, this is the most precious thing she can offer, and it is also the most precious thing the Xuanwu sect currently possesses. Sir, may I use this as a wager? Yao Linger asked nervously, afraid that Yifeng would look down on the twin swords and be unwilling to accept them. That's good enough, Yifeng said with a smile. After all, the twin swords looked quite exquisite, which did meet his criteria of not being too bad or too expensive. Yifeng's agreement relieved Yao Linger. The thought of using her twin blades to win Yifeng's dagger, which was no less than a Saint-grade weapon, made her blood boil. Meanwhile, Mao Yuner, looking at Yifeng's dagger and Yao Linger's twin swords, also became conflicted. As the jewel of the Chamber of Commerce, her keen eye for detail from a young age was unmatched by ordinary people. It was clear that neither of their items were ordinary. She couldn't possibly bring out something of inferior quality, but he only had something of comparable value. She gritted her teeth, took out a patterned bronze piece from her bosom, placed it on the table, and asked softly, "May I use this?" Yifeng glanced at it, nodded, and said there was no problem. But Yao Linger's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Mao Yuner. This piece of bronze seemed to be one of the keys to some secret realm. She hadn't expected Mao Yuner to be able to produce something like this. But thinking about it, it makes sense. As a large merchant guild, it's understandable that they have some good stuff. After all, cultivators often go to mortal merchants' guilds to hunt for treasures. That would be even better. If we can really win, we can not only win the divine artifact that is no less than the Saint grade, but also obtain the key to the secret realm. Even if we do achieve our goal, this night will still be worthwhile. Yao Linger secretly drew a line on her red lips. Mao Yuner also had her own plans. Yifeng's knife was clearly extraordinary, its exact value was unknown, but Yao Linger's scimitar was certainly a valuable item. Although she knew this piece of copper was very valuable, she didn't know its specific use. If she could win the double swords and daggers by using it as a bet, it would bring a large sum of money to their merchant guild. If there's an unexpected bonus before completing my father's mission, that would be great. Chapter 75, the final step. Open hand. Super double. 4 twos. A royal flush. A straight to finish. Huh. Yifeng slammed his cards on the table and grinned. He had lost count of how many times he had beaten the two of them that night. They were such trash. Seeing that it was spring again, the two women's faces grew even uglier. If things continue like this, not only will the two of them fail to win, but they will also likely lose their only treasure. It's a classic case of trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice instead. To make matters worse, the roosters have already crowed outside, indicating that dawn is approaching. In an instant, the anxiety on the two women's faces grew stronger. Just then, Yifeng stretched, stood up, and said, "I need to use the restroom. I'll be back later." With that, Yifeng walked out of the room. After Yifeng left, Mao Yuner bit her red lips and looked at Yao Linger, asking softly, "What should we do?" Yao Linger frowned in deep thought. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she produced a red porcelain bottle. Mao Yuner opened her mouth slightly, and then also took out a white jade bottle. They looked at each other without prior arrangement, neither of them expecting that the other had made the same preparations, and a complex feeling welled up inside them. "So, should I use yours or mine?" Finally, Mao Yuner bit her red lips and said, "Let's use them together." Yao Linger pondered for a moment. Although even cultivators couldn't be immune to her heavenly fragrance powder, Yifeng was no ordinary cultivator, so to be on the safe side, she bit her lip. He brought over the kettle and poured all the medicine from the 2 bottles into it. "I'm back." After the medicine was poured, Yifeng rushed back and sat down again. Looking at the playing cards in front of him, he said, "It's almost dawn. I'm so tired. How about we call it a night?" As he spoke, he took away Mao Yuner's copper plate and Yao Linger's twin swords. "Then I'll gladly accept this." Seeing this, the two women became anxious and reached out to withdraw their hands. "A bet's a bet. Why wouldn't you agree?" Yifeng said this with a hint of joking. Yifeng's seemingly joking words sounded like an interrogation or a mockery to the two women. They simultaneously withdrew their hands, forced smiles, and said with stiff teeth, "No, no, no. Since we lost, We are definitely willing to accept defeat. That's right, it's just a little thing, you can win it back next time. Yifeng smiled and put the 2 items into his pocket. He didn't really want those 2 items, but when playing cards, since there's a stake involved, you can't break the rules, otherwise the next time you play, it won't feel as serious. You're right. The 2 women nodded, but their smiles looked more like cries. My heart is bleeding. Fortunately, there were some final preparations. If you succeed in the end, after that, you can act cute and rub against her a little, and maybe you can get the item back, or maybe you can get other good things too. With the same thought in mind, the 2 women exchanged a glance and then smiled at Yifeng, saying, Sir, you've been playing cards all night and haven't had much water. Please have some water and sit here to rest. As they spoke, the 2 women poured Yifeng a glass of water. No need to be so polite. You 2 haven't had any water either. Yifeng smiled, took the water bottle, and poured a glass for the 2 of them as well. You 2 have some too. Upon seeing this, the 2 women felt a sudden unease, their faces turning extremely pale. It's just drinking water. Why are you so nervous? Yifeng asked, puzzled. No. The 2 women explained in unison, afraid that Yifeng would notice something. After exchanging a glance, they both made their decision and then picked up their water glasses. Perhaps their behavior after drinking it will please him even more. With that thought, the 2 felt relieved and drank the water with Yifeng, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The matter is already half successful. Just a little longer, and once the medicine takes effect, the task will be completed. Unconsciously, Yao Linger and Mao Yuner chatted with Yifeng casually, and before they knew it, they gradually felt the effects of the medicine starting to take hold, and their bodies gradually became a little hot. And Yifeng seems to be. Oh dear, why does it suddenly feel a bit hot? Yifeng fanned himself with his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Really? The 2 women were overjoyed. Only the final step remained. However, Yifeng suddenly touched his stomach again, frowned and said, Why is my stomach upset again? Wait a moment, I'm going to the toilet. Upon hearing this, the 2 women looked anxious, but Yifeng had already walked out. Chapter 76 Attempt to steal a chicken backfires. After leaving the room, Yifeng rushed straight to the bathroom. It flowed like a torrent. Oh, comfortable. But why do I have this stomachache all the time today, and it seems endless? It must be because the food at this restaurant isn't clean, Yifeng muttered to himself as he squatted on the toilet. However, the 2 women sitting in the room looked increasingly grim. At this moment, the combined effects of the 2 medicines were already rushing straight to their heads. Their jade feet stomped on the ground, and their jade hands couldn't help but grab at the table. Why? Why hasn't the master returned yet? Mao Yuner gritted her teeth and spoke with difficulty, each word distinct. I don't know either. Yao Linger was also in extreme discomfort. When this medicine was used, there was no difference between cultivators and mortals. She felt that if she didn't find a place to vent her frustration, she would probably burst. However, as she was speaking, Mao Yuner suddenly lunged at her and grabbed her arm tightly. You get out of here. Yao Linger shouted, but seeing Mao Yuner's appearance, she couldn't help but press her red lips against Mao Yuner's as soon as she finished speaking. In an instant, the 2 of them completely lost control. I'm back. Finally, Yifeng, having finished using the restroom, leisurely walked back. When he opened the door, he saw 2 bodies fighting. Unconsciously, he froze on the spot. Holy crap. Lily, I apologize for disturbing you. Thank you for your understanding. After saying that, Yifeng prepared to turn around and leave. Sir, that's not how it is, let us explain. Upon seeing this, the 2 women's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to chase after the door to explain, but the effects of the drug prevented them from doing so. They could only watch helplessly as the door slammed shut behind them. After leaving the room, Yifeng pursed his lips, his expression extremely complicated. I never expected that these 2 girls, who seemed nice on the surface, would be like this behind the scenes. I can't stand it, I really can't accept it. Shaking his head, Yifeng took a step and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to hang up the Do Not Disturb sign. The night passed quickly. Yifeng went home and took a nap, then lay in the yard petting the dog. Puff. At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin, who was sitting at the head of the table, coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a trembling hand, he pointed at Mao Yuner and asked, You mean that not only did you fail, but you also lost a priceless copper piece, and in the end, you were slept with by a woman? Mao Yuner's eyes were red from crying. She slumped to the ground, trembling, nodding her head listlessly. She never imagined it would be her first time. Surprisingly, it was given to a woman. What? At the same time, Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu sect rose up in a rage, pointed at Yao Linger in front of him, and asked in a hoarse voice, "You said your achievement this time is just sleeping with a woman?" Yao Linger's expression was complicated. She clenched her teeth and knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. "Then where are my twin-star dark blades?" Ning Xuanwu questioned again. We lost. Of the demon spirit was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Xuanwu slumped onto the stool, his anger surging, and he pounded his chest with his thick hands, spitting out blood. "Please calm down, Sect Master. Sect Master, please calm down." Upon seeing this, Ning Xuanwu and the others were terrified and knelt on the ground, crying out in alarm. After a long time, Ning Xuanwu pointed at Yao Linger and said in a trembling voice, You go to Xuanwu Cliff to reflect on your mistakes. 1 year, you are not allowed to come out for a year. Chapter 77 The First Alchemist of Nansha. Qingshan Gate. Master. Luo Lanxue respectfully approached the Green Mountain Ancestor and said softly, "Master Lu Dasheng, the #1 alchemist in Nansha, has come to my Green Mountain sect." What? Upon hearing this, the Green Mountain Ancestor immediately sat up straight and said excitedly, "Master Lu has arrived. Why didn't you inform me sooner?" "I didn't want to disturb you because I saw that you were in seclusion, Master," Luo Lanxue explained. "Okay, where is Master Lu? I'll go see him." As he spoke, the Green Mountain Ancestor quickly stood up, his expression becoming much more solemn. Lu Dasheng dared not be negligent. As the top alchemist in Nansha, although he was a rogue cultivator, he had unparalleled influence. Even the major sects and families in Nansha treated him with great respect. Therefore, the arrival of such a person at Qingshan sect is undoubtedly like the arrival of a great Buddha. Lu Qingshan greets Master Lu. Outside the door, the old ancestor of Green Mountain bowed respectfully and spoke into the room. The door quietly opened. "Come in," a hoarse voice came from inside. The old ancestor of Green Mountain entered, and on the futon sat an old man wearing a gray robe. The old man had a narrow face and a pointed mouth, and his whole body exuded a gloomy aura. Such a small sect as Green Mountain, yet such a grand attitude. Lu Dasheng slowly raised his head, looked at the Green Mountain Ancestor, and said in a deep voice, "To actually make me, Lu Dasheng, wait here for half a month before you come out of seclusion, is quite remarkable." These slightly sarcastic words caused old ancestor Qingshan's expression to change slightly, and he quickly explained, "Master Lu wouldn't dare, but I really didn't know Master Lu was coming. If there has been any neglect, please forgive me." "Never mind." Lu Dasheng waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's skip the formalities. I have only one purpose in coming here. I need to refine a 5th-grade medicine for a certain martial emperor in Nansha, but I need to borrow the flame pearl from your Green Mountain sect." "Flame orb." Ancestor Qingshan's expression changed slightly. "I can promise you that if you are willing to lend me the flame pearl, not only will I owe you a favor, but you will also have done that martial emperor a favor. Such a good thing is rare," Lu Dasheng said leisurely to the Green Mountain Ancestor. Lu Qingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. He lowered his head and said, "To be honest, Master Lu, your offer is indeed very generous, but the flame pearl is no longer with my Qingshan sect. I have already given it away." "What?" Lu Dasheng's gaze darkened. "Lu Qingshan, are you playing me? The flame pearl is the most precious treasure of your Qingshan sect, and you're telling me you gave it away." "Master Lu, is that really the case?" Lu Qingshan quickly explained. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. I'm giving you 7 days to get the flame pearl back to me. Even if you really gave it away, you still have to get it back," Lu Dasheng said without room for argument. Old ancestor Qingshan looked troubled. This flame pearl was given to Mr. Yifeng. How could I possibly ask for it back now that it's with him? Moreover, not getting it back is a small matter. Causing the gentleman's displeasure is a big problem. Lu Dasheng raised his eyes. "Master, I'm afraid this really won't work," Ancestor Qingshan said with a troubled expression. "If it were any other request, we would have fulfilled Master Lu's request, but please forgive us this time." Lu Dasheng squinted at the Green Mountain Ancestor and said leisurely, "I'm suddenly very curious. Who exactly did you give this flame pearl to, that it makes you so hesitant?" "This." The Green Mountain Ancestor smiled wryly, but his words were full of respect. He said, "How could I, Lu Qingshan, casually evaluate that gentleman? But he is my savior and the savior of my entire Green Mountain sect." "Oh." Lu Dasheng's eyes flashed with mockery as he said leisurely, "Since you speak of this person as so extraordinary, then I, Lu Dasheng, Cannot help but want to pay him a visit and see if he is as powerful as you say. Master Lu, this is probably not convenient. The master only came to the mortal world to experience the lives of ordinary people, so he doesn't like to be disturbed. The Green Mountain ancestor quickly explained. If that's what you're saying, then I have no choice but to see you, whether I want to or not. Lu Dasheng raised the corners of his mouth, and at the same time, the table next to him instantly turned into dust. At the same time, a powerful pressure pressed down on the Green Mountain ancestor. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, but he still insisted. Master Lu, it really won't work. Snort. Enraged, Lu Dasheng darted out of the room and instantly appeared beside Luo Lanxue, who was waiting outside. A terrifying pressure enveloped him, and his hand, shaped like a claw, gripped Luo Lanxue's neck tightly. Upon seeing this, the Green Mountain ancestor, who had followed closely behind, shouted, Stop. Heh. Lu Dasheng sneered. Then I'd like to ask you, are you going to take me to meet this so-called gentleman you're talking about? For a moment, the old ancestor of Green Mountain was caught in a dilemma. Lu Dasheng tightened his grip and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I only want to get the flame pearl from him. I have no other intentions. Okay, fine. Seeing Luo Lanxue's increasingly labored breathing, the Green Mountain ancestor had no choice but to lower his head. In that case, after I finish what I'm doing, take me to see him in 5 days. Lu Dasheng sneered before releasing Luo Lanxue from his grasp. Old ancestor Qingshan nodded with a grim expression. His expression was full of helplessness. I just hope that you won't be upset that I brought people to disturb your peace. Chapter 78, The Heavenly Yin Formation. Limos, what are you doing? Let us out right now. Nestled in a valley behind Mount Mufu, the area is filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, a peaceful haven that resembles a paradise on earth. However, this place is now fraught with danger, and every step is fraught with peril. Wu Yonghong and the others never expected that after leaving the martial arts school, Limos would bring them here under the pretext of treasure hunting and then trap them in this place. Limos, I warn you, if you don't let us out, I, Chu Guangshi, will never let you live under the same sky. Chu Guangshi roared at Limos, his voice filled with boundless rage. Sun Zhuge and Wu Yonghong's eyes also flashed with intense hatred. They never expected that they would be betrayed by their own people. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and shout. It won't do you any good no matter how much you shout. Limos' eyes flashed with deep mockery as he said, Don't even mention going out. You can hardly move an inch now. This place looks peaceful, but it is actually a natural fortress. Not only is there a natural formation, but 30,000 years ago, this was also the site of an ancient battlefield. Back then, those powerful beings added several more great formations to the natural formation during their battle. Certainly. Limos raised his head and then sneered, It's not like I didn't add an extra layer of power. I set up 2 more layers on top of the original formation, so even a god can't save you. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the other 2 showed a deep sense of solemnity, and their faces turned completely pale. If that's the case, then the 3 of them can only wait to die here. Why did you do this? Wu Yonghong asked, heartbroken. Of course, it's because of the sacred divine rake in your hand. Limos sneered. You, Wu Yonghong, are inferior to me in both strength and intelligence. What right do you have to use such a fine item? You actually. Enraged, Wu Yonghong spat out a mouthful of blood. Give it to me. Limos merely smiled coldly, and with a wave of his hand, Wu Yonghong, without any power to resist, had the sacred grade divine rake in Limos' hand. The divine rake changed hands, and Wu Yonghong trembled with anger, but he was powerless to do anything about it. With the combined power of these formations, not only were their movements restricted, but their cultivation was also suppressed. Therefore, in Limos' hands, they were like fish on a chopping board. But Wu Yonghong was still unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and said, word by word, This magic rake was given to me by the master, and I have already sworn to serve him. You are stealing the master's things like this. Aren't you afraid that the master will cause you trouble? That is, if the master finds out about this, you will be reduced to ashes. When the topic of the martial arts school came up, Sun Zhuge and Chu Guangshi, who were standing nearby, seemed to see a glimmer of hope and began to speak up, hoping that Limos would be more cautious. Haha. However, Limos burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? The 3 of them said coldly. I'm laughing at how naive you 3 are. Limos raised the corners of his mouth and said coldly. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid of him at all. In fact, I'm quite interested in the treasures in his martial arts school. How dare you show such disrespect to the master and even covet his treasures? You'll die without even knowing how you died, Wu Yonghong said coldly. Haha. You're right. That person is indeed terrifying. I wouldn't even dare to think about him normally. But recently, for me, Li Mos, a golden opportunity has presented itself. Li Mos raised the corners of his mouth. What God-given opportunity? Wu Yonghong and the other two looked puzzled. Tomorrow happens to be a rare Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day, an occurrence that happens only once every 10,000 years in my immortal river continent. So, at this point, Li Mos revealed a profound and unfathomable expression and did not continue speaking. However, Wu Yonghong and the other two stared wide-eyed. You actually know the heavenly Yin formation, which has been lost for 10,000 years. How could you possibly know such an evil formation? In an instant, the three of them turned deathly pale. Ha! You three old fogies, it seems you're not so stupid after all. Li Mos laughed loudly. That's right, I have learned the heavenly Yin formation. As long as I set up the heavenly Yin formation around that martial arts school, anyone below the immortal level will lose their cultivation without even realizing it. At that time, the gentleman you speak of, whom you revere, will be my plaything. Chapter 79. The small door pushed open. As soon as he said this, the three men were filled with shock and their faces turned ashen. Because Li Mos was right, this great formation is indeed that terrifying. Of course, the conditions are also very strict, requiring an Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour, and Yin moment to last for a moment. Normally, even if Li Mos knew this great formation, it wouldn't be of any use. But who could have imagined that tomorrow would be such a once-in-a-millennium day? By the way, I might as well tell you that I also know the secret technique of seizing luck. Li Mos said leisurely. What? These words were like a bombshell to Wu Yonghong and his two companions. You want to strip Mr. Li of his luck? Wu Yonghong said, his lips trembling as he stared intently at Li Mos. I didn't expect Wu Yonghong to be so clever. Li Mos coldly said, that person's strength is overwhelming. Even we can't tell his cultivation level. We don't know if he is a martial saint or a martial emperor. In addition, he has countless treasures. Such a person must have heaven-defying luck. And if I, Li Mos, strip him of his fortune, I might be able to reach the martial emperor realm in my lifetime, or even become the legendary immortal martial artist. Last time you received the master's martial arts intent at the martial arts school, but you repaid kindness with enmity and even dared to attack the master. I'll fight you to the death. Wu Yonghong's neck turned red with anger. He hadn't forgotten how generously Yifeng had given him the divine rake that day, nor had he forgotten the benefits he had gained from experiencing martial intent at the martial arts school last time. So in an instant, his aura exploded, and he even forcibly broke free from the restrictions of the formation and attacked Li Mos. Snort. However, Li Mos simply waved his hand, interrupting Wu Yonghong's attack. Do you really think this formation is just for show? Li Mos sneered. As expected, Wu Yonghong suffered a backlash from the formation due to his struggle and immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood. Fine, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With a flick of his hand, Li Mos sent a burst of energy directly to Wu Yonghong's dantian. Click! A bloody hole appeared, accompanied by an explosion. Wu Yonghong stared wide-eyed, because Li Mos had directly crippled his cultivation. Old Wu. Nearby, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge simultaneously voiced their concerns. You could have clung to life for a few more days, but since you chose to die, there's nothing I can do. Li Mos sneered. Without your cultivation, it won't be long before you die as humbly as a mortal. Ha! With a burst of wild laughter, Li Mos traced an arc in the air and sped towards Pingjiang City. Ao Qing hasn't been having a good time lately. Despite breaking through barriers alongside Yifeng, the feeling emanating from that small door was incredibly unpleasant for him. Dog, what's wrong with you? Are you really that thirsty? Yifeng looked at the dog, gently stroking him with his palm, and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely help you take care of it when I have time. Hear Yifeng's words at all. Its eyes widened as it stared at the small wooden door behind Yifeng. He had a feeling that what was inside the small wooden door was about to come out. Is it a primordial beast or an unparalleled monster? He couldn't help but swallow. Creak. Sure enough, the small door creaked open and was gently pushed open. Ao Qing shuddered almost instinctively, his hair stood on end, and his eyes were fixed on the scene. Chapter 80 System Rewards. Then, under Ao Qing's watchful eye. Crystalline skull emerged with a clattering sound. Hiss! Upon seeing the skull, Ao Qing gasped in shock. Although he couldn't see the skull's cultivation level, the sense of danger it brought him was extremely strong. Moreover, the skull had no life at all. It was clearly an inanimate object. But why would an inanimate object move, and why would it have such a powerful deterrent effect? The dog couldn't understand. With a swift movement, it darted to Yifeng's feet. What exactly happened? Yifeng glared at Ao Qing with annoyance, and then glanced behind him. Holy crap! Upon seeing the skeleton, Yifeng screamed in fright, but quickly recovered and charged at it, kicking it wildly. It's you again, you idiot. You scared the hell out of me. Yifeng cursed directly, feeling disgusted just looking at the skeleton, and at the same time, he also cursed the system fiercely in his mind. Because this is the thing that has always frustrated him the most. You lousy system, you can't teach him how to make money. You can't teach him how to cultivate. Fine, I accept it. But this kind of polite greeting as a reward is really something Yifeng can't stand. That's right. This skeleton was given to Yifeng when he first integrated with the system. But it's not only completely useless, it's also a real eyesore. He does nothing all day and just wanders around like a ghost. Later, Yifeng locked it in the storage room and even forgot about it. Who knew that it would actually run out again on its own? ABA. Kicked to the ground by Yifeng, the skull-like creature scrambled to its feet, its jaw agape. Me, you son of a bitch. Yifeng lost his composure as soon as he saw this guy and punched him directly. Click. With a series of tinkling sounds, the skull fell down and rolled to the corner of the wall. The remaining body groped around on the ground for a while before finding the head, and then stumbled and pieced it back together. You idiot, you've installed it backwards. Yifeng shouted irritably. ABA. The skull continued to stammer, turning its head with both hands, and it took a long time before it finally straightened up. Well, it looks like we're in for a rough time. Yifeng, looking annoyed, grabbed a piece of black robe from the side and threw it on its head, yelling, "Put it on yourself, don't go around scaring people." ABA. The skull stammered and stumbled as it put on the black robe, which completely enveloped its small size, wandered around the courtyard, and no one knew what he was doing. However, Ao Qing, who was standing to the side, almost had his eyes pop out of his head. He was especially horrified when he saw Yifeng brutally beating the skeleton, yet the skeleton didn't react at all. TSK. As expected of the master, he is truly terrifying. Yifeng stretched and felt rather bored. He stood up and said, "It's such a nice day. You guys stay in the yard. I'm going to sunbathe by the door." As he spoke, Yifeng moved the stool to the steps at the entrance of the martial arts school. Watching the crowds pass by lazily and listening to the bustling cries of vendors, there is a unique sense of comfort. Amidst the crisscrossing buildings, a shadow flashed by, then stood high on a rooftop, its eyes flashing with coldness as it looked at the small martial arts gym not far ahead. His clothes flowed freely, and an abacus hung behind him. It was Limos. The heavenly Yin Grand Formation, with its 8 directions and 16 meridians, has been set up. It's only a moment away from the perfect timing, location, and human factors. The sound faded. He looked up at the sky. Those sinister eyes slowly closed. The sky was filled with swirling clouds and a chilling atmosphere. As the wind blew, Limos' eyes suddenly snapped open. The time has come. Start. As his voice faded, an invisible mist enveloped the martial arts school from the sky, eventually obscuring the entire school. A mysterious aura lingered in the sky, and the entire martial arts hall was silent. Humph, the Great Formation has been activated. Unless you are an immortal, you are just a plaything in my hands. Limos let out a cold laugh. But knowing that this special moment was only a moment away, he dared not delay in the slightest. With a flick of his robe, the abacus behind him soared into the air. Splash, splash, splash. A piercing sonic boom rang out, and countless abacus beads fell off, scattering into the sky before turning into chaos and disappearing. Condense. As he unleashed a complex hand seal, the vanished silver beads coalesced and transformed into a 1,000-foot-long transparent sword, which fell vertically towards the martial arts hall, aiming straight for Yifeng's brow as he lay on the recliner. Laugh. In an instant, the entire city of Pingjiang was shrouded in gloom, and a fierce wind arose. Even though it's just a full-force attack from my martial sect, without cultivation, even if you're a martial emperor, you'll only become a dead dog under this sword. Chapter 81. Even the defenses can't be broken. In a short time, The conjured longsword hurtled downwards, getting closer and closer to Yifeng. However, Yifeng, lying on the recliner, showed no reaction whatsoever, completely unaware of the impending danger. This heavenly Yin formation is indeed terrifying. This person didn't react to my attacks at all, which means his cultivation has been completely suppressed. With this thought in mind, the smug look on Li Mo's face grew increasingly intense. Finally, the transformed longsword was only a few feet away from Yifeng, and the entire martial arts hall was enveloped in this soaring sword light, dazzling and eye-catching. The next instant, it landed on Yifeng's brow. Die! At the same time, Li Mo, who was in midair, shouted, his heart filled with extreme excitement. So what if he's a martial saint or a martial emperor? Wasn't it all due to his scheme that they died without even knowing how they died? Thinking that after Yifeng's death, all the treasures in his martial arts school and his luck as a peerless master would be taken away by him, Li Mo's smile became extremely thick. But, the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. What? His smug expression vanished in an instant, and as he looked at the scene at the entrance of the martial arts school, he froze into an ice sculpture. Because his full-force attack as a martial grandmaster, the illusory sword conjured by his heaven-reaching skill, not only failed to cause Yifeng any damage when it landed on him, but instead caused his attack to vanish into nothingness. It seems so. It has never happened before. How could that be? How is that possible? Li Mo was sweating profusely, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape enough to swallow a light bulb. Wasn't his cultivation supposed to be suppressed? How come he was still able to block my attack? 1,000 questions arose in Li Mo's mind. Even if the heavenly Yin formation malfunctioned, that person should at least have made some noise when resisting my attack. Why did the attack turn into nothingness when it touched him? This is absolutely bizarre. But then he realized something. After all, the person in front of him, even if he wasn't a martial emperor, was at least a martial saint. Even if his cultivation was gone, his defensive capabilities were still intact. Thinking of this, a look of relief appeared on his face. I see. Li Mo raised the corners of his mouth. His previous fear vanished, and a confident sneer returned to his face. Although this person's strength was terrifying, even his full-force attack failed to break through the defense. But it was precisely because of this that Li Mo became even more insane. After all, the stronger Yifeng is, the more unparalleled the sense of accomplishment from killing him will be. Since your defenses are so formidable, I'll have to resort to other methods. Li Mo smiled coldly, unleashing a series of intricate hand seals that caused a gust of wind to rise around him. As time passed, his hand seals became faster and faster, and many strange patterns appeared. Finally, as he finished making his final handprint, he gave a slight smirk. Deadly goo, unleash. The moment the voice fell, a bee-sized insect slowly flew out of his mouth, then flapped its wings at a high frequency and flew towards Yifeng on the recliner. As the deadly goo flew out, a cold smile returned to Li Mo's face. No matter how strong your defenses are, they are useless against my deadly goo worm. Once it enters your body, even if you recover your cultivation, you will only be waiting to die. Ha! Li Mo smiled coldly. They were also proud of their many methods, and most people probably wouldn't have been able to do anything about it in this situation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, the deadly goo worm approached Yifeng, hovering around his head. Then, under Li Mo's tense gaze, the deadly goo worm flapped its wings and lunged towards Yifeng's ear. It's done. As they drew closer, Li Mo grew increasingly excited. Chapter 82: The Sudden Appearance of the Black-Robed Man. But just then, Yifeng suddenly rolled over, muttering a curse under his breath. Where did this damn fly come from, disturbing my sleep? At the same time, he slapped her across the face with obvious impatience. Then, to Li Mo's astonishment, the deadly goo worm that was about to enter Yifeng's body was swatted away and crashed heavily against the wall beside him. Smack! With a soft thud, it shattered and stuck to the wall, leaving only its husk on the ground. Gah! The moment the deadly goo worm was swatted to death, Li Mo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his face filled with terror. At the same time, his body suffered a backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he couldn't care less about the backlash his body was suffering, or even take another look at the deadly goo worm he had raised for thousands of years. He stomped his foot in the air and ran away. That's terrifying. This is too weird. Right now, all he wants is to escape this place, preferably as far away as possible. The Mingyin Grand Array was clearly in effect, and his cultivation was clearly restricted, so why was this happening? He really couldn't understand it. Moreover, his deadly goo worm is not only capable of killing people invisibly, but its body is also known for its heaven-defying nature. Whether it is burned by fire, submerged in water, or even a full-force slap from the martial emperor, it is not certain that the deadly goo worm's body can be shattered. However, with just a casual flick of his wrist, that man's life-saving, deadly goo worm was shattered to pieces. Shattered to pieces? The thought of the horrific state of his deadly goo worms was like seeing himself in the mirror. So at this moment, he no longer dared to covet the martial arts school, nor did he have any intention of depriving Yifeng of his luck. He ran away at a speed he had never used before in his life, fearing that the person at the entrance of the martial arts school would chase after him. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Mos transformed into a streak of light in midair, escaping the area where Pingjiang City was located and arriving in the airspace not far from Qingshan Gate. Call. Fine. Seeing that there were no pursuers behind him, Li Mos finally breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead covered in sweat. However, he had barely caught his breath when he was startled and his whole body trembled. In front of him, a man in a black robe appeared out of nowhere. The wide robe covered his entire body, and he lowered his head, making it impossible to see his appearance. However, the appearance of this person brought Li Mos a great sense of crisis. He was like a person without any cultivation, with no aura whatsoever, just standing motionless in midair. Even more incredibly, when Li Mos closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, he couldn't sense the presence of this person at all. Who are you? Li Mos asked in a panic. There was not a sound from beneath the black robe. Li Mos raised an eyebrow, stomped his foot, and flew off in different directions towards the black-robed man, creating an arc in the air. Clearly, he didn't want to get entangled with this black-robed man whose origins were unclear, as the man's eeriness gave him an immense sense of oppression. However, just as he darted out, he found that the man in black robes had reappeared in front of him. He still stood quietly in the void, still without a trace of breath. But Li Mos' expression changed drastically, because he couldn't even see how the man in black robes moved to front of him, as if he had always been there. Who exactly are you? Li Mos was sweating profusely, but he still gritted his teeth and asked. The man in black robes remained standing silently, without the slightest disturbance. Playing tricks. Since you won't talk, then don't blame me. Li Mos snorted coldly, knowing that this man in black robes wouldn't let him leave, so he might as well strike first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Zong's aura spread out in midair. He flipped his hand, turning it into a palm, and unleashed a devastating attack on the man in black robes. Boom, 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 boom. A series of shockwaves swept towards the man in black robes, like layers of waves, one after another. Under this massive attack, the entire sky turned into a vacuum and even became distorted. A battle between experts. As Li Mos launched his attack, Lu Dasheng, who was in seclusion at the Qingshan sect not far away, suddenly opened his eyes, then transformed into a streak of light and soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the battle fluctuations. Chapter 83 He is a God. Li Mos unleashed a devastating attack on the man in black robes. However, the man in black robes remained standing quietly, showing no sign of trying to defend himself against the attack. I, Li Mos, am a martial arts master of my generation. You are so arrogant in the face of my attack, then you will suffer the consequences. Li Mos' voice was cold, but he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, and the power in his hands became even stronger. However, to his surprise, his overwhelming attack landed on the man in black robes, but there was no reaction whatsoever. It didn't even cause a ripple. Click. Upon seeing this, Li Mos was so frightened that he almost lost his courage. He instantly withdrew his attack, stomped his foot in the air, and flew away in an arc. Now he only has one word. Run. The span of a single breath, Li Mos soared thousands of feet through the air. Just then, the black-robed man who had been silent finally made a move, slowly raising one of his large black robe sleeves. At the same time, Li Mos, who was fleeing like the wind thousands of feet away, suddenly froze, as if he were stuck in a quagmire, and could not move his feet. What? Li Mos' expression changed drastically. But what truly terrified him was what followed. A powerful force silently enveloped him, pulling him away from behind. In no time, he was back beside the man in black robes, standing stiffly in midair, unable to move. His face was deathly pale, and he knew that he was now nothing more than a fish on the chopping block for this man in black robes. Who exactly are you? This method terrified Li Mos so much that he stammered and stared at the man in black robes. asking nervously. The man in black remained silent. Then what exactly do you intend to do to me? I have no past grudges or recent feuds with you, so why are you treating me like this? Lemos asked again, his voice filled with trepidation. No enmity or grudge? Finally, a voice came from beneath the black robe for the first time, but the voice was unclear and lacked any human emotion. You mean? Lemos' expression changed drastically. Recalling his behavior at the martial arts school earlier, he suddenly said, Are you Yi-Feng from that martial arts school? No, no, no. But the next moment, Lemos shook his head, trembling. When you first appeared, it was still during the Yin hour, and the heavenly Yin formation was still in effect. You couldn't have chased after me from the martial arts school unless you were not bound by the heavenly Yin formation and your cultivation was at the immortal level. Gah! Upon hearing this, Lemos suddenly realized something impossible. These words seemed to tell him the answer, and he asked in astonishment, Could you really be an immortal? No, I am just a servant. Beneath the black robe, that unpleasant, crisp, and emotionless voice finally rang out again. Servant. Lemos stammered, pointing at the man in black robes and saying in a trembling voice, You're not Yi-Feng? Of course I am not the master. A voice came from beneath the black robe. Upon hearing this, Lemos' pupils dilated, his face filled with disbelief. The person in front of him was so powerful. He had thought it was Yi-Feng, the owner of the martial arts school, dressed in a black robe, but it turned out to be not. It was one of Yi-Feng's servants. Good heavens! Lemos felt like his head was about to explode. Such a powerful expert is actually just Yi-Feng's servant? Then Yi-Feng? Lemos suppressed his shock and stared at the man in black robes, saying each word carefully. Who exactly is he? Is he really an immortal? With difficulty, Lemos asked the question, looking nervously at the man in black robes. Finally, the man in the black robes slowly raised his head, revealing his true face for the first time. It was a skull without any flesh or blood, only empty eyes. What made Lemos feel even more terrified was that the skull's jaw twitched up, as if revealing a sinister expression. Of course he's not a god. Upon hearing this, Lemos breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, how could an immortal be in such a small, rundown place? It seemed that something had happened to the heavenly Yin formation, and it had failed to restrain the martial arts school's people. But the next moment, the voice coming from under the black robe made Lemos' soul fly away. He is a god. Chapter 84 I was just passing by. Click. Lemos was caught off guard by this seemingly casual remark. But in the blink of an eye, he shook his head violently, filled with disbelief. No, that's impossible. How could there possibly be a god in this world? How could I, Lemos, possibly encounter a god? Even if he were a god, why would he end up in this tiny Pingjiang city? God. What is God? Gods are beings countless times more advanced than immortals, governing the laws of their respective realms. Even a martial emperor is no different from an ant before a god. How could such a high-level being, transcending all boundaries, possibly stoop to such a place? Nothing is impossible. From beneath the black robe, a sinister voice emanated, saying slowly, After all, as both master and servant, I am also a god. You're talking nonsense. Lemos shouted frantically. Do you think gods are like cabbages? They can be found everywhere? Lemos was met with a sinister laugh, and beneath the slightly raised black robe, the jaw of the skull seemed to lift up again. Then, the man in the black robe waved his sleeve. Boom! With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning struck Lemos, and at the same time, a torrential downpour began to fall around him. Click! But the next instant, the torrential rain suddenly stopped, and extreme cold spread across the sky, freezing Lemos into an ice sculpture. Laugh! A moment later, the sky was engulfed in flames, and Lemos, who had just been frozen into an ice sculpture, was instantly roasted to a bloody pulp. Call! Twisting his entire body in the intense hurricane. The intense pain caused Lemos to let out a blood-curdling scream. In just a moment, Lemos had been subjected to a baptism of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Under this baptism, Lemos was completely broken, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at the black-robed man and stammered. Nature. The law of nature. Is this the legendary law of nature? So do you believe it now? If you still don't believe me. Before he could finish speaking, the man in black robes suddenly raised his hand again. For a moment, Lemos' eyes widened, because he felt time flying by, and in an instant he had experienced countless springs, summers, autumns and winters, and his skin and body were aging rapidly. A piercing scream escaped Lemos' lips, his eyes bloodshot, because the black-robed man's methods were not aimed at inflicting physical pain, but rather at instilling psychological fear. Imagine what it would feel like to be able to see the passage of time with your own eyes and watch your body grow old. This is the law of time. You really are a god. Lemos stared wide-eyed, his whole body trembling violently. He desperately wanted to live, but now he couldn't even muster the thought of running away. He was filled with remorse. He never imagined that he would be so foolish as to plunder God's things and God's fortune. This is like playing the sparrow that summons the king of hell. It's courting death. But on the other hand, he was unwilling to give up. What kind of bad luck does it take to kick such a thick iron plate? Fine, just die. The man in black robes seemed to have lost interest in Lemos. He clenched his fist in midair, and Lemos' body exploded without leaving a trace, turning into nothingness. Run quickly. This whole scene was witnessed by Lu Dasheng, who was hiding in the shadows. Although he could not sense the flow of laws around Lemos, he could clearly feel Lemos' cultivation level. A master of martial arts. However, this man in black robes killed him with ease. Doesn't that mean that the man in black robes in front of him is at least a martial venerable or even a martial saint? Therefore, fearing that he would be implicated, Lu Dasheng could no longer watch the play and ran away. But as soon as he moved, he felt his body sinking deep into the mud, making it difficult to move. Then, a large hand appeared behind him and grabbed him. Lu Dasheng was terrified and cried out, Senior, I was wrong. I was just passing by. Chapter 85 The Troublesome Broken Thing. Just passing by. The man in black robes spoke in a sinister voice. Just that voice alone terrified Lu Dasheng. Even martial arts masters could easily die at this person's hands. How could a mere martial emperor be anything more than a little earthworm in his hands? Senior, I was really just passing by. Lu Dasheng trembled all over. His legs went weak with fear, and he hurriedly explained, By the way, I am the #1 alchemist in Nansha. I can refine royal-grade medicine. If you need me, Senior, I am willing to serve you. I only beg you to spare my life. Do you think I would need royal-grade medicine? It's a sinister thing, the man in black robes said. Upon hearing this, Lu Dasheng's face turned extremely ugly. He thought that by relying on his status as the #1 alchemist in Nansha, he could still make this person wary. However, he overlooked the fact that someone who could kill a martial grandmaster at will would not take royal-grade medicine seriously. Slap yourself 100 times, then get as far away from me as possible. However, it seemed that the man in black robes had no interest in Lu Dasheng at all. He casually left the sentence and then disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Dasheng, who had been tense, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, another voice appeared in his mind. If you don't smoke, I guarantee you'll die a worse death than that guy. These words struck Lu Dasheng like a thunderbolt. He stood there, his face contorted with remorse, his expression full of regret. Hell did I do to deserve this? I just came to watch the show and ended up running into this mess. No matter how unwilling I am, I don't dare to gamble when I think about that person's methods. So he had no choice but to raise his heavy hand and slap himself across the face. Meanwhile, the Green Mountain ancestor, who was chasing Lu Dasheng, only arrived now. Upon arrival, he saw Lu Dasheng standing in the void, slapping himself in the face. At the same time, he was counting aloud, afraid of missing one. Master Lu, what misfortune have you suffered? Why are you humiliating yourself like this? Ancestor Qingshan frowned and asked cautiously. Roll. Lu Dasheng roared and vented his anger on the Green Mountain ancestor. When the old ancestor of the Green Mountain saw this, he shuddered and quickly left. After a long distance, he looked back and saw Lu Dasheng slapping himself. Maybe something bad happened at home. Forget it. After all, we don't dare to say it, and we don't dare to ask. Shaking his head, old ancestor Qingshan left with a complicated expression. Yifeng, still half asleep, finally woke up. The skull that had been bouncing around in the yard was gone. Disciple, where is that piece of junk? Yifeng asked loudly. It was just here a moment ago, but it disappeared in a moment, Zhongqing said quickly. That troublesome brat has gone out and caused me trouble again. Yifeng's face darkened, filled with anger. Damn it, doesn't he have any self-awareness about his own appearance? Running around looking like that would be terrifying. Stop practicing. Hurry up and come with me to find it. Yifeng quickly gave the instructions, then hurriedly dressed and ran outside. On the street. Although it is late autumn, the weather has improved quite a bit in the past few days, so the streets have returned to their usual liveliness, and many people have even come out to buy supplies for the upcoming winter. Of course, wherever there are streets, There will always be women who love to go shopping. In a nearby cosmetics shop, several young girls, dressed in flamboyant attire with their thighs exposed, chatted and laughed as they applied rouge. Suddenly, a dark shadow slipped over, its head lowered, rubbing against the girls. After rubbing against it for a very long time, a small, white head popped out from under the black robe, its jaw clicking excitedly. Seeing that no one was around, a white hand silently emerged from the sleeve of the robe. Then, he reached out towards the little girl's petals. Just as it was about to succeed, a swift kick suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed on its forehead. Idiot. That troublesome thing. It's caused me trouble again. Chapter 86 Blood for Blood. Yifeng grabbed the black robe, completely covering it, and then proceeded to give it a brutal beating. Yifeng's actions caused a commotion among the crowd. Beat the dog, beat the dog. Yifeng could only awkwardly explain, and after another beating, he grabbed the black robe and dragged the entire skull home. Dragging him into the store, Yifeng grew angrier the more he thought about it, and kicked him twice more. This piece of junk has never given him a moment's peace. Today they ruined Grandpa Wang's vegetable garden. Tomorrow they'll kill Grandma Li's cow. Who would have thought they'd be so audacious as to become gropers? But what's most hateful is that this thing is like a maggot clinging to a bone. He threw it, then ran back. He dug a hole and buried himself, but then climbed out again. Finally, we locked him up, but he didn't have a few days of peace before he came out again. In short, we tried every method, but we couldn't get rid of him. ABA. Suddenly, the black robe writhed, and a skull emerged, slapping its jaws, and speaking to Yifeng. I am your sister. Yifeng's arrogance, which had just subsided, was reignited. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll tear you apart this time. Let's see what you can do then. As he spoke, Yifeng knocked the skull off with a punch, and it rolled onto the ground with a clattering sound. However, the skull rolling on the ground opened its mouth again. ABA. At the same time, the skeleton beneath Yifeng's feet suddenly stretched out a hand, and then raised its middle finger at Yifeng. Wow, you're quite good at imitating. Ever since Yifeng had erected it once, this piece of junk has been imitating it quite well, which made Yifeng furious. He stepped on the skull frame and began to dismantle it. Master, someone is looking for you outside. Just then, Zhongqing walked over and said respectfully, They seem to be from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. People from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Yifeng frowned and asked in a deep voice, What do the people from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce want with me? They said that Master still has a share of the profits from his previous copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. So they asked Master to come and collect the money, Zhongqing said. No, or we'll have him deliver it here. People with different values cannot work together. Yifeng didn't want to pay any attention to them. It didn't matter if they didn't send it over. The book wasn't worth much anyway, so he could just give it up. But Master, they also sent someone to bring a sedan chair, Zhongqing added, saying that Master must make the trip himself. Yifeng frowned, then said, How about this, disciple? You go and get the money for me, then leave. Don't worry about anything else. Yes, Master. Zhongqing nodded respectfully. After Zhongqing left, Yifeng continued to disassemble the skull. It took a lot of effort to break down the skull into its torso, hands, legs, and so on, and then he locked them in different rooms. Yifeng then pressed the skull under the manhole cover. Clapped his hands, and Yifeng finally smiled with satisfaction. He stretched and was about to take a sip of water when someone rushed in through the door, shouting anxiously, Master E, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Yifeng quickly ran out. The person who came was the waiter from the beef restaurant across the street. The waiter hurriedly shouted, Master E, your little apprentice Zhongqing has had an accident. I'm afraid he won't make it. You'd better go and see him quickly. What? Yifeng's expression changed, and before he could even close the door, he ran out with the waiter from the beef noodle shop. The two then arrived at an alley. At both ends of the alley, many people were watching and discussing what was happening inside. As Yifeng approached, a stench of blood assaulted his senses. The ground was littered with corpses, the sedan chair had been badly damaged, and the sedan bearers were long since lifeless. Zhongqing, meanwhile, lay on the ground, barely alive, watching Yifeng. Clearly, Zhongqing inside the sedan chair was attacked, which led to a major battle. My disciple. Yifeng rushed straight towards Zhongqing, checking Zhongqing's injuries, and his eyes immediately reddened. Master, I'm afraid I can no longer do things for you. Zhongqing, covered in blood and breathing weakly, said. No, impossible. Don't speak. Master won't let you die. Yifeng suppressed his anger, picked up Zhongqing, and ran towards the martial arts school. After returning to the martial arts school, Yifeng hurriedly laid Zhong Qing on the bed and then brought out all the medicines in the house. First, they stopped Zhong Qing's bleeding, and then they treated the wound. After working for most of the day, Zhong Qing's breathing stabilized and he was out of danger, which finally put Yifeng at ease. But his eyes were filled with rage, burning with fury. No matter who it is, I will make them pay for their crimes in blood, even if it means going bankrupt. Chapter 87 The Mastermind. Waste. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle something this simple. What's the point of keeping you around? Inside the main hall of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin looked at his kneeling subordinates, slammed his hand down on the table, and roared in fury. During this period, he was under tremendous pressure. Especially after his daughter personally took action and failed, he faced opposition from the entire senior management of the Chamber of Commerce. He only came up with this idea when he had no other choice. Since Yifeng cannot serve his Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, then destroy him directly. This way, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce can also get out of its predicament. But to his utter surprise, the plan he had painstakingly devised failed completely. President, please forgive us. The leading subordinate kowtowed to the ground, explaining respectfully, we didn't know Yifeng wasn't here. It was his disciple who came. Snort. Mao Lin sneered. Since you later found out that it wasn't Yifeng, why did you still make a move to alert him? This made Yifeng more prepared, which would have ruined your chance to attack him next time. Well, we were all prepared to stop when we saw that it wasn't Yifeng. The leader of the subordinates said with a grim face, but after his disciple realized that our target was Yifeng, he attacked us first. And this little bastard was quite skilled. He killed several of our brothers with his bare hands before he finally died. Snort. All you do is make excuses. Mao Lin was furious. He hadn't managed to kill Yifeng this time, but it probably wouldn't be so easy to find an opportunity next time. Father, spare them. At this moment, a young man dressed in fine clothes walked in with a faint smile on his face. The newcomer was Mao Yi, Mao Lin's son and Mao Yun'er's elder brother. Dear, what time is it now? How can you still be so relaxed? Mao Lin looked at Mao Yi with a reproachful expression and said earnestly, don't you know that I did all these things, even at the cost of sacrificing your sister, all for you? If I am removed from my position as president, it will be harder than climbing to heaven for you to take this position in the future. Father, you misunderstand. Mao Yi said with a smile, of course I know what you're thinking, but blaming them won't help. Besides, he's just a little Yifeng. He can only write a couple of books. What's the big deal? Killing him would be a piece of cake. But according to what Yun'er said, this Yifeng isn't as simple as he seems. Mao Lin said earnestly. I heard that there are other cultivators who have also approached him, and his relationship with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is now quite significant. You have to understand. Even though the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is blatantly stealing our business, we dare not take action against them because Yin Xiong's precious daughter is with the Qingshan sect. So what? Mao Yi sneered. Even if he's not simple, he's at most a low-level cultivator. As for his relationship with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, it's nothing more than a business relationship. Even if he's a low-level cultivator, he's still a cultivator. Mao Lin said with concern. Father, you are the president of the Chamber of Commerce, after all. High-level cultivators are indeed beyond our reach, but we can certainly afford to hire a cultivator who can deal with Yifeng. Mao smiled meaningfully. As soon as the voice fell, 3 men walked in from outside the door. The 3 men had a powerful aura and carried a murderous aura, which put a lot of pressure on Mao Lin as soon as they walked in. Who are these 3 people? Mao Lin stared wide-eyed as he spoke. These 3 are cultivators I invited. They will help us take care of Yifeng directly, and their cultivation level has already reached the martial spirit stage. Mao Yi said leisurely. Martial spirit. Upon hearing this, Mao Lin's heart skipped a beat. To his utter surprise, these 3 people turned out to be Wu Ling, someone he rarely had the opportunity to interact with. So father, you can rest assured, Mao Yi said with a smile. With 3 martial spirit experts taking action, even if Yifeng has some cultivation, he'll be crushed to death. But, Mao Lin leaned closer to Mao Yi and asked softly, it must have cost you a lot to get these 3 involved, right? Father, don't worry, they don't care about treasures like ours. At this point, Mao Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he said, they only need me to help them find 100 beautiful young women. 100 young women. Mao Lin was overjoyed. Is a huge win for the father and son. Moreover, with 3 martial spirits involved, killing Yifeng should be no problem at all. So Mao Lin smiled and said to the 3 men, my lords, As long as you help us resolve this matter, I will find you not just 100 young women, but 200. Very good. The three of them plopped down, listened to Mao Lin's words, nodded in satisfaction, and sneered. After we rest for a day, we'll take care of that little bastard you're talking about. Chapter 88: The Enraged Green Mountain Ancestor. After settling Zhongqing in, Yifeng walked out of the martial arts hall with a gloomy expression. He knew without a doubt who was behind this, and he could even guess their motives with a little speculation. It was definitely the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce that wanted to take his life for their own profit, but his apprentice Zhongqing had shielded him. Although he was just an ordinary person, revenge was always his style. Soon, Yifeng arrived at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. When the Chamber of Commerce president saw that it was Yifeng who had come to his door in person, he dared not be negligent in the slightest and put down everything he was doing to personally receive him. "Mr. Yi, please have some tea." Yin Xiong stretched out his hand and said nervously. However, Yifeng made no move. This made Yin Xiong extremely uneasy. He sat beside Yifeng, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, frantically trying to recall if he had done anything to upset Yifeng. Since entering the room, Yifeng had a gloomy expression and hadn't said a word. Finally, when Yin Xiong could no longer bear the pressure, Yifeng, who had remained silent all along, raised his head, looked at Yin Xiong, and said, "President Yin." Yes, Mr. Yi, I'm here." Upon seeing Yifeng finally speak, Yin Xiong jumped up and quickly responded. "Your Chamber of Commerce should be able to kill people, right?" Yifeng asked again. "Oh." However, Yin Xiong didn't react immediately. I want to kill a few people." Yifeng finally picked up the cup of tea, and thinking of his precious disciple's injuries, he squinted and said, "Because someone almost killed my disciple." "What? Someone dares to kill your disciple, Mr. Yi?" Yin Xiong suddenly stood up, his eyes wide. This matter was far too shocking to him. Although he didn't know exactly who Yifeng was, he had a general idea. However, someone attacked his apprentice? This matter could be a big deal or a small deal. If this situation isn't handled properly, and he gets angry, the entire city of Pingjiang could be thrown into chaos. So is there a way? Yifeng looked up and asked. "Of course, just name your reward." There's a way, of course there's a way." Yin Xiong said this almost in a trembling voice, completely ignoring what Yifeng had mentioned about the reward. "Very good." Yifeng nodded and said, "Then I need to see the mastermind's head. Is that all right?" Yes, I, Yin Xiong, guarantee it here." Yin Xiong quickly patted his chest and said, "But it's possible they're from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce," Yifeng added. "Of course, we don't have any evidence yet, so you'll need to investigate." "Don't worry, sir. I will find out the details as soon as possible, and whoever it is, I will put the mastermind's head in front of you." Yin Xiong raised his palm and said solemnly, "Okay, thank you for your help." Yifeng finished his tea and then got up and left. He had only guessed that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce might be involved in such assassination activities, and hadn't held out much hope. But now it seemed like a pleasant surprise. After seeing Yifeng off, Yin Xiong didn't dare to linger for a moment. He immediately took 2 of his men and rode his horse toward Qingshan Gate. With great haste, Yin Xiong found Luo Lanxue. "What?" Upon hearing the details of the incident, Luo Lanxue turned pale and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. She quickly said, "Uncle, I will take you to see Master now. Tell Master the whole story." Yes. Yin Xiong nodded, but he was also very nervous. He had heard of the Green Mountain Ancestor for a long time, but this was the first time he had met him. "Master, I have something important to discuss with you." Outside the secret room, Luo Lanxue respectfully called out to Yin Xiong. "Disciple, I have recently gained some insights from using Master's treasured sword. Whatever it is, you may leave now." The authoritative voice of the Green Mountain Ancestor echoed from within the secret chamber. "Master, this is a very important matter," Luo Lanxue said anxiously. "I said, no matter how important the matter is, you must not disturb my seclusion." The old ancestor of the Green Mountain said with a hint of anger, "If you interrupt my enlightenment, you cannot bear the responsibility." "Please calm down, Master. This matter is probably even more significant than your enlightenment." Luo Lanxue bit her red lips and said directly, "Master's disciple, young Master Zhongqing, was almost killed." "What?" Luo Lanxue finished speaking, an incredulous voice came from inside, followed by a loud boom, as the Green Mountain Ancestor rushed out. Then, the old ancestor of the Green Mountain, his veins bulging, grabbed Luo Lanxue's jade-like hand and asked with wide eyes, "What did you just say?" Chapter 89: An Unprecedented Lineup. Under the stern gaze of the Green Mountain ancestor, Yin Xiong finally trembled as he recounted the whole story. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Upon hearing Yin Xiong's words, the Green Mountain ancestor flew into a rage and unleashed a palm strike, leveling a building not far away to the ground. From the ruins, the third elder crawled out, covered in dust and dirt, and cried out with a wronged expression. "Ancestor, why did you demolish my house again?" "Roll!" Old ancestor Qingshan shouted, ignoring him completely, and turned his gaze back to Luo Lanxue. "Swear. Exist. Immediately notify Zhu Yun and the other high-ranking members of the sect to assemble at the Green Mountain Hall." "Yes." Luo Lanxue dared not delay. Her lithe and beautiful body vanished in a flash. "You must hurry back down the mountain now and find out for the master who dares to be so audacious," the Green Mountain ancestor instructed Yin Xiong. "Yes, Lord Aoyama." Yin Xiong didn't even have time to drink a sip of water before he led two of his subordinates down the mountain. Qingshan Hall. The old ancestor of Green Mountain sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression. Below them, Zhu Yun, Luo Lanxue, and the other elders all bowed their heads, their faces solemn. In a short time, a thick layer of oppressive power surged through the entire hall, making it difficult for those with slightly weaker strength to breathe. "Master, this matter is of utmost importance." Luo Lanxue stepped forward first and quickly analyzed. "Judging from what my uncle said, the master is extremely angry about this matter." "Sister is right." The young Yin Lili also stepped forward with a face full of anger and said, "The master has been very kind to my Green Mountain sect, but on my Green Mountain sect's territory, his disciple was almost harmed. We must give the master an explanation for this matter." Indeed, the master didn't take direct action himself, but instead notified the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. His intention is quite clear. He's reminding us that we need to give him an explanation. Sect leader Zhu Yun also said solemnly, "Therefore, we must take this matter seriously and make the master satisfied. Otherwise, if the master really takes action himself, we can't bear his wrath. So master, you should make a decision as soon as possible. What should we do?" Luo Lanxue looked at the Green Mountain ancestor at the head of the table and said solemnly. Snort. The old ancestor of Green Mountain had a gloomy face. He slammed his hand down, and the stone table next to him instantly turned into dust. "No matter who attacked young Master Zhongqing, none of them will escape." Having said that, he waved his hand, and his voice, as loud as a bell, resounded throughout the entire hall. "Pass on my orders. Exist. Activate the mountain protecting formation, notify the 12 elders and 18 protectors, and dispatch the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends, along with all 108 disciples of the sect, leaving none alive. Led by Zhu Yun, they will all descend the mountain. I will make those wicked people who anger the master regret being born into this world." The moment the Green Mountain ancestor finished speaking, the entire hall was filled with shock. Such a lineup was unprecedented, even when the Green Mountain sect faced a major sect war. That makes sense. If they couldn't appease that person's anger, then the Green Mountain sect probably wouldn't have any reason to exist. Yes. So, in an instant, a deafening sound rang out in the Green Mountain Hall, followed by streaks of light flying out from the Green Mountain Hall, scattering gusts of wind. Meanwhile, countless disciples from the 108 branches of the Green Mountain sect were ready to march directly towards Pingjiang City, their footsteps creating a deafening sound. At the same time, the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends rode on the flying demonic beasts kept by the sect, formed an array in the sky, creating a huge shadow on the ground, and roared towards the sky above Pingjiang City. Finally, led by Zhu Yun, the 12 elders and 18 guardians stepped out into the void, carrying a powerful aura. Their speed and momentum were like meteorites streaking across the sky. In Pingjiang City, the entire Baofeng Chamber of Commerce suddenly ceased operations. All shops closed their doors, and countless intelligence agents were dispatched. In less than half an hour, a message sent by carrier pigeon from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce reached the hands of the Green Mountain ancestor. He opened the note, his face contorted with murderous intent. Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Die. With a command given, the massive Qingshan sect contingent set off for the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. This moment, the situation in Pingjiang City suddenly changed. Chapter 90. Rest assured. Inside the main hall of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin was on the left and Mao Yi was on the right. They invited the three martial arts masters to take the seats of honor and were drinking and chatting happily. President, something bad has happened. Just then, a man with a butler's gaze rushed over. What's going on? Mao Lin slammed down his wine glass and said angrily in a deep voice, Didn't you see I was drinking with three gentlemen? How could you barge in so recklessly? President, something terrible has happened, the butler said anxiously. According to our spies planted in the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yifeng, along with the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, has closed all its shops and is preparing to take action against our Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. What? Mao Lin's face darkened. It was unexpected that the prestigious Baofeng Chamber of Commerce would close its shops and even take action against the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce because of Yifeng. This is indeed a big deal. If things go wrong, it could turn into a battle between the two sessions. Here, you stay and drink with the three adults. I'll go see what's going on, Mao Lin immediately ordered. He dared not take this matter lightly. Chairman Mao, what are you doing? Sit down and continue drinking. Just as Mao Lin was about to leave, one of the martial arts experts called out leisurely. Are you just going to leave the three of us here and do nothing? That's very impolite. Upon hearing this, Mao Lin looked troubled and lowered his head, saying, Sir, you heard it just now. The Baofeng Chamber of Commerce actually closed its shops and tried to take action against my Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce for that little bastard. As the president, I have to take charge of the situation. Besides, isn't my son here drinking with the three of you? However, the martial arts expert showed no intention of asking Mao Lin to leave. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth and tapped the stool in an unquestionable manner. Seeing this, Mao Lin sat down with a troubled expression. But in her heart, she was still thinking about the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Mao, why are you so worried? Wu Ling seemed to have seen through Mao Lin's worries, leaned back in his chair and tapped the table with his fingers. It's just a small chamber of commerce. With us here, what are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, Mao Lin's eyes lit up after he had looked troubled. Yes, with three martial arts masters by his side, what is he afraid of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce for? However, he still had some concerns and said cautiously, Sir, we are not afraid if it is just the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, but the key is that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is related to the Qingshan sect. Qingshan sect. The martial spirit snorted coldly and said, Although that Green Mountain ancestor has some strength, the three of us brothers are still martial spirits. Do you think the Green Mountain sect would be willing to offend the three of us martial spirits for the sake of a small merchant guild? I think the Green Mountain sect should know what's more important and how to make the right choice, right? Yes. Upon hearing the analysis from this martial arts expert, Mao Lin suddenly slapped his thigh. All my worries vanished instantly. Come, gentlemen, I, Mao Lin, toast you. Mao Lin said, raising his glass of wine, his face flushed. That's more like it. Wu Ling raised the corners of his mouth, leisurely picked up his wine cup, and said, We'll just sit here drinking and eating, and wait for that Yifeng guy to come knocking on our door with his men. Once they're all here, the three of US brothers will join forces and wipe out those good-for-nothings for you, killing as many as there are. Ha! Mao Lin downed his drink and laughed heartily. Now he can rest easy. All we have to do is wait for Yifeng and the people from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce to come and die. Just then, several small birds flew across the sky. Immediately following behind, dozens of ghostly figures swept through the air, standing high above the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce below, their faces filled with indifference. The next moment, the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends rode flying demonic beasts in close pursuit. Their massive bodies were intertwined, casting a large shadow over the ground and giving people a great sense of oppression. Meanwhile, the 108 halls of the Qingshan sect, with nearly 100,000 disciples, had surrounded the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce in 3 concentric circles to prevent anyone from escaping. Finally, another surge of imposing force came crashing down, this time from Lu Qingshan, whose face was contorted with rage. Enraged, he even drew his legendary kitchen knife, demonstrating the seriousness with which he took the matter. President, something terrible has happened. Yifeng's men have come to our door. Just as Mao Lin and the 3 martial arts masters were enjoying their drinks, the steward called out again. His anxious appearance caused him to trip on the threshold and tumble in. Chairman Mao, your subordinates are really cowards. Seeing this, one of the martial spirits scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Mao Lin was filled with embarrassment and hurriedly said to the steward in a heavy tone, I said I was drinking with the 3 gentlemen. Don't be so abrupt. Besides, so what if they've come to our door? With the three gentlemen here, what's the big deal? But President, they've brought so many people, the butler added anxiously. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Noisy. However, Wu Ling seemed unwilling to hear the steward say another word. With a flick of his arm, the steward turned into a shower of blood. At the same time, he looked at Mao Lin and said leisurely, Chairman Mao, it seems your people don't quite trust us? How could this be? How could this be? Mao Lin quickly explained. What does a mere steward know? He has no idea how powerful the three lords are. He was terrified just because he saw that Yifeng had a lot of people. Little did he know that in the eyes of the three lords, no matter how many people came, they were just going to their deaths. Chapter 91 Silver Spear with Wax Head. Very good. The three martial spirits nodded in satisfaction. But now that the three of you have arrived, Mao Lin looked at the three men with expectant eyes and asked cautiously, then I would appreciate it if the three of you could take care of them immediately. No rush, they're just some trash. Drink this pot of wine first, then we can deal with them later. The martial arts expert gently picked up the wine pot and personally poured a cup of wine for Mao Lin. All right, then I'll drink this pot of wine with the three of you before we talk, haha. Seeing how relaxed and at ease the three of them were, Mao Lin also relaxed. In fact, to further please the three martial spirits, they even summoned more than a dozen maids to entertain them. In a short time, laughter filled the hall, and singing and dancing filled the air. My lord, this wine is the strongest I could find, just as you ordered it, Mao Lin said with a grin. Very good, this wine is quite potent. One of the martial arts masters stood up, patted Mao Lin on the shoulder, and at the same time, his cunning hand didn't forget to give the maid a couple of squeezes. Soon, all the drinks on the table were gone. The three martial arts masters, slightly tipsy, slowly stood up and said to Mao Lin and his son, let's go out and deal with those people that Yifeng called. Then we'll come back and continue drinking. Upon hearing this, Mao Lin and his son couldn't stop smiling. This not only resolves the crisis of his Chamber of Commerce, but may also address the root cause of the problem, potentially eliminating the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce altogether. Most importantly, with three top martial arts masters backing them up, there's no need to fear that the Green Mountain sect might cause any trouble. Three martial arts masters led the way, followed by Mao Lin and his son, both with smiles on their faces as they walked towards the door. Third brother, they're just a bunch of useless trash. We too won't lift a finger. You can handle them yourself. As they were leaving, one of the martial spirits said to the other, don't worry, brothers. They can't possibly call any powerful figures. This is such a small matter, so there's no need for you two to take action. I can handle it myself, the martial spirit said. Good. Haha. Accompanied by the three men's arrogant laughter, the group finally stepped outside. However, the moment they stepped out the door, the three martial arts masters suddenly felt their legs go weak. I almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What appeared before them first were dozens of pairs of menacing eyes, and the owners of these eyes all stood in midair, exuding a strong sense of coldness. What made the three martial spirits despair the most was that none of the owners of these dozens of eyes were weaker than them. Whoa! At the same time, accompanied by a series of roars from the demonic beasts, a large swarm of flying demonic beasts attacked, hovering in the sky. On top of the demonic beasts sat powerful experts clad in armor, waiting for a command to launch an attack instantly. Kill! 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 Meanwhile, from an unseen place, deafening sounds rang out, the shouts of countless disciples of the Green Mountain sect. Though no one could be seen, the sounds alone exerted immense pressure, as if the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce would be crushed at any moment. Of course, what the three of them feared most was the old man holding a kitchen knife high in the sky. The kitchen knife gleamed softly. With his hair flowing in the wind, he stood in midair, and just standing there was worth 1,000 troops. Upon seeing this lineup, the three martial arts masters trembled, their drunkenness suddenly jolted away, and beads of cold sweat slid down their heads. Mao Lin and his son were taken aback by the sight of this lineup. Although they held a high position among mortals, they had never seen such a lineup before. President, what should we do? Yes, President. Are there really that many of them? They look terrifying. Let's think of something. At this moment, the other members of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce also rushed over, crowding around Mao Lin and expressing their concerns. Mao Lin also frowned. However, the thought that three martial arts masters were standing guard for the father and son gave them confidence again. Then puffed out his chest and said softly to the people from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, what are you panicking about? Just calm down. Although they outnumber us, we have three martial spirit experts here. In their eyes, they are nothing but empty shells. With a smile on his face, he looked at the three martial spirits and said, "My lords, am I right? I'm sure you could easily take them down with your help." Chapter 92: Annihilating the Exploding Sky Gang. Mao Lin's question immediately made the three martial arts masters blush, and the muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably. He even felt a strong urge to kill Mao Lin. Is he blind? You can't tell what kind of lineup they have. The effect of this lineup is so great that even three martial kings would probably be defeated here, let alone three martial spirits. For a long time, the three of them couldn't utter a single word. He had only one thought in his mind: to sever ties with the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible and then run away. This is something they can't afford to mess with. The three of you. However, Mao Lin spoke up again, blinking his eyes and casting an inquiring gaze. Aleph **** your mother. The leader, Wu Ling, slapped Mao Lin across the face, making him see stars, and said, "President Mao, we've finished buying everything. We're leaving now." Clearly, they said this to make the people of Qingshan's sect think that the three of them were there to buy things. After saying this, the three martial spirits quickly exchanged glances and prepared to leave. They soon reached the door, and no one stopped them. This made the three of them secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and a smug smile appeared on their faces. Just as they were about to escape danger, Mao Lin, who had only just realized what had happened after being slapped, suddenly spoke up. "My lords, what do you mean by this? Didn't you just promise to help us get rid of these people? Why are you suddenly abandoning us?" GAA. Mao Lin's words immediately caused the three martial spirits' expressions to change drastically. Without daring to linger for even a moment, the three of them suddenly unleashed their martial spirit aura, stomped their feet on the ground, and tried to fly away. But as soon as they darted out, an extremely dangerous aura enveloped them. Looking back, one could see Lu Qingshan standing in midair, waving his hand, the kitchen knife in his hand radiating a dazzling light, before he released it from his grasp. As it soared through the air, the light emanating from the cleaver grew larger and larger, eventually reaching 100 feet in length before slashing down horizontally. Boom! Boom! With a series of sonic booms, countless buildings collapsed, and the blade's edge left a trench hundreds of meters long in front of the three martial spirits, sending up plumes of dust. The three martial spirits broke out in a cold sweat, and were completely stunned by the power of the cleaver. The ravine in front of them was nothing to them, and they could easily cross it, but now it has become a chasm that they dare not cross. They knew that if they took another step, the cleaver would likely fall on their heads. That strike was absolutely terrifying. So it seems the three of you got involved in this too? High in the sky, the Green Mountain ancestor's sharp gaze suddenly fell upon them, and his majestic voice rang out. As he spoke, all the other members of the Green Mountain sect turned their gazes toward him. These gazes sent chills down the spines of the three martial spirits. Under the combined pressure of the crowd, even three top martial spirits could not withstand it and almost suffered a mental breakdown. "Mao Lin, I'll curse your grandmother." Finally, in a fit of rage, one of the martial spirits turned around and cursed at Mao Lin. If it weren't for this guy's blindness and his words at the crucial moment, they would have already run away. "I'm asking you, did you also get involved in this?" Old ancestor Qingshan ignored their infighting and pressed him again. Knowing that there was no way to avoid this matter, the three martial spirits had no choice but to face it head on, so they simply stood firm and said, "That's right, we did get involved. But so what? Even if the three of us are no match for you, if you really want to make a move against us, you'd better think twice about who we are." "Oh." Old ancestor Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly. "We are from the Nansha Zhetian gang. You should understand that when the Zhetian gang was at its peak, it was far superior to your Qingshan sect." Wu Ling raised his arrogant eyes and said in a deep voice, "Even though we have declined considerably and the Zhetian gang is no match for your Qingshan sect, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If you really want to mess with us, you'd better think twice." As they spoke, the three martial spirits revealed an air of confidence and fearlessness. At first, they were indeed intimidated by the lineup of the Green Mountain sect, but remembering that the Exploding Sky Gang was backing them, the Green Mountain sect really didn't dare to make a move against them. Mao Lin finally understood that the three martial spirits in front of him were no match for the Green Mountain sect members. His face, which had been ashen, regained its light upon hearing their words. "After all, they're in the same boat now. What if I insist on doing something to you?" The Green Mountain ancestor's pupils contracted slightly, and he spoke coldly. "Then my Zhetian gang will absolutely not let this go. After all, We are elders of the Zhatian gang. Wu Ling threatened without any restraint. Unless you risk starting a sect war between your Qingshan sect and my Zhetian gang by attacking us. Very good. The old ancestor of Green Mountain's expression flickered, revealing neither joy nor anger. But the next moment, he waved his hand, and a rolling sound spread across the sky. Listen to my order. Leave the 18 protectors here to guard the area, and the rest of you, under Zhu Yun's command, set off immediately. Within a day, wipe out the exploding sky gang. What? The three martial spirits, who had been so confident, suddenly changed their expressions upon hearing this, staring intently at Ancestor Green Mountain. You dare to destroy my exploding heaven gang over such a trivial matter concerning a mere mortal. How could you? Chapter 93 Unexpected Changes. What is there to be afraid of? Lu Qingshan was furious. Let alone the current Zhetian gang being inferior to his Qingshan sect. Even if the Zhetian gang at its peak dared to offend Mr. Zhang, he would dare to challenge them with a kitchen knife. With Lu Qingshan's order, the army of Qingshan's sect suddenly set off. What? The three martial arts masters of the Exploding Sky gang widened their eyes in surprise. They thought Lu Qingshan was just making a statement, but they didn't expect him to actually put it into action. After the Green Mountain sect's army set off, Lu Qingshan let out another angry snort. With his command, the 18 guardians left to guard the area launched an attack on the three martial arts masters. The 18 protectors are the backbone of the Green Mountain sect, and their cultivation has reached the martial spirit realm. It is almost a foregone conclusion that they can surround and attack the three of them. As the three screams subsided, the three martial spirits were captured alive by the 18 guardians without even surfacing. Upon seeing this, Mao Lin and his son trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down their backs. They never expected that their three trusted martial spirits would be so easily defeated. Although they knew they were no match for them when they saw them running away, they should at least have been able to put up some resistance. For a moment, both father and son felt a sharp, throbbing pain in their hearts. After capturing the three martial spirits alive, Lu Qingshan's majestic gaze suddenly turned towards Mao Lin and his son, accompanied by an intense aura of pressure. Click. Under this oppressive force, Mao Lin and his son couldn't hold on for even a moment, their knees slamming heavily to the ground, their faces filled with despair. Was it you who sent people to injure Mr. Yi's apprentice? With a heavy voice, the old ancestor of Green Mountain questioned, and as he did so, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew stronger. It wasn't me. Under this pressure and fear, Mao Yi's mental defenses collapsed, and he screamed hysterically, I didn't get involved in this at all. It was him. As he spoke, he hurriedly pointed at Mao Lin and shouted frantically, it was all this old bastard's doing. It has nothing to do with me. You. Seeing his son betray him at the last minute, Mao Lin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything he had done was for Mao Yi's future, but he never expected that Mao Yi would betray him in an instant. However, the Green Mountain ancestor had no interest in watching them fight like dogs. He was only focused on how to quell the master's anger. But upon hearing what Mao Yi said, the Green Mountain ancestor turned his cold gaze to Mao Lin. So, you're the mastermind behind this? Upon hearing this, Mao Lin's face paled and became bloodless. Knowing that he was doomed today, he raised his unwilling eyes and looked at the Green Mountain ancestor, saying in a hoarse voice, if I'm not mistaken, you are the Green Mountain ancestor of the Green Mountain sect, aren't you? The old ancestor of Green Mountain remained silent, but his eyes remained cold. Mao Lin fell to his death. Now he could clearly see that the entire Qingshan sect was coming out to attack his small Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. He just couldn't understand why a mere e-phone could cause such a huge reaction, even prompting the Green Mountain ancestor to personally come out of the mountain and the entire sect to come out in full force. Who exactly is he? Unable to resist, he gritted his teeth and asked the question that had been bothering him. The Green Mountain ancestor revealed a disdainful smile and said coldly, although a piece of trash like you is not qualified to know the master's identity, I can still let you die knowing why. He is not only my savior and the Qingshan sect's savior, but also my most respected senior. He concealed his cultivation, transcended the mortal realm, and came to this small town to travel and experience life. Yet you, a piece of trash, almost harmed his disciple. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Shouldn't your Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce be wiped out? The words of the Green Mountain ancestor struck Mao Lin like a thunderclap, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Traveling among mortals lingered in his mind. So he was. Furthermore, what's most blind of you is that Mr. Ming gave you many opportunities, and you only needed to seize them. With just a little bit of luck, you could have surpassed 10,000 people, but you were blind to it. Old Ancestor Qingshan mocked without any politeness. Clearly, he had already thoroughly investigated the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Old Ancestor Qingshan's words struck Mao Lin's most painful spot, and in his anger, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Who says it isn't? He originally had the advantage of being able to cooperate with that person and establish a good relationship. But he single-handedly ruined it all. Hatred. I regret it. Since things have come to this, go to hell. Be more open-minded in your next life. Old Ancestor Qingshan had no more patience to argue with Mao Lin. He gently placed his palm down, and his immense aura collapsed and crushed away. Under this pressure, Mao Lin's meridians broke, his internal organs were shattered, and he collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open. Congratulations, sir. You have personally killed the culprit. Maui shouted frantically from the side. So, sir, can you please spare me now? Snort. You deserve to die even more. Old Ancestor Qingshan snorted coldly, glanced at him mockingly, and with one palm strike, Maui was smashed to pieces without even having a chance to beg for mercy. He didn't glance at them again with his cold gaze, but instead turned his gloomy eyes to the three martial spirits. It's your turn. The three martial spirits looked terrified and threatened. If you dare to touch us, the Exploding Sky Gang will not let you off the hook. Is that so? The old ancestor of Green Mountain's face darkened, and he crushed one of them to death. You actually dare to kill us? Upon seeing their companion dead, the other two shouted frantically. Do you really think our Exploding Sky Gang is only as simple as it seems on the surface? We guarantee that everyone in your Green Mountain sect will be reduced to dust. Noisy. Lu Qingshan struck out with two palms, instantly killing the two men. However, just as Lu Qingshan relaxed, three wisps of green smoke drifted out from their bodies. You can't kill us. If you've got the guts, come find us at the Sky Bombing Gang. We're waiting for you, As soon as the voice fell, the three wisps of green smoke disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Ancestor Qingshan's expression changed drastically. He wanted to give chase, but he didn't know where to start. He never expected that the three of them had such a secret technique. In Xiong. Old Ancestor Qingshan shouted immediately. Exist. In Xiong immediately stood by, ready to receive orders. Bring the heads of Mao Lin and the others to the master. I must take their lives. Old Ancestor Qingshan ordered. But what about the other members of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce who have nothing to do with this matter? In Xiong asked respectfully. Capture them first, without missing a single one, then consult with the master. After a slight pause, the Green Mountain ancestor said in a deep voice, if the master says to live, then they live. If the master says to kill, then they die. Yes. In Xiong immediately complied. After dealing with the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Lu Qingshan, with a gloomy expression, led the 18 protectors towards the Zhayin Gang. He was still considering whether attacking the Zhayin Gang solely because of these three people was too hasty, since the trouble shouldn't extend to others, and the things these three did might not be related to the Zhayin Gang. But now it seems he has no choice but to make a trip to the Exploding Sky Gang. Putting everything else aside, these three people must be killed. Chapter 94 Unusual. This situation is not optimistic. Inside the martial arts gym, Yifeng placed his hand on Zhongqing's forehead, frowning. He was clearly out of danger, but Zhongqing wouldn't wake up. I'm afraid only that medicine can work. Yifeng pondered for a moment, but he realized that he still needed quite a few things to prepare this medicine. It seems I'll have to go into the mountains again. Thinking of this, Yifeng's face showed hatred. He wondered how the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had handled things. Sir, we have fulfilled our mission. We not only executed the culprit, but we also wiped out the entire Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Just then, In Xiong arrived with his men. When Yifeng stepped out the door, he was immediately taken aback, because each of In Xiong's men was carrying a severed head, and Mao Lin's head was among them. Okay. Seeing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. The Baofeng Chamber of Commerce is really efficient. My disciple, I've avenged you. What surprised Yifeng was that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had actually wiped out the entire Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. That's ruthless. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Yifeng said generously. In Xiong was so efficient, so the reward must be substantial. Even if it meant putting in all of his share of the profits, it would be worth it to get revenge. Upon hearing this, In Xiong was overjoyed, knowing that this person could grant him a great opportunity with just a little something. The sad thing is, he doesn't dare to accept it. So he quickly and politely said, "Sir, you're too kind. It was just a small favor, and I don't want any reward." It was just a small favor? No wonder. Yifeng realized that the two chambers of commerce had long been at odds, and that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had probably wanted to destroy the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce for a long time. This was a good opportunity for them to take action and help him get revenge. I see. You really don't want any payment? Yifeng asked again. I really don't need it. Yin Xiong said with a complicated expression, but in his heart he had already been thinking about it for a long time. All right. Yifeng nodded. After all, they were partners, and the Chamber of Commerce had made a lot of money thanks to him, so it was reasonable for them not to accept it. By the way, sir, what about the others in the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce? How do we deal with them? Yin Xiong asked again. Others? Yifeng frowned. The others asked him what was wrong. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, so many lives are at stake. Even as the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Yin Xiong couldn't make up his mind, so it's reasonable to ask for his advice. If that's the case, there's no harm in talking about it. Touching his chin, Yifeng said, I think if they're not bad people, there's no need to kill them all. Spare their lives is a good deed. Of course, no one who deserves to die should escape. Yin Xiong immediately understood and couldn't help but admire him. A master is indeed a master. Such composure and magnanimity are truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. He quickly said with heartfelt admiration, Sir, you are very righteous. It's nothing. Yifeng smiled. Then, sir, shall we go and attend to other matters? Yin Xiong said respectfully. Okay, take care, and please come visit me anytime. Yifeng nodded with a smile and said politely. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong was startled and his face lit up with excitement. Definitely, definitely. Although the gentleman did not offer payment, his words carried more weight than any reward. This shows that the gentleman has already accepted him, which in the long run is better than any rare and precious treasure. At the same time, Lu Qingshan had already arrived at the Zheyan Gang with his 18 protectors. But as soon as he arrived, his face darkened. The 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends of his Green Mountain sect, along with all the elders in Zhuyun, were all sealed within a large formation. What's going on? Old ancestor Qingshan transmitted his voice. Uncle Master, let's go. This exploding heaven gang isn't as simple as it seems. Zhu Yun was leading the group, resisting the pressure brought by the Great Formation, when he transmitted his voice to the Green Mountain ancestor. As the old ancestor of Green Mountain fell silent, not knowing what to do, a strong sense of crisis struck. Then, a figure in white robes appeared in the sky above the Great Formation. He stood with his hands behind his back, his cold eyes fixed on the Green Mountain ancestor. Chapter 95. The knife is mine. Hiss. The old ancestor of Qingshan's expression changed drastically. This is a martial emperor. The exploding heaven gang was hiding so well, and even had a martial emperor level expert. Finally, the man in white robes turned his gaze over and asked indifferently, How dare the insignificant Green Mountain sect attack my exploding sky gang? You have quite the nerve. The Green Mountain ancestor's face was gloomy, but he did not lose his composure. He raised his head and asked, May I ask who you are? Yi Bei. The man in white robes spoke in a detached voice. Yi Bei. Ancestor Qingshan was suddenly shocked, recalling a legend from Nansha. 10 years ago, a genius expert emerged out of nowhere, reaching the martial king realm at the age of 20. But just as he was at the height of his power, he disappeared without a trace, and many people speculated that he had died in some secret realm. Unexpectedly, he joined the exploding heaven gang and became a martial emperor in just 10 years. Such talent. That's absolutely terrifying. I didn't expect to run into you here. Old ancestor Qingshan said in a deep voice. But do you know that 3 elders of your Zheyan gang have been causing trouble outside and have offended people they shouldn't have? So what? Yi Bei said coldly. You, ancestor Qingshan's face turned ashen with anger. So, it was your exploding heaven gang that instigated those 3 to offend the senior? I know nothing about their affairs, Yi Bei said indifferently. Very well, since your sect is unaware of this, then naturally we will not provoke a war between our sections. Ancestor Qingshan said in a deep voice, but I need you to hand over those 3 people. I need to go back and report to that senior. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. You destroyed the physical bodies of 3 elders of my sect, and now you actually come here demanding their release? You have quite the nerve, Yi Bei said coldly. Shouldn't you be thinking about how your Green Mountain sect can extricate itself from this situation? The Green Mountain ancestor's face was grim with frustration, but he still said firmly, "Sir, this matter did not originate from my Green Mountain sect, but rather concerns another senior. I hope you will consider this matter seriously." "No need to consider it anymore. I'm not handing him over," Yi Bei said coldly. "Even if some senior comes to ask for him, he can come to me himself." "You," the Green Mountain ancestor said angrily. Fine, but I hope you considered the consequences before saying such things. Are you threatening me?" Yi Bei's face darkened, and his hands, which were behind his back, suddenly shot out. The next instant, a powerful palm print grew larger and larger in the sky, pressing down like the might of heaven. Under this oppressive force, the 18 guardians beside the Green Mountain ancestor could no longer stand and fell to the ground, while Zhu Yun in the Great Formation also showed deep concern. A martial emperor is indeed powerful. Ancestor Qingshan's expression turned solemn. Facing such a powerful figure, he dared not be careless in the slightest. He immediately drew his cleaver and slashed at the giant palm that was pressing down from the sky. Laugh! With this strike, the sky shone with dazzling light, and then the terrifying palm print was torn apart, vanishing into nothingness in midair. What? Yi Bei, whose expression had remained calm throughout, finally showed an expression of disbelief upon seeing this. A mere martial king was able to easily break through my palm strike. "You're quite something," Yi Bei said with a cold glint in his eyes. "Give me that knife, and I might spare your lives." "Humph, impossible." Ancestor Qingshan's face showed determination. This knife was given to him by Yi Feng. How could he possibly hand it over? "Not paying. Then I'll have no choice but to rob it." Yi Bei's voice had barely faded when he was already in front of the Green Mountain ancestor, and then he struck out with a palm. This palm strike stirred up gusts of wind, almost distorting the air itself. The old patriarch of Green Mountain's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively swung his cleaver. Yi Bei's expression changed drastically as he slammed his palm into the kitchen knife. He was sent flying backward, and his hand was now deformed and radiating intense pain. "I never expected that a mere martial king could actually injure me." Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. "But this kind of peerless divine sword is not something a piece of trash like you can use. Only I, Yi Bei, am worthy of possessing it." As he spoke, he unleashed his full speed, his ghostly body circling around the Green Mountain ancestor, launching a series of fierce attacks. Under such a powerful attack, space nearly distorted, leaving trenches on the ground and dust billowing into the sky. At first, the Green Mountain ancestor could barely hold on with his divine blade, but the martial emperor was a whole realm higher than the martial king, and gradually he became powerless. Bang! Bang 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 bang. After a series of sonic booms, just as the final sonic boom subsided, old ancestor Qingshan was sent flying backward. Just as he was about to get up, a foot stomped directly on his chest. "The knife is mine now." Yi Bei looked down at him and snatched the knife from the hands of the Green Mountain ancestor. This was a gift from my senior. How dare you steal it? If you anger my senior, your exploding heaven gang will cease to exist." Old ancestor Qingshan shouted angrily. "Is that so? You keep calling me senior. I'd like to see if there's really such a person," Yi Bei said disdainfully, then suddenly opened his palm and landed on the head of the Green Mountain ancestor. Soul search. The old ancestor of the Green Mountain's expression changed drastically. He struggled desperately, but he was powerless to do as he pleased. He could only feel his memories surging out. A long, long time, Yi Bei finally raised the corners of his mouth. "There is indeed such a person, but he doesn't seem to be very impressive. However, since he was able to give you such a divine artifact, he must have other good things as well. In that case, I'll go see him again and lay a good foundation for the rise of my exploding heaven gang." As he spoke, he kicked the Green Mountain ancestor, sending him flying backward and landing in the Great Formation. "You bunch of useless trash, just fend for yourselves here." As he spoke, a smile appeared on his lips. He looked toward Pingjiang City, and with a leap, he flew away. Chapter 96. Not even putting down the spinach basket? The speed of the martial emperor is terrifying. Soon, Yi Bei arrived in Pingjiang City and headed towards the martial arts school, following the route remembered by the Green Mountain ancestor. He then leaped forward and arrived at the entrance of the small martial arts school. Skull that was trapped under the manhole cover opened its mouth. "ABA ABA." As soon as the voice fell, an invisible change occurred in the martial arts school, but no one could see exactly what had happened. After the change, The skull smacked its lips and rubbed its skull cap against the well cover, trying to wear it through and escape. Snort. Am I really some kind of unparalleled master? What martial intent does this plaque contain? Yi-Bei scrutinized the martial arts plaque for a long time before speaking disdainfully. There's no martial spirit on this signboard at all. It's just an ordinary signboard, nothing special. With that in mind, he walked recklessly toward the front hall of the martial arts school. As he passed the steps, he paused, looked down at the threshold stone, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This person is indeed interesting, but that's all. It's just that old good-for-nothing Qin Shan who is presumptuous, imagining this person to be so powerful. I think he's probably just a pretty face with no substance. With a cold laugh, he stepped into the front hall. He was somewhat wary when he first entered. After all, the memories of the Green Mountain ancestor conveyed that there were 18 paintings of divine weapons in this front hall, and how incredibly powerful they were. But now, the painting still exists. It has no spiritual energy or fluctuations whatsoever. It is nothing more than a piece of waste paper, except for being displayed. He has now determined that this so-called peerless master is nothing more than a figment of Lu Qingshan's imagination, based on some wild speculation. Of course, this person does have some substance. Just like the heaven-shaking stone at the entrance, it was, after all, a royal-grade treasure, plus the kitchen knife of the Green Mountain ancestor. However, this suited Yi-Bei's taste even better. Since you're going to set up this lousy martial arts school, I'll do as you please and give your school a good beating. Yi-Bei sneered, leaped forward, and landed his foot on the large drum in the center of the front hall. Boom! The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire martial arts school. Yifeng was not at the martial arts school. Only Ao Qing, who was sleeping, was awakened by the drumbeat. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced towards the front hall. It seems to be a martial emperor? Forget it, I'll just go back to sleep. It's just another one going to their death anyway. Yawning, the dog lay listlessly on the ground and closed its eyes again. Click, click, click. Beneath the manhole cover, the skull continued to grind against it. It seemed that Yi-Bei's arrival had sounded the alarm, but it hadn't broken the peace of the martial arts school at all. Even the dogs ignored him. The drumbeat went unanswered, which darkened Yi-Bei's expression. He punched it again. Boom. Another, even heavier sound rang out. Just then, Yifeng rushed back from outside carrying a basket of spinach, calling out, Coming, coming. What are you banging on? As Yifeng entered the front hall, Yi-Bei's gaze suddenly fell upon him. He looked Yifeng up and down. As expected, I couldn't see through even a trace of his cultivation level. However, he was not surprised. After all, he had already anticipated this from the memories of the Green Mountain ancestor. It was highly likely that he had learned some kind of strange technique to pretend to be a ghost. I know you're the owner of this shop. Yi-Bei raised his eyes and said coldly, I'm here today for no other reason than to challenge them. Challenge. Upon hearing this, Yifeng, who had initially thought it was about business, frowned and his voice turned cold. Do you know what kind of situation it is to challenge someone here? Of course I know. Yi-Bei raised the corners of his mouth and said coldly, a challenge to a martial arts school is bound to end in life or death, and the loser's school will change hands. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. He's right. That's the rule of this world, and the unwritten rule of martial arts schools in this world. People in this world dare to challenge a dojo. And this was the first time he had encountered such a situation since the martial arts school opened. You can leave now. I don't want to fight you. Yifeng looked Yi-Bei up and down and said without any interest, you are no match for me. You've got quite the nerve, haven't you? Feeling so slighted, Yi-Bei revealed a strong murderous intent and said coldly, I'll tell you the truth. I came here specifically to take down your establishment. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head. Since it's a martial arts school, they must all be ordinary people. He wasn't afraid of fighting among mortals. After all, he had 18 kinds of kung fu skills that were comparable to those of gods. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Fine, since you want to fight, I'll play along. After saying that, Yifeng held the spinach basket in one hand and beckoned to Yi-Bei with the other. You. All right. You didn't even put down your shopping basket, but you've packed it quite nicely. Just don't cry later. Seeing that he was being looked down upon like this, Yi-Bei gritted his teeth. Then, his hand moved suddenly, unleashing a series of complex hand seals. All the power within his meridians was mobilized. When the last hand seal landed, a strike containing all the hidden strength of a martial emperor was suddenly slammed towards Yifeng. He went all out with this attack. There was no element of probing. The sole purpose was to deliver a devastating blow to Yifeng. Chapter 97 Flashy. Go to hell. A cold light flashed in Yi Bei's eyes as his attack drew ever closer. In his view, the martial emperor's full-force strike, imbued with internal energy, would surely slay the arrogant and pretentious Yifeng before him. Fancy and over the top. However, Yifeng merely glanced at him and said dismissively. The white-robed youth looked imposing, but in his eyes, he was full of flaws and couldn't even beat his disciple Zhongqing. Smack! Just as the attack was about to land on Yifeng's chest, Yifeng slightly turned his body to dodge the attack, and at the same time, he casually slapped him across the face. What? Yi Bei, who had been looking cold, was stunned by the slap and was slammed to the ground by the force of the blow. How is that possible? Even after landing, Yi Bei still had an expression of disbelief on his face. His proud, all-out attack was so easily countered. Even with his martial emperor strength, he couldn't see how it was countered. However, the burning pain on his face made him feel humiliated. Yi Bei was a genius from birth. He became a martial emperor at the age of 30, making him the youngest martial emperor in the entire Nansha region. He had never been so humiliated before. You deserve to die? He spoke with bloodshot eyes, and as he spoke, the martial emperor's cultivation surged through his vast meridians, ready to erupt at any moment, accompanied by his powerful aura. However, a basket of spinach hit him on the head and then slammed him to the ground. His aura and martial emperor cultivation were forcefully shattered by this basket of spinach. As the power reversed, Yi Bei's meridians became disordered, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. With your pathetic skills, you can't even beat Grandpa Wang, the cattle dealer next door. Who gave you the guts to come and challenge me? Yifeng said condescendingly, carrying a basket of spinach. You deserve to die. The humiliating words reached Yi Bei's ears, making him feel extremely ashamed. He trembled all over and, without even getting up, he flicked his hand and summoned a transparent pearl. Heavenly Soul Pearl, kill them all. Yi Bei's eyes flashed with intense killing intent as he unleashed the Heavenly Soul Pearl and charged towards Yifeng. This is his ultimate killing move. Furthermore, this Heavenly Soul Pearl is a rare and precious treasure of the highest grade. He refused to believe that it couldn't kill Yifeng. However, Yifeng kicked down. Click. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Yi Bei suddenly straightened up and stared glaringly at Yifeng's feet. Heavenly Soul Pearl. Clan treasure. It was just crushed by one stomp. GAA. Yi Bei felt a fishbone stuck in his throat. You think you can kill someone with just a broken bead? Are you out of your mind? Yifeng's words made Yi Bei's face turn even uglier. What was once a treasure of the highest rank to him was actually a broken bead. Looking at Yifeng's indifferent and truly disdainful expression, Yi Bei suddenly understood something. It turned out that this person was not what he thought at all, but was, just as Lu Qingshan had thought, a truly peerless master. Thump. Thinking of this, Yi Bei's heart sank to the bottom. I was filled with regret. It turned out that he had kicked the steel plate. He wanted to escape, but before he could get up, Yifeng's foot suddenly landed on his chest. Click. This kick shattered Yi Bei's ribs, and the intense pain rendered him speechless. However, Yifeng had no intention of letting him go. This guy may be bad, but we can't let him off the hook just because he's bad. After all, he came here to challenge us, so we're practically mortal enemies. Being too soft-hearted? That's impossible. Yifeng was indeed too afraid to kill chickens, but killing people was something he had done secretly in this other world. Chapter 98, A Change of Normal. So Yifeng grabbed him, and, to Yi Bei's terrified gaze, broke his arm, then threw him heavily to the ground. Yi Bei felt utterly hopeless. Yifeng used all his cultivation, his attack still hurt him deeply, and he was already lying on the ground, barely alive. Senior, yes, it was my fault, please forgive me, he said in a hoarse voice. He begged for mercy with a face full of remorse. Let you go. Yifeng walked over coldly and stepped on Yi Bei's body again. Just as he was about to calm down and was thinking about how to get rid of the guy without getting blood on his hands, a thud came from the inner room. Disciple. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face immediately showed anxiety. He glanced at Yi Bei, then at his clothes, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, Jia Tian. All right, I'll remember this. I'll let you off the hook for now, but I'll come to you in person in a few days. After saying that, Yifeng ignored Yi Bei and hurried into the house. After all, you can run away but you can't hide. Since this guy has come to challenge us, we'll definitely have to find time to fight back. However, right now, compared to this good-for-nothing, Zhongqing is definitely more important. Sure enough, when they went into the inner room, they found that Zhongqing had woken up but was not very clear-headed and had rolled off the bed. Yifeng picked him up tenderly and put him back on the bed. Upon seeing Yifeng leave, Yi Bei's heart, which had been stuck in his throat, seemed to transform into something else. Ignoring his injuries, he took off running. However, due to his severe injuries, he crashed to the ground as soon as he took off, but after a short while, he flew up again, rising and falling as he fled towards the outskirts of Pingjiang City. When he returned to the Exploding Heaven gang, even with his dignified martial emperor cultivation, he was almost exhausted. He quickly swallowed 2 pills to recover slightly from his injuries, and without even taking time to rest, he rushed towards the location of the Great Formation. Sect Master, you are truly powerful. Just then, 3 people rushed towards Yi Bei's location. They were none other than the 3 martial spirits from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. The 3 escaped from the clutches of the Green Mountain Ancestor by practicing a secret technique. After returning to the Exploding Sky Gang, they were reborn by possessing other bodies. Although they still looked weak, they had indeed been resurrected. Seeing Lu Qingshan and the others in such a sorry state is really satisfying. Haha, that's right. After they've been tortured beyond recognition by the Great Formation, I'll bring them out and torture them severely. That's right. Especially after hearing Lu Qingshan say that there's a kid named Yifeng behind this, and this whole thing started because of him. We absolutely have to get revenge. When I get the chance, I'll definitely devour his flesh and blood. However, we still owe a great debt to the sect leader. The 3 men wore cold smiles, freely expressing their hatred, while also praising Yi Bei, standing to the side. Guards, arrest all 3 of them. However, Yi Bei suddenly exploded in anger and shouted out in fury. Sect Master, why? Why are you doing this? The 3 martial spirits' expressions immediately changed drastically, staring at Yi Bei in disbelief. However, having just been reborn, their strength had not been restored at all, and they were captured immediately. You're still asking what happened? Upon hearing this, Yi Bei grew even angrier, his gloomy eyes fixed on the 3 of them, and he spoke in a deep voice. If it weren't for those 3 causing this, why would I have stubbornly gone to that small martial arts school to be humiliated and almost lose my life? Of course, what made Yi Bei most uneasy was Yifeng's last sentence. He will come knocking on our doors soon. If that happens, the Exploding Sky Gang will cease to exist. The angrier he got, the more Yi Bei thought about it. He waved his hand and tore the hands of the 3 men apart, leaving them to scream in agony. He then said in a deep voice, "Detain these 3 for now. Bring them here when I give the order." After saying that, Yi Bei hurriedly rushed towards the Great Formation. Upon seeing Yi Bei appear, Lu Qingshan glared at him with hatred in his eyes. Searching his memory was a great humiliation for him. What's even more intolerable is that this person also insulted the gentleman in many ways. This is intolerable. But he also knew that he was now just a prisoner and there was no hope of revenge, so he coldly said, "Yi Bei, kill us if you want. There's no need to torture us like this." However, Yi Bei changed his usual behavior. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, that indifferent face suddenly revealed a fawning smile. "Oh dear, Brother Qingshan, what are you saying? It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Ha ha ha. Guards, quickly dismantle the Great Formation and let the Brothers of Green Mountain sect out. This scene immediately left the Green Mountain Ancestor and the others speechless. Chapter 99, The Skybombing Gang's Lifeline. Yi Bei, what do you mean by this? Bewildered by Yi Bei's actions, and said with a livid face. Ahem, Brother Qingshan, what are you saying? Yi Bei put on a big smile, put his arm around the shoulder of the old ancestor Qingshan, and said with a smile, "Didn't I just say that it was a misunderstanding? It was my oversight to lock you in this formation. I apologize, I apologize." And so, Yi Bei politely invited the Green Mountain Ancestor out of the Great Formation. "Come on, brothers of the Exploding Sky Gang, bring out the best wine and meat of the Exploding Sky Gang to entertain the brothers of the Green Mountain Gate." The Green Mountain Ancestor was still full of doubts about Yi Bei's unusual behavior. Just when he thought Yi Bei was going to use a trick, he was surprised to find that Yi Bei opened the gates of the Zhatian Gang and invited the entire Qingshan Gang inside. This action shocked the Green Mountain Ancestor. This blatant opening of the mountain gates, even with Yi Bei's formidable strength, is tantamount to placing the Exploding Sky Gang's belly right on the edge of the Green Mountain sect's knife. What exactly is Yi Bei up to? Zhu Yin leaned closer to the Green Mountain Ancestor and asked warily, "Could he be trying to harm us?" Ancestor Qingshan frowned and shook his head, saying, "Although I don't know what he's up to, we're already sealed in the formation, so there's no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Zhu Yun nodded as well. They're already trapped, so there's really no need to do anything to harm them further. That, Zhu Yun looked at the old ancestor of Green Mountain. Yi Bei is, after all, a martial emperor, and the lives of so many of our disciples are in his hands. Let's go in first and see how things go. After saying that, old ancestor Qing Shan and a group of other high-ranking members were invited into the Zhejian Gang. Subsequently, at the Zhejian Gang's spacious training ground, Yi Bei gave an order to set up a banquet with 100,000 tables to entertain the disciples of the Qingshan sect. At the head of the table, led by Yi Beiqingshan, all the high-ranking members of both sects were seated. Looking at this table full of delicacies, even with the composure of the old ancestor of Green Mountain, he was stunned. He had never seen many of these things before. This whole table is priceless. Haha, brother Qingshan, this is your first time visiting my Zhejian Gang. You must eat and drink well. Yi Bei said with a big smile. As the voice faded, he waved his hand again. Someone, bring up my precious treasure and present it to brother Qingshan. Then, a beautiful maid brought over a jade tray, on which was placed an exquisite red box. This box. Old ancestor Qingshan glanced at it, and was surprised, because the box alone was very expensive, and it seemed to be made of rare red sandalwood. Brother, this is some really good stuff. Yi Bei picked up the red box and introduced it, saying, this is a sandalwood product made by the alchemists of my Zhejian Gang, using precious materials such as Huajin and Zilingyi. It is called Huazitan, or simply Huazi. Brother, I'm not bragging, but this Huazi only produces 20 sticks a year. One bite will make you feel like you're floating on air, equivalent to more than 10 days of hard training. I usually don't even dare to take it out, but I'm only willing to take it out today since you're here. As he spoke, he pulled a cigarette from the mahogany box. Sure enough, as soon as Huazi came out, he carried a rich fragrance, and it seemed that his cultivation had also improved a bit. Come on, light up a cigarette for brother Qingshan. Old ancestor Qingshan frowned as he looked at Huazi in front of him. He couldn't help but want to slap him, but Yi Bei's behavior was abnormal, and there must be something fishy about it. He restrained his temptation and asked in a deep voice, Yi Bei, just say what you have to say. Brother, what are you saying? Yi Bei pretended to be stern and said angrily, do you think I, as your younger brother, would have any ulterior motive for inviting you to dinner? Old ancestor Qingshan still had a stern face. All right, brother, I'll be honest with you. I was wrong before. I impulsively locked you and the others in the formation without investigating the facts. Yi Bei's face darkened with anger as he said in a deep voice, I only found out later that those 3 bastards had been doing those shady things behind my back. Sigh, it's shameful to admit. Seeing Yi Bei's righteous words, the Green Mountain ancestor looked surprised. Bring those 3 bastards up here, Yi Bei said, waving his hand. Soon, the 3 martial spirits were brought up. The 3 of them had bitter expressions on their faces. As soon as they saw Yi Bei, they shouted, Chief, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say you would protect us and help us take revenge? Humph, those 3 bastards, still so arrogant even now. With that, Yi Bei waved his hand, and 3 heads fell to the ground. The 3 men died without ever understanding what had happened. Ahem, brother, these 3 heads are yours, Yi Bei said righteously. Yi Bei's series of methods satisfied the Green Mountain ancestor, but also made him feel a little ashamed. It turned out that he, Green Mountain, had judged him by his own petty standards. Hey bro, can I have a bite of this cigarette now? After dealing with the 3 people, Yi Bei picked up Huazi with both hands, and said with a smile. Good. Old ancestor Qingshan nodded and readily agreed. After all, Yi Bei had been so open and honest, so it would be unreasonable for him to hesitate any longer. He accepted Huazi. Seeing this, Yi Bei quickly lit it for him. A puff of cigarette soaked into his lungs, accompanied by a puff of smoke. Sure enough, the vital energy in his body was mobilized, and his cultivation became even more refined. This is definitely a good product. The old ancestor of Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Haha, since you like it, brother, you can keep the whole box, Yi Bei said generously. This is too much trouble. Old ancestor Qingshan said embarrassedly, but as he spoke, his hand mischievously put the red box into his pocket. Such a good thing, this box of it could save him a year of hard cultivation. Then it was time for free drinks. This wine was specially brewed for martial arts practitioners. In less than an hour, the Green Mountain ancestor and the others were walking with their toes pointing inward, taking small, quick steps, and their faces were all rosy. Someone come here, take the old man to rest. Yi Bei immediately sent someone to give instructions. Soon, several people helped the Green Mountain ancestor and the others towards the room. Watching the departing figures of old ancestor Qing Shan and the others, Yi Bei leisurely raised the corners of his mouth. Yi Bei's ability to become a martial emperor and the leader of the Exploding Heaven Gang at the age of 30 is not solely due to his talent. That's what it's all about, the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Those who understand the times are wise. This is a statement he firmly believes in. Master, this is information on Lu Qingshan, Zhu Yun, and many elders of the Qingshan sect. Their character, hobbies, and personalities are all recorded. At this moment, an elder rushed to Yi Bei's side and took out a document. Yi Bei flipped through the documents, a smile playing on his lips. Very good. You don't need me to tell you what to do next, right? I know. The elder nodded, but hesitated before leaving, saying, But Chief, it's just a small sect like Green Mountain Sect. Is it necessary for us to treat it with such seriousness? Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's expression darkened. He took a deep breath before saying very solemnly, It's absolutely necessary. Because he is our lifeline, the one that saves us from the Exploding Sky Gang. Chapter 100 Yi Bei's Scheme. Old ancestor Qing Shan has returned to his room. Slightly drunk, he felt increasingly uneasy. Even if Yi Bei knew who was right and who was wrong, at most he would just hand over the 3 martial spirits to him and release his Green Mountain sect from the formation. There was absolutely no need to make such a big show of apology, or even bring out something as valuable as Huazi. After all, Yi Bei was a martial emperor, so there was no need for him to act like this towards a mere martial king. Just then, Yi Bei had the peerless divine sword returned. He carefully held the sword in his hand, which made old ancestor Green Mountain even more uneasy. The path of martial arts cultivation has always been fraught with deceit and treachery. Especially when it comes to treasures, no one can guarantee that they are a good person, but Yi Bei was able to return such a treasure, which is too abnormal. Could it be that he has already met with the senior? Suddenly, the Green Mountain ancestor realized what was happening. When Yi Bei searched his soul, and then rushed towards Pingjiang City. Although Yi Bei concealed his injuries well while drinking, the Green Mountain ancestor still noticed that Yi Bei had injuries, and quite severe ones at that. These events are put together. One can guess that Yi Bei must have gone to Master Lu, then was beaten half to death, and ran back. After returning, he acted out of character towards the Green Mountain sect, calling him Brother Green Mountain repeatedly. It is obvious that Yi Bei wanted to use Lu Qingshan to save his life. Upon realizing this, old ancestor Qing Shan slapped his thigh, instantly sobering up from his drunkenness. That was too hasty. His face was full of regret. What is Lu Qingshan in front of Master? If Master really wants to kill someone, what role can Lu Qingshan play in it? If things go wrong, I might even get myself killed because of Yi Bei. Damn Yi Bei, what a cunning scheme. Ancestor Qing Shan cursed angrily, pondering how to return Huazi to Yi Bei while leading the Qing Shan disciples to leave this place as soon as possible, because he knew very well that he couldn't stay on this pirate ship. However, he had just made up his mind when the door was suddenly pushed open. Old ancestor Qing Shan frowned, raised his head to look, and his eyes widened immediately. 2 fair-skinned girls walked in through the door. They were young, petite, and still had some baby fat. Their outfits were the most eye-catching. One of them wore a white dress with a small foxtail attached to her back, while the other wore a black bodysuit with cat ears on her tied-up hair. Ancestor, we were sent by the gang leader to serve you, the 2 women said in unison. As she spoke, the girl in white pouted at the Green Mountain ancestor. Meanwhile, the girl in black got up from the ground, displaying the alluring posture of a cat to the fullest. Puff! This scene caused the Green Mountain ancestor's blood and chi to surge, and even with his martial king realm, he almost couldn't suppress it, feeling as if his nose was about to bleed. Damn it! Yi Bei, how did he know I like this kind of thing? Old ancestor Qing Shan's eyes widened, but he instantly understood that this was Yi Bei's sugar-coated bullet. Once he fell for it, he would inevitably be on this pirate ship and unable to get off. Stay calm, stay calm. My ancestors have seen all sorts of storms over the years. We must stay calm. With a reluctant glance at the 2 women, the Green Mountain ancestor closed his eyes tightly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and muttered cultivation mantras under his breath. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring us, sisters? Yes, come and play with us, sisters. 2 alluring voices came from beside him, and those 2 slender hands slowly slid down the Green Mountain ancestor's ears, making the Green Mountain ancestor's skin crawl and his forehead drip with cold sweat. Shoo! The 2 women breathed into the ears of the Green Mountain ancestor, one on each side, and drew circles on his chest with their fingers. This almost caused the Green Mountain ancestor to suffer a chi deviation. "You son of a bitch, Yibei. I'll curse your grandma. You're so despicable." Old ancestor Qing Shan cursed loudly, his body rushing upwards, smashing a hole in the house, and then turning into a streak of light as he plunged into a pool of water not far from the Zheyin gang. Chapter 101, Becoming In-Laws. "How's it going?" Behind the Zheyin gang's mountain, Yibei stood with his hands behind his back. "Things aren't going well at Lu Qingshan's place," an elder behind him said with a frown. Yibei narrowed his pupils and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, Lu Qingshan should have already seen through my purpose, and he even returned this box of cigarettes." "Then what should we do, Sect Master?" The elder frowned. "And is the person you mentioned really that terrifying?" "Fear." Yibei gave a wry smile, his thoughts seemingly returning to that day. His face twitched, and he solemnly said, "The word terrifying is insufficient to describe him. Alas, I, Yibei, have always been cautious in my actions, but I never expected to fall into such a predicament. I regret it so much." "Then, what exactly is his strength?" the elder asked nervously, taking a deep breath. "At least the martial emperor, or even, it's an immortal." The elder's heart skipped a beat. After regaining his composure, he quickly said respectfully, "Chief, I understand your good intentions, but what should we do about that Green Mountain ancestor who is so unyielding? Keep telling Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu to spare no effort and use their charm to launch an offensive against Qing Shan," Yibei solemnly instructed. "But Qing Shan is, after all, a martial king. Although he does have a taste for this, I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic," the elder said solemnly. "Don't worry, even if we can't take down Qing Shan's sect still has other people, right?" Yibei raised the corner of his mouth and said, "For example, those elders and sect master Zhu Yun." "The leader is right," the elder nodded and said. "However, their Zhu Yun seems to have a rather unusual taste." "That's indeed." At this point, Yibei nodded in agreement. "But no matter how heavy the burden, we still need to satisfy him. It seems we'll have to send my sister personally." "I understand, Chief." The elder swept down and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed in a flash. Yibei felt like he was walking on thin ice, living in constant fear, always worried that someone might come knocking on his door. Damn Yibei. Meanwhile, old ancestor Qing Shan flew by, cursing and swearing all the way. He had been tormented to the point of wishing he were dead these past few days. The Exploding Sky gang were like maggots clinging to him. They were completely attached to him, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter how much he scolded them. "You said you should take action. After all, there are still so many people from the Green Mountain sect here, and it seems that the 2 women's status in the Exploding Sky gang is not low. If you really take action, the situation will definitely be different." Therefore, he couldn't hold back any longer and decided to talk to Yibei to get to the bottom of things. "Yibei, stop hiding. I know you're hiding in this back mountain. Get out here." In extreme anger, the Green Mountain ancestor didn't care whether Yibei was a martial emperor or not, and started cursing. "Ahem, brother, what's wrong with you?" Yibei asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. "You, Yibei, you're asking me what's going on? Do you think I don't know what you're up to?" Old ancestor Qing Shan said angrily. "I'm asking you, did you offend a senior and want to drag me onto this pirate ship?" "Brother, I didn't expect you to see through me." Yibei touched his nose and said with a smile, "But don't say such unpleasant things, like getting on the pirate ship. I just want you to put in a good word for me with that senior." "Humph, what kind of nice words are you talking about? I won't offend that senior for your sake," the Green Mountain ancestor said angrily, his face red. "I'll just leave you with my words right here. You can kill me or torture me, but it's impossible for me to submit to you. My Green Mountain sect will never collude with your Heaven Exploding gang." "Brother, this." Yibei touched his nose and said meaningfully, "It's not up to you. After all, if you don't give in, someone from your Green Mountain sect will eventually have to." "What do you mean?" Old ancestor Qing Shan's eyes widened. "Brother-in-law, come out," Yibei called out leisurely. "Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law?" Old ancestor Qing Shan stared wide-eyed, and then, under his incredulous gaze, Zhu Yun walked out with his head down, embarrassed. Beside him was a woman who was 8 feet tall and weighed over 300 pounds, who was leaning against Zhu Yun's shoulder like a little bird. You, what's going on?" Old ancestor Qing Shan asked hurriedly, his eyes wide. Zhu Yun lowered his head and said apologetically, "Master, Uncle Master, I'm sorry, my brother-in-law is too embarrassed to say it, so let me do it for him." Yi Bei said with a smile. Sometimes fate is unstoppable. During the few days that brother Zhu Yun was in my sect, he had a chance encounter with my sister, and they quickly fell in love. Therefore, now our Green Mountain sect and the Exploding Sky Gang are in-laws. What? Upon hearing this, the Green Mountain ancestor nearly coughed up blood, angrily pointing at Zhu Yun and shouting, You are unworthy to be the sect leader of my Green Mountain sect. How could you be so useless? How could you be defeated by such a? As he was speaking, the Green Mountain ancestor accidentally glanced at Yi Bei's sister and immediately covered his eyes, unable to continue speaking. It's absolutely appalling. So disgusting. Chapter 102 Yi Bei, you're despicable. Yi Bei, you're despicable. The old ancestor of Green Mountain cursed loudly. This, brother, you can't blame me. Yi Bei quickly raised his hand and said solemnly, I truly swear to God, they're together entirely because of love. Uncle Master, it's truly because of love. Shut up. The Green Mountain ancestor roared furiously, his forehead veins bulging with rage. Zhu Yun lowered her head and dared not speak. Seeing this, Yi Bei quickly said, Hey brother, although this is quite sudden, it's better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. It would be a great thing if our two families became in-laws. Yes, Martial Uncle, I think so too. Although there were some minor frictions before, the sincerity of the Exploding Sky Gang in apologizing was seen by the entire Green Mountain sect. Wouldn't it be better to turn hostility into friendship and strengthen ties through marriage? Zhu Yun muttered from the side. Not only me, but many disciples and elders of our Green Mountain sect have also found their own partners. What do you know? Old ancestor Qing Shan shouted loudly, his gloomy gaze fixed on Yi Bei. It seems that his entire Green Mountain sect has fallen under Yi Bei's sugar-coated bullets, leaving only his ancestor struggling to hold on. Yi Bei, you really have some impressive skills. But at this moment, even though he was the patriarch, he was powerless. He could separate Zhu Yun and her lover, but what about the others? Now the entire Green Mountain sect is leaning towards the Exploding Sky Gang. If his ancestor were to sabotage this, he would not only fail to win over the people, but would also gain a bad reputation. So all he could do was hang his head, his face dark with worry, and sigh to himself. He's definitely on board this pirate ship. Ahem, brother, it's already come to this, so don't hold a grudge. Since it's something we can't stop, let's just accept it, don't you think? Yi Bei walked over with a smile, raised his eyebrows at the Green Mountain ancestor, and waved his hand. Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu came over again and rubbed against the Green Mountain ancestor. Have to. Even the old ancestor of Green Mountain had no choice but to accept it. Since he couldn't change it, he could only passively accept it. His mind was distracted by the two women's teasing, and the Green Mountain ancestor said with a dark face, We'll talk about the aftermath later. I need to go into seclusion for a day. As he stood up, he said to the two women, You two, go and protect me. That's all. He then took the two women and fled far away. Martial arts school. Yifeng frowned as he prepared medicine for Zhongqing. Although Zhongqing had woken up last time, she had fallen into a coma again not long after. Looks like I really need to go up the mountain and gather some more herbs. Yifeng poured the medicine and sighed. He had considered sending Zhongqing to the clinic for treatment, but he trusted himself more, since he had been trained in this area by the system. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yifeng didn't dare to delay and called a car to take Zhongqing to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, where he then entrusted her to their care. He then returned to the martial arts school, carrying a small bamboo basket, ready to go up Mount Mufu again. Before leaving, however, he glanced at the wooden guitar, now covered in cobwebs, lying in the corner. Remembering the scarcity of the medicine and not knowing when he would be able to return, he took the guitar with him. The sound effects are just SOSO. It was something Yifeng made when he was bored while running the shop. I used to sit at the gate at dusk when there were lots of girls around and play a few songs. I even gained a few female fans. Although I was a bit ugly, I was still someone who had fans. Later, in order to make a living, Yifeng gradually put aside this hobby. This time, the hike up the mountain took a long time, especially at night, so I could only bring this thing to pass the time. Traveling is always tedious and boring, but after 2 days, Yifeng had arrived at the foot of Mufa Mountain. Of course, Yifeng wasn't searching aimlessly. He knew a lot about these medicinal herbs and understood which herbs were likely to appear in which places. Tianxin Dan. This can probably only be found in the Grand Canyon, in places with plenty of sunshine and good air quality. Holding the map he had bought in the city, Yifeng spotted a location and headed towards it. Chapter 103 Be careful, sir. there's a formation. Old Wu, how are you? In the drizzling rain, both Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge voiced their concern. Since being trapped here by Li Mos, the three of them had been in a sorry state. Due to the formation, they could only barely hold on to the ground. The two of them could still rely on their cultivation to hold on for a while. But Wu Yonghong's cultivation had been destroyed, and he was no different from an ordinary person. He was already lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Seeing Wu Yonghong's consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge exchanged a glance and transferred the little power they had left to him. What are you doing? Feeling the power flowing into his body, Wu Yonghong regained much of his consciousness, but he anxiously shouted, "This great formation not only seals your cultivation, but also blocks your channels for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You don't have much power to begin with. Why do you need to go to such lengths for a cripple like me?" Upon hearing this, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge both gave a wry smile, but the transmission of power did not stop. Last time in the Guandu secret realm, if it weren't for you, Old Wu, Chu Guangshi, would have been gone long ago. Chu Guangshi said, "Why are we brothers still talking about this? Although we don't have many days left to live, we won't abandon you, Old Wu, until the very last moment." Old Chu is right. There's no need for us brothers to be so polite, Sun Zhuge said in return. Back when I was fighting my enemies and fighting alone, if it weren't for your timely arrival, Old Wu, I would have been dead long ago. You all. Even with Wu Yonghong's composure, when he reached this critical moment, he couldn't help but have tears in his eyes as he looked gratefully at his two old friends. "Well, we are not afraid of dying, but I am worried about you, sir," Sun Zhuge said worriedly after transferring power to Wu Yonghong. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong's face darkened even more, and a deep sense of shame welled up within him. "It's all my fault for dragging you into this mess, senior. If I had seen through Li Mos earlier, I wouldn't have caused you such trouble. It's all my fault. Don't worry, the gentleman is a lucky man. And besides, he's so powerful. How could Li Mos possibly harm him?" Chu Guangshi comforted him from the side. "I hope so." Everyone sighed, but deep worry remained in their hearts. Normally, Yifeng wouldn't be afraid of Li Mos harming him, but with such a terrifying formation as the Heavenly Yin formation, the situation is not optimistic. Rain. I don't know when it stopped. Suddenly, Sun Zhuge seemed to see something and shouted in surprise. "Look!" Upon hearing this, the other two also turned their gazes in that direction. On the hillside in the distance, a figure was seen slowly walking towards them. When they recognized the figure, the three of them almost jumped up in excitement. "Gentlemen! Ha ha ha, it's you, sir. It's actually you, sir." Upon seeing this scene, Wu Yonghong trembled all over and laughed wildly, as if he were a madman. "I knew it." Chu Guangshi was no better. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "With your strength, how could Li Mos possibly hurt you? You probably already dealt with Li Mos and knew about our situation, so you came to save us." In an instant, the three old men, who had gathered together and felt as happy as if they were 10,000 years old, were filled with tears. The path was difficult to walk on, with swamps everywhere, so Yifeng didn't walk very fast. After walking slowly for a long time, he finally saw three figures ahead. "Hey, isn't that Brother Wu and his group? What a coincidence." Yifeng was surprised. He had run into some acquaintances in the mountains, so he had to say hello to these guys. So, Yifeng walked straight toward the three of them. However, when the three saw the route Yifeng took, their expressions changed immediately, and they shouted loudly, "Sir, be careful, there's a formation. Please don't walk straight over here, sir." While shouting, the three of them also gesticulated wildly, as if afraid that Yifeng would not realize the seriousness of the situation. This distance was quite far for Yifeng. He could hear them shouting, but he couldn't make out what they were saying at all. I guess it's just a greeting. They're really enthusiastic. With that thought in mind, Yifeng walked towards them with a smile on his face. "It's over." Upon seeing this, the three men's expressions changed drastically. It's important to understand that this includes not only the formations set up by Li Mos, but also a natural grand formation and countless ancient formations due to the terrain and the ancient battlefield. Although you are very powerful, you can still get into big trouble if you are not careful. Chapter 10 for the Master is terrifying. For a moment, all three of them felt like they had something stuck in their throats. However, the gentleman ignored their words, leaving them feeling powerless. However, to their surprise, the formations seemed to be immune to Yifeng. He walked straight through without any problems whatsoever. Such a scene. The three were stunned, their minds completely blank. It wasn't until Yifeng was less than half a foot away from them that they exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and revealed expressions of shock. It turns out they underestimated the gentleman. The man's terror has surpassed their comprehension. He is even powerful enough to disregard ancient formations. TSK. We have met you, sir. Yifeng respectfully, extremely excited. No need to be so polite. Yifeng smiled, but he was used to it. Throughout his life, he had lived by his conscience and had earned the respect of many people. Some called him master, others called him Mr. or Grandmaster. Sir, we've been trapped here for so long. The three men said with tears in their eyes. Thank you so much for coming. Have we been stuck here for a long time? Yifeng frowned and glanced at the three people's feet. The soil was muddy and there was indeed a large puddle. But this isn't a swamp, it's just a puddle. How can you get stuck like this? These three are so pretentious. However, considering that they were three old men, it's understandable. That's enough. If I happen to run into you, I'll lend you a hand. Bring it on. As he spoke, Yifeng extended his palm and said softly. Seeing Yifeng's actions, the three exchanged glances and said with doubt, Sir, you may not care about this kind of dangerous place, but we are trapped in it. Are we just going to get out like this? Seem, isn't this a bit too hasty? Sir, you should at least break the Great Formation, shouldn't you? But Yifeng frowned, somewhat displeased. Do you think I have to carry you out of a puddle? These three old men are so pretentious. Seeing Yifeng's displeasure, the three immediately realized that their questioning had offended their master and dared not speak anymore. They quickly grabbed Yifeng's hand and prepared to leave with some doubt. However, to their surprise, Wu Yonghong was pulled out smoothly without any obstruction or accidents. Then, the second and the third, also without any surprises or obstacles, were as if the formation had failed. But clearly, they didn't see Yifeng break the formation or do anything else. Hiss! The three looked on in disbelief, and their respect for Yifeng grew even stronger. They realized that they had underestimated Yifeng once again. Not only can he ignore the formation, but those around him can also be directly immune to it. What level of cultivation is required to achieve this? Thank you for saving me, sir. The three of them thanked him respectfully. No need to thank me, it's just a puddle. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. A broken puddle? The three men wore wry smiles. Perhaps only someone like the gentleman could call such a dangerous place a puddle. By the way, sir, old Wu, he's injured, you see. At this moment, Chu Guangshi seemed to remember something and looked at Yifeng expectantly. Old Chu, stop talking, don't bother the sir anymore. Wu Yonghong quickly said, besides, my injury is beyond saving. What use is it to bother the sir? Oh. Yifeng became interested upon hearing this and said, let me take a look at your injury. Sir, Wu Yonghong really didn't want to trouble Yifeng, and besides, his Dantian was destroyed, and even a god couldn't cure him. It's alright to just look around, Yifeng said softly. Okay, alright. Wu Yonghong opened his mouth, lifted his shirt, and revealed his lower abdomen. There was a bloody hole there, and his Dantian had long since ruptured. It is indeed quite serious. Yifeng glanced at it. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong's face fell. Sure enough, even the master couldn't do anything about a shattered Dantian. But just as he was thinking that, Yifeng's voice came again. Although it's a bit serious, it's not hopeless. I'll get you some herbal poultice to apply later. Chapter 105 The storms of this world are nothing compared to his eyes. What? Yifeng's words immediately made Wu Yonghong, whose face had been pale and listless, widen his eyes and look at Yifeng with anticipation. Sir, you mean my injury can still be healed? Wu Yonghong's voice trembled, and his whole body shook uncontrollably with excitement. Of course you can. Although it's a bit serious, it's not incurable. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, Yifeng said softly. Yifeng's words immediately shocked the three people present. Their Dantian was ruptured, and they had never heard of it being reparable. There was even a saying in the immortal river continent that said, it is easy to bring someone back to life, but repairing a Dantian is harder than climbing to heaven. However, in this person's words, it was nothing serious. For a moment, the three of them admired Yifeng immensely, especially his detached and indifferent demeanor, which instilled a deep sense of awe in them. As he spoke, Yifeng took off the bamboo basket behind him and took out several herbs. He then kneaded the herbs together and slapped them onto Wu Yonghong's stomach, covering his wound. All right, you can cover it with your hand now. After finishing the task casually, Yifeng continued to carry the bamboo basket on his back. Is it useful? In an instant by these incomprehensible herbs? But the next moment, His eyes widened suddenly, and his whole body began to tremble violently. The herb emitted a warm glow, which transformed into a pure energy that converged towards his shattered dantian. In less than a moment, his shattered dantian showed signs of repair. Seeing Wu Yonghong's appearance, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge, who were standing to the side, also showed surprise. The fact that Wu Yonghong could look like this clearly indicated that the medicine was working. Is it really being repaired? The two asked in unison. Wu Yonghong nodded solemnly. Hiss! The two exchanged a glance, then gasped in shock, casting a look of awe at Yifeng. Such methods. Unprecedented. Bang! At this moment, overwhelmed with emotion, Wu Yonghong knelt down on the ground and solemnly said in a trembling voice, I will never forget your kindness, sir. It's just a small matter, nothing serious, why be so polite? Looking at Wu Yonghong kneeling on the ground, Yifeng shook his head. This old man was probably so agitated because he was about to die. However, Wu Yonghong was unwilling to get up. For a martial artist, having his dantian destroyed was worse than death. In his eyes, Yifeng's actions were even more important than saving his life. Sir, you gave me the divine rake at a low price last time, and you have done me such a great favor this time. I, Wu Yonghong, have no way to repay you. Please take me as your servant. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Wu Yonghong said in a trembling voice, his head hitting the ground. You're too kind. Yifeng tried to help Wu Yonghong up, but as soon as he did, Wu Yonghong knelt down again with a thud, which made Yifeng quite emotional. These people from another world have a pretty good sense of gratitude. It was just a rake and some herbs, yet they were so grateful. Looking at Wu Yonghong kneeling on the ground, Yifeng sighed and said, How about this? You can help me with things from now on. There's a piece of wasteland behind my martial arts school that I plan to cultivate and plant some things on it. Thank you, sir. I would gladly die for you. With tears welling up in his eyes, Wu Yonghong stood up in emotion. While Chu Guangshi was happy for Wu Yonghong, he was also filled with jealousy. Wu Yonghong will reap endless benefits by following this master. Alright, I'm going to continue into the mountains. You guys go back to Pingjiang City first. After exchanging pleasantries, Yifeng said softly, then carried the small bamboo house on his back and continued deeper into the mountains. Sir, why don't we come in with you? Wu Yonghong said quickly. That way, we can help you with your things on the way. Yeah. Chu Guangshi and the other man also looked at Yifeng with expectant eyes. But Yifeng frowned. These three old geezers can't even climb out of a puddle, yet they want to go into the mountains with him? This just asking him to suffer? To avoid them getting in the way, Yifeng bluntly said, Forget it. You should all go back. You're just a burden to me. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the other two blushed deeply. Although Wu Yonghong's cultivation was temporarily crippled, Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge were genuine martial grandmasters, yet they were treated as burdens in front of this person. If anyone else had said those words, the three of them would have slapped them across the face. But in front of this person, they felt nothing but embarrassment and shame. Because in front of this person, their martial sect is indeed nothing, truly just a burden. Yifeng ignored them and slowly walked away with his bamboo basket on his back. The three of them were so engrossed in watching his departing figure that they became completely absorbed. Transcendence, detachment from the mundane. It's as if the world's storms and turmoil are nothing to him. Chapter 106, Heavenly Heart, Tranquility. Yifeng carried a small bamboo basket and descended along the canyon. Wu Yonghong and the others followed his orders and rushed back to Pingjiang City. Qinshindan. After a long day of travel, Yifeng finally found his target, which he could see growing alone on a barren cliff face. Like a plum blossom blooming in winter, it is so unique. Yifeng put the bamboo basket on the ground, took out the small shovel he carried with him, and stuck it in his waistband. He clapped his hands and climbed towards the cliff, trying to pick the Qinshindan. Not far away, on an old tree covered with withered vines, a crow with black feathers perched on it, and next to the crow crawled a large centipede. The eyes of the two animals even seemed to sparkle with a human-like quality. How is this Qinshindan? Suddenly, the crow spoke in human language. Reporting to Lord Blackfeather, the Heavenly Heart Jade is ripe. We await the Demon Emperor's arrival to harvest it. At the same time, the centipede also spoke in human language. Yes, the Demon Emperor is in seclusion for the next 2 days. He will come to pick it personally after he comes out of seclusion. The crow said solemnly, This Heavenly Heart tea is very important to the Demon Emperor. You must protect it well for the last 2 days and make sure there are no mistakes. Yes, Lord Kuroba, the centipede said respectfully. Seeing this, The crow nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, its gaze unconsciously drifted toward Tian Xindan. Gah! You wouldn't believe it until you see it. The crows were nearly startled and lost their feathers. In the midst of their conversation, a human had already climbed up to Tian Xindan's side. Quickly, stop that damned human, the crow cried. Upon hearing this, the centipede was also greatly alarmed. Then came extreme rage. Countless feet clung to the tree trunk, rushing rapidly toward Tian Xindan. The crow was not to be outdone. After all, as a flying demon beast, it was much faster than the centipede. It immediately flapped its wings, its sharp beak flashing with a cold light, and charged directly at the human. This is really good stuff. Yifeng observed the Tian Xindan in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to pick it, a crow flew straight towards him. Without thinking, Yifeng tilted his head slightly and dodged the crow. Huh. The crow looked incredulous. This human was clearly just a mortal, yet he had dodged his attack so easily. Especially when it saw that the human's hand was already above Tian Xindan, the crow's anger erupted. It spread its wings, and a huge amount of demonic power gathered between its wings. With each flap, shockwaves of demonic power covered Yifeng. Damn, is this crow out of its mind? The flapping wings annoyed Yifeng, so he waved his hand sharply, as if to drive them away. What? It was Yifeng's wave of his hand that directly dispersed the massive shockwave formed by the demonic power, which made the crow look utterly incredulous. We've met our match. The crow grew serious, but they couldn't tolerate this human trying to pluck the heavenly heart melody right in front of them. With a swift movement, he stirred up a gust of wind, which transformed into a sharp sword and rushed towards Yifeng. Where did this damn crow come from? Get the hell out of here. Yifeng was thoroughly annoyed by the crow, so he pulled out the small shovel from behind him and swung it at the crow. Smack! This shovel strike was 100% accurate, slamming the crow directly against the cliff face, sending feathers flying, before it crashed to the ground, utterly dead. Hiss! The centipede, which had just climbed halfway up the rock, was terrified when it saw this scene. Its claws bent in fear, and it circled around a rock before running away with countless feet. Lord Blackfeather was actually killed by a single shovel. How could a tiny centipede be a match for him? This human is no ordinary person. He's absolutely terrifying. And they even want to steal Tian Xindan. I have to report to the Demon Emperor right away. Soon, he disappeared into the crevice of the rock. Whether it was because he was walking too fast or something else, 2 of his legs were broken off. After swatting the crow, Yifeng finally got his wish and obtained the Heavenly Heart Jade. With the Heavenly Heart Jade in hand, he had completed 1/3 of his mission. Next one, Water Spirit Grass. Needs to be in a place with water. Yifeng opened the map and headed towards his next destination. Chapter 107, The 18 Demon Kings. In a dark and gloomy water cave, a giant centipede crawled down the rock wall into the cave. In the middle of the water cave, there was an old turtle lying there. Demon Emperor, something's wrong. The centipede cried out anxiously. A human just came to steal the Heavenly Heart Jade, and even killed Lord Blackfeather with a shovel. I paid the price of losing 2 legs just to run back and warn the Demon Emperor. What? Upon hearing this, the lazy old turtle suddenly stood up, and the calm water surface suddenly churned into a raging storm, with water splashing dozens of feet high. You're saying someone stole my Tian Xindan? Who is it? Who is it? I don't know who it is either. I only know it's a human, and he's still with Tian Xindan, the centipede said hurriedly. Come, take me, damn. I must kill this damned human. The old turtle, radiating boundless rage, swiftly transformed into a streak of light and vanished, while the centipede hurriedly followed. It seems the map shows there's a water cave here. I wonder if there's any water spirit grass inside. Yifeng arrived at a stream, and it seemed there was a cave not far away that led into the water cave. Following the stream upstream, Yifeng finally found the entrance to the water cave and went inside. Inside the water cave, it had a sinister feel to it. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was pitch black. You could only feel small water droplets dripping down from the rock wall above, landing on Yifeng's shoulder and bringing a chill. Yifeng shuddered and took the flame pearl out of his pocket. The flame orb illuminated the entire water cave and brought Yifeng a warm feeling. As soon as he could see inside the cave, Yifeng was surprised to find traces of the water spirit grass. That's really lucky, but it's quite tall, so it'll probably take some time to grow. Yifeng nodded, put down the bamboo basket on his back, and then climbed towards the water spirit grass with a small shovel. Where is he? Tell me, where is that human? At this moment, The old turtle and the centipede also arrived at Tianxin Dan's place. Tianxin Dan had already disappeared, and apart from the black-feathered corpse that had been smashed to death, there was nothing else to be seen on the cliff. Aye. Demon Emperor. He was here when I left, the centipede said anxiously. Snort. Damn it. How dare a mere human step on my head, Bogu. In his rage, the old turtle transformed into an old man carrying a turtle shell, accompanied by a burst of light. However, his appearance was ferocious, with his features squeezed together, giving people a sense of fear just by looking at him. Where are the 18 demon kings? With another loud shout, a gust of demonic wind suddenly arose around the ancient tortoise. Then, a man with a human body and a leopard's head came flying through the air. The 18 demon kings, including the demon monkey, demon pig, demon wolf, and demon eagle, all arrived and knelt before Bogu. Demon Emperor, what important matter do you have summoned us for? The 18 demon kings asked in unison. Bogu's face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, a human has come to the mountains. He not only plucked my heavenly heart taste, but also killed Blackfeather. I want you to find this human's whereabouts within half an hour, capture him, and bring him to me. I want to devour his flesh and blood. Yes, your majesty. With a command, the 18 demon kings transformed into a whirlwind and fled into the distance. Demon Emperor, please don't be angry. This Muffa mountain is our territory. He can't have gone far. The centipede grinned, and as its demonic aura was revealed, it instantly transformed into a human with a centipede head. However, its many arms and legs remained. It said obsequiously, Your Majesty, please wait here. Let me give you a shoulder massage. As they spoke, countless hands worked in perfect unison to knead Bogu's skin. You read just a piece of trash, that's all you're good for. Otherwise, I would have fed you to the Eagle King just for losing Tianxin Dan. Bogu sneered. Yes. The centipede broke out in a cold sweat and worked even harder. Half an hour passed quickly, and the 18 demon kings returned to Bogu's side on time. However, their faces were all solemn as they knelt on the ground and whispered. Reporting to the demon emperor, we searched the entire mountain area, but found no trace of that human. What? Bogu suddenly stood up, his powerful aura sending the centipede behind him flying. His gloomy eyes stared at the 18 demon kings, making them not dare to breathe. Pass on my order. Expand the search area. We must find this damned human, Bogu said through gritted teeth. Yes. The 18 demon kings disappeared again. Demon Emperor, what should we do? The centipede asked cautiously as it crawled back. That damned human dared to steal my heavenly heart jade. I will make him suffer a terrible death. Bogu said in a gloomy tone. However, I am about to break through, and the water spirit grass cannot afford any more accidents. Come back to my cave with me first, and after I have absorbed the water spirit grass, I will deal with this damned human personally. Chapter 108. What a huge turtle. 2 streaks of light flashed, and the 2 demons returned to the outside of the water cave. The water spirit grass has matured and cannot be affected in any way. Let us suppress our demonic energy and transform into our true forms to enter the manor with me. Bogu commanded the centipede with an air of authority. While I am absorbing the water spirit grass, you will protect me. After I emerge from seclusion, we will go together to find that damned human. If we cannot find him, kill every human in this mountain you see and turn them all into human sticks. Yes, Lord Bogu. The centipede responded respectfully. With a flash of light, the 2 demons returned to their original forms, transforming into a tortoise and a centipede as they crawled into the cave. Slow down, I'm still behind you, Bogu said with dissatisfaction as he crawled along, watching the centipede climbing rapidly ahead. Yes, it's the demon emperor. Seeing Bogu's slow movements, the centipede clicked its tongue and could only crawl slowly behind Bogu, daring not to speak out in anger. Picking this water spirit herb really took up a lot of my time. Yifeng carefully placed the freshly picked water spirit herb into the bamboo basket, wiped his sweat, and showed a satisfied expression. At the same time, Bogu and the centipede finally crawled in and happened to witness this scene. Who is it? Who dares to be so bold as to come to my cave and steal my water spirit grass? Bogu's eyes widened instantly, and he froze on the spot. You should know that this place is the abode of the demon emperor, and ordinary little demons and monsters would avoid it, let alone try to enter his abode to steal things. I never expected that someone would dare to be so bold. Demon King. He is the human who stole Tianxin Dan. The centipede was also stunned, rubbing its eyes with its forelegs, and immediately sent a panicked voice to the Demon King. What? Bogu's eyes widened, and then a tremendous rage erupted from his body. He was searching everywhere for this damned human when this villain actually came straight to his lair and even took his newly matured water spirit grass. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Die. A surge of rage erupted, and powerful demonic energy surged wildly within him, about to materialize and launch an attack on Yifeng. However, just as he was about to take shape, a surprised voice rang out. Huh. What a huge turtle. As the sound faded, a foot stepped down and landed on Bogu's tortoise shell. This kick forced Bogu, who was about to transform, to shut up completely. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on his head. Even Bogu, as powerful as the Demon Emperor, was unable to move. This? What kind of power is this? Bogu, who was being trampled underfoot, stared wide-eyed, filled with horror. But what filled his heart even more was anger and humiliation. A dignified Demon Emperor tolerate being trampled underfoot by a human? Die. You must die. Bogu roared hysterically in his heart, while the Demon Emperor's surging power surged wildly within his body as he struggled desperately, attempting to turn over and attack from under that foot. You old bastard, you actually have quite the strength. Feeling the force coming from under his feet, Yifeng also lost his temper. He put down the bamboo basket, grabbed the old turtle under his feet, lifted it above his head, and slammed it down heavily. The fall left Bogu dizzy and seeing stars. The hatred in his heart suddenly turned into fear with this fall. He was astonished to discover that his immense power as a demon emperor was completely ineffective against this human. This was the first time he had ever seen something so bizarre and unbelievable. Could it be? He suddenly thought of something. Could this person be a master among humans who has reached the level of martial saint or martial emperor? Otherwise, how could someone possess such extraordinary skills and be so bold as to completely disregard the authority of the Bogu demon emperor and directly enter his cave to pick the water spirit grass? Hiss. Upon realizing this, he gasped in shock. If that were true, it would be comparable to a demon saint or demon emperor in his demon realm. With such methods, what chance did Bogu have? What to do? Bogu was in a complete panic. This was the biggest crisis he had faced since becoming the demon emperor. Just as he was pondering a solution and didn't know what to do, Yifeng's gaze happened to fall on the centipede next to him. There's actually a centipede this big? Yifeng frowned. Centipedes are disgusting. What was said unintentionally was taken seriously by the listener, and the centipede was so frightened that it trembled. He had truly witnessed the terrifying power of this human. First, he killed Black Feather with a single shovel, and then he trampled the demon emperor underfoot. With such strength, he had no desire to fight this human. So the next moment, his belly rolled over, and he lay motionless on the ground. Playing dead. Bogu's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this. You damn night wind centipede. It's one thing for you not to come to my aid when I'm in danger, but you actually pretend to be dead right in front of me. You're absolutely infuriating. But this also served as a reminder to Bogu. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Although it was quite frustrating that a dignified demon emperor had to feign death to save his life, he had no other choice but to do so in order to escape the clutches of this human. Anyway, no one will see it. Chapter 109 Night Wind Centipede. Yifeng used a shovel to poke at the centipede. How could such a large centipede suddenly die? Yifeng was puzzled. He had wanted to shovel more of this scary thing, but then he thought it was too disgusting and ignored it. Then, Yifeng walked closer to the old turtle. Hearing Yifeng's footsteps approaching, Bogu felt a pang of unease. But remembering how the night wind centipede had feigned death to escape unscathed, he relaxed a little. Is that old bastard dead too? Yifeng kicked it with his foot, thinking that it must have been killed by the fall. Upon hearing this, Bogu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not been exposed and would be able to escape danger soon. But as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Yifeng's excited voice. Such a big old turtle is a great tonic. I'll take it back and make a soup for my disciple to nourish him properly. These words struck Bogu like a thunderclap. He, the mighty demon emperor, is actually going to be used to make soup? Bogu couldn't withstand the blow. Overwhelmed by rage and the previous heavy fall, his vision went black and he fainted. Using the light from the flame pearl, Yifeng grabbed a handful of water plants from the nearby water, tied them into a rope, and then bound it tightly to the old turtle, carrying it in his hand. After weighing it in his hand, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. This turtle must weigh several pounds. I can't finish it all by myself. I'll invite Old Man Wu and Old Man Qingshan and the others to come and have some to eat another day. After saying that, Yifeng took out the map again. Cloud Road Flower. This medicine is hard to find. We can only try our luck. After saying that, Yifeng slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, picked up the turtle in one hand, and walked out of the water cave. Yifeng left. Night Wind Centipede rolled over and got up, his face still shaken, his eyes wide with fear. Remembering the Demon Emperor's tragic state, he dared not linger any longer and hurriedly crawled out of the cave. Perhaps because he was too anxious, he broke both of his legs, but he still dared not stop and crawled into the mountains. Come quick. You've committed a terrible sin. Everyone, come out quickly. The Demon Emperor Bogu is about to be stewed into soup. He shouted frantically while alerting the nearby monsters. This momentous event instantly alarmed all the demons, large and small, throughout the entire mountain range. Upon hearing the news, the 18 demon kings rushed back and gathered in a dark canyon. What exactly is the Night Wind Centipede? Eagle King stared at Night Wind Centipede with sharp eyes and asked, 18 demon kings, you must think of a way. That human is simply too ruthless. Night Wind Centipede said with a mournful face. That human barged directly into the Demon Emperor's cave, not only uprooting the Demon Emperor's water spirit grass, but also capturing the Demon Emperor, saying he wanted to take him back to make soup. I fought him for 300 rounds, paying the price of losing both of my legs. Knowing that I was powerless to save the Demon Emperor, I had no choice but to run out and warn you. What utterly arrogant. The Leopard King stepped forward with his imposing figure, staring intently at the Night Wind Centipede, and said in a deep voice, even the Demon Emperor was captured by that human. How could a tiny centipede like you possibly have the strength to fight that human for 300 rounds? As soon as the Leopard King voiced his doubts, the other demon kings immediately turned their suspicious gazes toward the Night Wind Centipede. It's absolutely true. Night Wind Centipede quickly explained. The reason I was able to fight him for 300 rounds is because after the Demon Emperor fought him, he had exhausted a great deal of his internal power and had very little left. At this point, Night Wind Centipede's eyes welled up with tears, and he said with a face full of shame, I originally thought I could save the Demon Emperor, but my power as a centipede is ultimately limited. It's my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being useless. Seeing this, Eagle King and the others felt uneasy. He realized he had wronged the Night Wind Centipede. So he quickly came over, patted Night Wind Centipede on the shoulder, and gently comforted him. Night Wind Spirit, we were too harsh just now. Don't take it to heart. Everyone knows you did your best. Yes, everyone saw what you did to save the Demon Emperor. The Leopard King comforted him. You should focus on recovering from your injuries. Let us handle the matter of saving the Demon Emperor. This is too much trouble. Night Wind Centipede blinked its eyes and said apologetically. You've done what you were supposed to do. Now you just need to rest, the Monkey King said. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. All right, fellow demon kings, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll go back and recuperate for a few days, and I'll come back to help you all once I'm healed. I am moved, said the Night Wind Centipede, before transforming into its true form and slowly crawling out of the canyon. As soon as he climbed out of the canyon, he ran to a mound, dug out a pile of treasures, and then quickly climbed out of the mountains without looking back. Chapter 110 Kill Order. Everyone, the capture of the Demon Emperor is a matter of great importance. Let's make a decision. The Leopard King stood in the center, presiding over the overall situation, and spoke. Judging from the information conveyed by the Night Wind Demon Spirit, this human should be stronger than the Demon Emperor, but not by much, the Eagle King pondered. Otherwise, the Night Wind Demon Spirit wouldn't have been able to fight him for 300 rounds. That's right, Eagle King is right. The Monkey King stepped forward and said, but even so, this person's strength is beyond our capabilities. What I'm more curious about is why he went to the trouble of capturing the Demon Emperor and even making soup with him. Everyone nodded solemnly, wondering what this person's purpose was. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Finally, the Pig King stepped forward and said, he captured the Demon Emperor and even threatened to stew him in soup. This act is undoubtedly humiliating. In addition, humans have always harbored hatred towards our demon realm, so his actions are very likely a deliberate provocation, or even a declaration of war against the demons of our Muffa Mountains. That's right. But it's also possible that he's here for revenge. The Deer King interjected. You've all probably eaten a few of the humans who come into the mountains, not to mention the Demon Emperor over the years. I think it's very likely that among those who have been eaten, There are his descendants or disciples. What the Deer King said makes sense, the Monkey King said. Humans have always been vengeful and believe in giving an eye for an eye, which happens to align with his goal of stewing the Demon Emperor into soup. I think the two reasons everyone is guessing are pretty much correct, the Leopard King nodded and said. But no matter what, we can't rescue the Demon Emperor on our own, so let's come up with a concrete plan. I think that no matter what the reason, this human's actions are a declaration of war against the demons of our Muffa Mountains, the Eagle King said in a deep voice. And humans are the common enemy of our demon realm. Since he has provoked us like this, we can report this matter to the demon kings of the other territories and ask them for help. I agree. Although there are occasional frictions between our various territories, they will likely put aside their differences for the time being when faced with a common enemy on matters of principle. The other demon kings also nodded in agreement at that moment. Having made up their minds, the 18 demon kings transformed into streaks of light and fled into the distance. Within a single day, the 18 demon kings had contacted the demon emperors of other territories in Muffa Mountain. As expected, when faced with humanity as a common enemy, the other demon emperors chose to put aside their usual grudges and lend a helping hand. With a single command from the major demon emperors, all the demon beasts in the Muffa Mountain range united and issued a kill order. The order to kill caused a major upheaval throughout the Muffa Mountains. Countless ordinary animals were thrown into panic, and even the demonic beasts that usually hid in the shadows were brought out of the mountains. In the mountains, these cloud road flowers are really hard to find. Yifeng continued walking, carrying the large turtle in one hand and a small bamboo basket on his back in the other. Looks like we're even lost. Yifeng stared at the map in his hand, his face dark with anger. He had been walking through this mountain range for ages without finding his way out, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn swindler. He gave me a fake map. I curse you to have sons without an ass. Huh. There seemed to be quite a few people ahead. Just when he was at a loss, Yifeng saw a large group of people gathered on the hillside ahead, and his eyes lit up immediately. I don't know what these people do, but they should know the way, right? Yifeng, carrying the turtle, quickly walked towards these people. Halt. Who goes there? However, just as Yifeng approached, two sword-wielding youths flew over and blocked his way. A cultivator? Yifeng was slightly surprised, but quickly calmed down and said with a smile, Hello, I'm here to ask for directions. Do you know how to get out of this mountain range? I don't know, get lost. The two young men shouted without any politeness. Isn't this a bit unnecessary? Yifeng frowned and said, I was just asking for directions. A mere mortal dares to talk back. The two youths' faces turned angry, and they immediately drew their long swords, aiming straight at Yifeng. This made Yifeng frown. They were all cultivators, so why was there such a big difference? The Green Mountain sect, which was near them, seemed to have much better rules. Stop. Just then, a beautiful voice came and stopped the two youths. Miss Li. Upon seeing this, the two young men quickly stepped back and bowed, their eyes filled with admiration and a hint of respect. Yifeng also looked over and saw a woman who looked to be about 16 years old. She wore a white dress that accentuated her beautiful figure, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her slender hands gently gripped a sword. Her delicate brows were furrowed, giving her an air of coldness and majesty. What happened? The woman asked in a cold voice. Reporting to Miss Li, an ignorant mortal has appeared out of nowhere and disturbed you. We will send him away immediately, the two young men said hastily, and then they were about to drive him away. However, the woman waved her hand. The two young men looked puzzled but dared not question it. The woman's bright, beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The bamboo basket on his back, the turtle in his hand, and the completely undisturbed aura all told her that he was indeed an ordinary mortal. Without hesitation, she lowered her guard and asked emotionlessly, What do you want? Although the woman was cold, she seemed quite reasonable, so Yifeng politely said, Miss, I just want to ask for directions on how to get out of these mountains. Asking for directions? The woman frowned slightly and said coldly, Ignorance is bliss. You dare to trespass in these mountains. After saying that, she turned and left, but at the same time, her beautiful voice could be heard again. You two must take him down the mountain, or he won't survive here. Thank you, young lady. Seeing this, Yifeng politely thanked him. However, she did not respond further. She lifted her snow-white dress with her delicate hands, sat cross-legged on the ground, and slowly closed her bright eyes. The two young men led Yifeng down the mountain, But they hadn't gone far when they turned and left. Hey, you two, what's going on? Yifeng looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. They hadn't even left yet. Kid, you should be grateful. If it weren't for Miss Li's sake, I wouldn't even want to talk to a nobody like you. And whether you go down the mountain or not, whether you live or die, is none of our business, a young man said disdainfully. That's right, we're just mortals. Our lives are worthless. We're not worth dying for. Another young man also made a mocking sound, and then the two of them leaped high into the air and quickly left, clearly not wanting to care about Yifeng's life or death. All right. Yifeng pinched his nose, not caring. Having lived 2 lives, he had long since developed a good mindset, and continued to carry the old turtle, searching for the way. What I don't understand is why the woman said it was dangerous here. Aside from the occasional wild animal appearing, it seems all right. Perhaps it's because practitioners are more nervous. Were they taken down the mountain? After the 2 young men returned, the woman, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes and asked expressionlessly. It's been sent out. The 2 young men exchanged a glance, then lowered their heads and spoke tacitly. The woman glanced at them, then closed her eyes again. However, the next moment, she felt an absolute sense of crisis approaching, and before she could react, a dense demonic aura erupted in the surrounding air. As a shadow loomed over the ground, a massive eagle unleashed its sharp talons and attacked, accompanied by a murderous roar. Leave no one alive among the humans in the mountains. Chapter 111. How could there be such a powerful person? As the sound faded, the Eagle King's talons slashed across, splattering blood everywhere, and the bodies of the 2 youths exploded instantly. At the same time, countless demonic beasts rushed out of the mountains and surrounded these people. What? So many monsters? What's going on? Upon seeing this, everyone immediately panicked. The dense swarm of demonic beasts was enough to make their scalps tingle. On the ground also changed her expression. She drew her long sword, and accompanied by a dense sword aura, a sword beam enveloped the Eagle King. Bang! The long sword landed on the Eagle King's sharp claws, instantly flashing dazzling sparks. Human, you will die. The Eagle King raised its head and let out a fierce cry, its wings spreading out like sharp swords as it soared into the sky. Then it suddenly turned and plummeted down, enveloping the woman with a powerful aura. The woman's pretty brows furrowed slightly. The long sword swept across, transforming into thousands of sword beams that then merged into one, forming a terrifying sword strike that shot straight up from below. In an instant, the air was thick with the aura of swords. Bang! The 2 powerful forces collided, instantly transforming into a massive shockwave that spread outwards, snapping countless trees in half under the force of this violent fluctuation. At the same time, dust billowed up from the ground. Snort! Under the power of this sword strike, the Eagle King let out a muffled groan, its massive body tumbling out hundreds of feet before regaining its footing. However, its claws were still injured by the sword energy, and crimson blood dripped down from the sky. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, the woman's jade-like feet touched the ground, but only a few steps. Clearly, she had the upper hand in this clash. But her bright eyes revealed a solemn expression. Although she had the upper hand, the other disciples fell one by one under the attack of such a huge group of demonic beasts. In less than a moment, half of them collapsed. What exactly is going on? She frowned. There were indeed many demonic beasts in this mountain range on ordinary days, but as long as you avoided them, there would be no trouble. They never gathered such a large group of demonic beasts. The eagle that attacked him just now was probably already at the level of a demon king. Such a character wouldn't normally appear. Roar! Just as she was deep in thought, a majestic leopard emerged from the jungle with a roar that shook the mountains and forests. Boom! The earth trembled again as the pig king charged forward, its heavy limbs stomping on the ground. 2 more demon kings. The woman frowned deeply and looked up. The injured but still fighting Eagle King was also swooping down in the sky, rushing towards her once again. Without saying a word, the 3 demon kings launched a fierce and relentless attack on the woman. The woman was not to be outdone. Despite being a woman, she exuded a formidable aura, transforming herself into a sharp sword and effortlessly dealing with the attacks of the 3 demon kings. Help! However, the screams of the disciples grew louder and louder. Even though the woman wanted to rescue them, she couldn't break free from the attacks of the 3 demon kings. Finally, the last disciple collapsed in front of the woman, his face filled with terror. On the ground, Rows of corpses. Blood stained the land red, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire mountain forest. Damn it! The woman's face turned frosty, but her heart trembled violently. These were all elite disciples of her sect. Oomph! You dare to be distracted while fighting us. Just then, the Leopard King let out a cold laugh, and its giant claws, accompanied by a gale, came hurtling towards her. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she tried to block with her sword, but it was too late. Her white dress was torn at her lower abdomen, leaving a horrifying wound that immediately stained her clothes red. She retreated hastily, her bright eyes filled with resentment as she looked at the piles of corpses. Her red lips clenched into a tight bite, and she transformed into a streak of light as she fled. Chase! The three demon kings exchanged a glance, clearly not intending to let the woman go despite her beauty. The woman was faster than the three demon kings, and after a chase, she finally managed to escape their pursuit temporarily. However, her situation is still not optimistic. Due to excessive blood loss, her pretty face had turned deathly pale, and she could only stagger along, dragging her injured body. Meanwhile, the frown on her delicate forehead never eased. Along her journey, she discovered that the entire mountain range was teeming with demonic beasts, including the presence of other demon kings. What is going on? Her expression was full of doubt. This is unprecedented. Seeing a small demon not far away, she moved with the intention of solving her mystery, her ghostly figure flashing away, and her jade hand landed directly on the demon's head. Soul Search. As the little demon's memories flooded into her mind, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her red lips involuntarily parted wider and wider, finally letting out a surprised exclamation. How can there be such a powerful person? Chapter 112 Things You Mortals Cannot Imagine. But just as she was surprised, a strong sense of crisis came over her. Then they discovered that noises were coming from different directions ahead. Clearly, pursuers are on their way. She immediately frowned, her beautiful eyes looking at the cliff behind her. She bit her red lips tightly and jumped off the cliff unwillingly. We've finally gotten out of this wretched place. Yifeng walked lazily, carrying the turtle in his hand. Although the temperature in the mountains was not high, after this long journey, my clothes were already covered in sweat. Hey, there's a pond here. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He walked over and tested the water temperature. Finding it wasn't cold, he immediately stripped off his clothes and jumped naked into the water. Ah, that feels good. Yifeng washed himself clean, his feet treading on the water, his upper body just waist-high above the surface, and he smiled contentedly as the sunlight filtered through the woods. Bang! Just then, a shadow suddenly crashed down from above, sending up a spray of water several meters high. Water splashed all over Yifeng's face, making it difficult for him to see clearly. When the water calmed down and he looked again, he found that there was nothing there. What the hell is this? Yifeng continued wading through the water, observing, but even after the water had completely calmed down, he still didn't find anything. I guess it was a rock that fell down. That's what he was thinking. But the next moment, he realized that something was swimming up from under his legs. Could it be a snake? Yifeng looked terrified. The next moment, he felt a shiver run through his body. This thing seems to be targeting his lower body. Yifeng panicked and tried to retreat, but suddenly a head popped out directly in front of his waist. Her face was just above the water, revealing a pair of large eyes staring at him. Seem, it's a woman? Yifeng looked down at the face so close to his own and was immediately stunned. For a moment, the two stared at each other blankly. Brute. Suddenly, a jade-like hand emerged from the water and slapped Yifeng across the face. Holy crap. Yifeng was stunned when he was slapped. Without saying a word, he slapped back, cursing, "You scared me half to death and then slapped me?" The slap stunned the woman. Cold, frosty face was instantly shrouded in intense killing intent. A long sword appeared in her hand, and her soaking wet body burst out of the water as she thrust the sword towards Yifeng. But just as she was gathering her strength in midair, she found that she lacked the power to do so. She stumbled and fell from midair, landing on top of Yifeng's head. Holy crap! With a roar from Yifeng, the two of them plunged into the water. A gentle breeze blows, and the leaves in the forest dance gracefully. It was nearing dusk, and the firelight flickered. Whether it was the firelight or the sunset glow, the sky was a beautiful, bright red. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and her cold body seemed to improve somewhat under the warmth of the firelight. Then, a young man dressed in blue, carrying a turtle in his left hand and a bamboo basket on his back, walked towards her. She frowned, her face showing surprise. "It's you?" She then realized that this young man was the same mortal she had met in the mountains. Yes, it was me. Yifeng hung the turtle on the tree, put down the bamboo basket, and said irritably, "Do you know how scared you were just now?" Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned ashen. Before she could even make a move, this young man had already started causing her trouble. However, she was not unreasonable. Although she was angry at first, she realized that she did not blame Yifeng. Of course, when she thought about what happened at the pool, her face still looked unpleasant. That scene was truly unbearable to talk about. Especially since this mortal actually slapped her, it was really. However, looking at the clothes covering her body and the young man who showed no ill intentions, she suppressed her anger. "Come on, fish, let's nourish ourselves." Yifeng handed over the grilled fish he was holding. The woman frowned and said coldly, "You know I am a martial arts practitioner. So what?" Yifeng rolled his eyes at her and said, "Don't you just want to eat?" The woman frowned slightly, then regained her expression and said, "This kind of thing is useless to me." Yifeng opened his eyes wide, stood up and said, "Fish are useless to you. So you wouldn't be eyeing my turtle, would you?" As he spoke, Yifeng appeared quite unwilling. "Although this old turtle is a very nutritious food, it's something I'm bringing to my little Zhongqing to eat." Upon hearing this, the woman's face immediately fell. She was both amused and exasperated by the mortal in front of her. How could she, a martial king cultivator, be interested in a turtle? How ridiculous. Looking at the carefree Yifeng, the woman, who had initially been reluctant to speak, couldn't help but ask, "You're just a mortal. Aren't you afraid to come into this mountain range?" "What's there to be afraid of?" Yifeng spat out a fishbone and asked, puzzled. The woman's voice faltered. "Well, mortals' thinking is always limited, and there are many things they simply won't understand. Talking to him is like casting pearls before swine." But looking at the clothes covering her, she hesitated slightly before saying, "After you finish eating, hurry up and find a way to get down the mountain." Yifeng raised his head. "Because if you don't come down the mountain, you will die," the woman said solemnly, and before Yifeng could ask any questions, she continued, "Something extraordinary has happened in these mountains that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people like you." As she spoke, she slightly raised her head. That had been extracted from the little demon's memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Chapter 113, A Familiar Backview. "Going down the mountain is unlikely for now. I still need to gather herbs." Yifeng shook his head and smiled. "However, I'm quite curious about what exactly happened." "Gathering herbs." The woman looked at Yifeng with surprise and said coldly, "Are you really not afraid of death?" "Fine." As she spoke, the woman became serious and looked at Yifeng, saying, "I'm letting you understand how high the sky is and how thick the earth is, so you won't continue to be so stubborn and lose your life." "You know there are monsters in this world, right?" the woman asked. "I've heard of it." Yifeng nodded. "There are many demonic beasts in this Mufa mountain range, and the strongest of them have reached the Demon Emperor realm." The woman said slowly, "The Demon Emperor realm is already a lord of the demon realm, and this matter has happened to the master of our territory spanning thousands of miles, the Demon Emperor Bogu. Although this Boga Demon Emperor was cultivated from a tortoise, his cultivation level is extremely profound due to his long lifespan." Yifeng listened attentively. Although he still didn't have much of a concept of the Demon Emperor, it sounded like he must be incredibly powerful. Yet this very expert who commands all demons has been captured. The woman continued. "Arrested?" Yifeng asked in surprise. The woman nodded, her tone becoming serious as she continued. "It was a human, a very, very strong human." At this point, she looked awe-inspiring, her eyes filled with longing. "This person possesses immense power. He single-handedly stormed into the cave of the Demon Emperor Bogu, not only seizing the Demon Emperor's treasures, but also capturing the Demon Emperor alive, saying he would. What do you want?" Yifeng's curiosity was also piqued. The woman said, her voice trembling with shock. "They said they wanted to capture this Demon Emperor and take him home to make soup." "Make soup?" Yifeng opened his mouth wide and subconsciously glanced at the old turtle hanging in the tree. He didn't expect that this expert would catch this turtle demon king and make soup with it. His hobby was really similar to his own. And it was precisely because of this that all the demonic beasts in the entire Mufa mountain range were enraged. The woman said with lingering fear, with the combined efforts of the other demon emperors, all the demon beasts in the Mufa mountain range issued a kill order against this human powerhouse. However, we have not been able to find him, but the disciples of my Yujian sect have suffered an undeserved calamity. However, this Boga demon emperor has committed numerous evils over the years. Although some of my Yujian sect disciples have died, it is still worthwhile to eliminate this scourge. So, under normal circumstances, if you were lucky, you might survive, but now. The woman paused. He shook his head, looked at Yifeng solemnly, and said, if you are discovered by the demonic beasts, you have no chance of survival, especially since you are just a mortal. So you'd better get down the mountain as soon as possible. Well, this really put Yifeng in a difficult position. Let's part ways, the woman said, standing up. I have several demon kings tracking me. If you come with me, I'm afraid I won't have time to look after you. With that, the woman took her long sword and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Yifeng called out. The woman stopped and turned her head. You still have injuries, why don't you apply some herbal medicine? Yifeng said, I have some herbs here. I appreciate your kindness, but, the woman said with a hint of gratitude, but bluntly refused. Things from you mortals are useless to me. After saying that, the woman's body flashed and disappeared into the woods. After the woman left, Yifeng was also troubled on the spot, but after thinking about it carefully, the mountains were not so scary. After all, he had not encountered any danger in the past few days. If there was any real danger, it was when a wolf attacked him earlier. Luckily, Yifeng had some martial arts skills, so he easily killed it with a shovel. Besides, he still needed to find medicine for Zhongqing. Unable to find the medicine, Zhongqing's life was out of danger thanks to previous treatment, but he would suffer from serious aftereffects. At such a young age, he didn't want his apprentice to develop any chronic illnesses. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. In a secluded spot in the mountains, the woman wielding the sword wore a solemn expression, and a trickle of blood hung from the corner of her mouth. Just now, she was in another battle, and both she and the 2 demon kings were injured. Of course, this is not the most serious thing. The most serious thing is that the entire mountain range has been blocked by demon beasts, and she can't get out at all. As she dragged her weary body, she pondered a way to escape, while the image of the young man from 3 days ago flashed through her mind. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. A martial king like her couldn't escape, let alone this young man. In the mountains now teeming with monsters, one probably wouldn't survive a single night. After all, a mortal would likely be unable to escape even the slightest monster. Now, apart from the mysterious master who has disappeared without a trace, she is probably the only living person left in the entire mountain range. Although I feel regret, I realize that my encounter with that person was just a fleeting one. She was powerless to do anything about it. There's only one regret. Just then, she heard a noise ahead, and a ghostly figure flashed away. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That blue robe. A familiar figure carrying a turtle in his hand, and a small bamboo basket on his back. Who else could this be but that young man? Seem. Still humming a tune? Chapter 114 Helplessness. The woman's pretty face showed deep surprise. Over the past 3 days, she proceeded cautiously, but still encountered many demonic beasts and faced several perilous situations. In the end, she survived thanks to her strength and a bit of luck. However, the mortal carrying the turtle was unharmed, and even his simple blue robe remained spotless. Are the monsters in these mountains too weak to lift their swords, or have they gone blind? Or is this mortal just incredibly lucky? But is her luck really that bad? No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand how Yifeng managed to escape unscathed, because in her view, let alone an ordinary person, even a martial arts master would face certain death in the mountains. Filled with great doubt, she darted away and chased after Yifeng. It's you? Yifeng smiled in surprise when he saw the person who had arrived. The woman didn't speak, but her bright eyes looked Yifeng up and down. His expression became even more surprised. Yifeng didn't even look a little disheveled. A long time, she took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, I never thought that you, a mere mortal, would still be alive. What are you saying? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face immediately darkened. Wasn't this cursing him to die? I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just very surprised. The woman quickly explained, but the disbelief on her face lingered for a long time. All right. Yifeng nodded indifferently. Exchanging a few more pleasantries, the woman prepared to leave. Before departing, she said with a complicated expression, I hope you'll continue to have such good luck. Yifeng couldn't help but smile helplessly. This woman is really a bit neurotic. How could this mountain be as dangerous as she says? In all these days, he hasn't been seen to bump into anything. However, the woman was a kind person. When he asked for directions, she even sent someone to take him down the mountain. So she took out a small package and said, I have an insect repellent sachet here. I made it myself with herbs. Why don't you take it? The woman glanced at the insect repellent sachet, frowned, and said, I think you need this more than I do, right? You should need it more, Yifeng said with a leisurely smile. After all, this thing is dispensable to me. Yifeng wasn't wrong about that. In his mind, although this girl was a cultivator, she should still dislike snakes, insects, and ants. In comparison, he, as a man, was much more immune to such things. Do I need it more? The woman found it somewhat amusing. To be honest, such mortal items have long lost their usefulness to a martial artist like her. However, seeing Yifeng's smiling face, she still accepted the insect repellent pack and casually hung it on her waist. He may be lucky, but that kind of luck might not last. He is most likely a dying person. Let this be his final consolation. After saying that, the woman glanced at Yifeng, then leaped away and disappeared into the jungle. Another day has passed, and dusk has fallen. In a dark canyon, the Eagle King clung to a rock. Beside it, a pair of sinister eyes gleamed, its forked tongue flicking as it opened its mouth and asked, Eagle King, how is it? The Demon Emperor has not yet been found. Eagle King frowned and said, under the kill order, apart from one human martial king who is barely clinging to life, all the other humans have been wiped out. However, Little Demon just reported that another human youth has been discovered. To prevent any accidents, I'd like to trouble Snake King to come with me. Serving the Demon Emperor is the duty of my duty. As soon as the voice fell, the two demons transformed into two streaks of light, leading a large number of demonic beasts toward the mountain range where they were. Just left with Yifeng felt these powerful fluctuations and rushed towards Yifeng's direction. Her beautiful eyes, which were hiding in the shadows, suddenly furrowed. Was he discovered? The woman clenched her teeth, hesitating whether to turn back and rescue Yifeng. However, sensing the auras of the two demon kings, she abandoned the plan, because she was now severely injured and no longer a match for the two demon kings. Going back would only be suicide for her. I hope that in your next life you won't recklessly enter such a dangerous place again. She sighed heavily, feeling regretful but powerless. With a slight movement, she disappeared into the jungle. Chapter 115 An existence who has followed several demon emperors. Damn it. Although there aren't any demonic beasts like that woman mentioned, there have been quite a few wild animals appearing lately. Yifeng's cursing voice rang out. Over the course of the past 2 days, countless snakes, wild boars, crows, and other animals, as if in heat, relentlessly bothered him, driving him to distraction. It's fair to say he hasn't had a good night's sleep lately. Yifeng knew he couldn't continue his journey today, so he had no choice but to prepare to spend the night there. But animals in heat always have to find a way to cope. Thinking of this, Yifeng took out a small medicine bottle from the bamboo basket and poured the powder inside the bottle around the camp. This was a medicine powder that Yifeng had specially prepared before coming, and its use was similar to that of Realgar. This powder might not be able to keep out large wild animals like wild boars, but it should be fine for keeping out insects and ants. After doing all that, Yifeng yawned, propped his tired body up against the rock, and fell fast asleep. On a mountaintop, led by the Eagle King and the Snake King, countless demonic beasts descended upon this place. Everyone, you must find this person, regardless of whether he is the one we are looking for or not. Kill him without mercy. The Eagle King commanded the other demonic beasts around him, his eyes flashing with gloom. Yes. At his command, countless demonic beasts spread out in all directions. Let's wait here for news, said the Eagle King. The Snake King nodded, about to close his eyes to calm himself, when he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. Is that the night wind centipede? Upon hearing this, the Eagle King also turned his gaze in that direction, his brows furrowing immediately. Wasn't the night wind centipede supposed to be recuperating in his cave? How did he end up here? As he spoke, the Eagle King swooped out, its sharp talons grabbing the night wind centipede. Eagle King, what are you doing here? Night wind centipede stared wide-eyed, his face full of panic as he asked. As a servant of the Boga Demon Emperor, he knew that the Boga Demon Emperor had once hidden a spiritual pearl with great nourishing effects here. He originally intended to take the spiritual pearl with him and run away, but he did not expect to be caught red-handed by the Eagle King as soon as he got his hands on it. I also want to ask, how did you end up here? The Eagle King stared at him with sharp eyes and asked, weren't you recuperating in your cave? Aye. Night Wind Centipede quickly hid the spiritual energy bead behind its back and hurriedly said with its small eyes rolling, "The Demon Emperor has been captured. How can I stay in the cave to recuperate?" I rushed out to see if there is any trace of that human. Upon hearing this, the Eagle King's expression softened slightly. He then asked, "Did you discover anything about the Night Wind Demon?" "Discover? Did you notice?" Night Wind Centipede was anxious and stammered for a long time before finally saying, "We definitely found something, and I think that human is very likely nearby." After saying that, Night Wind Centipede lowered its head guiltily, not daring to meet Eagle King's gaze. To his surprise, the Eagle King nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Night Wind Centipede, you are truly thoughtful. As expected of someone who has served 6 demon emperors, you are right. According to reliable sources, there is indeed a human nearby, but whether it is that person remains to be confirmed. So, Night Wind Spirit, shall we come with me and the Snake King to investigate?" Night Wind Centipede nodded its head, then widened its eyes after realizing what was happening. What? Is it that Night Wind Demon Spirit is unwilling to do its work for the Demon Emperor? Eagle King asked, frowning. No, how could that be? I would gladly give my life for the Demon Emperor, Night Wind Centipede said righteously, but at the same time its small eyes darted around rapidly, trying to find a chance to escape. Before long, a little demon came to report that Yifeng's whereabouts had been discovered. "Let's go, Snake King, Night Wind Spirit King," said Eagle King. Okay. Night Wind Centipede wiped his sweat. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 great demon kings, he had no choice but to follow. As they approached their destination, Eagle King frowned. "Sure enough, there's a human presence, but not much of a fluctuation. Pass on my order to completely surround this person first, and then capture him together when I give the order." The Eagle King immediately issued an order, clearly not wanting a repeat of the incident involving the Sword Control Sect, which resulted in the Martial King humans still not being captured. Clues about the Demon Emperor's whereabouts from these humans. The demons immediately surrounded Yifeng, their cold eyes fixed on him. But Yifeng was unaware of all this and continued to sleep soundly on the rock. Superior. At the Eagle King's command, dozens of demonic beasts around him instantly transformed into streaks of light, enveloping Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, they then arrived around Yifeng. However, the next moment, the monsters suddenly stopped, their bodies went limp, and their vision began to go black. What's going on? The demons showed panicked expressions, and those who were not careful returned to their original forms and died on the ground. Only a few demon spirits were still struggling to hold on, but they could not make any progress. What happened? Eagle King immediately became alert. Reporting to the Demon King, "There is poison. This human has poisoned the surrounding area," one of the demon spirits said with a grave expression. "Poison?" Eagle King's gaze swept across the ground, and indeed there was a ring of medicinal powder. However, this did not make him back down, because in his opinion, since his martial spirits could still hold on, it meant that the poison's potency was limited. "Snake King, it seems we have to take action ourselves," Eagle King said, looking at Snake King. The Snake King nodded, his gaze also turning to the Night Wind Centipede, and said, "Night Wind Demon Spirit, you have followed several demon emperors, so your strength must be far beyond that of ordinary demon spirits. Let's join forces." As they spoke, the Eagle King and the Snake King, just to be on the safe side, transformed into their strongest demonic beast forms and sped away. "All right." Night Wind Centipede reluctantly nodded, but thinking that it was just a human with no unusual behavior, it probably wouldn't be dangerous, so it transformed into its true form and followed. Just as they were about to make their move, Yifeng, who was lying on the rock, rolled over and revealed his profile. And coincidentally, this profile was spotted by the Night Wind Centipede. Chapter 116 Severely crippled, just one step away. Gah! That one glance. It almost made the Night Wind Centipede's eyeballs explode. It felt like I had a fishbone stuck in my throat, my mind was blank, and intense fear rose in my heart. This is the person who killed Black Feather with a shovel and then tied up Boga Demon Emperor with a straw rope. Thinking of this, he had no will to fight and only wanted to save his life. With a flick of its eyes, countless little legs kicked, its belly rolled over, and it unexpectedly fell to the ground. Night Wind Centipede. Night Wind Centipede, what are you doing? What is going on? The strange behavior of the Night Wind Centipede immediately drew a response from Eagle King and his companion, who both shouted. However, no matter how much the two called out, the Night Wind Centipede lay on the ground without reacting at all. But the Eagle King and the Snake King couldn't care less about him right now. After exchanging a glance, their bodies rapidly increased in size, transforming into an eagle and a snake as they attacked Yifeng. However, when they were within a few feet of Yifeng, the two demons felt a sudden unease. They realized with alarm that they had greatly underestimated the so-called poison, because the few demon spirits that had been able to hold on earlier were now dying rapidly, turning back into their original forms and collapsing to the ground. Under the influence of this toxin, their internal strength was rapidly depleted, becoming insufficient to support their enlarged forms, and they quickly returned to their original size. What exactly is going on? The two demon kings stared wide-eyed, shouting in panic, but they couldn't muster any strength and could only lie helplessly on the ground. Damn humans, how despicable! The Eagle King lay on the ground, cursing viciously. Quickly, call for backup. The Snake King was even worse off than the Eagle King. Its body writhed violently on the ground. Its skin chafed raw from the intense friction. Eagle King dared not delay, and with the last bit of strength in his body, he unleashed a streak of light and flew away. Just then, Yifeng woke up after hearing the noise. I was shocked when I saw it. How could so many wild animals have appeared in such a short time? This medicine of mine is amazing. Yifeng couldn't help but boast that he had thought it would only keep out snakes and insects, but unexpectedly, a large number of roe deer, pangolins, and other animals had died. What a sin! Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Yifeng felt a pang of pity, but when he saw the dying snake on the ground, he couldn't help himself. He smacked his lips and grabbed the snake with one hand. I haven't eaten anything yet. I've been eating barbecue every day lately, and my mouth is full of blisters. I'll make some snake soup to fill my stomach and cool down my body. Yifeng muttered to himself as he took a small pot out of the bamboo basket, boiled a pot of water, and then threw the snake in after he had scraped it. Snake King. The Eagle King, who witnessed the whole thing, was filled with rage. Seeing his companion die so tragically, his heart was immediately filled with shock and horror. At the same time, a surge of rage and humiliation rose within him. He struggled, desperately trying to mobilize his internal energy to expel the toxins from his body. However, at that moment, a subconscious glance almost made him lose his mind. Beside the pool, by the rocks, on the withered tree, hanging with straw ropes, isn't that the Boga Demon Emperor they've been longing for? Hiss! Eagle King suddenly realized what was happening. It turned out that the person in front of them was the despicable and terrifying human who had captured the Demon Emperor Bogu. Suddenly, he felt a chill run through his body, trembling violently. At the same time, he lost all fighting spirit, and with the added effect of the drug, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. But just then, a voice came. Oh, there's an eagle too. That means tonight's meal will be even better. These words became the final straw that broke the camel's back, and the Eagle King immediately fainted. Feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep, Yifeng hummed a little tune as he began to tidy up the snake and the eagle. As he worked, a centipede on the outside twitched its legs and claws, then suddenly crawled away and disappeared. That's terrifying. The centipede was still shaken after running all the way. Especially when he thought of the tragic state of the Eagle King and the Snake King, he broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, he no longer had time to think about the several treasures that the Demon Emperor Bogo had, and only wanted to escape from this mountain range. However, he hadn't run far when a deafening sound came from the direction he was heading. The newcomers were none other than a dozen other demon kings. Upon receiving the distress call from the Eagle King and the Snake King, they quickly gathered all the demon beasts in Bogu's territory and rushed to the scene of the incident. Upon seeing this, Nightwind Centipede's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat poured down his back. Once they find out that the Snake King and Eagle King are dead, and that he himself escaped, wouldn't that be? Rolling his eyes, a heavy heart, he decisively kicked off both of his legs. After hesitating for a moment, it glared at another one, which crawled weakly on the ground. The first-class demon kings, led by the Leopard King, also saw the Nightwind Centipede struggling to crawl on the ground. They immediately rushed over and asked with a stern face, Nightwind Demon Spirit, what are you doing? Nightwind Centipede flicked its tail, interrupting Leopard King's words. Under countless gazes, he seemed to have used the last bit of strength in his body to utter a sound with difficulty. Don't say too much, and don't ask too many questions. Severely disabled. Just a little bit more. Go quickly. Chapter 117 Quick, save the Demon Emperor. Nightwind Centipede's words startled all the demons present. What exactly happened? The Leopard King asked solemnly. Well, Night Wind Centipede sighed softly, raised its head slightly, and seemed to be lost in thought about the battle that had just taken place. Right by the stream ahead, the Eagle King, the Snake King, and I discovered that man's trail. The three of us then joined forces to fight him. In this battle, the Eagle King and the Snake King died on the spot, while I, severely wounded and knowing I could no longer fight, had to use my last bit of strength, sacrificing my 3 legs, to run out and deliver the message to you in order to prevent him from escaping. As soon as he finished speaking, all the demons present cast respectful glances at Night Wind Centipede. That battle must have been incredibly fierce. Even the Eagle King and the Snake King died in battle. In order to escape and deliver the message, the Night Wind Demon Spirit must have paid a heavy price. Night Wind Demon Spirit, it is truly a blessing for our territory to have someone as loyal and dedicated as you, the Leopard King said solemnly. You should rest well. Leave the rest to us. We will rescue the Demon Emperor and avenge the Snake King and the Eagle King. The Leopard King's words drew a chorus of agreement from the demons. No, I really feel ashamed. I watched the Demon Emperor being captured and the Snake King and Eagle King die heroically, but I was powerless to do anything. I deserve to die, Night Wind Centipede said with its head down, full of guilt. Night Wind Demon Spirit, what are you saying? You, the Snake King, and the Eagle King have done so much for our territory. The Pig King hurriedly said, this man is no match for even the Demon Emperor in a one-on-one fight, yet you have crippled him. That is more than enough. That's right. We already owed the other territories too much. But this way, we won't need to rely on the Demon Emperors of the other territories to take action. Therefore, the 3 of you are great contributors to our territory. Leave the rest to us. All of you listen up. This man is severely crippled. Set out with all your might to rescue the Demon Emperor and avenge the Snake King and Eagle King. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's spirits soared, and with unprecedented morale, they quickly set off towards Yifeng's location. After the Leopard King and the others left, the Night Wind Centipede, which had been on the verge of death, suddenly unleashed an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, they just disappeared. These Cloud Road flowers are really hard to find. As Yifeng drank snake soup and ate eagle meat, gazing at the rolling mountains, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After finishing his meal, seeing that it was still not dark, he decided to search in the nearby mountains again. After all, he had time, but Zhongqing might not be able to wait that long. So Yifeng picked up the small shovel and prepared to set off. After taking only 2 steps, Yifeng weighed the old turtle in his hand, turned around, and hung it on the tree. After all, it's not good to keep carrying this heavy old turtle around like this. Anyway, it will come back when it gets dark, and no one will take it if it's left hanging on the tree for now. What's going on? In the jungle, the woman from the Imperial Sword Sect looked around in surprise. Suddenly, she noticed that all the demonic beasts in the forest were gathering in one direction. And this direction is exactly where she came from. This is also where Yifeng is. Although I don't know why these monsters are here, I'm afraid you won't have that kind of luck this time. The woman sighed softly. But there was nothing that could be done. After all, everyone has their own destiny, and good luck can't always favor one person. Fortunately, all the demonic beasts above the demonic spirit level gathered in that direction, making her feel an unprecedented sense of ease. However, I'll wait for the sect members to arrive before I leave. The woman pondered for a moment, intending to leave, but a day earlier, she had used a secret method to inform the sect of what had happened here. Given her status, it was impossible for the Imperial Sword Sect not to send someone. Although now is the best time for her to come out of seclusion, she still plans to wait until the people from the Imperial Sword Sect arrive before making any further decisions, just to be on the safe side. At this moment, the Leopard King and other powerful demons of the higher ranks finally arrived at the stream. However, upon arriving at the stream, they found no trace of Yifeng, only a pile of eagle feathers and the corpses of the demons left behind. Where are they? The Leopard King shouted loudly. The other demons also scanned their surroundings with sharp eyes. They didn't want to come only to find nothing, otherwise they would be letting down the information that the Night Wind Centipede had obtained at the cost of its 3 legs. Look there. Just as they couldn't find Yifeng, the Pig King suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, all the demons turned their gazes in that direction. The old turtle hanging from the tree trunk by the stream, bound with straw rope. Isn't that the Boga Demon Emperor they've been longing for? The mighty Demon Emperor was hung on the tree like this, and the eyes of the demons almost popped out of their sockets. their blood rushing to their heads. Hear my command. Save the Demon Emperor. Chapter 1:18 New System Task. It's getting dark. Yifeng circled the surrounding jungle, but still couldn't find any trace of the Cloud Road flower. As the sky darkened, he had no choice but to head back to the camp. Holy crap. But as soon as he returned to the camp, he looked up and was immediately stunned. At this moment, the area around his camp was littered with the carcasses of all sorts of wild animals, leopards, wild boars, wolves, and all kinds of other creatures. No way. Could I have accidentally concocted a super poison? I really only intended to use it as a substitute for Realgar. Seeing the way these animals died, and recalling the snake and eagle that had died before, Yifeng could guess that the cause of death of these wild beasts was most likely the powder he had sprinkled. What a sin. Yifeng couldn't help but purse his lips and quickly threw away the medicine bottle in his hand, afraid that he might be poisoned. He then washed away the white powder on the ground with water before feeling quite safe as he returned to his camp. However, these wild game are also rare and delicious. Feng felt guilty for accidentally killing so many wild animals. The thought of their meat made his mouth water. It's important to know that delicious food is extremely rare in this world. Take martial arts practitioners, for example. Their minds are focused on cultivation, and they don't have much desire for food. On the other hand, ordinary people of another class are thinking about how to make a living, and they don't spend too much time on food. They just need something to fill their stomachs. You could even give them a pig's trotter, and they wouldn't know what to do with it. Therefore, food is very expensive in this world, which is why a bowl of beef noodles costs 1 gold coin. Therefore, in his eyes at that moment, these animal carcasses were nothing more than plates of braised pig's trotters, cold leopard meat, and roasted whole wolf. The idea was good, but bringing so much stuff down the mountain became a problem. Damn it. All we have is a mountain of gold. Hole. Yifeng cursed and sat back down on the bluestone slab with a speechless expression. Out of boredom, he took out the wooden guitar. Let's kill some time. Yifeng gently placed his palm on the guitar strings, and the melodious guitar sound spread throughout the mountains and forests. Just then, the long-lost system voice rang in Yifeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating a new mission. Oh! Yifeng suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping that the system might have a change of heart and give him something that would allow him to become a cultivator, or at the very least, make him a super rich person in another world. Task objective. Master the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to a level comparable to that of the gods. Reward, amount. Holy shit. After hearing the system's voice, Yifeng's hopes were dashed again, and he immediately swore. I thought it was something good, but it turns out to be just these random tasks again. You could say it's somewhat useful, but take that boxing and blacksmithing guy for example. He'd struggle to support himself. Even his sudden wealth was achieved through his own transmigration skills, writing books, and had absolutely nothing to do with this damn system. But that's alright, at least he did some blacksmithing and such, so he didn't starve to death all these years. But damn it, he couldn't see what use those skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were. Is it meant to cultivate one's character? Of course, what he complained about the most was the task rewards. He hadn't forgotten the time when the system gave him the task of running a martial arts school, saying that the reward was a supermaster. He was so excited back then, thinking that the pinnacle of his life was about to arrive, but what kind of blow did reality bring him? He's supposed to be a super expert, but he's just a half-dead, broken skull. He admitted that it looked quite scary, but it was useless except for causing trouble. So amount? Yifeng spat in disgust. He didn't believe that this broken system could really reward him with a good mount. It was more likely that it would produce another piece of junk. That's why he couldn't be bothered to complete the task. In a fit of anger, Yifeng kicked the guitar in his hand away. Just looking at it made him furious. But just as he kicked it away, the system's voice came again. Punishment for mission failure. The martial arts school will be reclaimed and will no longer belong to the host. What? Yifeng's face immediately turned ashen, and he was about to explode with rage. Although those skills are not very useful, this martial arts school is his place of refuge. Even if he is rich now and can buy another house, the feelings and sense of belonging he has accumulated over the years cannot be bought. You're ruthless. Under his breath, Yifeng picked up the guitar again and started playing Dong Feng Pe with a rapid-fire rhythm. Chapter 119 A Song of East Wind Breaks. Who is playing East Wind Breaks on the pipa? While strumming the guitar and humming classic songs from his past life, Yifeng appeared to be using this to dispel his unhappiness, but in reality, he was succumbing to the system's power. If Renhao suffers even the slightest mishap, my Li family will never let your Imperial Sword sect off the hook. At this moment, accompanied by a powerful aura, two streams of light swept towards the mountain range. Upon hearing this, Su Maju's face turned ugly. He had only come to the mountains to complete a small task, but he never expected that his apprentice, Li Renhao, would encounter such a bizarre event. It just so happens that Li Renhao's aunt, Li Jiasun, came to the Imperial Sword sect to visit Li Renhao, which led to this incident. However, despite Li Jiasun's words, Su Maju didn't have any temper, since the Li family was one of the top 3 aristocratic families in the entire Nansha. However, Renhao's message said that there are many monsters in this mountain, but apart from some minor monsters, the strongest one we've encountered along the way is this centipede in our hands. Li Jiasun said while observing her surroundings. But this centipede is quite funny. It pretended to be dead when it saw us. Oh well, taking it back will make it a priceless medicinal ingredient. Yes, thankfully this change is actually a good thing for Renhao. Su Maju sighed, clearly not interested in the centipede, but filled with worry. Li Renhao was not only his disciple and the senior sister of the Imperial Sword sect, but also a member of the Li family. He really couldn't afford any accidents to happen to her. I hope so. The two observed the movements of the mountains below as they flew by. That is. Just then, Li Jiasun, who was flying, suddenly slowed down and eventually stopped. Upon hearing this, Su Maju also looked over, then his eyes widened, and even with his composure, he couldn't help but stutter. Those are the corpses of over 100 demon spirits and more than 10 demon kings. Good. Li Jiasun nodded solemnly, and couldn't help but gasp involuntarily. This kind of move is simply terrifying. After all, if such a lineup were assembled, even she, a martial emperor, would probably not fare well against it. Moreover, monsters are always united. Isn't this action risking stirring up a hornet's nest? She asked herself if she might have the ability to kill so many demons and demon kings, but she wasn't sure if she had the guts to do it. Demon spirits in this mountain have disappeared. It turns out they all died here. Su Maju recovered her senses and said in shock. But who could have done something so extravagant? It must be him. Li Jiasun turned her sharp gaze to Yifeng, who was surrounded by numerous corpses. Su Maju frowned and said, but he has no aura. He seems to be just an ordinary person. That's hard to say. Li Jiasun shook her head and said, surrounded by so many demon beast corpses, wouldn't a mortal be afraid? It's most likely someone who cultivates a special technique, whose cultivation level is hard to discern. That's true. Su Maju nodded. If it really was just an ordinary person, then this matter was simply unbelievable. This person should also be a martial emperor. Let's go say hello and ask what's going on, Li Jiasun said, as she swiftly moved away. Su Maju nodded and followed. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the zither. Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng remained unmoved. After all, he was still far from being on par with a god. Based on his past experience, Yifeng knew that these could be roughly divided into 7 levels. Novice, minor achievement, mastery, divine skill, unparalleled in the world, returning to simplicity, and standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. He wants to master all the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, to the point where he can rival the gods. It will take him at least several months. He was also lucky, perhaps because he used to play the guitar often. His guitar skills reached a superb level after only a few pieces, which saved him a lot of effort. Let's practice some more. Anyway, I'm bored. After resting for a while, Yifeng picked up his guitar again, partly because he wanted to quickly improve his skills so that the lousy system wouldn't take back his martial arts school. Secondly, Yifeng was indeed bored at that moment. However, when the music started, Li Jiasun, who was rushing towards Yifeng, trembled and immediately stopped in her tracks. What is that person playing? A zither? Su Maju, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but ask in a puzzled tone. Shut up. However, he was met with a cold rebuke from Li Jiasun. Su Maju's face turned somewhat ugly. After all, he was a martial emperor, and such a disrespectful rebuke was simply unbearable. He was about to retort when he noticed that Li Jiasun had excitedly closed her eyes. Just as he was wondering, Li Jiasun spoke again. I have no intention of scolding you. You just need to listen to this piece of music and you will understand why I am doing this. Su Maju frowned, unconvinced. However, he did as instructed, but when he calmed down, his casual expression immediately changed, revealing a deep sense of shock. This is Chapter 120, I'm really just a mortal. This music actually contains a powerful musical intent. Su Maju's voice rang out in shock, finally understanding why Li Jiasin was so nervous. Knowing that the music contained profound meaning, he wisely shut his mouth without Li Jiasin saying anything more, and quietly felt the artistic conception conveyed by the music. The sound of the zither is melodious. It was heard and understood. The imagery instantly transported Su Maju back to a very, very distant memory. Once upon a time, Su Maju, the renowned swordsman of the Imperial Sword Sect, was just a poor boy who dreamed of becoming a martial arts master one day. He had faced setbacks and suffered injuries, but whenever he could barely hold on, returning to that dilapidated house would always bring him a hot meal and a bowl of hot soup. The kind old woman would always mend his frayed clothes and wash his shoes until they looked brand new. Maju, I believe you are the best. These words used to echo in his ears, that gradually hunched back, that kind smile and gentle concern, his elderly mother. Time flies, and years pass by. More than 1,000 years have passed unnoticed, and Su Maju only then realized that the voice and figure had become blurred many years ago. That gentle admonition hadn't crossed my mind in a long time, and the once naive boy has finally grown into a giant of his generation. But she, no longer here. Mother. Before they knew it, the music had stopped, and Su Maju was still lost in his memories. The dignified grand elder of the Imperial Sword Sect had tears in his eyes. It seems we underestimated him. At this moment, Li Jiasin's gentle voice came from the side. This person is not some martial emperor at all. Judging from the meaning of this zither alone, he is at least a martial venerable. As she spoke, Li Jiasin lowered her head and wiped the corner of her eye. Her eyes had reddened without her noticing, and she didn't know which memory the music had touched upon. Martial Grandmaster, no wonder. Su Maju glanced at Li Jiasin. If even a strong expert like Li Jiasin, who was at the half-step martial grandmaster level, could do this, then perhaps only a martial venerable expert, who was a whole level higher than a martial grandmaster, could do it. Let's go and pay our respects. Li Jiasin took a deep breath, her expression becoming much more serious, and her tone changed from a simple greeting to a formal visit. Su Maju nodded. The two leaped into the air, leaving trails of shadows as they flew towards Yifeng's location. Sigh, at least I have some practice to do. Yifeng was speechless. He shook his slightly sore arms and seemed to hear a sound. He looked up and saw two figures flying towards him. Another cultivator? Yifeng was slightly surprised, and looking at the way the two flew, he also showed a look of longing in his heart. If his broken system were even slightly more reliable, he probably could be roaming the world like this now, right? However, Yifeng didn't lose his composure too much when he encountered cultivators again. After all, this wasn't the first time he had dealt with cultivators. For example, Luo Lanxue and the sword-wielding girl he met in the mountains this time were both cultivators. However, Yifeng was a little confused as to why these two wanted to see him. Finally, the two landed in front of him. Yifeng put down his guitar and stood up. However, the two people who Yifeng thought had something to ask him suddenly bowed to him and spoke respectfully. Li Jiasin. Su Maju. Greetings, senior. The two spoke in unison, cautiously scrutinizing Yifeng, and were surprised to find that even at such close range, they could not detect the slightest fluctuation in his aura. They couldn't help but exchange a glance, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. Could he be an ordinary person? That's impossible. The music alone could captivate them so deeply. No ordinary person could do that. Wu Zun. It's confirmed. However, Yifeng was completely bewildered. What was with these two martial artists flying over and calling him senior? So he said, "You two must have misunderstood. I am not a senior. I am just an ordinary person who came into the mountains to gather herbs." Mortal. Yifeng's words immediately stunned Li Jiasin and Su Maju. Did they make a mistake? Is the young man before me really just an ordinary person with superb musical skills? Just as the two were thinking this, Li Jiasin suddenly saw something. Her pupils contracted sharply, and while feeling deeply shocked, she didn't forget to wink at Su Maju beside her. Upon hearing this, Su Maju looked over and suddenly shuddered. Chapter 121. The gentleman is truly a great talent. Hiss. Su Maju's gaze was fixed on the old turtle hanging on the tree, and he gasped. Is that old turtle hanging in the tree a demon king? He was somewhat uncertain. After all, this kind of thing was far too shocking to be true. A demon emperor. A demon emperor. A demon emperor whose strength is comparable to Su Maju's. And yet he's hanging on a tree trunk like this? He couldn't help but look at Li Jiasin standing to the side. Li Jiasin took a deep breath, her face revealing undisguised shock, as she too could not believe what she was seeing. "You two aren't after my turtle, are you?" When Yifeng saw the two men staring at his turtle, he straightened his face. Even though the two men in front of him were martial arts practitioners, he still said firmly, "I'm going to take this turtle back and stew it for my disciple to nourish his body." Yifeng's words instantly stirred up a storm in the already unsettled hearts of the two. It was like a thunderclap. A powerful demon emperor. Was he going to take it back and stew it for his disciple to nourish his body? Terrifying. Such a shocking and worldly statement left even Su Maju and his companion, who were both quite knowledgeable, speechless for a long time. The two no longer dared to doubt Yifeng's extraordinary strength. After all, how could someone who could stew the demon emperor into soup be a mere mortal? So the two quickly explained, "Senior, please forgive us, we wouldn't dare to covet you, you demon turtle." Upon hearing this, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the two still calling him senior, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Are these two martial arts practitioners idiots? Calling a mortal like me senior is simply unprecedented." So he added, "Gentlemen, as I said, I am not some senior. I am just an ordinary person." The two of them paused for a moment, but quickly recovered. Having reached their level, they naturally know that many old monsters like to conceal their cultivation and return to the mortal world to experience ordinary life. The person in front of me must be that kind of person. The two, who seemed to understand each other perfectly, exchanged a glance and quickly opened their mouths, simultaneously changing their tune. "Sir, please calm down. We didn't mean anything by it. We were just passing by when we were drawn in by your music. Your skill is simply divine and extraordinary, which is why we couldn't resist coming to bother you." "Oh." Yifeng was slightly surprised and said, "You also like playing the piano? I have some knowledge of the zither, but compared to you, sir, I am truly ashamed," Li Jiasin quickly replied. However, she was being slightly dishonest in her statement. In fact, she was quite accomplished in playing the zither and was even known as the zither master. However, her piano skills, which she was usually quite proud of, were indeed incomparable to those of this person. I know a little bit. Su Maju nodded hurriedly while touching his forehead. Although he didn't know anything about the zither, he could only bite the bullet and say that he knew a little bit. "I see." Yifeng smiled and nodded, his mind suddenly clearing up. No wonder two such powerful martial artists came to call him senior, and were so respectful. They were attracted by his zither music. Although his musical skills have only reached a level of mastery and are far from being comparable to those of a god, he is still considered a master in this world. Therefore, it is understandable that he is addressed as a senior in this regard. "You're too kind, both of you. I only play this zither when I'm bored," Yifeng said with a faint smile. "You're too kind, sir." The two quickly echoed. "It's just that the zither in your hand is quite peculiar. Neither of us has ever seen one before, but we must say, its sound is very unique and pleasing to the ear." "Haha, isn't it amazing?" Yifeng laughed with a hint of pride. "This zither is something I made myself. It's normal that you haven't seen it before." "I see, sir. You are truly a man of great talent." The two nodded quickly, their faces showing admiration. "Since you like it, shall I play another piece for you?" Yifeng asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two of them were startled. Her face immediately lit up with surprise, and she cast a grateful glance at Yifeng. After all, they hadn't forgotten the benefits that Yifeng's zither music had brought them. Although their strength hadn't improved, their mental state had broken through several levels. Mindset may seem useless, but it is often the bottleneck that hinders their progress. Once one's mental state is broken through, and one's cultivation level breaks through as well, one will be able to forge ahead without hesitation. Previously, they had only heard half of Yifeng's song. Now, if they were to hear the whole song, they would receive even more unexpected benefits. Without hesitation, the two quickly sat down on the bluestone slab, holding their breath and waiting for Yifeng. Chapter 1:22 Yifeng's Request. The sound of the guitar finally began to play melodiously. When the sound reached their ears, the two martial emperors who were sitting obediently on the bluestone slabs trembled violently. This piece felt completely different from the one before. The previous song had pulled them back to the past, while this song seemed to have allowed them to transcend the boundaries of time and go directly to the future. High on the mountain, Li Jiasin strokes the long zither, looking down upon the common people, and uses the zither to govern the world. Between the heavens and the earth, Su Maju's long sword pierced the sky, destroying the starry heavens and shattering the universe. She composed the best music in the world. He forged the greatest sword in the world. In that brief moment, the two felt as if they had reached the pinnacle of their lives, completely immersed in it. Time passed. At some point, Yifeng stopped playing the guitar. A long while, the two finally emerged from their reverie, their faces filled with lingering enjoyment, their eyes revealing undisguised surprise. Clearly, both of them benefited greatly from this performance. Thank you, sir. We will never forget your kindness in playing this song for us. Without pausing to savor the moment, the two quickly stood up to show their respect. It's just a simple piece of music. You two are too kind. Yifeng smiled faintly, realizing for the first time that the task of playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting wasn't entirely useless. And just like that, he immediately gained two little fans. For you, it may just be a simple piece of music, but for us, it is a blessing from heaven. Li Jiesen said respectfully, her face full of sincerity. Because she had been at the peak of martial emperor and had one foot in martial grandmaster for many years, but had not made a real breakthrough. She broke through the bottleneck directly with this piece of music. The realm of the martial sect that I've longed for day and night. It's just around the corner. Aunt Li is right. This is indeed a blessing from heaven for us. Su Maju's face also revealed undisguised joy. He directly broke through from the 5th level of martial emperor to the 6th level of martial emperor in this one song. He thought it would take at least another 100 years to break through, but this saved him a lot of effort. He now has hope of breaking through to martial grandmaster in this lifetime. So, if you need anything, sir, you can just ask us. As long as it's within our power, we'll do it even if it means going through fire and water, the two said in unison. You're too kind. Both of their words made Yifeng feel embarrassed. It was just listening to him play the guitar. Why were they so grateful? Unconsciously, Yifeng's view of cultivators in this world changed drastically. It turns out that all the scheming and deceit depicted in TV shows and novels, where cultivators treat mortals like ants, is fake. On the contrary, cultivators are actually very good, especially in terms of gratitude, which is even better than that of ordinary people. Seeing their sincere expressions, Yifeng found it difficult to refuse them, but he was also too embarrassed to ask them for any reward, since he wasn't short of money. So, after thinking for a moment, he said, if you really want to thank me, there's something you can help me figure out. Please speak, sir. The two of them quickly and respectfully replied. I accidentally killed quite a few wild animals just now. Although it was a bit of a sin, since they're already dead, their bodies are just sitting there anyway. Why not take them back and make some barbecue or braised pork? Yifeng touched his nose, smiled, and pointed to the surrounding monster corpses. Yifeng's words immediately shocked the two of them. This person is really generous. Making soup from one demon king turtle wasn't enough. They even had to turn the other demon kings and spirits into barbecued meat and braised pork. Although with their strength they might not be able to get turtle soup, they could probably manage to get braised leopard demon king meat. But they might not have the guts to do it, since such an action would easily provoke the wrath of the entire demon realm. But thinking about it, this guy must be incredibly skilled and daring. So what does Senior want? Li Jiesen asked. What I mean is, there are so many corpses, I really have no way to bring them down the mountain, so you must have a way, right? Yifeng said with a smile. He really couldn't bear to part with these wild animals. Since he had run into two cultivators who could fly and escape, he should be able to help with this small matter. Upon hearing this, Li Jiesen's eyelids twitched slightly. There seems to be a hidden meaning in what this gentleman said. With this person's strength, removing these monster corpses would be a piece of cake, yet he uttered such words. They obviously want something like space. Is it a storage bag? Li Jiesen shook her head. Storage bags are essential for cultivators. With this person's strength, it's impossible for him not to have one, and he certainly doesn't need it. In other words, what this person needs is something more advanced. Thinking of this, Li Jiesen's eyelids twitched again. Could it be that is chapter 123 really worth it? Could it be that he saw that I carried the Li family's heirloom, the spatial ring? Unconsciously, Li Jiesen recalled Yifeng's confident question. You will definitely find a way. In this way, it seems that it is almost certain. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Yifeng. Yifeng was looking at her with a faint smile. Sure enough, this appearance speaks for itself. This person seems to be even more terrifying than imagined. He had already seen through my identity and knew that I possessed a spatial ring. This kind of skill is probably not just for a martial venerable, but for a martial saint. Li Jiesen gritted her teeth, finding it difficult to make a decision. After all, the Li family spatial ring is no ordinary spatial treasure. Ordinary spatial treasures can only store inanimate objects, but the spatial ring can hold anything, even living people. Another advantage is its size. It's tens of thousands of times larger than a regular storage bag, making it practically a self-contained little world. Of course, the spatial ring is not just a spatial treasure, but also a protective and offensive treasure. If it senses that its owner is in danger, it will automatically launch an attack. However, the person in front of her had given her quite a chance. Such opportunities, which directly affect one's state of mind and spiritual realm, cannot be compared to external things. You guys don't have a solution, do you? Yifeng pursed his lips, looking slightly disappointed. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for a cultivator to do this. Since there really was no way, Yifeng could only say, forget it. But Yifeng's words sounded like mockery to Li Jiasen. It's more like saying to her, I promised you a chance, but you're not even willing to give up something material. I wanted to make a good connection, but since that's how it is, let's just forget about it. It was so jarring. Unsure of what to do, Li Jiasen looked at Yifeng, who had already turned away, and suddenly felt as if she had lost something, as if she hadn't grasped something, and her heart felt empty. Wait a minute, sir. So Li Jiasen quickly called out. Yifeng turned around. Li Jiasen bit her red lips, took off the spatial ring from her hand, and said softly, this is the spatial ring you need. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. If he guessed correctly, this should be the storage treasure that cultivators had always needed in the novels or TV shows he had read in his previous life. Please accept this, senior. Having decided to give it away, Li Jiasen stopped being coy and respectfully handed it to Yifeng with both hands. Okay, then I'll accept it. Yifeng accepted it with a smile. This thing was extremely important to him. The carcasses of these wild beasts could be easily taken down the mountain, so he didn't stand on ceremony. Moreover, in his opinion, every cultivator had this thing, so it shouldn't be considered a particularly valuable item to them. Sir, let me teach you how to use it, Li Jiasen said. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yifeng waved his hand and said, I know. You know? Li Jiasen immediately looked surprised. Isn't it just a blood oath ceremony? Yifeng laughed. I've seen this method in novels from my previous life. However, Yifeng's casual remarks stirred up a storm in Li Jiasen's heart. After all, other storage treasures on the Immortal River continent don't have the concept of blood recognition. They are basically recognized by imprinting one's own aura on them. However, this person has revealed the key to this in one sentence. Call. It turns out that this person not only knew she had a spatial ring, but also knew how to use it. As expected, she had not misjudged Yifeng's thoughts. Then, right under Li Jiasen's nose, Yifeng directly performed the blood oath ceremony, and he immediately understood how to use the spatial ring. However, this left Su Maju incredulous, and she looked at Li Jiasen with a shocked gaze. This spatial ring is a treasure of your Li family, and you just gave it away like that? Su Maju asked incredulously. Li Jiasen's expression was somewhat complicated, but she still said, when something comes along, you have to be decisive enough to seize it. I hope I haven't made the wrong bet this time. Well, Su Maju sighed and said, although this person is powerful and has given us both this opportunity, I think it was a bit abrupt, and even a bit unworthy, for you to take out the spatial ring directly. Li Jiasen's eyelids twitched. Clearly, although she appeared decisive on the surface, she was actually quite apprehensive inside. She raised her head slightly, her expression somewhat complicated. However, as she raised her head, something inadvertently appeared in her eyes, causing her beautiful eyes to widen involuntarily. Chapter 124 I'm so glad. At that moment, she saw a small shovel stuck in the soil at Yifeng's feet. This shovel is. Li Jiasen suppressed her horror and stared intently at the shovel. At first glance, she didn't notice anything unusual about it. But upon closer inspection, she was surprised to find that the aura emanating from it was affecting her mind, especially since a wisp of the power of the great Tao had flashed across it. Is this a sacred, no, a holy treasure? At the same time, Su Maju, who was standing nearby, also saw this scene, and her face was filled with disbelief. His strength might be slightly lower than Li Jiasen's, but he is still the Grand Elder of the Imperial Sword Sect, so his vision is not that low. He clearly recognized that the small shovel seemed to be a precious artifact. But just then, another item was inadvertently discovered by the two of them. It was a sickle lying casually in a bamboo basket beside the blue stone, with just a corner peeking out, which the two of them spotted. Hiss! The two exchanged a glance instinctively. They all saw a strong shock in each other's eyes. It was another treasure that exuded the same aura as the small shovel. This person can just casually take out such a sacred treasure? The two of them felt like they were in a dream. Have you ever seen a master below the martial saint level who can casually produce two saint-grade divine weapons? Sima Zhu asked subconsciously. No, I've never seen it before. Li Jiesin replied with a slight tremor in her body. Having even one of these treasures is already a gift from heaven, let alone two. Then does that mean? Sima Zhu said nervously. Before Sima Zhu could finish speaking, Li Jiesin interrupted. A martial saint. As the words fell, both of them felt a slight tremor in their hearts. They hadn't expected that their previous guesses about Yifeng's martial venerable realm were wrong. This young man was even stronger than they had imagined. However, once she understood this, Li Jiesin was overjoyed and felt fortunate for giving away the spatial ring. She was initially hesitant, wondering if giving such a treasure as the space ring to Yifeng was a waste, but now it seemed absolutely worthwhile. Since Miss Li has gifted me this ring, I, Yifeng, am determined to be your friend. Yifeng opened his storage ring and put all the beast corpses inside, then said to Li Jiesin with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Li Jiesin was overwhelmed with excitement. That's exactly what she was waiting for. Sima Zhu also turned his gaze to Li Jiesin. After learning that Yifeng might be a martial arts master, he no longer dared to say that the ring Li Jiesin gave away was not worth it. Instead, he was filled with envy. I envy the Li family. They've managed to latch onto another powerful figure. However, Sima Zhu simply couldn't produce such a treasure. Otherwise, he would have definitely offered it to this person as well. The favor of such a master is far more valuable than any material possession. After exchanging pleasantries, Sima Zhu and Li Jiesin left. TSK, Aunt Li, congratulations to your Li family. Sima Zhu's words were tinged with sourness all the way. It seems that the Li family is indeed the Li family. Their decisiveness is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It's no wonder that the Li family has become so powerful. What's infuriating is that Sima Zhu doesn't have any impressive treasures to offer. Moreover, even if he has a treasure, taking it out afterward probably wouldn't have the same effect. Extremely pleased with Sima Zhu's congratulations, and felt a sense of satisfaction for her decisive action in taking out the spatial ring earlier. If we hadn't been so decisive, we probably wouldn't have achieved such good results. Alright, let's hurry up and find someone. Li Jiesin said. Right, I almost forgot about Ren Hao. Is he in any danger? Sima Zhu suddenly remembered and broke out in a cold sweat. Her precious disciple was still in danger. There shouldn't be any danger anymore. Li Jiesin frowned and said, I think all the demonic beasts in this vast mountain range territory, from the smallest to the largest, including the Demon King, have been used as game by that person. That's true. Sima Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. In the nearby mountains, apart from some lesser demons that couldn't yet take human form, there were indeed no other demons to be seen. And with Li Renhao's strength, he could easily deal with these lesser demons. Sure enough, not long after, the two saw Li Renhao sitting cross-legged on the edge of a cliff. Chapter 125. We've met that person. Renhao. The two shouted and leaped toward the sword-wielding woman at the edge of the cliff. The woman's delicate eyebrows twitched slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. As she turned to look at him, she stood up slightly. Master. She first bowed to Sima Zhu, then quickly looked at Li Jiesin and said, Auntie, what brings you here too? Humph, my niece is in danger. Do you think I, as her aunt, wouldn't come? Li Jiesin said irritably, but her eyes were full of love when she looked at Li Renhao. Thank you, Auntie. Li Renhao said softly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Jiesin noticed that Li Renhao had sustained serious injuries. She immediately frowned and asked, Renhao, what exactly happened in these mountains? You are a martial king expert. In a one-on-one fight, as long as you don't encounter a demon emperor, you have the ability to protect yourself. How did you end up having to call for help? Upon hearing this, the joy of reunion on Li Renhao's pretty face vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of solemnity. Especially when I think back on the past few days, the many close calls were practically like walking on a knife's edge. Taking a deep breath, she was finally willing to touch upon this memory she didn't want to recall, and explained to the two elders. A few days ago, I led the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect into the mountains to carry out a mission. We were very careful along the way, and we always avoided encountering monsters, so we haven't encountered any danger since we entered the mountains. But on that very day, the 3 demon kings and more than a dozen demon spirits attacked us without warning. In this battle, all the other disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect were killed, and I was no match for the 3 demon kings. I used all my trump cards to save my life and escape. But these demon kings are relentlessly pursuing me. They have not only blocked the entire mountain range, but also seem to have summoned a lot of reinforcements from other territories. As she spoke of this, Li Renhao's pretty face was still filled with lingering fear. Li Jiesin and the other person listening nearby frowned deeply. From Li Renhao's simple words, they could tell that she had been through a lot of dangers on her journey. It's all right, Renhao, your aunt is here. Li Jiesin quickly approached Li Renhao, gently hugging her and saying with concern, it's all right. But have you figured out what caused these monsters to suddenly riot? It was caused by human intervention. Li Renhao took a deep breath and said, caused by human intervention? Sima Zhu was slightly surprised. Indeed, he's a terrifying person. Li Renhao said solemnly. I searched the soul of a minor demon, and according to this demon's memories, this terrifying human directly broke into the cave of the Boga Demon King, not only stealing a precious medicinal herb from the Boga Demon King, but also capturing the Boga Demon King himself, saying he wanted to make soup with him. The Boga Demon King's demons were enraged and issued a kill order to find this human, which caused the monsters in the mountains to riot. Upon hearing this, Sima Zhu and Li Jiesin's expressions suddenly became quite interesting. After exchanging a glance, the two asked Li Renhao in unison, is the Boga Demon Emperor you mentioned a turtle? Yes, his true form seems to be a turtle that is nearly 10,000 years old. Li Renhao nodded, looked at the two of them with a puzzled gaze, and asked in surprise, but Aunt, Master, how did you know that this Boga Demon Emperor is a turtle? Because we've seen that turtle. The two exchanged a wry smile and immediately understood what was going on. The terrifying human that Li Renhao mentioned was probably the one they encountered on their way here. After all, they had only ever seen this person act in such a way as stewing the Demon Emperor into soup. And isn't that so-called Boga Demon Emperor just the turtle they saw hanging on the tree? Have you met him before? Li Renhao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The two nodded solemnly, and what they said next shocked Li Renhao so much that she covered her red lips. We not only saw that turtle, but we also saw the terrifying being you mentioned. Chapter 126, let's go see that person. What? You actually met that person? Li Renhao asked in surprise. I thought that person had left long ago. It turns out he's still in the mountains. Aunt, Master, is that person really that terrifying? Upon hearing this, the two nodded solemnly. They said in unison, it's far more terrifying than you imagine. Do you know why the high-level demonic beasts in these mountains suddenly disappeared? It was him who lured all the demonic beasts above the level of demon spirit in this mountain together and then wiped them all out in one fell swoop. Li Renhao stared wide-eyed, speechless with surprise for a long time. After a long while, he murmured, so that's how it is. Starting from evening, the mountains that were originally full of demon spirits suddenly disappeared. It was this person who did it. Speaking of which, when I met this person just now, he also gave him and your master a special opportunity. Your aunt is just around the corner to break through to the martial grandmaster level. Li Jiesin said with a smile. Li Jiesin's words once again surprised Li Renhao greatly. It seems that the one in question was indeed far more terrifying than she had imagined. Congratulations, Auntie. Congratulations, Master. Li Renhao spoke respectfully, but her mind was elsewhere as she spoke. Suddenly, a figure came to mind. Although her encounter with this slender figure was merely a fleeting one, the latter's naturally ethereal aura lingered in her mind for a long time. In particular, his calm and composed demeanor amidst the monstrous mountains, despite being a mere mortal, greatly impressed her. Perhaps he was more afraid of the dangers of youth. However, it must be said that his calmness seemed to have a slight impact on her originally flustered state of mind, making her much more composed when facing many battles. But will people always have such good luck? The mountains have now returned to calm. Are you still alive? Renhao, let's hurry up and set off. Li Jiesin said eagerly. On the way down the mountain, we can check if that senior is still there. If he is, I'll take you to pay him a visit. Yes, meeting a master of this level would be very beneficial for you. Sima Zhu quickly added from the side. As they spoke, they exchanged a glance. Clearly, they share the same goal. If he were to meet that person and be taken a liking to him, it would bring Li Renhao a great opportunity, which would be absolutely wonderful. Aunt and Master, I know you mean well, but I have no idea who this expert is. Li Renhao clearly saw through their thoughts and said apologetically, so I don't really want to bother him. Besides, I have more important things to do. Upon hearing this, Li Jiesin and the other person immediately frowned. Renhao, what could be more important than seeing this senior? Sima Zhu frowned and said earnestly, do you know that if you can win that senior's favor, his casual guidance could save you from many detours on your cultivation path? If he could also bestow some gifts upon you, you would receive inexhaustible benefits for the rest of your life. Yes, Renhao, now is the best time to take advantage of the fact that Senior is still in the mountains and go with your master and me to pay our respects to him. Li Jiesin also advised from the side. I appreciate master and aunt's kindness, but as you know, I've never been one to curry favor. Please forgive me for not being able to agree to your request for now. Li Renhao frowned slightly and said anxiously, besides, I do have important things to do. Why are you so stubborn, child? Li Jiesin frowned and gently scolded. And tell us, what could be more important than this? I'm looking for someone. Li Renhao said. Who is it? Li Jiesin and the other person were filled with doubt. A mortal. Li Renhao bit her red lips tightly. Mortal. The two were almost taken aback and hurriedly asked, why do you want to find a mortal? Li Renhao opened her red lips and then roughly recounted to the two of them her encounter with that slender figure in the mountains. So, I want to find him, Li Renhao said. Oh, you have such a heart. Li Jiesin shook her head and said, let's not even talk about how the life or death of a mere mortal is insignificant. Even if we take a step back, how could a mere mortal possibly survive in these mountains? He was lucky, Li Renhao argued forcefully. Good luck. A mocking glint appeared in Li Jiesin's eyes as she lectured. Luck won't always favor one person. A mortal would have no chance of survival in these mountains. Remember, the only thing that can truly turn the tide is your own strength. But I believe him, Li Renhao said, but when she said this, she seemed rather unsure of herself. What's the use of your belief? Even you said it yourself. During your last parting, countless demon kings and spirits gathered in his direction. Do you think these demon kings and spirits wouldn't be able to find a mortal? Li Jiesin lectured. Upon hearing this, Li Renhao's jade-like hand gripping the sword tightened subconsciously, her body trembled slightly, and her eyes dimmed. In reality, she had anticipated this. However, she wanted to see if any miracle would happen. Stop being so stubborn. Come on, let's go pay our respects to that senior right now. Su Maju said firmly. Li Jiesin, standing to the side, also adopted a tougher stance. Clearly, in their eyes, the life or death of an ordinary person was insignificant compared to seeing that senior. Moreover, what about a mortal who has most likely become food for a monster? Chapter 127. Take another look at what that turtle really is. Even though Li Renhao was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to follow Li Jiesin and Su Maju in the direction they had come from, under their insistence. This direction seems to be the direction he was in before. As her body swept across the jungle, Li Renhao's delicate eyebrows twitched, and her bright eyes scanned her surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. But in the lush green forest, not a single shadow could be found. Her eyes dimmed. It wasn't that she had any feelings for this mortal. It was because he had repeatedly escaped unscathed in the mountains teeming with monsters, which had greatly shocked her. Arrive. That senior is just ahead. Just then, Li Jiesin's excited voice came from ahead. However, Li Renhao's mind was not on that at all. He didn't even glance in the direction they indicated, and was still observing his surroundings, trying to find that figure. The three landed and walked towards Yifeng's direction. Renhao, you must remember this. This senior is incredibly powerful, but his state of mind has long since reached the realm of returning to simplicity. He even calls himself a mortal, so we must never offend him. Li Jiesin reminded him. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived not far from Yifeng. Yifeng also saw the three of them, put down his guitar, and looked at them with a faint smile. However, Li Renhao remained absent-minded. Undeterred, he looked around again before reluctantly glancing in the direction Li Jiesin had indicated. Suddenly, my foot suddenly trembled. At the same time, her red lips parted slightly, and her bright, expressive eyes were filled with disbelief. This face, that familiar figure. Aunt, is this the senior you were talking about? Li Renhao was stunned for a long time before he reacted and asked incredulously. Renhao, what are you saying? Don't be rude. Li Jiesin scolded nervously. Quickly greet the master. But Li Renhao seemed not to have heard Li Jiesin's words, still in shock at the unbelievable thing in front of him. She never expected that the super expert Li Jiesin and Su Maju were talking about was the same ordinary person she had encountered in the mountains. But he clearly has no cultivation level, so how could he be a super expert? For a moment, Li Renhao felt completely dazed. When Li Jiesin noticed that Li Renhao was acting strangely, she frowned and leaned closer to ask, Renhao, what's wrong with you? Auntie, Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Finally, Li Renhao bit her red lips tightly and said with a complicated expression, Is he really the senior you're talking about? What do you mean by that? Su Maju walked over and asked with a frown. He is the mortal I told you about. Li Renhao frowned and explained, But now you call him a master. Are you sure you're not mistaken? What? Upon hearing this, Li Jiasin and Su Maju froze on the spot. They never expected that the senior they were talking about was actually the mortal that Li Renhao had mentioned. This is too much of a coincidence. However, they immediately realized that Li Renhao, that brat, must have lacked eyesight and hadn't noticed how terrifying this person was before. Oh dear, you silly girl. How could you be so foolish? Li Jiasin quickly scolded. It's not that your master and I misjudged him, but that your strength is too low, and you simply cannot see the depth of this person's abilities. Li Renhao frowned. I still find what's happening in front of me somewhat unbelievable. It feels too outrageous. He had dealt with Yifeng more than once or twice, and by all accounts, he was just an ordinary person. How did he suddenly become an expert? You silly child, if you don't believe me, did you see what's on that tree trunk? Li Jiasin winked and quickly said. Li Renhao slightly raised his chin and looked up at the tree trunk. What's wrong with the turtle? Li Renhao was not surprised, because this was not the first time she had seen this turtle. Yifeng had been carrying it in his hand before. You silly girl, why are you so stupid this time? Try to mobilize your energy again and take a good look at what that turtle is. Su Maju shouted from the side, exasperated. Li Renhao frowned. Reluctantly, he gathered his inner energy, swirling it around his eyes, and looked at the turtle with disdain. Is this really unusual? Without realizing it, she abandoned her casual demeanor and looked over intently. Upon closer inspection, finally, she understood the secret of the turtle, which immediately stunned her and made her stand there, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 128 had already given me an opportunity. That was actually? Li Renhao's voice trembled. Li Jiasin nodded solemnly and said, That's right. This turtle is the Boga demon emperor you mentioned. Upon receiving confirmation, Li Renhao trembled. He suddenly took 2 steps back, stunned by the information and unable to recover for a long time. At the time, she looked down on the turtle, not even glancing at it. But who could have imagined that the young man carrying that turtle was none other than the Boga demon emperor? She gasped. Turned out to be. He was the terrifying being who single-handedly broke into the demon emperor's cave and captured the demon emperor. Turned out to be. His survival in these mountains was not due to good luck, but because the rampaging monsters posed no threat to him whatsoever. Looking back now, she realizes she should have understood this much earlier. If even a powerful martial king like her faced numerous dangers and nearly lost her life multiple times, how could an ordinary person possibly survive simply by good luck? And the latter's consistently calm and detached demeanor was not an act at all. However, when Li Renhao recalled what he had said to Yifeng, his face involuntarily turned red to his neck, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her words probably seemed ridiculous to Yifeng. Fortunately, her previous disrespectful words did not offend this person otherwise. Thinking about it now, I feel both ashamed and terrified. Greetings, sir. Li Jiasin and Su Maju spoke with slightly respectful expressions. It's you guys. Yifeng smiled and looked at Li Renhao, saying with a smile, I didn't expect you to be here too. Upon hearing this, Li Renhao's usually slightly frosty face immediately turned red. Clearly, now that she was facing Yifeng again, she was no longer as composed as before. Instead, she was filled with restraint and hesitated for a long time before nervously saying, Greetings, sir. However, despite her nervousness, she still subconsciously glanced at Yifeng. Transcendence. She possesses an extraordinary aura. In particular, Yifeng always had that faint smile on his face, as if everything was under his control, and no matter how big the problem was, it could not make him frown. Ironically, she hadn't noticed it before, only finding this mortal very pleasant to be around. Yifeng wasn't surprised by the girl's nickname. Judging from their facial features, Li Jiasin and Li Renhao look somewhat alike, so they are probably related. Since Li Jiasin calls him sir, because of his musical skills, it is only natural that he, as a junior, would follow suit. See? I told you there was no danger in these mountains, didn't I? Yifeng said with a smile. Look at me now, I'm perfectly fine. However, Yifeng's words made Li Renhao blush again. Yifeng's words were clearly a sarcastic remark about what she had said before. Of course, she could only blame herself for being blind and failing to see Yifeng's true identity. The group exchanged pleasantries. Some pleasantries, Yifeng thought the three of them would leave, but to his surprise, Li Jiasin and Su Maju kept trying to keep him entertained with conversation, especially praising Li Renhao in front of him. Li Renhao is exceptionally talented. What do you mean by having a strong ability to understand? It's a waste of her talent for me to teach her, etc. This made Yifeng quite unhappy. What does it matter to him if your disciple is talented? Is he just showing off and trying to disgust people because he can't cultivate? Besides, he had been traveling all day and was exhausted. He really didn't want to waste any more time arguing with these people. Yawning again, Yifeng could no longer hold on and finally got straight to the point. It's already dark. Aren't the three of you going to leave? Maju, who was praising Li Renhao in front of Yifeng, suddenly froze, her face flushed, and she swallowed back the words she was about to say. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disappointment. They had hoped that this man could bring Li Renhao some good fortune, but he seemed to have no such intention and even directly asked them to leave. They dared not disregard this man's order to leave, and had no choice but to respectfully take their leave. But in their departing eyes, there was still a lingering reluctance. If only this senior could bring Renhao some good fortune. Su Maju sighed softly as he flew out of the mountain. Yes, that's right. Li Jiasin sighed, but also felt a sense of disappointment at her hopes being dashed. Such a powerful being is rarely seen. It's a shame that Li Renhao didn't get any opportunities after finally meeting one and establishing a relationship with him. Master, let it go. Li Renhao blinked, his expression complicated, and said, I was rude to this senior many times before. It's already a great blessing that he can forgive me for the past. After saying that, she lowered her head. All right. Li Jiasin and the other person sighed and fell silent, their expressions filled with endless dejection. But just then, Li Renhao seemed to remember something, and suddenly raised his head and said, No, that senior has already given me this opportunity. What? Upon hearing this, the two, who had been looking dejected, suddenly turned their intense gazes toward them. Chapter 129 almost killed his own family for the righteous cause. What is it? The two asked in unison, their voices filled with urgency. It's a sachet, supposedly for repelling insects, Li Renhao said. Quick, take it out. The two of them spoke hurriedly. But Li Renhao hesitated and stammered for a long time before finally saying with a grim expression, At the time, I thought he was an ordinary person, so I didn't pay attention to this sachet. I don't know when I lost it. What did you say? Li Jiasin and the other woman felt their blood rush to their heads, and their auras suddenly exploded at this moment, their eyes fixed on Li Renhao. They never imagined that Li Renhao would miss out on an opportunity that others would spend their entire lives trying to obtain. I'm asking you, where did you put it? Li Jiasin pressed him with a trembling voice, her tone extremely urgent. I don't know either. I really didn't mean it. Li Renhao said, her face flushed. Under the pressure of the two men's authority, she was under immense stress. She knew in her heart that Li Jiasin and Su Maju, who usually doted on her, were truly angry this time. You don't know? You actually don't know? Li Jiasin raised her hand to strike, but in the end she held back. Her face flushed red as she looked at Li Renhao and shouted tremblingly. Li Renhao, you are a disgrace to the Li family. How could you do such a foolish thing? Do you know that your master and I paid the price of our Li family's spatial ring to obtain this opportunity, and you got it but threw it away? You're really something. Yes, Renhao, I'm not criticizing you this time, but do you know how great an opportunity you've lost? Su Maju rebuked him, equally agitated. This senior is at least a martial saint. During our interaction with him just now, we saw 2 saint-grade treasures, and the sachet he gave you is very likely a saint-grade treasure as well. You actually threw away something like that. If it weren't for the fact that you're my only disciple, I would have been willing to kill my own relative for the greater good. A sacred item? Su Maju's words left Li Renhao completely bewildered. Even though she saw her aunt and master's excitement, she didn't guess that it was a saint-grade item. After all, even a sect-grade treasure could cause a bloodbath, let alone a saint-grade item. In an instant, she was filled with remorse, and tears streamed down her face. Master and aunt, I really know I was wrong. I really didn't expect this sachet to be so important. I thought it was just an ordinary sachet used by mortals. Li Renhao explained hurriedly with tears in his eyes. Humph, Li Renhao, you should know that this lost opportunity is not just yours alone, but also the Li family's and the Imperial Sword sect's. Li Jiasin's face was frosty as she reprimanded him with a pained expression. With this opportunity, you might have been able to lead the Imperial Sword sect and our Li family to a higher level, but you actually threw it away. You. Overwhelmed by rage, Li Jiasin felt a tightness in her chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Li Renhao's face became even more anxious. While shedding tears, he hurriedly said, "Auntie, please don't be angry. I'll go find it. I'll definitely find it." "What are you looking for?" Sacred artifacts are treasures that have reached the point of returning to simplicity. They don't emit any aura fluctuations at all. Only by looking closely can you feel their true meaning, Li Jiasin scolded. "And there are so many mountain ranges in Mufa Mountain, so how are you going to find it all by yourself?" Li Renhao lowered her head, choked up and unable to utter a single word. At this moment, she truly didn't know what to do. If she had known how important this sachet was, how could she have been so careless? She can only blame herself for being blind and not recognizing its value. Never mind, finding the sachet is more important. At this moment, Su Maju said with a livid face, "I plan to go back and mobilize all the disciples of my Imperial Sword sect to come into the mountains to find this sachet." Good. Li Jiasin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and realized that the sachet was more important than teaching Li Renhao a lesson. So she quickly said, "I will also go back and inform the Li family to send people to search together. Then let's not delay, let's set off immediately. I just hope we can still find this sachet." Chapter 130, as if facing a formidable enemy. After seeing off these cultivators, Yifeng slept soundly until dawn. Thinking of his apprentice's condition, Yifeng dared not delay and continued to search for traces of the Cloud Road flower in the mountains. Snake and eagle stew for food, rain, dew and mountain spring for quenching thirst. Before I knew it, it was evening again. Cloud Road flowers. Finally, Yifeng found traces of the Cloud Road flower in a mountain stream. After picking the Cloud Road flower, Yifeng smiled happily. This trip had been very fruitful. Not only had he picked all the medicinal herbs that Zhongqing needed, but he had also obtained a lot of wild game. Of course, the unexpected bonus was the ring in my hand. He had seen a lot of these things in cultivation novels in his previous life, and this time he finally got to use them as he wished. It has to be said, this thing is fucking convenient. However, it was already dark, and even though he was worried about his disciple, it was really not appropriate to travel in the dark in the middle of the night. Wild beasts were one thing, but he didn't want to die at the foot of some cliff. Looks like I'll have to find a place to stay tonight. Yifeng sighed slightly. After all, the place he stayed last night was nowhere to be found. Amidst beautiful mountains and clear waters, the waterfall cascades down. Mao beside her and asked, "Mao Mao, it's been so many days, still no news?" Mao Mao said in a low voice, "Miss, I have sent many people down the mountain to inquire, but we can't find this author at all. It's as if the news has been deliberately blocked." Bai Pia Piao frowned her beautiful brows and said softly, "Then let's investigate further. In the past few days, I have read Dream of the Red Chamber and Supreme Treasure again, and I have gained a new understanding of the books. I can't wait to meet the author of these two books." Miss, I thought you didn't like this author anymore," Mao Mao pouted and said. "Otherwise, you wouldn't be staring at that mortal's poems all day long." Bai Pia Piao rolled her eyes at Mao Mao and said softly, "You don't understand. The author of Dream of the Red Chamber is a master, and Yifeng's poems also have a unique charm. He is also a very interesting person. The two are not contradictory. Of course, I admire the author of Dream of the Red Chamber, but as for Yifeng, I can only say that I feel like a close friend." "Oh, okay." Mao Mao scratched his head and continued, "But why hasn't Yifeng come around lately? The food he baked last time was really delicious. Even if he wanted to come, he probably wouldn't be able to find this place," Bai Pia Piao said, shaking her head. "All right, miss, I almost forgot. To prevent the monsters in these mountains from running rampant, we've already activated the formation." Mao Mao said apologetically, "With the formation activated, let alone a mortal like Yifeng, even a martial emperor might not be able to find this place. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore." Her jade-like hands on the zither again, she said with distress, "You know that I cultivate the way of the zither, and I am currently stuck in a bottleneck period. I urgently need to compose a zither score so that I can break through. Yifeng's poem gave me a lot of inspiration last time. I wanted to use his poem as lyrics to compose a piece of music, but I always felt that something was missing. Miss, it's all my fault. I know nothing about playing the zither and can't help you at all." Mao Mao pouted and said sadly, "All right, silly girl, don't be sad for me. When the time comes, I'll get through it. You should keep spreading the word and keep asking about that gentleman from Dream of the Red Chamber." Bai Pia Piao got up, rubbed Mao Mao's head, and gently instructed him. "All right, miss, please don't be too impatient. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Mao Mao prepared to turn around and leave. But just as she turned around, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. Knock knock. The sound was so pleasant. Bai Piapiao and Mao Mao's expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Without saying a word, Mao Mao drew his long sword. Her flowing white dress billowed in the air as she sat down again beside the zither, her delicate hands gripping the strings, her eyes warily fixed on the doorway. It should be noted that due to the rampage of monsters in the mountains, they directly activated the formation. Under the cover of the formation, even Martial Emperor-level experts could not find this place. However, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Absolutely terrifying to think about. This suggests that the person is either a highly skilled expert who happened to be passing by, or a well-prepared enemy. Knock knock. The knocking sounded again. It really got to the nerves of both women. Miss, what should we do? Mao Mao asked in a low voice, his face showing seriousness. Bai Piapiao's beautiful eyes darted around, and after a moment's thought, she said softly, since the person has managed to find this place, whatever their purpose, a door can't stop them. Since we can't avoid it, let's open the door. Despite saying this, Bai Piapiao's jade-like hands tightened their grip on the zither. Mao Mao nodded solemnly. She bit her lip tightly, walked cautiously toward the door, placed her hand on the latch, and suddenly pulled it open. Chapter 131. How exactly did you get in? The door finally opened slowly. At the same time, the two women's nerves were also stretched to the limit. However, what appeared before the two women was a young man in a green robe with a gentle smile. He carried a small bamboo basket on his back, held a sickle in his left hand, and had a turtle weighing several kilograms hanging from the middle finger of his right hand. Yifeng, how could it be you? The two women spoke almost simultaneously, staring at Yifeng with disbelief, while their hearts were filled with turmoil. Haven't seen you for a long time. Yifeng smiled faintly and greeted the two women. I really have no choice but to trouble you again. It wasn't you. Mao Mao stared at Yifeng with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost, and asked, how did you find this place? I've been here before, so I just walked over here. Yifeng explained, shrugging. Upon hearing this, the two women's eyelids twitched, and they couldn't help but exchange a glance. Did they just walk over like that? Do they really think the formation they set up here is just for show? Mao Mao, unwilling to give up, wanted to continue asking, but Bai Piapiao subtly gave her a wink, then smiled at Yifeng and said, Young Master Yi, what are you saying? We're old friends, there's no need to bother you. Thank you, Miss Piapiao and Miss Mao Mao. You are both such kind people, Yifeng said with a face full of gratitude. Young master, you're too kind. You must be tired from your long journey. Bai Piapiao said softly. Mao Mao, take the young master to the guest room we stayed in last time and settle him in. Thank you, young lady. Yifeng gave a slight bow. Bai Piapiao smiled and returned the greeting. Sure enough, although Yifeng was just an ordinary person, he was very different from ordinary mortals. His manners and behavior made people feel very comfortable. Therefore, she was not opposed to Yifeng's arrival. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quickly called out, by the way, young master, did you leave something behind last time? Oh, Yifeng scratched his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He could only say embarrassedly, I really can't remember what I forgot. Please tell me, miss. Young master is truly careless. Seeing Yifeng's dazed expression, Bai Piapiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. At the same time, she picked up the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber from beside the zither and handed it to him, saying, This book must be very important to you, young master, right? Oh, so that's what it is. Yifeng suddenly realized what it was, thinking it was something else entirely, but it turned out to be just this tattered book. He then laughed and said, It's nothing, it's just gone. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, Bai Piapiao, who had a smile on her face, frowned slightly without anyone noticing. How can you, young master, value this book so little? She raised her pretty face and asked softly. It's just a book, nothing to be interested in. Yifeng laughed indifferently. After all, he was the one who wrote the book, and he still had a lot of unsold copies at home, which he used to prop up his bed or wipe his butt. It seems I misunderstood. A hint of disappointment flashed in Bai Piapiao's eyes. When she last saw Yifeng leave this book behind, she assumed that Yifeng was also a book lover and a loyal fan of this book, but now it seems that he is not. Otherwise, I would definitely treasure this book. Young master, please go and rest. Bai Piapiao said softly. Then I shall take my leave. Yifeng nodded and followed Mao Mao toward the guest room. After settling in, Mao Mao was about to leave when she turned back with a questioning look in her big eyes and asked, "You really just walked in like that? What are you saying, young lady? I can't exactly fly in, can I?" Yifeng said, looking puzzled. Mao Mao scratched his big head, glanced at Yifeng with a puzzled look, and then jogged away. "Miss, he's been settled in," Mao Mao reported back. Bai Piao nodded, then murmured, "Could it be that there's something wrong with our formation?" "I think so too," Mao Mao agreed. "Otherwise, even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to find us when the formation is activated. It's incredible that a mere mortal like him could find this place." "In that case, go and take a look," Bai Piao instructed. "If it really is a problem with the formation, resolve it as soon as possible." "Yes, Mississippi." Mao Mao leaped up and landed outside the courtyard. However, she had only been gone for a short while when she came running back, looking anxious and panting. Seeing this, Bai Piao frowned and quickly went over to ask, "Mao Mao, what exactly happened?" Chapter 132, just like that he refused? "Miss Mississippi." Mao Mao, panting heavily, patted his little chest, and said, "Our formation is functioning normally. There's no problem at all." "What?" Upon hearing this, Bai Piao, who had just sat down, was startled and suddenly stood up, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes flashing with disbelief. "Miss, you need to find out what's going on right now." Mao Mao said anxiously, "The formation is perfectly fine, so how did a mere mortal get in?" Bai Piao frowned, her pretty brows furrowed, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation for the moment. "Miss, I'll grab that mortal, give him a good beating, and force him to tell me," Mao Mao said through gritted teeth. "Do not be rude." Bai Piao quickly retorted, "Young Master Yi, this isn't the first time we've met. He's not a liar. So what exactly happened?" Mao Mao asked, looking puzzled. Bai Piao shook her head, still unable to explain it, completely baffled. Room. Settling in, Yifeng brought over a bucket of water and poured in a packet of prepared medicinal powder. The powder didn't have much effect. It was mainly for cleaning and also had a pleasant fragrance. After all, it's a place for two girls, so as a grown man, I can't be too careless. After wiping his entire body clean, Yifeng dragged his tired body straight to sleep. In the mountains in late autumn, apart from the occasional gust of wind, it was eerily quiet. A night passed. The red sun slowly emerged from the horizon, a truly beautiful sight. Because he went to bed so early, Yifeng was already up at this time. He stretched and felt refreshed. Thinking of his apprentice, he originally wanted to go down the mountain directly, but since it was not yet fully light, he had no choice but to sit on the steps and watch the sunrise on the horizon. Remembering the tasks assigned by that lousy system, Yifeng got up and took out his guitar. "Let's practice for a while if we can, and then we'll go down the mountain when it's completely light." He tuned the strings and then closed his eyes. The strings vibrating and Yifeng's soft humming. The Price of Love slowly began to play. Beside the pool, Bai Piao sat cross-legged beside the zither, her jade-like hands caressing the instrument, her pretty brows deeply furrowed. Recently, she was struggling with a creative block and desperately needed a piece of music to break through it, but another night passed by unnoticed, and she still came up empty-handed. But at that moment, a unique melody filled her ears. "This is..." Bai Piao, who had been listless, suddenly paused, lifted her long skirt, and stood up to look in the direction of the sound. "Is this the room where young Master Yi is?" She parted her red lips slightly and walked over involuntarily, following the sound. On the steps, a man in a blue shirt, holding a guitar in one hand, squinting his eyes and humming softly, came into her view. Calm. Nice. Ningi. It seems to possess a unique kind of beauty. Unconsciously, Bai Piao stared at the figure in a daze, and without realizing it, she closed her eyes and became immersed in the music. Overwhelmed by the experience, she was filled with a flood of emotions, and 2 tears unknowingly streamed down her face. And at this moment, she finally understood and broke through the bottleneck that had been hindering her. However, the joy of the breakthrough couldn't help her escape the emotions evoked by the song. For a very long time, "Miss Piao?" A gentle voice came, startling Bai Piao awake. She quickly wiped away her tears, bowed to Yifeng, and said hastily, "I'm sorry, I was accidentally so engrossed in your music, sir. Please forgive me." "Miss Piao, you're too kind. It's me who apologizes to you," Yifeng said apologetically, putting away his guitar. "I'm afraid I've disturbed your rest." No. It is a blessing that I was able to hear your music, young master," Bai Piao quickly said. "To be honest, I still have more to say about your music." "You're too kind." Yifeng pinched his nose and smiled rather embarrassedly. I wonder what kind of zither this is, young master. Why have I never seen it before? Bai Piapiao looked at the guitar in Yifeng's hand and couldn't help but ask. It's just a homemade gadget. Yifeng explained with a smile. Homemade? This answer amazed Bai Piapiao, who couldn't help but exclaim. Young master is truly multi-talented. Your praise is too much for me, Mississippi. Yifeng smiled, then glanced at the sky and said to Bai Piapiao, Miss Piapiao, it's already dawn, I must leave now. Young master, why are you in such a hurry? Bai Piapiao's heart sank instantly, and she hurriedly said with a worried expression, Young master, perhaps. But she hesitated to speak. I have to go now, I have things to take care of at home. See you again sometime. Yifeng smiled apologetically, picked up his guitar, slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, and, not forgetting to pick up the old turtle, prepared to leave. Seeing this, Bai Piapiao became even more anxious. Hesitantly, she bit her red lips and finally spoke. Piapiao would like to invite you to stay here for a couple more days. Is that all right? After saying that, Bai Piapiao looked at Yifeng with expectant eyes, and her pretty face flushed red. This was the first time she had extended an invitation to a man. Can't. However, Yifeng refused outright. After saying that, Yifeng, feeling apologetic, quickly walked down the mountain, as he was worried about Zhongqing's injuries. Bai Piapiao froze on the spot. And that's it. You refused? Chapter 133 is extraordinary in every aspect. At Yifeng's departing figure for a long time. The resentment lingered in his eyes for a long time. She never expected that her first invitation to a man would end in failure. This feeling is really unpleasant. But young Master Yu. However, Bai Piapiao suddenly smiled and murmured, You really are interesting. Yifeng disappeared from sight. Bai Piapiao turned around and went into the guest room behind her. Since Mao Mao was still resting, she might as well tidy up the room since she was there. The room was very clean, even cleaner than before Yifeng moved in. Especially the bedding, folded into tofu-like shapes with sharp edges and corners, made Bai Piapiao's eyes sparkle with a strange light. Yifeng. Oh Yifeng, you are clearly just an ordinary person, yet you are extraordinary in every way. Bai Piapiao glanced at the clean bedding, murmuring thoughtfully, gentle and refined, with an extraordinary temperament. Your poems are astonishing. The music you played broke through my creative barriers, and even with the array in my garden fully activated, you still came. Who exactly are you? After staring blankly for a long time, Bai Piapiao finally picked up the bedding on the bed to change it. But as soon as she picked him up, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and her bright gaze fell on the blanket in her hands. It seems to be above. It smells nice. Gently brought her pretty nose closer. The faint fragrance wafted into her nose, and surprisingly, she felt a sense of fascination. Is this his smell? Without realizing it, the hand holding the bedding tightened a little, and a hesitation began to form in my heart. Should I really change this bedding? What surprised her even more was that she actually had the urge to hug the bedding and lie down to sleep. She clenched her teeth tightly. In the end, he put his impulse into action and turned it into reality. After gently lying down and covering herself with the blankets, the faint fragrance wafted in from all directions. Bai Piapiao felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and gradually became sleepy. Her beautiful eyes closed involuntarily, and her whole body relaxed. Time passed slowly. A very long time has passed. Bai Piapiao then slowly woke up, feeling more comfortable than ever before. This sleep had completely drained her of all her fatigue. She gently reached her hands out from under the covers, grasped the edge of the mattress, and pulled it to her nose, then couldn't resist taking a sniff. But just as Bai Piapiao was infatuated, she noticed someone staring at her. She turned her head. Sure enough, a pair of incredulous eyes were staring at her. It seemed she had been there for quite some time. Finally, she couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, miss, you actually. Bai Piapiao's expression changed slightly. With a swift movement, she pulled herself out of the bedding and came to Mao Mao's side, covering Mao Mao's little mouth with her jade hand. Miss, let me go. Mao Mao broke free and pointed at the wooden bed next to her, shouting, You actually slept in the bed that Yifeng slept in. I don't see such an embarrassing thing. You still say you didn't, but I saw it just now. But Mao Mao was still in disbelief and continued to shout, unable to cover his mouth. You. Bai Piapiao's face was ashen as she whispered sharply, Stop talking. No, I'm going to say it. I saw you sleeping in Yifeng's bed just now, and you're still trying to deny it, Mao Mao said stubbornly. You. Bai Piao was so angry at Mao Mao's words that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Her face hardened, and she turned her palm into a knife and slapped Mao Mao on the back of the neck. With a roll of his eyes, Mao Mao collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Piao breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. Touching her flushed face, she found it had turned red all the way to her neck. Recalling this absurd incident, she felt extremely ashamed. On his mind, Yifeng hurried down the mountain without stopping. Without Yifeng as its master, the martial arts school was less lively and more desolate. Dog Ao Qing lay listlessly on the floor, yawning. "Shoo, little dog, come here." Suddenly, a light whistle sounded, accompanied by a playful voice that reached its ears. Almost instantly, Ao Qing's fur stood on end, his heart leaped into his throat, and he jumped up from his lying position, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. With a chill running down his spine, he slowly looked at the manhole cover behind him, his body covered in cold sweat. "Skull, Skeleton Lord, is there anything you need to do?" Ao Qing stammered. Chapter 134, I'll take you to cause trouble. Skeleton Lord? Snort. Am I that old? A sound, filled with anger, came from under the manhole cover. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing quickly corrected himself, saying, Brother Skeleton, you are handsome and dashing. I made a mistake and called you by the wrong name. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so sensible, you little dog. A satisfied sound immediately came from beneath the manhole cover. What was meant as a plea for mercy turned out to be a compliment from the skull. Ao Qing narrowed his eyes and immediately understood the way to get along with the skull. He quickly said, Skull, you're joking. What kind of logic is this? I was just stating the truth. Even before you came out of seclusion, I was attracted by your aura. Oh, sure enough, Ao Qing's interest was piqued by just one sentence, and he quickly said, Come on, tell me, how exactly did I attract you? Ao Qing grinned and chuckled, squinting as he spoke eloquently. Back then, I wondered what kind of peerless genius could possess such an aura, but after you emerged from seclusion, I truly understood the meaning of the saying, seeing is believing. Especially your unique temperament and your flexible attitude. It's simply dazzling. From that day on. At this point, Ao Qing's expression became sincere, filled with longing. From that day on, I secretly vowed in my heart that I must become someone like you in this lifetime. Good. You really know me better than anyone. An excited voice came from under the manhole cover, praising loudly. I've decided to be your friend. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll have your back. Okay, thanks bro. Ao Qing wagged its tail eagerly. Get on the road. Hurry up, help me move this manhole cover. From under the manhole cover came an urgent voice. Someone is coming soon. The owner isn't home. I'll take you to do something. Brother Ma Shang. The dog didn't dare to delay and quickly moved the manhole cover away. Then a skull jumped out. As the skull leaped out, bones flew in from all around the rooms, piecing together a complete skull frame. However, just as it was put back together, it fell apart and scattered all over the ground. Damn it, where's my spine? The skull on the ground immediately cursed loudly. Brother, it seems Master took your cervical vertebrae to use as a clothesline. Wait here, I'll go get them for you. Wagging his tail, Ao Qing ran to the door and retrieved the cervical vertebrae. Great, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. The skeleton was full of praise. With the cervical vertebrae, the skull was reassembled, and it didn't forget to put on the black robe. Tsk tisk. That aura, that domineering presence. I wish I were just a man, otherwise I would definitely be captivated by your black robes, brother. Upon seeing this, Ao Qing launched into another round of subtle flattery, bombarding the skeleton with a torrent of praise. The skull raised its head, feeling lightheaded from Ao Qing's breath, and a white claw emerged from beneath its black robe and grabbed Ao Qing. Ao Qing felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and when he reappeared, he found himself outside Pingjiang City. This immediately shocked Ao Qing so much that his jaw dropped. Pingjiang City is neither too big nor too small, but it is located below Qingshan Gate and is more than 1,000 miles away. In just a moment, they were thousands of miles away. It's like being so close yet so far. Without a doubt, Ao Qing became even more attentive, praising repeatedly. Brother's methods are simply astonishing, a model for us all. Haha, just a little trick. The skull laughed loudly, stretched out its hand, and a reclining chair appeared out of thin air in its hand. It placed the chair on the empty road and lay down on it. With his eyes half closed and legs crossed, he casually remarked, "I must say, Master really knows how to enjoy himself." "Hey, that's right. You and the Master are both role models for us." Ao Ching squinted obsequiously, squatting at the skeleton's feet, his two forelimbs pounding on the skeleton's thighs. "Yi Bei, you're despicable. You even used scarcity marketing to create artificial insecurity for your ancestor. I'm not finished with you." In the sky not far away, several figures walked through the air, accompanied by the voice of the Green Mountain ancestor cursing. "Oh, Brother Qingshan, you've misunderstood. Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu are just in seclusion." Yi Bei patted Qingshan's shoulder and comforted him. "They'll come out of seclusion once we get back." "Humph, don't think I don't know what kind of tricks you're up to." Ancestor Green Mountain snorted angrily. "Only you can save your own life. After all, if I want to kill you, no one can protect you." "Brother, what are you saying? All you need to do is put in a good word for me with the Master," Yi Bei said with a grin. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a terrifying aura descending upon him. In an instant, he lost control of his body, like a small boat in a storm with no power to resist. Chapter 135. The Man in Black Robes on the Recliner. At the same time, this force pulled him toward the ground. Yi Bei's expression changed drastically. Before it could react, it crashed to the ground with a loud bang. As he struggled to his feet, he immediately noticed a deck chair on the road not far away. On the recliner lay a man in black robes with his legs crossed, and next to him sat an arrogant dog. No, a devouring sky wolf. "Who are you?" Yi Bei crossed his arms and frowned as he looked at the man in black robes in front of him, but found that he couldn't see anything. But the man in black robes completely ignored him, lying back on the deck chair as if basking in the sunlight, without even glancing at him. "I'm asking you a question. Who exactly are you?" Even though he was facing someone he couldn't understand, the previous attack combined with the current contempt filled Yi Bei with rage, causing him to shout at the man in black robes. But as soon as Yi Bei finished speaking, the black-robed man sitting on the recliner suddenly sat up. The palm slowly extends. Then, press down hard. Click. Ah! A piercing sound rang out, accompanied by Yi Bei's shrill scream, as his leg bone shattered. Boom! With his leg bone shattered, Yi Bei, who had just gotten up, knelt down on the ground, his eyes filled with intense fear as he stared intently at the black-robed man in front of him. "Do you realize your mistake?" Finally, a chilling voice came from beneath the black robe. Yi Bei gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment, and the intense pain caused beads of cold sweat to slide down his forehead. However, his momentary hesitation caused the man in black robes to vanish. When he came to his senses again, the man was already standing right in front of him. A hand landed directly on Yi Bei's neck, lifting him up. "I'll ask you again, do you know you were wrong?" Beneath the black robe, that cold voice rang out once more. "I know I was wrong." This time, Yi Bei dared not hesitate for a moment, and a stammering sound came from his throat. Boom! Yi Bei fell to the ground again, but when he raised his head, he found that the man in black robes had returned to the recliner at some point. This scene terrified him so much that his heart jumped out of his chest. The black-robed man's strength was so overwhelming that he felt utterly hopeless. He, a martial emperor, couldn't even catch a glimpse of the man's shadow. Who exactly is this person? Why are you stopping him here? Unconsciously, he lowered his attitude and asked again, "May I ask, Senior, when did I unintentionally offend you, causing you to stop me here?" "You certainly haven't offended me," the man in black said. This immediately filled Yi Bei with doubt, but before he could speak, the man in black robes said in a deep voice, "But you have offended my master." "Your master?" Completely dumbfounded by the man in the black robes' words. He rarely even comes into contact with beings like the man in black robes, let alone the man in black robes' master, who is in existence many times more advanced than him. He probably has never even seen such a thing. "Senior, are you sure you're not mistaken about something?" Yi Bei asked cautiously, but as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and immediately bristled, saying, You are from the martial arts school?" The man in the black robe remained silent, which was clearly an admission of agreement. Seeing this, Yi Bei swallowed hard, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He never expected that the terrifying man in black robes in front of him was actually from that martial arts school, and judging from his words, he seemed to be Yi Feng's servant. If a servant has countless methods that he can't understand, just how strong is Yi Feng? Gulong. He swallowed again, his face ashen, much harder than he imagined. At this moment, old ancestor Qingshan and others who were on the same path as Yi Bei also arrived. They happened to hear the conversation between the two and were immediately startled. Gentlemen, when will there be another servant as powerful as him? However, when he saw Ao Qing next to the man in black, he confirmed that the man in black was indeed from the martial arts school. After all, that dog, Wolf, almost got killed by the master to entertain him. Without saying a word, the Green Mountain ancestor led everyone to kneel on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. Do you know that when you came to the martial arts school to cause trouble last time, you made my master very unhappy, he said coldly from beneath the black robe. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei straightened up. He hurriedly banged his head heavily on the ground, explaining urgently, Senior, I was blind last time. Yi Bei, was blind. I beg you to spare my life. When he begged for mercy, he repeatedly winked at the Green Mountain ancestor. But the Green Mountain ancestor arrogantly turned his head away, looking as if it were none of his business. Snort. Mock up. You not only messed with me, but you also angered my senior, and now you want me to plead for you? Dream on. Ancestor, why don't you put in a good word for him? After all, he's my brother-in-law now. Zhu Yun leaned closer and asked cautiously. Go to hell. Old ancestor Qing Shan slapped him across the face. Chapter 136 Brother, Sister. Zhu Yun covered her face, not daring to say another word. For a moment, the atmosphere in the arena became eerie, with only Yi Bei's pleas for mercy remaining. Perhaps Yi Bei himself is an arrogant person. However, when the other party's level is far beyond his reach, even Yi Bei's arrogance vanishes. The arrogance of ants is not worth mentioning at all. An apology should at least have some sincerity, shouldn't it? At this moment, the man in black finally spoke. Yes. Yi Bei exclaimed as if he had grasped a lifeline. With trembling hands, he took off the storage ring and then took out everything inside, such as martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and items of the highest rank, such as those of the king and emperor. However, the man in black robes said dismissively, That's all. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei almost cried. This is his entire fortune. But in order to save his life, he still forced a smile and asked, Senior, what else would you like? Don't try to mix in those royal grade or sect grade trash. For example, you should at least get 1,000 or 800 rare treasures, like spiritual treasures, right? The black-robed man said coldly. 1,000 or 800 magical treasures. Yi Bei's eyes widened instantly. I almost fainted. Spiritual treasures are not man-made objects, but are born naturally. They do not have a clear hierarchy. Perhaps some of them cannot directly enhance combat, but these innate spiritual treasures have unique effects that cannot be possessed by man-made objects. The Flame Pearl, the treasure of the Green Mountain sect, is an example of this. Therefore, such treasures are extremely rare, let alone hundreds or thousands of pieces. Even a single one is not easy to find. What? You're unwilling? The man in black robes asked coldly. I'm willing. Yi Bei explained with a bitter face, but I can only do my best, as much as I can. That's right. Someone as useless as you couldn't possibly have that many. Since you don't have that many spiritual treasures, then you should compensate with other things, the black-robed man said solemnly. After he finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. In the end, what should we ask him to compensate us for? Brother, sister. Just as the man in black was hesitating, Ao Qing's urgent voice came from the side. Upon hearing this, the man in black robes gave Ao Qing an approving look, his spirits lifted, and he slapped his thigh, pointing at Yi Bei and shouting, That's right, girls. I want more girls. It doesn't matter if you don't have that many spiritual treasures. For every spiritual treasure you're missing, you can give me that many girls. Girl. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei was overjoyed. He couldn't possibly acquire 1,000 or 800 magical treasures even if he died, but acquiring 1,000 or 800 girls was still a piece of cake for him. Yes, Senior, I will definitely find you enough girls. Yi Bei quickly replied. You have 7 days to deliver it to the martial arts school. The man in black waved his hand and said, Get lost. Yes. Yi Bei immediately showed a relieved expression, and despite the pain in his legs, he soared into the sky and ran away. Then, the man in black robes turned his gaze to old ancestor Qing Shan and the others, and said in a deep voice, You can all get lost too, but next time you come to the martial arts school, don't come empty-handed. Yes, Senior. Under the pressure from the man in black robes, the Green Mountain ancestor and the others nodded hurriedly and then respectfully took their leave. Not far in the distance, a streak of light flashed by. Damn Lu Qingshan. Lu Dashong, the #1 alchemist in Nansha, have been left out in the Qingshan sect like this. This is intolerable. If I didn't need you to lead me to the Flame Pearl, I would have torn down your Green Mountain sect. But before that, I'd like to go out of the city first and look for other medicinal herbs. Lu Dashing flew faster and faster in the sky. Just then, he suddenly slowed down and looked at the horizon not far away. There are several ripples of energy left over there. These auras seem incredibly powerful. Let's go take a look first. As he spoke, he moved swiftly, heading towards the direction of the fluctuating aura. Chapter 137, An Undeserved Disaster. But as soon as he got close, his eyes widened and almost popped out. It was as if I had seen something terrifying, and I broke out in a cold sweat. His body traced a perfect arc in midair, unleashing unprecedented speed as he fled into the distance. However, he had just flown half a zhang, approximately 3.3 meters, when he suddenly shivered. At the same time, a force acted on him, pulling him backward. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Dashing felt like dying at this moment, having actually encountered this terrifying being again. But he dared not harbor any resentment in his heart. He got up and said with a forced smile, "Senior, what a coincidence we meet again." "It's you again?" A somber voice came from beneath the black robe, clearly recognizing Lu Dashing as well. Yes, it's me." Lu Dashing wiped away his cold sweat and stammered. "You've got some nerve." The man in black robe's voice deepened, and as his voice fell, an absolute pressure descended upon Lu Dashing. He coldly said, "Looks like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough." Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing trembled with fear. After regaining his composure, he waved his hands and hurriedly explained with a mournful face, "Senior, you've misunderstood. I was really just passing by. Do you believe it?" The man in the black robe looked at the dog at his feet. The dog shook its head frantically. "Then what should we do?" the man in black robes asked again. "Sincerity?" the dog said, squinting. The man in black robes nodded solemnly, then looked at Lu Dashing and said in a deep voice, "I can let you go, but it depends on your sincerity." Yes. Lu Dashing said in a trembling voice, and hurriedly opened his storage ring, taking out a large pile of medicinal herbs. "That's it." Looking at these medicinal herbs, a disdainful voice rang out from beneath the black robe, and at the same time, an even stronger pressure was directed at Lu Dashing. Under this powerful pressure, Lu Dashing prostrated himself on the ground, so frightened that his courage was about to burst. He dared not hide anything anymore, and took out his storage ring. With a flick of his sleeve, the storage ring landed in front of Ao Qing. "Qing, take a look and see how it goes." "Okay, bro." Ao Qing opened his storage ring and said, "Brother, there's nothing of value to you, but some things are quite useful to me." "Oh," the man in black robes said in surprise. "In that case, you can have this storage ring." "Oh, thank you so much, brother. You are incredibly handsome, wise, blessed, and may you live as long as the southern mountains." Guzi excitedly put away his storage ring, praising him incessantly. The sudden downpour caused the man in black robes to raise his head slightly. Then, waving his hand, he shouted at Lu Dashing, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing looked relieved, thanked him, and ran off. "Brother, I think the material of his black robe is quite good. I think if you wore that black robe, you would look even more wise and heroic," Guzi said eagerly, looking at Lu Dashing's black robe. "Oh." The man in black robes looked down at his own robes, then at Lu Dashing's robes, and nodded, saying, "That's true." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed at Lu Dashing. Return. Poor Lu Dashing. He had only run a few steps before he breathed a sigh of relief, but this grab brought tears to his eyes. He lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, and said, "Senior, is there anything else you need?" "Take off your clothes," the man in black said without room for argument. "Oh." Lu Dashing's eyes widened. "How what?" With a wave of his hand, the man in black robes sent a chill through Lu Dashing's body, and his clothes were already in the man's hands. "Oh woo. Senior, you not only stole my things, but why humiliate me like this?" Finally, Lu Dashing's pent-up grievances burst out, and he shouted loudly while covering his buttocks with one hand and Kair with the other. However, apart from an empty deck chair, the man and the wolf had vanished without a trace. Wah! A disaster that came out of nowhere. A truly unexpected disaster. Lu Dashing was on the verge of tears. He turned around and looked around. The place was so desolate that not even a single leaf could be found. He had no choice but to take small, quick steps and suddenly miss a step, using unprecedented speed to rush towards Qingshan Gate. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan and his group, who had rushed back, finally arrived at the gate of Qingshan's sect. Someone's there, Zhu Yun suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, the Green Mountain ancestors turned their gazes toward the distance and could clearly sense a powerful wave rushing toward the Green Mountain sect at an extremely fast speed. An enemy attack? Zhu Yun asked nervously. Ancestor Qingshan frowned, his vital energy already circulating, and the group prepared to wait for the approaching powerful energy wave. Chapter 138 Frank and Unreserved Coercion. Finally, a shadow appeared in everyone's sight. Then it became clearer and clearer. It was all white. As he approached, Zhu Yun and the others tensed up. What else could it be but an enemy attack if he charged toward Qingshan's sect with such force? So they had already begun their attack. However, just as they were preparing to launch their attack, they finally saw what the newcomers looked like. Master Lu. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What surprised them even more was that this top alchemist in the South China Sea was completely unaffected. Without hesitation, the Green Mountain ancestor rushed forward and asked with a complicated expression, Master Lu, what sins have you committed this time that have led you to run naked? Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing felt a tightness in his chest, and a sweet taste welled up in his mouth, but he swallowed it back down. But just as he swallowed, the outspoken Zhu Yun suddenly added insult to injury. Master Lu, although I can understand your hobby, my Green Mountain sect has so many disciples, especially female disciples who make up the majority. What you're doing is really not a good influence, and it also tarnishes your reputation as the #1 alchemist in Nansha. These words finally reached Lu Dashing's ears, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He spat out the mouthful of blood he had just swallowed, glared at Zhu Yun with murderous intent, and then transformed into a streak of light and plunged into his residence. Did I say something wrong? Zhu Yun said, looking completely bewildered. Master Lu is usually arrogant, so I think he was a bit too harsh, Lu Qingshan said with a frown. You all go and attend to other matters first. I'll go check on him. With that, Lu Qingshan flew towards Lu Dashing's residence. Although his horizons had broadened considerably since meeting the master, Lu Dashing was, after all, the #1 alchemist in Nansha, so it was best not to offend him. When Lu Qingshan arrived at Lu Dashing's place, Lu Dashing had finally put his clothes back on. Only then were my hands truly freed. Lu Qingshan, what exactly do you mean? Lu Dashing stared intently at the Green Mountain ancestor and shouted in a deep voice. You promised to take me to get the flame pearl, but you left me standing there in your Green Mountain sect. Do you think I, Lu Dashing, am so disrespectful to you? Please forgive me, Master Lu. Lu Qingshan quickly explained. I really had some unavoidable matters to deal with some time ago, which is why I had no choice but to leave you here, Master Lu. Please don't take it to heart. Humph. Don't give me those excuses. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Lu Dashing said with a frosty expression. Tomorrow, at the latest tomorrow, take me to that senior you mentioned, get the flame pearl, and I'll leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face turned ugly. Now that the master's apprentice is still injured, it would be unwise to bring people to disturb the senior at this time. So he quickly said, Master Lu, is there really nothing that can replace this flame pearl? What do you mean? Lu Dashing slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening as he glared at the Green Mountain ancestor and shouted, Lu Qingshan, are you trying to play me for a fool? No, I wouldn't dare, Lu Qingshan explained. It's just that this senior is incredibly powerful, and he's been very busy lately. If we disturb him, it wouldn't be good for either of us. Senior. You keep calling me senior, Lu Qingshan. I think you just made this up because you don't want to hand over the flame pearl, right? Lu Dashing stood up, his powerful aura pressing down on Lu Qingshan. Master Lu, Lu Qingshan, am not that bad. When his advice was ignored, a hint of anger appeared on Lu Qingshan's face. He said in a slightly heavy tone, I am not lying at all, and I am doing this for your own good. To put it bluntly, if you really offend that senior, let alone a mere top alchemist in Nansha, even the top alchemist in the entire Dongxing continent might not be able to withstand his wrath. This is alarmist. Lu Dashing sneered and said disdainfully, since you insist on making this person sound so powerful, then I, Lu Dashing, will go and test this person's luck. I'll see if he obediently hands over the flame pearl, or if I will obediently kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. You really won't listen to advice. Lu Qingshan snorted angrily. Humph, Lu Qingshan, stop trying to scare me. I'm not buying it. I told you, you have to get me the flame pearl tomorrow, or else. At this point, Lu Dashing's face turned cold. What do you want? Lu Qingshan's expression changed. I will then unleash a massacre at your Qingshan sect, and let's see if you can stop me. Lu Dashing said viciously, directly threatening Lu Qingshan. You. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen with rage. Looking at Lu Dashing's arrogant demeanor, he wished he could kill him. However, out of concern for the lives of the disciples of the Green Mountain sect, he had no choice but to lower his head unwillingly. Okay, I'll take you tomorrow. I just hope you won't regret it later. Having said that, Lu Qingshan angrily flung his sleeves and left. Regret. Lu Dashing gave a cold laugh, raising the corners of his mouth in disdain. Chapter 139 Trouble in the Mountains. After a cold laugh, Lu Dashing took out another storage ring. Call. Luckily, I didn't bring this storage ring with me. Relieved, Lu Dashing put the storage ring back on his hand. The storage ring that was stolen by the man in black robes was also important. It was nothing compared to this one, since all his valuable items were stored inside. The Shogunate Mountains. Of the Imperial Sword Sect and members of the Li family had gathered at the foot of the mountain, forming a huge encirclement, and were heading into the mountain in an orderly manner. Li Jiesin, Su Maju, and others stood in midair. Let me tell you, if we can't find that sachet, I'll hold you responsible. Li Jiesin looked at Li Renhao beside her and said in a deep voice. In this matter, Li Jiesin showed no kindness to her niece whom she usually doted on. Li Renhao's face was deathly pale, and she bit her red lips tightly, not uttering a single word. The loss of this sachet was more serious than she had imagined. After returning to the Li family, the family's experts detected an aura emanating from her. This aura caused a change in her physique. However, she lost the sachet after wearing it for less than 2 days. If she had worn it for a long time, she probably would have received many benefits. So when this news came out, the entire Li family and the Imperial Sword Sect were in an uproar. Besides the disciples inside the mountain gate, the Imperial Sword Sect summoned back all the disciples who were training outside as quickly as possible and dispatched them all to Mufa Mountain, all in order to find this sachet. The Li family's top experts also came out in full force. So at this moment, apart from Li Jiesin, Su Maju and others, the entire sky was filled with flying figures. Listen up, everyone. Whether you're a disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect or a member of the Li family, anyone who makes a contribution in the search for the sachet will receive strong support from both the Li family and the Imperial Sword Sect. You can choose any one of the elders to become their disciple. The person who finds the sachet directly will be awarded the title of honorary disciple and will be able to choose either the sect leader or the Li family head to become their disciple. Su Maju's booming voice echoed throughout the sky. Yes. The orderly sounds reverberated through the mountains and forests. The Imperial Sword Sect was one of the major sects in Nansha, far stronger than the Green Mountain Sect. So, apart from a small number of disciples guarding the mountain gate, there were already over 1 million disciples gathered in the Mufa Mountains. Especially with the addition of experts from the Li family, this lineup is truly terrifying. A section of the Mufa Mountains. This is another territory next to the Boga territory, and the Flame Demon Emperor, as the leading demon here, has absolute authority. Before him, 2 mortals knelt, trembling. Great King, spare my life. The 2 mortals begged for mercy, trembling. Snort. Yin Duo, the demon emperor, snorted coldly, waved his hand, and ripped off the 2 people's heads. He then devoured them like watermelons, turning the 2 heads into bones, which he casually tossed aside. In the direction he threw it, the pile of skulls had already formed a small mountain. Awesome. Yin Duo, the demon emperor, stuck out his tongue, revealing a satisfied expression. Your Majesty, it's terrible. It's terrible. Just then, a little demon rushed over and said, something has happened. 15 more demon spirits have died in our territory, and 3 demon kings have also shown symptoms. They probably won't last long either. What? Yin Duo Demon Emperor was instantly enraged. Starting a few days ago, some of the lesser demons in his territory suddenly became weak all over, and slowly died as they were unable to use their demonic power. He didn't pay much attention at the time. After all, there were so many demonic beasts in his territory, it was normal for unexpected situations to arise. But he never expected that not only would the demon spirit be affected, but even his demon king would be in trouble. What exactly happened? Has this situation occurred in other territories? Yin Duo Demon Emperor asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, please wait. I will immediately send people to inquire in other territories, the little demon said hastily. But just as he turned around, several rough voices came from outside. No need to ask, we're already here. As the sound faded, several massive demonic energies surged forth, followed by the appearance of several imposing figures. So, it was one of the other demon emperors. What exactly happened? Yin Duo, the demon emperor, hurriedly went to greet him and asked in a deep voice. We came here specifically to find you, one of the Changgung demon emperors said. We have also encountered the situation in your territory, and some of our territories have suffered even more severe losses than yours. So we came together to discuss what we should do. What? Someone from your territory has appeared too. Yin Duo demon emperor frowned deeply. If this strange situation were to occur in all territories, then this matter would truly be terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 140 Humanity declares war. So, has the cause been found out? Yin Duo demon emperor asked again. There must be a problem with the water source, said another demon king from the River of Oblivion. Every demon beast that has drunk from the mountain spring has noticed this issue. Water source. How could there be a problem with the water source? Yin Duo, the demon emperor, became even more serious. Although they had cultivated into demons, they still could not do without water. The problem with the water source was tantamount to uprooting them. I think it's related to the Boga territory. The demon emperor of Wanchuan narrowed his pupils and said solemnly, ever since the incident in Boga's territory, things have become quite unsettled in these mountains. But didn't we issue a kill order along with all the demon beasts in the entire shogunate? Hasn't the matter with Boga been settled yet? Yin Duo demon emperor asked again. His question immediately earned him glares from the other demon emperors. Your information is really outdated. Apart from a few minor demons, Boga's territory has become a dead land. Not only has Boga disappeared without a trace, but even the 18 demon kings in his territory have vanished. However, according to the news sent back by the demon kings of our territory, these 18 demon kings are probably in grave danger. They should have been wiped out in one fell swoop, without even a chance to resist. Another Luoyang demon emperor frowned and said with a solemn expression, What? Yin Duo, the demon emperor, was taken aback, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He never expected that the Boga territory, which was adjacent to his, would be wiped out so suddenly. Could it be that humans have attacked us? Yin Duo, demon emperor, swallowed hard and asked boldly. It's probably not very likely. The demon emperor Luoyang shook his head and said, The great war between our demon realm and humans has been over for many years, and we have long since reached an agreement to keep to ourselves. Although there are some minor frictions, and humans have always wanted to destroy us, they do not have the courage to do so. After all, if a real war breaks out, humans absolutely cannot afford the price. If this was indeed done by humans, and they even destroyed the territory of a demon king, it would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against our entire demon realm in the South China Sea. So, they definitely wouldn't dare. Upon hearing this, the demon emperors nodded. After all, no one dares to start something that involves a racial war. Even when these demon kings wanted to have a feast, they only dared to steal a couple of heads from human villages and didn't dare to make any big moves. However, at that moment, a little demon from Yin Duo's territory rushed over in a hurry, even rolling twice on the ground in a panic. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A large human army has appeared in our territory, and there are also many human martial spirits and martial kings in the sky. What? The message from the little demon immediately surprised the demon emperor present. Just as they were incredulous, several lesser demons rushed over, knelt on the ground, and hurriedly reported. Report. Demon Emperor Changgung. A large number of human sect disciples have also been discovered in our territory. Report. Demon Emperor Luoyang. Human sect disciples have also appeared in our territory, numbering as many as 100,000. In addition to human demon spirits and demon kings, we have also detected the fluctuations of martial emperor experts here. Report. King of the River of Oblivion. It's the same in our territory, and the lesser demons in our territory have already engaged in small-scale battles with them. These voices shocked the demon emperors so much that their faces turned deathly pale. The world is about to change. Humans. They've really declared war on our Nansha demon realm. The demon emperors looked at each other, their faces filled with solemnity. Human armies, sect disciples, martial spirits, and martial kings, and even martial emperors comparable to these demon emperors, all mobilized. What is this if not a declaration of war? Damn humans, they are so despicable. First, they suddenly wiped out the Boga territory, then they tampered with our shogunate's water sources, and then they took advantage of our unpreparedness to send a large human army to invade. All of this is truly a clever tactic. That's really despicable. Luckily we found out early, otherwise we wouldn't even know they were at our doorstep. Indeed, if we had discovered it even a little later, we would have been the next Bogu territory. Unconsciously, many demon emperors broke out in a cold sweat. What to do? Let's make a decision. The demon emperors exchanged glances and spoke. Humph. So what if there's a human martial emperor? He's just an army of 100,000 humans. We'll wipe him out. Yes, kill him. This is outrageous. That's right. We're on our turf. What are we afraid of? Immediately, the voices of indignation rose from all the demon kings. Chapter 141 was hasty. It's a martial grandmaster. All right, let's do it that way. Fellow demon emperors, let's issue the order to set up the battle lines in each territory first. And we will learn from the methods of humans. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Let's join forces to kill those human martial emperors first, and then wipe out the rest of the rabble in one fell swoop. Great idea. As the voices fell, the demon emperors immediately unleashed powerful auras, causing the air to whistle. Then, they transformed into several streaks of light, moving with unstoppable momentum, and swiftly sped into the mountains and forests. Gentlemen, we have detected human presence not far ahead. Indeed, both auras are very powerful. They should be human martial emperor experts. Let's work together and attack directly, striving to quickly secure our first victory. Good, good. The voices fell one after another, each one stronger than the last, each one more confident than the last, practically a solemn vow. In an instant, the four demon emperors rushed straight towards the source of the fluctuating aura. Between the horizon, a white-haired man stood in midair, holding a long sword, his indifferent eyes scanning the mountains and forests. Just then, he suddenly felt four powerful waves attacking him. His pupils contracted. A sharp gaze suddenly fell upon them. That one glance locked onto the four members of the Chang'e Demon Emperor group. This single glance sent chills down the spines of the demon emperors, making them break out in a cold sweat and feel a chill run down their spines. We were too hasty. He's a martial grandmaster. Let's retreat. The several demon emperors, the most perceptive, the Luoyang Demon Emperor, immediately realized that this was a martial grandmaster. After reminding the demon emperor next to him, he, who had just been full of confidence and determined to win the first victory, turned around and ran away. Upon seeing this, the demon emperors Chang'e and Wang Chuan also broke out in a cold sweat and turned to run away with the demon emperor Luoyang. However, Yin Duo, who was always good at speed, was still ahead. His eyes were fixed on the white-haired man. He not only did not hear Luoyang's words, but also did not expect that the man in front of him was a martial grandmaster. The three of you. This person looks powerful, but if the four of us work together, we will definitely be able to take him down. I'm fast, I'll attack him head on, and the three of you can distract him from the sidelines. We've got this battle in the bag. I, Yin Duo, the Demon Emperor, will go first. After calling out to his companions, Yin Duo Demon Emperor locked his gaze on the white-haired man. With a sudden movement, he spread his wings, and a vulture instantly materialized, attacking the white-haired man with a powerful aura. The white-haired man's cold gaze finally stirred. He drew the long sword he was holding and slashed down without any fancy moves. What? Yin Duo, the Demon Emperor, had a change in expression. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from this person, he hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Demon Emperors, this person is even stronger than I imagined. Quickly, come with me and block this sword." However, there was no reaction after he finished speaking. He suddenly looked to the side, only to find that the flowing young Demon Emperor and the others had long since disappeared. He stared wide-eyed in horror. But at the same time, the sword also came slashing down. Flame seizes the Demon Emperor. Sudden. Call. Meanwhile, Luoyang Demon Emperor and the others had already run 1,000 miles away, panting heavily with lingering fear, their bodies already soaked with sweat. They never expected that humans would send out a martial arts master. Even more unexpectedly, before they could even touch anyone, a demon king had already been killed. What to do? Make a decision. Yes, the appearance of a martial grandmaster has already exceeded our ability to control the situation. In an instant, the remaining 3 demon emperors began to discuss anxiously, completely losing the heroic spirit they had displayed when they first set off. Gentlemen, there's nothing we can do. This situation has spiraled out of our control. At this moment, the flowing young demon emperor stepped out and said with a solemn expression, first it was the Bogu Demon Emperor, and then it was the Yin Duo Demon Emperor. This blood feud can never be erased. A war between the two races is inevitable. We can only go into the mountains to inform that one. Demon Lord Song Ko. Mentioning that one sent chills down the spines of the great demon emperors. This is the king of the entire South Sands demon realm. You must know that the demon lord is a more powerful existence than the demon sect. In his eyes, they, a few minor demon emperors, are nothing but ants. But things have progressed to this point, and even if we have to face that terrifying being, there's nothing we can do. Chapter 142, Yifeng's Fury. After days of continuous drizzle, the sun finally came out today, and the warm sunshine raised the temperature considerably. In Pingjiang City, many people were basking in the warm sunshine. At the entrance of the martial arts school, the atmosphere was lively, with singing and dancing. The music included zither, eru, gongs, and drums. All sorts of instruments were present, and different types of tunes were played, some joyful, some passionate, some lyrical. As the music began, a dozen or so alluring women at the bottom of the steps swayed their slender waists and danced gracefully to different types of music. At the entrance of the martial arts school, a man in black robes was lounging on a deck chair with his legs crossed. Accompanied by music, the sleeves of his robe moved rhythmically above his head, while a dog lay at his feet, squinting its eyes, wagging its tail, and patting his thigh with a fawning expression. Brilliant! A handful of gold coins from a large basin beside him, and tossed them over. Seeing this, the dancing women danced even more energetically. A few of the bolder ones even twisted to the side of the man in black robes, their soft bodies intentionally or unintentionally touching him, almost falling directly into his arms. Although I don't quite understand why the body under the black robe feels a bit uncomfortable, it doesn't matter when I see the large basin of gold coins next to him. Giggle. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Rumbling laughs emanated from beneath the black robe. He stretched out his hand and threw another handful of gold coins, displaying incredible generosity. Just then, he suddenly stopped, as if he had realized something, and with a jolt, he jumped up, pushed aside the two women in front of him, and started to run away as fast as he could. The dog at his feet raised its head and looked around. After seeing what was happening, it suddenly bristled, moved its limbs, and disappeared in a flash. But the dog was fast, and the man in black robes was caught by a hand after only a few steps. ABA. He quickly spoke up. I'll slap you, you seventh uncle. Accompanied by a curse, a clenched fist slammed down on the man in black robes. ABA, Baba, Ababa, stunned the man in black robes, causing his legs to buckle and a trembling sound to come from the ground. Keep spitting. Keep spitting. Yifeng, who had just returned from the mountains, was the one who came back at that moment. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw this scene. What was even more infuriating was that they were still squandering his gold coins here. Yifeng had never been so extravagant. You damn skull, you're really out of control. This absolutely infuriated Yifeng. First, they hammered the skull repeatedly, then grabbed the black robe, twisted it into a ball, dragged it to a corner, and stomped on it again. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you to be arrogant. I've been gone for a few days, and you're already climbing on the roof and tearing the tiles off, huh? You still dare to squander my gold coins? If I don't beat you to death today, you won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Yifeng stomped on the skull one step at a time, showing absolutely no mercy. Through the crack in the door, Guzi Ao Qing watched with trepidation. His eyelids twitched every time Yifeng stepped on the door. Brother, it's really not that I'm disloyal. Master's beating is something that probably only you in the whole world can withstand. While Yifeng was beating up the skull, the dancing girls noticed something was wrong and quickly picked up the gold coins on the ground. The bolder ones even took a sip from the basin before leaving and then hurriedly disappeared. Holy crap, my gold coins. Yifeng looked at the large basin of gold coins, now almost empty, and felt like crying. It's true that he's rich now, but he shouldn't forget his poor days. I remember the year when his books wouldn't sell and no one came to the martial arts school. He ate potato leaves mixed with rice all winter long, which made him unable to defecate for several months and almost caused him to develop hemorrhoids. Thinking of this, Yifeng's anger flared up again, and he continued to stomp heavily on the skull. So you're that Yifeng? Just then, a haughty voice came from behind. Upon hearing this, Yifeng, who had one foot on the skull, turned around and saw the Green Mountain ancestor and a richly dressed middle-aged man standing behind him. The person who spoke just now was the middle-aged man I didn't recognize. Chapter 143, What Kind of Misfortune Has Befallen Us? When the Green Mountain ancestor met Yifeng's gaze, he immediately bowed and didn't dare to say a word. Who are you? The person's tone sounded very unpleasant, which made Yifeng frown and ask directly, "Who I am?" Lu Dashing gave a cold laugh, then revealed the white herbal symbol on his chest, and said arrogantly, "Now you understand, right? Let me tell you my name, Lu Dashing." After speaking, Lu Dashing raised his proud head and looked down at Yifeng. Yifeng frowned slightly. Looking at the white flower on Lu Dashing's chest, which looked like a dead person's, she pouted. "Lu Dashing? I've never even heard of it." Still acting all arrogant, Yifeng didn't care whether he came with the Green Mountain ancestor or not, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Brother Green Mountain, come in and sit down. As for you, I don't know you, you can leave." Yifeng's words infuriated Lu Dashing. The symbol on his chest was that of an alchemist, and Lu Dashing was renowned as the #1 alchemist in Nansha. How could this person not recognize him? "Good lad." Lu Dashing's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't have time to argue with you about this. I'm asking you, is the flame pearl on you?" "What flame bead?" "I don't know," Yifeng said rather impatiently. "Still pretending with me? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Dashing's expression turned cold, and he took a step closer to Yifeng. "What do you want to do?" Yifeng frowned slightly. What do I want to do? If you don't hand over the flame orb, I'll break your legs and tear down your lousy martial arts school." Having said that, Lu Dashing flew into a rage and rushed toward Yifeng. As he swiftly approached, he flipped his hand, creating a sharp claw mark that lunged at Yifeng's neck. The attack was about to land on Yifeng's neck. He seemed to spot something familiar in the corner of his eye. Who was that person in the black robe? Gah! He suddenly realized that the black robe was his own. So this black robe is here, at Yifeng's feet? He suddenly fixed his gaze on Yifeng's feet, and sure enough, he recognized that familiar figure even if he were reduced to ashes. "Oh my god!" Lu Dashing stared blankly and muttered something. Almost instantly, a strong sense of fear rushed to his head, scaring him out of his wits. At the same time, his legs suddenly buckled, and he left 2 long tracks on the ground as he lurched forward, stopping right next to Yifeng's feet. Aye. At this moment, Lu Dashing's upper and lower teeth were chattering, cold sweat was pouring down his forehead, and he looked at Yifeng tremblingly and stammered, "Senior, you misunderstood. I was just joking with you. I came to deliver something to you." As he spoke, he took off the storage ring from his hand with trembling hands and respectfully placed it at Yifeng's feet. "Please accept this. After it's finished, it's done." He turned and ran. In his haste, he tripped on the stone slab and rolled over, but this did not slow him down. He got up and continued running. As I ran, cat pee involuntarily started flowing from my eyes. What the hell have I done to deserve this? I'm never coming back to this damn Pingjiang city again. As he ran, he was filled with regret, regretting that he hadn't listened to the old master of the Green Mountains and had been so bold as to come here. This guy at the martial arts school isn't just some big shot, he's a giant. Otherwise, how could they have trampled and tormented that ridiculously strong man in black robes under their feet? But now, he couldn't care less about any of that. All he wanted to do was run out of the martial arts school's territory, run out of Pingjiang City, and even run out of Nansha? "You come back here." However, he had only run a few steps when he heard Yifeng's voice behind him. These words were like a demonic chant, instantly freezing Lu Dashing in place, like an ice sculpture. Chapter 144. The kitchen knives in the master's kitchen are all top quality. Lu Dashing was almost scared to death by that shout. If my legs hadn't been squeezed tightly together, my pants would probably have gotten wet too. At this moment, Yifeng was completely dumbfounded. This Lu Dashing first came over arrogantly, then knelt on the ground, and threw down a broken ring. He was simply a lunatic. Finally, Lu Dashing turned around, trembling, wiping the sweat from his face, and walked heavily toward Yifeng again. "What exactly do you do?" Yifeng asked in a deep voice. I really came to deliver something," Lu Dashing said, on the verge of tears. "Delivering something? I'll give you a numbing treatment." Yifeng chuckled coldly. Although Lu Dashing's behavior was very illogical, judging from his previous attitude, he was no good. I. Lu Dashing wiped cold sweat from his forehead. But he dared not admit that he had come to cause trouble, and could only stammer, unable to speak for a long time. "Gentlemen." Just then, 3 figures walked over respectfully. They were Wu Yonghong and his 2 companions. 3 martial grandmasters? When Lu Dashing, who was stammering, saw Wu Yonghong and the other 2, his eyes widened immediately. Martial Emperor level experts were already of very high level in Nansha, and martial grandmaster level experts were even rarer. You couldn't find them even with a lantern. But suddenly, 3 people gathered at the entrance of the martial arts school. Lu Qingshan, who was equally nervous, was also slightly surprised, but he didn't lose his composure too much. Having been exposed to so many, he was already immune to it. Seeing 3 martial grandmasters here with his teacher seemed to be a perfectly normal thing. After all, Lu Qingshan had personally witnessed the terror of that black-robed man, and now he was being trampled underfoot by his master and struggling incessantly. What were 3 martial grandmasters compared to that? Wu Yonghong and his 2 companions merely glanced at Lu Qingshan and Lu Dasheng before paying them no further attention, as they considered these 2 to be of little importance. However, the arrival of the 3 temporarily relieved Lu Dasheng, because Yifeng's attention was focused on the 3 of them. "It's the 3 of you." Yifeng greeted him. "What brings you here today?" "Sir, it is indeed us. Didn't you mention in the mountains that there was a piece of wasteland behind your martial arts school that needed to be cultivated and asked us to come and help?" Wu Yonghong said respectfully. Yes. Yifeng slapped his forehead, then remembered and said, "Yes, I do plan to clear that wasteland. It's like this, sir. My 2 old friends would also like to come along. What do you think?" Wu Yonghong said again. After he finished speaking, Sun Zhuge and Chu Guangshi behind him immediately looked over with expectant eyes. "You'd like to come too? Okay then." Yifeng pondered for a moment and then nodded. Looking at the expectant eyes of the 2 men, they obviously wanted to earn some money for food. They were farmers, after all. It wasn't easy for them to make a living. Besides, his land wasn't small, and old Wu was indeed short-handed if he were to manage it all by himself. Okay, thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Upon hearing this, the 3 elders immediately beamed with joy. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh at how hard it was for people at the bottom of society to survive. They were so excited about just cultivating a piece of barren land. So he said, "As for the reward, I'll give you 3 100 gold coins directly. Even if you finish it in 1 day, you'll still get 100 gold coins." No problem. Wu Yonghong and the other 2 nodded, having no objection to Yifeng's offer of 100 gold coins, nor did they intend to point it out. After all, they all understood that this was a peerless master who had come to the mortal world to play around, so it was reasonable for 100 gold coins to be just a formality. "Okay, if there are no problems, did you bring your tools?" Yifeng asked. "Well," Wu Yonghong and the other 2 exchanged awkward glances, looking embarrassed. "All right, it's fine, I have some here. You guys wait here first." Yifeng stomped heavily on the skull again before walking into the inner room. After waiting for the others, Yifeng took out a rake, a hoe, and a shovel. However, upon seeing these 3 shovels, Wu Yonghong and his 2 companions, as well as the trembling Lu Dasheng, gasped in shock and were almost dumbfounded. They actually produced 3 sacred items right away. "You 3 can each take one," Yifeng said, extending his hand. Give it to us. Wu Yonghong and the other 2 exchanged glances, their voices stammering and their hands trembling. "How are you supposed to work if I don't give you any?" Yifeng rolled his eyes at them and said, "Just use them for now. I have more if you break them." Hiss. There's still more? These words nearly scared Wu Yonghong and his 2 companions out of their wits. "Sir, are there so many of these precious items here that you can buy them all? And to use 3 sacred artifacts just to cultivate a piece of wasteland? Such extravagance. TSK. However, Lu Qingshan, who was standing to the side, was not too surprised, and even looked at the country bumpkin with a disdainful expression. His strength might not be as high as these 3, but the broadened horizons he gained from the master are incomparable to theirs. What's so special about using sacred items for pioneering? Even the knives the master uses to chop vegetables in the kitchen are sacred items. Chapter 145, A Special Job. Alright, I still have some things to take care of here. You guys go to the back and take a look first. You can decide when to start working, Yifeng said calmly. Yes. The 3 nodded respectfully and gratefully, eagerly accepting the thing they had been dreaming of, holding it tightly in their arms before heading towards the back of the martial arts school. After the 3 left, Yifeng turned his gaze back to Lu Dasheng. His brows furrowed tightly. Although he is usually quite magnanimous, he is not necessarily an honest person. He will never let go of someone who is clearly here to cause trouble. As Yifeng frowned, Lu Dasheng immediately felt an invisible pressure attacking him, making him unable to muster any strength. In his eyes, this pressure was even more terrifying than the black-robed man under Yifeng's feet. Perhaps it wasn't as direct, but this pressure seemed innate, and it was also like a cross-dimensional suppression. For a moment, he lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. Tell me, what exactly are you here for? Yifeng said in a deep voice. I. Lu Daxing's face was grim, and he was stammering when suddenly his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Sir, I also heard from others that your land is going to be cultivated, so I came to ask if you need anyone to do the work. Are you here looking for trouble too? Yifeng asked Lu Daxing with a hint of disbelief. Yes, I really am here to do something. Seeing that Yifeng seemed to believe him, Lu Daxing grasped at a straw and said sincerely, I really am here to do something. You have to believe me. I like to joke. I was just joking with you earlier. Seeing Lu Daxing's sincere appearance, Yifeng began to believe him to some extent. Although this person seemed a bit crazy and unreliable, he had indeed told many neighbors about this before. These days, it's not easy for people at the bottom of society to survive. Just to get by, they'd go wherever there was work, even if it meant risking their lives. Moreover, he's such a good employer. Thinking about it more carefully, Yifeng realized that he had never met this person before, and he couldn't think of any grudge between them. It didn't seem plausible to say that he was here to cause trouble. Since you're here to do something, stop kneeling on the ground, Yifeng said, sizing him up. But you'd better not make these kinds of jokes that arouse suspicion anymore. Yes. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Lu Daxing quickly got up from the ground, revealing a relieved expression. At the same time, he remembered the opportunity that the three martial grandmasters had just had. His eyes flashed, and a plan formed in his mind. So he quickly said, Sir, I came in the same hurry as those three, and I didn't bring anything with me. What do you think? I do have the materials here, but as you can see, there are already people clearing the land. If we really need more people, there's only one special job left. Are you sure you can do it? Yifeng looked Lu Daxing up and down and said, Capable, can do any job. Lu Daxing hurriedly said, especially when he heard Yifeng say that he would give the items directly. He seemed extremely eager. At the same time, a sense of pride welled up inside him. Life is truly unpredictable. You never know what will happen next. I, Lu Daxing, am worthy of being called the #1 alchemist in Nansha, and I can even be described as a master strategist. Look, not only has this crisis been resolved, but we might even be able to get a good opportunity from this person. A divine item. That's a divine item. Compared to this sacred treasure, what are those 2 storage rings he lost? Thinking of this, Lu Daxing was overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer for his own resourcefulness. My lord, please tell me quickly what you plan to do with me. I can't wait any longer, Lu Daxing said with anticipation. In front of the sacred treasure, he even forgot how terrifying the person in front of him and the one in the corner were. Can I carry manure? After a moment's thought, Yifeng looked at Lu Daxing and asked, Carry manure? Lu Daxing, who had been so eager just moments before, was stunned when he heard those 2 words. Chapter 146 The Tragic Story of Lu Daxing. Yifeng nodded solemnly. He originally didn't want to keep this person, but then he thought of old Wu and the others who were all quite old, and probably couldn't do the work of carrying manure anymore. If they fell into the latrine and drowned, it would be a disaster. And this Lu Daxing looks much younger, and since he just happened to come to us, we might as well take advantage of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Daxing gritted his teeth and nodded. If you're going to pick up manure, then pick up manure. What's the big deal? After all, those 3 martial grandmasters just now also started doing farm work, didn't they? What's a little bit of manure compared to obtaining a sacred treasure? If word got out, countless experts would probably fight tooth and nail to do the same. So now that I think about it, it was still a rare opportunity. Adi phoned with renewed enthusiasm, saying, Don't worry, sir, I can handle carrying manure. As he spoke, he patted his own arm. All right, it's you then. 30 gold coins. Carry out all the manure needed here. Any objections? Yifeng asked. No objection. Lu Daxing nodded quickly. How could he not see that this was a big shot who had descended to the mortal realm to play around? He was just going through the motions. Those 3 martial grandmasters understood this, so how could he not? However, I'll also make this clear up front. Yifeng narrowed his eyes again and said, Since you agreed to this, you can't leave until you've finished carrying all the manure here. If you run away after 2 days, don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, I'll definitely pick them all. Lu Daxing nodded hurriedly, his face full of anticipation, and said, Then, senior, please take out the items quickly. I'll start now. Yifeng glanced at him. Although this guy doesn't seem very likable, he's actually quite reliable when it comes to work, and he seems to be quite enthusiastic about carrying manure. Okay, come with me, Yifeng said. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing quickly followed Chow Yifeng. However, upon discovering that Yifeng was not heading into the store, they couldn't help but ask, Sir, shouldn't we get this from inside? It's not there, it's over here. Just follow me, Yifeng said calmly. Then, with a puzzled look, Lu Dashing went to Grandpa Wang's house next door. After saying a few words to Grandpa Wang lent Lu Dashing his pair of manure buckets and carrying pole without saying a word. Looking at the two manure buckets, Lu Dashing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Pointing at them, he stammered, Great Lord, is this all? Otherwise, I don't have a manure bucket at home, Yifeng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing suddenly took 2 steps back, almost choking on his breath. Why isn't it as he imagined? Lu Dashing felt a pang of sadness, a surge of grievance welling up inside him, and tears almost welled up in his eyes again. Sir, can I stop doing this job? Lu Dashing asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression immediately hardened, and he turned his cold gaze to him, saying in a deep voice, Are you playing me? That glare nearly made Lu Dashing's soul fly away. He shuddered and quickly waved his hands, saying, Senior, no, I'll do it right away. Then why don't you hurry up and go? Today you'll carry the manure from Grandpa Wang's latrine. If you can't finish, you're finished, Yifeng said in a deep voice, showing no mercy to Lu Dashing. He had figured out that Lu Dashing was a complete scoundrel, and you couldn't reason with such a person. Yifeng's words made Lu Dashing shudder. Clearly, he was already angry, and no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and do it. But when Lu Dashing saw the cesspool, tears finally streamed down his face, and he almost fainted. That's fucking ridiculous. It's been so long since it was cleaned. It's practically piled up like a mountain. But what good was his resentment? He quickly got to work, since Yifeng's words were still echoing in his ears. He had no doubt that if he didn't finish, he would lose his life here. Moreover, he dared not use his cultivation, lest he offend this person again and lose even the chance to pick up manure. Carrying 2 full buckets of manure, Lu Dashing ran off, creating a gust of wind behind him. As I ran, tears involuntarily streamed down my face. Losing 2 storage rings is one thing, but for him to be the top alchemist in Nansha to be shoveling manure is unacceptable. How is he supposed to live with himself if word gets out? Chapter 147, A brand new meridian structure. Seeing Lu Dashing carrying manure at breakneck speed, Yifeng finally revealed a satisfied smile. Sir, I'm so sorry. I brought people here without your permission. Please forgive me. Seeing that Yifeng had finished his work, the Green Mountain ancestor hurriedly approached, looking uneasy, and apologized. But I was forced into this situation, it's all right. So what if they're here? It's no big deal. Yifeng waved his hand, and said that he did not take the matter to heart. Although he did not know where Lu Qingshan had met this person, he knew that he was no match for this tough guy. In fact, Yifeng should thank Lu Qingshan. After all, where can you find such a good manure carrier? Seeing this, Lu Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and showed a grateful smile. He couldn't help but admire the gentleman's brilliance. The fact that the top alchemist in the South China Sea had to carry excrement in such a place is probably a lesson even more painful than killing Lu Dashing. Especially when looking at the cesspool full of excrement, even the Green Mountain ancestor couldn't help but cast a pitying glance at Lu Dashing. By the way, brother, could you do me a favor? Yifeng asked quickly. Please speak, sir, said the old ancestor of Green Mountain hurriedly. My disciple Zhongqing is injured and still lying in the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Could you please help me bring him back from there? Yifeng said hurriedly. Because I have to decoct medicine here and can't leave. Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Old ancestor Qingshan readily agreed and began his journey to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. I'll deal with you later. Yifeng didn't dare to delay. He glared fiercely at the skull lying in the corner, kicked it hard, and then hurriedly went into the kitchen to start brewing medicine for Zhongqing. After Yifeng left, the skull vanished in a flash. Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. When the Green Mountain ancestor arrived at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, he found that his disciple, Luo Lanxue, was also there. Shuer, what are you doing here? Asked the Green Mountain ancestor. Master, a few days ago Uncle Ian informed me that Master's disciple was recuperating here. How could we be careless about such an important matter? So I have been taking care of Master's disciple these days. As she spoke, Luo Lanxue led the Green Mountain ancestor into a luxurious room. In the room, Zhongqing lay there, her face deathly pale. Besides Luo Lanxue, there were also 6 or 7 graceful young girls serving Zhong Qing, some giving massages, others wiping his face, all busy and happy. One word, perfect. Old ancestor Qin Shan looked at Luo Lanxue with admiration. This disciple truly lives up to his reputation as his most beloved disciple. He has deeply grasped his teachings. However, young Master Zhong Qing's injury is not good, Luo Lanxue said worriedly. These past few days, Uncle Ian has invited almost all the famous doctors in the city, but they have all been helpless. But the people who heard him were clearly just those from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Logically, they shouldn't be in such a helpless situation, right? The old ancestor of Green Mountain also frowned. This was also what puzzled him. He had always thought Zhong Qing was an extraordinary genius, but after being injured by the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, it proved that this was not the case. Zhong Qing was not a genius. In fact, he was a useless piece of trash who had no cultivation at all, and even his meridians were blocked. But if he really was a good-for-nothing, why would someone with the extraordinary abilities of the master have accepted him as a disciple? This is contradictory. Forget it. These are things neither of us can fathom. Let's take young Master Zhong Qing back to Master first. Ancestor Qin Shan said solemnly. Master will personally heal young Master Zhong Qing, so don't worry. Luo Lanxue nodded and quickly ordered someone to send a car. My disciple, drink this bowl of medicine and I guarantee you will be fine. Yifeng fanned himself with a palm leaf fan and prepared medicine for Zhong Qing. He confidently muttered to himself. He still has absolute confidence in the medical field, having reached a level comparable to that of God, and there has been evidence of this. I remember that year, Ahua from East Street couldn't get pregnant. After Yifeng prescribed her some medicine, she not only got pregnant with twins, but the leftover medicine residue was eaten by a sterilized sow, who then gave birth to 8 piglets. The healthy piglets, only 3 months old, pushed a big hole in her pig pen. Yifeng sometimes even thought that if he hadn't opened a martial arts school, but instead started a medical clinic, he probably would have become rich long ago. Before long, old ancestor Qin Shan and Luo Lanxue returned with Zhong Qing. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony with the two of them. After putting Zhong Qing in the room, he fed her the medicine he had just brewed. Cough, cough, cough. Not long after the medicine was administered, Zhong Qing, who had been unconscious, began to cough violently, clearly indicating that he had regained consciousness. The old ancestor of Qin Shan and Luo Lanxue, who were standing to the side, showed their admiration. This medicine is truly miraculous. As expected of a gentleman. Without thinking, he placed his arm on Zhong Qing's meridians. But when he touched it, his eyes widened in surprise, almost popping out of their sockets. To his astonishment, he discovered that a tremendous change was taking place within Zhong Qing's body. Incredibly, a complete set of meridians had been opened up. The structure of these meridians is completely different from the structure inside their bodies. It is a completely new meridian structure. This isn't human meridians. The old ancestor of the Green Mountain muttered incoherently, his mind racing as he tried to find information about this meridian. After a long while, his eyes suddenly lit up. As his eyes lit up, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, because he finally remembered what kind of meridian structure this was. Chapter 148, The Only Two Lucky Ones. Are they descendants of ancient gods? A tremendous shock surged within Lu Qingshan's heart. He stared intently at Zhong Qing, his breath coming in gasps. If he hadn't been obsessed with ancient books and loved studying forgotten historical stories, he probably wouldn't have recognized this super meridian. When the world was first created on the immortal river continent, countless races existed, and in order to vie for control of the continent, they waged a war that lasted for millions of years. At that time, the people suffered terribly. Compared to other races, humans, apart from their prolific reproduction, had no other special skills, and were on the verge of extinction at their lowest point. But at this very moment, a group of people suddenly appeared among humanity. They possessed immense strength, and had completely different meridian structures within their bodies. They led humanity in a counterattack and, in less than 10,000 years, dominated the entire continent, making humanity the master of all races. It can be said that without them, humanity would not be where it is today. To praise them, people called them gods. Perhaps due to the jealousy of the heavens, the people of the gods did not continue to multiply for long, and were long since disappeared into the long river of history. Later, in the 5 million years of history of the mainland, several cases of descendants of gods were also discovered. Without exception, They all became figures who caused the mainland to tremble. However, even the most recent case was 2 million years ago. Nowadays, this type of meridian has long since disappeared. Even if it were true, it would be impossible for anyone to discover it, because after 5 million years of various heredities and bloodlines, even if one possesses the meridians of the gods, they would be so hidden that no one could detect them, let alone activate them. To awaken this bloodline, one must be brought to the brink of death and then induced with a peerless medicine, with only a 1 in 10 or 2 chance of success. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingshan looked at Yifeng with a shocked and admiring gaze. No wonder. The fact that Zhongqing, this good-for-nothing, was accepted as a disciple by the master means that he is actually a descendant of the gods. The master must have already seen through Zhongqing's identity as a descendant of the gods. And everything that happened in Pingjiang City was probably a scheme set up by the master. Otherwise, how could a small mortal merchant guild have injured Zhongqing right under the master's nose, and by sheer coincidence, seriously injured him? Everything that I couldn't understand before, I now understand completely. Tacitly approved by the master in order to stimulate Zhongqing's divine bloodline. This layout is terrifying. Lu Qingshan gasped, feeling incredibly honored. He was not only fortunate to be a pawn in his senior's game, but also to witness the awakening of a descendant of a god. He couldn't help but look at Yifeng and said with admiration, "Sir, you are amazing." "It's nothing, just what I expected," Yifeng said with a smile. "We've spent so much time going into the mountains this time. How could we not be confident that we could wake Zhongqing up?" "A minor matter, as expected." Old ancestor Qingshan couldn't help but smack his lips again. "I wonder how far you've calculated these heavenly secrets to be able to utter such confident words. After all, the chance of awakening using this method is only 10% to 20%, and for him to say something so confident, Yifeng must have set up many schemes that Yifeng couldn't see before." Lu Qingshan was deeply moved. He discovered that Yifeng was constantly pushing his limits. "I thought his horizons were already quite broad, but witnessing the awakening of the gods today made me realize that what I had seen before was merely the tip of the iceberg. I wonder what other incredible things I will witness with this person. And what will happen next? It will redefine people's understanding. All right, let my precious disciple rest." Yifeng looked at the medicine pot in his hand and found that there was still a little more medicine left. After hesitating for a moment, he said to the Green Mountain ancestor, "Every medicine has some poison. Now that my disciple has woken up, it is not advisable for him to drink this medicine anymore. Why don't you drink the rest? This medicine has many benefits. It would be good for you, an old man, to have some nourishment." GAA. Upon seeing the medicine pot handed to him, old ancestor Qingshan was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. His hands trembled as he said, Sir, you really gave it to me? Would I lie?" With Zhongqing awake, Yifeng was in a great mood and joked, "Consider it a reward for helping me out." Award. Ancestor Qingshan's body trembled slightly. This pawn, besides destroying the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, did nothing else, and didn't even play a crucial role, yet it was bestowed with such good fortune. "Thank you, sir." The old ancestor of Qingshan solemnly accepted the medicine pot, bowed deeply to Yifeng, and then took his leave. After leaving the martial arts school, the Green Mountain ancestor bowed in the direction of the school before flying towards the Green Mountain sect with the medicine pot in his hand. "Master, what exactly happened to your disciple just now?" Upon returning to Qingshan sect, Luo Lanxue immediately asked. Upon hearing this, the Green Mountain ancestor took a deep breath and looked at Luo Lanxue with a solemn expression. "Schwerer, congratulations. You have become one of only 2 lucky people in the entire Immortal River continent in the past 2 million years. Chapter 149 Ancestor of Green Mountain, Martial Emperor. One of only 2 lucky ones. Luo Lanxue was slightly surprised, but even more puzzled. "You know about the ancient gods, right?" asked Ancestor Green Mountain. "What do you mean?" Luo Lanxue immediately covered her red lips. "Good." Ancestor Qingshan nodded solemnly, and then told Luo Lanxue everything about the Zhongqing Divine Clan's meridians. When the news reached Luo Lanxue's ears, it immediately stirred up a storm in her heart, and her eyes sparkled with intense excitement. "I never imagined that I would witness the awakening of the descendants of the gods of the Immortal River continent, which has existed for 2 million years, right here with you, sir." This honor made Luo Lanxue feel extremely proud. "Oh right, there's still this leftover medicine." Ancestor Qingshan pointed to the medicine jar in his hand and hurriedly said, Do you know that the lowest grade of medicine for awakening the meridians of the divine race is grade 9, or even higher than the immortal level? Luo Lanshue's eyes widened once again. Let me take a sip first. The old ancestor of Green Mountain looked on with anticipation, squinted slightly, and then pursed his lips. A moment later, he felt a tremendous power surging through his body, and as a martial king in the early stages, he instantly felt that he had reached his critical point. He's broken through. Mid-stage martial king. Finally, Lu Qingshan shouted and shot straight off the roof, immediately sitting cross-legged on the top of the Qingtian gate, exuding a powerful aura. Such powerful effects. Lorangsu was stunned. Her master seems to have only recently broken through to the next level. After a long while, Lu Qingshan, who had just broken through, sat back down with high spirits. His face was rosy, and he looked at the medicine pot again. He took 2 small sips and then handed the pot to Luo Lanxue, saying, "Disciple, this medicine is too strong. Luo Li is too young, and it will damage her meridians. You drink the rest. Remember to drink it immediately, otherwise the medicine will dissipate. Also, you can't waste a single drop." He had barely finished speaking when he burped and froze on the spot. Having just landed, he rushed back onto the roof without saying a word. Clearly, he's about to break through again. A tremendous force converged on Lu Qingshan, and his aura rose steadily. Soon after, he broke through from the mid-stage of Martial King to the late stage, and then broke through to the great perfection of Martial King. Seeing this, Luo Lanxue also became impatient, and even disregarding her appearance, she picked up the medicine pot and started drinking. Just as she finished drinking the medicine in the jar, she felt a powerful force impacting her dantian, and her cultivation level rose rapidly at that moment. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Late stage of Grand Martial Master. The Grand Martial Master has reached perfection. Martial Spirit. Early stage, late stage, mid-stage, late stage. Finally, she broke through to the Martial Spirit Perfection realm. At this level, the house could no longer contain her, so she broke through the roof and began to break through in the sky. After a long while, due to the difference in their cultivation levels, Luo Lanxue landed first, her face full of excitement as she looked at the medicine pot again. Finding that there was still some residue, she picked up the pot again and drank from it. However, just as she finished drinking, the Green Mountain ancestor descended from the sky and shouted, "Disciple, wait, leave me another sip." Seeing this, Luo Lanxue quickly explained, "Master, I've already drunk the last sip. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lauren Snow rose into the sky again. His cultivation level also progressed from the great perfection of Martial Spirit to Martial King. Ancestor Qingshan's expression changed slightly. He was only one step away from becoming a Martial Emperor. What should he do? Looking at the medicine jar, he gritted his teeth, no longer caring about his dignity, and began to gnaw on the dregs of the medicine. Sure enough, the dregs of the medicine were still effective. Lu Qingshan, have finally broken through to the Martial Emperor realm that I've always dreamed of. With a burst of laughter, the Green Mountain ancestor ascended into the sky again, following Luo Lanxue. The disciples of the Green Mountain sect were already stunned by the terrifying power of the two. Of course, there were many more surprises. The stronger the combat power of the Green Mountain sect's higher-ups, the stronger the Green Mountain sect's overall strength, and naturally, they will rise in rank accordingly. In an instant, the entire Qingshan sect was filled with unprecedented shouts. "Ancestor, you've broken through to Martial Emperor. Ancestor, you've broken through to Martial Emperor." The shouts echoed throughout every corner of Qingshan Gate. In an ancient castle, a former elder, whose lower body was paralyzed due to a problem with his cultivation technique, suddenly stood up, his body trembling, and shouted excitedly, "Our ancestor has broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. Our Green Mountain sect has once again reached its peak." Bang! On the back hill, a tomb suddenly exploded. An old man, whose life was nearing its end and who had sealed himself in a tomb, and who was from the same era as the Green Mountain ancestor, rushed out with disheveled hair. "My Green Mountain sect has risen again. I can die in peace." Inside the martial arts pavilion, a lame old man sweeping the floor suddenly dropped his broom and flew away at an unprecedented speed. In an instant, all the former elders and countless senior members of the Green Mountain sect rushed out, their eyes burning with anticipation as they watched the enormous breakthrough in the sky. Chapter 150 Ao Qing's Past. Boom, boom, boom your sister. These cultivators are so rude. Don't they disturb the people with all this noise? If they want to break through, Can't they find a secluded place? Yifeng looked at the continuous rumbling sounds on the distant horizon and began to curse. While cursing, Yifeng walked towards the back of the martial arts school. Old Wu and the other two were still cultivating the land. Although they weren't moving very fast, Yifeng didn't mind. After all, they were all quite old and were doing contract work, so they were generally working in an orderly manner. Lu Dasheng, however, impressed him somewhat. He may be unreliable, but he's undeniably good at carrying manure. In the days that followed, everything returned to normal, and Zhongqing's injuries slowly began to heal. Yifeng has returned to his lazy, unambitious state. However, even though he's a laid-back guy, he still makes time to practice music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The zither, exquisitely skillful. Chess, unparalleled in the world. Book, masterful. Painting, standing shoulder to shoulder with God. Looking at his learning progress, Yifeng nodded. He guessed correctly that chess and calligraphy were the two things, probably like the zither, because his proficiency was accumulated from playing chess and writing novels before. As for painting, it overlapped with his previous work of painting martial arts manuals, so he was able to reach the level of a god without any practice. He tried painting a landscape painting, and it was indeed lifelike. This saved Yifeng a lot of time. If he had to start practicing from the very beginning, he didn't know how long it would take. And the reason he was practicing wasn't because he wanted any mounts. He just hoped that this damned system wouldn't take the martial arts school back. With this in mind, Yifeng immersed himself in practice again. Ao Qing, lying on the ground, was very bored. He really missed the time when he was causing trouble with Brother Skull. Just then, the sun-shaped mark on its forehead flickered slightly, making his eyes light up, because this was a unique communication device of his devouring Sky Wolf clan. He glanced at Yifeng, who was focused on practicing the piano, then stood up and ran out of the martial arts hall. After leaving the martial arts school, Ao Qing immediately unleashed his maximum speed, so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye, like a shooting star. Turn out to be. Now, following Yifeng's side, he has unknowingly reached the realm of Demon King. After leaving Pingjiang City, he quickly headed into the mountains. An hour later, several figures appeared in front of him, looking down at him. Red sun-shaped mark on her fair forehead. Beside the woman were several black-robed figures with profound auras. If there were any experts present, they would have noticed that these people were all accompanied by a strong demonic aura. Ao Qingqing, is that you? Upon seeing this woman, Ao Qing's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Yes, it's me. With her back to Ao Qing, the woman spoke in a completely emotionless voice. How are you? Long time no see. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing revealed a look of hatred. This woman, though beautiful, is as venomous as a snake. She was the holy maiden of his devouring Sky Wolf clan, her status comparable to his father's. Throughout the entire race, all the demons revered her as their goddess. Ao Qing was also very fond of her back then, but even as the third prince of the devouring wolf tribe, he was not qualified to speak to her. He felt deeply inferior in front of her and only dared to watch from afar without daring to get close. But one day, she suddenly approached him. When he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, he gave her the only treasure he owned in order to express his love, but she pushed Ao Qing into the abyss in front of everyone. He sneaked into the saint's palace in the middle of the night, intending to commit wicked deeds. Once this charge was brought to light, Ao Qing was universally condemned throughout the tribe, and his father expelled him from the tribe and placed a seal on him, preventing him from taking human form for 10 years. After being expelled from the tribe, Ao Qing accidentally fell into danger, suffering severe injuries and losing all his cultivation. If he hadn't encountered his master, he would probably have died under a hail of blows by now. This time, he thought it was one of his few close friends in his tribe who sent him the message, since there was a special connection between them, but he didn't expect it to be Ao Qingqing. Presumably, it was Ao Qingqing who obtained the communication fluctuations between them. What do you want to do? Ao Qing asked coldly. Do you know why I tricked you into giving me the Wind Chaser key? Ao Qingqing said leisurely. Because this Wind Chaser key is the key to the secret realm of my devouring Sky Demon Wolf clan. What? Ao Qing was slightly startled, finally understanding why Ao Qingqing had gone to such lengths to trick him out of the key. You're surprised, aren't you? Ao Qingqing's cold voice continued. It's a joke, really. When you were born, the old patriarch used the clan's lunar divination to calculate that you were the chosen one who would lead our devouring Sky Demon Wolf to glory. So when you were born, he gave you this wind-chasing key and set a seal on it. Only you can use this wind-chasing key. What no one expected was that this supposedly chosen one of destiny was nothing but a piece of trash, a good-for-nothing wastrel in the tribe, yet he led the tribe to glory. It's utterly ridiculous. You. Shut up. Ao Qing was trembling with anger, his eyes reddening. What? Did I say something wrong? Ao Qingcheng said coldly. You're now a wanderer, unable to even return to your tribe. You're nothing but a drowning dog. So what about your luck? You. Ao Qingcheng's words struck Ao Qing's heart like a hammer blow. Being expelled from the tribe was indeed a constant source of pain for him, especially when he was wronged and hated by everyone. The feeling was truly indescribable. But I can give you a chance now. Suddenly, Ao Qingcheng changed the subject, turning around to reveal a face that matched her name, a face of unparalleled beauty. Come back to the tribe with me and use the Wind Chaser key to open the secret realm. I can help you break the seal and transform back into a human. At the same time, I will try to clear up the tribe's misunderstanding of you. Of course, at the end, I will give you the most generous reward. After saying that, she took out a crystal-clear white pill with her slender jade hand and said slowly, This is a Demon King pill. With this Demon King pill, you can break through to the Demon King realm. With your aptitude, this can save you at least 50 years of hard cultivation. How about it? Ao Qingcheng slightly raised her alluring red lips. Chapter 151 Ao Qingcheng's Coercion and Enticement. However, to her surprise, Ao Qing suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was laced with blatant sarcasm. It was so jarring. What's going on? The Demon King pill. Shouldn't Ao Qing have simply agreed to her conditions? Ao Qingcheng frowned, looking at Ao Qing with an icy expression, and asked, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing. You actually think a mere Demon King pill can sway me? Ao Qing said without any politeness. Upon hearing this, Ao Qingcheng's face immediately turned frosty, and her killing intent surged. Her cold, beautiful eyes stared intently at Ao Qing as she said coldly, Your appetite is far too great. Do you know how many people in the clan dream of a Demon King pill, let alone a piece of trash like you who has been expelled from the tribe? Ignorant. Ao Qing snorted disdainfully. You. Ao Qingcheng's eyes turned cold, and she was about to get angry. However, at that moment, Ao Qing, who was full of disdain, suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. At the same time, its front paws slammed down, landing on the ground with tremendous force. Click! The ground collapsed instantly under Ao Qing's claw, and countless cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. What is this? This fluctuation? Sensing the fluctuations emanating from Ao Qing and the power of his claw strike, Ao Qingcheng's perpetually frosty face finally changed, revealing an incredulous expression as she stared at Ao Qing in shock. You actually... Indeed, I have already reached the realm of Demon King. Ao Qing, filled with arrogance, stared at Ao Qingcheng and said with sarcasm, So it's just a Demon King pill, I don't even care about it. You. Ao Qingcheng's pretty face turned ashen with anger, and her chest heaved violently. Of course, compared to the anger in her heart, the power level of Demon King Ao Qing made it even more difficult for her to calm down. A useless person with the worst talent, who was also expelled from the tribe, it was already incredible that he could survive, let alone reach the level of a Demon King. A long while, she looked at Ao Qing again and said, I really didn't expect you to surprise me like this. But so what? Ao Qingcheng raised her haughty eyes again and said condescendingly, In the eyes of someone at the Demon Emperor level, you are still just an ant. However, even so, this Demon King pill really can impress you. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand and put away the Demon King pill in her hand. Then I'll make you a new promise. Ao Qingcheng then offered another benefit, saying, As long as you are willing to return to the clan with me to open the secret realm, after I break through from the Demon Emperor to the Demon Sect, I will mobilize the clan's resources and personally help you advance to the Demon Emperor realm. You know my talent and my status in the clan, so it's not a pipe dream for me to do all this. I guarantee I can do it within 10 years. After saying that, Ao Qingcheng looked at Ao Qing with a confident expression. Although she didn't know what incredible luck Ao Qing had to rise from a tribal waste to the Demon King realm, she refused to believe that the allure of becoming a Demon Emperor wouldn't sway him. However, to her surprise, Ao Qing still refused and even made a disdainful sound. 10 years. Cut. After saying that, Ao Qing turned his head away. You. Ao Qingcheng never expected that Ao Qing could resist the temptation, but remembering the importance of the secret realm, She could only hold back and continued to add to the offer. All right, then I will promise you that as long as the secret realm opens, I will allow you to choose a divine weapon that is infinitely close to the holy grade as your weapon. After saying that, Ao Qingcheng continued to stare at Ao Qing with her leisurely gaze. She refused to believe that Ao Qing wouldn't change his mind. What enraged her was that Ao Qing actually showed a disdainful look once again. If it weren't for his deep fear of Ao Qingcheng, Guzi would have almost burst out laughing. But even so, he almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. What do you mean? What I'm giving you is a divine weapon that's almost at the saint grade level. You've probably never seen anything this powerful in your entire life. Ao Qingcheng exuded a chilling aura and spoke in a cold voice. Ao Qingcheng's words finally made Guzi Ao Qing unable to hold back, and after a chuckle, he burst into laughter. Chapter 152 The Heroic Dog, Ao Qing. Court Death. Seeing this, the men in black next to Ao Qingcheng finally couldn't hold back anymore. They never expected Ao Qing to be so shameless. In an instant, their demonic energy leaked out, and they were about to attack Ao Qing. Stop! Ao Qingcheng coldly shouted. Upon hearing this, the men in black gritted their teeth in reluctance, but were forced to retreat by Ao Qingcheng's imposing presence. After the man in black left, Ao Qingcheng took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and looked at Ao Qing again. I know that you still have a deep fear of me because of what happened back then. I understand that you are afraid that I will harm you. All right then, besides what I just promised you, I can make an exception and let you join my Red Sun lineage. Ao Qingcheng continued to offer benefits, saying, although you are from the chieftain's lineage, as a member of the tribe, you also understand that my Red Sun lineage is the strongest in the tribe. Almost all the strong people in the tribe are from my Red Sun lineage. As long as you join my Red Sun lineage, you, Ao Qing, will have a huge backer. You, who are looked down upon by others, will become a superior person in the tribe in the future. This is my final concession. You shouldn't refuse now, right? With this bombshell dropped, Ao Qingcheng's confident smile returned. The Crimson Sun lineage not only holds a prominent position within the Devouring Sky Wolf tribe, but also enjoys great renown throughout the entire demon race. Those who can join their lineage are almost all top-tier powerhouses and geniuses of the tribe. With this powerful backer, Ao Qing could practically do whatever he wanted within the entire Devouring Sky Wolf clan. She didn't believe Ao Qing could resist such temptation. However, Ao Qing's actions once again surprised her, and he even rolled his eyes at her. Ao Qingcheng, don't waste your time, I will not agree to it. As for a powerful backer, Ao Qing spoke in a cold voice, and when the topic of powerful backers came up, he shook his head dismissively. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Stop! When Ao Qingcheng, the demon queen behind him, finally unleashed her power. Under Ao Qing's ever-contemptuous gaze, no matter how well-mannered she was, she could no longer bear it. Don't refuse a polite toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ao Qingcheng gritted her teeth and shouted, and with this furious voice, a heavy pressure crashed down on Ao Qing. You're a piece of trash who's been expelled from your tribe. What makes you think you can look down on the benefits I've promised you? What makes you think you can look down on divine artifacts that are close to the sacred? And what makes you think you can be indifferent to joining my Red Sun lineage? You're just a good-for-nothing wastrel. You should be groveling in gratitude when you hear my promise. So why are you putting on this act? Guzi Aoqing paused slightly in his steps. Pretending. Oh, he sneered, turned to look at Ao Qingcheng, and said, Ao Qingcheng, you're overthinking it. I really don't care about your promise. As for why I don't like it, I might as well tell you. Because I have already acknowledged a powerful human as my master. As he said this, Ao Qing's eyes revealed an undisguised arrogance, and his admiration for that human was heartfelt. Following in his footsteps, let alone 10 years, I could reach the Demon Emperor realm you mentioned in less than half a year. So, tell me, isn't your promise laughable? But with him, let alone your near saint grade scrap metal, even if it were a true saint grade or emperor grade treasure, I could sleep with it every day. So why would I want your junk? As for the powerful backer you mentioned at the end. At this point, Ao Qing let out another cold laugh. Let alone my master as my backer. Even if it were my master's skeleton brother protecting me, I could trample the demon lord of Nansha, Song Ku, into the ground and no one would dare to utter a single fart. Ao Qing's heroic voice reverberated throughout the surrounding area. So, not only are your nonsensical promises beneath your notice, but you, Ao Qingcheng, are equally unworthy of my attention. Even the devouring Sky Wolf clan is nothing special, because by following my master, I will achieve even greater things. I, Ao Qing, will ascend to a much larger stage, one that you will be unable to reach, and that you, Ao Qing Chung, will be unable to catch up with. Chapter 153. We are no longer on the same level. You. Qingqing was shocked by what Ao Qingqing said. After the initial shock, she was so angry that her face turned pale. Stop pretending. It's one thing for a noble race like the devouring Sky Wolf to admit that humans are its masters, but you're trying to blow your own horn out of proportion. Ao Qingqing retorted angrily to Ao Qing, saying without any politeness, it's harder than ascending to heaven to become a demon king. You, a piece of trash, dare to say that you can break through to become a demon king in half a year. And you think you can get your hands on Saint-grade treasures so easily? Emperor-grade, please at least rehearse your boasting. As for your so-called master and skeleton, I think they're just as useless as you. You even disrespected Demon Lord Song Ku. You're incredibly naive. Seeing that Ao Qing remained silent, Ao Qingqing wore a mocking expression, as if she had hit the nail on the head, and smirked as she delivered a sarcastic rebuke. How does it feel to have your lie exposed? If it's not a lie, why don't you call your so-called master and skeleton to come and see me, the Crimson Sun clan? After saying that, she stared directly at Ao Qing with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see Ao Qing's lie exposed, his face contorted with anger and panic, and then he would obediently submit to her. But, to her surprise, Ao Qing did not get angry. Instead, he shook his head and glanced at her. In those eyes, it was nothing but contempt. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. We're not on the same level anymore. Ao Qing said, rather bored. At this moment, Ao Qingqing didn't even pique his interest in arguing. After all, a frog at the bottom of a well wouldn't know how big the sky is. As for suggesting that his master and Skullbro go and take a look at the Red Sun clan, he found it utterly laughable. It was only because they looked down on them. Otherwise, if they had actually gone, even a fart from them would have obliterated them. Without wanting to say another word, Ao Qing turned and left. Watching Ao Qingzi's departing figure, Ao Qingqing froze on the spot. Her once stunningly beautiful face was now twisted and so gloomy it seemed to drip water. This good-for-nothing, whom she had always regarded as a spoiled brat and never paid any attention to, actually mocked and belittled her, the proud daughter of heaven, at this moment. How dare he? How could this be? Stop right there, she shouted angrily. However, Ao Qing ignored him. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Enraged, she unleashed a powerful pressure that swept over Ao Qing. However, Ao Qing remained unmoved. Firstly, he was certain that Ao Qingqing wouldn't attack him because of the secret realm. Secondly, he didn't believe that Ao Qingqing could kill him. Perhaps he wouldn't be a match for her in a fight, but he was still somewhat confident that he could escape. After all, having followed his master for so long, do you really think he has no tricks up his sleeve? As expected, Ao Qingqing's hands remained trembling even after Ao Qing's figure disappeared from sight, and she did not make a move. Instead, his chest heaved with anger, his whole body trembled, and he radiated a powerful rage. Under this powerful rage and oppressive force, the area within 100 feet had become a vacuum, and apart from a few black-robed figures, there was no living creature left. Bang 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 bang. The pleasant sonic booms rang out one after another, causing countless huge rocks to explode as she vented her anger. For a very long time, she had just regained some composure. Seeing this, a man in black stepped forward and cautiously asked, "Holy Maiden, are we just going to let him go like this?" How could that be? Ao Qingqing said coldly. I have already placed the unique tracking of my Red Sun lineage on him. I want to follow him and see what his so-called human master is really like. I want to see if he can still be so arrogant when I trample his human master under my feet, right in front of him. When the pillar in his heart collapses, that's when he'll obediently kneel beside me, lick my feet, and beg me to do things for him. The Holy Maiden is truly wise. Several men in black looked at each other with admiration and spoke in respectful voices. It seems they have already seen the scene of Ao Qing prostrating himself before the goddess. Chapter 154, What Ao Qing Needs. Ao Qing returned to the martial arts school. After circling around the martial arts school, he finally found his Skullbro behind the school. Escaping Yifeng's clutches, the skeleton couldn't resist coming here. He somehow found a reclining chair, and while fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, he was gesturing and pointing at the group. The aura that occasionally emanated from him made Wu Yonghong and the others dare not even breathe, and they worked quickly and efficiently. Having repeatedly encountered the monstrous hands of the skull, Lu Dashing hurriedly carried his load of manure, fearing that this man would catch him and subject him to another brutal beating. Upon seeing this, Ao Qing rushed over without hesitation. Brother, my cute and handsome skull brother, so you've been here all along. Ao Qing shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, the skull subtly puffed out its chest and said calmly, "Oh, it's Qing. What can I do for you? Brother, I'm about to be raped. Please help your little brother." Ao Qing rushed over, his little paws eagerly pounding on the skull's thigh, while briefly recounting Ao Qing's situation. "Oh, it's just a few pieces of trash," the skull said nonchalantly. "Don't worry about it. The owner will take care of these little rascals easily. You can continue guarding the gate. I have other things to do here." "All right." Ao Qing hurriedly ran towards the martial arts school. After Ao Qing left, the skeleton stood up from the recliner, walked towards the latrine with his hands behind his back, and suddenly pointed at Lu Dashing and started cursing. "You, that bucket of manure on the right is clearly not full enough, yet you dare to cheat and shirk your duty right in front of me. You deserve to die." As the sound faded, the skeleton grabbed Lu Dashing and gave him a brutal beating before kicking him into the cesspool. Only then did it casually walk back to the recliner with its hands behind its back. When Wu Yonghong and his two fellow old men, who were hoeing the ground, saw this scene, they shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, they looked at the skull with respect, their expressions filled with fear and awe. Don't worry, just focus on your work. I'm easy to talk to." The skull lay back down on the deck chair, waving at them with an air of smug composure. "You bastard, causing trouble again." However, the next moment, a shout of cursing suddenly came from behind him, and a long leg flew over, kicking the skull to the ground. ABA. The skull raised its head and opened its mouth. "Damn it, this bastard can actually talk. Why are you calling me Bababa?" As Yifeng cursed viciously and was about to kick him again, the skeleton, dragging its long black robe, crawled under Yifeng's buttocks and ran away. Enraged, Yifeng picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the skull. The skull screamed and ran away, disappearing in a flash. This scene left Wu Yonghong and his two companions dumbfounded, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads. Keep working, Yifeng said with a dark face, and quickly looked at Lu Dasheng, who was climbing out of the latrine with a wronged expression. Upon seeing this, Yifeng gasped, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness! How pitiful! That bastard, covered in shit, is he even human? Forget it, I'll just give him an extra 20 gold coins later. Yifeng shook his head, covered his nose, and hurried back to the martial arts school. He then ordered a bowl of beef noodles and lay down on the recliner. At this moment, Ao Qing lay down next to Yifeng, sitting up and lying down again, looking very uneasy. He was hesitating whether or not to report Ao Qing and the other situation to Yifeng. But he didn't dare. Having followed Yifeng for so long, how could he not know Yifeng's mindset regarding the lives of ordinary people? Since Yifeng is keeping it like a dog, it can only treat itself like a dog. If it were to suddenly start speaking human language, wouldn't it be breaking this rule? Besides, since Skullbro said that, with Master's extraordinary cultivation, he probably already knows all these things, right? They'll help themselves solve it, right? However, Yifeng frowned slightly as he looked at the restless dog. "Sigh, it must have been hard on you." Uneasy look, Yifeng immediately guessed what it needed, patted its head, and gently comforted it. "But now that you're with me, I'll definitely fulfill my duties as your master. I'll help you solve any problems that are on my mind, so don't worry." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's eyes lit up. His face immediately lit up with gratitude. As expected, the master's extraordinary cultivation level meant he was already fully aware of all of this, and he even explicitly stated that he would help him resolve this matter. So he put his mind at ease and obediently lay down at Yifeng's feet. At this moment, not far from the martial arts school, several shadows swept past like ghosts and landed in the shadows. The woman in the lead slightly raised her chin, revealing her stunningly beautiful, fair face. Indeed, it was Ao Qing and her group who had come in pursuit of Ao Qing. Ao Qing is in this small human martial arts gym. Ao Qing's lips curled up slightly, and she spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 155: The Sudden Appearance of the Black-Robed Man. I originally thought this good-for-nothing had gotten some kind of lucky break and found a powerful master to serve him, but now it seems I was overthinking it. On my orders, Follow me to raise this martial arts school to the ground. Leave no one alive except that good-for-nothing. Ao Qingqing spoke in a cold voice, raised her long legs, and stepped towards the martial arts hall. Yes. Several black-robed experts behind her also moved quickly, following closely behind Ao Qingqing. Just then, another figure in black robes darted in like a mouse, sneaking up behind them, seemingly wanting to join their group. You? The appearance of this dark figure was seen by the last person in the group. He glared at him, about to question him, but before he could even utter a sound, he was slapped into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. After dealing with this person, the man in black robes successfully joined their group, then straightened his chest and followed them forward with an air of seriousness. However, despite the drastic change that had just occurred in the group, Ao Qingqing and the others remained completely oblivious, their faces still bearing confident smiles. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the martial arts school. Ao Qingqing paused, waved her hand, and then her sharp gaze swept across the surroundings of the martial arts hall. Obviously, she did not underestimate her opponent. Even when she arrived at the entrance of the martial arts school, she still made sure to find out if there was anything unusual about it. Just as her gaze fell upon the signboard, the last person in the queue moved his head. ABA ABA. As soon as the voice fell, the powerful martial intent contained in the martial character plaque vanished instantly, and the 18 divine weapon diagrams also lost their effect. Really, the unremarkable signboard didn't hold Ao Qingqing's attention for even a moment. She quickly scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. Ao Qing, I want to see if you can still be as fearless as before after I expose your lies to your face. She raised the corners of her mouth in disdain. This further confirms that there are no masters in this small martial arts school. Without hesitation, she waved to her subordinates behind her again, and then stepped into the martial arts hall. Front hall. It was empty and spacious. There were 18 paintings on both sides. Ao Qingqing glanced at them, but found nothing unusual. This is the front hall. There was no longer any interest in her lingering there. Ao Qing is inside, along with a human aura. You kill that human, and I'll control Ao Qing. Ao Qingqing said coldly, issuing a command. Obviously, now that she had figured out the situation, she had no interest in playing along with Ao Qing any longer. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and with Ao Qingqing's command, the group quickly rushed out and headed towards the back hall. Giggle. Just then, one of the men in black robes let out a mocking laugh. Ao Qingqing frowned slightly. Before she could figure out who made the sound, she felt a blazing and dazzling light shining down on her. She quickly looked over and noticed a mirror hanging above their heads. Demon-suppressing mirror? How could there be a demon-suppressing mirror here, and a sacred grade 1 at that? Upon seeing the mirror, Ao Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look directly at the light reflected from the mirror. An absolute suppressive effect on them, the demon beasts. But she underestimated the power of the mirror. Whoa. Before she could even hold out for half a breath, her black-clad subordinates were suppressed into their true forms under the light, running around frantically while letting out cries of agony. What? Ao Qingqing's expression changed drastically, but before she could escape, she felt her strength becoming chaotic under the light. She could only hold on for a moment longer before she could no longer maintain her original form and transformed into a white devouring sky wolf, struggling desperately on the ground. Such immense power. Ao Qingqing felt extremely heavy-hearted, and cold sweat poured down her body. The suppression of this power not only made it difficult for her to stand, but she also couldn't even speak to her subordinates to give orders. Whoa. Ha. Just as Ao Qingqing and the others were struggling against the power of the demon-suppressing mirror, a man in black robes, clutching his stomach, stood on a stool and pointed at them, making a mocking sound. This person's appearance immediately drew hateful stares from everyone. A tiny human being. How dare they mock our noble devouring Sky Wolf clan? If we weren't currently unable to unleash any power under the demon suppression mirror, we would have devoured this person's flesh and blood. They are not one of ours. Who is he? When did he arrive here? Ao Qingqing stared intently at the man in black robes, her face filled with hatred as she tried to guess his origins. However, no fluctuations in aura were detected on this person. Ha, a bunch of little trash, you dare to glare at me. The man in black robes stood on the stool and launched into another round of curses. Then he jumped off the stool and kicked everyone's buttocks hard. Even Ao Qingqing was kicked hard. This kick immediately made Ao Qingqing feel extremely humiliated. How dare a tiny human kick her? How dare he? Chapter 156 Dog, Part 1. Just as she was thinking this, another whip kick came and slammed into her heart. Hiss! Ao Chingcheng immediately grinned, revealing the wolf's mouth, her eyes fixed on the man in black robes, her whole body radiating killing intent. You're still glaring at me? Ao Chingcheng in the butt again. Overwhelming anger and immense humiliation made Ao Chingcheng tremble with rage, but at this moment, let alone retaliating, even speaking was extremely difficult for her. Snort. The man in black robes gave a haughty snort, but still had no intention of letting them go. While kicking them, he also produced a whip from somewhere and whipped them so hard they ran around the room screaming. They were having a blast. What happened? Yifeng had just fallen asleep on the recliner when he was suddenly awakened by the howling noises and sat up abruptly. He then rubbed his eyes and walked towards the front hall in a daze. Upon hearing footsteps, the black-robed man, who was having a great time, suddenly lay down among Ao Chingcheng and the others, putting one foot and one hand into the mouths of two of the demon wolves, while holding another one in his arms and placing it on his chest. As the man in black robes struggled, he shouted out loud, "Aba, Aba. Abababa, don't bite me. Bababa, help, help." Yifeng, who was walking out, happened to see this scene. He was instantly wide awake, grabbed a carrying pole, and rushed over. Where did this stray dog come from, daring to come to my martial arts gym and bite my people? Yifeng was furious and lashed out at the pack of vicious dogs with a carrying pole. Although he was usually a dog lover, he would not show any mercy to these vicious dogs. It took a tremendous amount of effort to beat all the vicious dogs to the point of near death before the skeleton could be rescued. Aba, Aba. The skull hid behind Yifeng in fear. Get out of my way, don't get in my way. Go somewhere cool. Yifeng glared at him, shoved him behind him, and then looked at the group of dying dogs, thinking about how to deal with them. Just then, Ao Qing came out all excited. The sky-devouring wolves scattered on the ground. Guzi suddenly froze, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Especially the white wolf on the ground, radiating hatred, almost made Guzi cry out in alarm. However, while he was shocked, he was also filled with excitement, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Really, as his master's pet, Skeleton Brothers' henchman is not to be bullied. The little devouring sky wolf and the so-called holy maiden are nothing more than this. When Yifeng saw the dogs that came out, he realized that these vicious dogs were actually the same breed as his dog, Wankai. His eyes suddenly lit up. He was already annoyed by this matter, and now that it had come to him, he couldn't resist. So he grabbed one of the dogs, lifted it up, and bent down to look at it. He couldn't resist flicking it with his hand again. Male dog. Yifeng shook his head and threw the male dog outside the door. Then they caught another one. It's a male dog. It was thrown out again. Yifeng was not discouraged. He refused to believe that there wasn't a single female dog among so many dogs. After trying and discarding one dog after another, his eyes lit up as he picked up the last white dog, and he slapped his thigh and shouted, "It's done." After saying that, he closed the door and carried the white dog to Ao Qing. "Doggy, your spring has arrived. Go for it." Having said that, he threw the white dog in front of Ao Qing. Yifeng's words immediately made Ao Qing's eyes widen. He then looked at Ao Chingcheng, who was weak in the knees, and his heart was filled with shock. The master actually. He swallowed hard. "What are you still standing there for? Haven't you been thinking about this for a while?" Yifeng urged. Ao Qing's body trembled slightly, and he cast a respectful glance at Yifeng. "I never expected that my master would know even what I was thinking and still grant my wish." Yes, that's right. His dog Ao Qing has always wanted to kill Ao Chingcheng, not only in the past, but even more so now. In his view, the harm caused by Ao Chingcheng's framing was so great that killing her wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. Only by eliminating her could he truly vent his hatred. If that's the case, he gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to Ao Chingcheng. You. Ao Chingcheng wailed, but the sound was suppressed, and she couldn't understand what this person wanted Ao Qing to do to her, or what his words meant. Just as she was guessing, the dog Ao Qing suddenly rushed over. Boom! The white devouring sky wolf let out a mournful howl, its eyes widening in disbelief, its mind going completely blank. She was the holy maiden of the devouring sky wolf clan, worshipped by countless demons. The hope of the Red Sun lineage, the first person of the future. To think that Ao Qing, that good for nothing, could do this. Chapter 157 Under Control. It was actually defiled by this piece of trash. How is that possible? This won't do. This was something she never dared to imagine. In an instant, tears of resentment streamed down her face. Her reddened eyes filled with intense hatred. These two humans. And then there's Ao Qing, that good-for-nothing. They all have to die. They all have to die. Outside the door, after Yifeng threw those men in black robes out, their cultivation levels returned. They thought the Holy Maiden would come out soon, but instead, they heard her screams from inside. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed towards the gate, disregarding their own safety. However, no matter how much force they exerted, they could not push the door open and could only peek anxiously through the crack in the door. It's okay if you don't look at it. Upon seeing this, they were all completely stunned, as if a thunderbolt had struck their minds. Saintus! Saintus! The Holy Maiden was actually, by Ao Qing. In an instant, they felt as if the sky had fallen. If the Devouring Sky Wolf clan receives this news, and the Crimson Sun lineage receives this news. At this moment, they seem to have already foreseen the chaos within the Devouring Sky Wolf clan. Because Ao Qingsheng is the hope of the new generation of their Devouring Sky Demon Wolf clan and the pillar of their Red Sun lineage, and because of cultivation, the demon sect must remain in perfect condition. Over the years, Ao Qingsheng has maintained this. It seems that once Ao Qingsheng opens the demon clan's secret realm, she will be able to step into the demon sect in one fell swoop, free from all constraints, and lead the Devouring Sky Demon Wolf clan to a new era of glory. But unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, Ao Qing. These men in black, who regarded Ao Qingsheng as a sacred figure, roared and pounded heavily on the door. But the gate remained unmoved. They could only watch helplessly as the white Devouring Sky Wolf was taken over by someone else. After an unknown amount of time, they were exhausted and finally the white Devouring Sky Wolf was thrown out. It lay motionless on the ground, blood tears streaming from its eyes, its spirit broken. Holy Maiden! Holy Maiden! The crowd roared and swarmed towards her. Seeing her appearance, they gritted their teeth, determined to rush into the martial arts school to take revenge. Stop! Before the crowd could rush in, Ao Qingsheng, who was lying on the ground, roared out. Everyone paused and looked at her. Take me back. She spoke each word carefully, her face showing a look of near death. Upon hearing this, the crowd gritted their teeth in resentment and quickly lifted Ao Qingsheng up, causing her to disappear. I actually slept with Ao Qingsheng. Inside the martial arts gym, even though Guzi was in a state of mental clarity, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. He is Ao Qing. They actually managed to get Ao Qingsheng under their control. I wonder what kind of sensation this will cause if it gets back to the Devouring Sky Wolf clan. Of course, he understood. All these opportunities and benefits were given to him by the person lying on the recliner in front of him. Qing, you're weak. Just then, the skull darted up to the dog and whispered, You're not good enough for such a short time. Hee, of course I can't compare to you, brother. Ao Qing said with a chuckle. But tell me, was it fun just now? Tell me what it felt like. The skull looked at Yifeng with an expectant expression and asked in a low voice. Well, unforgettable. The powerful Devouring Sky Wolf clan settled in the South Sand Plain. Normally, apart from the Devouring Sky Wolf clan, no one dares to approach this place. When Ao Qingsheng returned with a group of subordinates, many people with profound auras were already seated in the Red Sun Hall, all of whom were members of the Red Sun lineage. Qingsheng, why didn't you bring back that good-for-nothing Ao Qing? One of the elders asked. Upon hearing this, Ao Qingsheng trembled, her expression turned icy, and her frosty face was filled with hatred. She remained silent. What happened? The old man sensed something was amiss and asked again. Ao Qingsheng's body trembled violently, her red lips moved, but she remained silent for a long time, her killing intent rising steadily throughout her body. What happened? Yes, could it be that Ao Qing wasn't brought back? Suddenly, voices of suspicion echoed through the hall. At this moment, the old man who had spoken earlier approached and asked softly, Qingsheng, don't worry about not bringing back that good-for-nothing Ao Qing yet. But you are the hope of our entire Red Sun lineage. Nothing can happen to you. Tell me, what exactly happened that makes you so anxious? However, before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly startled. His sharp gaze was fixed on Ao Qingsheng. Sensing the unusual aura emanating from Ao Qingsheng, the old man's eyes widened in fury. You actually. Chapter 158 The Conflict Between Two Lineages. You're no longer a virgin? The old man stared at Ao Qingsheng, his body trembling, and said, word by word. As soon as he finished speaking, He felt a surge of anger and anxiety, a tightness in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? The old man's words, spoken in the main hall, were like a thunderclap, instantly causing a great stir. One by one, powerful figures with imposing presence stood up, their faces ashen, and focused their pinhole-like gazes on Ao Qingqing. Really, Ao Qingqing was completely different from before. Perfect. No longer. How so? Yes, how could a perfectly good trip turn out like this? Didn't you say you were looking for Ao Qing? What exactly happened? Heavy voices rang out, clearly unable to accept this fact. Because Ao Qingqing was the collective hope of them all, they didn't know how many resources and how much effort they had put into nurturing her. But unexpectedly, just when they were about to reap the benefits, this happened. Ao Qingqing anxiously. Ao Qingqing, with her vacant eyes, seemed not to have heard the old man's words, and simply shed tears silently, remaining motionless. You. Ao Qingqing with a trembling hand, too angry to utter a single word. Helpless, he could only turn his gaze to Ao Qingqing's subordinates. You say? He questioned one of them. Lord Bifeng Demon Sect Master. I. The subordinate was sweating profusely and stammered for a long time, without being able to utter a single word. Snort. Ao Bifeng slapped one of them to death, then grabbed another person with his other hand, and said in a deep voice, Speak, or die. I'll talk. Yes, it was Ao Qing. It was Ao Qing who defiled the holy maiden. Under Ao Bifeng's pressure, the subordinate finally couldn't withstand the pressure and told the truth. What? His words once again stirred up a storm in the hall. It almost made everyone's jaws drop in astonishment. Despite anticipating various unexpected events, they never expected it to involve Ao Qing, that good-for-nothing. A prodigy of the Red Sun lineage, a demon emperor at the highest level, was actually taken advantage of by Ao Qing, the most useless and least popular member of the Devouring Sky Wolf clan. Holy crap! Are you talking about that good-for-nothing Ao Qing? Did I hear you wrong? Or did you misunderstand? Ao Bifeng gripped his subordinate's neck tightly and roared. Tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Lord Demon Sect Master, I really didn't lie to you. It really was Ao Qing who did it. The subordinate dared not conceal anything, first giving a general account of the cause and effect of the matter, and then recounting in detail what had happened at the martial arts school. A demon-suppressing mirror? How could there be a demon-suppressing mirror? How could two mortals have a demon-suppressing mirror? Ao Bifeng's face flashed with disbelief. Then he grabbed him and asked, Tell me, are you really sure those two people have no cultivation? Absolutely true. The subordinate quickly replied. If you don't believe me, ask them. Seeing this, the other subordinates also nodded quickly. Upon hearing this, Ao Bifeng clenched his fists tightly, his hatred rising steadily. Ao Qing mortals, I want you all dead. His voice, filled with gritted teeth, echoed throughout the hall, followed by another command. Where are the two demon sects, Fu Dao and Shura? Exist. As his voice fell, two men with profound auras walked out of the main hall. You two hurry to that martial arts school, bring Ao Qing back, and at the same time, raise the school to the ground. I don't care if those two people are mortals or not. You have to bring back their heads. Ao Bifeng's cold voice slowly fell, and then with a wave of his hand, a large black umbrella reappeared in his hand. Remember to bring the sky-shielding umbrella. With it, the demon-suppressing mirror will pose no threat to you. Yes. Having received the large umbrella, the two great demon sects, Fu Dao and Shura, immediately took to the air and disappeared. After giving all the instructions, Ao Bifeng turned his gaze back to Ao Qingqing. Thinking of how all his years of hard work had been wasted by that good-for-nothing Ao Qing, he shouted loudly. The rest of you, follow me to the Devouring Heaven Palace. Yes. As the booming sound subsided, countless figures swiftly rushed out. The Heaven Devouring Palace. It was the place where Emperor Shitian Ao Zhong handled clan affairs, and also his bedchamber. Madam, our three sons are all more useless than the last. Why don't we make another one? Emperor Shitian Ao Zhong said with a smile to a beautiful woman in front of him. Snort. However, the beautiful woman pushed him away and said resentfully, You have three sons, but I only have Qing'er. Moreover, you knew that Qing'er was framed, yet you still punished him and banished him from the tribe. If he does anything wrong outside, I will not forgive you. Oh, madam, there's really no other way. You know the Red Sun clan is eyeing us covetously, afraid they won't find any fault with us. I have no other choice. Ao Zhong sighed and said helplessly, Besides, Qing'er has never been ambitious and has never experienced hardship. I'm just taking this opportunity to toughen him up. Snort. Madame Yin Wanqing, however, was not interested. Madam, I swear, as long as the situation in the clan stabilizes, I will definitely bring Qing'er back. Ao Zhong raised his palm and then said with a smile, besides, don't you want Qing'er to have another younger brother or sister? Yin Wanqing gave Ao Zhong a resentful look before she stopped refusing. Ao Zhong's face lit up with joy, and he was about to take up his gun and charge into battle. However, even after he had already taken his pants off, he heard angry shouts coming from outside. Devouring Emperor, come out here immediately. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong's expression changed. Damn the Red Sun lineage. Not only did they cause my Qing'er to be expelled from the tribe, but they also want to suppress my royal lineage in every way so that I can't create anything. How could I let you succeed? As he spoke, Ao Zhong glanced at his wife, gritted his teeth, and instantly killed her. Then, under his wife's resentful gaze, he unleashed his full power and leaped into the air towards Ao Bifong and the others. Chapter 159 The Shameless Devouring Emperor. Although named Devouring Emperor, Ao Zhong's strength is not just that of a demon emperor, but has reached the level of a demon sect master. Therefore, even when facing Ao Bifong and his group of experts, he was fearless. His leader's aura spread out invisibly, pressing down on Ao Bifong and the others. Bifong Demon Sect, I am dealing with important matters of my clan. Why are you leading so many people to disturb me for no reason? Ao Zhong said in a deep voice. Snort. Ao Bifong, equally cold-faced, said in a deep voice. I'm afraid there's nothing more important than us coming to find you right now. What do you mean? Ao Zhong asked, frowning. You still ask me what I mean? Do you know what heinous things your son Ao Qing has done? Ao Bifong asked coldly. My son Ao Qing? Ao Zhong sneered and said, Ao Bifong, I suspect you're just bored and have nothing better to do. Everyone knows my son was expelled from the tribe a long time ago. If you're going to cause trouble, at least come up with a better excuse. You may leave. I have no time for you. After saying that, Ao Zhong waved his hand and prepared to leave with a look of impatience on his face. Humph, I have no time for jokes with you. Ao Bifong said coldly. Do you know that your rebellious son defiled the virginity of the holy maiden of my devouring wolf clan? Soon as he said that, Ao Zhong, who was about to take off, almost fell from midair. Are you talking about Ao Qingsheng? Ao Zhong asked in shock. Yes. Ao Bifong spoke in a chilling voice. Ha! However, Ao Zhong suddenly burst into laughter and loudly mocked. Ao Bifong, everyone knows the wolfish ambitions of your Red Sun lineage. You have always coveted the position of my royal lineage and tried to find ways to harm us every day. But can you come up with a more convincing reason? Saying that my good-for-nothing third son slept with Ao Qingsheng is utter bullshit. You'd have to have someone believe that. After saying that, Ao Zhong gave them an impatient look, thinking that the moment he had just made must have upset his wife. Rather than getting entangled with these old scoundrels, he would rather go and appease his wife. I'm not joking with you. Ao Bifong gritted his teeth, making a cracking sound, and spoke each word in a cold voice. Meanwhile, the group of people behind him all stared intently at Ao Zhong, their eyes flashing with intense hatred. Upon seeing this scene, Ao Zhong, who had initially disbelieved it, was suddenly jolted. Seeing Ao Bifong and the others staring wide-eyed incredulously, they asked, Is what you're saying true? My son, did he really sleep with Ao Qingsheng? Before Ao Bifong and the others could answer, judging from their expressions, Ao Zhong instantly confirmed the truth of the matter. Unable to hold back, Ao Zhong couldn't help but let out a pft. Then he burst into laughter. Huh. Ha ha ha. Wow, my son is amazing. He's truly inherited your father's talents. He's a worthy son of Ao Zhong ha. However, Ao Zhong's laughter made Ao Bifong and the others' faces turn so gloomy they could drip water, and a trace of murderous intent emanated from them. Ao Zhong, you're still laughing. What do you mean by that? You rebellious son have defiled Qingsheng's virginity, which is tantamount to destroying my devouring Sky Wolf clan. Not only do you not give us an explanation, but you also stand here mocking us. How can you be the devouring Sky Emperor? That's right. Do you know that Qingsheng is the holy maiden of my devouring Sky Wolf clan, and she shoulders the future of my devouring Sky Wolf lineage? In an instant, Ao Bifong and the others were filled with anger, and they shouted at Ao Zhong. The future of the devouring Sky Wolf clan. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong's smile vanished, and he scoffed coldly, saying, I'm not dead yet, and you're already talking about the future? You're really trying to flatter Ao Qingqing. If we're really talking about it, I think she's the future of your Red Sun lineage, isn't she? What do you mean? Ao Bifang shouted in a deep voice. It's meaningless. Everyone knows you want to use Ao Qingqing to turn the Red Sun lineage into a royal lineage, Ao Zhong said bluntly. Snort. Ao Bifang, exposed by Ao Zhong, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he said confidently, since ancient times, the throne of the Devouring Heaven Emperor has always been held by the capable. As the number one among the younger generation of Devouring Heaven Demon Wolves, it is only natural that Qingqiang would lead my Red Sun lineage to become the royal family in the future. Humph. Then you can wait until I'm dead before you talk. Ao Zhong snorted angrily. Ao Zhong, I don't want to argue with you about these things. You must give us an explanation today regarding that good-for-nothing Ao Qing. Ao Bifang shouted in a deep voice. Right. No matter you are the Devouring Emperor, your son has committed such a heinous act. You must give an explanation. At that moment, the people behind Ao Bifang also began to exert pressure. Statement. Ao Zhong sneered. I still want an explanation from you. My Qing is so innocent. Who knows if it was your Ao Qingqiang who seduced my Qing? You. As soon as Ao Zhong finished speaking, Ao Bifang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How could someone say such shameless things? Chapter 160, Turning Black into White. Ao Zhong, I really don't know how you have the nerve to say such a thing. Ao Bifang said with a gloomy face, Qingqing inherited the legacy of my Red Sun lineage. She clearly knows that the demon sect's previous loss of virginity would lead to the loss of all previous efforts. How could she do such a foolish thing? Moreover, she is the number one among the younger generation. Whether it is strength, appearance, or talent, she is outstanding. She doesn't even care about the countless young talents in the clan. So why would she take a fancy to your good-for-nothing son? That's hard to say. Although my Qing'er's strength and talent are only average, she inherited my looks, which are beyond reproach. Ao Zhong said without blushing at all. It's not impossible that your Ao Qingqing might fall for my Qing'er's stunning beauty. You. Ao Bifang was trembling with anger. He pointed at Ao Zhong and said coldly, So, you want to just let this matter slide? Otherwise, although I don't like your Red Sun lineage, you are still the backbone of our Devouring Sky Wolf clan. I can't keep holding on to this matter, can I? Ao Zhong sighed and waved his hand, saying, So, although my Qing'er is at a disadvantage in this matter, for the sake of our tribe's unity, I have no choice but to choose not to pursue it. You. Puff. After hearing Ao Zhong's words, Ao Bifang finally couldn't hold back any longer. He felt a tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of blood surged up. Very well, I will remember everything that you, Devouring Emperor, have done to my Red Sun lineage today. He forced down the blood, his gloomy eyes fixed on Ao Zhong, and a voice filled with hatred emanated from him. Although he wanted to take direct action, he knew that if he did, Ao Zhong would find a pretext to use against them, and the Red Sun clan would be accused of insubordination. This is extremely detrimental to their overall situation. He could only swallow his anger, gave Ao Zhong a gloomy look, and led the group away with resentment. Ha! Watching Ao Bifang's disheveled figure leave, Ao Zhong burst into laughter, his triumphant voice ringing out. I never would have imagined that my most useless son would do something that even Ao Zhong admires. Give Ao Qingqiang, that feels good. This directly shattered the Red Sun lineage's wishful thinking, causing their treacherous scheme to collapse without any chance of success. They are truly heroes of our royal family. With unrestrained laughter, he rushed back to the Devouring Heaven Palace. After walking a few steps, they saw a young man walking towards them with two alluring wolf women in his arms. It was his second son, Ao Tai. Upon seeing this, Ao Zhong's face immediately darkened. Father! Upon seeing Ao Zhong, Ao Tai immediately bowed respectfully. Snort! Waste! The two wolf women beside Ao Tai and shouted. Upon hearing this, Ao Tai immediately showed a wronged expression and said with a hint of resentment, Father, why do you say that? Although I am not as good as Ao Qingqiang, I am still the most outstanding of your three sons, right? The best? You dare to say that? Ao Zhong said bluntly. You should learn more from your younger brother. My brother? Ao Qing. Ao Tai looked at Ao Zhong with disdain and said, Father, there doesn't seem to be anything about Ao Qing that I can learn from. Whether it's talent, cultivation, or political acumen, I, as his older brother, am far superior to him. Besides, he's a good-for-nothing who was expelled from the family. What right does he have to compare himself to me? Shut up. Ao Zhong, revealing his imposing manner, slapped Ao Tai across the face and scolded. If your brother is a good-for-nothing, then you are even worse than a good-for-nothing. If you want to be compared to him, you should sleep with Ao Qingqing first, instead of wasting your time on these vulgar women. Having been slapped, Ao Tai's face showed even more resentment. Just as he was about to retort, he overheard Ao Zhong's words. He shuddered violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. Father, are you saying that Ao Qing gave Ao Qingcheng too? How could that be? How is that possible? The news shocked Ao Tai so much that he couldn't recover for a long time. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Chapter 161: The Master's Profound Meaning. Behind the martial arts school, Yifeng sat on the stool, watching Wu Yonghong and the other two work while chatting idly. Whoa! At this moment, the dog lying at Yifeng's feet sneezed several times. When a dog sneezes, it's going to rain. Yifeng sighed softly, subconsciously uttering a proverb from his past life, then got up and walked into the martial arts hall, where he found a broken umbrella among a pile of junk. You three keep this umbrella for now, just in case it rains. Yifeng tossed the umbrella to Wu Yonghong and the other two who were working. Gentlemen, Wu Yonghong and the other two immediately turned their shocked gazes toward Yifeng. Remember correctly, this umbrella is a royal treasure left behind by Wu Yonghong that day, and it is also one of the treasures of his Xuanwu sect. So we just dumped it on them? Sir, isn't it a bit inappropriate to just give us such valuable items like this? Wu Yonghong said apologetically. A valuable item? Yifeng smiled helplessly and said, What's so valuable about this? It's just a broken umbrella. You're helping me with my work, so what's wrong with having an umbrella to tide you over when it rains? Just a broken umbrella? Wu Yonghong and the other two were shocked. This is at least a royal grade treasure. Although they have a few of these, they usually keep them as treasures. How could the master consider them less than junk? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Even the hoes and shovels they use are of the highest quality. In the eyes of the master, the royal grade items are probably nothing special. However, perhaps because that proverb was really accurate, the sky did indeed gradually darken. It looks like it's about to rain. Although he knew that the master's methods were capable of manipulating events, Wu Yonghong couldn't help but ask, recalling the master's experience of descending to the mortal realm to contemplate life. But since the master gave us the umbrella, what will you use yourself? Yifeng smiled. These old men were really adorable. Polite with a broken umbrella. If he really needed an umbrella, he could just buy one anywhere. So he smiled at the old men and said, Don't worry about me. I'll have an umbrella when I really need one. It will naturally happen. The old men exchanged glances, sensing that there was some deeper meaning behind the gentleman's words. However, I found it too profound and unfathomable. So, without thinking too much about it, they accepted the umbrella after a slight hesitation. Thank you, sir. The group thanked them respectfully. I looked at the sky. Although the sky was gloomy and dark, anything could happen in this autumn season, so Yifeng didn't rush into the house. Instead, he took out his guitar, wanting to improve his guitar playing skills. After all, here, he can chat with these old men in his spare time while playing the piano, and if he plays well, he might even get some praise from them. This is much more comfortable than lying alone in the martial arts gym, facing the wall. After thinking for a moment, a farewell song from my past life slowly came to mind. As soon as Yifeng's zither music ended, the bodies of several old men who were hoeing the ground trembled violently, and they hurriedly turned their fervent gazes toward him. The gentleman's piano music. It actually contains such a strong musical intent. Wu Yonghong and the other old men stared wide-eyed. Even though they knew nothing about the zither, they could still feel the spirit of the music. At the same time, Lu Dasheng, who was carrying manure, also slammed on the brakes, not even caring that he almost fell into the latrine, and hurriedly looked over. At this time, almost everyone put down what they were doing and stared at Yifeng without moving, not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing the sound. A very long time. Yifeng's hand, which had been plucking the strings, finally stopped moving. Wu Yonghong and the others were still savoring the experience, casting admiring glances their way, for they had all gained considerable insights from the music, whether about their state of mind or the techniques involved. It's so nice to be here with you, sir. Not only do they each receive a sacred treasure, but they also receive other gifts from the master from time to time. For example, imperial treasures, musical instruments. However, Compared to the sentiments expressed by Wu Yonghong and others, Lu Dasheng almost shed tears. They all worked for Yifeng, and Wu Yonghong and the others showered him with all sorts of benefits. But he did the hardest, most tiring, and dirtiest work, carrying manure for so many days without getting any benefits at all. Up to today, he finally managed to get a little bit of benefit from it. Finally, it feels like the clouds have parted and the sun has shone through, making me so excited I could cry. The gentleman's piano playing is truly amazing, leaving us with endless enjoyment, and we can't help but immerse ourselves in it. Yes, it is a great blessing for us to hear you sing a song, sir. At this moment, Wu Yonghong and the others couldn't help but express their admiration for Yifeng. Hey, calm down, calm down. Yifeng waved his hand. Although he had no intention of showing off, it was still pleasant to have his performance recognized by others. Ding! Congratulations to Qin for advancing to the unparalleled level. Just then, the system's voice came from his mind, which made Yifeng slightly happy. Hard work pays off. After so many days of practice, I've finally advanced. A few more songs then. Yifeng thought to himself, while also pondering what piece he should play next. Just then, a thick layer of demonic energy suddenly filled the sky, and at the same time, two figures with powerful auras stepped through the air. Soon, they arrived above the martial arts school. Chapter 162. Why hasn't the gentleman made a move yet? This is it. One of them stared at the small martial arts school below and said coldly. The other person nodded. The Azura demon sect and the subduing path demon sect of the Red Sun lineage. How about it? The demon sect master Fu Dao asked. It seems quite ordinary. On the forehead of the Azura demon sect member flickered slightly as he observed with sharp eyes. Clearly, since this place had caused Ao Qingqing's downfall, the two of them had not underestimated their opponent, nor had they recklessly attacked. Wrong. After some investigation, Shura changed his tune and said, this martial arts school is indeed unusual. No wonder Qingqing was defeated here. Upon hearing this, Fu Dao Yaozong frowned slightly. They quickly followed the gaze of the Azura demon sect, and immediately discovered several unusual auras on the wasteland behind the martial arts hall. 3 human martial grandmasters, and 1 martial emperor. Solemn voice, Fu Dao Yaozong asked. Yeah, that good-for-nothing Ao Qing is here too. Shura's gaze frequently swept over the 3 martial grandmasters, while the young man on the recliner and the black-robed idiot who was catching butterflies were completely ignored by the two of them. What are those martial grandmasters and that martial emperor doing? The demon sect master Fu Dao asked again. I don't know. Humans always do some strange things. That's not important. What's important is what we should do now. The Azura demon frowned and said in a deep voice. They could ignore the 2 mortals and the martial emperor, but they had to take the 3 martial grandmasters seriously. Although there are 3 martial grandmasters, judging from their auras, all 3 are at the early stage of martial grandmaster, while the 2 of us are at the middle stage of demon grandmaster. Although we are fighting 3 against 2, not only are our realms higher, but we demon beasts are even stronger than humans in battles of the same level. The demon sect master Fu Dao was deep in thought, analyzing the situation. What's more, we also have a semi-saint grade treasure, the sky-shielding umbrella. So since we're here, there's no need to make a wasted trip. Let's strike first and kill them with lightning speed. The voice of the Fu Dao demon sect was filled with killing intent. Upon hearing this, the Azura demon sect also nodded solemnly. With a wave of his hand, a large black umbrella was instantly summoned. As demonic power surged, the umbrella flew out of his hand and floated into the sky, slowly opening. The instant it was opened, the vast black mist spread out, permeating the surroundings and enveloping the sky. To draw a circle on the ground and imprison oneself. Suppress. The Azura demon sect issued another deep shout. As soon as the voice fell, the large black umbrella spun rapidly, and the sky seemed to transform into an invisible vortex. Countless transparent beams of light shone down, completely sealing off the small martial arts school. Wu Yonghong and his 2 companions, who were hoeing the ground, suddenly tightened their grip and looked up at the sky. The 3 were shocked to see this. While being greatly shocked, they also discovered the powerful effect of the black umbrella, which not only sealed off the surrounding area, but also suppressed their cultivation. So you're 2 demon sects, daring to cause trouble here, sir? I'll kill you both. Chu Quanshi was instantly enraged. After letting out a soft shout, he raised the hoe in his hand and was about to charge towards the 2 demon sect members in the sky. Stay calm. However, Wu Yonghong grabbed Chu Guangshi's shoulder. What are you doing? Chu Guangshi said anxiously. These two are clearly here to cause trouble. It's fine if they don't join me, but why are they blocking me? Wu Yonghong shook his head solemnly at him, then glanced at Yifeng and whispered a reminder. This is Master's territory. These two ignorant demonic beasts have come to cause trouble. Do you think Master, with his strength, wouldn't know they're here? But Master hasn't made a move. How can we, who work for Master, take it upon ourselves to act? Isn't this a case of the guest usurping the host's role? Upon hearing this, Chu Guangshi suddenly realized what was happening. Looking around, sure enough, the Master was still fiddling with his zither, and even his black-robed subordinate remained unmoved, continuing to catch butterflies. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yonghong with gratitude and put down the hoe in his hand. At that moment, Yifeng was fiddling with his guitar and thinking about which songs he should practice next, completely unaware that two figures were standing high above him. After all, there are techniques to improving his proficiency with this qin, a type of zither. If he always plays the same style of music, his proficiency will improve very slowly. However, if he frequently changes the type of music, such as lighthearted, sad, and so on, then he can improve much more easily. Just then, the two demon sect members above them let out a cold laugh. It seems these three human martial grandmasters are weaker than we imagined. Our purpose is so obvious, yet we still dare not retaliate. The Azura demon sect said disdainfully. I reckon their cultivation levels have been significantly suppressed by the heaven-covering umbrella, said the demon sect master Fudao. In that case, you have no chance. The Azura demon sect chuckled coldly, exchanged a glance with the Fudao demon sect, and resumed their actions. The hand seals were quickly formed. The red sun marks on their foreheads radiated dazzling light, and at the same time, a huge energy ball condensed in front of them. As soon as the energy ball was released, a violent aura swept through, causing the surrounding space to roar and turn into a vacuum. At the same time, Wu Yonghong and the other two suddenly felt immense pressure, and cold sweat poured down their foreheads, especially the energy ball, which felt like a huge bomb hanging over their heads. Why are you still unmoved, sir? Finally, Sun Zhuge asked with a grim expression, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. Yes, if you don't make a move soon, sir, these two demon sects will be about to attack. Chu Guangshi voiced his concern again. Don't be impatient. Wu Yonghong comforted him. Even so, sweat was still dripping down his forehead. However, without the master's permission, they dared not make any decisions on their own and could only wait. Die. The next moment, two soft shouts came from the sky, and Shura and the other person simultaneously pushed down the energy balls in their hands. The attack was launched. The pressure has increased significantly across the entire area. Like two shooting stars streaking down from the sky, breaking through the air's resistance, they fell heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, Wu Yonghong and the other two stared intently at Yifeng. Clearly, under such a powerful attack, they were starting to lose their composure. Chapter 163 Ambush from 10 Sides. Got it. Let's play Ambush from 10 Sides. Just as Wu Yonghong and the others were about to lose their composure, Yifeng finally slapped his thigh and made a move. Although a piece like Ambush from 10 Sides was not suitable for guitar playing, as long as it could improve his guitar skills, who cares? Seeing that Yifeng had made a move, Wu Yonghong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. However, just when they thought Yifeng would unleash his full power and wipe out the two demon sect members, they discovered that Yifeng was not launching an attack, but instead picked up his strange musical instrument again. Let me write you another one. Yifeng smiled faintly. While Yifeng spoke lightly, Wu Yonghong and the others were anything but relaxed. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, were once again on edge. This? How can you remain so calm, sir? The three people were terrified. Because no matter what, this is an attack from two demon sects. Even if you don't take them seriously, you can't just let them attack. Moreover, if such an attack were to actually land, the gentleman might escape unscathed, but the others would suffer a terrible fate. Sweating profusely, Wu Yonghong and the others could no longer hold back and were about to ask Yifeng a question. Thump. However, before they could even utter a word, Yifeng had already plucked the strings. As the strings moved, the famous piece from their previous life, Ambush from 10 Sides, began to play. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from the air, permeating the entire surrounding space. The entire space felt like it was shrouded in a battlefield, instantly putting those who were there on the edge of their seats on edge. At the same time, As the strings vibrated, an invisible wave rose into the air. Call out. Almost instantly, the two enormous energy spheres vanished without a trace, disappearing into nothingness as if they had never existed. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Wu Yonghong and his two companions, who were already extremely nervous, froze on the spot like stone pillars. They gasped for breath, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Lu Dashing was so frightened that he fell into the cesspool. Ignoring his disheveled state, he stared wide-eyed at the miracle that had occurred. Such powerful attacks. Surprisingly, it was actually broken so easily by a single note. What kind of unparalleled skill and what kind of extraordinary cultivation level would be required to achieve this? Looking at Yifeng lying on the recliner, so relaxed, it seemed as if he was doing something insignificant. When Shura and Fudao saw this, they were also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, fear instantly spreading through their hearts. He stared incredulously at the young man on the recliner. Only then did they realize that the most powerful person in this martial arts school was not one of the 3 martial arts masters they had seen, but rather the most ordinary-looking young man lying on the recliner. Such unparalleled skills directly caused the two to lose their will to fight, because they are not on the same level at all. The two exchanged a glance, and then prepared to put away the umbrella and leave. However, another note suddenly burst forth from Yifeng's guitar, enveloping Xiao Luo and Fudao. The two of them stared wide-eyed. Under this energy, despair filled their eyes, and they had no idea how to resist it. In the blink of an eye, invisible energy passed through. The 2 top experts of the Devouring Sky Wolf clan vanished into nothingness in an instant, as if they had never been there at all. In the sky, calmness returned. Only a large, ownerless black umbrella remained, slowly drifting down from high above. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Yonghong and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew that the man was very, very strong, they had never felt it so truly before. 2 powerful figures from the demon sect. A man who could practically do whatever he wanted in the Spratly Islands was simply wiped out like that, with such nonchalance. Call. They stared at each other, gasping for breath, both seeing absolute shock in each other's eyes. No wonder. No wonder the gentleman didn't take those two's attacks seriously. Looking back now, it was those few people who were too impatient and hasty. Finally, Yifeng has finished playing a complete version of Ambush from 10 Sides. Although the guitar wasn't really suited for playing this kind of piece, the overall performance was pretty good, and Yifeng was quite satisfied. He smiled and looked at Wu Yonghong and the others. But they found that all of them were standing there dumbfounded, as if they had dementia. Noticing Yifeng's gaze, Wu Yonghong and the others quickly came to their senses and praised him from the bottom of their hearts. Sir, your power is something we admire and respect. The sir's demeanor we witnessed today has truly broadened our horizons. Upon hearing the words of praise, Yifeng smiled rather helplessly. It's just a piece of music, yet it's been played like this. However, it's understandable. Putting aside his superb piano skills honed through systematic practice, the piece, Ambush from 10 Sides itself, is a breathtaking piece. This is his hometown from his previous life, with its 5,000 years of cultural heritage. It's nothing serious, stay calm. Although Yifeng was quite proud, he still waved to them modestly and smiled. Chapter 164. What's meant to happen will happen. It's no big deal. Wu Yonghong and the others smacked their lips in unison. 2 powerful figures from the demon sects, capable of destroying a city, were actually nothing special in the master's eyes. I'm afraid only you, sir, could say such a thing. It seems they are much weaker than these 2 demon sects, yet they are able to talk to the master on equal terms and do his work. This is truly a great blessing, a fortune earned in their past life. And just then, a wind started to blow in the sky. Rain began to fall, drop by drop. Yifeng stretched out his palm, looked at the raindrops on it, and murmured, "It really is raining." Just as he finished speaking, a large black umbrella fell from the sky and landed right in Yifeng's hands. Huh, where did this big black umbrella come from? Seeing the large umbrella, Yifeng was puzzled. He looked around, but couldn't see anyone. It must have been blown in by the wind. Yifeng thought to himself, marveling at his good luck. He was just short of an umbrella when a big black umbrella appeared out of nowhere, saving him the trouble of buying one later. He couldn't help but laugh and tease Wu Yonghong and the others, saying, "See, I told you, it's just an umbrella, it will come when you need it." Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the other 2 were deeply shocked. Only after recalling the gentleman's profound words did they understand their meaning. It seems so. The 2 demon sect members arrived, The master already knew what was about to happen. Their methods of probing the secrets of the heavens truly amazed them. It's raining. Let's go inside the martial arts gym and have a seat, Yifeng said with a smile. Well, Wu Yonghong and the others readily agreed. The group, holding umbrellas, walked towards the martial arts school. They had only taken 2 steps when they found Lu Dashing standing by the latrine, looking at them expectantly with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Yifeng wanted to call him in, but seeing him covered in excrement, he ultimately held back. After hesitating for a moment, she took out 10 gold coins from her pocket, covered her nose, and walked towards him. Upon seeing this, Lu Dashing's eyes became excited. Why don't you just stand here in the rain? Yifeng said apologetically, while extending his palm. This is compensation for you. Compensate. Upon hearing these 2 words, Lu Dashing nodded excitedly, and then, under his expectant gaze, Yifeng placed 10 gold coins in his hand. Upon seeing the 10 gold coins, Lu Dashing almost burst into tears. His expression was priceless. Wasn't this supposed to be compensation? Why is it only 10 gold coins? Why is it that things given to others are considered sacred or royal, but when they come to him, they're just latrines or gold coins? Just as he was filled with grief and indignation, Yifeng seemed to see through his thoughts and frowned. Although he was wealthy, 10 gold coins was still a considerable sum as compensation. This stubborn man was truly insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. His voice became less polite as he asked, "What? Do you have any objections?" This forced Lu Dashing to swallow the words that were in his mouth. Recalling the terror this person had just displayed, he dared not utter any objections and could only nod in agreement with a wronged expression. Rain. It gradually got heavier. Lu Dashing's face was covered in water droplets. It was hard to tell if it was all rain or mixed with tears. The devouring Sky Wolf tribe. In the Red Sun faction, Ao Bifong and others sat in the main hall, their faces gloomy, not uttering a single word. Atmosphere. It was very depressing. Ao Qingqing cultivated a special technique, which is why she was able to break through so quickly. Once she reaches the demon sect realm, she will definitely be the next successor to the Devouring Emperor. But with the loss of virginity, Ao Qingqing has essentially lost her previous advantages. Even if she opens the secret realm, she may not be able to break through to the demon sect. Ao Qing did this. It can be said that their countless years of hard work have been reduced to nothing. Furthermore, having been rebuffed by the Devouring Emperor, they could only wait for news from the 2 great demon sects of Azura, hoping to successfully capture Ao Qing. Then, they would force Ao Qing to submit and admit in front of the entire clan that he had violated Ao Qingqing. This would use public opinion to exert a huge influence on the royal family and force the Devouring Emperor to give them an explanation, or even directly hand over the throne of the Devouring Emperor. This is their only possible and potentially effective means of retaliation. Don't worry, Lord Bifong. With the Azura Demon Sect and Fudao Demon Sect taking action, capturing that good-for-nothing Ao Qing will be a piece of cake. At this moment, an old man said softly to Ao Bifong. Ao Bifong nodded grimly. He wasn't worried about that, since with the 2 major demon sects involved, it was impossible for them to fail to take down a small martial arts school. Just then, a servant rushed in, shouting in a panic, "Lord Bifong, something terrible has happened." What happened? Ao Bifong's eyes flickered, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He grabbed him and asked in a deep voice. In an instant, everyone else also turned their attention to him. Chapter 165, Another Big Move. Reporting to my lords, the destiny tablets of the Azura Demon Sect and the Fudao Demon Sect are broken. The subordinate shouted in a trembling voice, and then knelt on the ground, shaking. What? His words caused a huge stir. Almost everyone, including Ao Bifong, stood up at the same time. A terrifying aura emanated from these powerful individuals, causing the entire hall to suddenly become extremely oppressive. Countless items turned to dust, and those with weaker cultivation levels found it difficult to even stand. Reaches the Demon Emperor level, they will generally leave a destiny tablet in their clan so that they can know the life and death status of clan members who are away at any time. The destiny card was cracked. This also signifies that the owner of the destiny card has already passed away. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Finally, after a brief period of suppression, Ao Bifong uttered a chilling voice, and as his body trembled, the body of the servant in front of him suddenly turned into a rain of blood. At that moment, his heart was practically bleeding. It must be understood that although the Red Sun lineage is powerful, the demon sect is also an absolutely top-tier force, with each member being a pillar of strength. The loss of two of them at once is a huge blow. Such a loss. Not to mention the incident involving Ao Qingqing. Ao Qing. Ao Qing. It's all because of this Ao Qing. Ao Bifeng's voice rang out through gritted teeth as he shouted in a deep voice. All demon emperors and above of the Red Sun lineage, heed my command, and depart immediately. I want to see whether there's a dragon coiled up or a tiger lying beside Ao Qing. Yes. All the experts spoke up in unison. Then, with Ao Bifeng stomping his foot, more than 20 experts soared into the sky, creating a small shadow on the ground. Among the more than 20 experts, there are a total of 7 demon sect leaders and more than 10 demon emperors. This lineup is capable of crushing most of the forces in the Spratly Islands. Wherever they flew, the entire space was filled with a strong sense of oppression. Under their absolute killing intent, many birds flying in the sky were directly pulverized when they came within 100 feet of them. Pingjiang City. The light rain has stopped. However, the ground after the rain was full of mud, making it difficult to work. So, led by Yifeng, Wu Yonghong, Chu Guangshi, Sun Zhuge, and others were sitting in the martial arts hall chatting. While they were chatting, Lu Qingshan also ran over. In a short time, the martial arts school was bustling with activity. Since everyone's here, and it's a bit cold today, how about we have a hot pot? Yifeng said to everyone with a smile. Upon hearing that Yifeng was going to prepare something to eat, no one had any objections, and all nodded expectantly. But you'll have to help me out, I definitely can't handle it all by myself, Yifeng added. Sir, please give us your orders. The group quickly replied. All right, old man Wu, you three can help me prepare the meat, Yifeng said with a smile, but he was having some trouble deciding what to eat. He wanted to get a whole roasted lamb. I also want to make eagle stew. But thinking about it, making a wolf meat congee hot pot doesn't seem like a bad idea. After thinking for a moment, he simply took out the spatial ring. Upon seeing his spatial ring, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, they also recognized the ring's extraordinary nature, making it far superior to ordinary storage rings. This ring is not bad, is it? Yifeng chuckled. Everyone nodded quickly. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth, showing understanding for the way these country bumpkins looked at him. After all, this ring was given to him by a cultivator, and these mortal old men had never seen anything like it before. You can choose what to eat. Yifeng opened the spatial ring and dumped out all the wild beasts inside. Animals such as leopards, eagles, snakes, and deer were almost everywhere, filling the entire yard. This revelation nearly made Wu Yonghong and the others' eyes pop out of their sockets. Is that a lightning hawk? That's a land snake. That's a flying wolf. The group was completely stunned, because these things were either demon spirits or demon kings. Although they had guessed that the ingredients Yifeng had prepared were not simple, they never thought they were this extraordinary. Oh, I also have a turtle here. Yifeng took out the old turtle again and said, however, each of you can only have a sip of soup from this turtle. I need it to nourish my apprentice. Demon. Your Majesty. When this turtle appeared, everyone stared in astonishment. Lu Qingshan was sweating profusely. Wu Yonghong and the others were at least martial grandmasters, while he, a mere junior who had just entered the martial emperor realm, felt extremely conflicted upon seeing this old turtle who had broken through to the demon emperor realm countless years ago. This thing, which is even stronger than him, is just being eaten like this? A senior is indeed a senior. That's quite a grand gesture. However, they gradually developed some immunity to it. After all, they can instantly kill beings who belong to the demon sect, so what's a couple of demon spirits or demon kings? They, on the other hand, can now enjoy the good life. Chapter 166, All Members Breakthrough. Pick whichever you like. Yifeng said with a smile that he didn't care whether these wild beasts were called lightning or flying. In his opinion, as long as they were wild game, they were all good ingredients. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and his companions meekly chose an eagle to make soup, and of course, they also planned to get a roasted wolf leg. Okay, then let's do it this way. Yifeng clapped his hands and said, I'll be the head chef. You guys take care of the wild animals and wash the vegetables. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others quickly rolled up their sleeves and went to deal with the eagle and the wolf demon. Especially seeing Yifeng doing everything himself, the others didn't dare to use their cultivation and instead accompanied Yifeng in experiencing life in a humble manner. Then, some were plucking feathers, others were boiling water. They were all busy and having a great time. By the way, old man Qingshan, why don't you go to the street and buy some medicinal herbs? After all, You're all old and frail. While you're enjoying your meal, it'll also help you nourish your bodies. Yifeng took out some gold coins and gave Lu Qingshan a prescription. Okay. Lu Qingshan took the gold coins and happily went to the street to buy medicine. While everyone was busy, a centipede poked its head out from the pile of corpses. When it saw the presence of the men who had been plucking eagle feathers, it was so frightened that it almost broke its legs. Then, it visibly shrank its body and silently crawled down the steps to hide. Before long, the old ancestor of Qingshan had returned with the medicinal herbs, and Wu Yonghong and the others had also dealt with the eagle and the wolf. Yifeng then began to show off his skills, first stewing turtle soup with medicinal herbs, while he continued to prepare wolf leg and eagle soup. When the turtle soup was almost ready, Wu Yonghong and the others' eyes lit up and they all looked over. Oh my god! At that moment, almost everyone was stuttering. Just by smelling the odor emanating from them, one could sense that their strength had increased considerably. This completely stunned everyone. What kind of divine power is this? Even though this is a Demon King Old Turtle, it shouldn't have this effect, but it has this effect in your hands, sir. Unconsciously, everyone swallowed hard. Breathing rapidly, I wanted to inhale the aroma of the old turtle soup a little longer. Alright. Yifeng rolled his eyes at the old men's expressions, but still couldn't help but call out. Each of you bring a small bowl, but you can only have one sip each. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others were so excited that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Each of them held a small bowl and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng picked up the large pot ladle and started cooking soup for them. To his surprise, the large pot ladle was also a precious item. Wu Yonghong and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Hey, calm down, calm down. Don't act like you've never seen anything like this before. After getting to know them better, old ancestor Qingshan patted them on the shoulder and gave them a look that suggested he was looking at country bumpkins. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others immediately understood that this was definitely not the first time Qingshan had entered the kitchen, which meant that his relationship with the master was definitely not insignificant. Therefore, their gaze towards Qingshan instantly became much more polite, and they said politely, "Thank you for the reminder, brother Qingshan." Huh, you're too kind. You'll get used to it. Old ancestor Qingshan subconsciously puffed out his chest, feeling quite proud. So what if he was a martial emperor? Even if their cultivation level is much higher than mine, I still know them first, so they still have to treat me politely. Finally, Yifeng served each of them a small bowl of soup, while the rest were given to Zhongqing. Looking at the soup in their hands, everyone's breathing became rapid. He swallowed hard, then picked up the bowl with both hands and poured it down. He didn't even know if he tasted anything, but he ate every last crumb. Holy crap! Almost instantly, Wu Yonghong exclaimed in surprise, feeling his dantian begin to heat up, and his cultivation level was actually rising steadily. Judging from the rate of increase, he was probably about to break through to the martial venerable realm. This shout drew Yifeng out. Seeing Wu Yonghong clutching his stomach, he shouted irritably, "What are you yelling about? You're disturbing my apprentice. If you want to go, go somewhere else." Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong trembled and instantly understood. He bowed to Yifeng and then hurriedly ran towards the gate. After Wu Yonghong ran out, Lu Qingshan and the others quickly bowed to Yifeng and then ran out as well. Hurry, hurry, don't keep the senior waiting. Let's seize the time to break through. After stepping out the door, Wu Yonghong suppressed the signs of a breakthrough and quickly said, "Quickly, go to my Green Mountain sect. My Green Mountain sect has a formation that can temporarily adjust speed. Let's get there quickly to break through." Lu Qingshan shouted hurriedly. The group flew towards the Green Mountain gate with all their might. "Your stomach hurts so badly you need to poop? Is there something wrong with my soup?" Yifeng was completely bewildered when he recalled how constipated the others had looked earlier. Looking at the small bowl of turtle soup in his hand, he immediately lost interest in eating it and poured it into the dog bowl. Upon seeing this, Ao Qing's eyes lit up, and he licked it all up in no time. A moment later, the dog sprang to attention and dashed out in a flash. Is this turtle too nourishing, and they can't handle it? Seeing the dog doing the same thing, Yifeng clicked his tongue, glanced at Zhongqing lying on the bed, and wondered if he had pooped all over the bed. Fortunately, after waiting for a long time, no such situation was found, and Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. An hour later, Lu Qingshan and the others returned to the entrance of the martial arts school, looking refreshed. At this moment, all of them have achieved a breakthrough. Lu Qingshan broke through from the early stage of martial emperor to half-master, while Wu Yonghong and the other two broke through directly from the early stage of martial master to the early stage of martial venerable. The magnitude of this breakthrough is like soaring straight into the sky. This was their first time visiting such a place in their lives, but their gazes were even more respectful as they looked at the martial arts school in front of them. After all, they understand. All of this is thanks to you, sir. Outside Pingjiang City, in a little-known teleportation array, a group of imposing figures in black robes emerged, exuding murderous intent. Then it soared into the sky and flew towards Pingjiang City. Chapter 167, let's deal with this martial arts school first. Wu Yonghong was unaware of all this at the time. Just as they were happily preparing to return to the martial arts school, they discovered a disheveled, unkempt person, reeking of a foul odor, lurking in the corner of the wall, looking at them with longing. It was Lu Dasheng. Looking at the even more terrifying auras than before, his eyes were filled with envy. Especially after seeing that even the Green Mountain ancestor had become unfathomable to him, his mood became a complete mess. They looked at their colleague, who was also working under Yifeng and picking up manure, and didn't know what to say. Although they hadn't exchanged many words, he looked rather pitiful. I just don't know what he did to upset his husband. Wu Yonghong sighed, patted him on the shoulder, and then walked into the martial arts school. There is always hope for you. Chu Guangshi offered a word of comfort as he passed by. Yes, keep it up. Sun Zhuge also cheered him on. As Lu Qingshan walked by, he shook his head and said earnestly, I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen. The master hasn't given any orders, so you should just keep carrying your manure. Looking at the spirited and confident individuals, Lu Dasheng felt a lump in his throat. On a perfectly fine rainy day, I always feel like sand and dust got into my eyes. Roasted wolf leg were already prepared when they returned. Just then, the rain had completely stopped. So, Yifeng instructed them to set up a table in the small courtyard behind the house. In the pot, the eagle meat was bubbling and boiling, and the chili peppers, radishes, and other side dishes were also boiling and bubbling, emitting a fragrant aroma. Besides the wolf leg, Yifeng also prepared 2 plates of peanuts to accompany the drinks. Seeing the table full of food, Wu Yonghong and the others' eyes lit up. They rubbed their hands together, already impatient, but without Yifeng's permission, they didn't dare to touch their chopsticks. Looking at the few reserved old men, Yifeng smiled slightly and said, We're all acquaintances here, so there's no need to be so polite. If you're going to be so timid, I won't welcome you next time. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the other old men trembled. They nodded one by one, like chicks pecking at rice. At the same time, they were filled with respect for Yifeng. With such cultivation, he did not put on airs in front of them, the younger generation, but was so approachable. If they could have even a fraction of Mr. S' simple and genuine state of mind, their achievements would surely be far greater than what they have today. Come, 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 my finest wine. Just now, when he broke through, the Green Mountain ancestor emptied out his Green Mountain sex inventory and put bottles of fine wine on the table. Good. Yifeng smiled with admiration, but then stared at the old men and said with a grin, But drinking is one thing. You old men aren't allowed to try anything funny. No, I wouldn't dare. Everyone nodded quickly. Even without Yifeng's reminder, they wouldn't dare to play any tricks, such as using their cultivation level to force someone to drink. Otherwise, putting aside whether the master would be displeased if he really used his cultivation to drink, who among those present could outdrink Yifeng? Just as the atmosphere in the martial arts school courtyard was lively, more than 20 experts from the Red Sun lineage arrived in force. Its momentum was incredibly overwhelming. Oh my God, look! Many experts. Phew, who are these people? To be able to fly, they must be at least at the martial spirit level. Their appearance caused countless exclamations from ordinary people and cultivators on the ground. However, they completely disregarded these ants on the ground and headed straight for the martial arts school. Lord Bifeng, based on the tracking methods Qingcheng used on Ao Qing should not be in the martial arts school right now. Someone reported to Ao Bifeng. Ao Qing is nothing, Ao Bifeng said coldly. He has been able to keep running around until now because of this martial arts school, so it's not too late to deal with Ao Qing after we've dealt with this martial arts school. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Before long, the small martial arts school appeared before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, from their elevated position above the martial arts hall, they could see that many people inside were drinking, seemingly completely unaware of their arrival. Actually, that's not the case. The gazes of Wu Yonghong and the others had already changed. However, seeing Yifeng smilingly eating the food and wine, completely unconcerned, Her sharp gaze subtly returned, and the spiritual energy she had been subtly mobilizing was once again withdrawn. With a gentleman here, what right do those petty scoundrels have to worry about? Two demon sects from before serve as a cautionary tale. Sir, I'd like to propose a toast to you. With that in mind, the group raised their glasses and continued to toast Yifeng in a lively atmosphere. Didn't you even notice that? Ao Bifeng's eyes flickered. However, remembering the lessons learned from Shura and Fudao, he did not underestimate his opponent. Instead, he transmitted his voice to everyone, saying, "Spread out in the heavenly wolf formation and prepare for battle. Then, on my command, attack simultaneously and make sure to inflict a fatal blow on those people from the martial arts school." Yes. At his command, the experts of the Red Sun lineage scattered in all directions. Then, their bodies were filled with demonic energy. Some formed arrays, some made complicated hand seals, and some were already preparing their innate attacks. In an instant, attacks of all kinds had coalesced. Chapter 168 Withdrawal? Upon seeing this, a cold smile finally appeared on Ao Bifeng's indifferent face. With such a formidable lineup, let alone the few people from the martial arts school, even a human expert who has 1 foot in the martial venerable realm might not be able to withstand it. These people are doomed. For the Azura demon sect and the subduing path demon sect. With a cold laugh, Ao Bifeng's own red sun mark on his forehead lit up, clearly indicating that he was not going to stand idly by and would join the others in taking action. Prepare. As destructive energy brewed on the mark, ready to be released, he suddenly waved his hand, about to command everyone to act together. Upon hearing Ao Bifeng's command, the pupils of everyone from the Red Sun lineage contracted, and they all held their breath. Meanwhile, their attacks were already poised to erupt, ready to be unleashed at the same time as Ao Bifeng's final command. However, just as Ao Bifeng was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something unusual. That. GAA. Wuzun. 1, 2, 3. There are still 3 of them? Besides, there is another martial master who is on par with me? Ao Bifeng suddenly opened his mouth wide, and as if afraid that he had realized something was wrong, he subconsciously wiped his eyes. Finally, he confirmed that the people sitting and eating were 3 martial venerables and 1 martial grandmaster. Although he didn't know the last one's cultivation level, the mere sight of the 4 of them almost made his eyes pop out of his head. Attack, attack, attack. Withdraw. With trembling lips, he finally managed to shout out the words he was about to say. Upon hearing this command, everyone in the Red Sun lineage smiled. Has the order finally been given? Since that's the case, then let those little ants from the martial arts school bear the baptism of death from my Red Sun lineage. But the next moment, they then realized something was wrong. Incredulous gazes immediately turned to Ao Bifeng. Withdraw. Everyone almost thought they had misheard, but to their disbelief, they saw that Ao Bifeng had already retreated. As he ran, he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Get out of here." This scene caused eyeballs to fall to the ground. This retreat brought immense hardship to the members of his Red Sun lineage. I'd already taken my pants off, and they actually told me I couldn't go on. Each of them was already gathering their strongest attacks and ready to unleash them, but when they suddenly withdrew their attacks, they all suffered a backlash. One by one, they were spitting out blood in the sky. However, due to Ao Bifeng's orders, they dared not linger and, enduring the backlash injuries, hurriedly began to retreat. The contrast between the two is simply indescribable. The more imposing their arrival, the more pathetic their retreat. Finally, they retreated to the outskirts of Pingjiang City. Ao Bifeng, who was in charge, slowed down and gasped for breath, looking as if he had survived a disaster. Lord Bifeng, what exactly is going on? Finally, someone asked Ao Bifeng for the reason. Yes, Lord Bifeng. Didn't we agree to attack together? Why did you say to retreat at the last moment? Indeed, we have all suffered the backlash. Please give everyone an explanation. Following the first person's question, the others also turned to Ao Bifeng with their own questions. Although they dared not turn against him due to his status, their tone was somewhat reproachful. Snort. You think I don't want to fight? Ao Bifeng sneered, glared at everyone, and said in a deep voice, but do you know that the strength of the people in this martial arts school is beyond our imagination? At this point, Ao Bifeng took a deep breath and said with an unwilling expression, of those 5 people, 1 is of unknown strength. 1 is a martial grandmaster who is on par with me, and there are also 3 martial venerables. What? As soon as Ao Bifeng finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They never expected that the people from that martial arts school would be so strong. let alone 3 martial venerables. Even just one martial venerable is a terrifying existence. If I hadn't discovered all this at the last moment using the Red Sun seal, we would probably be in grave danger today. AO Bifong sighed, still shaken. Upon hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, their faces filled with lingering fear. The gaze directed at AO Bifong no longer held blame, but rather relief. Relief that AO Bifong had discovered the situation at the martial arts school in time. Otherwise, if the 3 martial venerables were to start fighting, their Red Sun lineage would probably be wiped out today. So what do we do now? At this moment, someone asked AO Bifong. AO Bifong's pupil shrank, and he said with a face full of resentment, "We can only keep our distance from the martial arts school, but didn't you just say that AO Qing wasn't at the school?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. What do you mean? That's right. Let's bypass the martial arts school and go straight for AO Qing. Let's capture him first. I don't believe those people from the martial arts school will come knocking on our door because of this piece of trash. Chapter 169, Another World. Great idea. Arrest AO Qing directly. Yes, we're no match for the people from the martial arts school, but surely we can handle AO Qing? A series of enthusiastic voices rang out, giving everyone a glimmer of hope. Having just been attacked by the martial arts school, they were already holding back their anger with nowhere to vent it. Now, the mention of capturing AO Qing made them all eager to act. Lord Bifong, according to the tracking data from Qingcheng, AO Qing is not only not in the city, but also very far away. He should be on the other side of the Mufa Mountains, in the 10,000 mountains, the subordinate said to AO Bifong. In the 10,000 mountains? AO Bifong's pupils contracted slightly, and he said coldly, "But it's fine. After all, the farther he is from the martial arts school, the more advantageous it is for us." After saying that, he waved his hand. Walk. With his command, numerous experts from the Red Sun lineage set off towards the 100,000 mountains. Even though they had encountered a setback when attacking the martial arts school, this time they were absolutely confident. After all, this is a gathering of the Red Sun lineage's top combat power. With this lineup, they still can't catch a piece of trash like AO Qing? How could that be? However, the 10,000 mountains are quite a distance from Pingjiang City, and even if AO Bifong and his group traveled there, it would still take them a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, in the martial arts school, was still everywhere, and they were having a great time drinking. Especially since the Green Mountain ancestor brought extraordinary wines, and since no one dared to use their cultivation to drink. After a while, apart from Yifeng who was still relatively so, the other 4 old men were already quite drunk. Especially the old ancestor of Green Mountain, who, with his delicate fingers raised and taking small steps, recounted his past romantic escapades. "Let me tell you, and I'm not bragging, but I was incredibly handsome when I was young. There was a whole line of girls who liked me back then," old ancestor Qingshan said, his face flushed as he boasted. "TCH, look at you. How good could you have been when you were young? Even if someone had a crush on you, it would have been like a turtle eyeing a green bean," Chu Guangshi said with a face full of disbelief. Old ancestor Qingshan glared, his face flushed, and said, "Bullshit. Do you think I, Qingshan, am the kind of person who brags? Let me tell you, I once even commanded 36 at once." 36? Everyone was immediately shocked. Even Yifeng was somewhat surprised. "Meant, you know, to have a few drinks and brag a little, right? Tell me quickly, tell me how you did it back then," Sun Zhuge urged. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone strained their ears. Cough cough. Seeing that everyone was so interested, the old ancestor of Green Mountain began to talk at length. From beginning to end, from top to bottom, from distant views to details, he described almost everything, and even he himself was unaware of how much exaggeration was involved. It took a full half-hour to finish the story. Could you teach me?" Just then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway of the room next door. When everyone looked around, they realized that Zhong Qing had woken up and was peering into the doorway, eavesdropping for who knows how long. As she spoke, she licked her lips, her eyes filled with longing for the scene described by the Green Mountain ancestor. "You little brat, you're always going to sleep." Yifeng glared at him and scolded him irritably, but there was also a hint of joy on his face. His little apprentice had finally woken up. Upon hearing this, Zhongqing quickly shrank back and lay down again. Zhongqing's appearance did not spoil their atmosphere. After the Green Mountain ancestor, the other old men also started boasting and recounting their own past stories. For example, Lu Qingshan had a fondness for young girls and once squandered his family fortune on them. When Wu Yonghong was young, He was beaten half to death for fighting over a woman and was hung in a cesspool for half a month. As a child, Sun Juga secretly watched the village beauty next door take a bath. In the dim light, he got aroused by the sight of her white back. It wasn't until the man turned around that he realized it was the village beauty's father, which caused Sun Juga to lose interest in women for many years afterward. As for Chu Guangshi, he was as innocent as a piece of paper, making people wonder if he liked men, which caused several people present to move their chairs away from him. Sir, do you have any stories to tell? Would you be willing to share them with us? After a few words, Lu Qingshan cautiously asked Yifeng. Seeing this, the others also turned their expectant gazes over. Me? Yifeng smiled, put down his wine glass, raised his head and recalled slightly. I don't have any special stories. If I had to say I did, it would be in another world. Another world? Hiss. The moment this information bombshell dropped, the group jolted awake, instantly sobering them up. Chapter 170. That world, that time, that youth. Yifeng nodded slightly. Anyway, they were just bragging after drinking, so they didn't care whether the other people believed them or not. Little did he know that his words made them tremble with fear, and the fervor and respect in their eyes reached their peak. Yifeng, for so long, they had never truly confirmed his exact cultivation level, and Yifeng himself had never revealed any information about his cultivation level. Furthermore, since they dared not inquire further, they could only rely on the methods Yifeng displayed to guess his cultivation level. And today, Yifeng finally revealed a little bit of information about his cultivation level. Immortal. Undoubtedly an immortal. Although we had speculated about it before, it was just speculation. But this time it's irrefutable proof. Because they were certain that even the strongest martial emperor on the immortal river continent could not possibly traverse the world. Perhaps only the legendary immortals of the upper realm could do it. They couldn't help but feel even more respect for Yifeng, and a great sense of pride in their hearts. A strong sense of honor welled up from my heart. This glory is not only for them, but also for their descendants who will be able to proudly say when they travel the continent in the future. Back in the day, my ancestors worked for the immortals and ate with them. That would be a great honor for one's ancestors. Why are you all getting so worked up when I say another world? Yifeng rolled his eyes at them. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads, their faces flushed, and looked embarrassed. Although such extraordinary means of traversing the world seemed insignificant to their predecessors, they were still deeply shocked upon hearing about it. Sir, please continue. Yes, sir, could you tell us what kind of world that is? Tell me the story of that world. Yifeng with expectant looks on their faces. Yifeng nodded, recalling things from his past life, and couldn't help but feel moved. After all these years, he still couldn't let go. Fine. Just tell them a story. They're just bragging after drinking. That's another civilization. The people in that world are also very intelligent and powerful. If they were to use their creations, they could easily destroy the immortal river continent, and even wipe out all life on the entire continent. Slurp. Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others trembled. They looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Such a move is truly terrifying. The immortal river continent is so vast, and no one has ever heard of anyone being able to destroy the entire continent, let alone wipe out all life. What level are you at in that world, sir? Wu Yonghong asked cautiously. Me? Yifeng smiled and said, it's barely average. Of course, compared to the real big shots, I'm just at the bottom. What? The lower level? Yifeng's words almost made them faint from fright. Even someone as strong as Mr. Chong, a figure like a banished immortal, could only barely be considered average in that world. So, just how powerful are the people of this world? Could it be that everyone is an immortal? The thought made them gasp, instantly realizing their own insignificance. If they were to go to that world, wouldn't they be nothing more than dung? Does that gentleman have any other stories of his own? After the initial shock, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but ask. Of course, there are all sorts of stories too. For example, when I was young and reckless, I used my good looks to juggle several relationships at the same time, chatting and getting involved with several girls thousands of miles away. Yifeng said with a self-deprecating laugh. Simultaneously chatting and getting involved with several girls thousands of miles away? Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others widened their eyes again. Although 1,000 miles isn't too far for them, just crossing Pingjiang City, it still takes the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yet Yifeng is with several girls who are 1,000 miles apart and from different places. What kind of methods are these? Has space been reversed? To be with several girls at the same time, such skill is truly terrifying. The men couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What's so scary about that? It's just basic stuff in that world. Yifeng rolled his eyes at them and said speechlessly, it's just a cell phone. However, he didn't explain too much, otherwise he would have gone on and on with his nonsense. But Wu Yonghong and the others were extremely shocked. If this method is just basic, then their guess that everyone in that world is an immortal seems to be true. Looking back, I guess I was a pretty jerk. Yifeng picked up a glass of wine, gave a self-deprecating laugh, and his eyes were filled with nostalgia for that world. The reason he brought up those embarrassing moments from the past was, in a way of remembering his lost 18-year-old self and his youth. Especially when you're glued to your phone all night waiting for messages, when you're staring at your friends' posts trying to figure out what they're thinking, when you're half asleep in class. He may be a jerk, but who says it's not part of youth? Who is a scumbag? Wu Yonghong and the others couldn't help but ask again. Yifeng glanced at them, thinking how these old men were really full of questions, and said rather mockingly, just take it as a compliment. I see that man is indeed a scumbag. Wu Yonghong and his friends couldn't help but praise the new term they had just learned. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face turned ashen, and the muscles in his face twitched involuntarily. They really shot themselves in the foot. Sky? It gradually got dark. Liquor. Keep drinking. Ox. They kept playing. But gradually, some people couldn't hold their liquor. Wu Yonghong and Lu Qingshan collapsed under the table at some point, each hugging a leg and snoring loudly. Sun Zhuge and Chu Guangshi were lying on the ground, with Sun Zhuge holding Chu Guangshi's feet and sniffing them from time to time as he nibbled at them. Well, with a soft sigh, a slightly tipsy Yifeng looked up at the bright moon and drank a pot of turbid wine alone. I picked up my guitar and sat on the roof. When will the moon be clear and bright? I raised my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder what year it is tonight in the Celestial Palace. The strings were gently plucked, and accompanied by the sound of the guitar, a melodious voice was softly hummed. Chapter 171. This time, there won't be any surprises. Now, the masters of the Red Sun lineage swept through the air, their presence awe-inspiring. They finally arrived at the foot of the 10,000 mountains. Is Ao Qing still in the 100,000 mountains? Ao Bifang turned his head and looked at his subordinates behind him, asking in a deep voice. It's still there. The subordinate quickly replied. You lead the way, to avoid any unforeseen complications, and capture Ao Qing as quickly as possible, Ao Bifang said coldly. Yes. Led by this person, the group then set off into the 10,000 mountains, etc. However, just as they ventured a little deeper into the 10,000 mountains, Ao Bifang waved his hand and stopped. Can you feel it? He asked. The people behind him all nodded, their eyes filled with shock and a hint of fear. As they arrived, they sensed a tremendous commotion within the mountains. This commotion caused many of the other monsters and wild beasts in the mountains to lie prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. Even these demon sects and demon emperors felt immense pressure. I wonder which one broke through to the demon lord level in these mountains. Ao Bifang's eyes narrowed to pinpoints as he looked at the massive spiritual energy gathering in the distance. What to do? When asked, the others hesitated for a moment. Ao Bifang also became hesitant. Even though he was at the peak of the demon sect, just one step away from becoming a demon lord, that step was like a chasm. He has no fighting power whatsoever in front of a true demon lord. That's why he ran so fast when he saw those 3 martial arts masters at the martial arts school. After a moment's thought, he said, with a piece of trash like Ao Qing, even if he is already a demon king, he would probably be lying down and not daring to move under the pressure of a demon lord's breakthrough. In that case, I will wait here for a while and go find him after this demon lord has completed his breakthrough. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, if they rashly offend such a powerful person when they break through, it would definitely not be a good thing for them if they angered the other party. So, the members of the Red Sun lineage sat down cross-legged in the mountains. The demon lord's breakthrough was indeed terrifying. Overnight, the entire mountain was shrouded in a powerful aura. Under this aura, birds and beasts scattered, and all demons prostrated themselves. Finally, the disturbance subsided overnight. The one in the mountains must have also broken through to the level of a demon lord. At the same time, Ao Bifang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately asked, Ao Qing, is he still in this mountain? Exist, the subordinate quickly replied. There's no time to lose. Set off immediately and capture Ao Qing as soon as possible, Ao Bifang ordered. Upon hearing this, The subordinate continued to lead the way. Back then, Ao Qingsheng left a special aura on Ao Qing, which was a special technique of his Red Sun lineage, and this person had learned it. Following this scent, the group continued their journey into the mountains. Half an hour later, they had already gone quite far into the 10,000 mountains. Just as Ao Bifong was getting a little impatient, the leader in front stopped. Lord Bifong, that good-for-nothing is in the valley ahead. Upon hearing this, Ao Bifong's eyes lit up slightly. More than 20 people transformed into ghostly figures and rushed towards the valley ahead. Sure enough, Ao Qing was sitting cross-legged on a rock in his true form as the devouring sky demon wolf, closing his eyes to rest. Just a piece of trash, putting on airs. Ao Bifong gave a disdainful sneer. He waved his hand and ordered, spread out and surround him. Make sure he has no way to escape. Once everything is ready, listen to my command and attack together to capture him alive. The crowd nodded, their bodies transforming into streaks of lightning as they shot out, quickly surrounding Ao Qing. Seeing this, Ao Bai finally nodded in satisfaction. Although it would be easy for a demon sect like him to capture a broken demon king, perhaps due to the fall of the two demon sects of Shura and the matter of the martial arts school, he has become much more cautious in his actions. Prepare. He issued the order. Upon hearing this, everyone prepared to act. Superior. Finally, Ao Bifong gave another soft shout. This order relieved everyone, perhaps because of the shadow cast by the martial arts school, fearing that Ao Bifong might change his mind again. At his command, more than 20 figures transformed into streaks of light and rushed toward Ao Qing. Seeing this, Ao Bifong raised the corners of his mouth. This time, there will definitely be no surprises. But the next moment, his expression suddenly froze, because Ao Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and his dark pupils turned into two golden beams that shot towards him. At the same time, an aura that terrified Ao Bifong surged out from Ao Qing's body. GAA. Ao Bifong's eyes widened suddenly. Chapter 172 The Dog's Highlight Moment. Demon Lord? It's actually the Demon Lord? Ao Bifong felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind, leaving him completely stunned. How did Ao Qing suddenly become the Demon Lord? If it weren't for the oppressive aura emanating from Ao Qing striking his very soul, coupled with what he had witnessed firsthand, he simply wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. But even though he couldn't understand how Ao Qing, that good-for-nothing, had become a Demon Lord, the current situation didn't allow him to think about it so much. Withdraw. In a moment of panic, he quickly shouted out. What? Retreat again? Upon hearing Ao Bifong's words, the demons who were rushing towards Ao Qing were once again dumbfounded. But, at this moment, they also felt the powerful aura emanating from Ao Qing, and were immediately terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Demon Lord. It turns out to be the Demon Lord. Call. How did Ao Qing become the Demon Lord? No wonder they had to leave. They instantly understood, and disregarding their shock, they practically took off running. Times faster than when they came. They were all scrambling to get ahead, afraid that Ao Qing would catch up with them. The more they looked down on Ao Qing before, the more afraid they are now. However, Ao Qing, who had just awakened, was not about to let them go. With a gentle flick of his claws, a tremendous force roared toward Ao Bifong and the others who were trying to escape. Call. This single strike was devastating, uprooting trees and leveling the mountainside. The demon kings in Ao Bifong's camp were almost all killed by this claw, and the demon sect experts were also not in good condition, falling to the ground in pieces, spitting out blood. Damn it, damn it! Getting up from the ground, covered in dust and dirt, Ao Bifong's face flushed red as he cursed loudly. He never expected that with such a strong lineup, not only would they be intimidated at the martial arts school, but they would also suffer a setback at Ao Qing's hands. He was clearly a good-for-nothing, yet he suddenly became a Demon Lord. What's wrong with this world? But as soon as he roared, Ao Qing set his sights on him. Those eyes sent chills down his spine. Before he could react, Ao Qing gently raised his claws again, which then suddenly enlarged in the sky, pressing down on him like a mountain. Call. The power of this palm strike nearly terrified Ao Bifong, who, having reached the pinnacle of his demon sect cultivation, scrambled to dodge it. The moment he dodged, the claw finally came down. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the entire mountain forest shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Having narrowly escaped death, Ao Bifong looked at the huge crater in front of him, breathing heavily, his expression as disheveled as could be. However, although he escaped this calamity, His subordinates were not so lucky. 2 members of the demon sect were killed by this claw. Having lost 2 more demon sects, Ao Bifang's heart was practically bleeding. These were all pillars of his Red Sun lineage. The deaths of Shura and Fu Dao were already painful enough for him, but this kind of blow was driving him crazy. But the next moment, he discovered that Ao Qing had locked onto him. The claw slowly rose again. Ga. Ao Bifang was sweating profusely. What's even more serious is that he now has nowhere left to retreat. In utter despair, he gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment, and took out a scroll. The scroll emitted a dazzling light as soon as it appeared. Ao Qing, we will not let you get away with this. Ao Bifang cursed angrily, his face dark with rage. The thought of using the scroll he had kept hidden for over 1,000 years was agonizing. As the sound faded, the scroll's light reached its peak, and then Ao Bifang and the others disappeared. Snort. If I hadn't just broken through and my cultivation wasn't still unstable, would you really have been able to escape my grasp? Watching the crowd disappear, Guzi Ao Qing scoffed. But my master really loves me. He made me drink that whole pot of turtle soup, especially the medicinal essence at the bottom. It was amazing. It actually allowed me to break through from Demon King to Demon Venerable. Yes, the master must have foreseen that Ao Bifang and his gang of old bastards would try to get me, so he deliberately gave me this opportunity. Master's brilliant strategy truly impresses me. Even the timing is perfect. I just broke through and these idiots arrived. I guess the owner just wanted me to practice with them. Thinking of this, Ao Qing's eyes gleamed with a burning light. Once upon a time, he was just a despised figure in the tribe, but now, not only has he won over Ao Qingcheng, he is someone the entire tribe looks up to. All of this is because of the master. The stronger one's cultivation level becomes, the more one can sense the master's power. Chapter 173, Who Can Save the Royal Family? Call. Outside the 10,000 mountains, Ao Bifang and the others, who had been teleported out by the scroll, were panting heavily. They were all still shaken, and their expressions were also quite unpleasant. Who would have thought that Ao Qing, whom they once looked down upon, would actually force Ao Bifang to take out the teleportation scroll he had treasured for thousands of years? To Ao Bifang, such a treasure was like a life itself. They actually used that on Ao Qing. Moreover, the group of more than 20 people who came with them had now dwindled to just a few demon sect members, and there were no demon emperors left at all. At this thought, his anger erupted uncontrollably, and countless rocks around him shattered with his roar. But right now, all they could do was rush back to the tribe, looking disheveled and exhausted. After passing through the teleportation array, they quickly returned to the Red Sun lineage. Upon hearing the commotion, some members of the Red Sun lineage stationed there, along with some of their younger generation, rushed over to greet them. However, when they saw Ao Bifang and the others, everyone's expression changed. What? There are only a few people left? And they all looked so disheveled. Even after seeing this, no one thought the worst. After all, they knew the lineup perfectly well, especially since Ao Bifang was personally leading the team, so there was no way anything could go wrong. As for the disarray and the fact that some people were missing, they probably returned in batches. But speaking of which, the enemy was indeed quite strong. So, everyone greeted them with warm smiles as always. Greetings, Lord Bifang. With Lord Bifang taking action, you must have already taken down that martial arts school, a junior demon king hurriedly said obsequiously. Yeah. Lord Bifang is truly amazing. Seeing this, the other juniors also hurriedly flattered him. Ao Bifang's expression changed slightly when his sore spot was touched, but he ignored them. But the demon king clearly didn't understand, and continued to fawn. Now that the martial arts school has been taken over, I presume Ao Qing has also been captured by Lord Bifang? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Touched on his sore spot again, Ao Bifang finally lost his temper and slapped the sycophantic demon king to the ground, where he was instantly and utterly dead. Upon seeing this, the crowd was filled with fear. Seeing the gloomy faces of Ao Bifang and the others, everyone had a bad feeling. It seems something really has happened. Ao Bifang ignored them, landed on the head seat, his face gloomy, and remained silent for a long time. The lobby fell silent. At that moment, no one dared to speak. Someone, bring me the breakthrough pill. Finally, Ao Bifang, increasingly unwilling to accept the situation, gave the order. What do you want? Everyone turned to look at him in shock. That's right, we can't wait any longer. Ao Bifang said in a hoarse voice. Ao Qing has already escaped our control, and Qingcheng's hope has also been shattered. I have no choice but to take action myself. Although taking the breakthrough pill will not make me a true demon lord, it will be enough for me to become a half-lord. At the half-lord level, I can defeat the devouring emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room was shocked. Bifong Demon Sect, you should know that our Red Sun tribe only has one breakthrough pill. If you take it, there will be none left. Even if a talented successor emerges in the future, he will not be able to break through to the breakthrough realm. At this moment, several other members of the Demon Sect expressed their concerns. It should be understood that the Demon Sect and the Demon Lord are absolute hurdles, blocking countless talented members of the clan. For example, Shi Tianhuang and Ao Bifong were both at the great perfection of the Demon Sect, but they could never break through to the next level. Of course, due to their innate talent, even if they take the breakthrough pill, they can only break through to the half-Buddha level at most. Originally, this breakthrough pill was meant for Ao Qingcheng, but since Ao Qingcheng was no longer a virgin, it was no longer worth their effort. I've thought it through. Ao Bifong gritted his teeth and said, they forced us into this. If Ao Qing returns, we will have no chance. But as long as we capture the devouring emperor, we will have plenty of ways to deal with Ao Qing. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone finally nodded. Obtaining the breakthrough pill, Ao Bifong went into seclusion, and with the help of the breakthrough pill, he successfully entered the half-saint realm. The first thing they did after leaving the pass was to start a civil war. In less than half a month, the vast territory of the devouring sky wolf was divided into two parts. On this day, Ao Bifong and Shi Tianhuang finally clashed. Because Ao Bifong was at the half-saint realm, even though the devouring emperor had considerable resources due to his royal lineage, he was still defeated, took a palm strike from Ao Bifong, and fled in panic. Night. The pale-faced, devouring demon emperor sat together with an old man. Elder Jean, a civil war has broken out within the clan, and Ao Bifong has broken through to the half-saint realm. If this drags on, the Red Sun lineage will surely succeed. The devouring emperor looked at the old man with a grim expression and asked softly, although you have been in seclusion for hundreds of years, your divination skills have long been rumored even among the previous generation. So today, I have asked you to come out of seclusion so that you can help me with the divination. How can we resolve the current crisis facing the royal family? Well, the old man sighed softly, and several runes rose from his hand. With a slight ripple, they spread across his body, and he slowly closed his eyes. Emperor Shirtian waited nervously to the side. 3 hours later, the old man finally opened his eyes. Already frail, he was shrouded in an aura of death. Mr. Jean, you've worked hard. The devouring emperor quickly spoke up, then looked at him expectantly. There is only one person left to save your royal lineage, the old man said wearily. Who is it? The devouring emperor's eyes lit up. Your son, the old man said. My son. Shirtian has 3 sons, none of whom seem capable of handling such a matter. If we're talking about the best, my eldest son? The old man shook his head. Is that my second son? Emperor Shirtian frowned. Since it wasn't his eldest son, it must be his second son. After all, besides his eldest son, his second son was the best. However, the old man shook his head again. Gaa. The devouring emperor trembled, stood up, and stared at the sky, asking, Ao Qing? Chapter 174, another new mission? The old man nodded solemnly. Upon hearing the old man's confirmation, the devouring emperor was stunned. His most worthless son actually became the savior of his devouring sky wolf clan. No matter how he thought about it, he just couldn't believe it. For a moment, the more he looked at this old man who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, the more he saw him as a charlatan who had even dared to deceive him, the devouring emperor, which made him furious. Bullshit, you old bastard who's spouting nonsense. He yelled a curse, then slapped the old man on the bald head, knocking him to the ground. Emperor Devourer, what are you doing? The old man trembled and lay prostrate on the ground, glaring angrily at the devouring emperor. What are you still doing? You old charlatan, you've already fooled me, and you're still asking me what I'm doing. Devouring emperor stepped on the old man's back and said disdainfully, if you're going to fool me, at least come up with a better excuse. Everyone in the devouring wolf clan knows that my third son, Ao Qing, is the most useless. Yet you say he's the savior of the devouring wolf clan. Do you think I'm a fool? You're confused. The old man lay on the ground, shouting in exasperation, I really didn't lie to you. Still being stubborn? The devouring emperor added fuel to the fire, saying in a deep voice, yes, My third son did mess with Ao Qingsheng and ruined the Red Sun lineage's conspiracy, but this situation is not something he can solve with just a gun. I originally thought you had some kind of divination ability, but now it seems that you are no different from my muddle-headed old father. We are both damn charlatans. You don't believe me? You'll ruin the entire royal family. You'll become a sinner of the devouring sky wolf lineage, the old man shouted angrily, pointing at the devouring sky emperor. Old man, if I were to truly believe your lies, I would be the one to harm the devouring sky wolf lineage. The devouring emperor added another kick, then waved his hand and shouted, "Guards, drag him away and lock him in the dungeon." The old man trembled, his face flushed with anger, and roared, "Emperor Devourer, one day you will come back to apologize to me, and you will regret it." Shi Tian scoffed, and sat down again to ponder important matters. "Your Majesty, we mustn't disregard Elder Jin's words." At this moment, the old steward who accompanied the devouring emperor came and said, "Why don't we call the third prince back?" What can be trusted about that old man's words? Devouring emperor said angrily. The old man sighed and said again, "Even if your Majesty the demon emperor doesn't believe me, I still think it's necessary to call the third prince back. After all, this is his home, and with such a major event happening, he can't just stand by and do nothing." All right, I'll leave this to you." Emperor Shi Tian waved his hand impatiently, not even paying attention to what the old steward was saying. He was preoccupied with the current civil war and racking his brains for a solution. Upon hearing this, the old butler nodded and slowly withdrew. Martial arts school. Yifeng held the calligraphy brush, looked at the characters on the rice paper, and nodded with considerable pride. As for the guitar he was holding earlier, he hadn't picked it up for several days. Because his piano skills had reached a level comparable to those of a god after drinking that day, this unexpected joy also gave Yifeng some experience. In addition to practicing in different styles, the key to improvement was to cultivate that artistic conception. Therefore, when Yifeng practiced calligraphy at this moment, he wrote almost all kinds of fonts from his previous life, and his progress was indeed quite remarkable. However, the kind of artistic conception is something that can't be forced, and Yifeng didn't have many options. However, Yifeng was not in a hurry. After all, he had already reached a level comparable to a god in 2 of the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Only calligraphy and chess were left to be solved, since he had already reached a very high level due to his previous accumulation. Ding, new system task. To elevate culinary skills, winemaking skills, tea ceremony skills, and carving skills to a level comparable to that of the gods. Mission reward, aura received. Failure penalty. The martial arts school is revoked. Not again. Upon hearing the voice in his head, Yifeng's expression immediately darkened. This damn system is really busy. It's trying to make him learn all sorts of random skills. However, the halo reward for the mission did catch his attention. What exactly is this halo? So what exactly is its purpose? Yifeng scratched his head and frowned. Because of the trauma of his first experience, when he was promised a peerless master but instead received a broken skull as a reward, he developed a strong aversion to the system and had no expectations whatsoever for the mount. But this time, the aura sounds quite different. Surprisingly, it rekindled a tiny bit of his anticipation. Check the progress. Culinary skills, back to basics. Wine skills, somewhat accomplished. Tea ceremony, masterful skill. Sculpture, a blank space. After reviewing the proficiency levels, Yifeng nodded. It seemed that, like before, as long as he had done it before, he could accumulate the proficiency and directly acquire the corresponding level. Looks like I'll have to cook every day from now on. I wonder what the reward will be like. Let's wait and see. Chapter 175 Demon Lord, it's nothing special. With these new tasks, Yifeng became extremely busy in the days that followed. While practicing calligraphy, he also tinkered with carving small things. After all, carving was still a blank slate, and his obsessive-compulsive tendencies made him feel uncomfortable. He always needed to make some progress. Of course, he's also quite skilled in cooking. This skill was arguably the most useful one he possessed, since he also needed to eat. After the mission was unlocked, Yifeng felt that his cooking tasted even better. However, remembering that he needed to frequently change his profession to advance quickly, Yifeng no longer limited himself to cooking. For example, he wanted to recreate some famous dishes from his previous life. For his first snack, he wanted to create a legendary snack that would sweep the world. Spicy strips. This stuff was a bestseller in my previous life. There was even a saying that there was nothing a pack of spicy strips couldn't solve. If there really was, then 2 packs would do. Even after traveling through time for so long, Yifeng still has a special fondness for this flavorful food from his previous life. Certainly. More importantly, he grew up in the hometown of Spicy Strips, the birthplace of Spicy Strips, before he transmigrated. What a coincidence. It's also called Pingjiang. As someone who grew up here, I know exactly how to make spicy strips. When the first batch of spicy strips was stirred in the pot by hand, Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow and revealed a satisfied smile. Hey dog, have a taste. Yifeng grabbed a few sticks and threw them at the dog. Oh whoa. The dog rushed over and devoured the spicy strip in a few bites. Then its eyes widened in surprise. These few spicy snacks made his Demon Lord realm, which he had just entered and was not yet fully stable, actually stabilize? Not only that, he discovered that these spicy strips also had the effect of temporarily boosting his strength. After eating a few, he found that he could briefly fight against a powerful expert in the mid-stage of the Demon Lord realm. Seeing the dog's excited expression, Yifeng quickly tried one as well. Awesome. Tasty. The taste of home. Awesome. Excuse me, is anyone home? Just then, a voice outside asked a question. Who is it? Yifeng put down the spicy snack in his hand and walked outside. Stepping outside, I saw an old man with a mouthful of yellow teeth looking around. Who are you? Just as Yifeng was about to ask a question, Ao Qing suddenly rushed out, winked at the old man, and said in a voice transmission, Uncle Yun, leave quickly. This is not a place for you. I will come to find you outside the city later. Seeing this, the old man quickly understood and said to Yifeng, Sorry, I've come to the wrong place. After saying that, he quickly left. Yifeng glanced at him with a puzzled look, then returned to the martial arts school and resumed practicing calligraphy. The dog came over, lowered its head towards Yifeng, and barked twice. Go by yourself. Yifeng waved his hand and rolled his eyes at him. So what if he wanted to poop? This dog usually takes care of himself. Did he expect him to take him for a walk this time? Upon hearing this, Guzi rushed out of the martial arts gym. He needed Yifeng's consent was because he understood that the master was certainly aware of the relationship between Yunbo and him. However, the owner, having a keen understanding of life, would certainly not reveal it. Uncle Yun, who had been waiting, came to greet them. The third prince. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Uncle Yun, what brings you here? Ao Qing said softly that he had a special feeling for this Uncle Yun. He was the only one who had never looked down on him since he was a child, and had always been close to him. Something has happened to the tribe. Uncle Yun was worried, and then recounted what had happened in the tribe. However, Ao Qing remained completely unmoved. Third prince, that's still your home. Uncle Yun said earnestly. Uncle Yun, stop talking. That's not my home. This martial arts school is. Ao Qing said. No matter what the reason, that old man knew I was framed. Yet he still expelled me from the tribe and almost killed me outside. I have no feelings for that place. You, your highness, how can you say that? After you slept with Ao Qingcheng, the Wolf King has already started to look at you with new respect. Uncle Yin said softly. Besides, what's so good about you staying in this dilapidated martial arts school? Shut up. However, as soon as Yunbo finished speaking, Ao Qing, who had just been friendly to Yunbo, suddenly changed his aura and burst out with a strong killing intent. I'm warning you, if you dare say another bad word about the martial arts school, you're dead. Ao Qing said in a hoarse grin, his demonic wolf aura completely revealed at that moment. Yunbo was so frightened that he was cornered against the wall, trembling as he looked at Ao Qing. However, he was even more shocked by Ao Qing's cultivation level. He stammered, Your Highness, I was wrong. I was too talkative. But your cultivation level. Seeing this, Ao Qing withdrew his killing intent and said calmly, Just a demon lord, nothing to worry about. Demon lord, and that? Yunbo gasped, stammering. Third prince, aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? Oh, Ao Qing chuckled. Because he was by Yifeng's side, his state of mind changed drastically at some point. In his eyes, the demon lord of the past was indeed a being as powerful as the heavens. But now, demon lord, it's really nothing. If we're talking about true power, then it's like his master and Skull Bro. Seeing Yunbo's incredulous expression, Ao Qing then spoke with reverence about the existence of Yifeng and Skull Brother, explaining that he had gained the strength of a demon lord in a short period of time because of Yifeng. Yunbo was so shocked by Ao Qing's words that he was speechless once again. I never expected that the person I saw at the door was such a powerful being. After the initial shock came intense excitement. No wonder Elder Jean said you are the savior of the royal family. So, young master, come back to the tribe with me. As long as you take action, the Red Sun lineage will crumble. Elder Yin said expectantly. I told you, I'm not going back. Ao Qing said coldly. Young master, that's your home after all, where your father, your friends, and your mother are. Uncle Yun said anxiously. Ao Qing's expression remained unchanged until he spoke of his mother, at which point he showed a slight emotion. I will not go back. However, I will ask my master for something to help you through this difficult time. With that, Ao Qing rushed towards the martial arts school. Chapter 176, A Surprising Treasure. Watching the dog sitting next to the spicy snack, gazing at him expectantly, Yifeng shook his head, having no other choice, grabbed a handful of spicy strips, and threw them to the dog. Looking at the spicy strips in the pot, he muttered to himself, but these spicy strips need to be put in a bag to really enjoy their flavor. The dog bowed gratefully to Yifeng, then ran out of the martial arts gym while munching on a spicy snack. Keep it. Upon finding Uncle Yun again, Guzi instructed, tell that old man that if he has no other choice, he should eat 2 of these. What is this? Uncle Yun looked at the spicy strip in his hand with curiosity, full of doubt. Was this thing really that amazing? Could it directly turn the tide of the royal family's defeat? Without thinking, he took a small bite. GAA. After taking that bite, he immediately straightened his back, his eyes wide with disbelief. His cultivation level actually rose rapidly, breaking through several minor stages from the demon spirit realm and directly reaching the demon king realm. This. Uncle Yun was trembling, and he could barely speak. This is just a little trick of the master. There's no need to be too surprised. Take him back to that old man. Ao Qing's expression was calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. A demon lord like him could improve his cultivation by a bit after eating this spicy snack, let alone a mere demon spirit. Besides, he had already experienced such an unreal thing as going from demon king to demon lord, so this was nothing at all. With that, Ao Qing turned and left. However, as if remembering something, he turned back and said, remember, find a bag to put it in. The master said that it's only the essence when it's put in a bag. Yes. Uncle Yun carefully put away the spicy strips, as if they were precious treasures, and no longer dared to doubt their effectiveness. He then found a bag, put it in his pocket, and left. Along the way, he was always very careful. After all, he understood that what he was holding in his arms at this moment was the future of the entire royal family. Greetings to Emperor Shit. After a long journey, Yunbo finally returned to the Devouring Heaven Palace, and came to the side of the Devouring Heaven Emperor. Didn't you bring Ao Qing back? Where is he? Devouring Emperor asked leisurely, looking at Yunbo, who was attacking. Third Prince, he has important business to attend to and cannot return, but he has brought me a treasure that is exceptionally useful. Please take a look, Your Majesty. As he spoke, Uncle Yun carefully took out the spicy strips he had been carrying in his pocket. A treasure that can achieve victory through surprise? That's it. The Devouring Emperor glanced at the spicy strip with a disdainful look and said in a deep voice, Ao Yun, I know you and Qing'er are close, and it's fine for you to protect him, but you lied to me like this in order to support him. What is your punishment? As soon as the words fell, Ao Yun was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. The Wolf King wouldn't dare. This is truly a treasure that can achieve victory through extraordinary skill. Ao Yun said respectfully. I know my good-for-nothing son well enough. What extraordinary treasure could he possibly want you to bring back? The Devouring Emperor snorted and said, Stop talking. Considering your usual loyalty, I won't pursue this matter this time. Wolf King, I really didn't lie to you. Ao Yun continued kneeling on the ground. Moreover, the third prince is not the good-for-nothing you say, but has reached the demon venerable realm because of the help of a benefactor. Demon Lord, Ao Zhong was startled at first, then said angrily, Ao Yun, you're exaggerating even more than that old man Ao Jin. If you continue like this, I will truly be furious. Wolf King, I haven't lied at all. You'll know once you try it. Ao Yun respectfully offered the spicy strips in his hand. Fine, if it's not as you say, then I'll execute you. Ao Zhong stared at Ao Yun kneeling on the ground with a stern face, and said in a deep voice. He was really angry at this moment. At such a critical moment, a mere steward actually dared to make fun of him. Let the Wolf King decide what to do with you. Ao Yun remained kneeling on the ground, and spoke without the slightest hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong's face darkened further, and he lowered his voice, saying, Ao Yun, it seems you really are courting death. Fine, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he snatched the bag from Ao Yun's hand, glanced at it disdainfully, and took a bite out of half of it. Chapter 177: The Power of the Devouring Emperor. When he took a bite of the half-pack of spicy strips, his eyes suddenly widened, even though he had been nonchalant just moments before. This moment, he felt a raging fire burning inside him, as if it was about to burst him apart. Wow, such powerful energy, I can't hold back anymore. Finally, with a roar, the devouring Emperor Ao Zhong's hair stood on end, and his entire face turned bright red. Wolf King, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing this, Ao Yun shouted anxiously. Huff, huff. Ao Zhong was panting heavily, his bloodshot eyes scanning his surroundings as he called out. Madam, where is Madam? Your Majesty, the lady is in the rear palace. Ao Yun quickly replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Zhong burst through the roof, carrying a tremendous amount of energy, and flew towards the rear palace. Inside the palace, just as the lady was about to go to bed, she discovered that the door had been smashed open with a loud bang, and the devouring emperor, his hair standing on end, rushed in. Husband, what's wrong with you? Devouring emperor in astonishment, and uttered an incredulous sound. Madam, please don't speak or ask any questions. Just lie down. As he spoke, the aura emanating from the devouring emperor expanded to its limit. With a tearing sound, his clothes burst into shreds, and then, with bloodshot eyes, he lunged at his wife. Boom, boom. For most of the night, the entire devouring heaven palace was in turmoil. In addition to the overwhelming aura of the devouring heaven emperor, the lady's bedroom was also accompanied by the sound of walls collapsing from time to time. A very long time. The devouring emperor had just subsided when the area around him was reduced to ruins. What a powerful thing. It has such amazing effects. Devouring emperor murmured in disbelief, only to realize that Ao Yun had not lied to him. His son, Ao Qing, had indeed brought him back a treasure capable of turning the tide of fate. Not only did he unknowingly break through to the half-saint realm, but at the peak of that energy, his combat power soared to the demon venerable level. The shock left him speechless for a long time. When he came to his senses, he was horrified to find his wife lying in the ruins in front of him, barely alive. Lady, Madam, how are you? Quickly, someone come. Quickly, save the lady. The devouring emperor spoke up anxiously and immediately began shouting for help. Countless experts from the devouring heaven palace rushed over, only to be stunned by what they witnessed. Devouring Wolf King. That's terrifying. After rushing to treat his wife and learning that she was safe and sound, Emperor Shirtian tidied himself up and returned to the main hall. Ao Yun, where is Ao Yun? He shouted. Yes, sir. Ao Yun rushed over, offering the half-pack of spicy strips that the devouring emperor had left behind. Taking the half-pack of spicy strips, the devouring emperor laughed loudly, patted Ao Yun on the shoulder and praised. Not bad. Ao Yun, you have done a great service. Wolf King, what merit have I made? This is all thanks to the third prince, Ao Yun quickly said. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong remembered his third son and grabbed Ao Yun, hurriedly asking, You said before that Qing'er had received help from a master and had already broken through to the demon lord realm. Is that true? Absolutely true, Ao Yun said. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong was both shocked and delighted. To his surprise, his good-for-nothing son actually surpassed him and became a demon lord. What was truly astonished was the mastermind behind him. Just how powerful must an being be to enable his useless son to break through to the demon lord realm? And how powerful must the methods be to create such exquisite food? Looking at the spicy strips in his hand, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He then carefully put it away and placed it in a hidden compartment in his inner robe, concealing it like a treasure. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly ran towards the prison. In the prison, Ao Jin was still imprisoned, his hands and feet in shackles, and a shoe print remained on his bald head. Damn it! Who gave you permission to imprison Elder Jin here? Devouring Emperor roared as soon as he entered. Why aren't you handing over the key right now? His subordinates trembled as they handed the key to the Devouring Emperor, their expressions filled with speechlessness. Isn't it you who ordered us to imprison them? Of course, they wouldn't dare say that directly. After taking the key, Ao Zhong walked to Ao Jin's side with a big smile. He first helped him unlock the shackles, then patted the shoe print on his bald head, and said with a grin, Mr. Jin, I was too hasty before. Please don't hold it against me. Things are really as you said. Qing'er really is the savior you were talking about. You were right. Upon hearing this, old Jean suddenly stood up, trembling all over, and asked, "Really?" "It's true, absolutely true, so I'm so sorry." Emperor Shirtian hurriedly apologized. "It's good that my royal family is saved. It's good that it's saved." With an excited shout and a hateful glance at the devouring emperor, Ao Jin sat back down. Then, his head drooped down. Mr. Jean, Mr. Jean?" The devouring emperor hurriedly shouted, placing his hand on Ao Jin's arm, while a surge of demonic power flowed into his body. Damn it! Upon realizing the condition inside Ao Jin's body, the devouring emperor slapped himself across the face with a dark expression. This old man was clearly beaten to death by him, but he was still clinging to life because of his resentment. He waved his hand, ordering his servants to give Jean Lao's body a proper burial, before leaving with a dark expression. But inside, I felt extremely sad. Such a powerful fortune teller was beaten to death by him. If he had been kept by his side, he could have done so many things for him. When I walked out of the prison, I realized it was already dawn. Report. Reporting to the Wolf King, the Red Sun clan has attacked. Just then, his subordinate rushed over and loudly reported the news. "You, the Red Sun lineage, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door at this time. Do you really think I, Ao Zhong, am still the same Ao Zhong as yesterday? Pass on my order. Engage in battle." With a loud shout, Ao Zhong stepped into the void and flew away. Chapter 178 Berserker Pill. Although the Devouring Sky Wolf clan is much stronger and more talented than most other demon beasts, very few of them can cultivate to the level of Demon King or above. It is just that it is much easier for them than for other races of demon beasts. Therefore, most of the demon wolves are only at the lower level. At this moment, the Devouring Sky Plain is divided by the river. The Red Sun lineage and the Imperial lineage each gathered an army of 100,000. Facing each other across the river, their tension palpable. Despite the loss of a large number of experts by the Red Sun lineage a few days ago, they are still not afraid of the royal lineage. In fact, after Ao Bifong launched a rebellion, they even made the royal lineage retreat one after another. Certainly, in battles like this, high-end combat power is what matters. Under pressure from the martial arts school and Ao Qing, Ao Bifong could no longer wait and wanted to take down the royal family lineage in one fell swoop today. Emperor Shirtian, if you were to surrender with your royal family, you might still be able to save your life today. On the opposite bank of the river, Ao Bifong stood in midair, sending out a cold voice towards Emperor Shirtian. Snort. Ao Bifong, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Today is probably your death day. The devouring emperor stood up and said loudly, "Come on, let's fight directly. No need for so much nonsense. I didn't expect you, Ao Zhong, to be so bold as to actually dare to fight me. You must have forgotten how you fled in such a sorry state a few days ago." Ao Bifong spoke with a disdainful expression, his demonic power circulating throughout his body. This is better for him. If they could kill the devouring emperor directly, they could avoid a major battle among his subordinates, thus reducing the losses for his Red Sun lineage. With a surge of demonic power, the pressure of a half-saint expanded outwards. One foot stepped into the air, and the next moment, he was already in front of the devouring emperor. "Go to hell." Ao Bifong sneered and immediately launched a killing move. As the palm thrust out, the entire space overlapped, and the immense demonic power transformed into layers of raging waves in midair, crashing down upon Ao Zhong. Seeing that the waves were about to reach the top of the devouring emperor's head, Ao Bifong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This strike, even if it doesn't kill the devouring emperor, it's enough to seriously injure him. This is the suppression of realm. Even though he was only a half-saint, dealing with a demon sect was still a piece of cake for him. But the next moment, his expression changed. A vast aura erupted from the devouring emperor, proving to be no less powerful than his own. "You? How come you're also a half-saint?" Ao Bifong asked incredulously. You're allowed to break through, but I can't." Devouring Emperor sneered, and at the same moment his cultivation erupted, he thrust out both hands. In an instant, an invisible energy was propelled out by him, crashing into Ao Bifong's surging waves. Boom! As the two powerful forces collided, thunder rumbled in the sky, and spatial rifts tore open, turning the entire space into an ocean in a storm. At the same time, the powerful energy spread in all directions, and the shockwave pushed hundreds of thousands of people below back, with those who got close falling over. The collision resulted in a draw. This instantly caused Ao Bifong's face to fall, and the morale of the Red Sun clan, which had been so high, also plummeted. No one expected that the Devouring Emperor would actually break through to the Half-Saint realm. Ha! The Half-Saint realm is indeed powerful. The Devouring Emperor laughed wildly, staring at Ao Bifong and sneered. Ao Bifong, you can't do anything to me today. On the contrary, you will die here today. Upon hearing this, Ao Bifong's face twitched. He squinted and didn't speak, but slowly took out a delicate little box from his storage ring. Upon seeing this, the experts of the Red Sun lineage were all greatly alarmed. What does Lord Bifong intend to do? He's actually going to take the Berserk pill. Is the Devouring Emperor really that difficult to deal with? Looking at the pill, they all exclaimed in disbelief. The expression on the Emperor's face also changed. Staring at Ao Bifong, he said in a deep voice, Ao Bifong, you really are ruthless. You actually took out the last Berserk pill of your Red Sun lineage. Do you know that even if you defeat me after taking it, you will have to pay half of your lifespan as the price? As long as it allows my Red Sun lineage to unify the tribes. I, Ao Bifong, am not worth dying for. Pill without the slightest hesitation. He had no way out. Both being at the Half-Saint realm, if Devouring Emperor were to escape, he wouldn't be able to kill him at all. But if this dragged on any longer, and Ao Qing were to return, then his Red Sun lineage would have no chance of winning. Therefore, no matter the cost, we must achieve victory today. You're ruthless. Upon seeing this, the Devouring Emperor clenched his teeth, revealing a deep sense of apprehension. The effects of the Berserk pill took hold very quickly. At an almost visible speed, Ao Bifong's aura surged, surpassing the level of a half-saint and chasing after the true Demon Lord. Finally, when he was infinitely close to the realm of the Demon Lord, Ao Bifong's ascent came to a halt. Approaching indefinitely, yet still not reaching the level of a Demon Lord, Ao Bifong raised his palm, feeling the power within his body, and said in a deep voice, however, it's more than enough to deal with a half-venerable. As soon as the voice faded, he vanished instantly, leaving not even a trace. What? Devouring Emperor broke out in a cold sweat, and the next moment, a powerful sense of crisis appeared behind him. He raised an eyebrow, turned around abruptly, and with a punch carrying immense demonic power, slammed behind him. Sure enough, Ao Bifong appeared behind him. Boom! The two collided heavily. Even though the Devouring Emperor blocked Ao Bifong's attack, the difference in their cultivation levels was incomparable. So the Devouring Emperor was blasted away by this punch, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar, and then creating a large crater. Is the difference between a half-saint and a Demon Lord really that big? Besides, this guy isn't even a Demon Lord yet. The Devouring Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly got up, his expression filled with resentment. But as soon as he got up, he saw Ao Bifong attacking him in an arc in the sky. The Devouring Emperor hurriedly channeled his demonic power, transforming it into a protective shield around his body. The moment the protective shield took shape, a punch came crashing down. Bang! The Devouring Emperor withstood most of the power before it shattered. A considerable amount of power still fell on him. Laugh! His body rolled across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and leaving a deep trench before the Devouring Emperor finally regained his footing. It's truly irresistible. The Devouring Emperor coughed violently. After struggling to sit up, he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch the hidden compartment in his clothes. Chapter 179 Spicy Heavenly Forest. But after thinking about it, he still put his palm down. He wasted half a pack of this wonderful product last night, and he really can't bear to use the remaining half. This guy's Berserk pill only lasts for 15 minutes. Let's just hold on. Shirtian gritted his teeth. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out a top-grade magic weapon. As soon as the supreme-grade magic weapon appeared, it emitted light that surrounded the Devouring Emperor. Obviously, this is a top-grade defensive magic item. It was clear that Devouring Emperor did not intend to fight Ao Bifong, but instead chose to passively defend in order to save the half-pack of spicy strips and try to last for a quarter of an hour. Diamond Shield. When Ao Bifong saw the Devouring Emperor summon this magical treasure, his pupils contracted slightly, but then he sneered. You think you're safe just because you have the Vajra shield? I certainly can't stop a true Demon Lord, but I can easily hold off a half-baked one like you for a quarter of an hour, the Devouring Emperor scoffed. Very good. Ao Bifong's voice suddenly turned sinister. His gloomy face was filled with ferocity and madness. As the sound faded, he suddenly rose slowly into the sky from the ground, making a series of strange hand seals, and began chanting incomprehensible talismans. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice up? A bag of rice has to be carried up to the second floor. How much do you want me to pay for a bag of rice? I have to wash a bag of rice. Every mouth is covered in mud. Who gave you a bag of rice? As the sounds of incantations emanated, the ground rumbled and shook, followed by a violent tremor with flying sand and stones. The crowd below seemed to have sensed something, and fear appeared on their faces. Hidden behind the Vajra shield, the devouring demon emperor stared wide-eyed at Ao Bifong, exclaiming incredulously, This is. Before the devouring emperor's voice had completely faded, Ao Bifong, who was already high in the sky, finally lowered the last hand seal in his hand. After the handprints were placed, a huge fireball condensed beneath his hands, obscuring the entire sky. Spicy and pungent. With a soft shout, the fireball in his hand roared down. Call. Before the attack even arrived, the ground was already being crushed by the immense pressure from the powerful shockwave, with cracks spreading out in all directions. Run! Run! Meanwhile, on both sides of the river, people from both the Red Sun lineage and the royal family were wailing and howling as they began to flee. Boom! Finally, the attack finally landed on the devouring demon emperor. The ground suddenly collapsed, forming a deep pit hundreds of feet deep. Countless demon wolves from both lineages were reduced to ashes, and the powerful energy spread in all directions. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Countless surviving demon wolves were blown into the sky, while many buildings and trees not far away were instantly razed to the ground. A very long time. The battlefield calmed down a bit, and the tension and smoke gradually dissipated. In that 100-foot deep pit, the devouring emperor lay dying, his chest caved in, and mouthfuls of blood gushing from his mouth. Beside him, his Vajra shield also cracked. Upon seeing this, the Red Sun clan erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. The royal family, on the other hand, was filled with a deathly pallor. In the end, was it still his royal lineage that lost? High in the sky, Ao Bifong coldly stared at the devouring emperor in the pit, his pupils narrowed, filled with disdain. Today, the devouring sky wolf tribe will be replaced by a new dynasty, and my Red Sun lineage will become the new royal family. And you, Ao Zhong, will eventually become a stepping stone for the rise of my Red Sun lineage. If you kneel down and commit suicide, I promise not to exterminate your lineage. Ao Bifong's icy voice reverberated through the heavens, as if delivering a judgment upon the devouring emperor. However, mocking voices came from the deep pit. You've really gone too far. You're really putting me in a difficult position. Do you really think you're guaranteed to win? Snort. Ao Bifong sneered and said coldly. Although I don't know why you are still unwilling to admit defeat and have the courage to say such things, I don't think you have any way to turn the tables now. Today, your only fate is death. Okay. The devouring emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, forced his injured body to his feet, and while reaching into a hidden compartment in his clothes, he sneered. You forced me to do this. I originally planned to send you on your way in a quarter of an hour, but this quarter of an hour has been passing far too slowly. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. As he spoke, Devourer Emperor finally pulled out the spicy strips from his clothes, his face flashing with madness. Without saying a word, he took a bite of the remaining half-pack. Boom! Almost instantly, the aura emanating from the devouring emperor rose steadily, his entire body enveloped in a fiery aura, and the surrounding demonic energy also turned fiery red. What? Upon seeing this scene, Ao Bifong, who had initially appeared nonchalant, finally changed his expression drastically. A demon lord? How could you suddenly reach the level of a demon lord? My Red Sun lineage's heaven-defying berserk pill cost me half my lifespan to briefly elevate me to a realm close to that of a demon lord. What is this thing of yours that can directly make you a demon lord? This is impossible. This is impossible. Ao Bifong stared wide-eyed, almost roaring out in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Today is your death day. As the voice faded, the devouring emperor transformed into a fiery red figure and soared into the sky. He threw a punch. Accompanied by the demonic aura of flames, it crashed down on Ao Bifong's chest. Ao Bifong stared wide-eyed in terror. He didn't even have the strength to parry this punch. The immense power, along with the fiery demonic energy, poured onto his body. Bang! This punch sent Ao Bifong flying tens of thousands of feet away. Before he could land, the fiery red devouring emperor followed closely behind and reappeared above Ao Bifong's head. Die! Splashing with fiery red light, The devouring emperor slammed his foot down. Boom! The ground exploded with a deafening roar, creating a huge crater. At this moment, Ao Bifong, who was being trampled underfoot, was deformed and trembling all over. The devouring emperor with bloodshot pupils. What on earth is that allows you to possess the strength of a demon lord? Then I will let you die in peace. The devouring emperor looked down at Ao Bifong and said coldly, Listen carefully. This is a celestial object that my son obtained for me from a master. Spicy strips. Spicy strips. Ao Bifong stared wide-eyed, muttering the two words with difficulty. The next moment, the fiery fist of the devouring emperor landed on his head. Chapter 188 Chapter with a Taste. He killed Ao Bifong with a single punch. The devouring emperor felt unbearably hot, and his power still had nowhere to go. He wanted to find his wife again, but then he remembered that she had been on the verge of death last night. If he were to strike her again, he would be destined to remain a bachelor for the rest of his life. Therefore, his burning gaze was fixed on the experts of the Red Sun lineage. At this moment, under the power of the devouring emperor demon lord, the remaining experts of the Red Sun lineage did not even have a chance to escape, and were all killed by the devouring emperor. Without high-end combat power, the rest of the Red Sun lineage immediately collapsed. At the same time, the devouring emperor was able to unleash his full power. Although his cultivation was still at the half-saint realm, he was only one step away from becoming a true demon lord. The devouring Sky Wolf clan. The problem has finally been resolved. Ao Yun. Emperor Shirtian shouted. Yes. Ao Yun walked over respectfully. After I've cleaned up the mess in the tribe in a few days, take me to find my son, and while we're at it, let's pay our respects to the master who saved my royal family from dire straits, the devouring emperor said with a face full of fanaticism. Yes, ma'am. Ao Yun lowered his head. Oh, and also, get those two good-for-nothings, Ao Tai, out of the devouring emperor's palace. That's my Chinger's palace. Even if he doesn't come back, no one else should even think about setting foot there. Devouring emperor ordered again. Ao Yun glanced at the real-life devouring emperor, then lowered his head and left. What a beautiful day. Yifeng stretched and walked out of the martial arts school, then headed towards the wasteland behind it. Gentlemen. Greetings, sir. In the wasteland, Wu Yonghong and the others were still diligently wielding their hoes. When they saw Yifeng approaching, they all greeted him respectfully. You guys are busy, I'll just browse around. Yifeng said with a smile, looking around. Although these old men were slow, they were doing a pretty good job. Sir. At this moment, Lu Dashing walked over timidly, reeking of excrement. It wasn't that he was unhygienic. On the contrary, he wanted to get rid of the smell more than anyone else. However, without the words of the person in front of him, he dared not use any of his cultivation techniques. What's wrong? Yifeng asked. Sir, I've finished carrying the manure from Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Li's houses. Do you think I can leave now? Lu Dashing asked cautiously, his face full of anticipation. Oh really? Yifeng glanced at the manure in the field and realized that it was clearly not enough. If he let such a good manure carrier slip away, where would he find someone like him again? So he said earnestly, Look, a person should always finish what they start. There's still a lot of manure needed in this field, so you should help me carry it all before you leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing's eyes welled up with tears. As the top alchemist in Nansha, he had been driven mad by these days. Not only was his usual high and mighty life gone, but he also had to spend every day with excrement, and his mentality was about to collapse. Finally, after suppressing his anger, he finished picking all the excrement and thought he could regain his freedom, but unexpectedly, this person still refused to let him leave. However, he dared not refuse, so he nodded with difficulty and agreed with tears in his eyes. Seeing Lu Dashing's dejected appearance, Yifeng knew that he felt the reward was too low. Thinking about it, carrying so much manure for so few gold coins is indeed a bit too little. Thinking of this, he raised his head and said solemnly, Don't worry, if you do a good job carrying the manure, I won't treat you unfairly. You'll get plenty of benefits. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashing's heart trembled, and his lifeless eyes instantly filled with fervor. He quickly turned his head to look at Yifeng. He looked as if he was about to burst into tears. Has this person finally become willing to forgive themselves and grant themselves blessings? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He nodded hurriedly, full of anticipation for Yifeng's words. Lu Dashing's appearance brought a knowing smile to Yifeng's face. This guy really is complaining about the low pay. I thought he was a tough nut to crack, but after getting to know him better, he's not. He seems like a pretty honest person, otherwise he wouldn't have complained about the low pay but never dared to say it out loud. Thinking of this, Yifeng's opinion of this person changed a lot, and he said with concern, "Although you are capable of working, you shouldn't be so hasty in the future. You always seem to be flying, which may make you efficient, but it's not good for your health if you overwork yourself. You should have learned your lesson from the time you fell into the cesspool." Yes, yes, yes. Lu Dashing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his heart filled with extreme excitement. His master had finally forgiven him and had even said so many caring words to him. It really is. I'm so touched. All right, go ahead. There's no more manure left for other people, so carry your own first. Yifeng instructed. Lu Dashing thanked him and started working. Now that they had the motivation, they worked even more efficiently carrying the manure buckets. As long as you do your job well, you won't be far from receiving a reward from your master. He carried the manure buckets and opened the latrine behind the martial arts school. Because of his previous experience, he subconsciously turned his head away. However, the expected foul smell did not come. Instead, it was accompanied by a pleasant fragrance. What was even more unbelievable to him was that the sides of the cesspool were covered with flowers and plants. When he recognized these flowers and plants, Lu Dashing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is actually a top-grade medicinal herb, Violet? That's the premium medicinal herb, Dingji flower. Call. Lu Dashing gasped, standing like a pillar beside the cesspool. These herbs are like priceless treasures to alchemists. For example, the violet is priceless, enough to make people fight tooth and nail for it. As for the Dingji flower, it is even more valuable. This single herb can be the main ingredient in many kinds of medicines. Legend has it that a martial arts master once offered a sacred treasure in exchange for a Dingji flower. Besides those that Lu Dashing could recognize, there were many others that he couldn't identify, but judging from their appearance and aura, they were no less than those of Dingji Hua. However, this kind of miraculous herb, something you can't find anywhere, is growing in a cesspool? Why? Why is this happening? Lu Dashing felt completely dazed. For these things to grow, you need a rare and auspicious place, where they can be nurtured for thousands or even tens of thousands of years before a single plant can grow. But this cesspool is not only not a feng shui treasure land, it can't even be considered a fertile land. Just as he was pondering this question, struggling to understand it in shock, Lu Dashing's eyes widened suddenly again. What is that? He pointed his palm firmly at the pile of dog excrement in the cesspool, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. In a fit of intense excitement, he recklessly lunged into the cesspool. At the same time, its round eyes zoomed in, scrutinizing the pile of dog poop, while it gasped for breath, its expression filled with shock. Chapter 181. Come with me to chop him up. What exactly is this? Shocked, Lu Dashing couldn't help but reach out his finger, rub a little on his fingertip, and examine it closely. Then, he couldn't resist taking a closer sniff. However, I still couldn't figure it out. Without thinking, his head popped out of the cesspool, and after looking around and seeing that no one was around, he couldn't help but put his finger to his lips. Then, with lightning speed, he stuck out his tongue. Gaa. The moment he stuck out his tongue, it was as if a thunderbolt struck his mind, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This is a medicinal product? No, it's not about tasting medicine. Lu Dashing shook his head again. The medicinal potency had obviously been reduced by 99%, so how could it be a high-quality medicine? But the next moment he suddenly realized what was happening. It looks like medicine residue. Believing that practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth, he couldn't resist licking it with his tongue again. Hiss. After licking it, I felt another chill. This really is just medicine dregs. And this kind of dregs of medicine wasn't just in one pile. It was scattered throughout the entire latrine. Clearly, those violets also grew because they used these medicinal residues as nutrients. Certainly, this wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that although 99% of the medicinal power of these medicine residues had been lost, their effects were still comparable to those of king-grade medicines, or even imperial-grade medicines. In other words, the medicine he, the #1 alchemist in Nansha, concocted was only comparable to a pile of dog excrement in this cesspool. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were filled with fervor, and he gripped the cesspool tightly with both hands. He was so excited that tears streamed down his face as he stood in the cesspool. No wonder the gentleman said he wouldn't treat me unfairly. Now I understand. After all the hardships, the sun shines through the clouds. I, Lu Dashing, have finally made it through. Lu Dasheng looked up and shouted in his heart. Even the dregs are no less than those of a top-grade medicine. He could hardly imagine what level it would be if it were a finished product. This cesspool was extremely important to him, the alchemist. Its significance to him was even greater than if Yifeng had directly given him a sacred artifact. Because of these medicinal residues, he was able to gain a lot of knowledge about alchemy and gain a lot of inspiration. With this opportunity, his achievements in alchemy will definitely not be limited to simply being the #1 alchemist in Nansha. What's this guy doing? In the distance, Yifeng frowned as he watched Lu Dasheng plunge into the cesspool. They are quite efficient at their work, but he doesn't seem to be very quick-witted. Shaking his head, Yifeng ignored it and returned to the martial arts school to continue practicing calligraphy. After all, being a bit of a perfectionist, he thought it would be more comfortable to complete the first task of playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting first, holding a pen in one hand and a spicy snack in the other. Just as Yifeng was about to take a bite of spicy strips to perk himself up, he remembered Lu Dasheng's appearance earlier and suddenly lost interest, throwing the strips on the ground. Seeing this, the dog rushed over in a flash, and in an instant, it started licking its lips. Yifeng rolled his eyes at him and continued practicing calligraphy and painting. High on the mountain, clouds and mist swirl around. In a nearby pavilion, an old Taoist priest with sword-like eyebrows sat cross-legged, while a young man in white robes knelt before him. "Master, I have only managed to gather 2 spiritual treasures. I beg you, please grant me another one," the white-robed youth said earnestly, his tone filled with pleading. "Yi Bei, tell me, what exactly do you need so many magical treasures for?" The old Taoist with sword-like eyebrows looked at his disciple and frowned, saying, "Spiritual treasures are treasures born of heaven and earth. As long as they are called spiritual treasures, they all have their uses. You ask for such a precious item so casually. You should give me an explanation." The one kneeling on the ground was Yi Bei. Ever since he was beaten by that terrifying black-robed man that day, he had been searching everywhere for spiritual treasures. Seeing that so much time had passed, he had only managed to collect 2 spiritual treasures. Helpless, he could only ask his master, Hantiank, for help. Seeing Yi Bei remain silent, the old Taoist Tianke spoke again in a deep voice. "Master, I cannot speak of this matter," Yi Bei said, his brows furrowed and his head bowed. "Why can't I say?" the old Taoist priest Tianke asked again. "It's not that I'm unwilling to talk about it, nor that I don't want to talk about it, but rather..." Yi Bei looked troubled. He knew that his master not only had a fiery temper, but also loved him dearly. In fact, all his cultivation was taught by him. If the old Taoist Tianke knew that he was like this because of the threat from the man in black robes, he would definitely not care about the reason or who the other party was, but would draw his sword and kill his way to seek justice for him. But if they really went to their doorstep, would they be a match for that man in black robes? What's more, there's that even more unfathomable young man. He didn't want to see his master die tragically at the martial arts school, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, please forgive me. I didn't say anything because it was really for your own good." "For my own good?" Hantiank's tone turned serious. "You didn't tell me you were doing this for my own good?" "Please forgive me, master, I really can't say it," Yi Bei said, forcing himself to speak. Okay. You've really grown wings." Han Tianke slowly stood up, releasing the pressure of a martial grandmaster at the peak of his power, pressing down on Yi Bei. Click! Yi Bei's feet were crushed by the stone slabs, bearing immense pressure, yet he still gritted his teeth and said, "Master, please don't ask anymore. I really can't say." "Still not going to talk?" With a wave of his hand, Hantiank unleashed a surge of energy, sending Yi Bei flying towards the rocks behind him, where he crashed heavily into them. He then pressed closer, coldly saying, "If you still don't speak, I will cripple your cultivation, sever all ties between us. And as for the innate spiritual treasure, you can forget about it." As soon as the voice fell, the yuan qi in Hantiank's hand surged. "Why must you force me like this, master?" Yi Bei said with a pained expression. Hantiank's expression remained cold. Seeing that Yi Bei still didn't speak, he then placed his palm on his brow. How could he not see that Yi Bei was in trouble? If we don't use this method, how can we force Yi Bei to tell us? Really? Upon seeing this, Yi Bei's expression immediately turned anxious, and he hurriedly shouted, "I'll talk." Seeing this, Hantiank slowly lowered his arm and stared intently at Yi Bei. After listening, "Master, you must calm down. This matter was indeed caused by me. I was in the wrong first. Moreover, their strength is overwhelming. and even master cannot deal with them. Yi Bei hurriedly reminded him. Then, he recounted everything that had happened at the martial arts school, including the incident with the man in black robes. However, as soon as he said it, looking at Hantiang's expression, he knew in his heart that he was doomed. As expected, Hantiang instantly flew into a rage. This is outrageous. Come with me and kill him. With an astonishing killing intent enveloping the area, a flying sword suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. Han Tianke stepped on it, grabbed Yi Bei, and flew down the mountain. Chapter 182 No fighting allowed in front of my martial arts school. Master, no, you absolutely mustn't. Yi Bei shouted anxiously, his mind a complete mess. He knew he couldn't say this out loud, because his master was not only hot-tempered, but also notoriously fearless and reckless. Of course, it was precisely because of his recklessness that he, who was not particularly talented, achieved great success. In the past, he would have followed Hantiang's personality, but this time it was completely different. Yi Bei had even speculated that the young man from the martial arts school and the man in black robes were beings who surpassed the martial emperor. With such a powerful being, wouldn't his master, a mere martial grandmaster, be courting death? Master. Seeing that Hantiang wouldn't listen to advice, Yi Bei became anxious and pressed a sharp blade against his neck. Disciple you? Seeing this, the long sword beneath Hantiang's feet finally hovered in midair. Master, please heed my advice. We are no match for them, and we are not even on the same level. Yi Bei said earnestly. Besides, this matter is not their fault. I started the trouble first. You only need to give me the innate spiritual treasure, and I will handle the rest myself, won't you? You. With a flick of his sleeve, Han Tianke let out a heavy sigh and then sealed Yi Bei's cultivation. Master you. Yi Bei's expression changed. Hantiang waved his hand to interrupt, then said in a deep voice, although I have sealed your cultivation, I can listen to your advice today. However, as you know about my swordsmanship, you will come down the mountain with me when I become a martial venerable. That's all. Hantiang returned with his sword. Seeing this, Yi Bei sighed and shook his head. His master was known as the mad swordsman, who would go to any lengths for the swordsmanship he believed in, even if it meant death. It was already quite an achievement that he was able to make such a concession today. But now, his cultivation is sealed, and this place is on the edge of Nansha, thousands of miles away from the martial arts school, so he can't get there at all. I just hope that Hantiang won't break through to martial venerable so soon. Sword light flashes across the snow, jade dragon chills. The air is refreshing, the mind is clear, and the night is still young. The poem isn't great, but the calligraphy is truly beautiful. Inside the martial arts school, Yifeng picked up his brush and looked at his calligraphy, and couldn't help but sigh. Judging by the time, it's probably close to the spring festival of my previous life. Yifeng looked at the chill outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. Then let's write another couplet. Yifeng found 2 more sheets of red Xian paper, picked up his brush, and wrote 2 spring festival couplets on them. After nodding in satisfaction, he shouted, Disciple, now that you're better, don't stay cooped up. Hurry up and put these couplets on the door. It's master. Xiao Zhongqing put on a big cotton-padded coat, exhaled a breath of stale air, picked up Yifeng's 2 spring festival couplets, and walked outside. After pasting the couplets, he returned to Yifeng's side. My disciple, now that you're healed, you should practice martial arts diligently. Looking at Zhongqing, Yifeng smiled and said, Besides, I've given you this sword for so long, but I don't think I've taught you any swordsmanship yet, have I? Yes, master. Zhongqing tightened his grip on the long knife and nodded obediently. As a master swordsman, I have mastered 3 techniques that rival those of the gods. Today, I will teach these 3 techniques to you. Yifeng said softly, putting down his brush. May I ask, master, what are the 3 styles? Zhongqing asked in confusion. Chop/hack. Yifeng smiled leisurely and said, You must remember that all changes are inseparable from these 3 moves. As long as you master these 3 moves, you will naturally be able to wield this knife with ease. As he spoke, Yifeng took the long sword and demonstrated 3 moves to Zhongqing. After he finished, he returned the knife to Zhongqing. From now on, you will practice these 3 moves. Okay. Zhongqing scratched his head. Although he didn't know why Yifeng wanted him to practice these 3 ordinary moves, he still obeyed Yifeng's words unconditionally. Autumn is gradually passing. Winter has arrived. Outside, heavy snow was already falling. Life went on as usual. Wu Yonghong and his 2 companions were still clearing the land, and after so long they had only completed half of it. Yifeng could understand the slow pace due to the weather. If the land isn't prepared properly, there will naturally be plenty of people carrying manure. As Wu Yonghong and his two companions became less efficient, Lu Daxing's days became much easier, and he usually finished picking up the manure by the morning. What's puzzling is that he could have rested properly in the afternoon, but he always stayed by the latrine until dark, muttering to himself, and no one would respond when called. Zhong Qing was brandishing a large sword. He practiced the 3 techniques of chopping, hacking, and slashing day after day. However, that broken skull still seemed to be a source of worry, not only staying away from home all day, but also the gold coins Yifeng hid under the bed seemed to be decreasing from time to time. Of course, Yifeng, who was engrossed in calligraphy all day long, didn't have time to care about these things. After finishing another couplet, a familiar voice finally appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your calligraphy has reached a level comparable to that of a god. Finally finished. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the 2 newly made Spring Festival couplets, he called out, Disciple, tear down those 2 couplets at the door and replace them with this one. Yes, master. Zhong Qing sheathed his long sword, took down 2 new couplets, and pasted them back on the door. Master's handwriting is so beautiful. Zhong Qing clapped her hands, stepped on the snow, and prepared to go back inside. Boom! Just then, a figure came crashing down from an unknown direction and landed right at Zhong Qing's feet. At the same time, he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and he was on the verge of death. Zhong Qing was stunned. Before he could even ask a question, another man carrying a giant sword approached from not far from the doorway, slowly closing in on the injured man. Black Sword, even though we're thousands of miles apart, you still insist on chasing me. What's the point? The injured man shouted with a look of resentment. I will prove that I am the #1 swordsman in Nansha. Black Sword said coldly. You've already proven it. Why do you still want to exterminate them all? The injured man shouted. Because my sword never leaves anyone alive, you must die. The Black Sword, with a cold voice, finally approached, stepping on the snow, and drew its great sword, ready to strike. Stop. Suddenly, Zhong Qing, her face flushed, stood in front of the injured man and shouted, You're not allowed to fight in front of our martial arts school. Black Sword glanced at Zhong Qing and then ignored him, raising his great sword with a roar. Hurry up. The injured man immediately shouted to Zhong Qing. However, the giant sword in the Black Sword's hand was already above Zhong Qing's head. This sword strike. It came crashing down with immense pressure. Upon seeing this, the injured man turned ashen-faced, for wherever the sword light passed, nothing would grow. Pity. Even on his deathbed, he still had to drag a child down with him. He closed his eyes. Clang. Just then, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and was horrified to find that the little boy next to him had deflected the sword with his knife. Clang. With a buzzing sound, the giant sword plunged straight into the ground, penetrating half a foot deep. I told you not to fight in front of my martial arts gym. Why didn't you listen? The little boy's face turned red, and he spoke with obvious displeasure. Chapter 183. What exactly is this place? Click. This scene left the injured man beside him stunned, feeling as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. This is a Black Sword. This peerless sword demon, who had chased him for over 10,000 miles and had 1 foot in the martial venerable realm, had his great sword, which he valued more than his own life, knocked away by this little boy with a single strike. What kind of divine power is this? Black Sword was almost dumbfounded, staring at the little boy in front of him with a look of horror. That small body was able to unleash such powerful force, not only knocking his giant sword away, but also shattering the bones in his entire hand. But then I realized, Black Sword's face was filled with deep shame. For a swordsman, the greatest humiliation is having someone knock the sword out of his hand. Such humiliation. It's a fight to the death. Even though he couldn't see the little boy's cultivation level, the humiliation he felt made him desperately want to kill the boy with his sword. With a look of madness flashing across his face, he slid down the snow to the side of the great sword, his hand landing on the hilt as he prepared to draw it. However, as soon as he exerted force, his expression changed drastically, because he had actually failed to pull the greatsword out. Unconvinced, he pulled the sword out again with all his might. This time, he used every ounce of strength he had, but the sword stuck in the ground remained completely still. What exactly happened? Finally, a storm raged within Black Sword, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This time, he finally started to panic and for the first time considered backing out. However, just as he was about to leave, the little boy, his face flushed, suddenly glared at him angrily. How can you be so ungrateful? I told you not to hit me, but you insisted on doing so, and now you're even trying to draw your sword to hit me. I'm very angry now, and it seems I have to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Zhong Qing raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the black sword. It was a simple, unadorned strike that seemed to lack any power, yet it made Black Sword feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. After a roll, he quickly drew out a spare greatsword to defend himself. Clang! A pleasant sound rang out, and the greatsword in Black Sword's hand broke in two. He crashed heavily to the ground, staring at Zhong Qing with eyes full of fear. Get out of here! Zhong Qing sheathed his long sword and shouted loudly in a childish tone. Seeing this, Black Sword felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He even abandoned the giant sword, got up, and walked into the alley ahead. However, just as he was about to take flight, his foot suddenly stopped. At the same time, his eyes were bloodshot and his whole body began to tremble violently. Knife! Sword energy, such powerful sword energy. Black Sword looked inward at his internal organs and meridians and found that they had long been shattered by a powerful blade aura. What exactly is this place? With a look of resentment, Black Sword fell straight down into the snow, lifeless. The injured man stared in horror at the little boy beside him who had driven away the Black Sword with two knives. Just as he was about to speak, he was startled again. He suddenly noticed that a trace of energy had dissipated from the giant sword stuck in the ground. He could naturally tell that the aura belonged to the Black Sword. With the aura disappearing, it meant that Black Sword was dead. Was he killed by the little boy in front of him? He couldn't help but wonder. Just then, Zhong Qing watched the figure disappear, rubbed his nose, and snorted. Disobedient people like this need to be taught a lesson so that they will never have the chance to cause trouble in front of my martial arts school again. These words, upon hearing them, immediately confirmed the thoughts in the injured man's mind. It seems so. That arrogant Black Sword was indeed killed by this little boy with just two strikes. Of course, what shocked him the most was that, even though he was right in front of the boy, he couldn't figure out how the little boy had killed the giant sword. After a moment of shock, he finally came to his senses, propped himself up, and stood up to greet them. Young man. No, senior. Before he could even speak, the injured man suddenly snapped to attention. This seemingly young boy was no little brother, but an old monster who had cultivated for countless years. He quickly changed his words, saying, Senior, thank you for saving my life. My name is Guan Yunpeng. Oh, are you all right? Zhong Qing glanced at him and said, But I'm not some senior. My name is Zhong Qing. Senior is too modest. With your extraordinary cultivation, it is only right for me to address you as senior, Guan Yunpeng said respectfully. Cultivation level. Zhong Qing glanced at him again, frowned slightly, and said, You've got it wrong. I don't have any cultivation. I'm just a mortal. Mortal? Guan Yunpeng was startled. The expert who killed the Black Sword with two strikes was just a mortal? He would never believe it, even if you beat him to death. In his view, someone with such abilities must be at least a martial venerable master. However, since this expert insisted on calling himself a mortal, Guan Yunpeng naturally dared not offend him. By the way, how are your injuries? Do you want to go in and have them checked? My master can examine injuries, Zhong Qing asked softly, looking at Guan Yunpeng's wounds. Master? You have a master? Zhong Qing's words instantly sent a shiver down Guan Yunpeng's spine, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. This one actually has a master? He himself is at least a martial venerable, so what level of cultivation must his master have? Hiss. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhong Qing frowned and looked at Guan Yunpeng rather rudely, asking, You're really strange. Why can't I have a master? No, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just surprised. Guan Yunpeng quickly waved his hand to explain. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhong Qing was no longer looking at him with that kind of gaze. All right then, go inside and ask my master to take a look at your injury. Zhong Qing looked at this strange person and took the lead in walking towards the martial arts school. Guan Yunpeng nodded, his face full of excitement as he followed them toward the martial arts school. But after taking just one step, he suddenly stopped. This is... At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the couplet at the door, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He discovered that the calligraphy on these two couplets actually contained a powerful sword intent. Especially that vertical stroke. It looks like a celestial sword descending from the heavens. With its powerful pressure and overwhelming aura, it suddenly magnified in his eyes, getting closer and closer. What are you staring at? Just then, Zhongqing spoke, and Guan Yunpeng suddenly realized that he was covered in cold sweat and was greatly shocked. This martial arts school. What exactly is this place? Not only is there such a powerful little boy who claims to be immortal, but even the couplets posted at the door contain such powerful sword intent in their characters. He even felt that if he could read through all these characters, he might be able to reach a new level in swordsmanship. He couldn't help but feel an immense anticipation for the master the boy inside had mentioned. Certainly. Their posture became even more respectful. Chapter 184, I'm really just immortal. Following Zhongqing, Guan Yunpeng walked shakily into the martial arts hall. We walked along the road. I was terrified the whole way. Until the very end, I felt like I was becoming completely numb. From the first step you step into, everything you see is a treasure. The mirror hanging in the hall, the paintings on both sides of the wall, the large black umbrella casually placed, the flame-shaped pearl in the stove, even the rag drying on the bamboo pole. He has lost count. All he knew was that with each treasure he saw, his body involuntarily sank a little deeper, and as he passed through the hall, he almost collapsed to the ground. Master, I've brought someone with me, Zhongqing said softly. Zhongqing's words instantly startled Guan Yunpeng, who then hurriedly looked up and gazed ahead. A young man. It caught his eye. The white robe was spotless, exuding a gentle and refined air. He stood beside the desk, holding a pen in his right hand, radiating an otherworldly aura, and was smiling at him with a faint smile. Is that the master of Senior Zhongqing? Really? Extraordinary. However, like Senior Zhongqing, he is someone whose background I cannot see through, and I do not know what level of cultivation he has. At the same time, Zhongqing recounted what had just happened at the martial arts hall to Yifeng. Yifeng gave him an appreciative look, then smiled at Guan Yunpeng and said, "Sit down." Yes. Guan Yunpeng nodded nervously, but even though there was a stool next to him, he still didn't dare to sit down. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. His eyes were fixed on the rice paper covered with calligraphy. My heart skipped a beat. He was horrified to discover that the characters on these rice papers all contained something that horrified him. Like the founder font, it carries a sense of righteousness. The characters, sharp as blades, exude a powerful, edgy quality. There are many different fonts, some conveying sword intent, some Taoist charm, some martial spirit, some bringing peace of mind, and some stirring up passion. What was even more unbelievable to him was that these sheets of Xian paper covered with writing were scattered everywhere, on the ground, on the desk, and even under Yifeng's feet, just like discarded garbage. Sir, your handwriting is excellent, truly excellent. He swallowed hard. Despite usually being quite capable, he couldn't think of a single word to express his praise. You can read too? Upon hearing this, Yifeng asked Guan Yunpeng in surprise. I know a little. Guan Yunpeng quickly bowed and said, but with my level of skill, I dare not presume to show off my limited abilities in front of you. Haha, you're too kind. By the way, what's your name? Yifeng was quite excited, not expecting to meet a like-minded person. Guan Yunpeng. Guan Yunpeng quickly agreed. Guan Yunpeng, a good name. Yifeng nodded, wrote the 3 characters Guan Yunpeng on a new sheet of Xian paper, and then handed it to Guan Yunpeng, smiling. What do you think of these 3 characters? Guan Yunpeng respectfully accepted the Xian paper with both hands, and immediately felt a strong sword intent rushing towards him. Okay. Guan Yunpeng held the Xian paper in both hands, shouted out loud, and his eyes gleamed. He had never imagined that writing his name could have such an effect. Yifeng smiled slightly. Being praised is always exciting, so he said, then if you like it, I'll give it to you. What? Give it to me. Guan Yunpeng's heart pounded, his body trembled, and he stared at Yifeng with disbelief and surprise. It's just a few words, nothing to worry about. Yifeng laughed. Thank you so much, Senior. Guan Yunpeng held the Xian paper in both hands, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes, and his body trembled as he was about to kneel down before Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng quickly helped him up. Looking at his eyes, which were slightly tearful, he couldn't help but sigh. How much does this person love calligraphy? Remembering that he still had injuries, she smiled and said, let me take a look at your injuries. This is too much trouble for you, sir, Guan Yunpeng said, flattered. Meeting his fate, what's the trouble? Yifeng said with a gentle smile. All right, thank you for your help, sir. Guan Yunpeng could hardly contain his excitement. He never expected that not only would he survive this ordeal, but he would also receive such a series of opportunities. Approaching Yifeng, he said cautiously, "But sir, I'm afraid my injury is difficult to treat." "You're overthinking it." Yifeng rolled his eyes at him and said, "It's just a superficial wound. What's so hard about treating it?" "Skin external injury?" Guan Yumpeng clicked his tongue and looked at Yifeng incredulously. It appears that he only has one sword mark on his body, but his meridians and internal organs have long been damaged by the sword energy of the black sword. Yet he claims it is just a superficial wound. Was he unable to perceive the condition within his own body, or did he truly perceive it as so effortless? Before he could react, Yifeng had already asked Zhong Qing to bring over the crushed herbs. "Apply it, it will be better soon." As he spoke, Yifeng took the herbs and slapped them onto Guan Yumpeng's wound. "So hasty?" Guan Yumpeng opened his mouth. Although he admitted that this big shot's cultivation was extraordinary, did he have some misunderstanding about healing? But just as this question arose in his mind, he was horrified to discover that a warm current flowed into his body through his wound, not only dispelling the sword energy remaining in his body, but also repairing his injured meridians and internal organs at a visible speed. Hiss! Upon experiencing this comfortable sensation, Guan Yumpeng couldn't help but shiver. What kind of heaven-defying method is this, that it is so terrifying? In an instant, his gaze toward Yifeng became even more fervent. He quickly bowed to Yifeng and said gratefully, "Senior's methods are indeed amazing. Not only is your cultivation extraordinary, but you also have a kind heart to help a junior like me." "His cultivation has reached the heavens?" Yifeng glanced at Guan Yumpeng, shook his head and laughed. "Are you mistaken? I don't have extraordinary cultivation. I'm just a mortal." "Mortal?" Guan Yumpeng was dumbfounded. One thing for the disciple who killed the black sword to call himself a mortal, but now this powerful figure with heaven-defying abilities is also calling himself a mortal? "Seniors, aren't you being too modest? Why do you keep your extraordinary abilities hidden?" Finally, he asked, puzzled. "I don't have any extraordinary abilities. I'm just an ordinary person." Yifeng couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, thinking to himself, could it be that I've run into another Chinibyu like Wu Yonghong? Guan Yumpeng was even more bewildered. "I really can't understand why someone so powerful would pretend to be an ordinary person." "Gentlemen, sir, we've almost finished our work for today. We've come to have a chat with you." Just then, several shouts came from outside the door. Then, to Guan Yumpeng's astonishment, several old men covered in mud walked in. Chapter 185: Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Although these old men were well hidden, Guan Yumpeng recognized them at a glance because he had cultivated special techniques. They were all martial venerables. He gasped, "Why are all these weirdos, who are usually impossible to find, gathered here?" He was only a martial grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation, so he naturally dared not be negligent upon meeting a martial venerable. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, three seniors." Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the other two looked at the newcomer, their brows furrowing immediately. They all wore expressions that said, "Young man, you're not very bright." He waved his hand and said, "You've got it wrong. The three of us aren't some kind of seniors. We're just ordinary people." Guan Yumpeng shuddered. Again, is his mother immortal? With doubts in his mind, he was about to ask again when he noticed Wu Yonghong glaring at him. Seeing this, he quickly shut up and had no choice but to suppress his doubts for the time being, and ask again when he had time. "Oh, the three of you are here." Yifeng smiled and said, "You've come at the right time. Is there anything you'd like me to write today?" No, sir." Yes, no need to trouble you today, sir." "Yes, I still have more than a dozen of Mr. Name, as calligraphy and paintings that I haven't finished appreciating yet." Seeing this, Wu Yonghong and the other two quickly waved their hands, politely declining Yifeng's offer. "All right." Yifeng nodded. Seeing this, Wu Yonghong and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yifeng, during this period, they finally experienced what it means to have a stroke of luck. Each of them received more than 10 pieces of calligraphy and paintings containing martial intent and Taoist charm. Normally, they would accept any such treasure without hesitation. However, the profound principles contained in Mr. He's calligraphy and paintings are simply too deep. They haven't even fully comprehended the first poem yet, and the rest are enough for them to study for a lifetime. If they were to study them again, they would surely be driven to the brink of madness. However, Guan Yumpeng, who was standing to the side, was already stunned. He clearly understood what Wu Yonghong and the others meant. They actually received so many benefits, they couldn't even keep up with the amount they received. His eyes immediately lit up with a burning light. So, after leaving the martial arts school, He quickly caught up with Wu Yonghong and the others. Senior, gourds of fine wine from his storage ring and presented them to them. Not bad, you're pretty good at it. Wu Yonghong and the others put away the fine wine and looked at Guan Yunpeng with smiles. You flatter me, seniors. Guan Yunpeng bowed respectfully and asked the first question that had been bothering him. Seniors, I would like to ask, why did that senior say that he was just a mortal, and even you? Upon hearing this, Wu Yonghong and the others looked at him as if he were an idiot and shook their heads. Guan Yunpeng didn't dare to get angry and quickly asked, Please, seniors, speak frankly. You're so foolish. Wu Yonghong said in a lecturing tone. To tell you the truth, whether it is cultivation or state of mind, the master has long since reached the state of returning to simplicity and authenticity. He came to this small town to experience the life of an ordinary person. He not only truly regards himself as an ordinary person, but also does everything himself. And we people naturally have to cooperate with our senior. I see. Guan Yunpeng suddenly realized the truth and, recalling his recklessness, immediately showed a look of lingering fear. I almost offended my senior. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yonghong, his eyes filled with gratitude. By the way, could you three seniors tell me what your cultivation level is, sir? He asked again. What do you think? Sun Zhuge asked leisurely. The martial saint, he asked. Sun Zhuge and the others looked at them with disdain. Could it be Emperor Wu? Guan Yunpeng exclaimed incredulously. However, Wu Yonghong shook his head, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Young man, we really have no interest in talking to you anymore. After all, your vision is too narrow. Too narrow-minded? It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Guan Yunpeng's mind. Could it be? Could he be? Before he could finish speaking, Wu Yonghong and the others interrupted him. It's good that you know. Being able to come here today is your good fortune, so make the most of it. After saying that, Wu Yonghong and the others were about to leave. But Guan Yunpeng was not giving up and quickly chased after him, asking again, Have you been following the master around for a long time? Certainly. Wu Yonghong and his companions subconsciously puffed out their chests and said with considerable pride. Upon hearing this, Guan Yunpeng immediately showed an envious expression and quickly asked, Then, seniors, could you teach me how to follow in your footsteps? You? Wu Yonghong and the others looked Guan Yunpeng up and down, shook their heads, and said, It seems that even the dung collectors broke through to Marshal Venerable last night. You're still not up to par. After saying that, the three of them turned and left. Guan Yunpeng was stunned on the spot. Even the manure collectors have broken through to the Marshal Venerable realm? A blazing light suddenly emanated from it, and he secretly made up his mind that he must find a way to stay by this person's side. However, at this juncture, I still need to return to my cave dwelling to first comprehend the 3 words given to me by the master, and then come back after breaking through to the Marshal Venerable realm. After saying that, Guan Yunpeng soared into the sky and disappeared. After returning to his cave in Nansha, he secluded himself and devoted himself to studying the 3 words given to him by Yifeng. Finally, 3 days later, he broke through to the Marshal Venerable realm. Just as they were leaving the cave and heading back to Pingjiang City, they spotted a streak of light flashing in the distance. Shaking the heavens, Guan Yunpeng was surprised to see that it was his old friend and greeted him with a smile. Huh? Guan Yunpeng, how come you're not dead? Han Tiank asked Guan Yunpeng in surprise. I just received news that Black Sword is chasing you. I wanted to come and help you, but how come you're perfectly fine in your cave? My friend, you're too kind, but I don't need your help. Guan Yunpeng said proudly. I've already broken through to the Marshal Venerable realm. As he spoke, his aura suddenly surged forth. Upon seeing this, Han Tianke was greatly surprised and asked in astonishment. Your cultivation level was clearly lower than mine before. How did you break through to Marshal Venerable? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible, Guan Yunpeng said with a smile. After all, I recently had a great opportunity. What opportunity? Han Tiank asked hastily. Look. Guan Yunpeng took out the Xian paper and immediately revealed a powerful sword intent. Such powerful sword intent. Where did you get that from? Han Tianke gasped, looking at Guan Yunpeng with envy, and hurriedly asked. It was a gift from a wise and respected elder, and I'm on my way to seek refuge with him. Guan Yunpeng looked at his old friend beside him, who was filled with envy, with reverence, and asked, Why don't you come with me? May I? Lit up, and he was immediately moved. This senior has spared no effort in mentoring us younger generations. I think if we go respectfully, even if we can't follow him, we can still get a chance, Guan Yunpeng said. Good. Han Tianke readily agreed, his whole body trembling with excitement. He had clearly seen the sword intent in Guan Yunpeng's Xian paper. He had been struggling to break through to the martial venerable realm, and naturally couldn't wait for such a good thing. By the way, where is that senior you mentioned? Han Tianke asked again. Pingjiang City. Pingjiang City. Han Tianke's eyes lit up, and he smiled. That would be even better. There just happened to be a scoundrel from Pingjiang City who bullied my disciple, and I was just about to take revenge. Going there would be killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 186. So we've arrived at the senior's place? Back in his cave, Han Tianke looked down at Yi Bei, whose cultivation had been sealed. You stay in your cave. Your master and your uncle Guan will go down the mountain and help you wipe out that martial arts school that's been bullying you, Han Tianke instructed. No way. Yi Bei's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Absolutely not. Master, you mustn't go. The people in that martial arts school are really strong. Humph, my mind is made up. You don't need to say anything more. Han Tianke said in a deep voice. Even if the martial arts school you mentioned is very strong, there is no need to be afraid. After all, I went with your uncle Guan this time. Your uncle Guan recently had a great opportunity and has already reached the martial venerable realm. So if there is any accident, your uncle Guan will lend a hand. Master, listen to my advice. Even if you are a martial venerable, it won't help you there. Yi Bei earnestly advised. Besides, I will absolutely not tell you where the martial arts school is located. Humph, you don't need to tell me. I already know. Han Tianke sneered. Yi Bei's face showed surprise. How did you know? Your protective magic item has my aura on it. I set it up in case you encountered any danger, and I couldn't save you. So I know exactly where you've been, said Han Tianke. What? Yi Bei's face was grim. He had intended to hold onto the martial arts school's address and not budge, but he hadn't expected. Ignoring Yi Bei, Han Tianke had already transformed into a streak of light and departed. He then met up with Guan Yunpeng and prepared to head towards Pingjiang City. Old man Tianke, I will ride on your flying sword, and you can travel on it. Before setting off, Guan Yunpeng said to Han Tianke, After all, I have just broken through and my aura is still very unstable. I need to adjust my breathing. Okay, you can continue your meditation. Han Tianke felt a surge of envy and became even more eager for this journey. If he could really get some good luck, he could break through to the martial venerable realm as he wished. But before I go to that senior, I need to take care of a personal matter. Han Tianke said again. What private matter do you have that's so important that you're in such a hurry to resolve it? Guan Yunpeng asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Han Tianke's face darkened, and he said angrily, A few ignorant fools in Pingjiang City extorted my disciple. Do you think I'm not angry? I see. Guan Yunpeng nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, he knew Han Tianke's bad temper. If he really wanted to do something, no one could stop him, especially since it involved his precious disciple. But, for a moment, he said to Guan Yunpeng, My disciple said these people are quite strong, so if we encounter unexpected trouble, I'll have to trouble you to help us out. Upon hearing this, Guan Yunpeng appeared somewhat arrogant. This old man from Tianke is usually frighteningly arrogant and never bows his head to anyone, but now he said these words to him. It seems that the martial venerable is indeed different. Faced with overwhelming power, even someone as dim-witted as Han Tianke would have to ask for help. All right. If there's anything you can't handle, I'll help you out. So, Guan Yunpeng wouldn't refuse Han Tianke, and said with a slightly puffed-out chest and full of pride. That's thoughtful of you. Han Tianke lowered his head, light rose from beneath his feet, and his long sword transformed into a 3-zhang long blade, streaking away into the distance like a shooting star. Guan Yunpeng, who was sitting cross-legged on his sword, closed his eyes and began to calm his mind and solidify his cultivation as a newly ascended martial venerable. Thousands of miles away. Even for a martial arts master like the heaven-shaking swordsman, it wouldn't take long. They set off the previous evening, and it was only the next morning when the two of them arrived above the martial arts school on their swords. This is it. Han Tianke stared intently at the small martial arts school below, his voice filled with anger. Okay, you go and handle it first. I'll wait for you here. I'll step in when you really need me. Guan Yunpeng sat cross-legged in the air, uttering a faint sound. However, he did not open his eyes, and his mind was also above his cultivation level. All right, old man, you wait here for a moment. I'll go and wipe them out and come right back. Han Tianke sheathed his longsword, then swept downwards, landing on a wasteland behind the martial arts school. He didn't land at the main gate because he was wary and didn't want to alert the enemy. They also planned to take a good look at this martial arts school first. After taking a good look around, Hantiank lowered his guard considerably. There's nothing unusual about it. Not only was there no trace of any aura, but there were also no formations or arrays visible within the martial arts school's grounds. Playing tricks. A bunch of scoundrels, how dare you extort my disciple? May you perish under my sword. Filled with rage, the heavenly gate soared into the sky. In the instant he soared through the air, the aura of a peak martial grandmaster was revealed, and with a tremor in his hand, the long sword in his hand trembled. Accompanied by a chilling glint, a radiant sword left a huge afterimage in midair as it slashed towards the martial arts school. Obviously, Hantiank intends to destroy this martial arts school with a single sword strike. At the same time, Guan Yunpeng, who was sitting cross-legged high in the sky, withdrew his mind from his cultivation. He thought it wouldn't be good to let Hantiank go alone. After all, the two have been friends for thousands of years. His behavior this time seems a bit arrogant, making people misunderstand that he has changed after breaking through to the martial venerable realm. Besides, one can solidify one's cultivation level anytime. It won't make a difference if it takes a little longer. Thinking of this, he slowly opened his eyes. Why does this look so familiar? He looked down and scanned the area, and immediately spotted the small martial arts school. We've actually come this far, senior? Guan Yunpeng was slightly surprised and said, I don't think I told Elder Tianke your address. So why is he here? Just as a question arose in his mind, he seemed to realize something, and his eyes suddenly widened. He quickly focused his gaze and saw that Hantiank, with red eyes, raised his long sword and slashed at the martial arts hall. Holy crap! Guan Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat, and he almost felt his heart jump out of his chest. Chapter 187. Even a dog can be a venerable being? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Guan Yunpeng's heart was in his throat. As he spoke, he fully revealed his martial venerable cultivation and rushed towards the heaven-shaking palace at an unprecedented speed. Quick! Hurry up! As he sped forward, Guan Yunpeng prayed, afraid that he would be a step too slow. Die! With this sword strike, Hantiank unleashed his full madness, his eyes flashing with intense cold light. Just at the critical moment, an even more dazzling and terrifying sword light struck. This sword light was even more terrifying. Shattered the heaven-shaking sword light almost instantly and vanished into the sky. Who is it? You ruined my plans? Seeing his sword light blocked, Hantiank was furious. He glared at the side and was shocked to find that it was Guan Yunpeng. He was about to ask Guan Yunpeng why he had ruined his plans when he saw Guan Yunpeng rushing towards him in a rage and punching him in the face. Could Hantiank withstand Guan Yunpeng's attack now? He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and crashed heavily to the ground. What are you doing? After getting up from the ground, Hantiank asked angrily with a stern face. But as soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yunpeng, enraged, swung his longsword, creating a streak of sword light as he slashed at him. Seeing the sword light, Hantiank was so frightened that he felt a chill run down his spine. He turned and ran away. Laugh! With his sword missing its mark, Guan Yunpeng grew even angrier. He raised his hand, and another cold glint flashed across the sky. This cold glint grazed past Hantiank's head, almost slicing off half of it. However, Guan Yunpeng still had no intention of letting him go, and with a flushed face, he launched a series of attacks at Hantiank. In a short time, the heavenly palace was utterly routed and left in a sorry state. Old man Guan, is there some misunderstanding between us? What's wrong with you? Han Tianke shouted loudly with a mournful face. Misunderstand? I've misunderstood your whole family. Guan Yunpeng cursed loudly, and as another sword beam shot out, he shouted, Old Ghost Tianke, I ask you, are you jealous that I broke through to martial venerable and deliberately trying to harm me? Harm you? Han Tianke was completely bewildered. While awkwardly dodging Guan Yunpeng's attacks, he cried out with a mournful face, You must be mistaken. How could I harm you? You still won't admit it? Guan Yunpeng continued his attacks, his face grim as he cursed, Old Ghost Tianke, really? I, Guan Yunpeng, misjudged you. For 1,000 years, I have always regarded you as a close friend, but I never expected you to be such a treacherous person. I had the opportunity to think of you, but I never thought you would harm me out of jealousy. Hearing Guan Yunpeng's heartbreaking words, Hantiank was almost in tears. He couldn't understand why Guan Yunpeng, who had been perfectly fine just moments before, had suddenly become so hostile. Let's talk this out. Hantiank shouted. Speak properly? I have nothing to say to you. Guan Yunpeng said with a dark face. You, I really don't know what's going on. Han Tianke jumped up and down anxiously, shouting with a bitter face. What did I do to offend you? Tell me. Fine, fine, since you're pretending to be stupid, I'll expose you. Guan Yunpeng pointed at the martial arts school not far away and shouted. I ask you, you clearly know that I obtained a fortuitous opportunity in this martial arts school, and you know that this martial arts school is my benefactor, yet you still want to attack with your sword. What is this if not jealousy? Even if you want to die, don't drag me into it, okay? Upon hearing this, Han Tianke was completely stunned and asked in a trembling voice, You mean, this is where the senior who gave you this opportunity lived? Otherwise what? Guan Yunpeng cursed angrily, then looked back at the martial arts school and, seeing that there was no commotion, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Fortunately, the people inside the martial arts school haven't noticed yet. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for them to die. Upon receiving Guan Yunpeng's confirmation, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck Hantiang's mind. Judging from the taboos he set on Yi Bei, this was the only place Yi Bei stayed in Pingjiang City. So, isn't this the place where he extorted his disciple? How? How did it become a place that gave Guan Yunpeng an opportunity? You must be mistaken? Hantiang asked incredulously. Did I make a mistake? Guan Yunpeng was furious and was about to continue lecturing Hantiang when he seemed to notice something. He suddenly put away his long sword and lowered his head. Then, an old man wearing straw sandals walked over, carrying a hoe on his shoulder. As the old man approached the two, he gave them a meaningful look, then picked up his hoe and went to work on the wasteland ahead. Wu Wuzun. Upon seeing this old man, Hantiang felt as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. However, before his shock subsided, he saw another old man carrying a shovel walk towards them. He gave them a meaningful look, walked into the wasteland, and began to work. Gaa. Hantiang was even more shocked, and his voice became stuttering. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed another old man carrying a rake passing by and heading to work in the field. Again, another martial venerable? After passing 3 martial venerables in a row, Hantiang felt cold sweat pouring down his body. When did martial arts masters become so commonplace? And they even went to work in the fields? Just then, a clanging sound came from ahead, accompanied by a stench, and a man in his 40s or 50s walked over carrying a pile of manure buckets. Could it be something else? Hantiang's eyes widened suddenly. Sure enough, when the man carrying manure walked past him, he felt an incredibly strong sense of profound aura emanating from the man. Good heavens! He wailed inwardly. What on earth is going on? Are martial arts masters as common as dogs? The first 3 went to work in the fields, and the last one even carried manure. It gave him a strong sense of disbelief that he had entered another world. Hantiang was shocked, but found that Guan Yunpeng beside him was completely unfazed, as if he had known all along. He was filled with horror and was about to ask a question when he noticed a dog slowly sauntering over, giving them a disdainful look, then lying down on its hind legs, urinating next to the latrine, and walking away. Click! Wave after wave of impact finally left Hantiang terrified and unable to breathe. Dog! A dog is a venerable being? Chapter 188, let's see how Master will deal with it. Hantiang was so shocked that he couldn't speak and stood there speechless for a moment. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Wrong. But in the blink of an eye, he suddenly realized that this was not a dog at all, but a powerful devouring sky wolf among the demonic beasts. A supreme-level devouring demon wolf. The devouring sky wolf clan, this would be a top-tier figure, right? Judging from the leash around his neck, it seems he was being kept like a dog. Who is this person with such a large investment? Hiss. Shocked, he turned his head to look at Wu Yonghong and the others, and asked again, who do they work for? What you think? Although Guan Yunpeng said this, the answer was already quite obvious, causing Hantiang to tremble all over. The Martial Venerable Farms. Wu Zun carries the dung. The demon lord of the devouring sky wolf clan was used as a dog. Call. Shocked by the series of events, Hantiang felt his head go blank, and even breathing became difficult. Moreover, he instantly realized a terrifying fact. The person who bullied his apprentice and the person who gave Guan Yunpeng the opportunity were the same person. And he is a truly masterful person. In other words, his disciple Yi Bei was not exaggerating. In a moment of madness, he nearly attacked the master's residence with a sword. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on his back, and he felt his legs go weak. He lost all desire for revenge. Perhaps his temper is explosive, but he has always forged ahead for his sword path. However, it also depends on when it is. Even the one who carried his manure was a martial venerable. How could he, a martial grandmaster at the peak, not even be qualified to fill a tooth gap? At the same time, he finally understood why Guan Yunpeng had stopped him and even attacked him, disregarding their past friendship. Old man Guan I. He looked at Guan Yunpeng with an embarrassed expression. Don't talk to me, Guan Yunpeng said with a dark face. You were lucky that I spared you and didn't kill you directly. Hanty Yank was at a loss for words, and knowing that he had committed a terrible disaster, he asked in a weak voice. Then what should we do now? What to do? Do you think they don't know we've made such a commotion here? Guan Yunpeng shouted. Look at the way those martial masters who were tending the fields for the master were looking at us. Thump. Upon hearing this, Hanty Yank's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned ashen. No wonder Wu Yonghong and the others looked at them with such meaningful eyes when they passed by earlier. Stay here obediently and await the master's judgment. Guan Yunpeng shouted with a dark face. Forget about opportunities now. Just pray that the master won't take our lives. No, can't we run away? Hanty Yank asked blankly. Run? Foolish. If you can run, then go ahead and run. Guan Yunpeng shouted. Han Tianke lowered his head nervously, not daring to utter another word. Disciple, what was all that noise outside just now? Yifeng, who had just gotten up, washed his face and asked Zhong Qing, who was wiping the table. Master, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look. With that, Zhong Qing put down what she was doing and walked outside. Upon seeing Zhong Qing, Guan Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat. Really, the master couldn't possibly be unaware of what had happened. He had already dispatched his highly skilled disciple. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply, becoming extremely respectful. At the same time, looking at the dazed and confused Hanty Yank, he quickly gave him a wink. However, Hanty Yank was filled with doubts. A little boy. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't he being far too easily frightened? He doesn't seem to have any cultivation at all. Brother Guan, aren't you being too nervous? He's just a little boy. Hanty Yank muttered to himself, but before he could finish speaking, Guan Yunpeng interrupted him sharply. Shut up. What do you know? Do you even know who this person is? Who is it? Hanty Yank asked. He is a disciple of a master. You think he has no cultivation? That's because your realm is too low to see it. Do you know that it was he who casually cut down the black sword that had been chasing me for thousands of miles with a single stroke? Guan Yunpeng said with great solemnity. What? This? Hanty Yank panicked. He knew Black Sword's strength all too well. Black Sword was someone who had 1 foot in the martial venerable realm, several times stronger than his own heaven-shaking sword. Yet this little boy had casually slashed him down with a single blow. Wouldn't it be the same to just chop him up? Realizing what was happening, Hanty Yank quickly followed Guan Yunpeng, lowering his head and pounding his heart. Zhong Qing frowned and turned his gaze to the two of them, looking them up and down. For a moment, Guan Yunpeng and his companion felt their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. You guys are fighting? Zhong Qing asked, looking at the disheveled Hanty Yank and the disheveled Guan Yunpeng. The two became even more frightened, and after stammering for a long time, they finally nodded reluctantly. You really never learn. Zhong Qing frowned, looking at Guan Yunpeng with a hint of anger. You were fighting here last time, and you're fighting again this time. These words touched Guan Yunpeng's heart, and he felt like crying. For a moment, he wished he could tear the heaven-shaking tower into 8 pieces. Oh, you even managed to damage 2 tiles of my martial arts school. At this moment, Zhong Qing's angry voice came again. Guan Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. Yes, he managed to block all of the heaven-shaking sword as strikes. He couldn't completely prevent the leakage of sword energy. A single tile is a small matter, but offending the teacher is the real problem. Very well, you guys wait here. I'll go ask Master what to do. Zhong Qing glared at them and walked towards the martial arts school, while shouting to Wu Yonghong and the others. Uncle Wu, you guys keep an eye on them for me. Don't let them escape. I'm going to tell Master. Okay. Upon hearing this, the men immediately stopped what they were doing, grabbed their hoes and shovels, and approached the 2 men with threatening looks in their eyes. This. At that moment, the 2 of them started trembling. The arrival of 3 martial venerables nearly terrified them. What terrified them even more was that they now realized the hoes and shovels in their hands were not ordinary objects. At the very least, they were sacred artifacts. Call. They gasped, their feet involuntarily retreating. A sacred artifact of the highest quality used for farming? What the hell kind of otherworldly place was this? Boom. Just as they instinctively stepped back, a a sound came from behind them. The two of them were startled. Turning around, they saw a pair of manure buckets blocking their way, and a man carrying manure glaring at them with a fierce look on his face. This completely blocked their retreat. Chapter 189 Humph. Trying to get something for free? No way. Emanating from the four martial venerables made the two tremble, their faces contorted in despair, their hearts pounding as if they were about to burst. For seniors, don't get excited, we won't run away, don't worry. Guan Yumpeng quickly put on a fawning smile and tried to appease the four of them, afraid that they would get angry and attack them. And so, with both of them drenched in cold sweat, Zhongqing had already returned to the martial arts school. Master, what happened? Yifeng asked. It's Guan Yumpeng from yesterday. He got into another fight next to our martial arts gym, and not only that, he also broke 2 of our tiles. What? Yifeng frowned slightly. I thought Guan Yumpeng was a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be such a troublemaker, repeatedly getting into fights in front of my martial arts school. Instantly, Yifeng's dislike for Guan Yumpeng increased dramatically. Go, disciple, tell them to get lost, as far away as possible. Yifeng shouted with a livid face. By the way, tell them to pay for my tiles, don't give them any face. Yes, I understand, Master. Zhongqing walked outside with a sullen face. Obviously, Master is already angry. Guan Yumpeng and his companion, who were being eyed covetously by the 4 martial venerables, felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Zhongqing approaching with a cold face. They immediately realized that something terrible was about to happen. My master is very angry about this, Zhongqing said with a sullen face. Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. Also, Master told you to pay for the broken tiles, Zhongqing added. How will you compensate me? Guan Yumpeng wiped his sweat and hurriedly asked. How do you suggest compensation? Zhongqing countered. Guan Yumpeng was immediately in a dilemma. I glanced at the 2 broken tiles. In terms of value alone, they were nothing more than 2 gold coins for an ordinary person. But today's matter is clearly not as simple as just 2 tiles. Thinking of this, Guan Yumpeng gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and presented the long sword in his hand. After all, for a swordsman like him, the most valuable thing is probably the sword in his hand. This, Hantiank also presented his long sword with a dejected expression. What would I do with your broken swords? Zhongqing said disdainfully. We have a whole bunch of swords of your caliber in our backyard. Well, the 2 were immediately at a loss. Yes, Wu Yonghong and the other farmers all possessed top-tier swords. Why would they even consider such a long sword? What to do? They didn't have anything more valuable than this sword on them at the moment. Seeing Zhongqing's increasingly impatient expression, Guan Yumpeng quickly said, Please don't be angry. Give us a month, and we will definitely compensate you. Yes, give us a month, and we'll definitely compensate you. Hantiank quickly agreed. A month. Zhongqing frowned. It's just 2 tiles, and it still needs a month? These 2 are dressed quite well, yet they're so poor? Upon seeing Zhongqing remain silent, the 2 trembled, unsure of what to do with their hands and feet. Fine, I'll believe you this once, but if you lie, don't let me see you again. Zhongqing hesitated for a moment before uttering these harsh words. No, I wouldn't dare. The 2 quickly echoed his sentiment. Let's go. Zhongqing waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, Guan Yumpeng and Hantiank looked relieved and quickly left. After being away from the martial arts school for a long time, the 2 finally caught their breath. Thankfully, I'm all right, Hantiank said, still shaken. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yumpeng turned his hateful gaze toward him. Are you all right? You fucking talk so lightly? I finally managed to get in touch with that guy, but you ruined it all with 1 sword, and I'm now drowning in debt. And you're saying it's nothing? This? I didn't mean to. Han Tianke, sweating profusely, quickly waved his hand, trying to comfort her. Calm down. Calm down, my ass. Guan Yumpeng's sword flashed and slashed towards Hantiank. Calm down. Hantiank soared through the air and fled, with Guan Yumpeng close behind. Amidst cursing and swearing, they transformed into 2 streaks of light and disappeared. After the 2 left, Zhongqing reported the matter to Yifeng, and then replaced the tiles with 2 spare ones. Yifeng ignored the matter, sipping his morning tea while counting his money jar. For some time now, the money box he hid under his bed had been disappearing little by little. Thinking it had been burgled, he moved the money box to a different location, and that's when the money stopped disappearing. I breathed a sigh of relief and was about to lie down on the recliner when I heard a series of cursing sounds coming from outside the door. When Yifeng went outside, he found that it was a few young ladies from the brothel. What, it's you guys? What? You've come to play cards with me? Yifeng asked with a smile. What kind of landlord game is this? Yifeng, let me ask you, doesn't your martial arts school have a guy named Lu Binwei? The young lady in the lead, with her hands on her slender waist, pointed at Yifeng and asked. Lu Binwei. Yifeng blinked, puzzled, and asked, what Lu Binwei? Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's definitely Binwei, there's absolutely no mistake. Yes, he said his surname is Lu, and because he does things in a very majestic way, he is called Lu Binwei. We will definitely not be mistaken. That's right, we'd recognize him even if he were ashes. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd, as they prepared to rush into the martial arts hall, etc. Yifeng quickly stopped them, saying with a helpless expression, ladies, please don't be impulsive, okay? Let's explain what happened first, okay? Okay, then I'll explain it to you clearly. The young woman in the lead said angrily that Lu Binwei has been eating and drinking for free at our Yihong courtyard for many days without paying. He said he was from your martial arts school and told us to come back to him in 7 days. We believed him because of you, but we didn't expect that when the 7 days came, he would disappear. Exactly. He was quite generous at first, but I didn't expect him to be like this. He always orders 7 or 8 items at a time. It's disgusting. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. Trying to get something for nothing? No way. Do you think it's easy for us to do business? These days, there are still people who try to get something for nothing. Let me tell you, Yifeng, don't stop him. Make him come out and pay up. Yes, make him come out and pay the money right away. As the group talked, they became agitated again, their words filled with hatred for that Lu Binwei. With a dark expression, Yifeng desperately explained, ladies, while I sympathize with your situation, our martial arts school really doesn't have a Lu Binwei. Impossible. He said it belongs to your martial arts school. Yes, you must have hidden it for him. No, there really isn't. Yifeng explained earnestly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure darted out from behind him, trying to escape. Chapter 190. What do you think, sir? As the dark figure scurried past, the young ladies of the brothel immediately became restless. He pointed and started shouting. It is him, that's who he is. Yes, that's him, grab him quickly. Duant, run away, Bin Wang. But the man in black robes, like an eel, managed to break through all the obstacles and dashed into the street. Yifeng was stunned at this moment. After realizing what had happened, he flew into a rage. So, is this Lung Binwei, Lo Binwei, actually this broken skeleton? He thought this broken skull had been keeping him out of the way lately, but he never expected that accumulating it would cause him such a big problem. You bastard, die! Enraged, Yifeng took off his shoes and threw them at the broken skull. The man in black robes leaped and disappeared in an instant. Unable to catch up with Lu Binwei and failing to collect the debt, they had no choice but to turn back and ask Yifeng for the money. Seeing the woman threatening to skin him alive if he didn't pay, Yifeng gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out the money jar. More than half of them are gone. No, my heart and liver hurt. At that moment, Yifeng mentally sentenced the skeleton to death. Seeing off the group of women from the brothel, Yifeng limped towards the inner room, wearing only one shoe. He weighed the money jar, which was much lighter, and became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Damn it. He's usually incredibly frugal, even comparing prices at 3 different places before buying a bottle of wine. But this scoundrel squandered most of it on his extravagant spending. In a fit of extreme anger, he could only vent his frustration by throwing himself into the air. He kicked it out. The other shoe on her foot also came off. Call out. By sheer coincidence, it flew into the crevice under the stone slab. In the crevice, a centipede was lying there when it was suddenly startled by a shoe and both of its legs broke off. Call. Hoo-ha, heart, my little heart, wheezing. The centipede patted its chest with its claws, panting and catching its breath for a long time before it finally recovered. Then, he had a mournful face. When will this damn life ever end? He wailed inwardly as he looked at his few remaining legs, his face ashen. Escaping from that spatial ring, he thought he had escaped to safety, but he never expected to end up in such a terrifying place. For that aura comparable to that of a demon lord to appear from time to time. But when they finally managed to leave and escape, they discovered that the place was emanating terrifying fluctuations everywhere. They only ran a few meters, but they were so scared that they lost 8 legs. Seeing no hope of getting out, he had no choice but to return to the crack in the stone slab, barely managing to survive by clinging to life. But damn it, This can't go on forever. Never mind. Let's just keep playing it safe. As long as you're alive, there's always hope in life. And just then, a crimson glow appeared on the horizon, illuminating half the sky, and within the glow, a phantom seemed to appear. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon astonished everyone. What's going on? In the wasteland, Wu Yonghong raised his head. Either a master's cave has been unearthed, or a supreme treasure has been born, Chu Guangshi said excitedly. Then what should we do? Sun Zhuge asked. Upon hearing this, both of them turned their gaze to Wu Yonghong. After a moment's thought, Wu Yonghong said, if it were before, we would naturally have gone to join in the fun, but now that we're with you, sir, there's no need for that anymore. But there's no harm in having too many benefits. Yes. Chu Guangshi and his companion remained undeterred, their faces filled with hope as they spoke. Sigh. Wu Yonghong shook his head and said, in this respect, even the manure carrier is smarter than you. Upon hearing this, Chu Guangshi and the other looked over and found that Lu Dasheng was still diligently carrying manure, seemingly ignoring the strange phenomenon in the sky. Everyone else can see that following the master is better than fighting for any cave dwelling. So why don't you two know that? Wu Yonghong said with a hint of reprimand. Upon hearing this, the two of them suddenly came to their senses. He showed a look of shame. Yes. What treasure could compare to being in your presence, sir? Let them fight it out, haha. Yeah, haha, we don't need it anymore. Chu Guangshi and Sun Zhuge exchanged a glance, laughed heartily, and said with a hint of pride. The strange celestial phenomenon lasted for 3 whole days. Qingshan Gate. The old ancestor of Green Mountain sat at the head of the table, his brows furrowed as he listened to Zhu Yun's report. Reporting to Martial Uncle, the matter has been confirmed. It should be the cave dwelling left behind by a martial saint named Jiang Yu in Pingjiang City 10,000 years ago. The matter has caused a sensation throughout the entire Nansha, and countless forces in Nansha have rushed here. Those who are known to have come include 5th Chongkong, the young master of Snowfall Manor, Yun Xianke, the saintess of Wind and Cloud Valley, and of course, Peng Xiener, the most recently recruited genius female disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect. Besides these, there are countless other masters whose names I cannot recall. The holy maiden Yun Xianke of Fengyun Valley sent a message to my Qingshan sect a day ago. Because my Qingshan sect is a local sect, it has many advantages in doing things. So they want my Qingshan sect to cooperate fully with Fengyun Valley. After taking over the cave, they can give my Qingshan sect 20% of the benefits. Please make the decision, ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Green Mountain ancestor remained silent for a long time before taking a deep breath, standing up and saying, this matter is of utmost importance. It will turn Pingjiang City into a huge vortex. Under the temptation of the tomb of the martial saint, a single misstep could lead to the destruction of our sect. Therefore, I need to consult with the gentleman before making a decision on this matter. Oh, good. Upon hearing that it was that person, Zhu Yun had no objections and readily agreed. In the blink of an eye, the Green Mountain ancestor had arrived at the martial arts school. Sir, I've brought you some fine wine this time, said old ancestor Qingshan with a chuckle. Oh, Yifeng took it, smelled it, and said with a smile, the wine is not bad. It seems you, the old man, still remember me. As they talked, the two began to chat idly. Things haven't been peaceful in Pingjiang lately. Yifeng looked at the street, which was much busier than usual, and sighed slightly. Then he looked at the Green Mountain ancestor and asked, I heard that strange phenomenon was some kind of cave dwelling. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ancestor Qingshan was slightly startled. Secretly alarmed, I realized that the gentleman had indeed known the purpose of my visit. I replied respectfully, Sir, you jest. What can I possibly think? I'd rather know your opinion on this matter. These kinds of cave dwellings are just for fun, a place to chat and have some fun, Yifeng said with a shake of his head. Old Ancestor Qingshan nodded secretly. Just as I expected, the gentleman didn't care about this kind of cave dwelling at all. He just treated it as a spectacle. However, while Yifeng could ignore it, he might not be able to. After all, he still had a sect under him. After a slight hesitation, he asked, To be honest, sir, I'd like to go and take a look. What do you think? You? Yifeng shook his head. Upon seeing this, the old ancestor of Green Mountain felt a pang of unease and hurriedly asked, What do you mean by this, sir? Chapter 191 It's not easy to live. Forget about it. You're just an old geezer. You'd only get yourself killed if you went. Yifeng shook his head. This old man. They really don't know their own limitations. Are you, a wretched old man, Getting involved in these things between cultivators? You'll die without even knowing how. Ancestor Qing Shan felt a tightness in his chest. He was especially alarmed when he heard the words, could be fatal, but thankfully he had asked the doctor. He hurriedly stood up, bowed to Yifeng, and said, "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now." After saying that, he immediately rushed back to his sect. Outside Pingjiang City, several figures fell from midair. Leading the group was a woman dressed in flowing white robes. She had an exquisite face and a beautiful figure. Her beauty was truly exceptional. On the left is an old man in gray robes. He looks ordinary, but the aura he unintentionally exudes reveals that he is an absolute master. The markings on their clothing revealed that they were from the Nansha Fengyun Valley. The woman at the head of the group was none other than Yun Xianke, the pride of Fengyun Valley. "Uncle Lin, what about Wu Chang'an?" Yun Xianke frowned as she spoke. "Sigh, he's still behind us, isn't he?" The old man, whom he called Uncle Lin, sighed. "This matter is of utmost importance. Neither of us knows if we can escape unscathed. I really don't understand why the Valley Master asked me to bring him here. He's just a martial king. Isn't he just causing us trouble?" Yun Xianke said coldly, clearly full of dissatisfaction with Wu Chang'an. "Alas, please forgive me, holy maiden." With a complicated expression, Elder Lin sighed and said, "Actually, Wu Chang'an has great talent, but I don't know why he doesn't focus on cultivating his strength. Instead, he stays in the sect and stays closed off, spending his days playing with those strange and unorthodox techniques, like substitution techniques and earth techniques. I don't know what use they are." Yun Xianke kept a cold face, clearly showing no interest in discussing this person. Finally, just as the two were losing their patience, a figure slowly flew over. It was Wu Chang'an. He looked like a young man, neither tall nor thin, with delicate and handsome features. But they stopped 100 feet away from them. "Wu Chang'an, what's wrong with you?" Yun Xianke said coldly. "If you don't want to go, then get back to where you were." However, to her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Wu Chang'an turned around and soared into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yun Xianke stood there, stunned, her face turning pale with anger. She stomped her jade feet heavily and chased after them with Uncle Lin, who was filled with resentment. Although she didn't want to carry this burden, the Valley Master of Fengyun Valley had already given her a strict order to take Wu Chang'an to see the world. If she really let Wu Chang'an run back alone, she would definitely be scolded by the Valley Master when she returned. Unexpectedly, even though she and Uncle Lin gave it their all, they couldn't find any trace of Wu Chang'an. Even after searching the surrounding area, there was still no trace of them. How could a mere martial king vanish in a thin air? Yun Xianke asked, his face filled with disbelief. Uncle Lin was also puzzled. He, a dignified martial venerable, actually let a martial king slip away right under his nose. How strange. Never mind Uncle Lin, let's ignore him for now. Jiang Yu's grave is more important. Let's get to Qingshan Gate first. Yun Xianke frowned and said softly, "All right." Uncle Lin nodded, thinking that Wu Chang'an should be safe and sound on his own, because sometimes he felt that Wu Chang'an was a bit strange. Or was it just good luck? But I can't say for sure. The two then soared into the sky and headed towards the Green Mountain sect. A few moments after they left, a head popped out of the ground. "Call." Wu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the two figures disappear into the distance. This woman is so beautiful, she's bound to be a femme fatale. She'll inevitably have suitors, and with suitors come competitors, and with competitors come conflicts. And then there's this tomb. Call. Too dangerous. With my current strength, if I were to face a martial grandmaster, there would be a 1 in 10 million chance that he would take my life. If there are also martial venerables, then things will be even worse. At this point, Wu Chang'an frowned deeply, and his body couldn't help but shudder. A martial venerable expert would probably have a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing him. We must not take this kind of risk. Careful consideration, Wu Chang'an immediately made a decision. Just as I was about to head home, I paused again. But going back to Fengyun Valley doesn't seem like a good idea either. There are more and more things to do in the sect, missions, various causes and effects, and countless dangers. It seems that we can't go back to Fengyun Valley. We can only find a place to hide. Well, why is life always so troublesome? Wouldn't it be better to just live a peaceful and quiet life? Wu Chang'an sighed, looking at Pingjiang City ahead, his eyes brightening slightly. This city is located on the edge of Nansha, so the experts inside must be much weaker. Staying in this city should not cause too much trouble. Having made up his mind, he headed towards Nansha City. Just then, a bee flew by, and he instinctively swatted it dead. But the next moment, he shuddered violently. I was careless and got into trouble. He looked down at the dead bee, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Bees are social insects, meaning they must have companions. What if one of their companions cultivates into a demon and successfully grows up? 10,000 years from now, he might avenge his former comrades, which would be a huge problem for him. Thinking about this, a sense of lingering fear rose in my heart. His expression suddenly turned cold. In that case, we have no choice but to nip it in the bud. Having said that, his killing intent surged, and his sharp eyes began to scan the surroundings. Finally, he found the beehive and unleashed a powerful attack, instantly destroying it. He counted the bees on the ground, making sure none had escaped, before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cole, I almost got myself killed again. It's really not easy to live in this world. If only I could find a powerful person to protect me, I could live to a ripe old age. Well, Wu Chang'an slowly walked towards Pingjiang City, trying to avoid crowds along the way, and finally entered the city. Chapter 192 Alarmist. Qingshan Gate. The Cloud Immortal Pavilion of Wind and Cloud Valley descended with Uncle Lin. The members of Qingshan's sect warmly welcomed them. After all, Fengyun Valley was a major force in the entire Nansha region. In comparison, his Qingshan sect was just a small sect in a remote mountain village. Just entered. Lin Bo, who was following behind Yun Xianke, intentionally or unintentionally revealed a hint of his aura. This is typical of major sects. Sometimes, letting strength speak for itself saves a lot of breath. As expected, the moment Lin Bo revealed his aura, the faces of the Green Mountain sect's high-ranking members immediately turned ugly, clearly indicating that they had all suffered considerable pressure. Obviously, this Uncle Lin is a martial arts master. However, Lu Qingshan's calmness caused Uncle Lin's expression to darken slightly. A small sect didn't react at all to his oppressive aura. Without hesitation, his breathing became heavier, and he turned his gun towards Lu Qingshan, directly threatening him. But Lu Qingshan's condition once again surprised him. How is that possible? He is a martial venerable, so why is my pressure ineffective against him? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Uncle Lin, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Perhaps in the past, when he saw Wu Zun, he would have trembled and been at a loss. But times have changed. The martial venerable matter in his presence? Do you really think he's a bumpkin who's never seen a martial venerable? Elder Lin, there's no need to be so polite. Do you intend to give me a big gift as soon as you arrive? Although my Green Mountain sect is just a small sect, I, Lu Qingshan, am only one step away from you. Lu Qingshan said leisurely. At the same time, his cultivation level also erupted. Half saint. Lin Bo was filled with disbelief, only then realizing that Lu Qingshan was actually at the half-saint realm. At the same time, Yun Xianke, standing to the side, also parted her red lips slightly, filled with shock. When did an old ancestor in a remote area become a half-saint? In their view, having the cultivation level of a martial emperor was already quite impressive. This was clearly far beyond their expectations. Lu Qingshan smiled faintly, as if he really thought that his constant presence by the teacher's side was just for show. Although he lacked talent, with the extraordinary opportunities that came his way, even a pig could be built up. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for Lu Qingshan to be a half-saint. I really didn't expect that Ancestor Qingshan would actually be a half-saint. I was too presumptuous. Yun Xianke calmly concealed the shock on his face and smiled at Ancestor Qingshan, saying, "Please forgive me. Uncle Lin didn't mean anything by it." Obviously, a mere half-saintly title is enough to warrant such treatment from Yunxian Palace. Miss Yun, you're too kind. I certainly don't mind. Please have a seat. Ancestor Qingshan gestured for him to sit. After the two sat down, they didn't mince words. After a moment's thought, Yun Xianke got straight to the point and said, "Ancestor Qingshan, you must know why we've come here. How about it? With our two sects cooperating, Lin Bo's cultivation level plus yours, plus the advantage of Qingshan's sect being locals, our chances of taking over this cave are much greater than others." Hee. The Green Mountain ancestor picked up the teacup beside him, held the lid between his palms and moved it slightly, and said with a leisurely smile, "Miss Yun, I'm sorry, the Green Mountain sect will not participate in this matter." What? Upon hearing this, Yun Xianke put down her teacup and stood up abruptly. Those sharp eyes were fixed on Lu Qingshan. Old Ancestor Qingshan, so you're saying you've already cooperated with other forces? Yun Xianke asked, squinting his eyes. No, Miss Yun, you misunderstand. We will not cooperate with any force, said the Green Mountain ancestor. Yun Xianke narrowed her beautiful eyes again. After observing the Green Mountain ancestor for a long time, she suddenly raised her red lips and smiled. So that's how it is, I understand. Ancestor Qingshan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked towards Yunxiang. Then, Yun Xianchue's voice drifted over. How about this? I can make the decision. As long as your Green Mountain sect cooperates with my Wind and Cloud Valley, you can get 30% of the benefits after the deal is done. What do you think? Old ancestor Qingshan shook his head with a wry smile and explained, Miss Yun, it's not a matter of profit distribution. However, Yun Xianke frowned and asked in a deep voice, you still won't agree? It's really not a matter of profit, old ancestor Qingshan continued. Yun Xianchue's face turned cold. His gaze then turned to Uncle Lin. Clearly, having the help of the Green Mountain sect would make things much easier for them and make it easier for them to obtain the treasure, not to mention the combat power of the Green Mountain ancestor, a half-saint. She was asking Uncle Lin if he could make another concession. Uncle Lin pondered for a moment, then nodded to her. Seeing this, Yun Xianke gritted his teeth and said, in that case, I will take the liberty of giving your Green Mountain sect 40% of the profits. You must understand that the Martial Saint Cave must have countless benefits. With this 40% profit, it will be enough for your entire Green Mountain sect to make rapid progress, and you may even have a place in the entire South China Sea. However, Lu Qingshan's attitude once again surprised her. I rejected her again. Bang! Yun Xianchue's face turned cold. He slammed his hand down on the wooden table beside him, crushing it into dust. He stared intently at Lu Qingshan and asked, word by word, Ancestor Qingshan, I suggest you be content. Do you think your little Qingshan sect can possibly want half the reward? Miss Yun, I told you, you've misunderstood. Lu Qingshan's expression also turned slightly impolite. He stood up and said in a deep voice, I said it's not about profits, but that my Qingshan sect will not participate in this matter. Even if you give me 100% of the profits, we will not get involved. Yun Xianke said coldly. Have you thought this through? This is the cave of a martial saint. Lu Qingshan smiled and nodded. Okay. Yun Xianke was clearly furious and got up to leave with Uncle Lin. Wait a minute, Miss Yun. Watching the two figures leave, Ancestor Qingshan pondered for a moment and said, although we had an unpleasant argument today, Fengyun Valley has always been quite considerate of my sect, so I have a piece of advice for you. Yun Xianke turned to look at Lu Qingshan. You'd better stay out of this mess. Lu Qingshan's mind echoed with Yi Feng's words, and he spoke solemnly to the two of them. Oh, so you mean you want us to give this treasure directly to Snowfall Manor and Heavenly Sword sect? Yun Xianchue's pretty face was full of frost, and she sneered disdainfully. This is alarmist. After saying that, the two continued to soar into the sky and disappear. Chapter 193 The Tomb of the Martial Saint. This damn world. Everyone looks just like an ordinary person on the surface, but you might just run into a hidden big shot. As Wu Chang'an walked down the street, looking at the bustling crowds, he felt a sense of impending danger. Let's go and hide outside the city for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chang'an disappeared. A moment later, he had arrived outside the city. Call. It's still better outside the city. The scenery here is beautiful. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a rumble resounded from the earth. Boom! A deafening sound echoed all around, and cracks appeared in the ground. Then, to Wu Chang'an's astonishment, a huge building broke through the ground and stood tall in front of him. What the heck? Holy crap! Damn it! I'm going to die. Looking at the huge building, Wu Chang'an cursed. He just wanted to find a safe place to hide. So why did this happen? And this thing looks exactly like Jiang Yu's tomb. Wu Chang'an was on the verge of tears when he suddenly felt countless auras rushing towards him, filling him with a sense of crisis. I've never been here before, never. I'm escaping. Wu Chang'an waved his hand seal, then disappeared into the ground. Call. Having descended countless feet underground and been enveloped by the surrounding land, Wu Chang'an felt an unprecedented sense of security. But the next moment, he felt as if he had crashed into something. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. They found themselves in a grand hall. Right in front of the main hall hangs a divine weapon of the highest rank. Holy crap! How did you get in? Upon seeing this, Wu Chang'an cursed loudly, and without even glancing at the divine weapon, he started running. As he ran, countless mechanisms in the main hall were activated. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks continued to strike Wu Chang'an for a long time before finally subsiding. At this moment, Wu Chang'an had already hidden in a corner, trembling all over. Hoo-ha hoo-ha. Thank goodness, that was close. I almost lost my life. Wu Chang'an stammered. I just used up 18 of my 10 billion substitution techniques. If I use another 99,999,982 substitution techniques, I'm doomed. Oh my god, someone help me. It's too dangerous. I'm determined not to move. Even if I die here, I won't move. At the foot of Qingshan Gate. Haha. Yu Wujia, am indeed handsome and dashing, and the lady's luck comes knocking on my door. Yu Wujia stared at the woman before him, who looked like a celestial being. Her crystal-clear skin and slender, jade-like legs were so alluring that he couldn't resist. And the veil on her face. Yu Wujia wished he could tear it off and see what kind of fairy she was behind it. More importantly, this stunning beauty, this fairy-like woman, was the most outstanding female disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and yet she chose to pursue him. How is it? Do you like it? A seductive voice came from beneath the woman's veil. She lifted her jade-like foot and gently lifted Yu Wujia's chin, asking leisurely. And he was none other than Peng Xiener, the newly promoted genius disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. I like it. Yu Wujia's nose was almost bleeding, and he spoke in a trembling voice. Then you'll follow me from now on, the voice said again, its eyes carrying a hint of something deeper. Okay. Yu Wujia offered almost no resistance. Just as the woman was about to continue speaking, her eyebrows twitched, and she stood up to look outside Pingjiang City. Miss, there seems to be some activity at the tomb. Let's hurry over. An elderly man with sword-like eyebrows hurriedly reminded her from the side. Okay, let's hurry there. Oh, and take him with us. Peng Xiener glanced at Yu Wujia as they set off and reminded him. The old man with sword-like eyebrows glanced at Yu Wujia, wondering why his young lady would bring such a good-for-nothing along, but he didn't say anything. He grabbed Yu Wujia and headed towards the outskirts of Pingjiang City. When they arrived, in addition to the various forces, large and small, Yangtze Yank of Fengyun Valley had also arrived. Looks like you all arrived pretty quickly. Just then, accompanied by laughter, a handsome young man in white robes landed with an old man. Snowfall Manor, fifth long sky. Looking at the spotless man, more beautiful than any woman, Yuan Xianke and Peng Xiener both frowned slightly. Clearly, this is a formidable character. But are there only the two of you? Why haven't we seen anyone from the Imperial Sword sect? Fifth Changkong asked. Upon hearing this, both Yuan Xianke and Peng Xiener remained silent. It's been a long time since we've heard any news about the Imperial Sword sect. We rarely see their disciples around, and they didn't even come for such an important event, which is really strange. Forget it. One less enemy means one less opponent. Let's figure out how to get into this cemetery first. As he spoke, Fifth Changkong turned his gaze to the tomb of the martial saint. Yuan Xianke and Peng Xiener were the same, their expressions filled with longing. Chapter 194: The Key to Opening the Stone Gate. In a short time, all the experts present focused their attention on the gate of the stone hall. But, despite the fervor in everyone's eyes, they did not make a move at the outset. When do we make our move? Yuan Xianke asked softly. No rush, someone will inevitably make the first move. It's better to let them scout ahead, Uncle Lin said softly. Obviously, old-school experts like Uncle Lin are relatively experienced in this kind of thing. Just as the experts from the major sects were all tacitly refraining from making a move, other experts, as expected, couldn't hold back any longer. Although they knew that those who rushed forward first would be in the most danger and opportunity often go hand in hand. Cloud turning hand. Then, a martial emperor expert appeared out of the air, and then rolled his palm in midair, turning it into a huge palm print, which he then slammed onto the stone gate. Boom! A tremendous sonic boom resounded, but the door remained completely still. This scene surprised everyone present. This was, after all, a full-force attack from a martial emperor, yet it couldn't even open a single door. The tomb of a martial saint truly lived up to its reputation. However, although the door was unexpected, the fact that it posed no danger was a relief. Seeing this, Fifth Changkong glanced at the old man beside him without making a sound. The old man nodded and slowly walked out. His voice, mixed with the energy of the energy, rang out. Everyone, as you have all seen, if you want to break through this door and go in, you will probably need to join forces for the time being. As for the opportunities that await you after you go in, that will depend on your own abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement, and none of them had any objections. Subsequently, With the combined efforts of hundreds of experts, a series of powerful attacks landed on the stone gate. To everyone's surprise, the stone door only trembled slightly and showed no signs of opening. This immediately caused everyone present to frown. After all this trouble, can't we even get through the door? This gate is so sturdy that there must be an array forming behind it. I've heard that Snowfall Manor is skilled in forbidden array techniques, especially Elder Fifth Array. So, could you help us think of a solution? At this moment, Peng Xiener spoke in a melodious voice, turning her gaze to the old man next to Fifth Changkong. Yes. Presumably, only the Fifth Elder can solve this problem. In an instant, other people also began to speak. Fifth Zhun nodded, his hand seals moving, a slight ripple spreading in front of him, gently touching the stone door. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes surveyed the surroundings of the stone door. After a long while, he frowned deeply. How is the Fifth Elder? Everyone quickly asked. To enter this gate is as difficult as ascending to heaven, the Fifth Formation said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Elder, what exactly happened? Someone asked. As I predicted, this is the Yin-Yang Grand Array. Besides the heavenly gate on the ground, there should be an earthly gate underground. Fifth Changkong explained. There are only two ways to open the heavenly gate. The first method is to break it by force, but the spellcaster needs to attack beyond the spellcaster. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Since this is the tomb of the Martial Saint, then this formation must have been set up by the Martial Saint himself, who here has the ability to break it by force. That's absolutely impossible. What's the other way? Everyone asked hurriedly. Another way is to send someone to infiltrate the underground gate. All they need to do is activate the mechanism inside the gate, and the stone gate will open naturally. The Fifth Formation explained. However, there are also taboos about the Earth Gate, and only one person can enter at a time. Moreover, the formation is full of traps and mechanisms, and finding the stone door to open the mechanism is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Moreover, to enter the Earth Gate, one must master the unorthodox secret technique of Earth Escape. Otherwise, one will not be able to find the location of the Earth Gate at all. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. But everyone has realized that the key to getting in is to find someone who knows Earth. Disu. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape into the Earth and activate the mechanism. So, those who know Earth release techniques, sign up. Fifth Changkong's voice came directly out. However, the crowd fell silent. Leaving aside whether anyone would be willing to go down there, very few people practice the secret technique of Earth Escape alone. Although this secret technique has many uses, it is not easy to master. Most people focus their attention on cultivation, so who would want to practice in Earth? Earth is a technique that does not greatly enhance combatability. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Peng Xiener, behind her veil, raised the corners of her mouth, looked at Yu Wujie beside her, and said quietly, I remember you. You seem to know Earth. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape through the Earth. As soon as Peng Xiener finished speaking, everyone present turned their attention to Yu Wujie. Yu Wujie suddenly panicked, his face turning deathly pale. With his strength, he was just there to watch the show. Anyone could easily kill him. He never imagined this would involve him. I. He looked at Peng Xiener, trembling, and asked blankly, How? How did you know I could use Earth? Fisu. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape through the Earth. Peng Xiener didn't speak, but just looked at him meaningfully. Alright, enough talk. Let's send this kid down. Yes, you can go down to the underground gate. Upon finally finding a cultivator skilled in Earth, Densu. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape through Earth. The crowd began to exclaim in surprise. Yu Wujie immediately collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat streamed down my forehead. I can't do it. I really can't, he said, crying. A man can't say no. I really liked you, and I even investigated you. Otherwise, how would I have known you could use Earth? Dunsu. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape from the Earth. At this moment, Peng Xiener suddenly leaned closer to Wu Jie and said lightly, So you absolutely mustn't disappoint me. After all, if you want to be my man, you have to show some ability, right? Your man? Yu Wu Jie's eyes widened suddenly, and he said in shock, You mean, I can be your... Shoo. Peng Xiener blew a light breath and said leisurely, Don't ask, it means exactly what you think it means. This breath gave Yu Wu Jie a jolt, especially the faint fragrance emanating from Peng Xiener, which made him feel as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Okay, I'll go. He got up and spoke in a solemn voice. That's what makes a man. Peng Xian'er said admiringly, her jade-like hand gently tracing across Wu Jie's chest. I won't let you down. Wu Jie gritted his teeth, made a hand seal without saying a word, and began to burrow underground. Fifth Array Elder, what do you think of the odds? After Wu Jie left, Peng Xian'er looked at the fifth array and asked. The fifth person didn't speak, but simply shook his head. Seeing this, the others also became dejected. After all, they understood that this Wu Jie was really too weak, and that the underground gate was full of traps and mechanisms. He would probably die as soon as he entered. At least someone can try their luck. As he burrowed underground, Wu Jie's initial enthusiasm waned, and he realized that this kind of underground portal was not something a novice like him could enter. Immediately, Wu Jie dared not move forward and hid in the soil, trembling. Phew, I've finally completed my billion substitution technique. In the underground hall, Wu Chang'an put away the substitute technique he had just created and took a long breath. This can't go on. We have to find a way out. He walked cautiously through the main hall and suddenly noticed many buttons for mechanisms on the wall to the side. Could this be? How to shut down the agency? Wu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He released his hand and deployed 100,000 substitution techniques. Then, he carefully pressed one of the buttons. Boom! At the same time, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the stone door burst open. This? He succeeded? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Isn't this a bit too fast? Of course, the most unbelievable one was Peng Xian'er, whose face beneath the veil revealed a deep shock. Wu Jie was surprised. Did they really enter the underground gate and open the stone door? Chapter 195, 3 Great Sacred Treasures. A burning light immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. Almost instantly, countless experts rushed into the stone gate in a frenzy. Roll! Get out of the way, don't block the way. Before they even entered the door, a fight had already broken out. The tomb of the martial saint. Such an opportunity is enough to drive a person crazy. Elder, should we wait a bit, or what should we say? Fifth Changkong asked. It's all right. Fifth Formation said. The most crucial part of this Yin-Yang formation is actually the Earth Gate. Since the Earth Gate cannot be opened and the Heaven Gate cannot be broken through, most of the formation's taboos and mechanisms are placed inside the Earth Gate. On the contrary, there won't be any major danger inside the Heaven Gate. What I can't understand is that a little guy who just arrived in Wuling actually broke into the Earth Gate and opened the Heaven Gate. The fifth player couldn't help but sigh. Although I really can't figure it out, the facts are right in front of us. Since there's not much danger at Tianmen, let's hurry in. Fifth Changkong said. Upon hearing this, Fifth Formation nodded and led Fifth Changkong toward the Heavenly Gate. Seeing this, Peng Xian'er, Yun Xianke, and the others also rushed inside, not wanting to be left behind. Inside the Heavenly Gate, the first thing that appeared before everyone was a huge hall. Many dazzling treasures were hanging on the walls, and quite a few cultivators had already started fighting over them. However, these were only items of royal or imperial quality. Although they were very important, the three major powers did not make a move. Because they understand. There must be even more important treasures inside. Following the main hall in, you enter a corridor that seems to stretch endlessly into the distance. At this moment, quite a few people had already rushed to the front in the corridor. There are still many traps and mechanisms, large and small, which have caused the deaths of many people, but they still cannot stop the people of the three major forces. As they walked down the corridor, everyone unanimously sensed a powerful aura. Is this the aura of a sacred item? Everyone was immediately startled, their eyes burning with intense desire, and they rushed inside without saying a word. Despite the numerous traps along the way, the three factions worked together with remarkable coordination to overcome them. Finally, a new grand hall appeared before everyone. At the front of the main hall, there is a huge altar. 3 orbs of light floated above the altar. A sacred heavenly spirit rope. This rope was already famous 10,000 years ago. Legend has it that when it is unleashed, it can not only bind saints, but even martial emperors would have to go through a lot of trouble to break free. Sacred Grade Wind and Cloud Pestle. It was something that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it was once the natal treasure of a Wolf Clan half-emperor, but I never expected it to end up here. Sacred God and Demon Scissors. Its origins are even more impressive. It has been heard of hundreds of thousands of years ago, and has had several owners. Legend has it that this pair of scissors once cut off the head of Emperor Wu. Almost instantly, the people from the three major forces recognized these 3 treasures. His eyes shone with a burning intensity. Of course, after the 3 sacred artifacts, There were all sorts of good things piled up, from gold and silver jewelry for mortals to medicines and cultivation techniques for cultivators. Everything was available. Call. Everyone present gasped in shock. Such abundant resources likely represent the entire life savings of Marshal St. Jiangyu, making it a treasure that even the three major powers cannot underestimate. Of course, what attracted their attention the most was a stone door behind the altar. Inside the stone gate, a faint, unsettling energy emanated. There, probably the core of Jiangyu's tomb. Jiangyu has probably already stepped into the martial emperor realm. Otherwise, how could a martial saint have three saint-grade treasures? Peng Xian sighed from behind her veil. Yes, judging from the fluctuations, there are probably even better things in the core tomb. The old man following Peng Xian, Elder Changjian Kong of the Heavenly Sword sect, also praised. Yun Xianke looked at these treasures with a cold smile on her face. I wonder what Lu Qingshan's expression will be when he sees this. Humph, they'll probably regret it to death. Uncle Lin scoffed dismissively, but that's even better. If we really had to give them a share, I'm not sure I could bear to part with it. That's right. It's just a sect in a small place. They only know how to loaf around and wait to die. Since they can't seize the opportunity, they're just not destined for it. Yang Xiang nodded in agreement. For a moment, looking at these treasures, the people from the three major forces had different thoughts. At this moment, the others also arrived. When they saw this pile of treasures, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't resist any longer. Brothers, charge. With so many treasures, I'd be content to take even a little bit. With this shout, dozens of cultivators who had gone mad rushed forward. Damn it! Fifth Changkong's face turned cold, and he was about to stop him, but Fifth Zhen pulled him back in time. He was about to ask why when he discovered that the three sacred treasures emitted black mist, which almost instantly turned the dozen or so people who rushed up into ashes. This is... Fifth Changkong exclaimed in shock. If I'm not mistaken, this tomb chamber is filled with Yin energy, and over time, the three sacred treasures have absorbed a great deal of Yin energy, which will be released when someone approaches, Fifth Array explained. Then what should we do? Yun Xianke asked. I'm afraid we can only wait for the Yin energy to dissipate on its own, Chang Jinkong said. Everyone nodded in agreement. They glanced at each other, then found their own spots and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, the others also sat down cross-legged, keeping a distance from each other. Take good care of yourself and focus on your breathing, the fifth instructor reminded him. Although things seem calm now, when the Yin energy dissipates, there will likely be a struggle. What you get then will depend on your own abilities. As he spoke, the fifth commander glanced at the positions of Peng Xian and Yun Xianchua's forces. At the same time, they also turned their gazes over. Obviously, everyone was thinking the same thing. The current calm is merely the calm before the storm. This thing is completely useless. Inside the main hall of the underground gate, Wu Chang'an frowned deeply as he looked at the button he had pressed. It's completely useless? Without thinking, he pressed another button. I looked into it, but it still didn't work. Without thinking, he pressed another button. After pressing several buttons in a row to no avail, Wu Chang'an cursed and pressed all the buttons in one go. Boom! As these buttons were pressed, the entire hall roared and trembled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless poisoned arrows pierced through the air, carrying a menacing aura. Call. At the same time, many small holes appeared in the wall, and a black mist silently spread out. Laugh. Cold lights, resembling sword beams, covered the area from above, carrying a strong killing intent. A whoa. Accompanied by several beastly roars, several phantom figures emanating black energy appeared out of thin air, charging out with an intense aura of power. Seeing all this, Wu Chang'an's expression changed drastically. His ghostly figure became a phantom in the hall, nimbly dodging and weaving. While dodging danger, he gritted his teeth. This is the biggest crisis I've ever faced in my life. It seems I have no choice but to use my trump card. As he murmured, he took out a scroll. Ugh, I only have 100 of these scrolls that can teleport without ignoring formations. If I use one, I'll only have 99 left. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Wu Chang'an was filled with reluctance, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and use the scroll. With a beam of light, Wu Chang'an vanished instantly. Chapter 196, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Ancestor, something terrible has happened. At Qingshan sect, Lu Qingshan was in seclusion when Zhu Yun rushed in and said, something has happened at Jiang Yu's tomb. According to our people who rushed there, 99% of the people there are dead. What? Could it be that your prophecy has come true? Lu Qingshan's eyes widened immediately, and while muttering to himself, He rushed directly towards Jiang Yu's tomb. When he arrived at Jiang Yu's grave, he was immediately taken aback. The scene before us can only be described as tragic. The rumored horde of experts had all vanished, leaving only a few lying on the ground, some missing limbs, some covered in black aura, some stripped of their cultivation, and some barely clinging to life. The reason they were able to escape was because they were already at the door before the incident occurred. None of those who went deeper came out. What exactly happened? Lu Qingshan stared wide-eyed and muttered to himself. He knew that the people qualified to come here were at least martial kings, and there were quite a few martial emperors and martial grandmasters among them. There are only a few people left? Boom! At that moment, several figures rushed out from the heavenly gate. They were from the three major sects. Roar! Just as it was about to rush out, a black phantom came chasing after it, accompanied by thick black mist, and opened its huge mouth to bite out. Miss, please be careful. Lin Bo looked at Yun Xianke at the very back. His expression changed drastically, and his martial venerable strength surged forth as he struck out with a palm. However, the black phantom was not afraid of this palm strike at all, and instead turned around and bit down on his palm. Ah! Lin Bo let out a shrill scream as half of his body was torn off. Uncle Lin. Yun Xianke burst into tears and struggled to pull Lin Bo back with all her might. Upon landing, the people from the three major forces were all pale-faced, panting heavily, their faces filled with lingering fear. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingshan was even more shocked. Not only did Lin Bo have half his body torn off, but Wu Jin also had a hole punched in his chest, and Chang Jiankong was missing a leg. You should know that these three are all martial venerable masters. While Yun Xianke and the others fared slightly better, they were all still seriously injured. Clearly, their survival was entirely due to the protection of those martial masters. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but feel cold sweat on his back, filled with lingering fear. Sir's prediction was indeed accurate. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I asked the master beforehand. Otherwise I would have perished in it too. Sir, you truly are a sir. As he spoke, he hurried over to help Uncle Lin heal his injuries. After all, his Green Mountain sect and Windcloud Valley had a fairly good relationship, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing when something like this happened. After a long while, Uncle Lin's injuries finally stabilized somewhat. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan sighed and said, "Why did you do this? If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." Upon hearing this, the two looked up. So you knew there was danger inside? Yun Xianke asked, her tone quite accusatory. Lu Qingshan nodded awkwardly and said, "That's right. I did know there was danger, which is why I didn't want to get involved. But I did warn you about this." Young Xiang clicked his tongue in amazement. Speechless, he couldn't utter a single word, because Lu Qingshan had indeed solemnly reminded them at the time, but she was only thinking about the treasure and completely scoffed at Lu Qingshan's words, finding them laughable. Looking back now, the ridiculous one is not Lu Qingshan, but them. If we had listened to Lu Qingshan back then, perhaps we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Especially Uncle Lin. Although he survived, he is now mostly crippled. Well, why bother saying all this? Uncle Lin shook his head with difficulty, though his face was full of regret. Yun Xianchue's expression darkened, but then she suddenly remembered something and looked up, asking in confusion, "However, how did you know there was danger inside?" "It was a senior expert who told me this." As he said this, Lu Qingshan's eyes gleamed with reverence. "Who is it?" Yun Xianke suddenly tensed up. "I can't tell you." Lu Qingshan smiled apologetically, turned and left, clearly not wanting to say anything more about it. Watching Lu Qingshan's departing figure, Yun Xianke asked, "Do you believe me?" "Pretty close." Uncle Lin's pupils contracted, and then he spoke. "Then who exactly is it?" Young Xiang was filled with doubts, but Lu Qingshan had already left. After everyone calmed their breathing, seeing the continued activity coming from inside the stone gate, no one dared to make any more moves, and they all left. The news spread far and wide, and even more cultivators flocked to Pingjiang City. The three major sects were no exception. Fengyun Valley. Elder Feng, Elder Yun, you two hurry to Pingjiang City. We, Fengyun Valley, must seize those three treasures, a man said to the two elders behind him. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Two sword lights flashed out, and two powerful figures stepped off their swords and left. Snowfall Villa. The mechanism is gone. What remains is a struggle between people. We, the Snowfall Manor, must seize that sacred treasure. A white-haired old man transmitted his voice leisurely. In an instant, Pingjiang City was in turmoil. Because everyone knows the truth. Despite the major upheaval, once the mechanisms within the tomb are deactivated and the Een energy on the 3 sacred treasures dissipates, retrieving those treasures will be effortless. But, before the mechanism disappeared, no one dared to make a move, nor were they afraid that the treasure would be taken away. After all, with a mechanism of that strength, it's impossible for anyone to take it away. You bastard, you bastard. Inside the martial arts school, Yifeng tied the skeleton to a locust tree with a rope and lashed it with a whip. You bastard, you freeloaded. I'll teach you to be a slut. And you're still talking nonsense? I'll beat you to death today. Yifeng cursed and vented his anger. Yifeng only stopped after he had broken out in a cold sweat. Ching, Ching, come quick. After Yifeng left, the skeleton emitted a light, airy voice. What's wrong, bro? The dog wagged its tail and asked eagerly. Quick, untie me. I'll take you to make some money. The skeleton said urgently. In the end, it's all because of money. If we brothers had money, we wouldn't be getting beaten up like this. Where are we going to get some money, bro? Guzzi asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I have a place to go. The skeleton said lightly. All right, but I'll protect you if there's any danger. With that, Ao Qing helped untie the skeleton. After being untied, the skeleton and the dog vanished instantly. A short while later, they arrived outside Pingjiang City. Look, there are lots of gold coins here. The skeleton said, and then walked into the stone door first. It looks dangerous inside. Ao Qing hurriedly followed, shuddering as he watched the phantoms that occasionally flashed by inside, and asked warily. It's nothing, you'll be fine if you come with me. The skeleton casually crushed a black phantom that had transformed into a greedy wolf, and led Ao Qing inside. Chapter 197 looted completely. The two traveled without hindrance. Brother, how did you know there were gold coins inside? Dog asked, puzzled, as he followed beside the skeleton. You think there's anything in this world that I don't know? The skull said, puffing out his chest. That's true. Who is my brother? He's the kind of guy who can charm countless girls. Guzzi nodded, flattering him at the opportune moment. The skull was pleased and nodded in satisfaction, but then earnestly advised, Qing, although that is the truth, whether we are human or dog, we must keep a low profile. Brother's words are right. I will keep them in mind. After chatting casually along the way, we finally passed through the corridor and arrived at the innermost hall. Haha. Qing, my brother and I are rich. The skull immediately spotted the pile of gold coins behind the altar, which was almost like a small mountain, and exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. The dog was also excitedly making noises. Under the soft glow of the gold coins, the two brothers completely ignored everything else. Come on, let's get the treasure. The skull swaggered toward the altar. Call out. They had only taken 2 steps when the 3 sacred treasures floating in midair began to tremble and were then shrouded in a layer of black mist. Then they moved. The first thing to entangle it was the sacred heavenly spirit rope, which instantly wrapped around the top of the skull's head. A mere tattered rope can stop me from retrieving my treasure? The skull impatiently reached out, grabbed the object, tore it in two, and threw it to the ground. The next instant, the Saint-grade wind and cloud pestle and the divine-grade divine demon scissors attacked simultaneously. Damn, this is never going to end. He threw a punch. With 2 clangs, only half of the wind and cloud pestle remained on the ground. And these broken scissors, the skull in his hand, crushed it into a piece of scrap metal and threw it into a corner. Pah, what a piece of trash dares to block the way. The dog spat at the junk on the ground and swaggered after them. Boom. However, just as the 3 of them reached the center of the altar, the entire altar emitted a deafening roar, and beams of light emerged from the ground. A crisis is quietly approaching. Brother, there seems to be a formation here. The dog's fur twitched, and it involuntarily moved closer to the skull, saying, It looks very powerful, and it seems difficult to break. Brother, do you have any good ideas? Oh, it's indeed not easy to break, because I don't know much about formations either, the skull said, scratching his head. So, bro, you can't do anything about it either? Guzzi asked. That's not entirely impossible. As he spoke, the skull raised its foot and stomped on it. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire altar cracked from being trampled. The trembling sensation vanished instantly, and the light it emitted dimmed quietly. GAA. Awesome. The dog was speechless, only offering one word. Awesome. The two finally arrived at the altar without incident. Ha ha, I'm finally rich. Ladies of the brothel, just wait for me. This time I'm booking the whole place. The skull laughed excitedly, scattering handfuls of gold coins with both hands, and the skull under the black robe even made a clicking sound. Ching, stuff all the money in his sacks, don't leave a single penny behind. The skull shouted urgently, pulling out a large handful of sacks from its black robe. Okay, bro. The dog took the sack and frantically dug for the gold coins inside. Amidst bursts of laughter, all the gold coins were stuffed into sacks. Hey, this stuff looks pretty good. After collecting the gold coins, the skeleton looked at the pills next to it, grabbed a handful, and fed them to the dog. It tastes really good. The dog agreed. Well, there are still 2 more sacks left. Do you want to fill a couple of them to take back as dog food? The skull asked. Thank you for your help, bro. Guzzi said gratefully. You too, brothers, are you saying this to me? Another flurry of activity ensued, and all of the dozen or so sacks they had brought were packed up. What about the rest? Guzzi asked again. These books, these cultivation techniques. Burn it. This stuff is garbage. If it gets out, people who practice such trashy techniques will only harm others. The skull made a decision. With a flick of its white finger bones, a string of small flames appeared and fell to the ground. Hey bro, there's a stone gate here. Could there be treasure inside? Guzzi exclaimed again. Oh, there's nothing in here but a dead body and a couple of pieces of junk. There's not a single gold coin. Let's ignore it and go. The skull said nonchalantly, then picked up 7 or 8 sacks and walked outside. The dog was also carrying several things, and it quickly followed along. Chapter 198, Asking the Master Again. Pingjiang City. It was quiet on the surface. Apart from sending spies to keep an eye on the activity inside the stone gate, the various sects had hardly seen anyone around the cemetery, as if they were still afraid of what happened last time. But behind the scenes, a storm was brewing. More and more experts arrived and hid in Pingjiang City, waiting for the traps to be exhausted before seizing the treasure. Qingshan Gate. Lu Qingshan and Yun Xianke sat in the main hall. Miss Yun, are you enjoying your stay at my Green Mountain sect? The Green Mountain ancestor asked softly. Having escaped from the brink of death, Yun Xianke had lost some of his sharpness. He bowed his head to the Green Mountain ancestor and said, Thank you, Elder Lu, for not holding a grudge and for apologizing for my disrespect last time. If I had listened to your advice then, I'm afraid Uncle Lin wouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Yun Xianchue's face darkened, and he looked very disappointed. What's wrong? Is Elder Lin not doing well? Ancestor Qingshan asked hurriedly. Yun Xianke nodded and said, although we sent someone to send him back to Fengyun Valley in time, the damage caused by that phantom beast was beyond our expectations. Although he survived, Lin Bo fell from the martial venerable realm to the martial emperor realm, and he will never be able to make any further progress in this life. Lu Qingshan opened his mouth with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. A martial venerable falling directly to the martial emperor level is practically the same as being crippled. The more he thought about this, the more respect the Green Mountain ancestor felt for Yifeng. If it weren't for your reminder, his Green Mountain ancestor is probably in trouble too. Although everyone knows that there are bound to be risks in the tomb, Yifeng's words to him were clearly a reminder that there were risks in the tomb that exceeded their limits. And indeed, that was the case. Elder Lu, the reason I came here is to ask who is so powerful that they could foresee the future and know that there is such danger in the tomb? After a moment's thought, Yun Xianke asked again. She was extremely curious about the person that the old ancestor of Green Mountain had mentioned. Miss Yun, the gentleman has returned to simplicity, enjoys the ordinary life, and dislikes being disturbed. Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, So I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Okay, fine. Young Xianke nodded in disappointment. At the same time, I also advise Miss Yun that it is best not to inquire about the master on her own. Although I know that Fengyun Valley is very powerful, if it displeases the master, Fengyun Valley may not be able to withstand his wrath. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes and solemnly reminded her. Yun Xianke was not angry. On the contrary, she was quite surprised. It seems that the person Lu Qingshan mentioned is even more powerful than she imagined. Otherwise, Lu Qingshan, as a half-saint level expert, would not have said such a thing. She nodded. Since Lu Qingshan was unwilling to say more, she didn't press the matter further. Instead, she changed the subject, saying, Elder Lu, the other 2 martial venerables from my Fengyun Valley are on their way to obtain the sacred artifact and other resources. Now that the danger inside the tomb has passed, we only need to compete with other forces. Therefore, I once again invite you to form an alliance with my Fengyun Valley. What do you think? After all, you should have heard that besides the sacred objects, there are many other resources in that main hall altar. That should be very important to your Green Mountain sect, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was indeed tempted. Since the danger has indeed passed, and the master's words have come true, it means that there should be no major danger inside the tomb. However, he did not agree immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this, Miss Yun? Anyway, it will take some time for the mechanisms inside the tomb to dissipate. Before that, I'm not afraid that someone will get there first. So please allow me a day or two to think about it before making a decision." "Okay, I'll wait for your message." Yin Xianke got up and left. Should we go or not? After Yin Xianke left, Lu Qingshan closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Finally, he decided to ask the master. "Bite. Congratulations, host. Your calligraphy has reached a level comparable to that of a god." Inside the martial arts hall, Yifeng put down his calligraphy brush, listened to the voice coming from his mind, and smiled with satisfaction. Of the 4 skills of playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I am at least on par with a god in the other 3, except for chess. Once you elevate your chess skills to a level comparable to a god, then the task of playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting will be complete. Certainly. He completed the mission solely to prevent the martial arts school from being taken back. He had absolutely no expectation of the reward. Mount. Oh, I'm not even looking forward to it. I'm even a little worried. Because having one broken skull is already bad enough. If another one of similar size comes along, I might have a heart attack at any time. Just then, Lu Qingshan's voice came from outside the door. He then brought out several more jugs of fine wine, which seemed to be even better than the last time. "Look at you, old man. You came all this way. Why did you bring anything?" Yifeng teased with a smile, but quickly took the several jugs of fine wine from Lu Qingshan's hands. "Sir, you're too kind. It's all my duty, and I also want to thank you for your reminder last time," Lu Qingshan said gratefully. "What was the reminder from last time?" Yifeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan was secretly alarmed. The tomb of the martial saint really didn't care about it at all. So he explained, "It's about the ancient tomb I talked to you about last time. Just as you predicted, a big problem occurred and many people died. I was reminded by you not to go, which saved my life. So that's what it was. I expected it." Yifeng waved his hand and laughed. "Actually, this is nothing to worry about. How could a cultivator's tomb be without danger?" Seeing Yifeng's calm and composed demeanor, Lu Qingshan showed admiration. Perhaps only someone with your mindset could speak so calmly. Sir, actually, I came here this time to ask about the tomb. Now that the danger has already occurred inside, is it safe to go in again?" Old Ancestor Qingshan asked again. "You still want to go in?" Yifeng looked at him in surprise. Old Ancestor Qingshan nodded shyly. After all, according to the news from Yangtze, in addition to sacred objects, the tomb also contained many medicinal herbs and cultivation techniques. These might not be of much use to his Green Mountain ancestor, but they were indispensable for the development of a sect. Sayu. Seeing that the Green Mountain ancestor really intended to do so, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. Upon seeing Yifeng sigh, the Green Mountain ancestor's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "What is the meaning of your sigh, sir?" Chapter 199 The Decision of Yinxian Palace. "What do you mean? You must not go to this tomb." Yifeng rolled his eyes at him and lectured. "Even though there has already been one dangerous situation, can you be sure there won't be any more?" "Sir, do you mean there's still danger inside this tomb?" asked the old ancestor of Green Mountain. "Fail if you go," Yifeng said solemnly. Although he couldn't say for sure what other dangers there might be, Lu Qingshan was such an old man that even a rock falling on his head would probably kill him. He really couldn't understand it. The old man was a good person, but he was a little mentally challenged. Such a big commotion at a grave, and he, an old man with one foot already in the ground, keeps thinking about it. It's really ridiculous. Yifeng's words turned the Green Mountain ancestor's face deathly pale. The phrase, "it will definitely be cold," in particular startled him, sending a chill down his spine. Seeing Lu Qingshan in a daze, Yifeng was afraid that the old man still couldn't understand, so he reminded him again, "Old man, don't think about it. Even if there is no danger inside, you won't get any benefit from going there. Someone else will have already gotten there first." "You didn't get any benefits and someone else beat you to it?" Lu Qingshan exclaimed again. "Sir, what do you mean?" "That's the meaning. What else could it mean?" Yifeng rolled his eyes. "That's how it is. Not to mention an old bone like the Green Mountain ancestor. Countless cultivators have gone to this kind of tomb. You, an old man, can't outrun others. You can't compete with them, and you can't fight them. If there are any good things, Won't others get there first? I understand. Thank you for reminding me, sir. Lu Qingshan nodded respectfully to Yifeng, and after having a couple of drinks with Yifeng, he hurriedly returned to Qingshan's sect. He had just returned when Yun Xianke arrived with two imposing old men. Elder Lu, let me introduce you. These two are elders Yang Mu and Yang Sun from my Fengyun Valley, Yun Xianke introduced. Greetings, elders. Lu Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. Judging from the aura emanating from the two individuals, they should be the two martial venerables that Yun Xianke had mentioned who had come to the scene. The two glanced at Lu Qingshan, slightly surprised to see that he was at the half-saint realm, but they didn't ignore it too much and nodded in agreement. After the group sat down, Yun Xianke got straight to the point and said, Elder Lu, what have you thought about it? As long as you cooperate with my Fengyun Valley, with two martial venerables and you as a half-venerable, it won't be difficult to take those treasures into your possession. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan fell silent. Yifeng's words echoed in her mind. After a sigh, she said, Miss Yun, I'm sorry I can't agree to your request. The two martial venerable experts frowned. Yun Xianke also looked incredulous. She hadn't expected that Lu Qingshan would still be unwilling to form an alliance. However, having learned from her previous experience, she didn't immediately turn hostile. Instead, she asked, Mr. Lu, could you explain your reasons? Lu Qingshan took a deep breath, raised his head and said, Indeed, I am also very tempted by this treasure, but it's not worth risking my life for. Yun Xianke parted her red lips slightly and exclaimed in surprise, You mean, in this tomb? Good. Lu Qingshan continued, There is still great danger in this tomb. As he spoke, Lu Qingshan recalled Yifeng's words, It's all over, and added, If I'm not mistaken, the danger that follows should be even more terrifying than the last one. Yang Xiang was stunned. The last danger almost prevented several martial venerable experts from the three major sects from escaping. If it were an even more terrifying danger, wouldn't it mean that even if a martial venerable went, he might not be able to survive? Whose prophecy is this again? Yun Xianke asked solemnly. Lu Qingshan nodded solemnly. Utter nonsense. However, Yang Mu scoffed, saying in a deep voice, What prophecy? Last time it was an accident, but this time there are two martial venerables. Can't they even take down a small tomb? Yun Xianke also turned her gaze to Lu Qingshan. They were clearly asking whether two martial venerable experts were really not enough. Seeing this, the Green Mountain ancestor shook his head and sighed. Whether it's enough or not is another matter. In fact, even if there is no danger, it would be useless for us to go. What do you mean? Yun Xianke quickly asked. Because Lu Qingshan's pupils contracted, and he solemnly said, The things in that tomb have already been taken by someone else. What? Yun Xianke was so shocked that she stood up abruptly, muttering, How is this possible? That's alarmist. However, Yang Mu retorted directly, Someone beat you to it. You lie without even thinking. Now that all the mechanisms in the tomb are activated, no one can enter the tomb until they are all used up. Even if a martial venerable went in, he would only die. You say that someone beat you to it. That's utter nonsense. All right, since your good intentions have been met with such ingratitude, then I have nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face showed some anger, and he stood up and left. As he passed by Yunxian Palace, he paused slightly and said in a deep voice, Miss Yun, I hope you remember the lesson you learned before. For the sake of our two sects, I have said everything I can, believe it or not. After saying that, Lu Qingshan left directly. If you don't want an alliance, then don't. Why spout such nonsense and make up this excuse? Seeing Lu Qingshan leave, Yang Mu and the other two martial venerables spoke with disdain, saying, Miss, we don't need to worry about Lu Qingshan anymore. The three of us can go when the time comes. With the two of us there, we will definitely ensure your safety, and you will also get the sacred object. However, an unexpected sound came from Yunxian Palace. No, we're not going, Yang Xiang said. The two martial venerables were taken aback and quickly said, Miss, you didn't really believe Lu Qingshan's alarmist talk, did you? These are three sacred artifacts. He's not exaggerating. Yun Xianke took a deep breath and said solemnly, The lesson she learned last time was too painful. If Lin Bo hadn't saved her at the crucial moment, Yun Xianke would have already become a ghost in that tomb. She will not repeat the same mistake. Miss, how could you listen to Lu Qingshan's nonsense? These are three sacred artifacts. Are you just going to hand them over like this? Yang Mu said angrily. Since you don't want to go, then the two of us will go. No, you can't go. Yun Xianke said hurriedly. Then you probably can't stop us, miss, Yang Mu said bluntly. After all, your father gave a strict order that you must bring back at least one sacred artifact. Fine. If you go, then I will die in front of you. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared. Yun Xianke held a green sword to her neck and said through gritted teeth, Elders, believe me. I really mean it for your own good. You are all my family. I don't want to see what happened to Uncle Lin happen again. If my father blames me, I will explain it to him myself. Well, are you stupid? Yang Mu and his companions sighed heavily, their faces filled with resentment. They knew Yun Xianchua's personality all too well. They could stop Yun Xianke from acting recklessly, but they couldn't keep an eye on him all the time. If something really happened, it would be even harder to explain. Chapter 200 The Ordinary Road. Tada! The sound of a guitar drifted through the air. Due to the impact of his mission, Yifeng has recently rediscovered the joy of playing the guitar. That's just how people are sometimes. Whether it's an interest or a particular thing, if you don't use it for a long time, you'll gradually forget about it. After picking it up again, Yifeng's love for the guitar was rekindled. Of the 4 arts of playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the one that truly interests him is the zither. So even though his zither skills have reached a level comparable to those of a god, Yifeng still plays it every day. For no other reason than for interest. It's also about sentiment. Besides Yifeng, the area below the steps was also filled with spectators. Weeding, loosening the soil, digging, carrying manure, and many others, including Grandpa Wang from next door, the beef vendor across the street, Pork Rong who sells pork next to the vendor, Sister Hua, who sells rouge across the street, and so on. At this moment, everyone was immersed in Yifeng's music. A song fell. Everyone was still eager for more. Alas, Sir's zither skills are truly extraordinary. The profound principles contained within are beyond our comprehension, even to a fraction of what we at this level can comprehend. Wu Yonghong exclaimed. That's right. If one's level of understanding were lower, one would probably only be able to listen to the music and know that it sounds good, but not understand its meaning. Sun Zhuge also sighed. One more song, The Ordinary Road. Seeing the praise from below the steps, Yifeng smiled and said that it was quite an accomplishment to have so many people like his guitar playing. Then, a melodious guitar piece, The Ordinary Road, began to play. Yifeng plays this piece every day. For no other reason than because I like it. In particular, the true meaning of the music perfectly matches his life here. Having transmigrated here, he stumbled and fell along the way, experiencing longing, fear, and anticipation. He saw this world and longed to wield a sword and wander the world. Although this useless system dealt him a heavy blow at the time, shattering his ideals, the helplessness of retreating to the martial arts school also made him very unwilling. But looking back, isn't that just life? Although it is an extraordinary world, what about cultivators? They too will die of old age and be killed by swords. It's better to live an ordinary life and be an ordinary person. As long as it's comfortable, that's fine. Just be carefree and unrestrained. Grass. Luckily, I hid well, or I would be dead. Just then, Yu Wujia, who had just emerged from the ground, walked over from the street. He had just cursed twice when he saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the martial arts school. With the intention of watching the spectacle, he quietly walked over as well. I didn't realize we were here. So this is the good-for-nothing. Yu Wujia looked at Yifeng, who was engrossed in playing the guitar with his eyes closed, and said with disdain. However, when he heard the guitar music, he was immediately surprised. That voice is so beautiful. Moreover, this piece of music seems quite wonderful. Even a cultivator like him found his mind at peace while listening to it. Unbeknownst to him, he had also become deeply involved. A long time, the guitar music finally stopped. Many people below the steps looked at Yifeng with gratitude, their eyes filled with excitement. Many people also thought it sounded good and applauded. TSK, this piece of trash isn't good at anything else, but I have to admit, he's pretty good at playing this piece of junk. In the corner, Yu Wujia couldn't help but nod. Although he looked down on Yifeng, this good-for-nothing, he couldn't help but criticize the song. Even after he had gone far away, the song still echoed in his mind. Yu Wujia, so you were here? At that moment, a figure swept over and blocked Yu Wujia's path. It was Peng Xiener. Upon seeing this, Yu Wujia's expression changed slightly, his face full of embarrassment, and he dared not look directly at Peng Xiener. Yes. Clearly, the reason he didn't return to Qingshan's sect but instead wandered around the streets was to avoid Peng Xiener. After all, He had confidently promised to open the underground gate himself, but he hid in the ground for many days. I have no face to see this. You really surprised me. Not only did you open the gate to the earth and the gate to heaven, but you also came out unharmed. Peng Xiener's voice of praise came from behind the veil. Oh, heavenly gate. I opened the heavenly gate. Yu Wujie was startled and asked incredulously. Didn't you open it? Peng Xiener frowned slightly. Yu Wujie's eyes darted around, and he immediately understood what Peng Xiener meant. Clearly, the heavenly gate had been opened for some reason, and Peng Xiener had misunderstood him. So he quickly said, right. Look at my memory, it was me who opened it, huh? He was too ashamed to face Peng Xiener, so he decided to play along and agreed. But why didn't you come to me after you opened the heavenly gate? Peng Xiener asked leisurely. Don't you want the reward? What's the point of looking for this? You're all busy after all. Besides, it's just opening a mere heavenly gate. What reward do you need, right? Yu Wujie laughed. Clearly, he was still quite guilty. Beneath the veil, Peng Xiener looked surprised. The Yu Wujie in front of her seemed to be somewhat different from the one she knew. Given his lecherous nature, after opening the gates of heaven, he didn't even come to her to claim credit? This really impressed her. In that case, you'll follow me from now on. Peng Xiener said softly, her eyes flickering slightly. Haha, is this alright? Yu Wujie was still unsure, because he knew perfectly well that the opening of the heavenly gate had absolutely nothing to do with him. Don't you want to be my man? Peng Xiener extended an olive branch, her jade hand landing on Yu Wujie's chin, gently lifting it, and said leisurely. Peng Xiener's behavior immediately made Yu Wujie lose his temper. His gaze toward Peng Xiener was filled with fervor, and regardless of whether he would give himself away, he followed Peng Xiener away. Days passed quietly. All forces are eyeing Jiang Yu's tomb. After so much time, it seems that all the mechanisms inside have been used up, and the most terrifying black mist phantom seems to have dissipated. Everyone estimated that they would be able to re-enter the ancient tomb in at most half a day. Therefore, at this moment, countless cultivators have gathered at the entrance of the stone gate. Every face was filled with confidence. They were determined to obtain the treasure inside.